I was betrayed by both my ex-girlfriend and my best friend. They had their wedding on a private jet, while I sat in a corner drinking like a joke. But no one expected that the plane would suddenly go out of control right at the start of the wedding, and everyone's screams were instantly swallowed up by the explosion. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying on a strange, deserted island. With no food or rescue in sight, there was only the aloof goddess Lu Yao, bitten by a venomous snake and on the verge of death. Even more terrifying is that the two treacherous people who betrayed me also survived. They showed no remorse or guilt. Instead, they began to treat living people as tools in order to obtain food and water. But I soon discovered that what was truly terrifying was not the ferocious beasts, nor the human heart, but the deserted island itself. Whenever someone died, the same sound would echo from the depths of the forest. It was like a countdown, or perhaps it was urging something to wake up, until Lu Yao pointed to the black hole beneath the plane wreckage and asked me in a trembling voice, "Do you on? Have you ever considered that this plane crash might not have been an accident at all?" And it all started on that day. When I woke up again, I was no longer on the plane. Damp soil was sticking to my face, and all I could hear were the chirping of insects and the low growls of wild animals. All around me was an endless, barren island. The phone was still there, the knife was still there, but there was no food, water, or rescue. I struggled to get up, and the first person I saw wasn't Zhang Yan, nor Gu Lingbo, but her bridesmaid, Lu Yao. I tried to go over and say hello, but she screamed and quickly backed away, her face filled with fear. "What's wrong?" I called out. She pointed to her calf. "A snake." I rushed over and saw that a venomous snake had bitten her snow-white calf. Red spots were oozing blood, and the bruising was spreading. Only one thought crossed my mind: save her. I knelt down and sucked out the venom. She screamed in agony and slapped me across the face, calling me a pervert. I suppressed my anger and continued to suck out the venom. Half an hour later, the wound returned to its normal color. I leaned against a big tree to rest. My lips were numb and my head was foggy. I looked at Lu Yao and said, "You rest. I'll take a nap first." After saying that, I passed out. Lu Yao leaned against a large tree, looking at me with a slight sense of comfort. She had experienced the entire plane crash and knew far more about it than I did. Falling into a primeval forest is a near-death experience for a frail woman. I saved her, but I passed out myself. She was worried about me, because having a man with her would make her feel safer. It was midday, and my throat was burning dry. I asked her, "Are you feeling better?" She nodded and replied indifferently, "Yeah, how about you?" I moved my arm. The pain lessened a bit, and I could stand up a little. I stood up, leaning against a tree. "Can you walk?" She nodded and asked, "Where are we going?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but we have to keep moving forward." I reached out to help her, but she turned away, struggled to her feet, and collapsed. I sneered, thinking, "What a waste of my effort to save you." She called out to me, "Why didn't you help me up before you left?" Without turning my head, I said, "I tried, but you don't seem to need it." She lowered her head and apologized, but I could tell from her eyes that it was insincere. I crouched down and stared at her. "Do you know where you are right now? Do you know the difficulties you're about to face?" She shook her head. I gritted my teeth and cursed her, word by word. "Don't think you're some kind of princess. You're nothing here. To survive, I can do things far more terrible than cursing you." She lowered her head and sobbed softly, but I knew in my heart that I wasn't angry. I just didn't want her to cause trouble. She reached out, and I grabbed her arm, helping her up and supporting her body from under her armpits so she could walk. As I stepped forward, I touched the soft warmth of her body. She blushed, wanted to hit me, but held back. A cry for help came from afar. Help me quickly." Lu Yao looked at me. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, but kept walking. She said, "Someone is shouting for help. Let's go see what's going on and help each other." The man-eating flower, 2 meters wide, had already swallowed Zhang Yan and Gu Lingbo. Gu Lingbo was terrified. Zhang Yan waved her hands and screamed, and I secretly rejoiced. The one who betrayed me is now begging me for help. I helped Lu Yao turn around, and she asked, "Do you on? How can you bear it?" A thought struck me, and I remembered how I had been humiliated and betrayed by them. Of course I could bear it. Zhang Yan cried out, "Save me." I don't have to pay back the money I owe you. I stopped, resolved the karmic debt, saved her life, and left her to fend for herself. I had Lu Yao hand me the hairpin so I could find some sticks, dry grass, and withered leaves to make a torch. Once the torch was lit, I threw it at the carnivorous plant next to Zhang Yan, and she did as I said, setting fire to the ground beneath Gu Lingbo's feet. As the flames drew closer, I rushed forward, pulled Zhang Yan away, shook off Gu Lingbo, and rolled on the ground to extinguish the fire. I sat down, panting heavily. Gu Lingbo steadied himself, patted my shoulder, and said, "Good brother." I sneered, brushed his hand away, and remained silent. Supporting Lu Yao, we staggered forward. She asked, "Aren't we going to wait for them?" I shook my head. "Just mind your own business." She asked me about my relationship with them, and I coldly replied, "Zhang Yan is my girlfriend, and Gu Lingbo is my buddy. From today onwards, we have nothing to do with each other." Lu Yao's face turned cold, and she cursed, "You two are a pair of scoundrels. We shouldn't have saved them." I smiled bitterly. "From now on, it's all over." Lu Yao looked at me and sighed softly. "Don't you hate them?" I nodded and then shook my head. Between men and women, it's either love or hate. Now, even strangers find them annoying. I smiled inexplicably. "Let's go, find a place to stay first, rest well, and then find a way out." Lu Yao was straightforward and believed that feelings were only love or hate, so she couldn't understand my actions. I hadn't gone far when Zhang Yan called out from behind, "Du Yuan, wait a minute." Her wedding dress was tattered and covered in mud and the slime of the carnivorous plant. I looked at her coldly. "Is there anything else?" Zhang Yan pleaded, "We're all in the same boat. Can we put aside our hatred for now and escape together?" I sneered and pointed at Gu Lingbo. "The person you should be looking for is your husband, not me." She whispered an apology. "I know I've hurt you. I'm sorry. I've always loved you deeply, and I was forced into marriage. Please forgive us, and take us with you, okay?" I felt no pleasure whatsoever, only disgust. "If we're going, we'll go together, but don't expect me to do anything for you." Lu Yao secretly gave me a thumbs up. Gu Lingbo caught up. "Good brother, if we get back alive, I will definitely repay you." I sneered and remained silent, helping Lu Yao to her feet, and then staggered forward. She asked, "Aren't we going to wait for them?" I shook my head. "Just mind your own business." Lu Yao reminded me, "What if tigers and lions come?" I snorted. "Don't argue. Having more strength might not be of any use." I picked up the torch and went out, marking the trees along the way to avoid getting lost, secretly glad that I had learned from Bear Grylls survival shows. As I walked through the dense forest, I cut branches to make snares for wild rabbits, when I suddenly tripped and fell, stepping on a hard red fruit, the flame fruit. I happily picked a lot of rabbits, and as I prepared to snare them, the bushes swayed wildly, and the snare caught one. I ran over with my military knife, only to find a black wild dog crouching beside the rabbit, its fangs bared, staring at me with wary eyes. I stepped back to pick up a stone and threw it. The stray dog was startled and pounced. I quickly judged its trajectory and prepared to stab it with my military knife. The stray dog suddenly changed direction, and I narrowly avoided its fangs. It lunged again, and I rolled away, stabbing myself in the abdomen with my military knife. At the same time, I was bitten on the right arm, and I screamed in pain. The wild dog retreated, and I endured the pain as I pounced on it, pinning its head down and using my strength to look for an opportunity. Finally, it started panting heavily. I quickly raised my knife and stabbed it in one of its eyes. Blood splattered all over my face, and it screamed before stopping. I collapsed onto the stray dog, completely exhausted, when Lu Yao's voice came. "Du Yuan, how are you?" I shouted that I was all right and called Lu Yao over, while warily scanning my surroundings, afraid that more stray dogs might appear. The battle had almost drained me of my strength. I lay on the stray dog, not wanting to move even a finger. Lu Yao ran up to me, and when she saw the dead wild dog and the blood on my arm, her face turned pale instantly. I only said to help me back first, and she immediately picked up the rabbit, picked a few more flame fruits, and helped me walk towards the cave. Back in the cave, Zhang Yan immediately feigned surprise, and Gu Lingbo rushed over, calling me brother. I felt disgusted and coldly spat out a single word. Get lost. He never considered that I was his brother when he married my girlfriend. Zhang Yin tried to explain, saying that Gu Lingbo was trying to help me. I pointed at Lu Yeyao, who was holding the rabbit and the flame fruit, and directly scolded. I was injured and went missing, and you sent a girl out to look for me, and now you call running a few steps helping? Zhang Yin put on a pitiful act again, saying they had been worried about me. Looking at her, I felt I had been blind all along. I used to cherish her, but she chose money. Now that Gu Lingbo was no longer useful, she wanted to use me as a tool. Lu Yeyao whispered a reminder that Zhang Yin and the others didn't seem to be faking it. I sneered and told her that they weren't worried about me, but rather that if I died, no one would be there to support them. After hearing this, Lu Yeyao fell silent. I sat down deep inside the cave, the wound on my arm burning with pain. Lu Yeyao helped me pull open my clothes and, seeing the wound from the wild dog bite, covered her mouth in shock. There was no medicine or antibiotics here. I could only gamble on my own survival. She said she wanted to go out and find some herbs, but she only recognized some of the most basic hemostatic herbs. I could only pretend to be relaxed and say that we should eat something first, that the injury was nothing serious. She lowered her head and said that she couldn't help with anything. Seeing her guilt, I deliberately pointed to my face to encourage her. Lu Yeyao immediately glared at me, pinched me hard, and said I was dreaming. I laughed and stopped her, telling her to hand over the task of cleaning the rabbits to Zhang Yin and Gu Lingbo. They wanted a freeload? No way. Outside the cave entrance, Zhang Yin and Gu Lingbo were already making plans. Gu Lingbo thought I was capable, but he didn't give them a friendly look. Zhang Yin said to keep me calm first, because I knew about wilderness survival, and if they wanted to survive, they would have to rely on me. Gu Lingbo's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he said that if I didn't give him face, they would rob me. Zhang Yin reminded him that I had a knife, and only then did his expression change. The Swiss Army knife was originally a gift from him, so the two of them immediately hatched a plan to slowly take the knife back. After handing the rabbit over to them, Lu Yeyao returned to my side. Not long after, Zhang Yin came in, pretending to be concerned about my injury, and said that I still loved her. I ignored her, but Lu Yeyao couldn't stand it and directly told her that she was already married. Zhang Yin was speechless with shock. Gu Lingbo came in carrying a rabbit, smiling, and offered to borrow my knife to kill it. I refused without hesitation. My knife was my lifeline. Losing it even once in a place like this could be fatal. Zhang Yin immediately turned hostile, calling me petty and saying I resented her marrying Gu Lingbo. I got angry and yelled at her to get out. Gu Lingbo stood in front of her, his face full of disappointment, and said, I always thought you were the most loyal person. I stared at him coldly, without saying a word. Loyalty? Those two words actually came out of his mouth. At that moment, I really wanted to laugh. The primeval forest was covered by towering trees, with only a sliver of the setting sun peeking through the gaps. Gu Lingbo was throwing stones at a rabbit by the stream, each throw harder than the last, while cursing me as a villain. Zhang Yin joined in the complaints, saying she hadn't expected me to turn on her so quickly. They had long forgotten that if I hadn't risked going out, we wouldn't even have gotten to eat rabbit tonight. Gu Lingbo used a sharp stone to cut the rabbit, and Zhang Yin wanted to borrow a knife again. But knowing I wouldn't give it to her, the two could only suppress their anger and plan to find an opportunity later. I hastily bandaged my wound in the cave to stop the bleeding, then, enduring the pain, climbed the tallest tree to see if my phone had a signal. But all I could see from the top were dense, towering trees, layer upon layer, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even more frightening was the sight of giant eagles circling overhead. A short while later, a giant eagle with a wingspan of over a meter swooped down, its talons gripping a snake as thick as an arm and nearly 2 meters long, and soared into the sky. Just as I was about to take a picture, several giant eagles fixed their gaze on me. I cursed under my breath and immediately started climbing down. My phone still had no signal, and danger lurked everywhere. I realized then that I wouldn't be able to get out anytime soon, and with my shoulder bitten by a stray dog, forcing my way out now would be suicide. I returned to the cave entrance only after the giant eagle had flown far away. Lu Yeyao was pacing anxiously back and forth. When she saw me return, she immediately grabbed my arm, and asked if I was all right. I patted her to reassure her and told her that we needed to find branches and dry leaves to build a place to sleep. Her face turned pale after hearing this, and she asked if I had seen something. I said this place resembled the Amazon rainforest, but was even more dangerous. The plants and animals here were incredibly strong. Lu Yao panicked immediately, saying that she was never married and had never had a boyfriend. I quickly teased her. What's so hard about finding a boyfriend? There's one right here who's both handsome and reliable. She glanced at me and said he was somewhat reliable, but not so handsome. I was taken aback by her comment, but she finally laughed. She thanked me earnestly, saying that without me, she would have either been bitten by a snake or killed by something else. I jokingly asked her if she was truly grateful, but she immediately became wary and said not to even think about letting her kiss me. She wanted to save her first kiss for her future husband. I used a stick to beat the dead leaves ahead to prevent snakes from hiding inside, and Lu Yao followed behind. We found a lot of branches and dragged them back to the cave time and time again. She was so tired that her little face was covered in soot, and her clothes were torn by the branches and leaves. I told her to go back into the cave to build a shelter, and I went to the stream to call Gu Lingbo to do some work. He was surprisingly agreeable this time, and I coldly told him to find dry branches and fallen leaves. Zhang Yin panicked as soon as she heard that she had to spend the night there, acting as if she was still waiting to stay in a hotel. Gu Lingbo climbed the tree and took a look. After coming down, his face turned grim. He finally realized that this was not a place they could leave at will. Afterward, he followed me as we dragged branches back and forth. I also discovered a fragrant vine that snakes and insects avoided as soon as they got close. I used my military knife to cut a lot of vines and brought them back for Zhang Yin to use to tie up the shelter. After working for most of the day, the forest was completely dark. Zhang Yin had also finished preparing the rabbit. It tasted terrible, without salt or seasoning, but at this point, being able to eat was a blessing. I ate half a rabbit, then thought of the wild dog I had killed. Food shouldn't be wasted, so I forced myself to walk towards it, intending to drag the dog back. But before I got close, I heard a strange hissing sound coming from ahead, which startled me. In the primeval forest, even the slightest sound requires vigilance. I quietly crept behind a large tree and saw a huge bear tearing apart a wild dog. The stench of blood filled the air. I held my breath and quickly retreated, terrified of being discovered. What was even more nerve-wracking was that several wild dogs appeared in the distance, growling at the bear. I leaned against a big tree, too afraid to move, thinking that I was already struggling against just one wild dog, and with so many, I had almost no chance of winning, let alone the bear. Fortunately, the wild dogs seemed to have come to the bear's aid, circling around it. Enraged, the bear stood up and slapped itself, and one of the wild dogs tucked its tail between its legs and ran away. It slapped a towering tree, leaving a clear mark, and then grabbed another wild dog, crushing its skull. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I quickly retreated and fled. I only breathed a sigh of relief when I returned to the cave, still feeling lingering fear. Had I been slightly careless, I might have been killed here. I wonder if playing dead, as Bear Grylls taught me, would have worked. Back at the cave entrance, I heard a heated argument. Zhang Yin and Gu Lingbo were of one mind. They were definitely going to cause trouble for Lu Yao. I rushed in, and when Lu Yao saw me, she quickly came to my side, tears welling in her eyes. What happened? I asked coldly. Lu Yao said, they wasted food, and when I said one word, she cursed at me. I looked at the scene. A rabbit was lying on the ground, filthy and messy. I suppressed my anger and glared at Gu Lingbo. Do you know I risked my life to find food, and what were they doing? Gu Lingbo's face was grim, but he explained, without pots and seasonings, if it doesn't taste good, you'll blame me? I sneered. It's not the taste, it's your lack of responsibility. If you tried going into a wild dog and bear attack zone, you'd know what danger really is. Zhang Yin glared at me, trying to lecture me, but I coldly replied, Heaven is watching what people do? Your Majesty, are you even still in the palace? What do you mean? Zhang Yin pursed her lips and stared at me. It's simple. If you don't want to eat the rabbit, I'll keep it for myself. You'll have to fend for yourselves for tomorrow. I added coldly. During the search just now, I encountered nearly 10 wild dogs and a bear that could smash a person's head. Lu Yao helped me out, saying, "You risked your life to get this. They've gone too far." I sneered. "Don't worry about it. They'll pay for their actions." I continued building the shelter, choosing a corner of the cave, using tree trunks and angled branches to form a triangle, and laying dry leaves in the middle as a resting area. Soon, a simple shelter the size of a small tent was completed. Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yin came over and asked, "Do you want? Is there really a bear?" "Yes," I said without hesitation. "There are bears here, and possibly tigers, leopards, and pythons. You haven't forgotten what you just saw, have you?" Their faces changed, and they remained silent, embarrassed. Night was falling, and I crawled into the shelter I had built. It was barely warm, with withered leaves separating the cold stone ground and vines to repel insects. But the thought of Zhang Yin and Gu Lingbo also hiding there using the materials I had found filled me with resentment. Just then, Lu Yao slowly walked over, her face flushed, as if she had something to say but was too embarrassed to speak. I was just about to ask her if she wasn't feeling well when Gu Lingbo popped out, pretending to be a good guy, and told her to sleep with them, saying it would be safer with Zhang Yin there. Zhang Yin waved back, saying that she was wrong during the day and wanted to talk to Lu Yao. Lu Yao hesitated, but I could tell that she actually wanted to stay with me, but she was too shy to ask. I said directly, "Lu Yao is sleeping here tonight, don't force her." Her face flushed even more at these words, but she didn't argue. Zhang Yan's expression immediately changed, and jealousy and resentment flashed in Gu Lingbo's eyes. Zhang Yan questioned me, asking how a good girl who had never had a boyfriend could sleep with a man like me. I sneered and retorted, "Isn't Gu Lingbo a man too? We dated for 2 years, and aside from holding hands, did I ever touch her?" She was speechless. Gu Lingbo still tried to play the brother, saying I'd gone too far. I bluntly pointed it out. They'd been together behind my back for a long time. Otherwise, why would Zhang Yin suddenly break up with him and then marry him so quickly? Zhang Yin trembled with anger, accusing me of slander. But the stronger her reaction, the more certain I became that I was right. Lu Yao gently patted me, telling me not to be angry. Looking into her clear eyes, the anger in my heart slowly subsided. Lu Yao looked at me earnestly and said, "Do you want? I'll sleep with you. I trust you." Zhang Yin tried to persuade her to go, but Lu Yao refused outright. Gu Lingbo's face instantly darkened, his eyes like those of a hungry wolf, making me immediately wary. I let Lu Yao climb into the shelter, then used branches to block the gap and also to block the two men's view. Zhang Yin muttered under her breath that she was stupid, but Gu Lingbo didn't say a word. However, the chilling feeling he gave me made me realize that I had to be wary of him from now on. The night grew deeper, and the wind rushed in from the cave entrance, while mosquitoes buzzed outside. Lu Yao and I lay back to back in the cramped space. My arm was injured, so I could only curl up, and my hands soon became numb and painful. A few minutes later, she asked me softly if I was asleep. I said no. She said she wasn't sleeping comfortably, and I honestly told her my hand was numb. We were silent for a moment. Then I suggested we change positions, getting closer, and she softly hummed in agreement. We turned around and faced each other. In the darkness, I could hear her breathing and feel her tension. I gently hugged her and said that my hands were just numb and this would make me feel more comfortable. She hesitated for a long time and finally hugged me gently in return. She leaned against me and whispered that Zhang Yin had just cursed at her. I comforted her, telling her not to worry about it, that what that kind of person said didn't matter. She gently punched me, telling me to go to sleep. I didn't move again, just quietly held her. The sounds coming from outside, from Zhang Yin and Gu Lingbo, were unsettling. Lu Yao asked me worriedly if we could ever go home. I lowered my voice and said we definitely could. As long as we were careful, as long as we survived, we would always find a way out. She breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a hint of mischief that if she could get out of the house, she would consider being my girlfriend. I feigned dissatisfaction. Just consider? She pinched me and said that it would be good enough if she even considered it, and I shouldn't be too greedy. Just as I was about to continue teasing her, a terrifying roar suddenly came from outside the cave. My expression changed instantly, and the image of the bear from earlier that day flashed into my mind. It had actually caught up with me. I immediately lowered my body to protect Lu Yao and whispered in her ear, "Don't move. Don't make a sound. Don't make a sound at all. Play dead." "What's wrong?" Lu Yao asked me groggily. I immediately covered her mouth to keep her quiet. The next second, she also heard the noise outside. Her body tensed instantly, and even her breathing became shallow. Not far away, Gulingbo and Zhang Yin suddenly fell silent, with only their low breathing remaining. I dared not peek out. It was too dark to see anything, so I could only huddle in the shelter, hoping that thing would leave quickly. Lu Yao asked me in a low voice, "What is it?" Her voice was trembling. I hugged her tighter and whispered, "It's a bear." She wanted to see more, but I immediately reminded her that this wasn't a bear from the zoo. If you angered it, it could kill you with a single slap. I thought the shelter would stop us, but the next second, a large, hairy paw reached in. My heart almost stopped, and I quickly covered Lu Yao's mouth, forcing myself to stay still. The shelter was slowly opened, and a huge bear poked its head in, its mouth reeking of a foul stench. It sniffed around us, and I broke out in a cold sweat. If it were to swat us, Lu Yao and I would die right here. Fortunately, Lu Yao didn't bark or move. The bear sniffed for a while, then finally turned and left. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when she whispered, "Do you want?" It seems to be heading towards Zhang Yin and the others. My heart sank. People like Zhang Yin and Gulingbo, once they're terrified by the bear, will definitely run towards us, and then we'll be the ones who die. I could only grab the rabbit meat, preparing to lure the bear away. But as I was feeling my way out of the rock face, my hand suddenly touched something cold and slippery. I looked down and saw that it was a snake, half of which was tucked into a crevice in the rock. I was so frightened that I instinctively flung my hand away and fell to the ground. The fall startled the bear. It turned its head sharply, its massive body exuding a terrifying aura. Ignoring the pain, I scrambled to my feet and ran out of the cave. The bear, thoroughly enraged, stood up and let out a low roar. Just then, Zhang Yan's scream suddenly rang out. The bear immediately rushed over and overturned their shelter with a single slap. Gulingbo, naked, instinctively ran towards Lu Yao. I was trembling with rage. This beast was clearly trying to lure the bear away. Seeing that the bear was about to chase after Lu Yao, I could only pick up a rock and throw it, yelling, "Son, come on, your dad's here." I finally enraged the bear, which charged at me on all fours. I turned and ran, but the wound on my shoulder reopened, and my back was scratched by its claws, leaving several bloody gashes. The burning pain almost made me faint. I deliberately chose to escape through complex terrain, using trees to barely create some distance between myself and the trees, but my stamina quickly dwindled. Seeing that I would surely die if I continued running, I gritted my teeth and rushed towards a towering tree, climbing it with both hands and feet. The bear chased me to the foot of the tree, stood up, and swung its paws at my legs. I mustered my last breath and pushed upwards, trying to grab a branch above, but my fingers missed, and I plummeted downwards. At that moment, I thought I was about to become its midnight snack. But suddenly I stepped on something soft and stable, and I used it to hug the tree trunk again and desperately climbed up. When I looked back, I realized that I had stepped on its unretracted bare paw. I climbed up the thick tree trunk and collapsed there, not wanting to move at all. The bear below was frantically pounding the tree, its paw prints slamming into the trunk, but none of that posed a threat to me. This chase made me realize that this bear was far more terrifying than any information I had previously known. This is a primeval forest, a place that breeds dangerous bears, and is also filled with towering trees that can save lives. This forest is truly mysterious. As dawn broke and sunlight streamed into the forest, I lay on a tree all night, not daring to close my eyes. The bear guarded me under the tree for the entire night. I was hungry and thirsty, and the pain from my wounds made my vision blur, but I could only endure it. Just when I was about to give up, a tiger's roar suddenly came from the distant dense forest. The bear panicked instantly, ignoring me, and turned to run wildly in the direction of the sound. I guessed that it might have cubs there. I waited a while longer to make sure it wasn't bluffing before climbing down from the tree. What should have been a 5-minute walk took me half an hour to get back to the cave. My body felt like it was falling apart, and the wound on my back started bleeding again. Lu Yao's eyes lit up when she saw me return. Zhang Yan also whispered a thank you, but Gu Lingbo's face was very unpleasant. I didn't bother to look at them and just let Lu Yao treat my wounds. When she saw the several bloody welts on my back, her eyes instantly reddened. Without medicine, she could only wash the wounds with stream water and tear off a layer of her undergarments to press against them. When the cold water hit me, the pain made me bite down on the wood, almost breaking my teeth. Lu Yao said the wound was too deep and would definitely leave a scar. I forced a smile and said that a man with scars is a hero. She laughed in exasperation and said that I wasn't actually ugly, but I always had a fawning expression on my face. Those words pierced my heart like a knife. I remembered how I had humbled myself for Zhang Yan, forcing myself to become a different person. Now I understand that being with her made her who she is, but destroyed me. But my good luck ran out. In the afternoon, I was just about to go out to find something to eat when I suddenly collapsed and started to have a fever. My body was burning hot, and I could barely move. I could only rely on Lu Yao to take care of me. Lu Yao asked Gu Lingbo to go out and find something to eat, but he said that tigers and bears were roaring outside, and going out would be suicide. She angrily questioned him. If he hadn't lured the bears here last night, I wouldn't be injured like this. I didn't want Lu Yao to continue arguing with him, so I just said I wasn't hungry, but my throat was burning dry. Only then did she tell me that the flame fruit she had picked yesterday had been drunk up by Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yan overnight. A fire ignited within me. I couldn't drink the stream water now. It would only worsen my fever and infection. But those two good-for-nothings had drunk all the life-saving fruit as if it were water, and they didn't dare go out to find new ones. Lu Yao still risked going out in the end. Gu Lingbo pretended to stop her, saying it was dangerous outside, but I could see clearly that he wasn't worried about her at all. He just didn't want me to have water to drink and a chance to recover. Not long after, Lu Yao returned with several flame fruits, but she was limping. I forced her to lift her trouser leg, and I saw bloody teeth marks on her ankle, made by wild dogs. I looked at Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yan, feeling only coldness in my heart. If they hadn't been so selfish as to drink all the fruit, Lu Yao wouldn't have had to go out and get hurt. Once I'm healed, I must separate from that despicable couple. Over the next few days, my fever persisted, and I could only rely on the flame fruit to get through it. The nearby fruits were becoming increasingly scarce. After Gu Lingbo picked 3, he refused to share them with Lu Yao, even using the fruits to threaten her into being with him. Lu Yao returned to my side with red eyes. I asked her to help me sit up so I could finish the last half of the flame fruit. I knew I couldn't hold on any longer. My wound was bound to get infected. If I continued to wait, Gu Lingbo would only drive me to my death. I looked at Lu Yao and asked her seriously, "Are you afraid of dying?" Without hesitation, she said, "I'm not afraid with you here." At that moment, I felt completely at peace. Then, gritting my teeth, I told her that I had to go out and try my luck. Otherwise, I wouldn't get enough nutrition and my body would have a hard time recovering. Finally, she nodded. After making the decision, I prepared to take Lu Yao out hunting. Calling it hunting was a bit of a stretch. It was really a life or death situation. I was injured, and she was just a young woman. If we stayed in the cave, that beast Gu Lingbo would only target us. I planned to teach her how to set traps. That rabbit we caught before was caught using a trap. There are many animals in the primeval forest. I'm not afraid of not finding food. I'm only afraid of encountering wild dogs, or that still roaring bear and tiger. After resting for a while, I managed to regain some strength, but the wound on my back still burned like fire. Gu Lingbo noticed that I was about to leave, and immediately stood up, pretending to be worried as he stopped me. He said that taking Lu Yao out was harming her, but I could see clearly that he wasn't afraid of her dying. He was afraid I would take her away. In his eyes, Lu Yao had long since become something he could exchange for food. I coldly told him to move aside, but he kept rambling. I finally snapped after holding back my anger for days, staring at him and saying, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cripple you." His face darkened, and he finally stopped pretending, asking me if I still had the ability to do so. I laughed, Swiss Army knife in hand, my voice colder than his. "Try it if you don't believe me." Though I was weak, I had seen blood, killed wild dogs, and dared to fight to the death. Gulingbo was stunned by me and didn't dare to move for a long time. I called him a piece of trash and left the cave with Lu Yao. We hadn't gone far when we heard the roars of a tiger and a bear again in the distance. The sounds closer than a few days ago, like two monsters still fighting. The more I thought about it, the more something seemed off. Ordinary wild beasts wouldn't fight this desperately. They must be trapped somewhere and unable to get out, which is why they've been fighting for so many days. Lu Yao and I exchanged a glance and decided to go check it out. The journey was far more dangerous than I had imagined. Carnivorous plants lurked on the ground, and venomous snakes coiled in the grass. Lu Yao helped me carefully move forward, and we nearly stepped into a dead end several times. I tried to pick up a stick, but instead touched a snake as thick as an arm. The snake coiled around my hand and bit me hard. Luckily, it wasn't venomous. In her panic, Lu Yao killed it with her Swiss Army knife, but it also left 2 cuts on my arm. We then avoided the banded krites and king cobras before finding a bare rock to rest on. Along the way, we found flame fruit and herbs. Lu Yao applied them to my wounds, and the cooling sensation suppressed the burning pain, allowing me to finally catch my breath. I watched her eat slowly and couldn't help but thank her. She waved her fist, telling me not to thank her, saying she would have died long ago if I hadn't saved her. But I knew that by coming out with me now, she was entrusting her life to me. Soon, we finally arrived at the place where the tiger roared and the bear howled. Before us was a basin, without towering trees, and in the middle was a clear pool, as quiet as a paradise, but the scene inside was so bloody that it made our scalp crawl. A giant bear and a tiger were locked in a fierce battle. They were covered in blood, their claws tearing at their flesh, their teeth drawing blood, yet neither would back down. It didn't resemble a fight between wild beasts. It was more like 2 monstrous creatures that had lost their minds. I took out my phone to take a picture, but Lu Yao reminded me that even if I did, others might not believe it. She was right. I didn't even know if I would make it back alive. So what was the point of talking about becoming famous online? Just as I was about to set up a trap, Lu Yao suddenly pointed to the basin and shouted, "The tiger has been killed." I looked over and saw the tiger lying on the ground with a large gash torn open in its chest, motionless. The big bear also collapsed, dragging itself forward covered in blood, but it also collapsed after only a few steps. Joy flashed in both Lu Yao's and my eyes, but I immediately pulled her back, telling her not to rush and to make sure they were truly dead first. Lu Yao picked up stones to throw at the bear, but missed the first few times. Finally, a small stone landed on the bear's head. The next second, the bear suddenly woke up, struggled to crawl forward a few steps, and then collapsed again. That's when I saw clearly that it was bleeding profusely from its neck, as if it had been bitten to pieces by a tiger. With injuries like that, this bear certainly wouldn't recover. I told Lu Yao not to rush. We waited for a long time, repeatedly probing to make sure the bear was completely still before cautiously approaching. It was truly dead, and we finally saw a chance to live. These past few days, we've been barely surviving on fruit, and Lu Yao and I are both exhausted. She took a Swiss Army knife to cut up a bear paw, while I went to the lake to wash my face. The cool water made me a little more awake. The lake water was very clear, and you could see right to the bottom, but there were no fish in it. I looked around and soon spotted a small fruit tree with 3 shriveled green fruits on it, about the size of eggs, like kiwis. I'd never seen this kind of fruit before, but its color wasn't bright, and it didn't look poisonous, so I casually picked it and stuffed it into my pocket. Just then, Lu Yao suddenly screamed, and I quickly turned around and rushed over. She collapsed to the ground, her face deathly pale, and said in a trembling voice that the bear's paw was still moving. I looked down and saw that the severed paw was indeed still twitching. I tried to comfort her, saying that it was just a bodily instinct and didn't mean the bear was still alive. Before I could make another move, Lu Yao suddenly grabbed me again. Above the basin, 5 or 6 wild dogs appeared, carrying the entrails of an unknown animal in their mouths, staring intently at us. Without the slightest hesitation, I grabbed the bear paw, pulled Lu Yao along, and ran. Several wild dogs rushed into the basin to snatch the meat, while 2 others chased after us. I was already severely injured and feverish, and as I ran, my vision blurred, and I finally collapsed to the ground. I told Lu Yao to run, but she cried and refused to go. She slapped me hard and yelled at me. Where do you want me to go? Back to the cave to see Gu Lingbo's face and end up as his plaything. That slap woke me up. I remembered Zhang Yan and Gu Lingbo's betrayal, and how I had saved them only to end up like this. Anger burned within me, and I gritted my teeth and stood up again. As the two stray dogs drew closer, I shoved Lu Yao aside, gripped my Swiss Army knife, and turned to charge. At that moment, the stray dogs seemed to transform into Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yan, and all my humiliation exploded within me. The first stray dog lunged at me, and I dodged to the side, stabbing it directly into its body. It fell to the ground and struggled, but I held its head down and continued stabbing downwards, not stopping even as my left hand was bitten almost to pieces. A second stray dog pounced on me from behind, its mouth open to bite my neck. Lu Yao's scream made it hesitate for a moment, and I took the opportunity to shove my bloodied left hand into its mouth and tightly pull its tongue down. I was in so much pain I almost fainted, but my right hand kept stabbing wildly. The last knife plunged into its neck, and the stray dog finally collapsed on top of me. I completely lost my strength, and all I could see was Lu Yao's tear-streaked face. When I woke up, I was back in the cave. Every part of my body ached, and I had no feeling in my left hand at all. Lu Yao was crying beside me, chewing up pieces of roasted bear paw meat and feeding it to me bite by bite. But Gu Lingbo quickly walked over, gnawing on a large piece of bear paw, and sneered that he was sure he wouldn't survive, telling Lu Yao not to waste food. She tried to snatch it, but he pushed her against the cave wall. I was furious, but I couldn't even move. Gu Lingbo even threatened her with a bear paw, saying he would give her half if she was willing to serve him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's eyes wavered for a moment. I mustered all my strength to signal her to feel in my pocket, and she finally pulled out the 3 shriveled fruits. She peeled one open and fed it to me. The moment the fruit went down my throat, it felt like a fire exploded inside me, and I writhed and screamed in pain. Gu Lingbo assumed it was a deadly poison and coldly turned away. But amidst the excruciating pain, I clearly felt my wounds healing rapidly and my strength gradually returning to my body. When the excruciating pain suddenly stopped, I discovered that all my injuries had vanished. Aside from being covered in blood and extremely exhausted, the previous wounds seemed as if they had never existed. Before losing consciousness, I glanced at Gu Lingbo from afar, my eyes filled with icy coldness. I woke up feeling refreshed and completely rejuvenated. The pain and fatigue that had plagued me were all gone. The feeling that my left hand was almost useless, the scratches from the stray dogs, the bite marks on my shoulder, and the big wound on my back had all miraculously healed, leaving only a few scars. I looked up and saw Lu Yao leaning against the shelter, my head resting on her lap. Her eyes were weak, frightened, and tinged with despair. I smiled and asked, "Yao, I'm all right now? How long have I been asleep?" She sobbed and said 2 hours. I was surprised. Only 2 hours had passed, yet I felt completely refreshed. Lu Yao was speechless with surprise when she saw that my injuries had healed. At the same time, she pulled 2 shriveled fruits from her bosom. I smiled and said, "Yao, these fruits weren't stolen, were they?" She froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, it was these 2 fruits that had restored my astonishing strength. I asked her to take good care of the fruit, and her eyes welled up with tears. It was trust that moved her. Looking at her, I felt at ease. After all, she had never abandoned me when we were chased by wild dogs. I was blind to have liked Zhang Yan in the past. Now, Lu Yao is the one I can truly trust. I lay there for a while, reluctantly leaving the support on her legs. Suddenly, Gu Lingbo's cold voice came. "Lu Yao, have you thought it through?" I'm almost finished with the bear paw. My eyes narrowed, and I stood up abruptly, my aura chilling, my voice laced with ferocity. Gu Lingbo was holding half a bear paw. When he saw me jump up, his face instantly turned to terror. Veins throbbed on my forehead. I kicked him, sending him flying. He rolled several times before crashing into a rock and stopping, his face covered in blood, his eyes filled with the terror of someone looking at a monster. I stood there coldly, picked up the half-bear paw that had fallen to the ground, and handed it to Lu Yao. She looked at me, her eyes full of surprise and excitement, saying that I had been terrifying just now, like I had gone mad, but it was also very satisfying. My anger subsided, and I smiled and said, "Seeing him bully you, I didn't kick him to death on the spot. He's lucky." Lu Yao punched me twice, half-jokingly getting angry. I chuckled and said to her, "Eat something first, I'm going out for a bit." She reminded me to be careful of the knife Gu Lingbo had snatched, and not to be soft-hearted. I nodded solemnly. "The wicked will be punished by the wicked, don't worry." Following the trail of Gu Lingbo's escape, I quickly found him. He had already passed out, lying next to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan's eyes were red and filled with hatred. I coldly said, "Zhang Yan, get out of my way." She hysterically cursed at me, and I replied calmly, "Finished?" Zhang Yan remained silent. I glared at her and roared, "Get out of here. If I see you again, don't blame me for taking action." My voice shook the birds in the woods into flight. I was truly enraged. The true nature of this despicable couple had been completely exposed. Zhang Yan cried, saying she hoped I would go back to how I used to be. I sneered, "You're filthy. You've brought this upon yourself. You're not good enough for me." She froze. I ignored her and strode towards Gu Lingbo. Suddenly, he drew his knife and lunged at me. My eyes reddened, and I grabbed the knife, blood instantly streaming down my face. I slapped him across the face, knocking out half his teeth, and he rolled on the ground. My hands bled, but I didn't utter a sound. My anger fueled my power. Another slap, and he didn't even dare look at me. I stared coldly at him, tied him to a tree, and beat him mercilessly again, finally cutting off his genitals. I glared at Zhang Yan with a sinister look. "You can feed him, but if you dare put him down, I'll tie you up too." She nodded in fright. I ignored her and returned to the cave. Seeing Lu Yao, the anger in my heart completely dissipated. Lying down to rest, I said to her, "Yao, I plan to continue searching for a way out." She nodded, saying she missed home. I did too, but it was still early. We could only slowly find our way. I reminded her of the plane's flight path, and she said that heading west might lead to the wreckage and other people. I remained silent. The forest held too many unknowns and was fraught with danger. These are all just guesses. I had a bad feeling, but I didn't say it aloud. Since the plane was flying from west to east, let's not rush to leave. Let's look for the wreckage near the cave first. If they could find wreckage, lighters, clothes, and medicine would all be lifesavers. Lu Yao agreed, and she was even more eager to see if there were any other survivors. The more people there were, the greater their chances of escaping the forest. I planned to search slowly within a 5-kilometer radius of the cave. But just as I finalized the plan, a sudden, noisy roar came from the distant forest, startling flocks of birds into flight and causing the trees to sway. I told Lu Yao to hide in the shelter while I went out to investigate. The commotion here was too unusual. If there really was a wild beast, we had to know in advance. Otherwise, it would be too late once the danger was upon us. Before leaving, I found Zhang Yan and knocked her unconscious. I also kicked Gu Lingbo severely and tortured him with a wooden fork. Since I was going to make him suffer a fate worse than death, I would never give him a chance to recover. I'm not afraid of them retaliating when they wake up. I'm only afraid that if I'm held back, something will happen to Lu Yao. Now that we've fallen out, any unexpected event could put her in a desperate situation. Then I took the stick and crept towards the direction from which the noise came. The ground was covered with yellow leaves, and the sunlight shone down, making it look like a paradise from afar. But I knew that poisonous snakes, insects, and centipedes might be hiding under the leaves. I tapped the ground with a stick, trying to scare away any hidden dangers. I hadn't gone far when a venomous snake with a pit viper crawled out from the dead leaves, coiled up, and assumed an attack posture towards me. A chill ran down my spine. This snake wasn't large, but its venom was terrifying. A bite here was practically a death sentence. I immediately swung my stick at it, trying to subdue it and extract the venom to smear on my knife for self-defense. After being hit, it lunged forward with terrifying speed. Luckily, I kept my distance beforehand, slapped it to the ground with a stick, pinned its head down with the stick, and stepped on its vital spot. Just then, I heard a noise behind me. I turned around and saw Lu Yao rushing over. She said that as soon as I left, people came to the cave. They rescued Gu Lingbo and took care of Zhang Yan. She didn't dare go back and could only come to find me. My heart sank. The plane was mostly filled with relatives and friends of Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yan, including bodyguards, a boxing champion, and various other powerful figures. If Gu Lingbo were taken away by them, they would definitely turn around and bite us. Lu Yao mentioned her bodyguard, Uncle Wu, saying that after retiring, he had been following her old man. He was a ruthless man who had crawled out of piles of corpses and had even fought with special forces from the Golden Triangle. I was shocked when I heard that. If we could find Uncle Wu, our safety would be greatly improved. But we can't go back to the original cave right now. We have to find a new shelter. I squeezed the venom from the branding iron tip onto my Swiss Army knife, then cut off the snake's head and threw it away. Lu Yao saw the snake's head was still moving and turned pale with fright. I told her that these things can bite instinctively even after they're dead, so we must never be careless. Then I led her to the other side. She was worried that we wouldn't be able to find our way before dark, but I told her not to worry, that I knew what I was doing. Actually, I wasn't entirely sure either, but I had to appear calm and collected. We encountered stray dogs on the road. I pretended to fall, luring them to pounce on me, then stabbed one to death with a knife, kicked another over, stepped on its body, and slit its throat. Lu Yao stared at me for a long time and said I seemed like a different person. Before, I'd be exhausted to kill just one stray dog, but now I killed two cleanly and efficiently. I jokingly asked her if I was cool, but she used Uncle Wu to tease me. I know I lack fighting skills, but that fruit truly changed me. Power seems to be hidden deep within my body, slowly awakening, just not yet fully unleashed. Along the way, we avoided several more venomous snakes, and finally arrived at a rock wall. There was a small cave entrance there, big enough for 2 or 3 people to fit in, which seemed perfect for temporary shelter. Lu Yao asked me in surprise if I had been here before. I shook my head without explaining and climbed inside to check. But as soon as I crawled in, I was so frightened that my scalp tingled, and I jumped back out as if bitten by a snake. Lu Yao asked me what was wrong. I looked at the cave entrance, feeling like I'd seen a ghost. There was a little bear cub inside. As soon as I crawled in, it pounced on me and swung its claw at me. It didn't hurt me, but it scared me half to death. The little bear cub quickly crawled out of the den and stood at the entrance, crying loudly. It was covered in brown fur, chubby and looked adorably silly, but its claws and teeth had already grown in. No matter how cute it was still a bear, and it could still hurt someone if it really got angry. Lu Yao's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she insisted it was cute and even tried to hug it. I quickly stopped her, telling her that the thing was dangerous. But she said the bear cub was hungry, and its mother had been dead for several days. It definitely wouldn't survive if thrown out. I initially wanted to chase it away, but Lu Yao couldn't bear to, and finally suggested keeping it as a pet. I had no choice but to compromise, but I asked that its claws be cut off and that a makeshift mask made of dog skin be made to cover its mouth to prevent it from suddenly biting anyone. Lu Yao kissed me happily, and I instantly felt that this deal wasn't a bad one. Afterwards, I busied myself with taking care of the bear cub, trimming its sharp claws, sealing the entrance to the burrow, and laying down dead leaves to turn the burrow into a new shelter. At dusk, I prepared the killed wild dog, cut off the leg meat to roast and eat, and threw the rest to the bear cub. It was starving, and after finishing the meat, it nudged me and slapped my chest with its paw, almost scaring me out of the blue. Lu Yao laughed and named it Xiao Haizi, saying it was showing affection to me. I rolled my eyes, thinking that this spoiled young lady could be a real headache sometimes. If I hadn't trimmed its claws beforehand, this might not have been affection at all. The night was relatively peaceful, but the next day, both Lu Yao and I were covered in mosquito bites. At noon, she started to have a fever and became delirious. I wanted to give her the life-saving fruit, a type of fruit, but she refused, saying she would be fine after a few days of rest. I could only take care of her food and drink, and stayed by her side for 2 days. By the morning of the 3rd day, she finally improved, and I decided I couldn't delay any longer. I had to find the plane wreckage. Because in the past few days, I had seen the forest shake and large flocks of birds take flight again. That direction is exactly where we used to be. I guess Gu Lingbo and the others have already been rescued by the other survivors, and they'll definitely be looking for the wreckage too. If they take all the equipment from the plane, It'll be even harder for Lu Yao and me to survive. I fed the bear cub, sealed the cave entrance, and told Lu Yao to protect herself before heading west alone. Along the way, I deliberately chose exposed ground, avoiding bushes and dead leaves to minimize the possibility of being attacked by venomous snakes or insects. After walking for 3 hours, it was starting to get dark. I was about to head back when I suddenly stepped on something hard. Looking down, I saw a piece of plane wreckage. White debris lay on the ground, indicating that the actual wreckage was nearby. Just then, I heard footsteps in the distance. I immediately climbed up a big tree and hid. I heard someone say that they had found the location, that it was getting dark, and that they would come back tomorrow. My heart sank. They had indeed found this place too. As soon as they were gone and I climbed down from the tree, a chill suddenly ran down my spine. Turning around, I saw Gu Lingbo's face, distorted from the beating. He was staring at me with venom, a dagger already embedded in my waist, twisted violently. The excruciating pain almost made me scream, but I stubbornly held it in. Gu Lingbo sneered. I didn't expect that, did I? I stared at him, slowly reached out and grabbed his face, lifting him up completely. He tried to call for help, but I didn't give him the chance. He quickly started laughing maniacally again, saying Zhang Yin had long been his woman and that he had the video of their first time together. I coldly replied that only he deserved that kind of scumbag woman. Just as I was about to take Gu Lingbo away, Zhang Yan's father, Zhang Yuan, suddenly appeared and told me to release him. He advised me not to act impulsively, saying that murder is punishable by death, and that Gu Lingbo's uncle was nearby. Upon hearing this, my heart sank completely. Gu Lingbo's uncle was an underground boxing champion. If he arrived, I might not be able to stop him. So, without further ado, I grabbed Gu Lingbo and turned to run. Zhang Yuan shouted from behind, and Gu Lingbo even called me trash. I slapped him to shut him up, but the next second, a roar exploded from behind. Let go of my nephew. I turned around and saw a 1.9-meter tall bald, burly man rushing towards me, faster than I was. I looked over and saw the bald man throw a tiger cub next to Zhang Yuan. Then he sped up and charged at me like a madman. I instantly realized he was Gu Lingbo's uncle, the underground boxing champion who could kill a tiger with his bare hands. Just then, a sharp pain shot through my ankle. Looking down, I saw a venomous snake coiled tightly around my leg, its fangs already embedded in my flesh. With the boxing champion chasing me from the front and the snake venom in my foot, I had to make a decision immediately. I looked coldly at Gu Lingbo and said directly, Gu Lingbo, you're lucky to be alive. The next second, I forcefully snapped his right hand with a crack and then threw him at the bald man like trash. The bald man stopped and reached out to catch Gu Lingbo. In those few seconds, I forcefully tore the venomous snake in half, and with my legs covered in snake blood, I dared to run into the jungle, running as fast as I could without even looking back. Behind me came Gu Lingbo's frantic roar. He had no teeth, his face was distorted, and even his right hand was useless, yet he still shouted that he wanted my life. But I knew that for him, living was more painful than dying. I ran a long way before my vision started to go black, and then I remembered the life-saving fruit I had in my pocket. But when I reached into my pocket, I was struck dumb. The 2 fruits were gone. The snake venom had already spread through my bloodstream. My whole body was convulsing, and white foam was coming from the corner of my mouth, but I still forced myself to continue searching back the way I came. Because I knew that if I didn't find the fruit, I would die here even without Gu Lingbo chasing after me. I hadn't gone far when I finally saw the 2 kiwi-like fruits lying next to the tree stump. But I was already lying on the ground, barely able to move a finger, and despair instantly overwhelmed me. To make matters worse, a little bear wobbled over, grabbed a fruit, and swallowed it whole. After finishing, it rolled around in pain, rolling onto my face and almost crushing me to death. It also carried the last fruit away with it. I thought I was completely finished. My nose, eyes, and mouth started bleeding, and my body slowly lost sensation. But just as I was about to lose consciousness, the fruit rolled back to my mouth. With my last bit of strength, I bit down on the fruit and swallowed it. The next second, a wave of heat exploded inside my body. The snake venom was forced out, the wound healed rapidly, and the injury on my waist began to heal as well. The excruciating pain made me scream in agony. Before I could even recover, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest. Towering trees shook violently, and a massive, dark shadow charged towards us. The little bear and I lay prone on the ground, too afraid to move, until it sniffed around for a moment, then roared and fled. After I survived, I discovered that the little bear was actually the same silly bear from the cave. It seemed to understand me, clinging to my leg and refusing to let go. I had no choice but to kill a few poisonous snakes to feed it, and then decided to search for the plane wreckage overnight. I climbed tree after tree, using my phone's flashlight to search for clues in the darkness. After finding several pieces of debris, I finally saw a large grove of towering trees that had been knocked down a few hundred meters away, and hope instantly ignited in my heart. I rushed over with the little bear and soon saw the huge white passenger plane lying across the forest. But just as we were about to get closer, the little bear suddenly stood up and growled. I followed its gaze and instantly gasped. It was a genuine sense of horror and terror. Right there on the plane, or more precisely, on its fuselage. Moonlight streamed into the primeval forest, its silvery glow illuminating everything on the ground. Following the light, I saw half a black python coiled and writhing on the side of the fuselage, exuding a chilling aura. In the darkness, its length was impossible to estimate. It could only be measured by imagination. I climbed a large tree nearby and finally saw part of its body. Most of it was inside the cabin, while the rest was wrapped around the wing. It was as thick as a bucket, with over 10 meters of it protruding. The wing was severely deformed by the pressure. I couldn't help but tremble. The snake's strength far exceeded my understanding. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Recalling animal science, tigers, lions, and wild boars didn't even rank first. The most terrifying thing was the constricting power of a python, capable of crushing a crocodile to death. If a human were to be constricted, their bones would shatter, leading to suffocation, an extremely painful way to die. I slammed my fist against the tree trunk beside me, a wave of disappointment and helplessness washing over me. Having survived the danger to find the plane, I was now unable to get close. Fear sent shivers down my spine, and I even trembled slightly in the tree. But a thought popped into my head. Perhaps it was just stopping temporarily, and if I could wait for it to leave, I could get closer to the plane. Unable to suppress the spark of impulse within me, I decided to risk turning back. The little bear followed behind me, whimpering and clinging to my legs, trying to stop me. I ignored it, broke free, and continued walking. A few hundred meters later, I looked back, but it had disappeared. The animal's instinct to avoid danger brought me a slight sense of relief. Night fell silent, and I faced my fear alone. I took a deep breath and silently recited, "Whoever can overcome pain and fear can become God. I am God." My heart gradually calmed, and I carefully proceeded along the route I had taken before. Fortunately, the python seemed to have marked its territory, and I didn't encounter any other predators along the way. But as I approached the plane again, I noticed a large, snow-white tiger silently walking towards it from about 200 or 300 meters to the side. By the moonlight, I could clearly see its stripes, milky white base, and blue eyes, a rare mutation of the Bengal white tiger, the snow tiger. Its long, powerful body, every muscle displaying immense strength, made me almost certain to lose in a head-on confrontation. Just as I was holding my breath and staring intently, the giant python suddenly crawled out of the cabin, coiled its body along the fuselage, raised its head high, and pounced on the snow tiger like a cannonball. The snow tiger let out a low growl, but only twice before it was coiled around by the giant python and instantly swallowed. In less than half an hour, the snow tiger completely disappeared. The giant python coiled back around the wing, its black body blending into the night, showing no intention of leaving. My heart sank completely. I dared not approach and could only retreat helplessly. Just as my nerves were on edge, the familiar barking of wild dogs reached my ears, and I climbed the tree again. To my surprise, I found them gathering towards the plane as well. A question arose. White tigers and wild dogs, why were they all coming this way? Was there something in the cabin attracting them? Or was it that magical fruit? As I was lost in thought, a different sound came from amidst the chaotic barking of stray dogs. I immediately pricked up my ears, locked my gaze on the source of the sound. My pupils contracted, and my whole body tensed, sensing that a greater danger was approaching. I jumped down from the tree and ran frantically toward the sound. Lu Yao was surrounded by several wild dogs. Already bitten, her eyes filled with despair and tears. "Get out of my way," I yelled, lunging forward. The stray dogs, thinking I was weak, charged straight at me. I threw a punch, and the first one was sent flying, crashing into a tree and tumbling, its bones breaking as it let out a pitiful wail. Then two stray dogs attacked. I grabbed Lu Yao and punched the second one, shattering its teeth. I then picked up a thick tree branch and smashed it hard on the head of the third stray dog. With a thud, it died a gruesome death on the ground. The remaining stray dogs scattered in panic, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Exhausted, a warm current surged through my body. I knew the fruit was still working. I rushed to Lu Yao. "Yao, are you all right?" She nodded, panting, her voice weak, but it reassured me. She told me that Wu Jinshu had just been in trouble, and she had desperately tried to escape, almost getting caught. Luckily, Gu Lingbo and the bald boxing champion appeared, and she escaped unharmed. I clenched my fists, a surge of anger rising within me. "It's all right, I'll protect you," Lu Yao cried as she leaned against me, gradually falling asleep. I examined her wounds and found branding marks on her ankle. A surge of anger welled up inside me. Taking a deep breath, I hoisted Lu Yao onto my back, carrying several dead wild dogs, and strode towards the plain like a warrior. The forest was pitch black, and several figures were hidden in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the distance. Wu Jin, the bald boxer, and two burly bodyguards looked grave as they saw the stray dog swallowed by a python near the plain. "Is he crazy? How dare he get close?" Wu exclaimed in a low voice. The bald boxer also widened his eyes. "He's not dead." It turned out they had all witnessed me being bitten and should have died long ago. Carrying Lu Yao on my back, I tiptoed closer to the plain, observing the gaps in the python's movements as it devoured the wild dog. Taking advantage of its attack on its prey, I dashed 50 meters away, leaving only 20 meters from the fuselage. The python spotted me, raised its head high, and stared intently at me with its compound eyes, moving so fast I was almost invisible. I forced myself to calm down, silently chanting in my mind, "Whoever can conquer life and death can become God. I am God." I clenched my fists, carrying Lu Yao on my back and holding the dead wild dog in my hand, remaining motionless, sweat dripping down my forehead. The python stared at me for a moment, then pounced on the wild dog. I seized the opportunity and rushed towards the plain with all my might. My shoulder grazed a piece of steel, and a burning pain instantly shot through me, but Lu Yao on my back was safe and sound. Upon entering the cabin, both Lu Yao and I scraped our hands on the cracked steel, drawing a little blood, but our bodies remained relatively intact. Looking around, I discovered 3 eggs inside the cabin, where the python had coiled, and next to them grew a strange little plant, its starlight exceptionally clear in the darkness, as if we were in a fantasy world. I held my breath, watching to make sure it wasn't a hallucination, then slipped away from the cabin and continued searching for the mysterious fruit with Lu Yao. The forest watchers outside Wu Jin, the bald boxer, and the bodyguard exchanged glances as they watched me disappear below the plain, deciding to follow with their wild dogs and seize the initiative. They acted swiftly and ruthlessly. One man stabbed a wild dog to death with a knife, another killed it with his bare hands, ensuring each had a prize. Then the group headed toward the plain, their eyes resolute and their intentions clear. In the primeval forest, wild dogs were still recklessly charging towards the plain, one after another being bitten and swallowed by the giant python. Wu Jin, the bald-headed boxer, and 2 bodyguards took advantage of the chaos to approach. Everyone knew it was dangerous here, but the supplies inside the plain were even more tempting. When they were about 20 meters away, Wu was the first to burst into action. Despite being a cripple, his speed was terrifying, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The giant python immediately raised its head, dropped the wild dog in its mouth, and pressed its cold snake head down towards them. Unable to bear the fear, the bald boxer suddenly screamed and charged towards the plain. He raised his wild dog to try and block it, but the giant python bit the dog in half of his body, carrying them into the air. Wu cursed him as an idiot and seized the opportunity to sprint towards the cabin. The two bodyguards weren't bitten by the giant python, but they were pounced on and mauled by wild dogs. One of them, covered in blood, clung desperately to Wu Jin's leg, begging for help. Wu Jin, with a cold face, kicked him away, leaving only the words, "Useless." Just as he was about to enter the cabin, the snake's tail suddenly lashed out horizontally. He reacted extremely quickly, rolling over and falling to the ground to dodge, but the tail changed from a horizontal sweep to a downward slash, directly striking him until he coughed up blood and was almost shaken apart. Wu scrambled into the plane, leaning against the cabin wall, panting. He knew he had made a mistake. Of the 4 men who came in, 3 had died outside, leaving only him, severely injured, alive. And I finally found hope. After Lu Yao lay down near the glowing plant, her injuries began to heal slowly, and the cyanosis of her lips started to fade. I immediately understood that the wild dogs, snow tigers, and giant pythons outside were all after this thing. I dared not approach the plant, for the python's body was still coiled there. I could only turn the broken seat into a makeshift bed, place Lu Yao there, and then search for water, clothes, and food in the cabin. I washed off the blood and dirt, changed into clean sportswear, and found sausages and instant noodles in the food cart. Having not eaten anything normal for days, I cooked noodles while watching over Lu Yao, finally feeling a sense of relief. Just as I was carrying my instant noodles back, a deadly chill suddenly ran down my spine. I quickly poured the scalding soup out and saw that the person who had attacked me was Wu General. He was holding a Nepalese knife, and that last strike was clearly intended to cripple me. Wu pretended to be friendly, saying he was Lu Yao's bodyguard and wanted to get me to cooperate. He said that as long as I followed him, he could control other people with airplane supplies, enjoy the company of big stars and rich girls, and even asked me to hand Lu Yao over to him. I spat in his face and coldly said, "You think you're worthy?" Lu Yao woke up at that moment and weakly reminded me to run away, saying I was no match for him. But I knew that outside was a giant python, and inside were scumbags. I had nowhere to retreat. As Wu and I confronted each other, the giant python suddenly poked its head into the crusher compartment and rammed into Wu, sending him flying. He coughed up blood, got up, and turned to run deeper into the machine. I pulled Lu Yao along and followed, picking up the Nepalese knife he had dropped. Wu rushed into the cabin, but slammed the door shut behind him, sneering at us through the glass. I tried to break it open several times, but couldn't. The giant python behind me had already pounced a meter away. Lu Yao screamed and pushed me away. The giant python smashed through the cabin door and rushed in. I thought I had escaped unscathed, but the giant python coiled up and crawled out again, its cold head aimed at Lu Yao. I could only shout for her to go into the cabin first, while I grabbed a chair and some other items to distract the python. Lu Yao was so frightened she went limp, unwilling to leave me. I dodged the snake's head while yelling at her to get lost. But in that moment of distraction, I was whipped by the snake's tail and sent flying, crashing into the cabin wall, my vision going black. Before I could even get up, the giant python was already less than half a meter behind me. The next second, instead of biting me, it pounced, its massive body instantly constricting me. The broken chair was crushed by the force of the impact, and sharp spikes pierced my body, causing blood to gush out wildly. My breathing grew weaker and weaker, my bones creaked, but my mind was terrifyingly clear. I even had the illusion that the python suddenly released me. I fell to the ground, collapsing without any strength, and Lu Yao ran towards me crying. I don't know how long I was unconscious. In my dream, the giant black python was still tearing at me and coiling around me, as if it wanted to crush my bones inch by inch. When I suddenly woke up, I was covered in cold sweat and breathing rapidly, but I heard Lu Yao's voice in my ear. "Do you on? You're awake." I turned around and saw her face covered in tears. I was stunned. My first words were, "I'm not dead." Lu Yao nodded through her tears and said that someone had stolen the egg that the giant python was guarding, which was why the python had let me go to chase after them. She had almost thought I was really dead. It took me a while to process what was happening before I could see that the surroundings were still filled with plain wreckage. The 3 eggs in the distance were gone, and even the glowing plant was gone. Lu Yao told me that Wu had pulled up the plant before I woke up and left with a bunch of bags on his back. My heart sank, and I immediately realized that Wu Jin had also discovered the value of that thing. That plant could heal wounds from so far away. It must be a life-saving treasure. But just when I had crawled back from the brink of death, that scumbag stole it. However, I quickly suppressed my heartache. Surviving was already the greatest fortune. Now was not the time for regrets. Wu couldn't take much with him alone, and there were still a lot of supplies on the plane. We had to seize them all before the giant python returned. I had Lu Yao come with me to find the necessities: a lighter, warm clothes, protective shoes, and tools we couldn't be without them. We put on repairman's jackets, fire helmets, and anti-electric shock boots, so at least we wouldn't have to worry about being bitten by poisonous snakes in the forest. What surprised me most was finding a 2-person tent in a large suitcase. With it, I wouldn't have to be surrounded by venomous snakes and insects when I rested at night. I immediately stuffed the tent into my oversized backpack and continued to pack in things that could help me survive. Finally, we found a box of ham sausages, 5 lighters, 2 bottles of disinfectant alcohol, a stainless steel kettle, a cooking pot, 3 kitchen knives, 6 packets of salt, 20 packets of chili powder, as well as binoculars, a solar power bank, a grinding wheel, and a pile of clothes and other miscellaneous items. I had 3 fire axes strapped to my waist, and I also found a small chainsaw in the toolbox. Lu Yao even brought over the barbecue grill like an idiot, and I scolded her on the spot before she reluctantly put it back. She really treated this place like a vacation. After packing up, we reluctantly left the plane. Outside, there were stray dog carcasses everywhere, as well as 2 corpses that had been gnawed down to bones. The fuselage was also severely deformed by a giant python, a sight that made one's scalp crawl. As dawn broke, I led Lu Yao outside. We had only taken a few steps when we suddenly heard a noise from the woods. I immediately pulled out my fire axe, had her stand behind me, and kept her eyes fixed on the bushes, ready to act at any moment. Not long after, the bushes were parted, and the silly little bear crawled out. Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise, and I breathed a sigh of relief, then went up and patted its head. "You little rascal, you didn't run away." The little bear whimpered and clung to my leg, refusing to let go. I was speechless yet amused. Perhaps it was because both Lu Yao and I carried its mother's scent that it became more attached to us after losing its mother. After Lu Yao and the little bear had played around for a while, I looked in the direction of the plane, and my heart still ached. If Wu Jin hadn't taken that plant, everything would have been perfect. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. I shouldered the heavy supply pack and left the plane with Lu Yao and Little Bear. Surviving was already incredibly lucky, but I knew in my heart that the real danger wasn't over yet, because night was fast approaching. I glanced at the sky outside, making sure night had completely fallen before crawling into the tent. The supplies we'd scavenged from the plane finally came in handy. Lu Yao and I were no longer as disheveled as we'd been the past few days. At least tonight we could sleep in a relatively safe place. When Lu Yao saw me come in, her face turned red, and she asked me in a low voice, "Is Xiao Haizi settled in?" I nodded and said not to worry. I had already built a simple nest for it with branches and vines, so there was no need to worry about it running around for the time being. I looked down into the tent. A thick layer of clothes was spread on the floor. Although it wasn't a real bed, it was a luxury in the primeval forest. What startled me even more was that Lu Yao had only managed to piece together a blanket. Seeing her shy expression, I felt a surge of warmth in my heart and could only suppress my emotions and say, "It's great. Thank you for your hard work." She whispered that I should go to sleep, but then immediately explained that we didn't know what dangers we might encounter later and that I needed to be well rested. After I sat down, I pulled the Nepalese katana from my anti-electric boots and placed it within easy reach. Lu Yao saw the knife and immediately froze, saying it looked familiar. I told her it was the one Wu Jin dropped when he was hit by the giant python, and I had picked it up casually. Upon hearing Wu Jin's name, Lu Yao's mood immediately soured, and her eyes reddened. She said that Wu Jin had always been very good to her, and she never imagined that this man who had watched her grow up would reveal such a terrifying true color at a time like this. I pulled her into my arms, gently patted her back, and whispered to her, "It's okay. It's all over now. I'll protect you, and no one will be able to bully you anymore." She leaned on my shoulder, hugging my waist tightly, as if she had finally found the only person she could rely on. The night grew deeper, and the occasional roars of wild beasts in the distance only made the tent seem quieter. She was too tired and soon fell asleep in my arms. Looking at her sleeping face, I silently vowed to myself that I would get her out of here alive, no matter what. I carefully pulled my arm out and prepared to get dressed. This was, after all, a primeval forest, and danger could appear at any moment. I couldn't let my guard down. But Lu Yao still woke up, groggily asking me what was wrong. I said it was nothing. I was just getting dressed in case of an accident. She sat up too, and said softly that she didn't have the strength and asked me to help her. After a while, we finally got dressed and lay down again. But this time, I just couldn't sleep. In just a few days, my life had been completely turned upside down, from the plane crash to the venomous snakes, wild dogs, and pythons, and then to Wu's betrayal. Every step felt like walking on the edge of hell. I thought of my parents back home, and how they had humbled themselves before Zhang Yan's parents for my sake. If they knew my plane had crashed, they would be devastated. I cannot die here. I cannot let them, the elderly, bury their child. A strong will to survive surged within me. I had to live, and I had to live well. Lu Yao noticed my emotions and asked me worriedly what was wrong. I didn't say much, only telling her to get some rest. But then I remembered the glowing plant Wu had stolen. That thing could heal from so far away. If we could get it back, our chances of survival in the forest would be much greater. I asked Lu Yao if she could tell me more about Wu. Lu Yao remained silent for a while before saying that Wu Jin was the posthumous son of one of her grandfather's old subordinates. He was adopted by the Lu family from a young age, and her grandfather took care of everything from his food and clothing to his upbringing, even treating him better than his own son. Her voice trembled noticeably as she spoke. She couldn't understand why someone raised by the Lu family would turn out like this, why they could harbor such filthy thoughts towards her. I was just about to comfort her when a furious bear roar suddenly came from outside the tent. I immediately knew that something had happened to Xiao Haizi. I immediately grabbed my Nepalese kukri and said to Lu Yao, "You stay in the tent, I'll go out and check." She held my hand tightly, telling me to be careful. I nodded, bent down and crawled out of the tent, heading towards Xiao Haizi's direction. The night was pitch black. I slowly approached, following the roar, and soon heard the sounds of fighting, and a man angrily cursed. "You beast, I'll skin you alive today." My heart sank, because that voice belonged to Wu Jin. Chapter 28: The Death of Wu Jin. Having skillfully dodged Xiao Haizi's slap, Wu was filled with regret. He never expected that his carefully planned attack would be thwarted by a bear. Wu discovered Du Yuan and Lu Yao's whereabouts by chance. He watched Du Yuan and Lu Yao busily setting up the tent and witnessed everything that followed. All of this made Wu Jin want to tear Du Yuan to pieces. After all, in Wu Jin's heart, Lu Yao was already his possession. Once I've dealt with this bear and killed Du Yuan, Lu Yao will be mine. Humph. Once the deed is done and Lu Yao is pregnant with my child, the Lu family will have no choice but to accept it, and then the power of the Lu family will belong to me. At this moment, Wu Jin completely forgot about the debt of gratitude he owed his parents. The image of being second only to the emperor and above all others was already flashing through his mind. Hoo-hoo. Seeing the smug smile on Wu Jin's face, Xiao Haizi roared twice and slapped him again. This time, Wu Jin didn't dodge. He sneered and plunged his knife straight into Xiao Haizi's chest. A woo, a woo. Along with the little black cat's painful cries came a torrent of blood gushing from its chest. Go to hell. Wu Jin's tone was extremely ferocious. However, just as Wu Jin was preparing to completely eliminate Xiao Haizi, an extremely dangerous omen arose in his heart, and at that moment, the hair on Wu Jin's body stood on end. The intuition he gained after countless brushes with death made Wu Jin almost instinctively drop to the ground and roll twice. But before he could stand up, a sharp blade flashed past, grazing Wu Jin's scalp, causing a burning pain. You reacted quickly. Looking at Xiao Haizi lying on the ground, groaning helplessly, I was filled with rage. Taking advantage of Wu Jin's disheveled rolling around, I pounced on him like a tiger. I witnessed with my own eyes how Wu Jin plunged that fatal knife into Xiao Haizi's chest. While regretting that I arrived too late, I was also acutely aware that if I wanted to save Xiao Haizi, I had to take back that magical plant from Wu Jin. Bang! 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 Every kick I took in my rage was dodged by Wu Jin, and the soil beneath my feet immediately caved in by more than 10 centimeters. Seeing that I had stepped into empty air again, a brilliant idea flashed into my mind, and I threw the Nepalese kukri I was holding tightly in my right hand like a dart. Wu Jin clearly hadn't expected me to have this trick up my sleeve, but the intuition honed from hovering between life and death made him subconsciously raise his arm. Uft! The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh rang out, and Wu Jin's hand was severed at the wrist. Oh, as the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and the pain of having one's hand cut off is no less than that of having all 10 fingers severed. Wu screamed incessantly and rolled on the ground. Wu Jin, die. I walked calmly toward Wu Jin, as if death were descending. With each step I took, Wu Jin drew closer to death. Noah, you can't kill me. Du Yuan, for Yao Yao's sake, please, don't kill me. Wu braced himself with one hand on the ground and kicked hard with both legs, trying to widen the distance between us. You're thinking about Yao Yao now? I said with a cold smile. On the surface, I seem relaxed and careless, but in my heart I am extremely vigilant. I know how strong Wu is, that he survived even against a giant python. Sure enough, after I took another step forward, Wu suddenly grabbed a handful of dry branches and leaves from the ground and threw them at my eyes. I raised my hand and flicked it, and Wu took the opportunity to do a somersault and leap up from the ground, then stumbled away. Trying to run, I smiled and didn't chase after him. Instead, I took a few steps back and picked up the Nepalese kukri that had fallen to the ground. To find a glimmer of hope in despair, and then die when that hope is shattered, that's probably the most satisfying way to die, isn't it? It was pitch black. Although I couldn't see Wu Jin's exact location, I could tell from the sound that he was throwing his Nepalese kukri with all his might. The sharp Nepalese kukri pierced through the darkness, and Wu Jin's body crashed to the ground. When I got closer, Wu was not quite dead yet, and he was still twitching from time to time, while the Nepalese kukri was piercing through his entire chest. I crouched down, drew my general's knife, and a little blood splattered out. Huh? Why isn't it there? After groping Wu's body for a while, I was both shocked and furious. Surprisingly, Wu Jin did not have that magical plant on his body. I hurriedly searched again, but still found nothing. My heart sank. How could it not be there? Could it be that Wu Jin didn't take the magical plant? Or was it stolen by someone else? This possibility is not non-existent. The more I think about it, the more frightened I become. If it weren't for that magical plant, Xiao Haizi would definitely die. Du Yuan. Du Yuan. Lu Yao's worried shouts woke me up a bit. I glanced at Wu Jin's corpse, dragged it, and ran quickly toward the tent. Yao Yao, I'm fine. I've taken care of Wu Jin, but I haven't found the plant that can cure him. I briefly explained the situation and then ran to Xiao Haizi's side to check its injuries. The situation was worse than I had imagined. Blood was still flowing from Xiao Haizi's chest. I quickly pressed my hand against it, and seeing Xiao Haizi's breathing becoming weaker and weaker, I couldn't help but feel sad. Oh. Lu Yao ran up to me and exclaimed in surprise, her alluring red lips slightly parted, but I had no mood to appreciate it. Without that magical plant, and even without the magical fruit, if either of those were available, Xiao Haizi's life could have been saved. How could there not be? I saw Wu take it with my own eyes. Lu Yao's tears flowed uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears. This reminder suddenly reminded me of the scene when Lu Yao was being treated. I slapped my forehead and realized what was going on. Yes, Wu took it. That plant can heal, and it heals anyone within its healing range. Since Wu wanted to kill me, he definitely wouldn't have it with him. He must have hidden it. The plant is so important that Wu and Zhang's location must be very safe and well hidden and not too far from here. As long as Xiao Haizi can enter the treatment range, its exact location can be gradually pinpointed. The situation was urgent. Xiao Haizi didn't have much time left. Without having time to explain too much to Lu Yeyao, I quickly picked up Xiao Haizi. Which direction should I look in? I have no clue. It was pitch black all around, and it was pretty much the same to me. I gritted my teeth and decided to just leave it to fate. Guided by my intuition, I picked up Little Blackie and plunged into the pitch black night. Chapter 29, The Mysterious Little Tree. Wrong. That's not right either. Still not right. I ran through the night frantically, carrying Little Blackie, but to no avail. I began to doubt myself. Had I guessed wrong? Had Wu not hidden the plant, but rather had it taken away? Seeing that Xiao Haizi's breathing had become so weak that it stopped, I was extremely anxious. Although I haven't spent much time with Xiao Haizi, my affection for it is no less than Lu Yeyao's. Besides, if Xiao Haizi hadn't discovered Wu Jin beforehand tonight, Wu Jin might have succeeded. In a sense, Xiao Haizi saved my life and Lu Yeyao's life. For both moral and logical reasons, I cannot just watch Xiao Haizi die like this. We can't give up. I told myself to start running again. Time passed slowly, and the little black cat in my arms began to lose temperature. It's dead. I experienced what despair feels like once again. Little Blackie, I'm sorry. It was so difficult and so powerless for me to say those 6 words. My nose felt a little sore. I started carrying Xiao Haizi and started walking back. I took a few steps. Humph. A barely audible groan reached my ears. I paused, looked down, and found that Xiao Haizi's breathing, which had seemed to have stopped, had returned. Although the breathing sound was barely audible, I knew very well that my breathing had returned. Is this the direction? I shouted with ecstasy and ran forward, my steps incredibly fast, as if I wished I could sprout wings. 1 step, 2 steps. With each step I took forward, Xiao Haizi's breathing grew stronger, and its body temperature began to rise. The sky began to lighten, and dawn was approaching. When I arrived in front of a large tree that was at least 2 meters thick, Xiao Haizi finally opened its eyes. The wound on its chest caused by the sharp bend was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar, roar, roar. The little black dog growled and stretched out a pair of claws with clipped nails to touch my face. To my surprise, I saw an emotion in the little black dog's eyes, gratitude. Little Blackie, you're all right. I grinned and said that after a while. When Xiao Haizi had recovered, I put it down and looked at the big tree. Is that magical plant on a tree? For some reason, this thought came to mind. I bent my knees slightly, pushed off with my legs, and jumped onto the tree. Then I quickly stuck my hands firmly to the bark and slowly climbed up. After climbing for 2 minutes, I looked up and saw a backpack hanging on a tree branch not far away. Seeing this, I burst out laughing. There was no doubt that the backpack belonged to Wu. I was able to revive even the dead little Blackie. If I can get that plant, I'm sure I can leave here alive. Thinking of this, I was overjoyed, and I used both my hands and feet to climb even faster. 2 minutes later, I finally climbed up and could reach the backpack with just my hand. However, at this very moment, the little black bear standing under the tree roared wildly. I looked down in surprise. The sky was no longer as dark as before. I could clearly see the little black bear raising its huge head and waving its paws. Immediately, I said something to the person below, but I felt a little uneasy because I could hear the anxiety and fear in Xiao Haizi's roar. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It sounds like rain. Liquid fell onto my hair. I instinctively looked up and saw drops of strange, transparent liquid running down the tree trunk with a rustling sound. My hair stood on end. I'm familiar with this rustling sound, but such a loud rustling sound is enough to make my face turn pale. No way. Despite my panic, I remained extremely calm. I immediately reached out, pulled hard, grabbed the backpack, and then let go, allowing myself to fall from the tree. At that moment, I was at least 20 meters above the ground, about 5 or 6 stories high. Falling from that height would at least break my arms and legs, if not kill me. But I couldn't worry about that anymore. I knew that only by falling could I get back to the ground as quickly as possible. Besides, with that magical plant, I was sure I wouldn't die. Hiss. However, less than half a second after I landed, a dark shadow spiraled down the tree trunk at a speed that was terrifying. Giant python. It's that giant python in the plane wreckage. I never expected to encounter it here. Click. As the giant python moved rapidly, the branches of the tree were twisted and broken off one by one. I watched the giant python get closer and closer, its body as thick as a bucket, its cold, emotionless eyes, and its ashen face. "Little Blackie, run!" I turned my head and shouted down. I saw that little Blackie had already run away in a panic, wiggling its fat butt, without me even having to remind it. I didn't know whether to laugh or scold it. Hiss! I was getting closer to the python. Its forked tongue could almost lick my face. I could smell its disgusting, fishy stench. I knew that this time, I was doomed. Am I going to die? Familiar, beloved, and hateful faces flashed through my mind. My parents, their temples now streaked with gray. Gu Lingbo grinned menacingly. Zhang Yin was full of disdain. The stunningly beautiful Lu Yao. The next moment, snap, boom, the giant python twitched, and I plummeted to the ground. Pain. Excruciating pain. I know my ribs, and even my spine are broken, and I have lost control of my body. The next moment, I feel like the pain isn't as bad anymore. My body feels itchy. I think I can move again. It's a magical plant found in a backpack. At that moment, my will to survive surged up again. While my hands were still free, I hurriedly unzipped my backpack and took out the plant from inside. The first time I observed it up close, I realized it was a plant that looked like a sapling, lush and green, with only a few leaves that were full of life. I didn't care about anything else. With a little force, I kneaded the sapling into a ball and swallowed it in one gulp. Hiss! Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the python and saw that after I swallowed the sapling, the python seemed to have gone mad, its body writhing and turning. Getting impatient? Haha, even if I die, I won't let you get away with it. As I tasted the bitterness in my mouth, I felt a strange sense of pleasure. Without even chewing, I swallowed the whole sapling, and my injuries immediately healed considerably. The giant python had already swooped down in front of me, its blood-red maw wide open. I watched helplessly as it swallowed me whole. Chapter 30, In Peril. I opened my eyes, and it was pitch black. Is this where people go after they die? To hell or heaven? Why does it smell so bad? Wait, why do I feel like I'm moving? Memories flooded back, and I suddenly woke up. I reached out and touched my face. It was sticky, fishy, and smelly. I immediately realized that I was not dead. Could this be inside the giant python's belly? Soon, I made up my mind. Damn it, I never thought I'd be eaten one day. I laughed self-deprecatingly, without much joy at surviving such a disaster. My current situation is worse than death for me. I might be digested by the giant python and become its excrement at any moment. I was tightly wrapped up and couldn't move at all, but I could clearly feel that my clothes were being corroded away, yet my body was perfectly fine. I understand now. This must be the work of that magical little tree. Once I realized this, I relaxed a bit. That little tree is so magical, I might not die, right? Suddenly, the feeling of movement disappeared, and then the flesh and blood surrounding me began to move. What happened? A weight lifted from my heart. I wanted to change my situation, but I found myself powerless. Not long after, I felt a sensation of falling, and with a thud, I was slammed to the ground. It hurts. To my surprise, apart from the pain, I didn't feel anything else. At least, I wasn't injured. Hiss! A huge snake tongue swept across my body. I wanted to stand up, but when I saw the chilling python slowly moving, I gave up the idea. The next moment, the giant python crawled up to me and gently nudged me with its enormous head. After a while, it stopped moving. I secretly opened my eyes and was startled. Egg. The 3 eggs were the same 3 eggs I found the first time I went to the plane wreckage. I thought to myself, weren't they stolen? Could the python have found them again? This python is so interested in these 3 eggs. Could they be snake eggs? But what does it mean that it put me towards the egg? Oh, and that little sapling was also next to the egg. I have a guess. That sapling must have been very important to the egg, but I ate it. Does the python think I can take the place of the sapling? I realized that if that were the case, then my life, at least until the egg malfunctioned, should be safe. Realizing this filled me with immense joy, as it meant I had a chance to escape. I then turned my attention to the 3 eggs. Could they possibly be used to threaten the giant python? But I had only been staring at the egg for less than a fraction of a second when the giant python opened its eyes. Its cold and ruthless eyes were fixed on me, which made me afraid to move for the time being. Hold on, now is not the time to run away. I silently warned myself not to be impatient, because if something went wrong, I might really be killed by the enraged python. The python's behavior over the next few days confirmed that my idea was correct. Every time the python was about to leave, it would swallow me whole and take me with it. When it returned, it would spit me out of its belly, never letting me out of its sight. This went on several times, and I endured the nausea in my heart, but I still didn't take any action. However, in the past few days, I have also noticed a dramatic change in my body. First, my vision and hearing have been greatly enhanced. Now, even at night, although it is still very different from daytime, it no longer affects my movement. Secondly, I was surprised to find that my self-healing ability has become much stronger. For example, if I cut my hand before, it would take at least several days to heal, but now it only takes a few seconds to recover. Third, I lost weight, but this weight loss can be understood as a concentrated essence. Although the muscles on my body have shrunk by nearly a third, I can feel that my strength and speed have increased by more than double. I know that these changes were all brought about by that magical little sapling. On this day, when the python swallowed me again and went out to hunt for food, it encountered a formidable opponent. I don't know what it was, but from the violent tremors of the python's body, I could sense that the python seemed to be outmatched, and its coils were broken several times. The most dangerous time was when that thing slapped the giant python hard, making me vomit blood several times. Later, the giant python probably realized it was no match for the enemy and chose to flee. When I returned to the cave where the python had hidden its eggs and was spat out, I knew my chance had come. At this moment, the giant python was injured all over its body. Its scales had fallen off, and there were several claw marks more than 10 centimeters deep on its body. Half of its dangerously streamlined head had collapsed, and one of its eyes had been gouged out alive. What kind of terrifying animal could injure a giant python like this? While I was deeply shocked, I was also calculating the chances of escape. The python was badly injured, but not fatally. The 3 eggs were less than a meter away from me. If I could grab the eggs, I estimated that given how much the python valued them, my chances of escaping would be very high. A meter is a short distance, but for me now, it's the distance between life and death. I held my breath, trying to judge the python's situation more accurately by observing its current movements. Suddenly, the python moved. I squinted and realized that it was moving towards me. Clearly, it knew its situation was bad, and it seemed it wasn't going to give me that chance. How about we take a gamble? As the giant python drew closer and closer, I calmly considered my options. Without a doubt, this is the most hopeful moment for me. If we wait until the python's injuries heal, escaping will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But if I do nothing, at least I won't be in danger of dying right now. But if I do something and fail, will the enraged python kill me outright? To gamble or not to gamble? After the faces of Lu Yayao and my parents flashed through my mind, I finally made my decision. I'm trapped here. My parents' safety isn't a problem, but in this dangerous primeval forest, can Lu Yayao survive without me? The answer is obvious. When the bright red snake's tongue was only a meter away from me, I moved. At that moment, all the muscles in my body tensed up, and the immense power contained within allowed me to get up from the ground with lightning speed. When the python saw me move, it was clearly taken aback. It seemed that it hadn't expected that an ant, which it could crush at any moment, would dare to resist. It was precisely because of that moment of hesitation that I succeeded. When I saw that the giant python's only eye had lost its usual cold indifference, I laughed, a very happy laugh. Don't move. If you move again, I'll smash the egg. Chapter 31: An Encounter with Gaozheng. When I held the egg in both hands as if I was about to drop it, the python stopped. Seeing this, I finally felt relieved. As long as you don't hurt me, I won't hurt it either. I spoke each word carefully, staring intently at the giant python, ready to react immediately should it launch an attack. The giant python seemed to understand me, and even moved back a little, but a hint of anger flashed in its single eye. Good. Holding the egg, I carefully walked towards the cave entrance, and the python's half-collapsed head turned as I moved. Time passed slowly, and in this extremely dangerous situation, I dared not relax my vigilance in the slightest. And so, I finally made it to the cave entrance. The opening of the hole is less than a meter in diameter. I put the egg on the ground so that the python would have to remove the egg if it wanted to come out. Tick-tock. Sweat dripped onto the ground. I left the egg here. It's none of my business if you break it. After saying that, I took off running. At that moment, my desire for life completely unleashed my potential. I reached my maximum speed, and the trees around me flashed by. I even thought that with my speed, winning an Olympic gold medal shouldn't be a problem. I glanced back and realized that in just a few seconds, I was nearly 100 meters away from the python's cave. Didn't they chase after us? I was slightly puzzled, but my pace seemed to quicken a bit. Running aimlessly. When a wave of exhaustion washed over me, I knew that if I kept running like this, even if the giant python didn't kill me, I would die of exhaustion. I slowly slowed down, leaned against a towering tree, and gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the fresh air. After resting for a few minutes, although my legs were still trembling, I no longer felt exhausted. They really didn't chase after us? I looked back, and there was nothing unusual in the dense forest behind me. If the giant python had chased after me, the commotion it would have made would have been considerable. I don't know why the giant python didn't chase after us. All I know is that I have defeated death once again. Squeak. Suddenly, a rat-like animal scurried past me nervously, and I bent down and grabbed it. Better late than early. I'm going to eat you. I instinctively reached for my waist, but it was empty. There was no sign of the fire axe. It was only then that I came to my senses that everything on my body had been digested inside the giant python's belly, and I wasn't even wearing clothes. There was nothing there. But the joy of surviving the disaster is enough to outweigh the heartache caused by these losses. After a few quick bites, enduring the unpalatable taste of blood, I processed the baby mouse and ate it. The hunger in my stomach lessened considerably, but it was enough to sustain me for what I was about to do. Go find Lu Yao. I climbed up the tree, casually crushed a few tree snakes to death, then picked some leaves to make a simple garment to cover my private parts. Although it wouldn't matter if I didn't wear it, I was still uncomfortable being naked. However, finding Lu Yao is not easy. I was first taken away by a giant python, and then I ran around aimlessly for so long that I had no idea where I was. I could only rely on my intuition to navigate through the forest. After 3 days, I had gained nothing. Damn it, where am I? Enraged, I punched the tree trunk hard, making a dent and causing the branches to sway. The primeval forest is so dangerous. What will Lu Yao encounter alone? I try my best not to think about it, and I dare not let myself think about it. Suddenly, a pitiful cry came from the forest not far away. I immediately realized that it wasn't an animal's scream, but a human scream. Overjoyed, I immediately ran over there. As I got closer, the scene I saw made my pupils suddenly contract. Man-eating tree. Countless vines danced in the air, and several people were entangled in them. Some were lifted into the air, while others were dragged on the ground, leaving them with bloodied heads. On the ground, the only man who hadn't been caught was also in grave danger. He held a torch in one hand and a fire axe in the other, swinging it with all his might. With each swing, a vine was severed. Although it looked very brave, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot when faced with countless vines. It was him. I frowned. I recognized him. On the plain, he sat right in front of me and even clinked glasses with me. What was his name? Right, Gao Zheng. I vaguely remember Gao Zheng introducing himself as the general manager of a security company. To be honest, I didn't have a bad impression of Gao Zheng. Among so many people on the plain, he was the only one who advised himself to drink less. To save or not to save. Seeing that Gao Zheng was also entangled by several vines, I no longer hesitated. I bent my legs slightly and pounced like a cheetah. Throw me the axe. I was so fast that the man-eating tree didn't seem to react in time. The vines didn't attack me, and after I nimbly dodged them, I shouted loudly. Hearing my shouts, Gao Zheng was stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that someone would risk their life to save him in such a critical moment. However, Gao Zheng did not hesitate at all and used the last of his strength to throw the fire axe at me. I quickly grabbed him, chopped several times to cut off the vines that were entangled with Gao Zheng, then stretched out my arm, tucked Gao Zheng under my armpit, and rushed straight to the outside. The man-eating tree finally realized what was happening. Countless vines changed their attack direction and flew towards me, but it was too late. Thanks to the transformation by the mysterious fruit and the mysterious sapling, my strength and speed are now incomparable to what they used to be. Even with a burly man like Gao Zheng by my side, my speed is still extremely fast. The vines couldn't catch me at all. I started running at full speed again. Finally, they escaped the attack range of the man-eating tree. Brother, you can save me. When I heard a deep voice, I realized that there was someone still stuck under my armpit, so I quickly put Gao Zheng down on the ground. Whether it was because I was squeezing him too tightly, or because he felt it was too embarrassing for a grown man to be squeezed in such an embarrassing way, Gao Zheng's square face turned red. Gao Zheng took a few deep breaths, looked up at me with grateful eyes, and bowed deeply. Brother, thank you for saving my life. Gao Zheng's voice was extremely sincere. I smiled, then shook my head, pointing in the direction of the man-eating tree, and said, saving you is the limit. As for your friends, Gao Zheng also looked back and sighed. I know. It's clear that Gao Zheng is an honest man and not very good with words. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the man-eating tree, using this simple method to commemorate his fallen companion. Chapter 32 Survivor Team. Gao Zheng and I wandered through this primeval forest. The ground was covered with a thick layer of vegetation made of dead branches and leaves, which felt soft underfoot. Unfortunately, poisonous insects would occasionally appear, ruining the enjoyment. I learned from Gao Zheng that many people died in the plane crash, but there were also many survivors, and Gao Zheng is now the leader of their survivor team. Of course, my first thought was to inquire about Lu Yao's whereabouts. Gao Zheng simply shook his head helplessly, which made my mood plummet once again. Don't worry, Lu Yao is a lucky person, she'll be fine, Gao Zheng said after a while, but it didn't have much effect. I forced a smile and asked, how many people are left in your survivor team? Without a second thought, Gao Zheng replied, when we came out hunting, there were still 46 of them. I understand what Gao Zheng means. Danger lurks everywhere here. A seemingly insignificant mosquito could be deadly, and Gao Zheng has been away from the team for so long. Who knows what might happen to him? I remember you're the CEO of a security company. I asked casually, actually wanting to learn more about Gao Zheng. No matter what happens in the future, knowing more is never a bad thing. Gao Zheng didn't hide anything. It's not really a business. It's just that I started a small company with a few brothers who went through thick and thin with me. At this point, Gao Zheng's deep voice became hoarse. I thought this deal would be easy, but I never expected that none of them would be able to go back. I understood Gao Zheng's feelings, so I patted him on the shoulder without saying anything more. Suddenly, the earth trembled. I tensed up immediately, and Gao Zheng was also extremely wary, his cold gaze sweeping around. About 500 meters ahead. I pointed straight ahead and reminded them. Gao Zheng was extremely surprised, clearly not expecting the information I provided to be so accurate. However, after his gaze lingered on me briefly, he slowly made his way towards the bushes ahead. We both ducked into the bushes and, through the gaps, saw what was before us, and we were both stunned. Wild boar. A group of wild boars. Damn, there must be at least 100 wild boars here, right? Each one looks like it weighs 300 or 400 pounds. Gao Zheng took a deep breath and whispered in my ear. There's food. I took out the fire axe from my waist and started aiming at the wild boar at the back of the herd. Before Gao Zheng could finish speaking, I swung my axe at him. Boom. The wild boar I had aimed at fell to the ground with a thud, while its companions remained oblivious. In just a few seconds, I subdued a wild boar that could pose a deadly threat to an adult. Gao Zheng was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Gao Zheng is the kind of person who is ruthless but doesn't talk much. Although he hides it very well, his friends all know how arrogant he is. But at this moment, Gao Zheng, facing the seemingly ordinary young man who had saved his life, said with great admiration, "Du Yuan, you're awesome." I chuckled at Gao Zheng's thumbs up, and after the wild boar herd had passed, I emerged from the bushes and ran to the wild boar that was still twitching. I can handle these things. Gao Zheng quickly stopped me, forcefully pulling the axe that was firmly embedded in the wild boar's neck. Looking at the deep cut, Gao Zheng secretly glanced up at me again. Damn it, is Du Yuan a monster? He threw it so accurately from so far away, and it cut so deep. Gao Zheng muttered under his breath. He never expected that Du Yuan's seemingly frail body would contain such astonishing power. After handing me the axe, Gao Zheng tried to carry the wild boar on his back, but he turned red in the face after only a few steps and almost fell over. I quickly went over to help him up, saying, "Let me help you." Ignoring Gao Zheng's little schemes, I grabbed the wild boar on his back with one hand, lifted it up with the other, and carried it on my back. Actually, carrying a wild boar is the most strenuous task. Dragging it on the ground would be much easier, but the bloodstains left on the ground might attract other animals or poisonous insects into the wild boar's body. The shelter is just ahead. I'll lead the way. Gao Zheng quickly walked ahead of me. Half an hour later. That's the shelter? I said, looking in the direction Gao Zheng pointed. Well, it's fairly safe, but it's too damp, and it's easy to catch a cold at night. Gao Zheng shook his head helplessly. Clearly the conditions of the shelter were far from meeting his requirements. The shelter was located on a small hillside. The trees that should have been there had been cut down, and the felled trees were used to make simple fences to enclose the people inside. Although this so-called fence is easy to destroy in my eyes, it at least gives the people inside some sense of security. Brother Gao is back. Suddenly, a person stood up inside the fence and shouted loudly, followed by joyful sounds. Immediately, a group of people opened the fence gate and stood at the entrance. I was taken aback as I carried the wild boar on my back. Simply put, the beautiful women were too dazzling. There were flight attendants in tattered uniforms, their white skin peeking out from the holes in their clothes. It was breathtaking. There were also beautiful women in oversized men's shirts, their long, shapely legs captivating the eye. And so on, 100 flowers bloom. Why are there so many women? I silently added to myself. And they're all beautiful. Gao Zheng blushed, offered no explanation, and simply smiled and greeted them. Gao Zheng and I entered the shelter, and everyone crowded around us, chattering incessantly. Some women, in particular, clung tightly to Gao Zheng, as if they wanted nothing more than to be on top of him. I frowned, feeling very uncomfortable. It wasn't because no women were surrounding me, but because of the fact that of all the people Gao Zheng and his group who went out, only 2 had returned. The fates of the others are obvious without even guessing, so why doesn't anyone care? Gao Zheng also realized this, and his face immediately fell. He snorted coldly. Everyone move aside, and let Brother Du Yuan put the wild boar down. The birds and swallows dispersed. Several men with longing eyes for food surrounded me, seemingly wanting to help me carry it. I waved them off, squatted down, and with a sideways movement, placed the wild boar on the ground. At that moment, a series of surprised exclamations rang out. Who is he? I've never seen him before. That's not right. He wasn't among the people who went out with Brother Gao. Brother Gao, who is this? I glanced at the group of people indifferently, and was about to speak when I unexpectedly heard a familiar and melodious voice behind me. Du Yuan? Is it really you? I turned around and saw a surprised face. Chapter 33, A Restless Night. Du Qianqian was my college classmate and also Zhang Yan's best friend. She has a pair of extremely charming almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, cherry lips, a classic oval face, fair skin like solidified cream, and a tall yet curvaceous figure. Especially her waist-length hair, which was jet black and glossy. I still remember the first time I met Du Qianqian, the ticklish feeling when her long hair gently brushed against my face as she turned around. Qianqian, you're still alive? The moment I reunited with Du Qianqian was the happiest moment of my life these past few days. Du Yuan, I never thought I'd see you again. Du Qianqian threw herself into my arms, wrapped her arms around my back, and hugged me tightly. Du Qianqian's sudden action left me somewhat bewildered, especially the electric shock-like feeling when her little hand touched my smooth back, and the gentle resistance in front of me, which made me a little panicked. To be honest, I do have feelings for Du Qianqian, but these feelings are just the kind of feelings between friends. Especially after Du Qianqian learned the reason for my breakup with Zhang Yan, She also chose to distance herself from Zhang Yan. Du Qianqian and I hugged. Suddenly, I felt several unfriendly gazes. I looked over and saw that the men who had wanted to help carry the wild boar all had expressions of jealousy on their faces. Let's catch up later. Let me introduce you to everyone first. Gao Zheng coughed twice. Du Qianqian let go of my arms and left like a startled rabbit. Her beautiful face flushed. Gao Zheng smiled and briefly introduced my identity. At first, both the beautiful women and the men seemed indifferent. After Gao Zheng recounted how I rescued him from the man-eating tree and how I easily hunted a wild boar weighing 400 or 500 pounds from a herd, these people all changed. The way those men looked at me changed from jealousy to fear, and even to some flattery and ingratiation. The women, on the other hand, were even more direct. I received the same, or even more, warm welcome as Gao Zheng had when he came in. Several beautiful women, the kind that would make men vie for me in real life, surrounded me. Some were even bold enough to extend their slender fingers and draw circles on my chest, the ticklish sensation making me want to raise my head. However, when I saw Du Qianqian's bright and clear eyes, I immediately pushed them away one by one. Gao Zheng pretended not to see it and pointed at the middle-aged men, saying, "Go and deal with the wild boar. You'll have a good meal tonight." After saying that, Gao Zheng walked over to me and said, "Brother Du Yuan, go and clean yourself up first, change into some suitable clothes. That tent is yours." I looked in that direction and nodded. Gao Zheng and his group escaped from the plane, and since there were many of them, they took away nearly 80% of the resources on the plane, including clothes. I grabbed my toiletries and ran to the back of the shelter, where I started cleaning the stains off my body with a wet towel. After I finished dealing with everything and changed into some suitable casual clothes, Gao Zheng was already waiting for me outside. "What's wrong?" Gao Zheng laughed and said, "Waiting for you to eat meat. I'll also tell you about the situation here while I'm at it." I nodded. "Including you and me, there are 34 of us now, 9 of whom are men and the rest are women." I was taken aback. "How come there's only this much? Didn't you say there were 46? Gao Zheng said with a wry smile, "In the few days we've been away, Gu Lingbo and his group have taken quite a few women with them. Of course, they all left voluntarily, but this voluntariness, I understand what Gao Zheng means. This so-called voluntary act is nothing more than a transaction. Do you know where Gu Lingbo is?" I asked casually. Gao Zheng gave me a deep look. During the time I was washing up, he also learned about the grudge between me and Gu Lingbo. "I know the general outline." I nodded without saying anything. After we took a few more steps forward, a mouth-watering aroma began to fill the air. "It smells good, doesn't it? That old Lu is a Michelin 3-star chef," Gao Zheng said with a smile. As the biggest contributor to the hunt of this wild boar, I received the most meat, weighing over 4 pounds. I originally wanted to catch up with Du Qianqian during dinner, but I was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and I couldn't chase them away, so I had to give up. After eating, it was already dark, and it wasn't suitable to do anything else, so everyone returned to their tents. So many tense days had left my mind exhausted. After saying goodbye to Du Qianqian, I fell asleep as soon as I lay down in my tent. She slept soundly. In my dream, I dreamt that I left the primeval forest alive with Lu Yao and returned to city life. My parents were overjoyed to see that I had not only returned safely, but also brought them such a beautiful daughter-in-law. As I fell asleep, I suddenly felt a hot body envelop my chest. I immediately woke up with a start. I saw a woman crawl into my bed, press down on me, and her small hands were touching my face. "What are you going to do?" I rolled over, turning myself and the woman around. I gripped her wrists tightly with both hands and asked coldly. Although it was pitch black inside the tent, my night vision was also very strong after swallowing that mysterious little tree, so I was able to recognize the woman as the flight attendant from earlier in the day. This is a flight attendant who can fulfill every man's fantasy about a flight attendant. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice alluring. "Du Yuan, you're so strong. Do you like this kind of thing?" Looking into those alluring eyes, I suddenly realized that this was not an attack, but a gesture of throwing myself into someone's arms. "Why aren't you saying anything? Am I not pretty enough or sexy enough?" she said softly, her warm breath making me involuntarily swallow. Suddenly, her body, which I was holding down, arched upwards, and her long, beautiful legs clamped around my waist. It was a wonderful feeling. "Do you on? As long as you promise to protect me and give me food, I will do anything you ask," she added. These words instantly brought me back to my senses, as I was about to lose control. I stepped over her and said coldly, "Get out of here." She was taken aback, not expecting me to say such a thing. She wanted to say something more, but then she heard me counting down. 3, 2. Before she could even finish counting, she let out a soft snort and complained, "You clueless blockhead." Then she swayed out of the tent. After the flight attendant left, I let out a long sigh of relief. However, I didn't realize that this turbulent night had only just begun. Chapter 34: Mysterious Death. The next day, as I left the tent with huge dark circles under my eyes, Gao Zheng asked meaningfully, "How many?" I paused for a moment, then instinctively replied, "What, how many?" Gao Zheng smiled, and only then did I realize what he meant. I counted in my mind, 10. Last night, 10 women of different types, all extremely beautiful, crawled into my tent. Gao Zheng was taken aback. "So strong." I glared at Gao Zheng and said, annoyed, "I didn't touch a single one." Gao Zheng shook his head and patted my shoulder. "Just kidding. I know you're not the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in distress." As he spoke, Gao Zheng sighed again and said, "They are actually pitiful. It's not their fault." I remained silent. I understand Gao Zheng's words. When it becomes uncertain whether we will see the sun tomorrow, some things naturally become unimportant. Ah! Suddenly, a woman screamed. Gao Zheng and I felt a chill in our hearts and quickly ran towards the source of the sound. There was a commotion inside a tent, while a middle-aged woman outside the tent covered her mouth. "What's wrong?" Gao Zheng asked in a deep voice, then peered into the tent, his face turning ashen. The Michelin 3-star chef, Lao Lu, who cooked wild boar meat for everyone yesterday, is dead, and his death was extremely gruesome. His chest was ripped open by sharp claws, and all his internal organs were gone. "Do you on? Take a look." Actually, before Gao Zheng said those words, I had already gone into the tent and squatted down in front of Lao Lu's body to examine it. It wasn't man-made. After carefully reviewing it, I gave this conclusion with a grim expression. Old Lu died with his eyes wide open, filled with shock, as if he had suffered immense pain before his death, while there were no other wounds on his body. It must have been some kind of animal that ripped open his chest. "Who lives near Lao Lu? Didn't they hear any noise last night?" I turned to ask. "The people from the shelter have all come here. I want to see if I can get any other clues." In the crowd, a woman timidly raised her hand. "There was some noise in Lao Lu's tent last night, a rustling sound. I thought Lao Lu was secretly eating wild boar meat, so I didn't ask." I looked inside the tent again, and the half of wild boar meat that I had entrusted to Lao Lu for safekeeping was untouched. Suddenly, I realized what the commotion last night meant. Obviously, some people made the connection, and immediately, several women covered their mouths and began to gag. That was the sound of old Lu's internal organs being gnawed on. "Everyone, please disperse." Seeing this, Gao Zheng naturally knew that he couldn't let everyone panic, so he began to persuade them to leave. As everyone had almost left, that extremely dangerous intuition rose in my heart again. At the same time, Du Qianqian hurriedly shouted, "Do you on? Be careful." All eyes were on me. Suddenly, a ghostly black shadow emerged from old Lu's corpse, leaped lightly, and pounced on my chest. What the hell is that? The shadowy figure was incredibly fast. I dodged quickly, but barely managed to avoid it. The shadowy figure slashed my right hand, leaving a long, bloody gash, and the flesh was torn open. Gao Zheng reacted quickly as well. After I dodged, he grabbed a handful of stones from the ground and threw them at the dark figure. Despite Gao Zheng's full effort, the stone was still quite fast, but still much slower than the shadow. The shadow even turned back to look at me provocatively, and all I could see were a pair of scarlet eyes. Whoosh! The dark figure easily broke through the tent and slipped out. By the time Gao Zheng chased after it, it had vanished without a trace. Gao Zheng cursed under his breath and hurriedly returned to my side, asking, "Are you all right?" The shadowy figure scratched me with something, and now my entire arm is stiff, as if it's been given anesthesia, and I can't feel anything at all. Even more frightening was that the flesh on both sides of my wound began to shrink. Is everything all right? I answered uncertainly. Logically speaking, my self-healing ability should be very strong after eating the mysterious tree, which has been verified, but my current injuries are not slowly recovering. I had a bad feeling. I took a curved knife from Gao Zheng's waist, gritted my teeth, and cut off the wound and flesh next to my right hand. Seeing such a bloody scene, the women and even the men dared not look. I was indeed delighted, because after cutting away the flesh, I gradually regained feeling in my arm. It's all right now. I grinned. Gao Zheng glanced at my pale face and the beads of sweat on my forehead, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He turned to Du Qianqian and said, "Dr. Du, could you bandage Du Yuan?" Du Qianqian naturally had no objections. She came over, grabbed the hem of my clothes, and said, "Come with me." Gao Zheng smiled at me, and then he and a few other men took care of the funeral arrangements in old Lu's tent. Du Qianqian led me to her tent. I looked around the room and casually glanced at a few pieces of underwear in the corner, passing by them without making a sound. "Please sit down." Du Qianqian took out a small stool and placed it at my feet. I laughed and said, "Why are you still carrying this?" Du Qianqian smiled without saying a word, rummaged through a box for a while, and finally took out a first aid kit. "Let me disinfect it for you first. It might hurt a little." Du Qianqian gently held up my injured hand, her voice trembling as she looked at the injury where the bone was almost visible. I was a little surprised. Although Du Qianqian was a woman, she was quite brave, not to mention that she was a doctor. How could she be afraid? The next moment, when I met her eyes filled with worry, I felt a slight stirring in my heart. Was it because she cared about me? "Don't worry, I'm not afraid of pain." Du Qianqian paused for a moment after hearing my answer, then nodded gently, took out a bottle of iodine, and began to slowly clean the wound with a medical cotton swab. "It hurts, doesn't it? You don't have to bear it." Du Qianqian looked up, revealing a section of her fair neck. I was sitting while she was squatting, giving us a higher vantage point and a different view. I gritted my teeth and said, "It's okay. I can manage." Du Qianqian didn't say anything, but moved quickly. First, she disinfected my wound and was about to pour out some white medicine powder when I stopped her. "No need, just wrap it with gauze." In this environment, it goes without saying how precious medicine is, and since I don't need it, I naturally can't waste it. Du Qianqian initially refused, but with my insistence, she eventually gave in. "Du Yuan, you've always been like this, always thinking of others and keeping all your grievances to yourself. Aren't you tired?" After the bandaging was finished, Du Qianqian casually said this. I suddenly realized that Du Qianqian didn't seem to see me as an ordinary friend. Chapter 35. That moment of tenderness. Du Qianqian likes me. This thought suddenly popped into my head. Back in college, a classmate said that Du Qianqian liked me, and Zhang Yin would occasionally get angry and jealous because Du Qianqian was too nice to me. But I never took it to heart, nor did I take it seriously. After all, I already had Zhang Yin at that time, and Du Qianqian was a beauty recognized by all of us guys for her temperament. How could she possibly like me? But at that moment, seeing Du Qianqian's adorable, flustered expression after saying that, my intuition told me that it was true. She really likes me. Be careful not to get the wound wet, and be sure to tell me immediately if there are any problems. Du Qianqian blushed and walked to the other corner of the tent, squatting down to pack the first aid kit. Her perfect waistline was enough to drive most men in the world crazy. I turned my head away, trying not to let my gaze wander in that direction, and kept reminding myself of this. I already have Lu Yao. I can't be fickle. Besides, isn't Yao Yao in danger right now? How can I be so beastly as to be attracted to another woman? After several such incidents, my mood gradually calmed down, my gaze cleared, and there was no longer any abnormality. After Du Qianqian finished tidying up, she gently walked to my side and said in a concerned tone, "Du Yuan, you must be careful in the future and try to get hurt as little as possible." I grunted in agreement, knowing that this tent wasn't a place to stay for long, and that the shelter was probably in complete chaos right now. So I said, "Old classmate, thank you for treating my wound. I'll be going now. I stood up, ready to leave. Du Qianqian said dejectedly, Do you on? Do you hate me? Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I turned around, wanting to explain, but I was met with Du Qianqian's alluring eyes that could steal a man's soul. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere in the tent became slightly ambiguous. Du Qianqian slowly walked up to me, so close that I could smell her fragrance. I quickly took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Du Qianqian bit her red lips and stared straight at me. Du Yuan, actually I like. Du Yuan, is your wound bandaged up yet? Du Qianqian's words were interrupted by Gao Zheng's rough voice, and I was extremely relieved. If it weren't for Gao Zheng, I don't know how things would have ended. After all, I know what Du Qianqian is going to say. Gao Zheng lifted the curtain and came in. His burly figure made the already cramped tent seem even more crowded. Okay, don't worry, I'm fine, I quickly said to Gao Zheng. You guys chat. I have something to do. Du Qianqian's hard-won courage vanished as she ran out of the tent, her face flushed. Gao Zheng glanced at Du Qianqian, then looked back at me, and gave me a meaningful smile. I said, somewhat annoyed, Has old Lu already been buried? Gao Zheng's smile froze. He sighed. We dug a hole outside the shelter, wrapped the body in clothes, and buried it. There was no other way. The conditions were what they were. It's better than many people being left to rot in the wilderness and devoured by wild dogs. This topic was too heavy, so to change the subject, I asked, How did you find the shelter? And how did you manage to gather these people together? Gao Zheng said, That's a long story, let's take it slow. Sit down first. After we sat down, Gao Zheng began to explain. We were lucky, actually. Most of the people who survived the plane crash were alive. There were several like you who survived being thrown out of the plane before the crash. The probability of a plane crash is actually very small, but when one does happen, it often results in the death of everyone on board, which is one reason why some people feel that flying is unsafe. In this situation, I'm quite curious. Is it just good luck? That's impossible, isn't it? Gao Zheng shook his head. I don't know. After the plane crashed, my brothers and I rescued all the survivors from the wreckage, and then... At this point, Gao Zheng snorted coldly, extremely angry. Wu He and that Uncle Gu Lingbo are both bad people. They tried to do that to the women while they were unconscious, and after I stopped them, they even tried to kill me. I chimed in. They were indeed scoundrels, but they're all dead. Gao Zheng raised an eyebrow. Dead? I nodded and briefly explained how Wu Jin and the underground boxing champion died. Gao Zheng clapped his hands excitedly and said, Good riddance. Damn it. I was really humiliated back then, but there was nothing I could do. Wu and the others couldn't do anything to me, and I couldn't deal with them either. Later, Gao Zheng led the survivors to find a safe place to settle down. Wu followed them closely, always trying to abduct a few women when Gao Zheng was not paying attention, but ultimately failed. You have no idea how many dangers we went through on the way to find a suitable place. Oh, which is the location of our shelter. Wu and those bastards just watched. Not only did they not help, but they also attacked us from time to time. Gao Zheng was so angry that his face turned red. But I was also very vigilant and didn't let them succeed. Later, after we found this place to set up a shelter, Wu and the others also set up a shelter not far away. Hearing this, I exclaimed in surprise. Their shelter is very close to us. Gao Zheng nodded. Just go out from here. It'll only take half an hour at your pace. A few days ago, while I and some brothers were out hunting, they came here and lured several women away with food. Gu Lingbo seems to be there too. I could hear the helplessness in Gao Zheng's voice. Although they had taken a lot of food resources from the plane, with so many people, the food had long been used up. If it weren't for food shortages, they wouldn't risk their lives to hunt, and it's normal for some women to sell their bodies for food. Gao Zheng looked at me gratefully. Du Yuan, if it weren't for you hunting a wild boar, we probably wouldn't have survived and would have all starved to death. I waved my hand. You're welcome. I'll be back as soon as I find Lu Yao. We'll go hunting together then, and I promise I won't let anyone in the shelter starve. Gao Zheng grabbed my shoulder in surprise. Really? You're really coming back? I nodded with a smile. If I were to act alone with Lu Yao, the pressure and danger would be much less, which is why Gao Zheng has never asked me to stay. Now that he heard that I was offering to go back to the shelter, he was naturally very excited. My hand is injured. Can't you be gentler? I frowned. Gao Zheng smiled sheepishly, then said to me solemnly, Do you on? I've decided to be your brother. Chapter 36. It's here again. The injury to my arm healed faster than I expected. My right hand was almost completely healed after just one day. But a sudden downpour delayed my plan to find Lu Yao. I've seen heavy rain before. How heavy was the rain when typhoons came before? But compared to this, it's nothing. The torrential rain caused floods that snapped countless towering trees in half, and powerful animals such as bears and cheetahs struggled in the floodwaters from time to time. There was even a python that was thicker than the giant python that attacked me that was swept away. If I leave the shelter now, the danger will increase exponentially. As the floodwaters rose higher and higher, I became increasingly worried about Lu Yao. Gao Zheng lifted the tent flap and crawled in. Seeing that I looked downcast, he patted my shoulder and comforted me. Lu Yao is very smart. Don't worry, she will protect herself. I forced a smile and didn't reply. Gao Zheng then asked, There's something I've been wanting to ask. Yesterday you fought the animal that killed Lao Lu. How did it feel? A ghostly black shadow flashed through my mind. I shook my head. It's very strange, and it's so fast that I can't even see what it looks like. Its claws are also poisonous. Gao Zheng's expression turned serious when he saw how wary I was of it. Old Lu is dead. We don't even know what killed him, brother. I'm a little worried. Gao Zheng was worried that Lao Lu's story would repeat itself. I had the same worry as him, as did everyone in the shelter. Nobody wanted to be silently killed and gutted in their sleep. Right now, people in the shelter are filled with fear and anxiety. Should we gather everyone together in the evening? That way, we can respond to any problems promptly. Gao Zheng suggested. I was a little surprised, since there were mostly women in the shelter, and it might be inconvenient. Don't worry, everyone agrees. And with you and me watching over things, no one will dare to do anything reckless. Gao Zheng noticed my hesitation and explained, When even life can't be guaranteed, many things that we usually value become meaningless. Since Gao Zheng has said so, I naturally won't object. Under Gao Zheng's command, everyone at the shelter got busy, and the tents were connected together. By the time they finished this task, night had fallen. Whether intentionally or by chance, Du Qianqian's bed was arranged next to mine. The flight attendant who was the first to crawl into my tent last night originally wanted to sleep next to me. But under Gao Zheng's sharp gaze, she couldn't leave reluctantly, but the bed she found wasn't too far from me. My injury has healed, but Du Qianqian is still a little worried and won't let me move. She bent over and helped me make up the bed. Looking at her beautiful curves, I remembered the scene from yesterday. After making the bed, Du Qianqian sat down next to me, not too far away, but close enough for me to smell her faint fragrance. Are you hungry? I have a bag of cookies here. Just as I was wondering what to say, Du Qianqian turned slightly to the side and pulled out a bag of chocolate cookies from somewhere. You still have cookies? My eyes lit up. The wild boar I hunted yesterday weighed 400 or 500 pounds, but with so many people in the shelter, we ate a quarter of it yesterday, and the rest was kept by Lao Lu. But after his accident, no one dared to eat it, fearing that the wild boar meat might have been contaminated with the animal's poison. So there wasn't enough food. Everyone only ate a little bit today, which wasn't even enough to fill me up, let alone fill me up. I took the cookie and felt the lingering warmth on it. My hand recoiled as if I'd been electrocuted. Du Qianqian was wearing a cream-colored t-shirt and tight jeans. I know exactly where the biscuits were, the kind of place that could hide them and keep them warm. The packaging was intact and clean. Du Qianqian's beautiful face was slightly flushed under the cover of night, as if flickering with candlelight. No need, you keep it. It might save your life sometime. I waved my hand in refusal, and Du Qianqian didn't insist. I'm going to sleep now. I'm not feeling well today, Du Qianqian said softly. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly asked, Where does it hurt? Do you want me to take a look? Du Qianqian blushed deeply upon hearing this. She glared at me, turned around, and crawled into bed, her body trembling as if she were thinking. I then realized what she meant by feeling unwell, and chuckled awkwardly. Sorry. I'm here. You can sleep peacefully. Du Qianqian responded with a soft, that was barely audible. I lay down and closed my eyes. The night grew deeper. There was a steady snoring sound, but I just couldn't fall asleep. I'm worried about Lu Yao, worried that something might happen tonight. Sudden, I heard a rustling sound and immediately sat up, taking in the scene inside the large tent. Gao Zheng, on the other end, also sat up. What's wrong? Perhaps startled by my movements, Du Qianqian gripped my clothes tightly with her small hands. Watch out, I whispered a reminder, then bent over and slowly crawled toward the source of the sound. It wasn't far from me, only about 10 meters away, but as I slowly climbed up, I woke up many people. After all, in such an environment, very few people can sleep soundly. Shoo! I put my index finger to my lips to signal everyone to be quiet. Although they were all obedient, I could clearly feel the fear and helplessness in their hearts. Finally, I climbed up there. The person sleeping here is a middle-aged man. I remember him. He seems to be a friend of Gu Lingbo's father, a billionaire, a successful person. At this moment, the clothes in front of this successful man were stretched out, and the protrusions kept changing, but he did not react at all. Just as I crawled a little further forward, an animal about the size of a newborn baby tore through his clothes and stood upright on his stomach. I finally saw what it was, a ferocious and ugly animal. Its fur is jet black, and its general appearance is somewhat similar to that of a rat. But it had no ears on its head, and a pair of scarlet eyes the size of soybeans were exactly the same as the ones I had seen during the day. Below the eyes, there was no nose, but a long, sharp beak, which was now covered with red blood and some broken pieces of dirt. That's it. I am absolutely certain that this is the same animal I fought during the day, the animal that killed Lao Lu. It's here again. Chapter 37. People in Panic. It must be killed. I slowly raised my upper body, gripped the ground tightly with my toes, bent my knees, and shot out like an arrow. Whoosh. To my surprise, it didn't seem afraid of me at all. A human-like glint flashed in its eyes, which I recognized as disdain. Squeak. It barked twice, the sound piercing, like chalk being forcefully scribbled across glass. It felt like my eardrums were about to be punctured. What the hell is this thing? In a fit of terror, I cursed and forced myself to pounce on the body, but just as I was about to succeed, it burrowed into the billionaire's corpse. Gao Zheng, help! I shouted, and Gao Zheng, who had been preparing for a long time not far away, also rushed over. What to do? Gao Zheng's deep voice carried a hint of anger. I said, stay by the body. I don't believe it won't come out. Then I turned to the women who were terrified and said, someone get a flashlight. The reason they needed flashlights was because Gao Zheng lacked night vision, which would affect his reaction time. But to my disappointment, both the women and the few men seemed terrified and dared not come closer. Only Du Qianqian walked over shakily with a flashlight. She was very scared, but she suppressed her fear in order to help me. I didn't dare let Du Qianqian get too close, so I could only let Gao Zheng go and get it. But just as Gao Zheng took a step, I heard a snap. The corpse's head exploded like a watermelon, spraying me with sticky liquid, and it quickly emerged from where the head had been. I didn't have time to wipe off the stuff on my body. I hurriedly chased after it, but I was still slower than it. I could only watch helplessly as the culprit leaped over the fence and disappeared without a trace. What the hell is this thing? How is it so powerful? I gritted my teeth and cursed. Although it didn't make me feel powerless like the giant python I had encountered before, the danger it brought was no less than that of the giant python. If we personify them, the python would be a warrior confronting you head-on, while it would be an assassin lurking in the shadows, launching a fatal attack when you least expect it. Gao Zheng followed closely behind, and seeing my angry expression, he understood that it had escaped again. Something's going to happen, Gao Zheng suddenly said. What? I was confused. Gao Zheng pointed to the headless corpse in the shelter, as well as the living people. I turned around and heard terrified screams and a woman's cries. It was a night when no one could sleep. To be precise, no one dared to sleep, except for Du Qianqian, whom I had finally managed to calm down, but who then fell into a deep sleep from being too frightened. Nobody knows if it will come again. The sky was beginning to lighten with the first light of dawn. But the survivors in the shelter saw no light at the end of the tunnel, and despair was spreading. If Chef Lu's death was due to a complete lack of precaution, what about the previous billionaire? He died in front of everyone, without even a proper burial. Some people were crying, some were numb, and some even cursed at Gu Lingbo. That son of a bitch Gu Lingbo. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up here. He insisted on having my wedding on the plane. Isn't it all just to show off? I'm showing off him. When I see Gu Lingbo again, I'm going to kill him. There's not a single good person in the Gu family. I cursed their entire family to die. That night, I learned many kinds of swear words. I also noticed something. The way the living looked at me and Gao Zheng was no longer as respectful and ardent as before. It even carried a hint of doubt. I think if it weren't for the fact that Gao Zheng and I still have some deterrent power, we would probably be the ones being scolded too. I still remember the shock and joy they felt when they heard that I could easily hunt wild boars weighing 400 or 500 pounds when I first arrived at the shelter. I don't care about this change, but Gao Zheng is very upset. Take a rest, otherwise you won't have the energy to protect Du Qianqian, Gao Zheng said, pointing to the sleeping Du Qianqian. I comforted her, saying, don't blame yourself too much, actually. Gao Zheng knew what I was going to say, waved his hand, and said, don't say these things, it's meaningless. Everyone survived the plane crash with great difficulty. I should do my part as much as I can. I didn't reply, walked to my bed and lay down. After a night of torment, I was exhausted, my eyelids were drooping, and I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. I don't know how long I slept. Suddenly, a loud argument broke out. I opened my eyes, and it was already fully light. I turned around and saw Gao Zheng, his face flushed, grabbing a young man by the neck and speaking fiercely. Behind Gao Zheng, a young woman was disheveled and trembling, while the others stood on both sides, watching the show. You're awake? It's still early. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Du Qianqian said gently beside me. I shook my head and asked, what happened? Du Qianqian said through gritted teeth, that man is a beast. He just tried to defile that woman, but luckily Gao Zheng discovered it. So that's how it is. I'm also dissatisfied. What kind of time is this to be? How can something like this still happen internally? I'll go take a look. I stood up and walked towards Gao Zheng, with Du Qianqian following shyly behind me. Snap! Gao Zheng finally couldn't hold back and slapped the young man, saying sternly, Gu Yaozu, if you don't want to live, then go die. Don't harm others here. Gao Zheng showed no mercy. With one slap, half of Gu Yaozu's face swelled up. He spat at Gao Zheng, and what came out, besides bloody phlegm, were 2 or 3 teeth. Gao Zheng, what are you pretending to be, this moral gentleman? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. We're both men. Are you too ashamed to admit it? Don't you have any dirty thoughts about these beautiful women? Otherwise, why are you protecting them? Isn't it just because you want to get them? Since we're all going to die anyway, what's wrong with letting me have some fun before I die? Can't we all have fun together? Oh, I see. So you don't like being forced, and you prefer to take the initiative to throw yourself into someone's arms, right? Who are you trying to fool with this righteous act? Gu Yaozu still acted so self-righteous, which made me furious. Although I haven't known Gao Zheng for long, I trust my judgment. Gao Zheng is a person full of a sense of justice, and that can't be wrong. Before Gao Zheng could refute, I kicked Gu Yaozu in the chest, sending him tumbling several times on the ground. You're wicked to the core, yet you slander others. You're truly evil to the core, I said coldly, making no attempt to hide my disgust for Gu Yaozu. Well done. The beautiful women around me applauded and cheered for me. Chapter 38, Gu Lingbo's Heir. Besides Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yan, Gu Yaozu is the third person I dislike so much. Gao Zheng protected him without asking for anything in return, yet he not only showed no gratitude, but also said such hurtful things. This once again showed me the vicious side of human nature. One kick wasn't enough to vent my anger, and I wanted to kick him again, but Gao Zheng quickly stopped me. Do you on? Don't kick him. If you kick him again, he'll die. I suddenly felt a surge of exasperation and scolded. What kind of time is this to be so soft-hearted? Lao Gao, I know you have a sense of justice, but this isn't how you use it. He just cursed at me a couple of times and gave me a lesson. That's enough. It's not a capital offense, is it? Gao Zheng said to me with a smile. At this moment, in my mind, Gao Zheng's labels, besides his almost pedantic integrity, also include being kind-hearted and soft-hearted. I find it hard to imagine why Gao Zheng, who has experienced so much life and death and witnessed so much bloodshed, would still retain this kind of personality. Of course, I know that Gao Zheng's personality isn't necessarily bad. However, this is not suitable for the dog-eat-dog world of the primeval forest. But since Gao Zheng had already said that, I didn't want to offend him, so I withdrew my foot. However, I was still angry, so my tone was naturally cold. Then what do you plan to do with him? Gao Zheng thought for a moment. Kick him out of the shelter. I nodded. If Gao Zheng still lets the young man stay here, I will no longer give him any face. Okay, whatever you say. I turned and left. When Gu Yaozu heard our decision, he was stunned. After a long while, he screamed, "It's so dangerous outside. Are you trying to kill me by kicking me out? No way. You can't kick me out. What right do you have to kick me out? I also contributed to the establishment of this shelter. Gao Zheng, you can't kick me out." Perhaps because of this, or perhaps because Gao Zheng realized his previous mistake. This time, his actions were clean and efficient. He picked up Gu Yaozu like a kitten and carried him to the outside of the shelter's fence, then threw him out. "If you dare to step over the fence, I'll kill you. Don't doubt my words," Gao Zheng said coldly. Gu Yaozu was clearly all bark and no bite. Sensing the murderous intent in Gao Zheng's tone, he didn't dare to even utter a curse, let alone cross the fence. Once outside the shelter, Gu Yaozu realized how safe and warm it was. The cold wind was howling outside, making him feel terribly cold. Gu Yaozu knew that if he couldn't go into the shelter and stayed outside, he would freeze to death, even if he wasn't killed by wild beasts. Humph, if this place doesn't want me, there are plenty of other places that will. Gao Zheng, and that Du Yuan, you just wait. Gu Yaozu glanced into the shelter, his eyes filled with malice and resentment. Gu Yaozu turned and left. As can be seen from Gu Yaozu's name, he was related to the Gu family, and that was indeed the case. Gu Yaozu is Gu Lingbo's distant cousin. Although they are not particularly close, they are still related by blood. When Gu Lingbo brought people to the shelter to take them away before, he also suggested taking Gu Yaozu with him. However, Gu Yaozu felt that Gao Zheng had many beautiful women and was strong in combat, so he rejected Gu Lingbo. Now, he had no choice but to go to Gu Lingbo's place. Although Gu Yaozu had never been to Gu Lingbo's place, he had roughly heard of its location, which wasn't too far. As he left, braving the freezing wind and nearly freezing to death, he saw several green tents and was overjoyed. Gu Yaozu stumbled and ran toward the tents, just in time to see Zhang Yin come out of one of the tents. He was so happy that tears streamed down his face. "Sister-in-law," Gu Yaozu said aggrievedly, but Zhang Yin just stared at him blankly, straightened her clothes, and went into another tent without saying a word. Gu Yaozu's enthusiastic heart was dampened by Zhang Yan's words. He didn't know why Zhang Yan was ignoring him. "Forget it. There's no use looking for this woman. Let's find my cousin." Gu Yaozu quickly adjusted his mindset and walked towards the tent where Zhang Yan had come out. As soon as he entered, Gu Yaozu smelled an unusual odor. He wasn't naive. He thought his cousin and his wife were so loving, starting their affair in broad daylight. "Brother, I've come to stay with you." Gu Yaozu pretended to be crying as soon as he entered, but when he looked up and saw the big bald man in the tent, he was stunned. "Not Gu Lingbo. What just happened? How could sister-in-law Zhang Yin be with another man?" Gu Yaozu's mind flashed with images of his cousin, Gu Lingbo, except that in those images, Gu Lingbo's hair was green. "Yaozu, what brings you here?" Just as the image was forming in Gu Yaozu's mind, Gu Lingbo walked in with a smile and said to the bald man, "Lu Wu, not bad, right?" Lu Wu, a bald man with a wicked grin, said, "Your wife is really voluptuous." Gu Yaozu was somewhat dazed upon hearing this. What on earth had happened? Gu Lingbo smiled and said, "Then I'll head over first." Gu Yaozu was led to the tent next to him by Gu Lingbo, still confused. "Weren't you with Gao Zheng? Why are you here?" Gu Lingbo knew what his cousin was thinking, but ever since he became a cripple, he no longer cared what color his hat was. All he wanted to do now was kill Du Yuan. Gu Yaozu cried and sobbed like an old woman, even shedding tears, hoping to gain some sympathy from Gu Lingbo. However, Gu Lingbo's face immediately darkened. "Speak your mind. Why are you crying?" Gu Yaozu was unaware that his appearance was strikingly similar to those of eunuchs in TV dramas, which reminded Gu Lingbo of himself. "I was kicked out by Gao Zheng and Du Yuan," Gu Yaozu said. Upon hearing Du Yuan's name, Gu Lingbo's eyes flashed with anger. Du Yuan? He's with Gao Jing too. Quick, tell me about Du Yuan. Gu Yaozu was confused, but he still told the whole story about the shelter, though he couldn't help but embellish it and portray Gao Zheng and Du Yuan as bad as possible. But Gu Lingbo knew his cousin's character all too well, yet he didn't care. His eyes gleamed with hatred as he asked, Yaozu, how about letting Zhang Yin keep you company for one night? Gu Yaozu, huh? Gu Lingbo then said, if you don't like your sister-in-law, we have other beautiful women here for you to choose from, but you have to promise me one thing. Upon hearing this, Gu Yaozu could no longer contain himself and hurriedly asked, brother, what is it? Just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Whether you're a woman or not doesn't matter. Gu Lingbo said coldly, help me kill Du Yuan, and that Du Qianqian too. Chapter 39, The Bitter Flesh Scheme. After listening to Gu Lingbo's plan, Lu Wu touched his shiny forehead, narrowed his eyes slightly, and began to consider the feasibility of the plan. Lu Wu was the leader of Gu Lingbo's group. He was originally just a private bodyguard. But in this primeval forest, status is not determined by wealth or power. Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. Lu Wu thoroughly enjoyed his current situation, especially when he was ravaging those beauties who used to not even deign to give him a disdainful look. Sounds good, but if it fails, I'll have completely offended Du Yuan and Gao Zheng's gang. Lu Wu had actually been coveting the beauty in Gao Zheng's shelter for a long time, but he was very wary of Gao Zheng's fighting prowess. Not to mention there's now an even stronger Du Yuan. He dared not confront Du Yuan and Gao Zheng directly. Gu Lingbo lowered his head, hiding his contempt, and said almost obsequiously, Brother Lu, the only ones who can fight over there are Gao Zheng and Du Yuan. With so many of us, how could they possibly be a match for us? Besides, the most dangerous thing is for my cousin to do. Seeing that Lu Wu seemed interested, Gu Lingbo pressed his advantage. Brother Lu, don't you want Du Qianqian? She's a real stunner. She'll make you feel amazing. Upon hearing Du Qianqian's name, Lu Wu recalled that fleeting glimpse on the plain, gritted his teeth, and slapped his forehead. Fine, but let me make this clear first. Not only Du Qianqian, but I want a third of all the beauties over there. Gu Lingbo was overjoyed. No problem, I just want Du Yuan dead. He then turned to Gu Yaozu and said, Brother, it's all up to you this time. Gu Yaozu, thinking of his mission, revealed a smile that was more like a grimace. But seeing the coldness in Gu Lingbo's eyes, he could only nod. Go on, your sister-in-law is waiting for you. Have fun. Gu Lingbo patted Gu Yaozu heavily on the shoulder, sneering repeatedly. Half an hour later, Gu Yaozu walked out of the tent looking refreshed, as if he was reluctant to leave. Upon seeing Gu Lingbo waiting outside, he felt incredibly guilty. Gu Lingbo, however, didn't seem to mind at all. Yaozu, let's go. The words, let's go, were like a death warrant, terrifying Gu Yaozu to the point that his legs went weak. But he knew that if he didn't do as Gu Lingbo said, he would most likely be killed. After all, if a man is willing to give up his newlywed wife, what is there that he wouldn't dare to do? Gu Yaozu said, Brother, I'm going. Gu Lingbo smiled with satisfaction. Lu Wu then stepped forward, a ferocious smile on his face. Brother, don't blame me. When you return victorious, I'll give you 2 beauties. Lu Wu grabbed Gu Yaozu's right hand with both hands and exerted force in the opposite direction, causing Gu Yaozu to scream in pain. His right hand, from the elbow down, was hanging at an extremely bizarre angle, as if it had been forcibly broken off. Because of the pain, Gu Yaozu's face was contorted in pain. He glanced back at Gu Lingbo, and then turned back the way he came. Gu Lingbo looked at his cousin's limping figure and smiled cruelly. He said, Brother Lu, let's go and get ready. On the other side, the rain stopped, and the flash floods that had raged for 2 days and 1 night were gradually receding. I'm getting ready to leave. Although Gao Zheng was somewhat reluctant to part with me, he didn't say anything. Instead, he told me to be careful. After leaving the shelter, keep heading south until you come across a stream. Cross it, then head west for about 10 kilometers. That's where the plane crashed. With these coordinates, you should be able to find Lu Yao. I chuckled. You've said it so many times, even if I were a blockhead, I'd remember it. Gao Jing shook his head with a smile and said, It's no trouble to say it a few more times. Du Yuan, bring Lu Yao back alive. Then he lowered his voice again. You really aren't going to say goodbye to Du Qianqian? It's not like I'm not coming back. Lao Gao, after I leave, please take good care of her for me. Be careful with that thing, and arrange for someone to keep watch tonight. Gao Zheng escorted me to the shelter exit, and then solemnly pulled out a military-style dagger that he had stuck in his boot and handed it to me. Du Yuan, you saved my life. I, Gao Zheng, will remember this kindness. I can't repay you right now, but I've had this military dagger with me for a long time. Now I'm handing it over to you. I was taken aback. This military-style dagger was of great significance to Gao Zheng. It was a relic of his brother and was extremely precious. No, I can't have it. Gao Zheng frowned and said in a deep voice, I'll give it to you as soon as I say I'll. What are you being so hesitant about? Is my life, Gao Zheng's life, not worth a military-style bayonet? Seeing that Gao Zheng looked like he would turn on me if I didn't accept it, I had no choice but to accept it. Gao Zheng then said a few more words of caution to me. Just as I was about to leave, I heard someone shouting for help. I quickly turned my head and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a person stumbling and running in the distant forest. See? Someone's yelling for help. I pointed it out to Gao Zheng. Gao Zheng said, I see it. Let's go take a look. Could there be anyone still alive on the plain? Gao Zheng and I rushed over there. When we got closer, we could see the man's face clearly. It was Gu Yaozu, who had been kicked out of the shelter not long ago. How could it be him? I raised an eyebrow and stopped. I was thinking that if someone asked for help, I would help if I could, but when I found out it was Gu Yaozu, I gave up on that idea. But Gao Zheng didn't think so. He advised, no matter what, it's a human life. And who knows, the danger he encountered might also be encountered by us. It wouldn't hurt to go and check on him. Under Gao Zheng's repeated insistence, I had no choice but to reluctantly agree to go with him. When I got to Gu Yaozu, I saw his miserable state and felt much better. At this moment, Gu Yaozu had a broken arm, was covered in mud, and had wounds on his legs and knees, with blood flowing continuously. When he saw Gao Zheng and me, it was as if he had seen long-lost relatives, and he wept bitterly. Brother Gao, Brother Du, I was wrong. Please forgive me for the stupid things I did. Please, let me go back to the shelter. Gu Yaozu was crying his eyes out. If his arm hadn't been broken, he definitely would have done something like hugging me or Gao Zheng's leg and crying. But Gao Zheng and I remained unmoved. What happened? Why didn't you go to find Gu Lingbo? Gao Zheng asked coldly, unmoved. He was well aware of the relationship between Gu Yaozu and Gu Lingbo. He thought that after Gu Yaozu left, he would go to Gu Lingbo's shelter, but he didn't expect Gu Yaozu to come back. Upon hearing this, Gu Yaozu cursed. That beast Gu Lingbo is not even human. No wonder he willingly let his wife sleep with other men. What a piece of trash. Gu Yaozu gritted his teeth, wishing he could curse Gu Lingbo's ancestors for 18 generations, completely disregarding the fact that he and Gu Lingbo were the same people. Chapter 40, The Temptation of Food. When I heard Gu Yaozu's words, I was stunned. He wanted Zhang Yan to sleep with someone else. Could Gu Lingbo really do such a thing? But when I think of Gu Lingbo's vindictive and petty nature, I feel relieved. I thought to myself, now that Gu Lingbo is in this state, it wouldn't be surprising if he did anything to get revenge on me. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but wonder if Gu Yaozu was just using a self-inflicted injury as a ruse. What did Gu Lingbo do to you? I asked in a cold voice, staring intently at Gu Yaozu's face, trying to determine whether he was telling the truth or lying. Gu Yaozu immediately replied, that bastard Gu Lingbo had my hand broken, trying to use a self-inflicted injury ruse to make me beg you to return to the shelter, and then. As he spoke, Gu Yaozu timidly raised his head and glanced at me and Gao Zheng. Continue. Gao Zheng snapped. Gu Yaozu hurriedly added, then I was told to spread rumors in the shelter, saying that they have much more food and supplies than we do, and that we have that terrifying thing that kills without a trace here, so it's not as safe as their place. He also told me that they welcomed our people to join them, but only if we killed Brother Gao and Brother Du. I definitely wouldn't agree. Enough. Gao Zheng rudely interrupted Gu Yaozu from continuing, looked at me, and asked, Du Yuan, what do you think? A combination of a self-inflicted injury ruse and a counter-espionage plot? I didn't answer immediately. Judging from Gu Yaozu's words and his expression just now, either Gu Yaozu wasn't lying, or his acting was so good that he fooled me. But then I thought, what does suffering or not suffering have to do with me? I think we should just deal with Gu Yaozu directly. That way, there won't be any problems, I said calmly. Gao Zheng let out a sound of surprise, as if he were deep in thought. Gu Yaozu's expression changed immediately. He disregarded the saying that a man's knees are worth gold and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing heavily. Brother Gao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so blinded by lust and had such evil intentions towards that young woman. I shouldn't have talked back to you either. Brother Gao, please be magnanimous and spare my life. From now on, I'll follow you wholeheartedly. No, I'll be your dog. Brother Du, please, spare my life. I know a lot of Gu Lingbo's dirty deeds. I'll tell you everything. Money. I have money. I'll transfer it to you when we get back. 100. Oh no, 10 million. As long as you say the word, all my wealth is yours. The ground was muddy, but there were also many loose stones. After Gu Yaozu kowtowed several times, his forehead was covered in blood. Gao Zheng glanced at me again, and I knew that his overflowing sense of justice was starting to take hold again. Just as I was about to shake my head, I heard Gu Yaozu say, by the way, I know where there is food, enough for our shelter to eat for a month. If you promise to give me a chance, I will take you there. Food is the most important thing here, but the shelter now has almost no food left. Gao Zheng was worried about the food problem, and coupled with his sense of justice, he decisively said, where can we find so much food? When Gu Yaozu saw that Gao Zheng had agreed, his tense mood immediately relaxed a lot. He pointed to the numerous wounds, large and small, on his body and said, on my way back, I encountered a pack of wolves hunting a herd of wild boars. Although the wolves were driven away by the wild boars, they still killed about 10 of them. The carcasses were left unattended. Several thousand kilograms of wild boar meat should be enough for us to eat, right? Brother Gao, look, the wounds on my body were all from when I was desperately running away. There's no faking it, right? Gao Zheng couldn't immediately tell whether Gu Yaozu was telling the truth or not, so he looked at me again. I hesitated for a moment and said, do you know anything about Gu Lingbo and his group? Regardless of whether what Gu Yaozu said is true or false, I am not very worried. If he wasn't lying, then so much wild boar meat would be just enough to solve the shelter's immediate problem. As for whether or not Gu Yaozu will be reinstated at the shelter, that's a matter for discussion. But what if Gu Yaozu is lying? Everything he said before was just a prelude, to make Gao Zheng and me believe him. The wild boar meat was probably a trap set by Gu Lingbo. Therefore, it is necessary to find out the situation of Gu Lingbo and his group. Gao Zheng replied without hesitation. Including Gu Lingbo and a captain, there are 7 men in total. The other 5 are private bodyguards. The strongest bodyguard is Lu Wu, who is very capable. The other 4 are just for show. Judging from Gao Zheng's tone and meaning, he was not very afraid of Lu Wu and the others. Gao Zheng isn't the kind of person who gets arrogant easily. Since he said that, my worries lessened a lot. Okay, you take us to find the wild boar. If it's real, you can go back to the shelter, I said calmly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yaozu jumped up from the ground. If it weren't for the broken arm, they probably would have given me a hug. You lead the way, and we'll keep a distance of 200 meters from you. After saying that, ignoring Gu Yaozu's reaction, I said to Gao Zheng, be careful and pay attention to your surroundings. Although Lu Wu and Gu Lingbo are no match for us, we are afraid they will use tricks. Gao Zheng said earnestly, yes, Du Yuan, thank you. You were originally planning to leave. I waved my hand. It won't take up much of my time. So Gu Yaozu led the way, while Gao Zheng and I followed far behind him. Along the way, there were a few minor dangers, such as poisonous insects and snakes, but I easily dealt with them. But after walking for almost an hour without reaching the place Gu Yaozu had mentioned, I became increasingly doubtful. How much further? I shouted loudly. Gu Yaozu, who was in front, turned around, grinning, and said, according to Gu Lingbo, it's not far. What did Gu Lingbo say? I frowned. Was this wild boar meat related to Gu Lingbo again? I quickly stopped Gao Zheng and said, something's not right. Let him come back and explain. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yaozu panicked. He thought to himself, I've been exposed. How did I let this slip out? Seeing that Du Yuan and Gao Zheng had both stopped, Gu Yaozu was extremely annoyed and quickly ran back. Brother Du, Brother Gao, there's something I didn't tell the truth about, and it was my fault. I didn't see the wild boar incident with my own eyes. Gu Lingbo accidentally let it slip. Enraged, Gao Zheng kicked out with his foot. Suddenly realizing what was happening, I said to Gao Zheng with a grim face, I'm afraid we've fallen into Gu Lingbo's trap. Just then, a wolf howl rang out. I turned my head and saw a wolf standing on a small hill not far away. Chapter 41 The Wolf Pack Attacks. The continuous howling of wolves in the distance made Lu Wu's heart tremble, and he subconsciously wanted to get further away from Gu Lingbo. Damn it! Are all eunuchs this cunning and scheming? Lu Wu muttered to himself. He initially looked down on Gu Lingbo, but seeing Gao Zheng and Du Yuan being led step by step into the trap, he raised Gu Lingbo's danger level. Several different levels. Du Yuan, you have nowhere to run this time, don't you? Gu Lingbo had a faint smile on his lips. He was very proud of his masterpiece. In fact, the real killer move in Gu Lingbo's plan was the information he deliberately leaked about the wild boars during his conversation with Lu Wu and the others. Gu Lingbo knew that given Gu Yaozu's cowardly nature, he would definitely turn around and reveal the so-called self-inflicted injury plot to Du Yuan. Gu Yaozu is also cunning. In order to return to the shelter, he will definitely reveal the matter of the wild boar. Gu Lingbo mastered the art of understanding Gu Yaozu's human weaknesses. In order to lure Du Yuan into a trap, he even kept it a secret from his own cousin, and was willing to send Gu Yaozu to his death. He's definitely dead. That wolf pack had over 100 wolves. No matter how powerful Du Yuangazing was, he couldn't have escaped. Lu Wu said with certainty. Gu Lingbo nodded. Wait a minute. After we're sure Du Yuan is dead, all the women in their shelter will be yours to pick. But you can enjoy that Du Qianqian. After you've used it, you must kill it. Lu Wu hesitated. Of all the women in Gao Zheng's shelter, the one he most desired was Du Qianqian. In the past, he would have rejected Gu Lingbo without hesitation. But considering Gu Lingbo's chilling methods, he thought about it for a long time before finally agreeing. At this moment, I, who was certain to die in the eyes of Lu Wugu and Lingbo, was also facing the greatest life or death test since I came to the primeval forest. Within seconds, the entire wolf pack showed themselves. I only counted them roughly, and my heart sank immediately. There are at least 80 wolves, I said through gritted teeth. Gao Zheng had already picked up Gu Yaozu, wishing he could tear him to pieces. But seeing how terrified Gu Yaozu was, I stopped Gao Zheng. Don't be angry. Gu Yaozu was also deceived by Gu Lingbo. Based on my understanding of Gu Lingbo, it was easy to figure out the whole story. It now appears that it wasn't Gu Yaozu who was deceiving people, but rather that he himself was deceived. After all, Gu Yaozu's situation wasn't much better than mine. The wolf pack didn't care which side Gu Yaozu was on. In their eyes, we were all the same prey. Gu Yaozu suddenly realized, yes, Brother Du is right. I was also fooled by that son of a bitch Gu Lingbo. Gao Zheng snorted coldly, threw Gu Yaozu to the ground, and asked, what do we do now? I glanced at the surrounding terrain. We were surrounded by small hills, and we were now near the lowest point in the center. The terrain here was somewhat like a small basin. The higher areas were almost entirely occupied by wolf packs. If only there were a small cave. We could hide inside, and then seal off the exit. I said in a deep voice. Gao Zheng thought for a moment, then shook his head. He hadn't found a cave on the way here. Just then, the wolf pack sounded the call to attack, and from all directions, one after another, tall wolves charged towards us. Watch out. I'll remind you. I'm holding a military dagger in my left hand and a Nepalese kukri in my right, back to back with Gao Zheng. As for Gu Yaozu, he had never seen such a scene before, and he was so frightened that he couldn't even stand up. As for us, we're already doing a good job of not causing him any trouble, so why would we bother with him? The wolf is getting closer. Of all animals, wolves may not be the smartest or the most powerful, but they are certainly the ones that best understand teamwork. I would rather be facing 100 tigers than 100 wolves. These wolves seemed to be acting haphazardly, but in reality, they had already surrounded Gao Zheng and me, blocking all our escape routes. A wolf pounced on me. My instinct was to dodge, but I immediately remembered Gao Zheng behind me. He had entrusted his back to me because he trusted me. I cannot betray his trust. So, I actually took a step forward. Upon seeing the wolf's sharp teeth, I crouched down slightly and thrust the dagger in my left hand directly into the wolf's neck. The scalding hot wolf blood sprayed all over my face, and the stench almost made me vomit. Roll! I killed a wolf so easily, but I felt no joy, because there would be many more wolves that would viciously pounce on me. Snort! Suddenly, I heard Gao Zheng's muffled groan. I glanced back and breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Zheng also killed a wolf, but compared to my ease, his struggle was much more difficult. Several deep wounds were torn into his chest by the wolf's claws, and blood flowed continuously. I'm fine. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, you don't need to worry about what happens next. Sensing my gaze, Gao Zheng grinned. I nodded slightly, without saying anything more. After their first attack failed, the wolf pack realized that the two prey before them were not easy to deal with, and became much more cautious. Smack smack. Gu Yaozu was attacked by two wolves, one biting his neck and the other biting his stomach. His entire body was torn in two, with blood, internal organs, and intestines spilling all over the ground. Meanwhile, the wolves beside them began to devour Gu Yaozu's corpse right in front of Gao Zheng and me. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Gu Yaozu was quickly eaten. Seeing the wolves so eager to devour their prey, my heart sank to the bottom once again. This is a pack of hungry wolves. Old Gao, have you seen the Wolf King? I asked hurriedly. Wolves live in packs, and the Wolf King is the leader of the pack. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. If I can kill the Wolf King, the wolf pack without a leader will pose much less of a threat to us, and the pack might even give up altogether. No. Gao Zheng's answer disappointed me a little. The wolf pack launched another attack. This time, 3 wolves pounced on me, one on the left, one on the right, and one in front of me. Damn it! I cursed fiercely. I knew that when facing so many wolves, a passive defense would always put me at a disadvantage. I decided to take the offensive and pounced on the wolf in front of me. The 3-headed wolf paused, a hint of confusion flickering in its cold eyes. Clearly, my actions exceeded their expectations. A wolf howl, somewhat different from before, rang out. Upon hearing the howl, the 3 wolves quickly changed their strategy. Instead of attacking the wolves to my left and right, they pounced on Gao Zheng. Past. Old Gao, hang in there. I roared, and with a mighty slash, my Nepalese kukri severed the wolf's forepaw. My left hand swiftly plunged a bayonet into its neck, then pulled it out. After dealing with the wolf, I immediately retreated, only to witness a scene that made my eyes widen in horror. Gao Zheng's 2 thighs were viciously bitten by 2 wolves, while another wolf in the air pounced on his neck. Chapter 42 Wolf King. Old Gao, I cried out in anguish, and in my desperation, I flung the military-style dagger in my left hand like a dart. Uft! The dagger pierced the wolf's eye in mid-air, and with a mournful howl, the wolf collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. I eliminated Gao Zheng's greatest danger, and he himself used both hands to chop at the neck of the wolf that had bitten both of his legs with an axe. Although the 2 wolves were dead, their muscle memory remained. The 2 wolf heads were still biting Gao Zheng's groin, severely hindering his movements. Significant impact. I seized the opportunity, rushed to Gao Zheng's side, and punched the wolf in front of him with all my might. When I punched it, the wolf's skull was smashed to the ground. It fell to the ground, blood flowing from its mouth, and it was clear it wouldn't survive. In just a few seconds, Gao Zheng and I had killed 7 wolves. But this number is negligible compared to the entire wolf pack. On our side, Gu Yaozu is dead and Gao Zheng is seriously injured. Old Gao, how's it going? I quickly helped Gao Zheng up from the ground and used my bare hands to break off the 2 wolf heads from their mouths, finally removing them. And nothing. Gao Zheng forced a smile and said it with great difficulty. I glanced at the wound on his thigh. Thank goodness, the wolf's fangs almost ruptured his carotid artery. I tore 2 strips of cloth from the hem of my clothes and threw them to him, saying, "Band it up yourself." After saying that, I immediately stood up and kicked a wolf that had ambushed me in the back. With a crack, I kicked the wolf's spine, shattering it. It fell to the ground and gradually lost its breath. Oh whoa! Several sharp wolf howls rang out, and the wolves surrounding us slowly retreated. Gao Zheng took the opportunity to bandage his thigh, endured the pain, and stood up. I walked to a dead wolf and pulled the thorn out of its eye socket. That must be the Wolf King's voice. Gao Zheng said, his face pale. Are they scared? Are they going to retreat? I looked at the wolves around me, and my pupils contracted. The wolves slowly retreated to both sides, each one gently raising its head. Not far away, a wolf that was clearly different from the others slowly approached. The Wolf King has finally appeared. The Wolf King's size left me in awe. In fact, these ordinary wolves were already a size larger than the wolves I had ever seen. The Wolf King is even more terrifying. I estimate it to be at least 1.8 meters tall. If a person who is 1.8 meters tall stands in front of me, I will not feel anything. But if it's a wolf that's 1.8 meters tall, then the sense of intimidation it brings is very strong. The Wolf King's fur was entirely gray, without a single impurity. It truly resembled an emperor, proudly raising its head as it walked towards me step by step. Damn it! How can there be such a huge wolf? Gao Zheng gasped and blurted out. I didn't say anything, but I had already assumed a defensive stance. The Wolf King's eyes were fixed on me, then it slowly accelerated. So fast, I only felt a blur before my eyes, and the Wolf King was less than 10 meters away from me. Old Gao, watch out. The Wolf King probably wants to fight me one-on-one. I reached out and stopped Gao Zheng, who was about to rush forward, and ran towards the Wolf King. From Gao Zheng's perspective, Du Yuan and the Wolf King were approaching at an extremely fast speed. When the Wolf King was less than a meter away from me, I suddenly accelerated and circled around to the left. My sudden change of direction put me in a favorable position. I gripped the military-style dagger tightly and stabbed it into the Wolf King's neck. To my surprise, the Wolf King reacted very quickly. It braked suddenly, and its huge body came to an immediate stop. Although I slid forward another meter due to inertia, it was too late. I missed my target. Tear. The Wolf King suddenly stretched out its front paws and easily tore through the front of my clothes. Luckily, I reacted quickly and leaned back, otherwise that claw could have crushed my upper body. So strong. My expression grew increasingly solemn, and what shocked me even more was that I could actually sense a trace of human emotion in the Wolf King's eyes mockery. Ah! The Wolf King looked up and roared, but I didn't know what it meant. The next second, the Wolf King pounced again. The oppressive feeling it brought was like a big truck crashing into me when I was walking on the road. I bent my knees and knelt on the ground, leaning back until my back touched the ground, which allowed the Wolf King to fly over me. I intended to take the opportunity to stab the Wolf King in the belly with my military knife, but its tail suddenly swept across my hand. The immense force made my hand tremble, and I couldn't even hold the military knife steady. The Wolf King missed its target and landed on the ground. After my attack failed, I also hurriedly stood up. The man and the wolf faced off once again. Ah! The Wolf King roared again. I noticed that the mocking look in the Wolf King's eyes had disappeared. On a whim, without caring whether the Wolf King understood or not, I said, Wolf King, I'm not easy to deal with, am I? Look, my friends, and I don't have much meat you. Why fight me to the death when you're looking for other prey? The Wolf King howled again, and I heard anger in that voice. I couldn't help but feel both delighted and surprised. I was pleased that the Wolf King seemed to understand me, but I was also alarmed that he seemed to have been angered by me. The Wolf King pounced on me again, but unlike the previous 2 times, it didn't run in a straight line. It kept changing direction, making it very difficult for me to predict its movements. The king's actions. So I simply stopped trying to predict and chose to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. When the Wolf King was about a meter away from me, it raised half of its body and swung its 2 front paws toward my head. I quickly stepped back, but the Wolf King pushed off the ground with its 2 hind paws and caught up, its speed even faster than my retreat. Seeing that I had nowhere to retreat, I grabbed my military knife and slashed at the wolf's claws. The sound of weapons slicing through flesh rang out. With my strike, I severed the Wolf King's left forepaw. But I was also in bad shape. My entire chest was slashed by another wolf's claw, which took away a large chunk of flesh. If I had been any closer to the wolf's claws, my ribs would probably have been broken. Call. I was panting heavily. The injury was quite severe for me, and my chest was burning with pain. But compared to the lame Wolf King, my situation is still slightly better. Ah! The Wolf King howled angrily, licking its broken paw, its cold eyes filled with savagery. Its saliva seemed to have a healing effect, and the bleeding from the severed claw quickly stopped. Chapter 43 Madness. What the hell is this monster? Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, even the resolute Gao Zheng was terrified, and his voice trembled as he spoke. This is human instinct, the instinct when facing the fear of the unknown. I was better off than Gao Zheng. Although I was also terrified, at least I remained calm. The Wolf King with its broken claw gave me an even more dangerous feeling than before. I tossed the Nepalese kukri to Gao Zheng, held the bayonet in one hand, and said in a deep voice, "Old Gao, I might not be able to protect you anymore." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Wolf King pounced again. Although it was missing a paw, its speed was not much slower. In this situation, I have no choice but to fight back head-on. If I expose my back to the Wolf King, I will surely die. Bring it on. I seemed to have been stirred up by the savagery hidden in my human blood, and my voice was low and deep, like a beast's roar. This time, the Wolf King changed its strategy. Instead of using its claws, it used the momentum of its massive body at high speed to ram me. I tried to get out of the way, but the Wolf King stuck to me. Let's see who's more agile, you or me. I snorted coldly and kept changing direction to dodge. In this way, the Wolf King's enormous body became a burden. It followed me closely, its cold pupils gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Whoosh! The Wolf King suddenly accelerated. I was caught off guard. My right arm, which had just recovered, was bitten by the Wolf King, and the military dagger in my hand fell to the ground. Its sharp fangs pierced my skin and my muscles, causing excruciating pain. But what made me even more desperate was that the Wolf King's saliva seemed to have an anesthetic effect. In less than a second, my right hand completely lost all feeling. I'd rather have that excruciating pain than that. But even in dire circumstances, I remained extremely calm. When I saw the Wolf King shaking its head as if it wanted to tear my arm off, my eyes turned red, and I pounced on the Wolf King instead. I was practically riding on the back of the Wolf King. My upper body was pressed tightly against the Wolf King's body, and my intact left arm was wrapped tightly around the Wolf King's neck, trying to break its neck with the strength of my elbow. "Do you on?" Gao Zheng screamed anxiously, wanting to come and help me. But now Gao Zheng's thigh muscles are torn, and he can't even stand up. In desperation, Gao Zheng scrambled to his feet. I had no interest in paying attention to Gao Zheng, and I increased the force of my elbow. The Wolf King was almost suffocating from my choking. It released its grip, but it had bitten almost all the bones in my right arm off. Only a layer of skin and flesh held it together. The Wolf King repeatedly leaped sideways, trying to throw me off its back. At first, I could hold on tightly, but as the Wolf King got faster, the amplitude of its side jumps increased. I let go with my left hand and was flung away, landing on the ground and rolling several times before stopping. Tick-tock. The wound on my right hand kept bleeding, just like water flowing from a tap. Of course, there aren't that many. Because of the massive blood loss, I felt cold all over, my mind was foggy, and I couldn't even stand up straight. I bit my tongue hard, using the pain to force myself to stay awake. Seeing Gao Zheng struggling to crawl on the ground, trying to help me, and the wolves eyeing me menacingly around us, I knew that today, the battle between me and the Wolf King had to be decided. It's either you or me. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you. With my last bit of strength, I charged toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King's movements clearly faltered. It hadn't expected me to be so reckless and overconfident in my charging. The Wolf King pounced, and this time I didn't have the strength to dodge. He bit my intact left hand. His two enormous fangs almost pierced through my bones. "I'll run you over, you beast." I roared and slammed my head hard into the Wolf King's head, making stars flash before my eyes. My angry ramming was quite powerful. The Wolf King howled twice, released my right arm, and stepped back. This caused my body, which was leaning against its back, to lose its support and fall to the ground. The Wolf King rested for 2 seconds, and seeing me lying limply on the ground, he slowly walked over. The enormous wolf head was perched on my head. When the wolf came to bite my neck, I don't know where I got the courage, but I pushed off the ground and sprang up. So you think you're the only one who knows how to bite with your mouth? I bit down on the Wolf King's neck, my mouth full of wolf fur. I turned my head and ripped off a small tuft of fur, spat it out, and then struggled to place my left hand on the Wolf King's back for leverage, and bit down again. Oh whoa! The Wolf King howled in sorrow. My mouth was full of foul-smelling wolf blood, but I couldn't care less. Glug! Glug! I greedily sucked the Wolf King's blood, and the Wolf King shook its head wildly, trying to shake me off. But my teeth, like screws, gripped its neck tightly. 1 second. 2 seconds. I don't know how much time passed, nor how much wolf blood I drank. Just when I felt like my stomach was about to burst, I opened my eyes and saw the Wolf King lying motionless on the ground, his eyes dull and lifeless. I lay on the ground, my mouth still biting its neck. Is he dead? I struggled to my feet and knelt on the ground. At this point, my hands were completely useless, so I kicked the Wolf King with my foot. The Wolf King lay motionless, lifeless. Haha, dead. The Wolf King is dead. The joy of surviving a disaster made me burst into laughter. But as soon as I laughed, a feeling of nausea washed over me. Whoosh. I opened my mouth and spat out large mouthfuls. What I vomited up was all the wolf blood I had swallowed earlier. After the wolf blood traveled through the stomach, it became extremely viscous. After vomiting, I stumbled to my feet and looked around, only to find that I was no longer in the same place. Did the Wolf King run around trying to shake me off and bring me here? It shouldn't be far. I hope Gaozheng won't be in any trouble. I speculated, then looked up and around. At this moment, wolves began to appear one after another from all around. I had a bad feeling in my heart. But then I suddenly noticed that the wolves were looking at me with fear in their eyes. Damn it, let's take a gamble. Given my current situation, I'm definitely no match for the wolf pack, and I have no chance of surviving a fight. I glared back fiercely. When the wolves met my gaze, they either lowered their heads or turned away. It seems that because I killed the Wolf King, the remaining wolves are all afraid of me. I staggered toward the wolf pack. But as soon as I took my first step, the wolves fled without looking back, as if they had encountered a raging flood. Looking at the backs of the wolves, I knew I had survived again. Chapter 44 Fruit Falling from the Sky. The Wolf King didn't take me to a very far place. After I struggled to climb up a hillside, I immediately saw Gaozheng below. I didn't shout Gaozheng's name. I was going to get to him anyway, and I didn't want to attract other animals or people by shouting. 10 minutes later, when I finally got to Gaozheng, I found him lying on the ground crying, his hands pounding the ground so hard they were bleeding. Du Yuan, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't believed Gu Yaozu, you wouldn't be dead. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely help you find Lu Yayao, and I will definitely take good care of her. I listened for a while, and all the crying and crying was about the same few sentences. However, seeing Gaozheng crying so heartbreakingly made me feel a sense of incongruity, like seeing a gorilla acting cute. But I quickly wiped the smile off my face and said coldly, "My woman is none of your business to take care of." Gaozheng's crying stopped abruptly. He lay on the ground, looked up at me with wide eyes, and exclaimed, "Du Yuan, you're still alive? This isn't a dream." Bar. Gaozheng rubbed his eyes again and shook his head, trying to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "You really want me dead?" I didn't teach Gaozheng a lesson, just to teach him a lesson and see if his sense of justice would still run rampant in the future. Haha, bro, you're really alive. Ouch, that hurt like hell. Gaozheng laughed and tried to stand up, but the movement aggravated the wound on his thigh, causing him to wince in pain. All right, I'll carry you on my back. I walked up to Gaozheng, turned my back to him, then turned around and said, "This time you and I are in the same boat. Your legs are crippled, and my hands are crippled." Gaozheng's strong, thick hands grabbed my shoulders, almost causing me to fall. After I rolled my eyes at him, he became much more careful. When I finally managed to lift Gaozheng onto my back, I couldn't help but curse again. "You're so damn heavy. Did you grow up eating pig feed?" Gao Zheng chuckled. I'm called strong. Let's go back to the shelter and recover quickly. If we don't take medicine this time, we'll probably both be crippled. I turned my head to look at my two arms. The injuries were so severe that the bones were shattered. Even though I am very confident in my self-healing ability, I still dare not hope to recover completely. We can't go straight back to the shelter, I said, shaking my head. Gao Zheng was taken aback for a moment, then asked, why? I explained, this time we fell for Gulingbo's trap. Do you think he has no backup plan? I don't believe Gulingbo didn't consider that the wolf pack might not survive our potential. I am certain that Gulingbo and Lu Wu are lying in ambush on our way here. If we were to return the way we came, given Gao Zheng's and my condition, it would be like an old man hanging himself, courting death. Then what should we do? Gao Zheng asked again. We know the way back to the shelter. What's wrong with going around in circles as long as we don't retrace our steps? Okay, whatever you say. The shelter was roughly in the southeast direction. I carried Gao Zheng on my back and headed east. It took about an hour and a half to walk. I was already exhausted from the life or death struggle with the Wolf King, and on top of that, I had to carry Gao Zheng on my back. This won't do. If this continues, something bad will happen. If any danger comes our way, the two of us definitely won't be able to handle it. I took Gao Zheng off my back and said, panting. Gao Zheng was well aware of this, and he said with frustration, if only I could stand up. I chuckled. What's the point of saying that? Let's see if there's anything to eat. Gao Zheng said, Du Yuan, your self-healing ability is pretty good. Why don't we find a place to rest for a day or two, and go back when you're a bit better? I said in surprise, aren't you worried that if you don't find Gulingbo and the others, they'll go back to the shelter and arrest people? Gao Zheng was silent for 2 seconds, then said, how about this? You leave me here first. You go back and come pick me up when you feel better. I snapped. You got bitten on the thigh by a wolf, not your brain. Are you going to be left here for days? By the time I get back, you'll be eaten alive by those wild beasts, bones and all. Nothing left. As I was speaking, I kicked a tree, smashing a venomous snake that was about to bite Gao Zheng to pieces. Damn it! I cursed angrily. Suddenly, I felt something fall down on me. I looked up and saw a fruit lying in front of me. The moment I saw this fruit, I was so excited I almost jumped up. You can't be wrong. This is the mysterious fruit I've eaten before. A mysterious fruit that looks shriveled like a kiwi. I quickly ran to the fruit, wanting to pick it up, but when I tried to lift it, I realized that my hands were useless and I couldn't use them. I gently kicked the fruit towards Gao Zheng with my foot and said excitedly, pick it up. Let me see it. Although Gao Zheng didn't understand why I was so happy, he still did as I said. He picked up the fruit, held it in both hands, and presented it to me. After carefully examining it for a full 10 minutes, I finally confirmed that this was indeed the fruit I had eaten. That fruit that healed my injuries, increased my strength, and even gave little Blackie some wisdom. Haha, Gao Zheng, we're saved. It seems that God is still looking out for us. I burst into laughter, then suddenly remembered something and kicked the tree hard again. But to my disappointment, the mysterious fruit never fell again. But this feeling of disappointment disappeared as soon as it appeared. A mysterious fruit is enough to change Gao Zheng's and my current situation. I stuck my head out and ate the mysterious fruit in Gao Zheng's hand in one bite. As soon as it entered my mouth, the fruit flowed down my throat and into my stomach like water. It felt like a ball of fire had exploded in my stomach and spread throughout my body, bringing unbearable pain and a feeling of impact. In Gao Zheng's eyes, I was like someone who had been poisoned, rolling around on the ground. He was extremely anxious, but he couldn't move and could only watch helplessly as I suffered. I was indeed upset, but I was in a good mood. I can feel my injuries healing rapidly. Moreover, it felt as if a pair of hands were glued together the bones of my arms. It's getting increasingly painful, and it's also a bit itchy. Gao Zheng's shouts kept ringing in my ears. Gradually, I couldn't even hear Gao Zheng's voice anymore. I don't know how much time passed. When the pain was so intense that my eyes were about to bulge out, all the pain suddenly vanished. I was panting heavily, my back completely soaked with sweat. But I can feel that my injuries have fully healed. I did a somersault and jumped up from the ground. Gao Zheng stared in disbelief at my unharmed state. two tear tracks still running down his dark cheeks. He blurted out, "What the hell? Du Yuan, your injury is healed." I smiled at Gao Zhang, nodded, and said, "Guess." Chapter 45 The Mad Gu Lingbo. On the small hillside, Gu Lingbo remained silent, his face grim. Lu Wu stood on tiptoe and stared intently ahead, but he found nothing. He walked over to Gu Lingbo and asked, "Is it over there? We haven't heard any wolf howls for so long." Immediately, someone chimed in, "Yeah, the wolf howling has stopped for an hour or so. I bet Du Yuan and Gao Zheng have been eaten by wolves long ago." Gu Lingbo shook his head and said, "Wait a little longer." Lu Wu said in a deep voice, "What are we waiting for? The wolves have stopped howling, so they must be gone. Whether Du Yuan and the others are dead or not, we just need to go check on them, right? Even if he's not dead, but probably seriously injured. Go finish him off." Gu Lingbo thought so too. If Du Yuan really wasn't dead and could still walk, he should have gotten here by now, no matter how far we were. Not far. Okay, let's go take a look. Gu Lingbo and his group headed towards the small basin. As soon as they reached the hillside, they saw blood flowing all over the ground below, along with the corpses of about a dozen wolves. Gu Lingbo rushed down and joined Lu Wu and the others in examining the wolf carcasses. Impressive, a fatal blow. Gao Zheng and Du Yuan are indeed very strong. Lu Wu made no attempt to hide his admiration. Gu Lingbo discovered fragments of a human corpse in one location. Was the body eaten by wolves? Gu Lingbo was unsure. They've definitely been eaten. With so many wolves, including a terrifying wolf king, even Du Yuan and Gao Zheng, no matter how strong, are no match for them. I'm telling you, Lingbo, you're being far too cautious. All right, let's hurry up and go. The beauties at the shelter are all waiting for me to pamper them. Lu Wu said impatiently. Gu Lingbo's face was gloomy. Ever since Du Yuan castrated him, he had been thinking about how to kill Du Yuan every moment. But when Du Yuan really died, he couldn't quite believe it. Let's look again. Everyone spread out. Even if this were a pack of wolves, they couldn't have eaten it all this clean. Gu Lingbo noticed Lu Wu's unfriendly gaze and said, "Lu Wu, as long as Du Yuan and Gao Zheng are dead, you can do whatever you want with those beauties, no? We don't need this much time." Just then, someone shouted, "Hey, look, aren't these Du Yuan and Gao Zheng's weapons?" Lu Wu walked over, took the weapon, and examined it. This bayonet belongs to Du Yuan. I recognize it. Gu Lingbo, look, if Du Yuan and the others hadn't died, how? How could they have abandoned their weapons? These are their only means of survival. With so much evidence combined, Gu Lingbo was truly certain that Du Yuan was dead. But he was still uneasy until he saw Du Yuan's body. Lu Wu, wait a little longer. Everyone, go and look around. See if you can find any more evidence. Gu Lingbo walked up to Lu Wu, took out a small packet of medicine from his pocket, and said, "Give me some face. This is for you." Lu Wu's initial impatience vanished upon seeing the English words on the packet of medicine. "Brother Lingbo, of course I'll give you face. For you." What he was really thinking was that he never expected that this eunuch would have such pills to enhance his pleasure. Gu Lingbo and his group searched their surroundings, but found nothing. Now, all of Gu Lingbo's worries were completely gone. "Let's go, Brother Lu, to their shelter. I'm telling you now, you'll have to give me back Du Qianqian after you've used her." Gu Lingbo laughed. Lu Wu nodded. He didn't want to clash with Gu Lingbo right now, and although Du Qianqian was of high quality, quantity could make up for everything. 2 hours later, Gu Lingbo and Lu Wu's group arrived at the shelter. The expressions of the people in the shelter, however, were quite different. Some felt fear, some were happy, and some were numb. But when Lu Wu, his face glowing with silver light, announced that Gao Zheng and Du Yuan were dead, everyone was stunned. "Du Qianqian, get out here." Gu Lingbo rushed into the shelter, shouting arrogantly. When there was no response, he grabbed a woman and asked, "Where is Du Qianqian?" The woman he had grabbed timidly pointed to a tent. Without the caution he had shown when confirming whether Gao Zheng and Du Yuan were dead, Gu Lingbo rushed toward the tent. He rudely lifted the tent flap, glanced inside, and saw that Du Qianqian was nowhere to be seen. He turned back, ran to the woman who had given him directions, and slapped her hard across the face. "You dare lie to me? Tell me, Where is Du Chanqian? The woman covered her face and started crying. Gu Lingbo, I'm Zhang Yan's aunt, and your aunt too. How dare you hit me? The woman's mention of Zhang Yan only fueled Gu Lingbo's anger, reminding him of the several cuckolded accusations he himself had faced. He put the gloves on himself. Get the hell out of here. You're no respectable aunt. Tell me, where is Du Chanqian? Gu Lingbo kicked Zhang Yan's aunt and grabbed her hair, asking her questions. Aunt Zhang Yan dared not claim kinship any further and said tearfully, that really was Du Chanqian's tent. She shouldn't have been inside. At this moment, Gu Lingbo was only thinking about revenge. In his view, since he couldn't kill Du Yuan with his own hands, killing Du Chanqian, who had insulted him and also liked Du Yuan, would at least be somewhat acceptable. To vent hatred. Meanwhile, Lu Wu had already gathered everyone together. Lingbo, what should we do with these men? Lu Wu stopped Gu Lingbo, who was about to go into the crowd to look for Du Chanqian. Gu Lingbo said coldly, kill them all. Upon hearing this, the men's legs went weak with fear, and they immediately begged for mercy. Lingbo, I'm your Uncle Wang. I watched you grow up since you were little. Have you forgotten me? Don't kill me. Lingbo, your father and I were best friends. Why did you kill me? Most of the people who could attend the wedding had a special relationship with Gu Lingbo, but Gu Lingbo didn't care about any of that now. Lu Wu didn't care about the lives or deaths of these people. He only asked because he was afraid that there might be some that Gu Lingbo didn't want to kill. Since Gu Lingbo had no objections, Lu Wu nodded to the people around him, and together they easily snapped the necks of these people. At this point, apart from Lu Wu and his group, everyone else in the shelter was a woman. Gu Lingbo had no intention of showing any mercy to the woman. He asked sternly, where did Du Chanqian go? Finally, a woman answered, Du Chanqian saw you coming and just escaped from behind the shelter. Gu Lingbo was taken aback, and then prepared to chase after him. Lu Wu quickly stopped him. Brother, Du Chanqian, she's gone. But how long can a weak woman like her survive out there? Gu Lingbo thought so too. Although he is currently acting irrationally, he still retains a degree of rationality. He thought that it was so dangerous outside, and if he went to chase after them alone, he would probably meet with misfortune. The madness in Gu Lingbo's eyes gradually disappeared, while Lu Wu and the others couldn't wait to rush into the group of women. However, the next second, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, an angry shout rang in Lu Wu and the others' ears. They were startled and turned around, only to find their eyes wide open. I saw myself carrying Gao Zheng on my back, standing at the exit of the shelter, my face full of anger. Chapter 46, Unable to Die. Everyone reacts differently when they see me. When Gu Lingbo saw me, his eyes flashed with hatred, but then he suddenly realized something. His face turned pale instantly, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. When Lu Wu and the others saw me, they were all startled. They quickly got off the woman, tightened their belts, and gathered together, looking very wary. The women in the shelter had red eyes and were extremely excited, as if they had seen saviors. Gu Lingbo, today I will make you wish you were dead. I looked at the corpses of the men in the shelter and said coldly, I've already decided to kill them. I gently lowered Gao Zheng from my back to the ground. Gao Zheng was so angry that he couldn't even speak. His hand trembled as he pointed at Lu Wu and the others, shaking with rage. Don't worry, I will avenge them. I said softly, Du Yuan, you're still alive? I came here to see if you needed anything. Those men all died accidentally from falls. I have absolutely no connection to this. Upon seeing that I was unharmed, Lu Wu became incoherent. Damn it, the wolf pack couldn't kill Du Yuan, and he doesn't even seem to be injured? What kind of monster is this? No, I'm no match for him. If Lu Wu was merely wary of me before, seeing that I was unharmed, his wariness turned into fear. Run? Split up and run. Lu Wu, having experienced life and death, made the right choice after realizing he was no match for Lu Wu. I didn't even glance at him, since I was all alone. Lu Wu and the others scattered, and I couldn't possibly catch them all. My primary target is still Gu Lingbo. I glanced at the group of women. Where's Du Chanqian? Someone immediately answered. She saw Gu Lingbo and the others coming, so she ran away from behind. I nodded and said to the women, you all go into the tent. The women listened to me very obediently, while Gu Lingbo also tried to escape during the chaos. I sneered, trying to escape? In sight. I charged forward and chased after Gu Lingbo. Within seconds, I caught him in front of the fence. Du Yuan, I didn't kill those people. Lu Wu and his men did it. I just came to take a look and didn't do anything. Really, you can? Ask them. With his neck gripped by me, Gu Lingbo's face flushed red, and he tried to argue with a glimmer of hope. Pa, Du Yuan, don't believe him. Gu Lingbo is going to cause trouble for Dr. Du. If Dr. Du hadn't left, who knows what he would have done to him? Aunt Zhang Yan, who had been kicked by Gu Lingbo earlier, retorted. I nodded and punched Gu Lingbo in the stomach, making him curl up as he hit the ground. Then, I grabbed Gu Lingbo by the neck, lifted him up, and slammed him to the ground. Gu Lingbo clutched his stomach on the ground and rolled around a few times. I slowly walked towards Gu Lingbo, step by step. Gu Lingbo, back in college, I considered you my best brother. And what did you do? You actually cheated on me with my girlfriend. I squatted down, grabbed Gu Lingbo's hand, and gently pressed it down. I broke one of Gu Lingbo's fingers off. Ah! The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and Gu Lingbo wailed incessantly. I remained unmoved. After the plane crash, I disregarded past grievances and saved your and Zhang Yan's lives. But how did you treat me? You only wanted me to risk my life to find food, while you. But they revel in the fruits of their labor. I pressed down again and broke off Gu Lingbo's second finger. And that bear, you were the one who startled it, yet you led it to me, hoping I would die in your place. But you didn't expect that, did you? I'm incredibly lucky. I broke off Gu Lingbo's third finger. Gu Lingbo kept wailing and begging for mercy. Du Yuan, please let me go. I was wrong. I promise I'll never oppose you again. Please forgive me. Give me your life. I pretended not to hear and continued. Later, when I was seriously injured, you actually tried to take advantage of my injuries and near starvation to steal my bare paw, and even harbored evil intentions towards Lu Yao. Could it be? Have you forgotten who saved you? Who shared their food with you? How I treated you, and how you treated me? And this time, you actually plotted to have the wolves kill me. Gu Lingbo, are you disappointed to see I'm still alive? I broke off all of Gu Lingbo's fingers one by one, venting all the resentment in my heart. Gu Lingbo was still begging for mercy. Du Yuan, I'm not human. I'm an animal. I'm a bastard. I'm sorry. I apologize. Please, let me go. Bar. I sneered and smashed Gu Lingbo's nose with a punch, instantly disfiguring his once passable face. Let you go? Why should I let you go? Gu Lingbo, today I will make you understand what it means to wish for death, but not be able to. I pulled a military knife from Gu Lingbo's boot and cut off his left ear. Gu Lingbo's screams grew even sharper. He barely opened his eyes, his gaze filled with undisguised hatred. Ha. Du Yuan, if you have the guts, just kill me. Du Yuan, do you know how exciting it is to play with your brother's woman? Haha, you don't know. Let me tell you. Every time I play with Zhang Yan, I make her. Calling your name between my legs, isn't that exciting? Du Yuan, doesn't it feel bad to be betrayed? A penniless, powerless loser like you is trash. Trash, do you understand? Du Yuan, please let me go. I'll give you money. I'll give you your woman. I'll give Zhang Yan back to you. Gu Lingbo had gone mad. The words he uttered made me almost lose control of my anger. I chopped him on the neck, and Gu Lingbo passed out. Wanna die? How could we let you die so easily? I muttered to myself, grabbed a few pieces of clothing from the tent, tore them into strips, and used them to tie up Gu Lingbo. After doing all this, I carried Gao Zheng from the shelter entrance into the tent, and then threw Gu Lingbo at his feet. Old Gao, keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him die, and don't let him escape. I'm going to find Du Qianqian first. Gao Zheng also wished he could kill Gu Lingbo, and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, but what if Lu Wu and the others come back? I said dismissively, they wouldn't dare come back. Besides, Du Qianqian can't have gone very far, and it won't take me long. Chapter 47, The Long-Beaked Monster. The shelter was built on a gentle hillside, where the originally sparse trees had long been felled and used to build a fence. Emerging from behind the shelter, the terrain gradually rises. I easily found Du Qianqian's footprints on the ground. As long as there are footprints, that's good. I breathed a sigh of relief. Having footprints gave me direction and would greatly reduce my search time. In this way, Du Qianqian will be less in danger. However, after walking uphill for more than 10 minutes following the footprints and passing through a thicket, the footprints suddenly disappeared, like pencil drawings on white paper. Lose. The path behind the bushes was extremely muddy, and if you passed through it, you would definitely leave a trail. What happened? Where are they? I was startled and called out Du Qianqian's name many times. To my disappointment, there was no response. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. I became increasingly worried. After all, the time between Du Qianqian's escape and my finding this place was no more than half an hour. Given Du Qianqian's speed, it's already quite fast that she can get to the bushes in half an hour. She couldn't possibly go any further. Let's look further ahead. I walked through the bushes and continued on. After searching for another half hour, my mood plummeted to rock bottom. Du Qianqian must have had some kind of accident. Then it suddenly occurred to me that if anything happened to Du Qianqian, it would definitely be in the bushes. I went back into the bushes and searched even more carefully. Sure enough, I found what Du Qianqian had left behind on a plant covered in thorns. It was a strip of fabric from her off-white t-shirt. This discovery validated my hypothesis. Qianqian. I searched and shouted loudly. I don't know how much time passed. My throat was already hoarse, but I still couldn't find Du Qianqian. Damn it! What on earth is going to happen? I cursed under my breath and glanced at the sky. It was almost evening. For ordinary people, the night in the primeval forest is the most dangerous, because without night vision, their sense of smell for danger is reduced. Just as I was imagining the danger Du Qianqian might encounter, the hairs on my body suddenly stood on end, as if I had been stung by something extremely dangerous. They've settled in. I swallowed hard and turned around. Not far behind me, in the bushes, a pair of green eyes shone brightly. What the hell is that? Those eyes were as big as dates, extremely eerie, and the red pupils in the middle added to the strangeness. Rustle. The next second, those eyes moved, and I finally saw the beast's appearance clearly. It has jet black fur, no ears or nose on its head, and its mouth is replaced by a long, pointed beak. It looks very similar to the monster that killed the cook Lao Lu and the billionaire in the shelter, only it is 2 sizes larger. But it's faster. While I was still in a daze, the long-beaked monster had already rushed in front of me. Its long, pointed beak almost touched my nose. I bent my knees, squatted down quickly, rolled twice on the ground, and then quickly got up again. During this process, I took out the military dagger that I had taken back from Gulingbo, stood firm, and assumed a defensive posture. I was not relieved to have narrowly escaped death, because my back was burning with pain, as if someone was burning it with a lighter. I can even feel the muscles in my back atrophying. I don't know how that long-beaked monster did it. I didn't even notice it. It just scratched my back. Squeak. The long-beaked monster suddenly let out 2 sharp cries, like chalk scraping across glass, so piercing they gave me goosebumps and felt like they were going to stab my eardrums. We're the same clothes. I have already fought this kind of monster twice. Although it's still unclear what this thing is, it's not entirely without a clue. Extremely fast. The claws are poisonous. Knowing these 2 points, I practically held my breath, not daring to relax for even a moment. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Blood flowed onto the bushes, and when I turned my head to look, I saw that my wrist was bleeding. I guessed that when I was rolling on the ground, my skin was pierced by thorns. However, something shocking happened. As my blood flowed onto the ground, the long-beaked monster's originally green eyes instantly turned crimson, as if splashed with dye. Peace. The next moment, it charged at me again, even faster than before, like a black lightning bolt. Damn it! I spat and quickly dodged. To my surprise, the long-beaked monster wasn't targeting me. After I dodged, it didn't chase me. Instead, it stopped next to the bush where my 2 drops of blood had been. I watched in disbelief as a thin, wrinkled tongue, somewhat resembling a goose intestine, suddenly emerged from its long beak. Its tongue licked the bush twice, swallowing 2 drops of my blood into its mouth. For some reason, I suddenly felt that the long-beaked monster was very satisfied. After swallowing my blood, the crimson in the long-beaked monster's eyes slowly faded, returning to its eerie green. Then, The long-beaked monster turned around and glanced at me before collapsing straight to the ground, like a drunkard. What the hell? This bizarre scene gave me the creeps. I don't know what happened. I was also afraid that this was a scheme by the long-beaked monster to lure me forward. I didn't take the opportunity to run away because I didn't know what the long-beaked monster was like. If it were conscious, leaving my back to it would be suicidal. It remained in place for nearly 10 minutes, during which time the long-beaked monster was like a person in deep sleep, completely still. Isn't it just an act? I thought for a moment. Then, holding the military spike in my right hand, I carefully moved toward the long-beaked monster. 1 step, 2 steps. When I approached the long-beaked monster, it still didn't make any move. A surge of joy filled me, and I swiftly plunged the spear into the long-beaked monster's head. A sharp squeak rang out, and the monster abruptly opened its eyes. He stared straight at me. I quickly pulled out the dagger and took several steps back. But then, the long-beaked monster made no further move. In my sight, its green eyes gradually dimmed, and soon, they were completely devoid of light. The light. I didn't dare to be careless, so I waited a few more minutes before slowly stepping forward and kicking it. It was rock hard. The long-beaked monster's body stiffened at an abnormal speed. I pricked it again with a dagger, but there was still no reaction. Now I'm absolutely certain that the long-beaked monster is dead. Damn it! I cursed and let out a long breath. Chapter 48, Du Qianqian's Disappearance. Since arriving in the primeval forest, I have experienced countless dangers. Although they had survived each time, this was the first time the danger had been eliminated in such an incredible way. I was reliving the moments that had just happened. My blood seems to have a great attraction for the long-beaked monster. After drinking my blood, the long-beaked monster collapsed like a drunkard. I know there must be something wrong with my blood. But if that's really the case, then the long-beaked monster slashed across my back, and its claws should be covered in my blood, right? Puzzled, I squatted down and poked at the long-beaked monster's corpse with my military-grade spikes. There was indeed my blood on its claws, but the blood there had turned purple. Could it be because its claws are poisonous? And it contaminated my blood? That's all I can guess. But what abnormality will appear in my blood? Could it be because I ate the mysterious fruit and the mysterious sapling? I carefully stroked it. After all, before I ended up in this primeval forest, I had a medical checkup every year, but I never had any problems. However, these are just my speculations and cannot be confirmed at the moment. After thinking for a while, I stopped pondering it. By this time, it was completely dark. I knew that if Du Qianqian couldn't be found, her situation would become even worse. I used my spear to dig a hole in the ground and buried the long-beaked monster's corpse. After all, the long-beaked monster is not small, and it can be considered food for other wild beasts. Having done all that, I continued my search for Du Qianqian. But even as night fell and dawn broke, I still couldn't find any trace of Du Qianqian. At this moment, I was also feeling extremely down. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to accept the reality. Du Qianqian may have met with some misfortune. I dare not think about what it could be. Qianqian, I'm sorry I'm late. Self-blame, remorse, and other emotions lingered in my heart. I wanted to continue searching, but reason told me that continuing would be futile. It takes a lot of effort. If we could find it, we would have found it long ago. Du Qianqian, a frail woman, could not possibly have escaped this far. I can only go back. But on my way back, I continued searching, unwilling to give up even the faintest hope. But when I dragged my exhausted body back to the shelter, hope had turned into despair. It was already noon, and the sun was high in the sky. Gao Zheng sat on a wooden stake, looking anxious, but when he saw me return, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He glanced at me twice, then searched around further back, and that bit of joy vanished without a trace. You did your best. I walked up to Gao Zheng, and he sighed, as if to comfort me. I shook my head. How's your injury? Gao Zheng said. I applied some anti-inflammatory medicine yesterday and bandaged it up. There shouldn't be any problems. It's just that I can't stand up yet. I nodded without saying anything, patted Gao Zheng on the shoulder, and prepared to go back to the tent to rest. I am very tired, not just physically tired, but also mentally tired. Gao Zheng shouted from behind. What should we do with Gu Lingbo? I turned around, a ferocious grin spreading across my face. We can't let him die. If it weren't for Gu Lingbo, Du Qianqian wouldn't have gotten into this mess. So naturally, I wouldn't let him die so easily. This was the first time Gao Zheng had seen me in such a frightening state. He nodded. I know what to do. The inability to die conceals endless torment. I walked toward the tent without even thinking of going to see Gu Lingbo. The women in the shelter could hear me and Gao Zheng talking. When they came out of the tent and saw me, their smiles were so bright and genuine. Brother Du, are you all right? A beautiful young woman asked timidly. After what happened yesterday, they knew who could truly protect them, and in a way that didn't require them to sell their dignity or bodies. Their attitude towards me will only be incredibly good, even bordering on ingratiating and flattering. I smiled and said, it's nothing. The remaining women all wanted to fuss over me, but seeing how exhausted I was, they all consciously just stared at me. Back in the tent, as soon as I lay down, a wave of fatigue washed over me. In less than 2 seconds, I drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, it was already noon the next day. I got out of bed and came out of the tent. Several women were gathered around the tent entrance, holding hot wild boar meat and some canned food, arguing about something. Why should you be the one to wake up Brother Du? You know he doesn't even want you, right? Don't think I don't know about that night you were kicked out of Brother Du's tent. Hey, you're going? Look at yourself. You're not going to wake Brother Du up, you're going to scare him. You two stop arguing. If you wake Brother Du up, you'll have nowhere to cry. Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Sure enough, where there are many women, there are many troubles. Even such a small thing can lead to an argument. However, I suddenly remembered the stories of emperors vying for favor in their harems in TV dramas. I coughed twice and said, I'm awake. The women were all taken aback. When they saw me at the tent entrance, they quickly gathered around, each of them speaking in an incredibly sweet and coquettish voice. I had to coax them to leave, and after wolfing down the food, I headed towards Gao Zheng's tent. Inside the tent, Gao Zheng was leaning against his clothes, carefully wiping his Nepalese kukri. Seeing me arrive, he smiled and asked, awake? I nodded and looked at his thigh. Is it better? Gao Zheng said, he's lucky he wasn't infected. I estimate he'll be able to walk with some difficulty in a few days. As he spoke, Gao Zheng looked at me with a probing gaze. After all, he saw clearly the scene 2 days ago when my injuries healed rapidly after I ate the mysterious fruit. But I don't want to explain too much to Gao Zheng right now. Gao Zheng looked somewhat disappointed and asked again, are you getting ready to leave? I nodded. We can't let anything happen to Lu Yayao again. To be honest, in my opinion, Lu Yayao should still be safe. Although I have been away from her for several days, Lu Yayao still has Xiao Haizi by her side, so she can't be considered unarmed. Okay, you go ahead then. You know the general direction, and at your speed, a day should be enough if nothing unexpected happens. Hurry up. Go back quickly. Gao Zheng didn't hesitate. I hope there are no surprises. Lu Wu and his gang probably won't dare to attack the shelter again. After all, as long as I'm alive, they'll be afraid. And also, that's the long-beaked monster that killed Lao Lu and the others. You need to be careful too. I explained everything in detail, and seeing that Gao Zheng understood, I stopped wasting time, and, carrying some food and weapons, set off to find Lu Yayao. The way. Chapter 49 Reunion. After escaping from the giant python's mouth, I didn't know my exact location, so I couldn't go looking for Lu Yayao. After learning the location of the plane crash from Gao Zheng, I quickly found the place where Lu Yayao and I had stayed before. Seeing that the tent had been dismantled and there was a grave, I breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Yayao encountered any danger when she left, she certainly wouldn't have had the chance to take the tent with her. In front of the tomb, there is a tree branch with the 4 characters, Tomb of Wu Gunji, carved on it in a crooked manner. Lu Yayao, I murmured with a touch of emotion. I can imagine Lu Yayao struggling to dig the hole, and then laboriously dragging Wu's body into the hole to bury it. Despite Wu He being such a beastly ingrate, Lu Yayao actually thought of burying his body to prevent it from being devoured by wild animals. Such kindness is very rare, and I was drawn to Lu Yayao's kindness. Yao Yao, where are you going? As I frowned in thought, suddenly, I couldn't help but tremble. After escaping, I always wanted to find Lu Yao. And what about Lu Yao? She must also be thinking of finding me. That night, I encountered such a huge commotion with the giant python, and although little Blackie couldn't speak, he still possessed some basic expressive abilities. Therefore, Lu Yao most likely knew that I might have been taken away by the giant python. Most importantly, the python is so large that it will leave traces wherever it goes. Lu Yao is so smart, she'll definitely find out. Having figured all this out, I had a guess that made me turn pale. Lu Yao followed the trail left by the giant python to find me. No, this is not a guess. It must be reality. Lu Yao, you big idiot. I gritted my teeth and cursed, as if the joy I felt earlier had never existed. I ran off in a hurry. In the nearby jungle, the mess left by the python when it attacked me had not been completely washed away by the rain. I followed these traces and began my search. It's fair to say that every step I took forward was filled with trepidation. And so, I searched for a whole day and night. Along the way, I encountered countless dangers, including venomous snakes and insects that ambushed me from the shadows, and huge wild beasts that chased after me. Although I have experienced these dangers, my heart has gradually calmed down. For me, it was extremely dangerous. What about for Lu Yao? But I still haven't found Lu Yao, which is neither good nor bad news for me. Actually, to be precise, it should be that they did not see Lu Yao dead. Following the tracks left by the giant python in my own memory, I have found the cave where the python brought me. I watched from a distance, not daring to go closer, afraid that the giant python might still be inside. I carefully searched around, but still couldn't find Lu Yao. It's been so long. Yao should have been able to get here by now. Could it be that she's already? I dare not think about it. Just as I was about to venture deeper into the cave to explore, I sensed movement behind me. Looking back, under a large tree that could easily be encircled by two people, a little bear timidly peeked out. "Little Blackie," I exclaimed in surprise. When the sound reached them, the little bear actually nodded. "Come here quickly." I was overjoyed. I found Xiao Haizi, so Lu Yao should be here too. I waved to little Blackie to come over, but it shook its head vigorously, too scared to come any closer. "What's wrong?" I was stunned for a moment, and then little Blackie stretched out his bare paw and pointed in the direction of the cave. I was utterly speechless. Just as I remembered, he was the same little black-haired boy, such a coward. I walked up to little Blackie, patted its head, and suppressing my excitement, said, "Where's your owner? Take me there quickly." This time, Xiao Haizi didn't shake his head. He turned and left. Looking at Xiao Haizi's plump buttocks, I was reminded of how pathetic it looked when it abandoned me and ran away that night, and I couldn't help but laugh. Little Blackie led the way, and I followed behind. After walking for about 10 minutes, a small cave appeared in front of me, and at the entrance of the cave, there stood the beautiful figure that had haunted my dreams for countless days and nights. Yao Yao. Seeing that Lu Yao was safe and sound, I could no longer suppress my excitement and rushed over to her. When Lu Yao heard my voice, she turned around, and a flash of surprise, joy, and other emotions crossed her face. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Do you on?" Lu Yao also pounced on me. I held her tightly, as if trying to merge her into my body, so that we would never be separated again. "Yao Yao, I'm so glad to see you're all right." I greedily inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Yao's beautiful hair. "Do you on? I miss you." Lu Yao's soft, sweet voice reached my ears. I pushed her away from my embrace, looked tenderly into her beautiful eyes, and said, "I miss you more." With these words spoken and feelings expressed in one's heart, everything will fall into place naturally. As night deepened, the small cave was far from peaceful. I listened attentively as Lu Yao recounted her experiences over the past few days, and my heart pounded with anxiety as she spoke of the various dangers she had encountered. "Yao Yao, don't do anything foolish again. I'll be fine, just wait for me to come home." I gently stroked Lu Yao's hair. Lu Yao nestled in my arms, nodded, and said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Do you on? If Grandpa saw you, he would definitely like you too." I was stunned for a moment. I have a general idea of Lu Yao's family situation. If it weren't for this plane crash, she and I would have been like two parallel lines, never intersecting at all. That was an insurmountable chasm. I hope so. Don't worry, I will definitely get you out of here alive. I think Lu Yao is homesick. Lu Yao nodded gently and then asked, "Tell me more about that shelter." When Lu Yao heard that I was going to take her to the shelter, she was naturally very curious. After all, that's likely where we'll be staying for some time to come. I explained it in detail again. Lu Yao suddenly said, "Doesn't that mean that besides you and Gao Zhang, the shelter is now full of women? And all kinds of beautiful women?" Upon hearing this, I had a sudden realization that something was wrong, and a strong will to survive surged within me. No matter how beautiful they are nowhere near as beautiful as you. Lu Yao then gave a soft snort. "Then from now on you're not allowed to talk to them. You can't even look at them. You can only talk to me. You can only look at me." Lu Yao's jealous expression stirred something within me again. I chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll listen to you. But I won't just be looking at you." Lu Yao screamed. Chapter 50: The Changes in the Shelter. The next day, after a whole night of fussing, I didn't feel tired at all. I quickly packed the tent and some clothes from the cave into my huge suitcase. "Let's go? If you can't walk, I'll carry you," I said with a smile. Lu Yao glared at me, her pretty face flushed red, and nodded. I swept her up in a princess carry and said to the yawning little black dog next to me, "Come on, don't get lost again this time." Little Blackie shook his head. So, our group, 2 people and 1 bear, headed towards the shelter. When I arrived, I wasn't moving very fast because I was looking for tracks left by the giant python. But now I don't need to worry about that, and I'm in a good mood. It's simply, they moved with lightning speed. In less than a day, before it was even completely dark, I brought Lu Yao back to the shelter. "Gao Zheng! Gao Zheng!" I shouted loudly. I don't know how Gao Zheng managed it. I've only been gone 4 days, and he's already raised the fence outside the shelter by another meter or 2, and even more. A door. Is this the shelter? Lu Yao stood to the side, asking curiously. After all, it's normal to be curious to see such a fence with human activity in this environment. "Well, we might be staying here for a long time from now on," I said with a smile. Less than a minute later, the gate was opened, and Gao Zheng's dark face came into view. "Do you on? Why are you only just getting back? I thought something had happened to you." Gao Zheng was in a great mood when he saw that I had returned safely. When Gao Zheng saw Lu Yao next to me, his eyes lit up even more. "Congratulations," I asked with a laugh. "Your leg is all better now? You even raised the fence." Gao Zheng smiled slyly. "Then you're wrong. I didn't do the fence thing." I was taken aback. It wasn't Gao Zheng. Could it have been those delicate women in the shelter who did it? Impossible. These trees were all freshly cut down. How could those women possibly manage to do that? Gao Zheng waved his hand and said with a smile, "Come in first, let me tell you slowly." I nodded and took Lu Yao's hand, preparing to go inside. At that moment, Xiao Haizi appeared from behind me. Gao Zheng was startled and shouted, "Du Yuan, watch out, there's a bear behind you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao and I both burst out laughing. I explained, "Don't worry, this is ours." I suddenly didn't know how to introduce Xiao Haizi, but Lu Yao continued my sentence. "A pet." Gao Zheng looked at me with a puzzled expression. I just smiled and briefly explained my connection with Xiao Haizi. After listening, Gao Zheng said irritably, "Would it kill you to say so earlier? You've been making me all nervous. Hurry up and come in." We passed through the wooden door and entered the shelter. The changes in the shelter were somewhat unexpected. Originally, the shelter was just a series of tents connected together. Now, there are no tents left, replaced by 3 small wooden cabins. Calling it a log cabin is an exaggeration. It's just 3 wooden sheds built from trees. The wooden shed was covered with a layer of green stuff. Upon closer inspection, I realized that it was the tent that had been torn open and covered up. The 3 wooden sheds are arranged in 3 sections. The middle one is the largest, measuring about 10 meters long, while the 2 on the left and right are less than 5 meters long. Hearing that I had returned, many women came out of the wooden shed in the middle. They all smiled and greeted me, looking at me with curiosity. Looking at Lu Yao. What exactly is going on?" I pointed to the wooden shed and asked in surprise. Lu Yao's beautiful eyes were also filled with surprise. Gao Zheng laughed smugly. Was it all done by Lu Wu and his men? Lu Wu? I didn't expect to get this answer. Gao Zheng had no intention of being mysterious and explained, "You had just left that day when Lu Wu and the others arrived." To be honest, I was extremely flustered at the time. They thought Lu Wu came to cause trouble, but it turned out they came to apologize. An apology? I didn't expect it to turn out this way either, so I asked, "What happened?" Gao Zheng glanced at me. "It's all your fault. I guess the fact that you managed to bring me back alive from the wolves that day completely terrified me. Lu Wu and the others. They came to apologize, and they even asked me what I wanted. I casually said that I wanted them to improve the environment of our shelter." At this point, Gao Zheng's smugness grew even stronger. Who knew that Lu Wu and the others would actually agree? It just so happens that one of them is a carpenter. Body. After a pause, Gao Zheng's smile broadened. These 3 wooden sheds really wore Lu Wu and the others out. After hearing Gao Zheng's explanation, my doubts did not diminish at all. Even if Lu Wu and the others are afraid of me, they wouldn't be this afraid, would they? An apology is fine, but these 3 wooden sheds weren't built easily. Besides, I know exactly what kind of person Lu Wu is. How could he resist seeing so many beautiful women at the shelter? They could easily do something bad and then run away. The primeval forest is so vast. If Lu Wu wanted to hide from me, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do so. Although I was still very confused, I didn't say anything to Gao Zheng in front of Lu Yao. I just nodded. However, what I didn't know was, after I chased him away that day, Lu Wu couldn't understand why I was able to escape from the wolf pack unscathed. That same day, Lu Wu returned to the small basin and found the Wolf King's corpse. Seeing the Wolf King's massive body stiffen, and the teeth marks on its neck that were clearly the work of a human, Lu Wu felt a surge of intense emotion. A deep sense of fear. "The room on the right is prepared for the 2 of you," Gao Zheng added. I nodded. "Then we'll go pack up first." I took Lu Yao's hand and walked into the wooden house. Lu Yao kept glancing at the group of women, and only after entering the house did she say with a hint of jealousy, "They're quite pretty. I don't think they're any less beautiful then." "How much worse am I?" Lu Yao turned her face away. I coaxed, "No one is as beautiful as you. Definitely not as beautiful as you." Lu Yao chuckled, slowly walked up to me, tilted her head back, and asked earnestly, "Do you on? What's the deal with the wolf pack?" I put my backpack down on the ground and said casually, "It's nothing. I just ran into a pack of wolves. Luckily I ran fast, and they didn't catch up with me." Chapter 51 Instant Noodles. I didn't mention the wolf pack to Lu Yao, just because I didn't want her to worry. Hearing my casual words, Lu Yao pursed her lips, walked into my arms, pressed herself tightly against my chest, and whispered, "Do you on? Answer. Promise me, nothing bad will happen, okay?" Feeling Lu Yao's concern, my heart warmed, and I smiled. "Don't worry, I'm incredibly lucky. Even you can become my girlfriend. I'm so fortunate. There definitely won't be any problems." Lu Yao gave a soft snort and broke free from my embrace. She seemed dissatisfied, but her smile was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. I smiled and looked around the wooden shed. It must be said that although Lu Wu and his group weren't very brave or skilled, their carpentry skills were quite impressive. The wooden planks on the ground exuded a fresh, resinous scent, and the surroundings were completely enclosed, with not a breath of wind able to get in. As for the only bed in the wooden shed, I initially thought it wasn't sturdy enough, so I pressed it down hard. Not bad, they're pretty resilient. Even if Lu Wu and the others stop being bodyguards, they can still make a living with these skills, I said jokingly. Seeing Lu Yao bustling around, tidying up and making the bed, I smiled and said, "You go ahead and tidy up. I'm going to talk to Gao Zheng about something." Lu Yao nodded in agreement. I turned around and went out, walking to the leftmost wooden shed. "Why are you looking for me instead of spending time with your beautiful lady?" Gao Zheng was wiping his knife when he saw me arrive, and he jokingly said something. I glanced into the shed but didn't go in. "Where's Gu Lingbo? I knew this was what you wanted to do. Come with me." Gao Zheng didn't waste any words and led me to the back of the shelter. In the open space behind, there stood a cross made of 2 tree trunks. On the cross, Gu Lingbo was stripped naked, bound hand and foot, and his body was covered with knife wounds. Could this cross have been made by Lu Wu and his group as well? I asked. Gao Zheng nodded. In the days you were gone, I gave Gu Lingbo a bloodletting treatment every day and gave him some water and 2 biscuits. He won't die. I took a deep look at the unconscious Gu Lingbo and shook my head. Let's go. I'll talk to you about the situation at the shelter. Gao Zheng said in surprise. Aren't you going to use your hands? I shook my head. I truly loathe Gu Lingbo. On the day Du Qianqian disappeared, I wanted to tear him to pieces. But these past few days have passed, and I've calmed down a lot. Besides, Gu Lingbo's life and death are now entirely in my hands. I can kill him whenever I want, so why rush things? I returned to Gao Zheng's wooden shed. How many people are still in the shelters? I have never looked into the situation of the shelters in detail. Now that we've decided to stay here for the time being, we need to be mindful of what we're doing. Besides the 3 of us, there are 24 others, all of them women. When I first came to the shelter, there were 9 men in total, including Gao Zheng and me. Of the other 7, 2 died at the hands of the long-beaked monster, and the rest. The 5 were killed by Lu Wu last time. The woman was originally 25, but after Du Qianqian disappeared, only 24 remained. Gao Zheng understood what I wanted to know. Of these 24 women, 3 are flight attendants, 1 is a wedding MC, and the rest are. They were women brought by the wealthy men who attended the wedding. No wonder they're all so young and beautiful. I muttered to myself, then asked, what about food and other supplies? Upon hearing this question, Gao Zheng immediately looked distressed. We were already out of food. If Lu Wu and the others hadn't brought over 2 boxes of instant noodles, these next few days won't be enough. But those supplies are almost gone too. Not to mention the medicine. They used up the last box of anti-inflammatory drugs on me. But there were plenty of clothes. After hearing Gao Zheng's brief introduction, I felt very heavy-hearted. Food can be obtained by risking danger, but there's no way to deal with medicine. With so many people, some are bound to get sick. We need to find a way to get help and get out of here, I said, frowning. Gao Zheng gave a wry smile. How can we call for help? There are towering trees all around us. Then let's go and provide assistance. This is definitely a deserted island. As long as we can find a way to the island and send out a distress signal, maybe we'll be able to get help. Now that the plane has only recently crashed, there must be people trying to rescue us. They just haven't found us yet. Gao Zheng thought for a while and affirmed my idea, but he still shook his head and said, the key is that there are dangers everywhere here. How do we find the way to the island's shore? I laughed and said, if we try a few more times, we'll eventually find it. If we don't try, we'll really just wait here to die. Gao Zheng didn't object. Okay, then I'll go with you. I pointed to the wooden shed in the middle and said, it's just you and me, the 2 men, who have all gone out. What if they encounter danger in the shelter? What if Lu Wu and his gang get malicious ideas again? Gao Zheng was silent for a moment, then said, then I'll go. I patted him on the shoulder. Old Gao, it's not that I mean anything by it, but if I go and find a way out, my chances of coming back alive are greater than yours, while if you going there, whether you'll come back alive is a question. Even if you do, if you're seriously injured like last time, there's no medicine to treat you. Although Gao Zheng was reluctant to let me take the risk, he knew that everything I said made sense, and finally nodded dejectedly. Actually, that was my real purpose in coming to find Gao Zheng. Having achieved my goal, I didn't linger any longer. After a few more casual words, I took my leave. Etc. Gao Zheng called me back. He ran under the bed, rummaged around, and pulled out 2 buckets of instant noodles, handing them to me. You haven't eaten all day, have you? I didn't stand on ceremony, took it, whispered a thank you, and left. Back in the cabin with Lu Yao, I placed 2 buckets of instant noodles in front of her and said with a smile, surprised? Unexpected. Lu Yao glared at me, annoyed. It's just 2 buckets of instant noodles. She said that, but there was a lot of light in her eyes. Given Lu Yao's circumstances, how could she possibly eat instant noodles when she's out? In the current situation, having instant noodles to eat is already a blessing. I took the kettle and quickly boiled the water, then made the noodles. The 2 sat on the bed and began to eat. Eat more. Lu Yao scooped nearly 2/3 of the noodles from her bucket of instant noodles into my bowl. I raised my hand to stop him. You eat. I've had enough. Lu Yao insisted on refusing, but I just wanted her to take it off. Looking at Lu Yao's beautiful face, I suddenly said, Yao Yao, I'm going to look for a way to the island tomorrow. Lu Yao's hand trembled, and the instant noodles fell onto the bed. Chapter 52, Finding a Way Out. Du Yuan, I want to go with you. Lu Yao's attitude was resolute, just like that time when she risked her life to take me away when I was seriously injured. But the situation is different now. Going out to find a way to the island shore. Even I don't know what dangers I might encounter, so I definitely won't let Lu Yao go with me. Shelters are much safer. Du Yuan, if you don't take me with you, what if Gao Jing does something to me? Lu Yao began trying to persuade me. I chuckled and said, Gao Jing isn't Gulingbo. You'll be fine staying here. But Gulingbo is here too. Lu Yao continued. Gulingbo is being held captive here. If you're worried about him, I'll go and kill him right now. I got up and prepared to deal with Gulingbo. Lu Yao grabbed my arm, her eyes slightly red. Du Yuan, do you think I'm a burden, and that taking me along will only slow you down? I quickly explained, putting my arm around Lu Yao. How could that be? I cherish you so much. How could I possibly dislike you? Little did I know, Lu Yao, whom I was holding in my arms, had a triumphant glint in her eyes. She leaned on my shoulder and gently blew into my ear. Du Yuan, take me with you. I don't want to stay here worrying about you every day. I want to face danger with you. Even if I die, I'll be with you. Die together. Lu Yao's affectionate words sent a shiver down my spine. I remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. Good. The next day, Gao Zheng and all the women in the shelter came to see me and Lu Yao off. Du Yuan, shouldn't you reconsider? Lu Yao is here. I'll risk my life to keep her safe. If you don't trust me. Gao Zheng hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. I punched him in the chest. Old Gao, what are you saying? You think that's all I see of you? Gao Zheng said, then what are you going to do? I laughed and said, it has nothing to do with you. She's just worried about me. Stop talking. When Gao Zheng saw what I said, he stopped trying to persuade me, but then pointed at Xiao Haizi and said, then why are you bringing it along too? I joked, then you're looking down on bears. Besides, even though little Blackie isn't big, he's still got a lot of fat. What if you guys get hungry one day? Its eyes lit up. Let's kill it and eat it. Braised bear paw tastes pretty good. The little black cat, who had been reluctant to leave the shelter, seemed to understand what I said and quickly ran behind me, and I couldn't pull him away. Gao Zheng's smile gradually faded, and he said solemnly, Du Yuan, be careful. Even if you can't find your way out, it's okay, but you must stay with. Lu Yao has returned safely. Certainly. I gave Gao Zheng a confident look, nodded to the women at the shelter entrance, took Lu Yao's hand, and turned to leave the shelter. According to Gao Zheng's and my calculations, we are not far from the island's shore. After all, Gao Zheng had looked down when the plane was about to crash, but he wasn't looking at the island. Finally, after discussing it with Gao Zheng, we decided to explore to the west. After leaving the shelter, we crossed several small hills. After walking for a whole day, it was almost completely dark, no longer suitable for continuing, so I found a relatively safe little cave, and simply, they set up a shelter and prepared to rest. Du Yuan, we've been walking all day. How much longer do you think we'll have to walk? Lu Yao rubbed her fair, white feet and asked with a frown. I was skinning and cleaning the wild rabbit I caught today, without even turning my head. Almost done. Actually, how could I possibly know? But since Lu Yao asked, I can only give her a comforting answer. Lu Yao stopped asking questions and sat quietly in the tent, waiting for me to roast the rabbit. I sealed off the entrance to the cave with some large stones and branches, so I don't have to worry too much if I light a fire. It smells so good. It's a pity there's no seasoning. Watching the rabbit meat sizzle and sizzle as it roasted over the fire, I couldn't resist taking a sip. Thinking it was almost done, I took it down and tossed a whole rabbit to little Blackie. Then he broke off another rabbit leg and handed it to Lu Yao. Oh, these little rabbits are not only cute, they taste delicious too. I made a joke, and Lu Yao rolled her eyes. There were only 2 rabbits to begin with, and we finished them quickly. It was dark, and I herded Xiao Haizi closer to the cave entrance, saying fiercely, you're sleeping here. If there's danger at night, warn me immediately. Us. Little Blackie understood and nodded with his large head. After traveling all day, I was quite tired. I crawled into the tent, exchanged a few words with Lu Yao, and then drifted off to sleep. I had a dream. In the dream, we were successfully rescued and returned to human society, and Lu Yao and I successfully entered into marriage. During the wedding, just as the wedding rings were being exchanged, a giant python suddenly appeared. Giant python. I was jolted awake and sat up abruptly, my back soaked with cold sweat. What's wrong? I woke Lu Yao up. She rubbed her eyes with one hand and put her other hand on my shoulder. I shook my head, forced a smile, and said, I was probably just too tired and had a nightmare. It's nothing. You should go to sleep. Lu Yao was fast asleep. After hearing what I said, she gently comforted me for a couple of minutes before lying down, her breathing even. But after I lay down, I couldn't fall asleep anymore. Why would I have such a nightmare? Is it because the giant python left me with too much psychological trauma? I wondered to myself. Since being stranded on this deserted island, I have experienced countless dangers. The time with the giant python was the most dangerous. He escaped from the snake's mouth. The sense of threat posed by the giant python was particularly intense. It seemed like dawn was approaching outside. I closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep. There was still a long road ahead, and I needed to be well rested. I was drifting off to sleep again. Just then, I suddenly heard a faint, rustling sound. I woke up with a start again, listening intently. The sound grew louder and sharper, becoming increasingly piercing and shrill, like a cat scratching at a wall in March. Generally speaking, Yao Yao, wake up. I woke Lu Yao up, and while she was still groggy, I asked, did you hear anything? Upon hearing my words, Lu Yao's sleepiness vanished instantly. She listened quietly for a while, then shook her head. Do you on? Are you sure you heard correctly? It's very quiet. I paused for a moment, then said with certainty, I'm sure I didn't mishear. I went out of the tent again, walked over to Xiao Haizi, shook it awake, and asked, did you hear anything? Chapter 53 Cave Collapse. Little Blackie seemed to understand me again. It lay down, pressed its ears to the ground, listened for a few seconds, then suddenly leaped up and charged towards the hole like a madman. They rushed out from the other end of the mouth. Seeing this, I quickly turned around and said to Lu Yao, run. Something bad is going to happen. Seeing my and Xiao Haizi's reactions, Lu Yao, though still unaware of what had happened, knew there was definitely danger, and quickly pulled up the person next to her. I'm getting ready to put on my coat. But in his haste, he couldn't get it right. I rushed to Lu Yao, and without thinking twice, I picked up a fire axe from the tent, hoisted Lu Yao onto my shoulder, and ran towards the cave entrance. I blocked the entrance to the cave with stones and dry branches, and little Blackie couldn't get out, so he paced around anxiously. Get away, I shouted, and after Xiao Haizi walked away, I kicked him. That fragile barrier was kicked down. Little Blackie darted out, and I followed closely behind. The sky was starting to lighten, but the wind was still quite cold at this hour. We had barely rushed out of the cave for less than 2 seconds when a deafening roar erupted, and a massive crack spread out from the mountainside, growing longer and wider. As the crack extended to the top of the cave, there was another loud rumble. The cave collapsed. Upon seeing this, Lu Yao's face turned pale. If we had come out 2 seconds later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Do you on? We've escaped again. Lu Yao's voice trembled slightly. I put my arm around her shoulder, sensing her fear, and reassured her. Don't worry, it's okay. To ease the tension, I lightly kicked Xiao Haizi in the butt. You cowardly little piece of trash, you've betrayed us again. Xiao Haizi got up from the ground and timidly hid behind Lu Yao, not daring to look at me. After being annoyed by this little rascal, Lu Yao's fear lessened a bit. She said, forget it, don't blame it. Survival is its instinct. I laughed and said, I don't blame it at all. If it hadn't run away so resolutely, I wouldn't have made a decision so quickly. Judging from the current situation, although Xiao Haizi is afraid of death, he has actually helped me quite a bit. Wu Jin did it once, and tonight it happened again. By the way, Du Yuan, how did you discover that there was something wrong with the cave? Lu Yao asked again. I pointed to my ears. Don't you remember? After eating that mysterious fruit, my hearing is probably even better than Xiao Haizi's. What exactly did you hear? I pondered for a while, rehearsing the sound I had heard several times, and said uncertainly, It felt like something was digging a hole. However, from the moment this idea came to me, I had a hunch that something was indeed digging a hole. After all, I was able to use this cave as a temporary shelter after conducting some inspections. Why do huge cracks appear on mountains for no apparent reason? Why did the cave collapse? It couldn't be an earthquake. The impact area of an earthquake wouldn't be this small. Having figured all this out, I couldn't help but glance towards the cave and hurriedly said, "Let's go. Get out of here quickly." Lu Yao was taken aback. "But our supplies and tents are still inside. Aren't we going to go and find them?" I shook my head. "We can't worry about that now." I carried Lu Yao on my back and headed west. Actually, I didn't even realize that since obtaining that mysterious fruit and the mysterious sapling, my confidence seemed to have become a little too high. After all, I've survived so many dangers unscathed. But after this cave collapse, I truly realized the terror of this deserted island once again. If it weren't for the nightmare I had tonight, which led me to discover something unusual, Lu Yao and I might have been buried in the cave. It wasn't fully light yet, but I wasn't greatly affected. After walking for an hour or two, I found a small cave to rest temporarily. This time, I carefully inspected the small cave before going in. It's granite, and it hasn't weathered, so it should be safe. Seeing that Lu Yao seemed to have a strange fear of the cave, I explained for a moment, then added, "You didn't get enough rest after all that yesterday's ordeal. I'll go find some dry branches to make a bed for you, so you can get some rest." Lu Yao grabbed my hand. "I'll go with you." I laughed and said, "I'm right here. If anything happens, just call me. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine." Lu Yao nodded reluctantly. I clearly remember that there were some vines or something in front of the small cave. We came out, chopped them off with an axe, and then climbed up a tree next to us and cut some branches. Then, just as I was about to find something to eat, a terrified scream suddenly came from a cave not far away. "It's Lu Yao." I hurriedly threw what I was holding to the ground and ran towards the cave like a madman, my mind racing with wild thoughts. What exactly had Lu Yao encountered? What happened? At the cave entrance, little Blackie was clumsily running towards me, and he even tripped and fell down when he wasn't paying attention. But Lu Yao was not behind it. "Why did you betray your master again?" I wanted to kick Xiao Haizi unconscious, but now was not the time. I picked it up, threw it aside, and blocked the cave exit. The cave is actually very small, less than 3 meters deep, and only wide enough to accommodate 2 normal adults. At my height, my hair could touch the rock wall at the top of the cave. Lu Yao stood with her back to me, barely able to stand, motionless, but her delicate body was trembling in a very small arc. "Yao, what's wrong?" Not knowing what was happening inside, I didn't dare to go in rashly, and could only call out softly at the entrance of the cave. Hearing my voice, Lu Yao almost turned around, but I quickly said, "Don't move. If you encounter danger and are not confident of escaping, never turn your back on or avoid looking at wild animals." Although Lu Yao didn't understand this, she was very obedient. With her back to me, her voice trembled. "Do you on? There's a monster. It's so scary." "Is there really a monster?" I took a deep breath and, judging from Lu Yao's condition, the monster should be at the very back of the cave. But there's only one entrance to this cave, so how did it get in? I suddenly remembered the cave collapse last night and connected the two together. Could it be that this monster really can dig tunnels? So, the collapse of the cave was not an accident? "Don't worry, I'm here. As soon as you see the monster attack, lie down immediately. I'm here, everything will be all right." I took a small, cautious step. Chapter 54: The Hollow Digging Beast. The cave was less than 3 meters deep in total, and after I took a small step, the distance between me and Lu Yao was less than 2 meters. From this distance, I'm confident I can rescue Lu Yao. "Be careful, don't panic." I gently comforted Lu Yao again and took another small step forward. But at that moment, I suddenly heard a faint sound of movement. "Yao, squat down." I shouted urgently, and Lu Yao, upon hearing my words, squatted down without hesitation and covered her head with her hands. In the air, right where Lu Yao's head was when she was standing, a gleaming claw, sharp as a blade, swung past. I also took the opportunity to take in the appearance of this wild beast. Its entire body was covered in a layer of dark scales, and it was no more than 1/2 a meter long, but its mouth was like a large spiral screw, a full 10 centimeters long. It has short, thick limbs, but long, sharp-looking claws. It swung its claws and missed, landing on the ground between me and Lu Yao. Upon seeing me, it seemed somewhat frightened and shrank back. Fearing it might turn back and endanger Lu Yao, I took a big step forward and kicked out with all my might with my right foot, just like kicking a soccer ball. It wasn't very fast. I tried to dodge, but seeing that I couldn't, it let out a threatening growl and scratched at my ankle with one claw. In order to rescue Lu Yao from danger as soon as possible, I did not dodge, and the claws easily tore through my boots. Several deep scratches were immediately left on my ankle, and they burned with pain. But I kicked it away with a heavy kick. He kicked the rock wall on the left side of the cave, and half of his body sank in, as if he were embedded in it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I endured the pain in my right ankle, scooped up Lu Yao, who was squatting, tucked her under my arm, and turned to head towards the cave entrance. Run. It struggled on the rock face for a second, broke free, fell to the ground, and chased after it closely. I heard a noise behind me and was thinking of continuing to escape with Lu Yao. But I thought it might be the culprit behind last night's cave collapse, and now it's back again. Has it been following us all along? If it's true, then running away isn't a solution. It's better to deal with it now. I put Lu Yao on the ground, yelled, "Run," and then turned back. By this time, it was less than half a meter away from me. When it saw me stop, it pawed at the ground with its two paws, threw out 2 handfuls of dirt, and then threw them at my face. I didn't expect it to have this trick up its sleeve, but my reaction was also extremely quick. I immediately half-squatted down and took the opportunity to pull the general's dagger out of my left boot and hold it in my hand. Roar! Another low growl. With a powerful push from its 2 thick hind legs, half of its body was lifted into the air, and its screw-like mouth opened, spitting out a mouthful of greenish-blue saliva. The saliva shot out like a sharp arrow, extremely fast. So you resort to spitting when you can't win? I cursed under my breath and turned my head to avoid it, but the spittle barely grazed my right cheek. Being on the defensive is not my style, so I threw out my military dagger with almost all my might. Then, to my surprise, when the thorn pierced its belly, I only heard a piercing sound like metal clashing. It didn't pierce through. You should know that although the military dagger is not an axe, I can still pierce a hole in granite when I use my full strength. This shows just how hard its scales are. Although the bayonet did not penetrate, the enormous impact caused the aircraft, which was already half standing, to lean backward. Damn it, you scared my woman. I took another step forward, and as it lost its balance, I kicked it hard again. With all my might, I felt like my toes were about to be broken by the interaction forces, and it was kicked into the rock wall again, even deeper than before, with almost its entire body embedded in it. After I finished playing, I felt like something was off. As expected, it realized it was no match for me, and this time it didn't struggle. Instead, it started chiseling a hole in the rock wall. They used all 4 of them. Even their mouths were helping. It was incredibly fast. In the time it took me to catch my breath, it had already dug at least 10 centimeters deeper. Trying to run away, I strode forward, grabbed its tail, and pulled hard, dragging it out. It tried to turn around and bite me, but how could I give it that chance? Like swinging a sledgehammer, I gripped its tail tightly and slammed it to the ground. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, I used all my strength each time. I smashed one shallow pit after another into the small cave. I could feel that its struggles were getting weaker and weaker. I know I'm about to smash it to death. He swung the sword left and right, and a series of loud bangs echoed through the cave. I don't know how much time passed, but when my hands started to ache, I finally stopped. I threw it on the ground and stomped on it, but it didn't react for a long time. But I was still worried, afraid it was just pretending to be dead. I called out to Lu Yao at the cave entrance. "Yao Yao, pick up the daggers at the cave entrance and throw them to me." The bayonet was bounced to the entrance of the hole, and I didn't have time to pick it up. Lu Yao picked it up and threw it over, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" I smiled and said, "Probably." I picked up the dagger, held it in my hand, and plunged it into its mouth, but there was still no reaction. That's when I finally confirmed that it was dead. I grabbed its tail again, lifted it up, and walked out of the cave. Lu Yao was startled when she saw the monster in my hand. But she walked over curiously, keeping a distance that wasn't too close or too far, and asked, "Do you want? What kind of monster is this?" I shook my head. There were too many unknown animals on this deserted island. Can it dig holes? Let's call it the hole-digging beast. I randomly picked a name for it, and then said to Lu Yao, "Wait a minute, I've finished dealing with it, and I have something good for you." Lu Yao asked curiously, "What is that?" I smiled without saying a word. This cave-drilling beast has incredibly hard scales, and it doesn't look heavy at all. It would be perfect to peel off its scales and make a protective armor from them. I threw the cave-drilling beast to the ground, and a short distance away, I picked up the axe I had dropped and began to deal with it. As I moved, Lu Yao understood my intention. She shook her head. "It's disgusting, I don't want it. You can use it, besides, you're just putting the scales. Once the shells are peeled off, figuring out how to reattach them is another problem." I laughed and said, "When we get back to the shelter, let Gao Zheng handle it. He'll definitely figure it out." As I spoke, I had already cut open the cave-drilling beast's stomach, which was full of plants. There was nothing of the sort, not even animal flesh or poisonous insects. I couldn't help but wonder, a herbivore? If that's true, why would it attack us? Chapter 55: Encountering Survivors Again. No, it's not necessarily a herbivore. It could very well be an omnivore. It just hasn't had any meat these past few days. I quickly thought of other possibilities. But for some reason, I always felt that my first thought was correct. Soon, they cleaned up the cave-drilling beast, washed its scales, found a tree, marked it, dug a hole, and buried it. "Aren't you going to take it with you? What if you lose it?" Lu Yao asked, puzzled. I shook my head. These scales weighed about 10 pounds in total. Although not heavy, all our supplies were trapped at the bottom of that cave, and there were no bags to carry them. It's too much trouble. It's better to leave it here and take it out on the way back. It's all right. Let's rest for a while before continuing our journey. I picked up the vines and branches I had collected earlier and laid them out in the cave. After taking a nap in the morning, I felt refreshed, and Lu Yao also regained her strength. So we set off again on our journey to find the island's shore. Actually, after leaving the shelter, we kept heading west. Although there were some deviations, there weren't any major problems overall. After walking for another 2 days, I could clearly feel that we were actually going uphill, even though the rate of change in altitude was very slow. I couldn't help but start to wonder if I was going in the wrong direction. "Yao, have you noticed any changes?" I stopped, stood there for a while, looked around, and asked in confusion. Lu Yao pondered for a moment. "It seems there really is a change. The trees we've seen these past few days don't seem as tall as those in the shelter area, nor as. It's gotten so thick." Lu Yao and I share a similar view. This is not good news. After all, from another perspective, the size of the deserted island may far exceed what we previously expected. Because, under normal natural conditions, if a deserted island is very small, it is impossible for it to support 2 different ecological environments. Let's take another look. That's all I can say for now. Hoo-hoo. Just then, Xiao Haizi suddenly roared. I quickly looked over and saw Xiao Haizi squatting on the ground, poking at something with his hand. I went over and took a look, and I was stunned. How did strips of cloth end up here? It was a small strip of pure cotton cloth, most likely torn from clothing. Hearing my words, Lu Yao also came over, pulled Xiao Haizi up, and asked in confusion, "Are there other survivors?" "That's possible. Let me see if there are any other traces." I searched the surrounding area carefully. Soon, I discovered other traces, including a piece of toilet paper that had been soaked in water. All the signs indicate that someone must have passed through here. They must have come from this direction. Let's follow them and see. I pointed in the northwest direction and said, "Of course, they might have come from that direction, but that can't be confirmed yet. We can only keep looking." A few days later, but as we went deeper, I became certain that there had been survivors heading northwest. The clues left in the cave yesterday indicated there should have been 5 people, but there are only 2 here today. It seems they went through something. Danger. I pointed to the footprints of varying depths and sizes on the muddy road and said, "Yes, it rained this morning. Since the footprints haven't been washed away, it means they haven't been gone from here for long." Lu Yao added, "Judging from the footprints, it should be a man and a woman." Let's go, find them as soon as possible. They might be acquaintances. Without further ado, I carried the exhausted Lu Yao on my back and, with Xiao Haizi in tow, continued searching along the footprints. Although footprints sometimes disappear, they still generally point us in the right direction. Finally, the footprints disappeared in front of a crack in the mountain. It was an inverted V-shaped narrow passage, not very wide, just wide enough for Lu Yao and me to pass through, but it got wider the further in we went. I don't know how geological processes created such a crevice, which is perfect for making a shelter. As they went closer, they heard strange noises coming from inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's pretty face immediately flushed red. I coughed twice, stopped, and called out, "Is anyone home?" The strange sound stopped abruptly, followed by the echo of my voice. A few seconds later, a deep and magnetic voice came from inside. "Do you on? Is that you?" The voice carried a hint of wariness, but also a hint of surprise. When I heard that unique voice, I was stunned for a moment and asked in disbelief, "Cheng Nian?" "Haha. It really is you, do you on? You're still alive." Perhaps because of his excitement, Cheng Nian's voice was no longer as deep as I remembered. After confirming her identity, I was still overwhelmed with emotion and said to Lu Yao, "She's my college roommate." Not long after, a thin young man came out from inside. His ordinary face wore a bright smile, exactly as I remembered him. "Do you on? It really is you. Damn it, you almost scared the crap out of me." Cheng Nian punched me hard in the chest, then hugged me tightly. I could feel Cheng Nian's body trembling. I was very happy to see Cheng Nian alive. Cheng Nian was my college roommate, although we had some personality differences back then. To be precise, I'm honest, while Cheng Nian is a playboy, but that doesn't stop us from being good brothers. "Do you on? It's so good to see you're still alive," Cheng Nian said, choking back tears. Just as I was about to express my true feelings, Cheng Nian suddenly shoved me away, exclaiming in shock, "Holy crap! Do you on? This girl you brought is extremely. Taste it." I was both amused and exasperated. The perfect atmosphere had been completely ruined. I lightly kicked him in the butt. "What girl? Call me sister-in-law." Cheng Yuan looked at me, then at Lu Yao, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "You got incredibly lucky?" Despite saying that, Cheng Yuan still said to Lu Yao in a very serious tone, "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Cheng Nian, and I am Du Yuan's college classmate and good brother." Just then, a pretty girl emerged from the gap. Her face was flushed, but when she saw me, her expression changed. I also recognized the woman's identity. She was Gu Lingbo's younger sister, Gu Shui. "How about that, bro? Pretty good, huh? Gu Lingbo stole your girlfriend. I'll help you deal with his sister." Cheng Nian put his arm around my shoulder and winked at me. Aside from the parties involved, Cheng Yuan was the one who knew best about the feud between me and Zhang Yinggu Lingbo. I sighed. "Don't drag me into your own messes, okay?" Chapter 56: The Cause of the Plane Crash. Cheng Nian is a typical spoiled brat, but he also has one advantage. He is loyal and righteous. His family background was much stronger than Gu Lingbo's, which is why Cheng Nian never got along with Gu Lingbo, who liked to look down on people. After learning that I had been betrayed by Zhang Yin and Gu Lingbo, Cheng Nian even gathered a few people and gave Gu Lingbo a severe beating. This incident caused quite a stir at the school at the time. The reason Cheng Nian attended Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yin's wedding was simply to vent my anger. But before he could cause any trouble, the plane crashed. "How did you get here?" I pulled Cheng Nian aside and asked softly, while also giving Lu Yao a look. She knew what I meant. Don't tell Gu Lingbo's situation to Gu Shui for the time being. Cheng Nian looked at me with surprise and said, "Gu Shui is not Gu Lingbo. She is not a bad person. I have neither agree nor disagree with this." Cheng Nian didn't continue to defend Gu Shui, but said through gritted teeth, "Damn it. Do you know why the plane crashed? It was all the fault of Gu Lingbo and his son. What a tragedy. The crimes they committed have resulted in so many people paying the price. What happened? I've always been puzzled by plane crashes. After all, the probability of a plane crash is so low, so why did it have to happen to me?" Cheng Nian snorted coldly. Besides the relatives and friends of the Gu and Zhang families, there are also the Gu family's enemies who came to attend Gu Lingbo's wedding. The Gu Lingbo family's vast wealth wasn't entirely acquired through legitimate means. Many shady dealings were involved, naturally leading to enmity. People. The plane crash was caused by the Gu family's enemies. I personally witnessed one of them enter the cockpit and threaten the captain to change course, but later, for some reason, the Gu family's enemies started fighting amongst themselves. They had originally planned to crash the plane into the sea. But then, they killed the captain, and since they didn't know how to fly the plane, it crashed onto this deserted island. After listening to Chung Yin's explanation, I clenched my fists and cursed. Damn it, settle scores and get revenge. Why drag so many innocent people into this? Chung Yin sneered. The Gu family's enemies are no good either. They prepared their own parachutes long ago and landed before the plane crashed. Then what happened to you? I asked again. They had a fight among themselves, and one person died, so they got an extra parachute, which I snatched. After a pause, Chung Yin continued. When I jumped, Gu Shui happened to be next to me. My heart softened, so I jumped with her. At that moment, I remembered the traces I had found in that cave earlier and asked, "Were you with them?" Chung Yin exclaimed in surprise. "How did you know?" "That's right. But Gu Shui and I were taken hostage by them. Later, just a few days ago, they recruited." Having provoked a terrifying beast and preoccupied with my own survival, I seized the opportunity to escape with Gu Shui. After hearing the whole story, I felt a little melancholy. I initially thought it was just an accident, but it turned out to be man-made. I wish I could kill all those enemies of the Gu family. However, when I saw Lu Yeyao, my mood immediately improved. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. If it weren't for the plane crash, Lu Yeyao would never have become my woman. "Du Yuan, have you seen my brother and sister-in-law?" Just then, Gu Shui suddenly asked timidly. I glanced at her and said to Chung Yin, "Come out with me." Chung Yin was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded and followed me outside. When Chung Yin saw Xiao Haizi, he was so frightened that he trembled all over. After I explained it to him, he wasn't afraid anymore. Outside the crevice, I looked at Chung Yin and said, "Why did you provoke Gu Shui? Don't you know about my relationship with Gu Lingbo?" Chung Yin chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't think you were dead. Gu Shui's looks can only be described as pretty, but she has a good figure." I couldn't control myself for a moment. I gave him a cold look and said, "Gu Lingbo isn't dead yet, but he's practically dead. I'm going to castrate him." In a few words, I briefly recounted what happened between Gu Lingbo and me after we arrived on the deserted island. Chung Yin, on the other hand, was filled with righteous indignation. However, when it came to Gu Shui's question, he was clearly a little uncomfortable. This is the first time I've ever seen Chung Yin act like this towards a woman. I raised an eyebrow and asked, "You can't possibly have fallen for Gu Shui, can you? That doesn't fit your playboy persona." Chung Yin sighed. "Once I was bitten by a poisonous snake, and Gu Shui saved me." Having said that, I understood. I patted Chung Yin on the shoulder and said, "Just say that Gu Lingbo died in the plane crash." Chung Yin clearly didn't want Gu Shui to get hurt, so I gave him that face. Although Koyuki is a ticking time bomb, she might explode at any moment. But I feel that if I can't even handle Gu Shui, then I'm too incompetent. "Let's go in." I turned and left, and Chung Yin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Du Yuan, that kid, was so honest and timid before. How come he suddenly got a murderous aura about him after just a few days? Looking at my back, Chung Yin muttered to himself. Back in the crevice, Gu Shui stared at me expectantly. Gu Lingbo died in the plane crash. Now, everyone in the Gu family except you is dead, I said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Shui felt her vision go black, her head spin, her legs went weak, and she fainted in Chung Yin's arms. "I'll go out and find some food first. You stay here and comfort her." I took Lu Yao's hand and walked outside. After they came out, Lu Yao asked, puzzled, "Du Yuan, you and Gu Shui said that. What if one day? Let's talk about it when that day comes. Besides, with so many dangers along the way, it's questionable whether she can even make it back to the shelter alive." I said it casually. "Huh? You don't mean to?" Lu Yao said in shock and anger. I glared at her, annoyed. "So that's the kind of person you think I am? I mean, with so much danger, I can protect you, but not. I will definitely protect her. Besides, I understand Chung Yin's meaning. How could I possibly harm Gu Shui?" Lu Yao stuck out her tongue, feeling a little guilty, but still stubbornly argued. I didn't say that. You're the one who thought that. It's none of my business. Seeing Lu Yao's guilty yet stubborn expression, I couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Let's go get some food. Chapter 57 Deadly Vines. For people, plus a growing bear. I was hoping to catch 6 rabbits or animals of similar weight. To my surprise, after emerging from the narrow opening, I didn't see a single rabbit or even a mosquito. What is going on? I muttered to myself, having a bad feeling. This was a deserted island teeming with plants and animals, not a human city. At this moment, everything around us was quiet. The ground was covered with weeds less than 10 centimeters tall, while the surrounding trees, though neither tall nor thick, had very lush foliage. Something unusual must be going on. Yao Yao, you stay behind me. Xiao Haizi, you cover the rear. Seeing my serious expression, Lu Yao was no longer angry that I had pinched her cheek earlier. After walking a little further, my bad premonition grew stronger and stronger. Let's not go any further. Let's go back. There's definitely something wrong here. I frowned. There was no need to take such a risk just to find some food. However, the moment I turned around, a rustling sound began to ring out from all directions, sending chills down my spine. Run! Although I didn't know what had happened, I instinctively started running, and in the process, I swept Lu Yao up in a princess carry, holding her tightly in my arms, and then, he picked up the little black boy with one hand. Damn it! How did I gain so much weight in just a few days? Feeling the weight of the little black cat, I cursed it with exasperation. My legs felt like they were powered by motors as I ran. The rustling sound grew louder and sharper. Bang! I felt like I tripped over something, and my body instantly lost its balance. I quickly twisted my body, lifting Lu Yao up to prevent her from falling. I pinned her down. After I finished doing that, I fell to the ground. Little Blackie didn't receive such treatment. He fell face first to the ground. What's going on? Ignoring the pain from the abrasions on my arm, I quickly stood up. Are you alright? Lu Yao asked anxiously. I shook my head and looked at the spot where I had just fallen. The grass there was tightly tangled together, as if it had been tied in a knot. How come we didn't notice this when we arrived? I looked around again, and my face instantly turned ashen. There were countless knots like this. There was no such knot when we arrived. Moreover, given the short time frame and the sheer number of knots involved, it's impossible for just 1 or 2 people to untie them all. There's only one explanation. It's these grasses. The grass tied itself into knots. I refused to believe it, but the facts were undeniable. Though somewhat unbelievable, such things have been quite common since I arrived on this deserted island. Already? Watch out. I took the fire axe from my waist and stood guard. The rustling sound grew closer and closer. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a vine flew up from the ground and stretched towards me and Lu Yao at an extremely fast speed. Then, more and more vines like these appeared, covering the entire area. At that moment, I finally understood why we hadn't seen a single animal after walking for so long. I also understand where those rustling sounds came from. Countless green vines, like a vast army shooting arrows at us, completely obscured the sky, turning it green. Seeing this scene gave me goosebumps. When the first vine stretched out in front of me, I chopped it down hard with my axe. Unexpectedly, when combined with my strength, the axe, which could easily cut through bones, only left a shallow scratch when it struck the vines. Cut marks. So hard. I chopped twice more, and the cuts were only slightly deeper. While I was making my move, the vines had already wrapped around my waist. Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't cut you down. In my anger, I chopped with all my might, finally severing the vine. From the broken end, a gushing green liquid sprayed all over me, and a small piece was also missing from the axe. Fortunately, after I cut the vine, it fell softly to the ground, just like a dead person, and then slowly shrank back. Ah! Lu Yao's terrified scream rang in my ears. When I looked back, my eyes were bloodshot. For vines were seen wrapping around Lu Yao's waist, legs, and hands, pulling her body down and dragging her back. Yao Yao, I'm here. I practically lunged forward, grabbing Lu Yao's calf. A tremendous pulling force drew both of us toward the vines. Drag it to the place. I picked up the axe and chopped at the ground, trying to resist the pulling force. But it was nothing compared to the bigger picture. I almost broke my hands trying to stop it, but I still couldn't. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. I took out the axe that was embedded in the ground and chopped at the vines between Lu Yao's legs. But I had to be careful not to accidentally hurt Lu Yao, so I was much more cautious in my actions and couldn't use all my strength. The vines were very tough and difficult to cut, and I was at a loss as to what to do with them. With a determined effort, I threw away the axe, grabbed the vines on Lu Yao's calves tightly, and slowly climbed up to her body. Lu Yao was so frightened that her face turned pale. I twisted my waist and flipped her onto me. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. I'm here. My back was dragged on the ground by vines, and my clothes were quickly worn through, followed by my skin. I don't need to look to know that my back is now a terrible sight. Do you on? Let me go. Let me go now. Those vines aren't binding you. Let go of me. Lu Yao's lips turned white. She reached out, trying to pry my arms off her. But how much strength does she have? And how much strength do I have? My hands, like pliers, gripped her tightly. Silly woman. How could I possibly let go? I forced a smile, but couldn't help letting out another muffled groan. I think my back was just scratched by a small pebble on the ground. It hurt sharply. Do you on? Don't be stupid. Let me go, or we'll both die. Lu Yao bit my arm, initially with great force, but gradually her strength diminished. I know she couldn't bear to bite me. Lu Yao's scalding tears fell onto the clothes on my chest, and soon, her tears soaked the entire front of my clothes. Stop crying. Do you remember what I told you? We'll die together. After saying that, I suddenly felt the speed slow down, and the vines that were wrapped around Lu Yao loosened. What happened? I turned my head and looked around. Not far to my left, I saw a huge tree, at least 10 meters wide, and on that tree were two fruit. The fruit was as big as an apple and bright red. Chapter 58 Red Fruit. I struggled to my feet, the abrasions on my back causing me to wince in pain. I picked Lu Yao up again, and suddenly remembered that Xiao Haizi hadn't stayed in that meadow yet. But I don't have the mind to care about it right now. This? Lu Yao's slightly reddened eyes revealed shock, as did mine. The vines that had previously entangled me had all returned to the large tree and were now tightly wrapped around it. This huge tree was so tall that its top was nowhere in sight. Its branches were so numerous that they seemed to block out the sun and sky, obscuring the entire dome of the sky. I alertly blocked Lu Yao behind me. But I also know in my heart that I don't know if this big tree is aggressive, but the vines that grow alongside it are already enough to make me feel. It is within our power. Tick-tock. My entire back was now a bloody mess, a truly horrible sight. Blood flowed down my back, thighs, and heels, dripping onto the ground. Soon, my blood flowed onto the ground, forming a stream that had shrunk countless times. The next moment, suddenly, a branch of the big tree bent down and swept towards me. I picked up Lu Yao and darted to the side. But the tree branch's target didn't seem to be me. Instead, it's on the ground, my blood. I saw the sharp tip of the tree branch pierce my blood. I suddenly had a strange feeling, like the tree branches were sucking my blood. And that is indeed the case. My blood flowed back into the tree branches, and I watched helplessly as the once wrinkled and lifeless branches, after absorbing my blood, became like withered wood. With the arrival of spring, life gradually returned. Even the withered yellow leaves have turned a tiny bit green. This bizarre scene terrified both Lu Yao and me. Do you on? Is this tree a vampire tree? Lu Yao stammered, a chill running from her heart to the top of her head. No, I don't know. Even I was terrified to witness this scene, which contradicted the scientific education I received from childhood, etc. I suddenly remembered the night I searched for Du Qianqian, and the scene of the long-beaked monster going mad after seeing my blood. I couldn't help but have this thought. Is this tree only interested in my blood, and not in everyone's blood? I looked at Lu Yao. Her fair back also had abrasions and some blood, but the tree seemed genuinely uninterested. Is my blood really that attractive? I gave a wry smile. However, at that moment, two fruits, about the size of apples, fell off the tree on their own and were caught by a branch and brought to me. What do you mean? Is it for me? I reached out to take it, but the branch dodged backward. This tree is intelligent. I can't believe it. But the facts are undeniable. If this scene were captured on film and spread, I believe it would cause a radical change in the biological world. You're not giving it to me? Are you kidding me? I paused for a moment. Then suddenly it dawned on me. Could it be that it wants to trade this for my blood? I had this thought, but what use is this fruit? Hey, do you want? Look at these two fruits. Don't they look a bit like the fruits we encountered before? Lu Yao suddenly said. How are they the same? I countered by asking. Those three fruits were green and shriveled, and the tree that grew them was also very small and withered. And this fruit is big and red. I don't know. I just have this intuition. Lu Yao couldn't explain why either. After hearing this, I remained silent for 2 seconds, gritted my teeth, took out the Nepalese kukri from my boot, and lightly cut my finger. Immediately, a trickle of blood appeared. And that branch immediately pricked my finger. I felt it was frantically draining my blood. Before long, the branch came back to life. I was also pale due to significant blood loss. I reached out again to take the two fruits. This time, the branch didn't dodge, but after I got one fruit, it wouldn't let me take a second one. Want more? My face turned even paler. In just this short while, I lost at least 100 milliliters of blood. Never mind, let's eat this fruit first. I opened my mouth wide and took a bite of the fruit. This fruit is very juicy and sweet and tastes great. I took a few bites and swallowed the whole fruit. A surge of heat welled up in my stomach and gradually flowed towards my limbs. The next second, my back suddenly became incredibly itchy, and I instinctively wanted to reach out and scratch it, but then I remembered the injuries all over my back and stopped immediately. Yao, look at my back, it's so itchy. Lu Yao moved behind me and exclaimed, Do you want? The injury on your back is healing rapidly, and I hurriedly asked, And what? Lu Yao organized her thoughts. It's your old skin that's growing back towards the wound, but the new skin isn't the right color. It's green. Green. I quickly turned my head to look, but the range of my turn was always limited, and I could only see a small amount of green. Within seconds, the itching on my back disappeared completely, and a new layer of skin grew out. How is it now? I asked again hastily. After all, I didn't want to become the Hulk. It's still green, Lu Yao replied. I was just about to speak when suddenly, my whole body started to itch. I raised my hand and saw that the originally fair skin on my arm was gradually turning green. 1 minute later, my entire body, including my face, turned green. Lu Yao stared at him in disbelief, speechless. I cursed at the tree. What the hell are you doing? I don't know if it understood what I said, but the tree stretched out another branch and reached out to me. You still want my blood? Screw you. I was on the verge of tears. The branch shook again, and the fruit on it swayed. I thought to myself, is one not enough? Do I need two? Once the idea came to mind, it spread like weeds, impossible to shake off. I gritted my teeth again. It's just blood, isn't it? For you. I took out my Nepalese kukri and slashed it across my hand. To my surprise, my wrist, which should have been cut under normal circumstances, was completely unharmed. Have I become weaker? I paused for a moment, then picked up the knife again and slashed once more, but the situation remained exactly the same, with no change whatsoever. Chapter 59 New Abilities. After repeating the experiment several times, I finally confirmed that my skin is now very tough. Even I, when using a sharp weapon, need to use 20% of my strength to cut it. You should know that I am quite strong. Even 20% of my strength is greater than that of a normal adult male. For me, it was like putting on a steel suit. Under normal circumstances, things like venomous snakes and insects simply cannot break through my skin's defenses. Is this red fruit really that powerful? I touched the skin on my palm. If I didn't look at it, it felt about the same as before. Who would have thought it could be so hard? I was deeply shocked once again. One more, please. I no longer doubted it, and cut my wrist with my Nepalese kukri. And the branch rushed to my wrist again, sucking my blood. The branch continued its transformation, and once it regained a glimmer of life, it parted, handing the red fruit to me. I ate it all in just a few bites. That itchy feeling returned, but quickly disappeared again. Do you want? It's back to normal. It's not green anymore. Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise. I looked down and sure enough, my skin color had returned to its normal fair color. It seems that although this red fruit is different from the fruit I ate before, it can still bring about changes to my body. I murmured. Those shriveled, kiwi-like fruits can heal my injuries and increase my strength. And this red, plump, apple-like fruit can also heal injuries and reshape my skin, making it tough. Could there be other types of fruit? This thought involuntarily popped into my head. I looked up at the big tree, staring intently as I searched carefully, not wanting to miss a single spot. To my disappointment, not only were there no other types of fruit, but even the bright red ones were nowhere to be found. Do you on, what can we do now? Lu Yao asked again. My heart skipped a beat. Yes, this big tree craves my blood. Will it let us leave now? I looked at the big tree again. I can sense that it's different from when I first arrived. If the old tree before was an elderly person nearing the end of their life, then now it's a normal old person, still a little way from death. A distance. Give it a try? Yao Yao, come here. I took Lu Yao's hand and tentatively walked outside. To my surprise, neither the sturdy tree nor the vines on its trunk seemed to be blocking my way. And so, Lu Yao and I walked out of their coverage area. Phew. Looks like they still don't intend to keep us here. Do you on? This is the first time I've encountered such plants on this deserted island since we came here so long ago. Not bad plants at all. Lu Yao said with lingering fear, as if she had forgotten how frightened she was by the vines earlier. I turned around and nodded to the tree. Brother tree, thank you for your fruit. If I have the chance in the future, I'll let you drink my blood again. The tree seemed to understand me. Though there was no wind, its branches swayed gently. Do you on? It's amazing that a tree can actually think. Lu Yao exclaimed in amazement. Yes. My amazement was no less than hers. It's not surprising that animals possess some intelligence. I've encountered several already, such as a giant python, a wolf king, and a little animal that ate a mysterious fruit. Black spots. But plants are truly incredible. Don't think about it too much. Let's see how Xiao Haizi is doing. I continued walking upwards and saw Xiao Haizi sitting on the grass with a blank expression. He only stood up and waved when he saw Lu Yao and me. Come here. Bring me the axe too. I shouted. That patch of grass was so memorable to me. I didn't want to trip over it again. Xiao Haizi, with his plump body, waddled behind Lu Yao and hid, not daring to look at me. I snorted and ignored the stupid bear, preparing to go find some more food. However, I was much more cautious this time, and I didn't take any risks if I sensed anything was wrong. After all, I've only encountered a kind tree once. After walking back for about half an hour, we finally spotted an animal, a wild boar. I don't know why it was there. I quietly walked behind a tree, took the axe from my waist, and was about to strike when I froze. Lu Yao called out from behind. Do you on? Your color has changed again. At this moment, the skin on my hands, feet, and entire body changed color once again. It's exactly the same color as the big tree in front of me, with that dry bark. What's going on? It's changed again. I wanted to cry but couldn't. As soon as this thought crossed my mind, I saw my skin slowly fade back to its original color. Chameleon? I immediately thought of this animal, and I tried it a few more times. Sure enough, I can control the change in my skin color with my thoughts, making it the same camouflage color as my surroundings. This discovery has once again amazed me. I know that all of this is due to the power granted by those two fruits. I couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. I can change my skin color to disguise myself. With this ability, both survival and hunting will be much easier. It seems that fate is determined to keep me alive. Let's get off this deserted island. I was extremely happy, but I didn't forget to throw the axe and kill the wild boar that weighed only about 100 pounds. Do you on? Are you even a normal human being anymore? Lu Yao asked softly, but her tone was very complicated. I took the axe off the wild boar's neck, wiped the blood off the ground, turned around and laughed. Of course I'm not a normal person. I'm Superman. Pooh. Lu Yao spat. Her face flushed, and turned away, seemingly lost in thought. I hoisted the wild boar onto my shoulder and said, Let's go back to the crevice first. Cheng Yin and the others are definitely still waiting for us. Lu Yao didn't say anything, but she took my hand. When we got back to the crevice, Gu Shui was still sobbing softly. Cheng Yin clearly had no good solution to this problem and just sat there sighing. I glanced at Gu Shui and said, "Time to eat. Cheng Yin, aren't you a foodie? You're in charge of handling this wild boar." I threw the wild boar I was carrying onto the ground. Cheng Yin gestured with his lips toward Gu Shui, looking rather helpless. Upon seeing the wild boar, he exclaimed in surprise, "Du Yuan, you can hunt such a big wild boar?" I smiled and said, "I'll go find some firewood. I only have a military knife, so let's grill it." Cheng Yin waved his hand. "No need. We have plenty of dead branches here." Chapter 60 Gu Shui's Sneak Attack. Cheng Yin truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned foodie. Even without any seasonings, the wild boar meat was incredibly tender under his roasting. I ate at least 5 pounds by myself. After we finished eating, it was getting dark. I laid out a bed of dead branches and vines, creating 2 makeshift shelters, and prepared to rest. With Cheng Yin and Gu Shui present, I couldn't make any noise. After talking to Lu Yao for a while, I fell into a deep sleep. It was late at night. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps. I listened carefully, and the footsteps were very light, and they were coming from Cheng Yin's direction. I immediately recognized who the footsteps belonged to. What is Gu Shui trying to do? I frowned, gently patted Lu Yao awake, and put my index finger to my lips to signal her to be quiet. The footsteps grew closer. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the pitch-black night. With a soft thud, a military knife easily pierced through the shelter built of dead branches. The tip of the knife was aimed straight at me. I snorted coldly, raised my hand, grabbed the wrist of the person holding the military knife, and stood up abruptly. With a forceful pull, Gu Shui's delicate cry rang out. "Gu Shui, what are you doing?" The night was pitch black, but I could still see Gu Shui's delicate face, her brows furrowed in pain. Lu Yao quickly stood up, took out a lighter from her pocket, and lit the torch I had made from dry branches for light. The commotion here also woke Cheng Yin up. "Du Yuan, what's wrong?" From the other side of the crevice, Cheng Yin's panicked voice came. "Come and see for yourself," I said coldly, and snapped my wrist. Gu Shui cried out in pain again and collapsed to the ground, the military knife in her hand falling to the ground with a clatter. Cheng Yin quickly dressed and hurried over. He saw Gu Shui slumped on the ground, her military knife lying on the floor, and my cold, stern face illuminated by the torchlight. Pang understood immediately. He glared at Gu Shui fiercely and asked anxiously, "Du Yuan, you and your sister-in-law weren't hurt, were you?" I shook my head and asked, "What do you think?" My words were vague, but Cheng Yin understood what I meant. He sighed. "You told me. How could I possibly say that she guessed it herself?" I paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered that when we were talking about Gu Lingbo, I had specifically called Cheng Yin out. Perhaps that's why I guessed it. Bar. The Gu Lingbo family members are all quite clever. I walked up to Gu Shui, looking down at her. Originally, I wanted to end my feud with the Gu family for Cheng Yin's sake. So why did you have to do this? Gu Shui's face was pale, and she bit her lip. "Du Yuan, you killed my own brother. How can this feud possibly end? Gu Lingbo is still alive, and I'm too lazy to correct him. I don't really care about Gu Shui's life or death. The only thing I need to consider is Cheng Yin's opinion. How should we handle this?" With a single, gentle sentence, I handed Gu Shui's life into Cheng Yin's hands. Cheng Yin sighed deeply, squatted down on the ground, and kept grabbing his hair with both hands. Seeing this, Gu Shui felt even more desperate, a hint of resentment flashing across her delicate face. "Du Yuan, isn't my brother with Zhang Yin? I know Zhang Yin was your ex-girlfriend, but who can predict matters of the heart? You killed my brother out of jealousy. You must not. May he die a good death." I gave Gu Shui a cold look and said nothing. "Enough," Cheng Yin shouted, suddenly stood up, and kicked Gu Shui in the chest. "Is Du Yuan the kind of person you're talking about? Do you know what your brother did?" "What? Your brother is a beast." Gu Shui's face turned pale with fright at the roar. She stared at Cheng Yin with wide eyes, her lips trembling, as if she couldn't believe it. Suppressing his anger, Cheng Yin recounted all the bad things Gu Lingbo had done, one by one. Of course, it was explained very simply, almost entirely according to what he and I had described. After saying that, Cheng Yin calmed down considerably, walked to my side, and said, "Leave it to me. To my surprise, Cheng Yin picked up the military knife that had fallen to the ground, grabbed Gu Shui around the waist, and carried her out of the narrow passage. I watched all of this with a cold eye, sighing inwardly. Never mind. Cheng Yin. I called out to him. Cheng Yin stopped, turned around, and smiled. His smile, set against the backdrop of the flames, looked so tragic. What's wrong? Don't worry, I won't hold back, Cheng Yin said. I waved my hand. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a second time, I won't be lenient, and I won't let Gu Shui off the hook just because of you. Actually, I wasn't being soft-hearted. I just didn't want to put Cheng Yin in a difficult position or ruin our relationship. Cheng Yin probably wanted to deal with Gu Shui himself for the same reason I do. Most importantly, after eating the fruit from the daytime, I can say that even if I stand there and don't move, Gu Shui can't hurt me. Really? Cheng Yin was stunned. I waved my hand. Go to sleep. I extinguished the torch on the ground and pulled Lu Yayao into the temporary shelter. Thank you, do you on? Cheng Yin murmured softly. Then I heard footsteps, and Cheng Yin carried Gu Shui back into the crevice. Once again, peace returned to the crevice. I found it hard to fall asleep, wondering whether to continue searching for the way to the island or to send Cheng Yin and the others back to Gao Zheng's shelter first. Just then, a fragrant aroma entered my nostrils. I saw Lu Yao grab my arm and whisper in my ear, Do you on? I don't like Cheng Yin. I was taken aback, then teased in a low voice. If you like Cheng Yin, then I'm going to cry. Go to hell, you jerk. Lu Yao playfully punched my chest twice. It's not surprising that I have such thoughts about Lu Yao. After all, she is a woman, and she is emotional. Cheng Yin, however, was preparing to eliminate Gu Shui, with whom he could be considered to have a marital bond, because of me. This is probably what the classic saying means, brothers are like limbs. Women are like clothes. It's normal that Lu Yao doesn't like Cheng Yin doing this. So what are you thinking now? Lu Yao asked again. So I said what I had just been thinking. If we send them back to Gao Zheng, what will happen to Gu Lingbo? You can't just let him go, Lu Yao said with dissatisfaction. I shook my head helplessly. So, I'm considering it too. Back in college, haha. It seems that only Cheng Yin was truly sincere towards me. I can't let a woman cause a rift between Cheng Yin and me. Hearing this, Lu Yao stopped talking. Chapter 61 The Culprit. The next day, early morning. After everyone woke up, the atmosphere was clearly different from yesterday. How about this? I'll take you back to the shelter first. It's safer there. I shared the decision I had made after considering it all night. Cheng Yin was somewhat surprised. Do you on? Are you worried about Gu Shui? Don't worry. I guarantee that what happened last night will definitely not happen again. I smiled and shook my head. Cheng Yin then said, Aren't you still looking for a way to the island's shore? Do you think I'm a burden? I waved my hand and explained, No, we don't know what dangers we might encounter ahead, and I can handle this with Lu Yao. There's no need for you to take the risk too. After a pause, I added, Besides, we've been out for over 10 days, and I'm worried that something might have happened to Gao Zheng and the others. Seeing how determined I was, Cheng Yin stopped insisting. After a simple meal of wild boar meat, we prepared to return the way we came. On the way back, perhaps we were truly blessed by the goddess of fate, as we did not encounter any real danger. At most, we only encountered some wild dogs and poisonous snakes, which were of no concern. On the third day of our return journey, around noon, we were preparing to find a place to rest for a while. But then I suddenly heard several screams. Someone is shouting for help. I put the food in my pocket and immediately stood up. A hint of surprise flashed in Cheng Yin's eyes as he said, Really? I didn't hear that. I didn't explain much, and exchanged a glance with Lu Yao. Let's go take a look. Cheng Yin, you stay here for now. After saying that, I led Lu Yao toward the direction from which the sound came. Cheng Yin hurriedly stood up. Wait for me. Let's go together. I turned around and said, Okay. Our group hurried toward the nearby forest, and as we got closer, the sound became clearer. They must be two men. It looks like they're being chased by something. I guessed. As I got closer, I saw two middle-aged men, dressed in rags and looking terrified. Behind them was a giant gorilla. The gorilla was a full 2 meters tall, and while chasing people, it would occasionally pick up stones from the ground and throw them at them. It looked dangerous, but it couldn't actually cause any real harm to the two middle-aged men. I have a feeling that this gorilla isn't chasing people to kill them, but rather it seems like it's just playing. It's them. Cheng Yin also saw the person not far away clearly and said through gritted teeth. I immediately realized. The culprit behind the plane crash? Cheng Yin nodded. I scoffed. We can't let them die so easily at the hands of the gorillas. Do you want? I'll go with you. Seeing that I was about to step forward, Lu Yao suddenly said. I don't know why Lu Yao wanted to come with me. Although this level of danger is nothing to me, I'm always afraid of the worst-case scenario. No, just wait for me here. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. I shook my head and refused. Lu Yao looked at me, hesitant to speak, but she didn't insist. I ran forward. The two middle-aged men also noticed me. Although encountering a human in this environment was unexpected, they were not surprised. Help! Help! The two shouted loudly. I gave them a cold glance and beckoned. Come here. The two men exchanged a glance, nodded, and ran towards me. The gorilla seemed even more excited when it saw that more people had appeared. Brother, are you confident you can handle this gorilla? A middle-aged man asked, panting heavily. I did not answer. Just as the two were about to reach me, they suddenly ran in two different directions, seemingly trying to attack me from both sides. Haha, someone's going to die for us. Brother, you can only blame your bad luck for running into us at a time like this. A middle-aged man grinned maliciously and threw a punch at my head. I gave them a cold glance. You're asking for it. I dodged backward and delivered a spinning kick, sending the man on my left to the ground. Then I slapped another man across the face. In less than a second, I swiftly dealt with both of them, knocking them unconscious. The gorilla stopped, let out a few threatening shouts at me, and then immediately turned and ran away without looking back. I was stunned by the gorilla's sudden action. Damn it. Why does he remind me so much of Xiao Haizi? I muttered a silent complaint, then grabbed the two unconscious middle-aged men, one in each hand, and headed back. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted no more than 10 seconds. Bang! I threw the two middle-aged men to the ground and asked, Are you sure you're the culprit? Cheng Yin walked in, took a closer look, nodded and said, That's right. I would recognize them even if they were ashes, but there should be 3 of them. One is missing. I thought for a moment. There's one more person. They must be dead already. I walked up to the 2 men and slapped them awake. The 2 men looked at me blankly, then glanced at the people around them, their eyes filled with fear. Is it because of you that the plane crashed? I asked coldly. The middle-aged man didn't deny it, asking, What do you want to do? What do you want? Heh. I took out my military-style dagger, ready to take action. Suddenly, another middle-aged man exclaimed, Cheng Yin? What are you doing here? Weren't you dead? Cheng Yin's expression changed. Which eye of yours saw me die? The middle-aged man murmured in disbelief. Impossible. You were clearly attacked by a... Before he could finish speaking, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out. A military knife was plunged straight into his chest. The middle-aged man raised his hand to point at Cheng Yin, but he lost his strength halfway up. Second brother. The middle-aged man I was pinning down, upon seeing this scene, his eyes widened in fury, and he struggled with all his might, trying to snatch the military-style dagger from my hand. How could I let him succeed? I easily dealt with him. Strictly speaking, this was actually the first time I had ever committed murder. Even though I've witnessed so much life and death, I still feel somewhat uncomfortable. I glanced at Cheng Yin in surprise, but he remained calm. A hint of doubt arose in my mind, but it vanished immediately. Perhaps noticing my gaze, Cheng Yin sighed. You're quite surprised, aren't you? You think a playboy like me can kill without batting an eye? I didn't reply. Cheng Yin smiled. This isn't the first time I've killed someone. I nodded when I heard Cheng Yin say that. Although I don't know exactly what he went through before. It must have been difficult for Cheng Yin to live to see me and reach this day. Chapter 62 Doubt. By the way, Du-Yuan, how come you're so skilled now? I saw you take care of those 2 people with ease. And you even scared that gorilla away. Cheng Yin picked up some dry leaves from the ground and used them to wipe the blood off his military knife. Although I trust Cheng Yin completely, I still don't want to talk about the mysterious fruit. As I was trying to figure out how to explain, Lu Yao said, I learned it from one of my bodyguard uncles. My uncle is very capable, and Du Yuan himself has a good foundation and good comprehension. Your uncle? Is it Wu Jian? I know him. He's someone who's been through the ringer. How is he now? Cheng Nian asked again. Lu Yao smiled slightly. She was slightly injured while saving us last time, so she stayed at the shelter to recover and didn't come out with us. Cheng Nian became interested. Oh, that's great. I can learn a few tricks from Uncle Wu. I was somewhat surprised to hear Lu Yao lie and even bring up Wu Jian. Seeing Lu Yao's small hands tucked behind her back and waving at me, I didn't say anything. After disposing of the two bodies, we returned to the small flat area where we had been staying earlier. Along the way, although I had many questions I wanted to ask Lu Yao, I ultimately didn't ask them. I only had the chance when Cheng Nian suggested taking Gu Shui out for a trip. Yao, do you suspect Cheng Nian? I asked in a deep voice. Lu Yao looked around. I knew what she was worried about, so I said, they're too far away. They can't hear us. Lu Yao slowly nodded. Du Yuan, I'm different from you. I didn't know Cheng Nian before, so I wouldn't trust him. Just based on Cheng Nian's behavior these past few days, there are many things that make me suspicious. Those places, you tell me? First, there was the decisiveness with which he tried to kill Gu Shui that day. From beginning to end, he never begged for Gu Shui's life. Either he knew you wouldn't let him kill Gu Shui, or he himself wanted to kill Gu Shui. Secondly, I can sense that he's been observing you these past few days. It's like he's assessing your combat capabilities. Third, he killed so cleanly and efficiently just now, and you also noticed the timing of his move. It's obvious that he wanted to stop that person from speaking. I nodded, my expression turning serious. Actually, I also felt the points that Lu Yao mentioned. But after all, I've known Cheng Nian for so long, I won't easily doubt him. Moreover, it's quite normal for a person's personality to change in a deserted island environment. Take me for example. Who would have thought that I would go from being an honest person to what I am now? I've always been reluctant to think about things deeply, but that doesn't mean I won't. I understand, don't worry, I said softly. Seeing this, Lu Yao said no more. About 10 minutes later, Cheng Nian returned with Gu Shui, his smile still as lewd as I remembered. Let's go? Let's hurry and get back to the shelter. I packed my things and stood up. Cheng Nian laughed and said, why the rush? As he spoke, he winked at me and said, I gave you special space. Why didn't you hurry up? I gave him a push and didn't say anything more. We walked for another half a day towards the shelter. It was almost evening, and it wasn't a good time to travel, so we found a small cave and decided to spend the night there. After eating something, I was getting ready to sleep when Cheng Nian mysteriously pulled me outside the cave. What's wrong? I asked casually, not out of concern for Lu Yao inside. Although Xiao Haizi is often unreliable, dealing with Gu Shui is not a big problem. Du Yuan, don't lie to me. Did you eat some kind of fruit? Cheng Nian stared at my face and said with a half smile. I raised an eyebrow. What fruit? Cheng Nian punched me in the chest. Stop pretending. You kept it from me. You're not a true brother at all. Fine, I'll just be blunt. I know your physical condition perfectly well. You're just a normal person. Even if you learned something from that Wu guy, you couldn't possibly have improved this quickly. I've noticed that too. You're incredibly strong. That's no small feat, and coincidentally, I know of a fruit that can make people incredibly strong. Cheng Nian said so much in one breath, but after he finished, he looked straight at me. I avoided answering. So, you've seen that kind of fruit? Have you ever eaten it? Cheng Nian shook his head. I've never eaten it myself, but I've seen others eat it. It was those three culprits. The eldest of them ate it. I feigned curiosity and asked, does such a fruit really exist? Where did you find it? Cheng Nian laughed. Of course there are, but only two. When I first arrived here, I saw a tiger and a lion fighting. You know, it's not common for a tiger and a lion to fight. I was watching from the sidelines when I realized that they were fighting for a piece of fruit. I was very curious at the time. After the tiger and lion were both injured and died, I wanted to take the fruit. Then the three culprits came and took the fruit away. I saw with my own eyes the change in the leader after he ate the fruit. He can lift tigers and lions weighing hundreds of kilograms with ease. What Cheng Nian said was actually very similar to what I had seen back then, so I asked again, and then? Cheng Nian shook his head helplessly and said, and then, what else could there be? But later, I found that kind of fruit again, but it was guarded by a pack of wolves, and I couldn't get it at all. I smiled. Cheng Nian waited for a while, and seeing that I didn't speak, he said impatiently, "After all I've said, don't you understand what I mean?" I pretended not to understand. "What do you mean?" Cheng Nian glared at me. "There are two of those fruits. If you and I team up, wouldn't it be great if we could get them? You've probably already eaten them, so you know how amazing they are." I looked at Cheng Nian, trying to detect a hint of guilt in his face and eyes. But to my disappointment, or perhaps not so disappointment, it didn't happen. I thought about it for a moment and nodded. "Okay, then take me to see it tomorrow." Cheng Nian laughed heartily. "Then it's settled." I nodded, chatted with Cheng Nian for a few more minutes, and then walked into the cave. However, behind me, Cheng Nian stared straight at my back, a hint of struggle flashing in his eyes. But back in the shelter, I was still unsettled. Lu Yao noticed my unusual behavior and asked softly, "What's wrong?" I glanced at Cheng Nian, who was still standing at the cave entrance, and nodded to Lu Yao. She immediately understood what I meant and asked worriedly, "What should we do?" I gave a wry smile. "Let's see how it goes." Chapter 63: The Mysterious Mountain. Early the next morning, Cheng Nian led us to search for the mysterious fruit he had mentioned. Throughout the journey, Cheng Nian and I chatted and laughed, showing no signs of anything unusual. But Lu Yao couldn't pretend, and would occasionally glance at Cheng Nian with a wary look. "Do you on? Does your sister-in-law have a problem with me?" At noon, during my break, Cheng Nian came up to me and asked with a worried expression. I laughed and explained, "It's a bit of my fault. I accidentally revealed all your scumbag past relationships from when you were in school. I'm not sure yet whether the so-called mysterious fruit is a trap set by Cheng Nian. Or rather, I don't want to think of my good friends from university as being so bad. But that doesn't mean I wasn't on guard. You really are something." Cheng Nian gave me a push. "Why are you telling your sister-in-law about these things? What? Are you afraid I'll cheat on you?" I could tell that Cheng Nian seemed much more relaxed after hearing my explanation. I said, half jokingly and half seriously, "Cheng Nian, back in school, besides Gu Lingbo, you were my best friend. If one day you betray me like Gu Lingbo did, I'll go crazy." Cheng Nian's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal. He said, "Do you on? I may be a bit unreliable, but I'm not so morally bankrupt, am I?" I glanced at Cheng Nian, not dwelling on the question too much, and changed the subject, asking, "How far is it from the place you mentioned?" Cheng Nian looked around for a while. "We'll be there soon, just over that mountain. At our speed, it'll take at most 2 hours. But do you on? I have to remind you, that mountain is quite dangerous, so be extra careful." "If I hadn't been careful, how could I have survived to see you again?" I said, using a double entendre. Soon, after Lu Yao and Gu Shui regained some strength, we set off again, and half an hour later we arrived at the foot of the mountain that Cheng Nian had mentioned. After observing the mountain up close, I understood why Cheng Nian said it was dangerous. This is a mountain so quiet it seems devoid of life, yet its dense forest exudes boundless vitality. My first thought was of the area where I encountered that seemingly wise tree yesterday, and I imagine Lu Yao felt something similar to me. "What should we do?" Lu Yao asked softly. I shook my head and gave her a reassuring look. If Cheng Nian truly had no ill intentions, then his willingness to come to this mountain despite knowing its dangers suggests he had some confidence. If Cheng Nian is plotting to use the dangers in these mountains to harm me and Lu Yao, then Cheng Nian will have his own ways of avoiding danger. After all, he could use himself as bait, but he wouldn't die with me. Therefore, as long as I keep a close eye on Cheng Nian, I will be much safer. With that in mind, I silently approached Cheng Nian. When I approached, Cheng Nian stiffened, which made me even more suspicious. But suspicion is still suspicion, and I cannot do anything to Cheng Nian because of my suspicion. Stay close to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you immediately if there's any danger. I said it in an explanatory tone. Cheng Nian smiled and moved a little closer to me. The slope of this mountain is about 20 degrees. Although it is not particularly steep, it is the steepest mountain I have seen since I was stranded on the deserted island. After walking uphill for nearly a kilometer, Gu Shui and Lu Yao were exhausted, so Cheng Nian and I had to carry them on our backs. As I went deeper, my unease became more and more pronounced. It's too quiet. You've been here before, so you should know something about this place, right? What dangers might there be? I asked casually. Cheng Yin shook his head. I just went around the side of this mountain and never actually came up. But I saw with my own eyes that the leader who ate the fruit that could increase strength went in and started screaming in pain not long after. Oh, that leader is one of the 3 culprits. Just as I was about to ask for more details, my right eyelid started twitching violently. There's a saying that if a man's eyelid twitches, left twitching means good fortune, right twitching means bad luck. Although I've never believed in this, I have to be extra cautious in these situations. I gently tapped Lu Yao's leg 3 times with my left hand. This was the secret signal we had agreed on last night, a signal to be careful. Upon receiving my signal, I could feel Lu Yao's body tense up. The next moment, it got dark. It wasn't actually dark, it was just that something above was blocking the sunlight filtering through the leaves. I instinctively looked up. Just then, a drop of sticky, semi-transparent liquid landed on my forehead. Careful! My pupils suddenly contracted, and my loud warning broke the tranquility of the mountains. A huge bird swooped down like a fighter jet. I carried Lu Yao on my back and quickly ran to a tree, intending to use it as a barrier. In the midst of the chaos, I saw Cheng Yin fling his body aside, throw Gu Shui to the ground, and then run swiftly up the mountain, as fast as the wind. There was no time for me to think about why Cheng Yin ran so fast. My face, which peeked out from behind the tree, was splattered with blood, Gu Shui's blood. After the large bird flew down from the sky at an extremely fast speed, its sharp and huge beak pierced directly through Gu Shui's back, forcibly splitting Gu Shui's body in 2. Her internal organs, intestines, and blood were spilled all over the ground, making it extremely gruesome. Gu Shui did not die immediately. Her upper body was still struggling, her delicate white hands gripping the ground tightly. Cheng Yin, with her last ounce of strength, Gu Shui let out a desperate and venomous scream. But the giant bird used its long beak to peck and smash Gu Shui's head. I finally got a clear look at what the giant bird looked like. It's called a bird, but to be precise, it's an eagle. This eagle is a whole size bigger than any eagle I've ever heard of or seen in the zoo before. I estimate it must be over 2 meters tall when it stands up. Its wings are like 2 giant fans. Its entire body is covered in glossy black feathers, except for a small tuft of white feathers on its head and abdomen. Its beak was extremely sharp, with the end resembling an iron hook, while its claws were covered in filth. In fact, the so-called dirt is formed by dried blood mixed with soil. After easily killing Gu Shui, it turned around and stared at me with its dark yellow eyes. I suddenly had a feeling of being stared at by death. Chirp! The eagle let out a piercing cry, and its wings flapped violently, creating a gale stronger than a typhoon, which blew my hair to one side and made my clothes cling tightly to my skin. The next second, the giant eagle flew into the sky again. Chapter 60, For the Deadly Eagle. Du Yuan, what should we do? Lu Yao's pale face couldn't hide her fear. This was the first time she had ever seen a living person disemboweled and blown to the head, and this was someone she had spoken to not long ago. My expression was also extremely solemn. Before entering the mountains, I thought I was well prepared, but I never expected that danger would come from the sky. Even Cheng Yin took advantage of that opportunity to escape. I have to admit, I miscalculated. At this moment, Lu Yao and I clung tightly to the tree trunk, not daring to show our heads. The giant eagle was incredibly fast. I was confident I could react in time to dodge its attack, but Lu Yao couldn't. Little Blackie, on the other hand, once again revealed his cowardly and timid nature, as he had already climbed up the tree. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that a bear could climb a tree, and that it could do so with such skill. Don't be afraid, Yao Yao, I'm here. I gently patted Lu Yao on the back, but she did not calm down because of my comforting words. Although I dared not peek out to look up, of course, I couldn't see anything anyway. But I knew the eagle hadn't left. It was circling in the air, searching for a suitable angle to attack us. Once we show ourselves, a terrifying and fierce attack will follow. My brain was racing, trying to find a way to escape the danger. But the next second, another sharp chirping sound rang out, and the tree that was hiding us began to tremble violently. I grabbed Lu Yao and clamped her down, unleashing the full power of my leg muscles. I glared forward and, with Lu Yao in tow, lunged forward. When I landed, I saw that the tree, which was a full meter in diameter, had been pecked open by the eagle's sharp beak, leaving a hole the size of a wash basin. Oh! When Lu Yao and I fell down together, her elbow hit the ground, and she couldn't help but let out a soft groan in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. "Are you all right, Yao Yao?" I quickly turned around and asked. Before I could get a response from Lu Yao, I heard another bang. It turned out that the eagle had turned its head back again, and then pecked hard once more, widening the hole and causing the tree to fall straight down as if it had been cut in half. The direction in which she fell was exactly where Lu Yao was lying. "Careful!" I shouted again. If Lu Yao were to be hit by such a large tree, she would surely perish. I practically scrambled to Lu Yao's side and shoved her away. By the time I tried to get away, it was too late. The tree fell on my calf, and the enormous impact almost shattered the bones in my entire left shin. It hurt so much. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, appeared on my forehead. "Do you on?" When Lu Yao saw that I had been crushed to the ground by a big tree while trying to save her, tears finally welled up in her beautiful eyes and streamed down her face. She crawled up to me, grabbed my arm, and tried to drag me out. But how could she possibly do that with her frail body? Immediately afterwards, Lu Yao tried to remove her hands from my body. The fair and delicate hands were worn raw from excessive force, but it was all in vain. "Do you on?" It was all to save me. I was wrong. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have come out with you. I'm just a burden. Lu Yao burst into tears, her scalding tears falling onto my face, making it wet. The eagle, on the other hand, tilted its head to the side, as if pondering what its two prey were doing. After looking at it for a second, it seemed a little impatient and walked towards me step by step. I reached out and pushed Lu Yao away. "Yao Yao, stop talking and hurry up and leave. It'll be too late if we don't leave now." I also tried to push away the big tree that was pressing down on me with my hands. Even though I am several times stronger than a normal person, I can only barely lift it a tiny distance, like a thin needle. "No. Do you on?" I said it before. Even if we have to die, I want to die with you. Lu Yao held my hand tightly and refused to let go no matter what I said. Seeing the giant eagle getting closer and closer, I roared. "What's the use of saying this now? Get out of here. Get out of here now. Do you want to watch me die?" This is the first time I've treated Lu Yao this way. She was clearly taken aback. I shoved her away with a heavy slap. Lu Yao rolled twice on the ground, but that also increased the distance between us. The giant eagle stopped its pawing, first looking at me with its dark yellow eyes, and then at Lu Yao. After going back and forth like this, it actually walked towards Lu Yao. I was so anxious I felt like I was going to vomit blood. I yelled again, "Run? What are you standing there for? If you die, who will collect my body? Get out of here." As I spoke, I used my still functioning right hand to grab a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it heavily at the giant eagle. But the giant eagle gently flapped its wings and didn't even touch it. As the giant eagle drew closer and closer to Lu Yao, I used every trick in the book. Regardless of whether the eagle could understand me or not, I started cursing like a shrew. I picked up another piece of gravel, about the size of an adult's fist, and threw it over. Perhaps angered by my series of actions, the eagle changed direction and walked towards me. I was overjoyed. I didn't stop what I was doing, but I shouted to Lu Yao again, "Hurry up!" Despite my best efforts to get Lu Yao to abandon me and run away, she remained unmoved. Seeing that the eagle had been attracted by me, she actually tried to use my method, picking up stones from the ground and throwing them, hoping to make the eagle change direction again. Faced with Lu Yao's unwavering determination to escape, I felt both angry and moved. Pull! The eagle let out another sharp cry and pecked at my chest. I dared not close my eyes. I kept them open as I watched the sharp, hooked beak get closer and closer. Am I going to die? I looked at Lu Yao, who was crying her eyes out and charging towards me recklessly, and smiled, but my mind was filled with images of one face after another. My parents, classmates, Gulingbo, Zhang Yin, Gao Zheng, the people in the shelter, and Chung Yuan who betrayed me. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, your son is unfilial. Yao Yao, if there is an afterlife, please let me meet you again. I closed my eyes and awaited death. A heavy yet sharp pain arose in my chest. It felt like someone was stabbing me with an awl. It was excruciatingly painful. Blood gushed from my throat and out of my mouth. My vision went black, and all my ribs were broken. But the next second, I opened my eyes in surprise. Chapter 65: The True Flight. Unbelievable. The giant eagle's sharp beak, capable of easily piercing even a tree with a diameter of 1 meter, failed to pierce my skin. I noticed that my chest was sunken in by a full 2 centimeters, as if I had pressed down on a fully inflated balloon. I immediately realized that it was the 2 bright red, mysterious fruits I had eaten a few days ago that had worked. That's amazing. Even I didn't expect that my outer layer of skin could be hardened. No, it's not just hard. If it were simply hard, there's no reason why a Nepalese kukri could cut through it while a giant eagle couldn't. To be precise, it must have been incredibly resilient. Having already given up hope and resigned myself to death, my will to live was rekindled. At this moment, the eagle seemed to have not expected such a thing to happen. It was a little annoyed and wanted to raise its head to peck again. The first time it pecked me, all my ribs were broken and my internal organs were also severely damaged. If it happens a second time, even if it still can't break through, the impact alone could kill me. I know that this must not happen again. I don't know where I got the courage and strength, but I stretched out both hands and grabbed the eagle's long beak tightly, like a pair of pliers. Oh, the giant eagle was truly enraged. It tilted its head back, trying to break free from me. But how could I give it that chance? With the added strength of the giant eagle, I was actually dragged out from under the tree. Du Yuan? Seeing that I was not dead, Lu Yao cried out in surprise. But I didn't have a chance to respond to Lu Yao, as the giant eagle dragged my body and slid down the ground. The ground was covered in pebbles, which tore my pants. Damn it, if my leg wasn't broken, I could stand up right now and use all my strength. I thought to myself with regret. At this point, the eagle, seeing that it had not been able to shake me off after several attempts, changed its strategy. It flapped its wings with a whooshing sound, pushed off the ground with its 2 claws, and took flight. My body began to dangle in midair, just like those actors in TV dramas who grab onto the ropes lowered from helicopters. The giant eagle flew higher and higher. I could hear Lu Yao anxiously calling my name, while the giant eagle kept shaking its head and changing direction. I swayed like a willow catkin. I dare not let go. At first, I didn't want to give up the sliver of hope I had finally managed to get close to the giant eagle. But as it got higher and higher, I dared not let go anymore. It was too high. If I were to actually fall, given my already severe injuries, I would most likely die on the spot. Lu Yao's voice was getting farther and farther away from me. I glanced down out of the corner of my eye and saw that it was probably 50 or 60 meters high. Suddenly, the eagle shook its head violently again. My hand loosened, leaving only one hand gripping its sharp beak. I dared not be distracted any longer. Damn it! Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. With a violent thought, I seized the opportunity and flung my hand towards the eagle's sharp beak. I know that if I just hold on to the sharp beak, it won't be long before the eagle successfully throws me off. The only way to survive was for me to climb onto the eagle's back. It sounds simple, but it's actually very difficult to do. My strength of over 100 pounds was already enough to affect the eagle's balance, making it even more difficult for me to climb onto its back. But the difficulties did not stop me from taking action. Just like doing pull-ups, I bulged the muscles in my arms and pulled upwards, causing the eagle to drop a meter or 2. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I swung my good right leg forward and landed it on the eagle's neck. Perhaps sensing my intention, the eagle began to swoop down. Due to gravity, I almost fell, but luckily I managed to wrap my feet tightly around the eagle's head and neck. The eagle's sharp point was now right in front of me, right against my face. The eagle continued its swooping descent. The prolonged exposure to gravity caused blood to rush to my head, making my face flush red. I know this situation cannot continue for long and must be resolved as soon as possible. Just as the eagle was about to crash to the ground, I grabbed its head with both hands, endured the intense pain, and twisted my waist to change my position, so that I was on top and the eagle's head was below. Having successfully reached this point, I was overjoyed. I felt I was more than halfway there. Chirp! The eagle let out an angry cry. It had never been ridden on by anything like this before. For its pride, it was an absolute humiliation. The eagle began to fold its wings and flew low over the primeval forest, occasionally turning sideways, trying to sweep me down with a branch. But how could I possibly make it work? I even endured the pain in my back from the impact, and, with the help of the big tree, successfully climbed onto the back of the giant eagle. We finally succeeded. I took a deep breath and thought excitedly. My current posture is the one that will give me the best chance of survival. I wrapped my arms tightly around the eagle's neck and lay on its back. Seeing that its plan had failed once again, the eagle changed its strategy and began to ascend. It's getting higher and higher. Each tree became a tiny black dot, and as I looked down, I could already see the land below curving slightly. The wind, sharp as a knife, stung my face. The eagle carried me in flight, though it was forced to. I suddenly had an idea. Could I take this opportunity to see the whole picture of the deserted island? I tilted my head and began to carefully observe the situation underground. An endless forest. The eagle was incredibly fast. The wind was so strong I couldn't even open my eyes. But I still endured the soreness in my eyes. After all, this was a rare opportunity for me. Knowing the full picture of the deserted island would be of unparalleled help to me, whether it's for surviving there or trying to find a way to get help. They flew for quite a while longer. The forest finally began to thin out, and in my eyes, the terrain of the places I had just passed through had become images. It was a basin, low in the middle and high on all sides. So, the primeval forest is located in a basin? I was undoubtedly delighted to reach this conclusion. At this moment, the giant eagle flew upwards again, passing over the towering and continuous mountain ranges surrounding the basin. The next moment, the golden afterglow of the setting sun shone on my face, with only half of the sun visible. The other half is separated by the distant sea. I saw the ocean. Haha. I laughed wildly twice, and the wind howled into my mouth, making my lips ache, but this still couldn't stop the joy in my heart. Chapter 66: Successful Escape. From a geographical point of view, no matter which direction I go, I will eventually find the coast. The problem is, how far do we need to go? After all, on this deserted island, the further you go, the greater the chance of encountering danger or even death. Based on the eagle's average speed, we flew together for about 20 minutes. That means it's about 100 kilometers from where we were just now to the western shore of the island. I took the opportunity to quietly calculate that 100 kilometers was an acceptable distance for me and the people in the shelter. Just as I was thinking about this, the giant eagle suddenly made a 180-degree turn. The powerful inertia almost threw me off. Fortunately, I held tightly to the eagle's neck. But after flying back for a while, I suddenly noticed that the eagle had slowed down and was flapping its wings much less frequently. I quickly realized that it was because I had gripped it too tightly and almost strangled the eagle to death. My grip loosened immediately. After all, at that height, if the eagle dies, I'll fall to my death too. Chirp! The eagle cried out, turned around and glanced at me, a hint of anger flashing in its dark yellow eyes, but it slowed down. After flying forward for a while, the eagle began to descend, but it was a normal descent, not a dive. Not long after, the giant eagle carried me to a small, flat area. Chirp! The eagle let out another cry and began to shake its body, but the movements were not large. I have a feeling that the eagle wants me to come down on my own. Chirp! Another sound. To be honest, if I keep holding on to the giant eagle, I'll eventually run out of strength, and we'll both perish in the end. But I don't want to die until the very last moment. I glanced around again and noticed a cave not far away. Shall we take a gamble? I made a decision immediately. I twisted the eagle's neck hard and said, "Take me to that cave." The cave wasn't very big. If the eagle could put me in front of the cave, I could immediately crawl inside, while the eagle couldn't. In this way, even though I am seriously injured now, I can escape this calamity. But it was clear that the eagle didn't understand what I meant. At this moment, I remembered how good Xiao Haizi was. Although it was stupid, It could understand human speech. Chirp. The eagle became enraged again, flapping its wings and trying to take flight once more. Just then, I heard a surprised voice. "Do you on? It's Lu Yao. What are you doing here?" Only after I said it did I realize that we might not be far from the mountain we had just been on. "How are you?" Lu Yao shouted loudly. After all, she was still some distance away from me, and I saw Dahizi walking awkwardly behind her. "I'm fine, don't come any closer. It's dangerous." I quickly stopped Lu Yao from coming over. "Damn it," I cursed under my breath. At this moment, it felt like I was being carried on the back of a giant eagle, my legs dangling in the air, and I was only holding onto the eagle's neck with the strength of my arms. Suddenly, the giant eagle spun around 360 degrees in a flash. After such a long ordeal, and with my serious injuries, I was already exhausted. And because of the suddenness, his hand loosened for a moment, and the eagle flung him away, throwing him to the ground, where his body rolled several times. The eagle, seeing that the burden had finally been shed, let out a joyful screech. "It hurts." The broken ribs pierced my internal organs, and I couldn't help but groan in pain. When I opened my eyes, the shadows enveloped me once again. The giant eagle is here again. It pecked at me again. Seeing that things were going badly, I rolled on the ground and barely dodged the attack. But just as the eagle pecked at me again, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the forest. Then, the earth began to shake. Roar. The roars brought the giant eagle's sharp beak to a halt in midair. It glanced at me sideways, then looked in the direction from which the roar came, as if hesitating about something. I stared intently at the eagle, ready to dodge its attack once again. About a second later, the eagle suddenly turned around and flapped its wings. Unlike when we first met, the sight of the eagle flapping its wings gave me a very forced feeling. Sure enough, after flapping its wings twice, the eagle pushed off the ground with its claws, trying to take off, but it didn't fly. After several attempts, it finally stumbled and flew away, disappearing into the air. It flew away. I was surprised for a moment, but then I figured out why. It was probably the roar from not far away that made the giant eagle extremely wary. And it knew that killing me would probably take a considerable amount of time, and by then it might be entangled by the owner of that roar. Having figured this out, I felt no joy at surviving a disaster. Because I know that the owner of the roar that makes the eagle flee in fear is probably even more dangerous than the eagle itself. I just escaped from the mouth of an eagle. What kind of mouth am I going to enter now? Feeling the earth tremble, I gave a wry smile. At that moment, Lu Yao had already rushed in front of me. Her beautiful big eyes, red like a rabbit's, were slightly swollen from crying so much. "Do you on? How are you?" Lu Yao quickly grabbed my hand, trying to help me up. "No, it hurts. My ribs are broken. You and Xiao Haizi, carry me together. We can't stay here any longer. It's dangerous. Let's get to that little cave first." I shouted immediately. Lu Yao beckoned to Xiao Haizi, and the two of them, human and bear, struggled to lift me up and move me toward the small cave next to them. Lifting me was not easy for Lu Yao. She almost tripped several times. As a result, my broken ribs were pressing against my internal organs, causing excruciating pain. After Lu Yao finally managed to carry me into the cave, my face was already ashen. The intense pain made me clench my teeth, and blood seeped from my gums. At that moment, the earth began to tremble more and more noticeably, and I looked anxiously toward the direction from which the sound was coming from. "Do you on? What do we do now? Your injuries are so serious." Lu Yao was so anxious she was almost crying. "It's all right, as long as I have a breath left, I can recover. With the self-healing ability granted by that mysterious little tree, I am confident that I will survive this ordeal." But my words were mainly meant to comfort Lu Yao. After all, my injuries this time were really too serious. All my ribs were broken, my internal organs were severely damaged, and my left lower leg was comminuted. Before I could finish speaking, I looked at the scene not far away and was completely stunned. A group of brown-haired gorillas, at least 100 of them, rushed out of the forest. The true face of the 67th year of the Constitution. The scene was incredibly shocking. Each of the brown-haired gorillas is over 2 meters tall. With hundreds of animals running at high speed, It's no wonder that it would produce an effect similar to an earthquake. Du Yuan, what's going on? As Lu Yao brushed away the dust that had fallen from the cave's ceiling, she asked. I shook my head, not knowing what was going on either. I initially thought something was chasing them, but then I thought, what could be so terrifying as to be able to hunt down more than 100 gorillas? Suddenly, as the gorillas got closer, I saw that there was a person about 100 meters in front of them. It's Cheng Nian, I exclaimed. At this point, I was 100% certain that leading us into that mountain was indeed Cheng Nian's conspiracy. Although I don't understand why Cheng Nian treated me this way. At this moment, I could clearly see the panic and fear on Cheng Nian's face. His speed was no slower than that of a gorilla, and even slightly faster. Sure enough, Cheng Nian had some fortuitous encounters after arriving on the deserted island. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so fast. When those gorillas run, they're like heavy trucks. If you're not careful, you could be smashed into a pulp. Du Yuan, look, isn't Cheng Nian running towards us? Lu Yao pointed at Cheng Nian and said hurriedly. It seemed that Cheng Nian had also seen the small cave where we were now, and suddenly turned and changed direction. Damn it! I cursed angrily, but I wasn't surprised by Cheng Nian's choice. After all, our cave is indeed small. Those gorillas, with their size, simply couldn't get in. Yao quickly helped me inside. I quickly greeted them. Although my injury has improved somewhat in the last few minutes, it is still impossible for me to move completely on my own. Lu Yao quickly called to Xiao Haizi, and the two of them, one human and one bear, carried me into the cave. Just as we reached the top of the cave, we heard a loud bang, and a figure fled in from the cave entrance in a disheveled state. A gorilla had clearly come to a stop and crashed into the cave entrance, its massive body completely blocking the entrance. Seeing this scene, I was even more shocked. The gorilla is quite intelligent and could certainly see the consequences of not being able to stop, but it would rather die than slow down. Why is that? Ha! How could a bunch of beasts compare to me? Cheng Nian laughed wildly, then clutched his chest and coughed violently twice. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. 2 seconds later, he turned around and realized that Lu Yao and I were there. Du Yuan, you're not dead yet. Cheng Nian sounded extremely surprised, as if he had already assumed in his heart that I had been killed by that giant eagle. Cheng Nian was initially a little nervous, but after seeing the wound on my chest, he immediately relaxed, and his eyes became unrestrained, roaming over Lu Yao's body. I know that Cheng Nian is finally going to take off the mask he has worn in front of me for 4 years and reveal his true colors. Cheng Nian got up from the ground, dusted off his backside, and slowly walked towards me. Du Yuan, are you alright? I didn't mean to leave you there. That big bird was too dangerous. It's your fault for disobeying me. I clearly warned you that it was dangerous. Despite saying that, Cheng Nian's tone showed not a trace of remorse. On the contrary, he was very excited. I looked up at this person who once considered me a close friend and said calmly, now that you see I'm still alive, are you going to send me on my way? Cheng Nian smiled and said, Du Yuan, it seems you're not as stupid as I thought. As he spoke, Cheng Nian scrutinized Lu Yao from head to toe. It's a pity that you, Du Yuan, beat me to such a gem. But it's all right, second-hand goods are sometimes even more exciting. Upon hearing such insulting and shameless words, Lu Yao's pretty face immediately filled with anger. What, little beauty, you won't admit you're second-hand. Tell me, what do you see in Du Yuan, that poor loser? Cheng Nian's words became increasingly offensive and unbearable to hear. I merely glanced at Cheng Nian and asked, why? I have many questions. If it were in the past, my eyes would have already turned red by now. But after experiencing Gu Lingbo's betrayal and so many dangers, I suddenly realized that I wasn't as angry as I had imagined. Why? Why are there so many whys? Cheng Nian said impatiently, pointing his finger at my nose. Du Yuan, to be honest, I despise you from the bottom of my heart. You were with Zhang Yan for so long, but you didn't even have the guts to touch her. In the end, Gu Lingbo still took your virginity. You're a coward. In the end, you even calmly attended their wedding. Tell me, isn't that ridiculous? Cheng Nian's eyes revealed a deep disdain and contempt. I didn't explain, I just watched him quietly. But it was precisely this indifference that enraged Cheng Nian. It was hard to imagine that this was someone who had worn a mask in front of me for 4 years. Bullshit. Du Yuan was just showing respect to Zhang Yan. Unlike you guys with your filthy intentions. Lu Yayao, who had never swore in front of me, was extremely angry. At that moment, Lu Yayao's less than elegant demeanor warmed my heart. I know that Lu Yayao disregarded her image to protect me. After being betrayed by two of my best friends, I have come to understand even more deeply how precious kindness is. Hey, little beauty, you're so interested in Du Yuan. What? Is it because Du Yuan can satisfy you? Don't worry, I'm very strong. I guarantee I can make you fly to the clouds. Cheng Nian reached out to touch Lu Yayao's pretty face, but as soon as he made the move, he screamed in pain. Xiao Haizi bit Cheng Nian's wrist, severing his right wrist. Bastard. Cheng Nian was so angry that his face turned red, turning into a liver color. He never expected that Xiao Haizi, who had always followed him with an innocent and harmless demeanor, would have such a ferocious side. I'm going to kill you. Cheng Nian pulled out a military knife from somewhere and stabbed it directly into Xiao Haizi's neck. Blood gushed out from Xiao Haizi's neck like a fountain. Little Blackie. Lu Yayao's face turned pale instantly. She wanted to save Xiao Haizi, but I grabbed her. I gently shook my head. Lu Yayao suppressed her grief and worry, but she didn't rush forward. She stood beside me, her delicate body trembling slightly with anger. Cheng Nian quickly pulled the knife out of Xiao Haizi's neck, kicked the heavily injured creature to the ground, and then stuck out his tongue to lick the blood off the knife. "Pah, filthy blood." Cheng Nian frowned, pointed the knife at me, and said, Du Yuan, you're next. Chapter 68 Reversal of Life and Death. The blood on the blade, under the influence of gravity, flowed to the tip and then dripped down to my feet. This is Xiao Haizi's blood. I turned my head, a hint of sadness flashing in my eyes, and looked at Xiao Haizi, whose breathing was gradually weakening, and asked, Cheng Nian, why? There must be a reason why someone would do something like this, and I want to know why. Cheng Nian raised an eyebrow and said, considering you helped me cheat on exams for 4 years of university, I'll let you die knowing why. You say? My eyes remained perfectly calm, and only Lu Yayao could sense just how furious I was. Who do you think you are? Just a poor kid from the countryside. I bet your whole family scrimped and saved to send you to college. You think you're worthy to be my friend? I only noticed you were getting too close to Gu Lingbo, and Gu Lingbo and I have been mortal enemies since childhood. Now you understand, right? Recalling the past, it's true that when I first enrolled, Cheng Nian was extremely arrogant in front of me. It was only after I became closer to Gu Lingbo that he became a little better. Unfortunately, I didn't think about any of that at the time. I just assumed we weren't familiar with each other. Especially after what happened with Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yan, I stood up for you. You have no idea how many people's goodwill I gained because of that. Of course, I don't care about these so-called goodwill. I smiled. I don't even know if I'm laughing at Cheng Nian's despicable shamelessness, or at how foolish I was back then, being used and still thinking of him as a good person. And then what? Even if you look down on me, I haven't offended you. You wouldn't want to kill me, would you? I asked again. Cheng Nian nodded. You're not wrong about that. I didn't originally intend to kill you, but after you revealed your extraordinary power, I realized that you had also encountered that kind of fruit. Cheng Nian's smile turned ferocious. Who do you think you are, daring to have the same extraordinary encounter as me? I am the protagonist. Therefore, you must die. Of course, there are other reasons as well, such as the beauty behind you, and what you said about Gaozheng's sanctuary being full of beauties. Everything can only be controlled by me. I could tell that Cheng Nian was telling his true thoughts, without a single lie. It turns out that it was a strange mix of pride and greed that was causing the problem. Thank you for letting me die with a clear conscience. I smiled and closed my eyes. Du Yuan. You. Lu Yayao's eyes widened. She hadn't expected me to give up. Cheng Nian grinned maliciously, raised his hand, and lunged at my face. But when the tip of the knife was less than 20 centimeters away from me, he suddenly stopped. Lu Yayao stood in front of me. I smelled Lu Yayao's familiar fragrance and suddenly opened my eyes. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Get away. He's trying to kill me, not you. Lu Yayao turned around, smiling sadly. Du Yuan, I told you if you die, I won't live on alone. My eyes got a little wet. But Cheng Yin's words immediately ruined the atmosphere. What's the rush, Lu Yao? Don't worry. Even if I'm going to kill you, I'll make sure you experience the pleasure of being a woman before I do. After saying that, Cheng Yin grabbed Lu Yao's arm and threw her aside, causing Lu Yao to fall to the ground. But I, as if unable to bear seeing all this, closed my eyes once again. Cheng Yin swung his saber, creating a gust of wind that brushed against my face, making a few strands of hair on my forehead sway. The next second, a desperate and desolate scream came from Lu Yao. Do you on? No. I felt a piercing pain, but Cheng Yin changed the direction of his sword swing. The military knife in his hand went in through my right cheek and out through my left cheek. After Cheng Yin finished doing all this, he withdrew his hand, as if to split my entire mouth in two. Damn it, just looking at your face annoys me. Anyway, you're about to die, so your face is useless to you now. Cheng Yin's disdainful voice rang in my ears. I wanted to speak, but the muscles in my face had already lost control. The next moment, there was the sound of a military knife piercing the wind. I opened my eyes as the military knife pierced straight into my heart. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I grabbed Cheng Yin's arms and pulled him to the side. Under my immense force, Cheng Yin staggered and almost fell over. My right hand pressed hard on Cheng Yin's only intact left wrist, then quickly moved to the web of his left palm and squeezed it hard again. Ah! I heard Cheng Yin cry out in pain, and warm blood began to flow from my hand. It was Cheng Yin's finger bone that had pierced his skin and was bleeding. Before Cheng Yin could react, I snatched the military knife, gripped it tightly, and then pulled Cheng Yin's body towards me with my left hand. Cheng Yin, you're going to die. I can't speak with my mouth, but I can speak in my heart. The next second, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh filled the air as I held the military knife and plunged it into Cheng Yin's heart. Cheng Yin looked at me incredulously, as if he couldn't understand why I still had the power to turn the tide of a seemingly hopeless situation. He tried to break free from my grasp, but my hands were like a pair of pliers, gripping him tightly. I could sense Cheng Yin's desperate struggle as he faced death, but I didn't give him the chance. They didn't give him a single chance. Tick-tock. Cheng Yin's blood flowed from his chest, dripping slowly down the military knife to the ground. The ticking sound and Cheng Yin's shouts made Lu Yao, who had been covering her eyes with her hands, unable to bear watching me die, extremely excited. Do you on? You really didn't give up. Lu Yao cheered. She wanted to help, so she picked up a pebble-sized rock from the ground and prepared to smash it at the back of Cheng Yin's head. But I shook my head. The blood was increasing, and it had even soaked my pants completely. Finally, Cheng Yin's pupils began to dilate, and his body began to lose strength. 2 minutes later, when Cheng Yin reluctantly closed her eyes and softly slipped from my hand, I breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Yin died. Looking at Cheng Yin's familiar face, I let out a low growl and waved to Lu Yao. Lu Yao quickly understood what I meant and hurried over to help me up with her delicate body. With Lu Yao's help, I sat down next to Cheng Yin's body and began to grope inside his clothes with my hands. Do you on? What are you doing? Lu Yao asked, puzzled. Chapter 69, Naming Fruits. I touched Cheng Yin all over, from head to toe. Finally, I found what I wanted in a pocket on his waist. It was a thin sapling with 3 shriveled fruits that looked like kiwis. Is this it? Lu Yao said with delight. She recognized it as the mysterious fruit we had encountered that time, the kind that could enhance one's power. Looking at these 3 familiar fruits, the weight that had been hanging over my heart finally lifted. I won this high-stakes gamble. I pointed to myself, and then to Xiao Haizi. Lu Yao understood what I meant, and hurriedly picked a shriveled, mysterious fruit from the sapling, then ran to Xiao Haizi. I endured the pain on my face and popped a fruit into my mouth. The moment the mysterious fruit entered my mouth, it transformed into a warm current that flowed into my stomach and then moved toward my limbs and internal organs. To my surprise, this torrent seemed weaker than the ones I had experienced the previous 2 times. Immediately afterwards, that familiar pain surged up again. Damn it, why isn't the pain lessening? I cursed him fiercely in my heart. Suddenly everything went black, and I fainted. When I woke up, Lu Yao's pretty face, etched with worry, was reflected in my eyes. "Du Yuan, how are you?" When Lu Yao saw that I was awake, she hurriedly asked. "Very good. It's as if you've never been injured." I propped myself up with my hands, sat up, and jumped a couple of times. The healing effect of this mysterious fruit was indeed not much different from before. But to my slight disappointment, this time my strength did not increase at all. However, this regret was fleeting and disappeared without a trace. It's already a blessing to be alive. How can you be greedy? After checking my own body, I went to check on the little black guy lying next to me. This was the second time Xiao Heizi had eaten this mysterious fruit. Seeing that Xiao Heizi was fine, as if he were sleeping, my unease lessened considerably, and I began to look forward to the changes that would occur after Xiao Heizi woke up. What changes will occur to the little black creature who gains some intelligence after eating a mysterious fruit? Surely they won't be as cowardly as before, only serving as a warning or cute gesture occasionally, and then doing nothing else? How long was I unconscious? I asked with a smile. Lu Yao said with lingering fear. 2 minutes. And Du Yuan, you really scared me to death. I thought you had really given up and were just waiting to die. I gave an awkward smile and pulled Lu Yao into my arms. The circumstances at the time did not give me a chance to communicate with Lu Yao. Am I the kind of person who just waits to die? I just want to talk to Cheng Yin a little more, buy some time, and try to recover my injuries and strength. I explained. The delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Yao's beautiful hair wafted into my nostrils, making me feel refreshed and relaxed. She said, "Then why didn't you fight back sooner?" "You don't know, when I saw your face." I gently patted Lu Yao's back and said, "At that time, it was just Cheng Yin testing me. He wanted to see if I had really given up resisting and whether I still had the strength to fight back. You have to know, at that time, Cheng Yin's vigilance was at its highest." "Then how do you know that Cheng Yin has the mysterious fruit?" Lu Yao asked, puzzled, but it was clear that she was in a very good mood. I denied it, saying, "I'm not sure either. I'm just gambling. But I'm confident about this gamble." First, Cheng Yin knew about the mysterious fruit and had even eaten it. Otherwise, he couldn't have been so fast. He went to great lengths to trick me into going up the mountain, and it wasn't just to make me die under the eagle's beak. Secondly, Cheng Yin said there would be fruit after crossing the mountain. I could tell that Cheng Yin was not lying at the time. And for him to make the gorillas chase him like that, he must have seriously offended the gorilla tribe. Based on these 2 points, I concluded that Cheng Yin had stolen the gorilla's mysterious fruit. After all, the mysterious fruit can cause bears and tigers to fight each other, so logically, the gorilla should also cherish it. You have no idea. I was almost scared to death just now. Lu Yao punched me in the chest. I smiled, but then I remembered how helpless Lu Yao had been in the face of danger all this time. "What about the other mysterious fruit?" I asked. Lu Yao took it out of her pocket, and then threw the sapling aside beside the cave. I took the shriveled fruit and examined it carefully. During this time, I have come into contact with 3 kinds of fruit. Of course, the reason why Cheng Yin's speed is faster than that of ordinary people is due to gradual contact. But these things also gave me a lot of understanding about the mysterious fruit. The first type, naturally, is the fruit I have in my hand now, which is about the size of a kiwi and can increase strength. The second type is the bright red fruit on that big tree, like an apple, which can make my skin tough and allow me to actively change my skin color according to changes in the surrounding environment. The third type is the one Cheng Yin ate. I haven't seen it, but based on Cheng Yin's situation, I speculate that it should only increase speed and slightly improve strength. After thinking for a while, I gave these 3 fruits simple and easy to understand names and told them to Lu Yao. After all, always referring to it as the mysterious fruit is too confusing and troublesome. The first type is the power fruit. The second type is the tough fruit. The third type is the speed fruit. "Yao Yao, you can eat this power fruit." I brought the power fruit to Lu Yao's lips. Lu Yao shook her head vehemently. "No, you eat. It's enough that you're protecting me." I said, "This power fruit is useless to me now, except for healing injuries." Lu Yao insisted. "Then you can keep it, in case you get injured again. If it really doesn't work out, you can give it to Gaozheng." Seeing that Lu Yao refused to eat, I shoved the power fruit into her mouth. Yao Yao, stop talking. Lu Yao tried to vomit, but it was too late. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yao's brows furrowed and her whole body began to tremble. Having experienced that kind of pain, I quickly pulled Lu Yao into my arms and held her tightly. Watching Lu Yao scream in pain, my heart ached as well. But I know this is good for Lu Yao. As for Gao Zheng, although I trust Gao Zheng now, after experiencing so many betrayals, I will never completely trust anyone again. Except for Lu Yao. After a while, Lu Yao's body stopped trembling. She opened her eyes, glared at me fiercely, and then pushed me away. As for me, I was pushed so casually by Lu Yao that I fell flat on my face. Chapter 70. Back to the shelter. Du Yuan, are you alright? Lu Yao looked at my disheveled appearance after I rolled around on the ground, and then looked at her hands in disbelief. Clearly, she hadn't yet processed this fact. I patted the dust off my clothes and forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. But in his heart, he was thinking, damn it, how can he be so strong? He's not much weaker than I am now. I never expected Lu Yao's situation. Could it be that using this power fruit grants a gender-based buff? Bang! Just then, a loud bang was heard. The gorilla carcass that had been blocking the cave entrance was dragged away. The hole, which had been nearly destroyed by the gorilla but was held open by the corpse, completely collapsed. That's when Lu Yao and I remembered that there were still gorillas guarding outside. How do we get out? Lu Yao asked. At that moment, I remembered the cave-digging beast that had dug down 2 caves in succession and was finally killed and skinned by me. If only it could help me now. However, there's no need to worry. I glanced at Cheng Yin's body and said, the gorillas probably don't know we're here. Give them Cheng Yin's body, and the threat will be resolved. I walked up to Cheng Yin's body, picked it up with one hand, and dragged it to where the hole used to be. He picked up Xiao Haizi again, pulled Lu Yao along, and hid inside the deepest part of the cave. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, the gorillas began to move the soil and pebbles away from the entrance of the cave. Within seconds, they had cleaned the hole. Upon seeing Cheng Yin's body, the gorillas were overjoyed, pulled it out, and then began searching again. After searching several times without finding the small tree bearing the power fruit, he immediately pounded his chest and howled. These silly gorillas probably think Cheng Yin hid the power fruit halfway through the journey, right? However, I still underestimated the intelligence of the apes. Several brown orangutans lay down and peered inside, trying to get a better look at what was happening. But the cave was pitch black and there was no sunlight, and the gorillas had no night vision, so they could only leave empty-handed, carrying Cheng Yin's body away in anger. I was also cautious and didn't go out immediately. After waiting at the cave entrance for a full hour to make sure there were no gorillas waiting outside, he carried the unconscious Xiao Haizi and Lu Yao out of the cave. What is this stupid bear doing? It's even drooling. Seeing that my clothes were soaked with Xiao Haizi's saliva, I got really angry. Lu Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Little Haizi isn't stupid. I couldn't be bothered to argue with Lu Yao about this, so I said, let's go back to the shelter. Now, Lu Yao was taken aback. I nodded. During this 2-week trip, we gained a great deal. First, the route from the west to the island shore was confirmed. It was not long and the danger was manageable. Secondly, I obtained the body tough fruit, while Xiao Haizi and Lu Yao both obtained the power fruit. Now, naturally, we should return to the shelter and then take Gao Zheng and the others to the western shore of the island to seek help from the outside world. When we arrived, we weren't familiar with the roads and had to pay attention to the direction at all times, so we were slow. But the return trip was much faster. In just 7 days, we returned to the shelter once again. When Gao Zheng saw that Lu Yao and I had returned in triumph and had even found the way to the western shore of the island, he was as happy as a child weighing over 200 pounds. He gripped my shoulders tightly, unable to control himself. Du Yuan, thank you. I thank you on behalf of everyone. Gao Zheng bowed deeply to me. I quickly stepped aside and helped Gao Zheng up. This is nothing. Even if we manage to reach the shore, whether we can be rescued is still a question. Gao Zheng shook his head. It's already quite an achievement to have taken this step. At least we can see a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, hiding in this shelter, we would never have been rescued. I smiled but didn't reply. Gao Zheng, however, said to the women around him, "Everyone, go pack your things. We're leaving right away." I was taken aback. So fast. Gao Zheng's high spirits from a moment ago immediately turned somber. He said, "We can't wait any longer. It's not safe in the shelter right now." "What's wrong?" I asked, pressing for an answer. Gao Zheng sighed, but suddenly turned around and saw Xiao Haizi. At this moment, Xiao Haizi took advantage of Gao Zheng's lack of vigilance and stole a cookie from his pocket, opened the packaging, and ate it. This little black guy?" Gao Zheng said incredulously. "It's not because Xiao Haizi has changed in appearance, but because of this series of actions. He looks just like a human." I grabbed little Blackie by the neck and threw it next to Lu Yao. "Yao Yao, keep this stupid bear in check. Actually, just thinking about Xiao Haizi makes me angry." Giving Xiao Haizi such a precious power fruit was enough to save its life, but it was still just as cowardly as before, only a little smarter. This is far from what I expected. There's no way around it. If you don't discipline them for 3 days, they'll start tearing the roof off. I pointed at the little black guy and said. Distracted by Xiao Haizi, Gao Zheng's mood was no longer as low as before. Seeing me look at him, he said, "In the 2 weeks since you left, there have been disturbances at the shelter every night." "What's that noise?" I asked, but I couldn't help but think of the long-beaked monster that killed old Lu, the cook. On the night I was searching for Du Qianqian, I clearly killed a long-beaked monster. How could I dare to come back again? Gao Zheng saw what I was thinking and nodded. "That's right, it's them. And, before, there was only one at a time, but now there are up to 3 at a time. If I hadn't been so vigilant and stayed up all night, people in the shelter would probably have died." After listening, I said in a deep voice, "It's too hasty to leave now. There are many things that haven't been done yet, such as the distress flag. Besides, Lu Yao is very tired. Let her rest well. I'll stay with you tonight." Gao Zheng naturally wouldn't object to such a proposal. He nodded, then said, "Gu Lingbo, what do you plan to do? How is he now?" Gao Zheng's tone became relaxed. "Don't worry, he's not dead. Even on the night that long-beaked monster attacked, I kept an eye on him. How could I let Gu Lingbo die if you didn't come back?" Mentioning Gu Lingbo reminds me of the anger and heartache I felt when I was betrayed, and it also reminds me of Cheng Nian, who betrayed me in the same way. "I'm going to see Gu Lingbo alone," I said. Chapter 71: The Death of Gu Lingbo. Gao Zheng truly put a lot of effort into what he promised me. It was the same cross, and Gu Lingbo was bound to it, covered from head to toe with countless cuts. In some places, scabs have formed, while in others, blood is still flowing. In a short period of time, Gu Lingbo had gone from a handsome young man to a skinny beggar. Hearing my footsteps, Gu Lingbo struggled to lift his drooping head. His face was deathly pale, like a dead man, but his empty eyes were filled with a burning hatred. He struggled desperately, trying to break free of the ropes binding him. However, due to the violent movements, the wounds that had already scabbed over broke open again, and blood oozed out. In less than a second, Gu Lingbo was covered in blood. Do you want? You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Gu Lingbo's voice sounded weak. I looked at him calmly, my expression unchanged. There was neither joy at the sight of their enemy's current predicament nor any pity for Gu Lingbo. "Your sister, Gu Shui, is dead," I said calmly. Gu Lingbo was stunned for a moment, then struggled even more violently. It was unclear where he got the strength from, but the cross shook violently. "Do you want? Don't let me live. Please don't. Otherwise, you'll regret it. I'll kill your parents, your whole family. I'll kill you." I knew Gu Lingbo had misunderstood me, but I had no intention of explaining. Instead, I suddenly asked, "Actually, back in college, before Zhang Yan and I got together, you and I had a pretty good relationship." "What?" Gu Lingbo laughed sternly. "It's only because you're a poor wretch that you'll obey me for a little favor. You do my homework when I ask you to. You cheat on the exam when I ask you to. Haha. Do you want? You're really as obedient as my dog, but you want even more than my dog." Before he could even utter the word phew, Gu Lingbo's eyes widened as he looked down at the sharp military knife at his chest. He was already on his last breath, and his head tilted to the side, his breathing gradually weakening. I slowly walked up to Gu Lingbo, pulled the general's knife from his chest, wiped it on his clothes, and then put it back into his boot. Gu Lingbo, be a human in your next life. I turned around and walked back. Behind the wooden shed not far away, Lu Yao stood quietly like a blooming flower, looking at me and smiling. I'm here. Lu Yao wrapped her arms around my waist, pressed her head against my chest, and whispered, Lu Yao knows how sad I am. When I first entered university, I saw my classmates shining brightly. Some were rich, some were good at studying, and some were handsome. Actually, I always felt a little inferior. Regardless of Cheng Yin and Gu Lingbo's motives for approaching me, I was actually very grateful to them at the time. They gave me confidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the courage to pursue Zhang Yan. Although I killed Gu Lingbo and Cheng Yin with my own hands, which was indeed very satisfying and cathartic, I still feel a little sad. And this is the most genuine human emotion, complex and contradictory. Thank goodness for you. As I held Lu Yao in my arms, all the gloom in my heart vanished instantly. I took her hand and walked towards our wooden shed. Outside the wooden shed, Gao Zheng was already waiting. When I returned, Gao Zheng patted my shoulder and said, I'll handle it. You rest for a bit. I'll call you when it's time to eat. We have a tough battle to fight tonight. I nodded. Given my current relationship with Gao Zheng, being too polite would be inappropriate. Stepping into the wooden shed, it was warm as springtime. There was a small brazier made of stacked stones on the ground, with firewood crackling inside. The bed was also neatly made. Looking at this simple wooden shed and Lu Yao beside me, I suddenly felt like I was back home. Go to sleep. You haven't had a good night's rest for so many days. Lu Yao pushed my back and pushed me onto the bed. You're incredibly strong. As Lu Yao helped me take off my shoes, I joked. Lu Yao blushed, glared at me fiercely, but said nothing. During my time on the road, although many of the dangers I encountered were not dangerous to me as long as I took precautions, I never let my guard down. Now that I'm back in the shelter, I can finally feel a little more at ease. I lay down on the bed and fell asleep within seconds. When I woke up, it was already completely dark. Woke up. Lu Yao was sitting on the wooden board, her upper body leaning over the edge of the bed, when my movements startled her awake. What time is it? I asked gently. It's been dark for a long time. Gao Zheng was going to wake you up, but I think it's too late. Here's the food. Lu Yao took a few pieces of dried meat from the other end, and then took a wooden bowl filled with meat soup. I was so hungry that I finished it all in no time. You go to sleep. I'm going to keep watch with Gao Zheng tonight. After we finished eating, I carried Lu Yao to the bed, whispered a few words to her, and then headed towards Gao Zheng's place. However, Gao Zheng was in the middle of the large wooden shed, chatting and laughing with a group of women. When he saw me arrive, Gao Zheng immediately stood up and said, Awake? What are you doing? I walked into the wooden shed and pointed to the red clothes the women were wearing. Gao Zheng scratched his head and laughed, thinking that red is eye-catching. I took out all the red clothes and made them into one big piece. You've come at the right time. See if there are any problems. I took it from the women and examined it closely. It was about 10 meters long. Although I don't think it will have much effect, we've done our best given our current circumstances. All right, that's enough. Everyone go to sleep. Gao Zheng and I will keep watch tonight. I gave Gao Zheng a look, and the two of us came out of the wooden shed and found an inconspicuous corner to squat down. This is a good corner. You can see the whole shelter clearly. It's a pity I can't see it at night. Gao Zheng said regretfully. I didn't reply, but I thought to myself that if I had the chance, I would also find some fruit for Gao Zheng to eat to improve his condition. By the way, have Lu Wu and his gang been behaving themselves lately? About an hour later, I suddenly remembered to ask. Gao Zheng smiled slightly. Not bad, they didn't cause any trouble at the shelter. Du Yuan, it seems you really scared them half to death that time. I nodded, considering whether I should bring Lu Wu and the others along. After all, there are only 2 men in the shelter right now, Gao Zheng and I, so there aren't enough people. Suddenly, a faint, rustling sound came from the darkness. Chapter 72 Beast Tide. They're here, I said softly, my hand already reaching for my waist, where an axe was tucked. Gao Zheng immediately tensed up. During the time I was away, he was constantly on edge, especially at night. In the darkness, the faint, fragmented sounds grew louder and louder. I looked over and saw three long-beaked monsters rushing toward the shelter at an extremely fast speed. Keep up. I crouched down and ran towards the wooden shed. However, just as I took my first step, the three-headed long-beaked monsters suddenly stopped. They had spotted me. The long-beaked monster's scarlet eyes were terrifying in the darkness. Squeak. The long-beaked monster let out a few piercing cries and changed its target, lunging towards me. I was puzzled by their actions. It seems that these long-beaked monsters were targeting me from the start. I suddenly thought of the long-beaked monster that Du Qianqian killed that night. Revenge? No wonder these long-beaked monsters have attacked the shelter repeatedly over the past 2 weeks, but haven't killed anyone. Otherwise, given Gao Zheng's condition, how could he have protected so many women? There was no time for me to think too much. One of the long-beaked monsters was charging fast and was less than 10 meters away from me, while the other two were flanking me from the left and right. Old Gao, take care of yourself, I said without turning my head. Gao Zheng had originally intended to come over and help, but upon hearing my words, he immediately stopped, stood warily to the side, and felt extremely distressed. Gao Zheng, the dignified CEO of a security company, a dangerous man who had tasted blood on the edge of a knife, has now become a burden. I had no idea that Gao Zheng was so frustrated at that moment. He took the axe from his waist, swung it forcefully, and threw it at the long-beaked monster in front of him. To my surprise, the long-beaked monster suddenly stopped, making my prediction a joke. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The three long-beaked monsters all stopped. In the darkness, they stood up, emitting sharp, rapid cries. The next second, in the nearby forest, the faint, scattered sounds were amplified countless times, as if through a loudspeaker. Oops! I had a bad feeling and looked into the forest. The darkness was now illuminated by pairs of scarlet eyes. Long-beaked monster. Countless long-beaked monsters. My face turned ashen instantly, and I roared with all my might. Danger! My shouts, like a bugle call, sounded the attack horn for the long-beaked monster horde. The ground was covered with layers of long-beaked monsters, which rushed towards the shelter like a swarm of soldiers in battle. I glanced at Gao Zheng, who was still standing there in a daze, grabbed him, and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Wake everyone up. Run." If it were dozens of long-beaked monsters, I could still remain calm. But even I couldn't withstand such a vast horde of beasts. I used all my strength in my legs and rushed straight towards the wooden shed. Lu Yao was still sleeping inside, and it wasn't until I passed the large wooden shed in the middle that I realized I had underestimated these women. The dozens of women stood there completely still, their faces showing fear and apprehension, but at least they didn't panic. When I rushed into the wooden shed, Lu Yao was fast asleep. I didn't care about anything else. I just swept her up in my arms in a princess carry. Lu Yao was startled awake. She struggled for a moment, but when she saw it was me, she nestled quietly in my arms like a little kitten. "Du Yuan, what's wrong?" Lu Yao asked. I said in a deep voice, "We're surrounded by a horde of long-beaked monsters. It's a beast tide." Lu Yao was also stunned. By this time, I had already carried her into the large wooden shed. "Yao Yao, Gao Zheng, and I definitely won't have time to take care of this place tonight. You protect them." After putting Lu Yao down, I pulled the military knife out of my boot and handed it to her. Although Lu Yao is not good at fighting, after eating the power fruit, her strength is astonishing even to me. However, it's really asking Lu Yao to do this kind of thing. However, Lu Yao did not panic. She nodded solemnly, and then took the military knife with trembling hands. "Yao Yao, I'm leaving this place to you." I gently tapped Lu Yao's forehead, then decisively walked out of the wooden shed. Outside, the horde of long-beaked monsters had already reached the base of the shelter's fence. However, to my relief, these long-beaked monsters were unlike the ones I had encountered before. They seemed to be ordinary long-beaked monsters, not even capable of crossing the fence on their own. However, because there were so many of them, they had piled up like arhits under the fence and soon exceeded the fence, and one by one the long-beaked monsters fell into the shelter. Gao Zheng and I stood guard at the entrance of the large wooden shed, and our faces grew increasingly grim. These long-beaked monsters are just ordinary ones, similar to rats, but there are so many of them. Lu Yao is guarding them inside. As long as the two of us can hold the door of the wooden shed, there shouldn't be any major problems. I reminded them. Although Gao Zheng didn't know why I had such strong confidence in Lu Yao, he didn't say anything and just nodded. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless long-beaked monsters entered the sanctuary, their squeaking sounds merging together to create a sound that was not only piercing but also terrifying. Suddenly, a long-beaked monster kicked off with its legs and flew up, shooting towards me like a cannonball. This level of danger is just a waste of my time. With a casual swing of my axe, I cleaved the long-beaked monster in two. The long-beaked monster's blood was splattered all over the ground. And the attack has already begun. One after another, long-beaked monsters, as if they had no regard for their lives, pounced on Gao Zheng and me. They are not strong individually, but there are a great many of them. Whenever I kill one, another one falls down, and sometimes even several. The axe in my hand is like the Grim Reaper's scythe to these long-beaked monsters. Every time I swing the axe, a long-beaked monster dies. I don't know how much time passed, or how many times I swung the axe. It was only when my arms started to ache and swell that I realized that the corpses of the long-beaked monsters had piled up into a small hill beneath my feet. My position changed from being 2 or 3 meters away from the large wooden shed at the beginning to having my back pressed tightly against the doorway of the shed. Looking around, I saw that the number of long-beaked monsters was still countless. Those who just died were just a drop in the ocean. In the middle of the herd, 3 unusual long-beaked monsters stood upright. This isn't working. I frowned, pondering how to deal with the horde of long-beaked monsters. Just then, a muffled groan sounded in my ear, and I instinctively looked over. Chapter 73: The Long-Beaked Monster's Weakness. Gao Zheng's physical strength, endurance, and intensity are several levels below mine. He naturally couldn't use the same sweeping attacks as me. He had to use the least effort-intensive methods and techniques to kill the long-beaked monster, so his efficiency was naturally much lower than mine. However, the number of long-beaked monsters that died at Gao Zheng's hands was not small. But after so long, even I felt tired, let alone Gao Zheng. His hand holding the military knife was trembling, a sign that he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Just as Gao Zheng was struggling to kill one of the long-beaked monsters, another one pounced on him. But Gao Zheng was exhausted and had no strength to raise his hand. The long-beaked monster stabbed him in the shoulder. Old Gao. When I saw this, my eyes turned red. I rushed forward and flew to Gao Zheng, then chopped the long-beaked monster in two with my axe. Gao Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body slid down against the door of the wooden shed. I reached out one hand to support Gao Zheng, while continuing to slash at the long-beaked monster with the other. Old Gao, how are you? Can you hold on? I did not turn back, nor could I turn back. The answer I received was Gao Zheng's familiar voice. I'm fine, I won't die. Don't worry about me. Gao Zheng gasped for breath, struggled to raise his hand, pulled the half-headed, beaked monster's corpse off his left shoulder, and threw it to the ground. No, this can't go on. I am now completely certain that the horde of long-beaked monsters is coming for me. I turned my head and called out inside. Yao Yao, give her back up. I grabbed Gao Zheng with one hand, and the door to the wooden shed opened immediately. With a forceful pull, I threw Gao Zheng inside and slammed the door shut. Without Gao Zheng defending with me, the pressure on me suddenly increased significantly as all the long-beaked monsters attacked me. Damn it! To catch the thief, you must first catch the king. I gritted my teeth and cursed under my breath, deciding to change my previous passive defensive strategy. Actually, I had this idea before, but I never put it into action, because I was worried that once I left, Lu Yao and the others would be in danger. But now I have to do it. Because when facing a horde of long-beaked monsters, there will always be a moment when my strength runs out, and that's when the real danger begins. I picked up the military knife Gao Zheng had left behind and started charging forward. This made my situation even worse. After all, one's back can also be attacked. Gradually, after I discovered that all the long-beaked monsters had abandoned the people inside the wooden shed, my concerns finally disappeared. I started running and rushed towards the location of the 3-headed, long-beaked monster. Squeak. The three-headed, long-beaked monster that seemed to be in charge appeared to have read my mind and let out two sharp screams. Those ordinary long-beaked monsters were like madmen, attacking me recklessly. Looks like it's working. Seeing this scene, I was not surprised but delighted. I ran faster and faster. Later on, relying on the momentum from my increased speed, I could easily kick a long-beaked monster away with a casual kick. Just as I kicked another long-beaked monster away, I made a surprising discovery. The long-beaked monster that I kicked away landed at the place where Gao Zheng and the others were grilling meat. There was a stove made of stones, and flames were burning inside the stove. As the long-beaked monster flew over the flames, it kept squeaking, as if it had encountered something terrifying. But in reality, given its height, the flames couldn't reach it at all. Are you afraid of fire? This thought popped into my head. At this moment, surrounded by countless long-beaked monsters, I clearly understood that in my current state of near exhaustion, even if I rushed to the three long-beaked monsters, I might not be able to subdue them. So, I changed my mind once again. I changed direction and rushed towards the stove. I rushed to the stove and, ignoring the flames inside, pulled out a burning piece of wood and held it up. My hands were so close to the flames that they were burning painfully. But the pain couldn't mask my excitement. Because I was certain of one thing. These long-beaked monsters were genuinely afraid of me. I held a burning log in my hand, and all the long-beaked monsters stopped, standing more than 2 meters away from me. As I walked forward, they moved backward. The three-headed, long-beaked monster screamed, as if issuing a command to attack. But the remaining long-beaked monsters remained fearful and hesitant, no longer displaying their former bravery. I let out a long breath. It's not that we're afraid of how strong these long-beaked monsters are. It's that we're afraid they have no weaknesses. Holding the fireboard, I slowly walked to the front of the wooden shed and called inside. Yao Yao, open the door. Soon, the door opened. Worry was visible on Lu Yao's frightened face. But when she saw my condition, she was taken aback. Yao Yao, these monsters are afraid of fire. Quickly tell people to dismantle the wooden shed and make some torches, I said hurriedly. Immediately, Lu Yao agreed quickly and repeated what I said into the room. All that could be heard were excited screams and loud bangs from inside the wooden shed. When the wooden plank in my hand was almost completely burned out, I urged it to go inside again. What answered me was a torch handed to me by Lu Yao. The torch was actually just a piece of wood about half a meter long, which Lu Yao and the others had taken off the bedboard and wrapped in a layer of clothes and plastic. I quickly lit a torch, and the long-beaked monsters, which had been somewhat restless, quieted down again. They surrounded me, stopping about 2 meters in front of me, their scarlet eyes filled with fear. Immediately afterwards, I heard a surprised scream. Do you want? We still have some fuel, Lu Yao said happily. Real. Overjoyed, I immediately remembered that there was indeed fuel available, as Gao Zheng had mentioned to me. After Gao Zheng and his team left the wreckage, for some unknown reason, they also brought out the plane's spare fuel tank. Unexpectedly, it has now come in handy. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yao was seen carrying 2 wooden buckets, which were filled with fuel. I asked, where is Gao Zheng? Lu Yao's eyes dimmed. He's already been poisoned and is unconscious. Damn it! I cursed under my breath. How could I have forgotten about that? The claws of those long-beaked monsters are poisonous, so how could their beaks not be poisonous? But now is not the time to talk about these things. I wanted to take the wooden bucket from Lu Yao's hand, but she only gave me one. I'll be with you. Lu Yao's gaze was firm and brooked no refusal. Chapter 74 Detoxification. Okay, but be careful. I did not reject Lu Yao. After all, Lu Yao had eaten the power fruit and was no longer a frail little beauty. Besides, she's holding a torch now. So what do we do now? Lu Yao asked. I looked at the fence that Gao Zheng had painstakingly built and said, only a small number of the long-beaked monsters have actually entered the shelter. As long as we can burn the fence down, the long-beaked monsters outside won't be able to get in, and things will be much easier for us. Lu Yao quickly understood what I meant, and she nodded at me. I took a deep breath, walked ahead, and led Lu Yao, beginning our first time fighting side by side. Under the threat of the torches, the long-beaked monsters all chose to retreat. and I could see that the three-headed, long-beaked monsters were squeaking anxiously. Soon, Lu Yao and I arrived at the fence. I picked up the wooden bucket and started pouring fuel oil into it. Although Lu Yao had never been involved in such a thing before, she followed my example and did a pretty good job. Before long, the surrounding fences were covered in fuel. I nodded to Lu Yao and lit the torch. Flames suddenly burst into flames, illuminating the dark night. The long-beaked monsters outside were all frightened and ran around in all directions. Those inside, however, all wanted to squeeze into the wooden shed. But Lu Yao seemed to have been prepared. Several women, each holding a torch, stood at the entrance, surrounding the wooden shed. Although their legs were trembling with fear, they did not retreat. Let's go help them. I turned around with Lu Yao. Fearing the flames, I quickly wiped out the long-beaked monsters that entered the sanctuary all by myself. Those that didn't come and stopped about 10 meters in front of the fence. It was the flames that surrounded the 3 wooden sheds in the shelter. Having temporarily resolved the danger posed by the long-beaked monster, I had no time to feel relieved because Gao Zheng was still waiting for me. When I returned to the wooden shed, all the women felt safe. Gao Zheng lay on the ground, his lips blue, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. But what worries me most is that Gao Jingming has clearly fallen into a coma, but his body is still trembling slightly. Who bandaged the wound? I looked at the gauze on Gao Zheng's shoulder and asked. Immediately, a woman with a curvaceous figure stepped forward timidly. I recognized her. She was the same flight attendant who had crawled into my tent that night. We've been trained on bandaging techniques, I said fearfully. I nodded. Have you checked the wound? What's inside? As I spoke, I knelt down in front of Gao Zheng and listened to his chest. My expression grew increasingly grim. Gao Zheng's heartbeat was extremely weak. It's bleeding purple blood, and the flesh on both sides of the wound is starting to turn black. The flight attendant answered again, her voice trembling with anxiety. I didn't reply, wondering what to do. There are absolutely no medicines left in the shelter, and even if there were, they probably wouldn't be of any use. What to do? I asked myself, feeling as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Despite my anxiety, I remained very calm. Yao, do you still have any saplings? I asked, turning my head. Lu Yao paused for a moment, then shook her head. It's in that cave. The sapling is useless. Didn't we already verify that? I thought about it and realized that the saplings bearing power fruits were indeed completely useless. Otherwise, given Lu Yao's and my personalities, how could we have forgotten it? Unfortunately, those fruits are no longer available. Otherwise, if Gao Zheng had eaten them, there wouldn't have been any problems. I pried open Gao Zheng's tightly closed eyelids and saw that his pupils were starting to dilate. I sighed. Just then, I suddenly felt something tugging at the hem of my clothes. Turning my head, I saw little Blackie tugging at my clothes with one of its paws. Go play somewhere else. I don't have time for you. I impatiently slapped away the little black bear's paw. Gao Zheng was on the verge of dying from poisoning, so I had no time to deal with this cowardly bear. But to my surprise, the little black bear, who usually slipped away long ago, reached out its paw and grabbed my hand. Little Blackie, do you have a way to save Gao Zheng? Lu Yao suddenly spoke. I was stunned for a moment, then turned my head and saw little Blackie's huge bear head nod heavily. You know? Although Xiao Haizi seems much smarter now, I still have my doubts. I saw Xiao Haizi grab my hand, point to my wrist, then move to Gao Zheng and point to his mouth. What do you mean? My wrist, Gao Zheng's mouth. I was completely confused, but then a thought suddenly struck me, and I hurriedly asked, You mean, let Gao Zheng drink my blood? Xiao Haizi nodded. Without hesitation or considering the credibility of Xiao Haizi's words, I took out my military knife and cut my wrist. My blood immediately started flowing out. I pried open Gao Zheng's mouth and positioned my wrist against it. Seeing my bright red blood staining Gao Zheng's yellow teeth, I was extremely nervous. Although I was desperate and had no other choice, I still hoped that Gao Zheng could have a glimmer of hope. It's not just because Gao Zheng is now a very important helper to me, but also because of Gao Zheng himself. An upright man like him should not have ended up like this. My blood dripped down, passing through Gao Zheng's teeth and flowing into his mouth. A few minutes later, I had lost at least 100 milliliters of blood, but Gao Zheng still showed no improvement. It's not working. I was extremely disappointed. But at that moment, a cough was heard. Gao Zheng let out a painful howl as he began to vomit blood, which was all purplish-black. Immediately afterwards, Gao Zheng's bluish lips began to fade slowly, and in less than 2 seconds, they were almost the same color as a normal person's. It works. Seeing this, I cut my wrist again, and more blood flowed into Gao Zheng's mouth. 10 seconds later, Gao Zheng suddenly opened his eyes, and upon seeing my movement, he jumped up from the ground with a start. What happened? Gao Zheng asked in alarm. I forced a smile and was about to speak when a feeling of weakness and exhaustion welled up inside me. I stumbled and almost fell. Lu Yao quickly helped me up and asked with concern, "Do you on? Are you all right?" I shook my head, trying to shake the feeling of fatigue out of my mind. But the next moment, everything went black, followed by a spinning sensation, and I felt extremely dizzy. In the last second before I lost consciousness, I heard Lu Yao's panicked scream. Chapter 75 Flames Soaring into the Sky. I woke up groggily and saw concerned faces reflected in my eyes. Thank God, Du Yuan, you're finally awake. Gao Zheng let out a joyful shout and quickly helped me up from the bed. He then asked, "How are you? Still dizzy? Are you all right? Do you need some water or something to eat? I still have a few pieces of jerky here." I was a little confused by Gao Zheng's sudden concern and subconsciously turned to look at Lu Yao. Seeing the smile in her eyes, I immediately understood why. "Old Gao, there's no need to be so polite. By the way, how long have I been unconscious?" I didn't stand on ceremony when Gao Zheng handed me the dried meat. I didn't eat much at night to begin with, and after fighting so many long-beaked monsters, I was already starving. I wolfed down the food in my hand. Gao Zheng wasn't a talkative person to begin with, and what I had just said had already made him extremely awkward. Hearing what I said, he patted my shoulder heavily. "Not long, just a few minutes. Du Yuan, you saved me again." I smiled and asked, "How's it going outside?" "The fence is burning, and the long-beaked monsters outside dare not come in. However, the fence itself isn't very large, and if it keeps burning like this, it will eventually burn to ashes." Gao Zheng immediately replied. I checked my body for a while and found that apart from feeling a little weak, I didn't have any other problems, so I got out of bed and got out of bed. These long-beaked monsters are coming for me. I reckon they won't give up until they kill me. I need to think of a way. I murmured. Although the long-beaked monsters always came out at night during our many encounters, I didn't dare gamble on the lives of dozens of people in the shelter that they would retreat during the day. I can't afford to gamble. If we lose, everyone will die. Why don't we set this whole forest on fire? Such a huge fire. And the long-beaked monsters are so afraid of fire. Setting it on fire will surely scare them away. Gao Zheng asked tentatively. I was stunned. I hadn't expected Gao Zheng to come up with such a bold idea. But on second thought, it seems like it might work. Can it be lit? Has it not rained here in the last few days? I asked again. Gao Zheng laughed and said, "No problem. This area around here is always very dry. I almost set it on fire a few days ago." I didn't agree immediately, but instead considered the feasibility of the plan. After all, this is a forest near the Earth's edge. What if we fail to drive away the long-beaked monster and end up harming our own people instead? As for the environmental impact of setting the forest on fire, just kidding. At a time like this where life and death are at stake, who cares about these things? I opened the wooden shed door and looked outside. The fence was burning fiercely. However, if no more wood is added, it will go out soon. Okay, Lao Gao, give it a try. Seeing the fence like this, I no longer hesitated. Once the plan was finalized, we acted swiftly. Everyone was doing their own thing, carrying all the supplies, and then each person was given a torch. Old Gao, you go last. Yao Yao, you stay in the middle. Everyone follow me, don't fall behind. I stood at the very front of the line and loudly gave my instructions. Originally, I wanted everyone to line up in a long, single-line queue, but after thinking about it, I felt that it wasn't appropriate. If the queue was too long, it would be difficult to take care of everyone. Moreover, this means that torches are consumed far too quickly. So it was changed into a small square formation. I led the way, guiding everyone to the fence. Using the sticks we had prepared beforehand, we pried open a large hole in the fence. When the dense swarm of long-beaked monsters came into view, screams and cries of fear echoed throughout the formation. "Quiet down, everyone. We have torches. These monsters won't dare come any closer. Don't let your screams attract other monsters." My expression changed, and I quickly called out to the people behind me, my tone already carrying a hint of reproach. As soon as he finished speaking, the screams stopped abruptly. Many people covered their mouths with their hands, but their faces were frighteningly white in the firelight. As we stepped out of the enclosure, the long-beaked monsters, wary of the torches in our hands, dared not approach, and many even tried to flee. But under the squeaking of the 3 long-beaked monsters in command, they followed us closely one by one. "No, everyone hurry up." Seeing that more and more long-beaked monsters were gathering around, I quickly reminded them. The small square formation, which was originally moving like ants, suddenly became much faster. Emerging from the shelter, one finds a gentle slope outside, where all the trees had long been cut down, with the nearest trees now nearly 200 meters tall. It took us a good 10 minutes to cross the 200-meter distance, and we even had to change our torches once. "Do you on? What do we do now?" Gao Zheng's anxious voice came from behind. Although the long-beaked monsters were at a distance from us, they had us tightly surrounded in the center. "Use fuel." I picked up the fuel I had prepared beforehand, told Lu Yao to be careful, and began to drive away these long-beaked monsters. They retreated, but they surrounded me as the center. I didn't care about anything else. After walking about 10 meters forward, I started pouring fuel oil onto the ground and trees. Gao Zheng, on the other hand, was on the other side. Soon, when we had almost used up our fuel, a large circle drawn with fuel was completed. "Yao Yao, you take the people and go through the gap. Remember, be quick, don't worry about me, just run." I shouted loudly. "Okay, then you have to be careful." Lu Yao's answer was also very decisive, which was all part of our plan beforehand. When Lu Yao and the others reached the edge of the oil circle, I turned around, looked at the long-beaked monster on the ground, and gave it a cold smile. "Get out of here, all of you." I let out a low growl and threw the torch in my hand onto the fuel. In an instant, flames shot up from the ground, their momentum overwhelming. Within 2 seconds, the entire surrounding area was ablaze. The raging flames illuminated the entire night, making it almost indistinguishable from daytime. Faced with such a terrifying fire, the long-beaked monsters were all terrified and fled in panic. This time, to my delight, no matter how the 3 long-beaked monsters gave orders, the ordinary long-beaked monsters did not obey and all disappeared in an instant. I had originally planned to use myself to distract the long-beaked monster, but seeing that it wasn't necessary, I quickly ran towards Lu Yao and the others. After I ran out of the fire, I looked back and saw the 3-headed, long-beaked monster chasing after me. "The long-beaked monster is afraid of fire. Aren't you afraid too?" I sneered, poured the last of the fuel on the ground, lit it with a torch, and a huge fire immediately broke out behind me. The 3-headed, long-beaked monster roared in despair. Chapter 76 Lu Wu's Request. Lu Yao and the others hadn't gone far, and I quickly caught up with them. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw me return safely. Not far away, the trees in that area were burning fiercely. The towering flames startled even me. However, the long-beaked monsters did not pursue them in large numbers. The few remaining animals, fearing the torches in our hands, kept their distance. "Do you on? What should we do now?" Gao Zheng asked with a worried expression. "The danger from the long-beaked monster has been averted, but it is only midnight, and there is still a long time before dawn. Holding torches might keep the long-beaked monsters away, but the light also made us easy targets for other wild beasts. After all, there are many wild animals that are not afraid of fire." I realized this too, and after thinking for a moment, I said, "Let's go to Lu Wu's place." Gao Zheng was taken aback. "Lu Wu?" But Gao Zheng didn't say anything more. "From any perspective, this is the only option we have right now. Don't worry, with me and you here, Lu Wu and his gang won't dare to cause any trouble," I said confidently. Gao Zheng nodded. "Lu Wu and the others aren't too far from us. Although I've never been there, Gao Zheng knows the way." After walking for an hour, we finally arrived. That's right, We can only come to Lu Wu now. Gao Zheng sighed. Along the way, we encountered several deadly dangers. If Gao Zheng and I hadn't reacted quickly, there would definitely have been casualties. Our arrival was also discovered by the people in Lu Wu's shelter. Soon, Lu Wu and his group hurriedly arrived in front of us. However, Lu Wu remained vigilant and kept a relatively long distance from us. Mr. Du, what brings you here so late at night? Lu Wu's tone was very polite, but there was a clear sense of distance in that politeness. I said casually, something came up, and I'd like to ask if it's all right if I stay here for the night? As the saying goes, when you need something from someone, you should bend your waist 3 times, but I didn't do that. Because I know that people like Lu Wu are more likely to take advantage of you if you are strong and polite to them. On the contrary, if you are indifferent to him, he will be more respectful. As expected, after hearing my request, Lu Wu glanced at me timidly and hesitated. I snorted and said, "What? You don't want to?" My cold snort completely dispelled Lu Wu's hesitation. He quickly smiled obsequiously and said, "We're overjoyed that Mr. Du has come to our little town. How could we possibly refuse? Please." Lu Wu made way for him. I nodded slightly to Gao Zheng, signaling him to be on guard, and then led Lu Yeyao and the others into Lu Wu's shelter. The shelters here are similar in terrain to ours, but much smaller and more rudimentary. After we came in, Lu Wu also brought out a few tents and helped set them up. "Mr. Du, may I ask if something has happened on your end?" Lu Wu asked tentatively. I was about to speak when I suddenly felt someone watching me. Following my senses, I saw Zhang Yin standing not far away, her eyes filled with a complex expression. There was hatred, and there was regret. This was the first time I had seen Zhang Yin since the giant python incident. At this moment, Zhang Yin was disheveled. Her face was covered in bruises, and she looked disheveled and haggard. She is almost a completely different person from the Zhang Yin I remember. Noticing my gaze, Lu Wu looked somewhat embarrassed and said awkwardly, "Ahem, Mr. Du, Zhang Yin isn't doing very well here." Lu Wu looked at my expression with unease. He was initially infatuated with Zhang Yin, but after the Wolf King incident, his attitude towards Zhang Yin became very bad, and he would occasionally beat her. Nothing more. Lu Wu knew about the feud between me and Zhang Yin, and he was afraid that one day I would use Zhang Yin's matter as an excuse to cause trouble for him. But now, when I see Zhang Yin meeting up with me, I feel a little regretful, wondering if I still have feelings for her. But I had no time to pay attention to Lu Wu's little schemes. I looked away and said calmly, "Beast tide." Lu Wu was horrified. Lu Wu knew perfectly well what kind of danger lay behind those 2 simple words, beast tide. The thought that I had actually managed to lead the people of the shelter out of the beast tide made the last bit of resentment in my heart disappear without a trace. Soon, all the tents were set up. Although it was a bit crowded, at least we could manage to spend the night there. I ignored Lu Wu's solicitousness and exchanged a glance with Gao Zheng, who also knew he was being asked to keep watch and nodded. I then led Lu Yeyao and Xiao Haizi into a tent. And it is only now that I have the opportunity to ask Xiao Haizi a question. "How do you know my blood can save Gao Zheng?" Little Blackie understood, but the confusion on its entire bear face made me realize that I had asked the wrong bear. After a whole night of fussing and making Gao Zheng drink so much blood, I was exhausted. After exchanging a few words with Lu Yeyao, I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. As soon as Lu Yeyao and I stepped out of the tent, we saw Lu Wu standing cautiously outside. "What is it?" I asked, frowning. Seeing my cold expression, Lu Wu stammered out the words he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. "Mr. Du, please, could you please take me with you?" I have some doubts. Firstly, it was because of Lu Wu's request, and secondly, because of the extreme fear Lu Wu showed me. What I didn't know was that Lu Wu hadn't slept well all night, and ended up asking a few of his women for information. It's fine if you don't explore, but what you find will shock you. Lu Wu was impressed that I had found the way to the shore, and he also wanted to come with me, which led to the current situation. "With you?" I repeated it, but my gaze was sweeping across Lu Wu's face. To be honest, I did have the idea of taking Lu Wu with me, because there are just too few men around here. Moreover, with me keeping him in check, I'm not afraid that Lu Wu might have any malicious intentions. Yes, Just take me with you. As he spoke, Lu Wu lowered his voice again, leaned closer to me, and said, Mr. Du, there are some things that are inconvenient for you to do. You can leave them to me, and I guarantee I will complete the task perfectly. Task? What mission? 2 seconds later, I realized that Lu Wu was talking about Zhang Yan, and I couldn't help but find it a little funny. Taking you along is fine, but if all of you here are willing to come along, then that's no problem. My smile seemed unfathomable to Lu Wu. Chapter 77, The Great River. The towering trees are decreasing, and we have reached the edge of the primeval forest. This is the 23rd day since we left the shelter. Take a break. Lu Wu, take a few men and go find some flame fruit or something. If it's suitable, it would be best to bring back some prey. I casually instructed the women behind me, whose faces showed undeniable haggardness and exhaustion. Okay, Brother Du, I'll be right there. Lu Wu had a big smiley face under his shiny bald head. He waved and immediately led a few people into the surrounding bushes. I didn't expect Lu Wu to be so obedient. Gao Zheng smiled, feeling a mix of emotions. When I suggested taking Lu Wu's people with me, Gao Zheng was actually against it. But despite my insistence, they didn't continue to contradict me. However, judging from what has happened in the past 20 days, Gao Zheng's opposition has long since disappeared. With the addition of Lu Wu and others, our team has expanded to 36 people. Including Gao Zheng and me, there were 8 men and 28 women. This is already considered a large team. Traveling through the primeval forest naturally attracts the attention of many wild animals, leading to constant danger. At first, Lu Wu and the others were wary of us, but after seeing me easily kill the beasts several times, they immediately became my followers. To put it bluntly, even if I fart, they'll come over and sniff it hard, saying, "It smells so good." Would he dare disobey? I said with a half-smile. Gao Zheng understood what I meant, and his smile brightened even more. By the way, how much longer? I shook my head. If it were just Lu Yayao and me, 20-odd days would have been enough time for us to reach the shore. But now there are so many people in the team, and most of them are women, so the speed is naturally much slower. Even now, I'm still quite a distance from the place where I first met Cheng Yan. I did a rough calculation and replied, it'll be close to 200 kilometers. At our current speed, it'll take at least another half-month. We can't go this slow. We need to speed things up, otherwise even if there's a rescue, we'll most likely give up after so long without finding anyone. Gao Zheng said solemnly, That's right, let's do it this way. We won't rest during the day anymore. I agreed. Soon, Lu Wu and his group returned with several pieces of flame fruit and a few wild rabbits in their hands. After everyone finished eating, they embarked on their journey again. This time, because our daytime rest time was greatly reduced, we were able to move much faster. In just 5 days, we reached the farthest place that Lu Yayao and I had ever been. Everyone is tired. Especially for us guys. The only reason we've been able to hold on until now is because of our strong will to leave this deserted island. 3 days later, when I estimated that we were still 60 kilometers from the shore, I saw several women in the group who could no longer hold on and fainted as they walked. I know we need to slow down. After all, if they continue walking at this pace, some people will be exhausted to death. Under my direction, Lu Wu and the others quickly set up the tents, and the women who had fainted were helped inside to rest. By this time, it was getting dark. You guys go and get some rest too. Gao Zheng and I will take turns keeping watch tonight, I said to Lu Wu and the others. Lu Wu and the others naturally had no objections. These people have all lost weight and are exhausted. Lu Yao originally wanted to keep watch with me, but after my persuasion, she had no choice but to return to her tent to rest. Soon after, night fell, and the only sounds in the makeshift camp were snoring and the rustling of the wind. But in the middle of the night, I suddenly heard a different sound. Splash, splash. It looks like there's water flowing. Could there be a river nearby? That thought popped into my head. That day, the giant eagle carried me so high that I could barely see what was below, and I couldn't be sure if there was a river. When Gao Zheng came to hand over the reins to me, I told him my thoughts. Gao Zheng's guess was similar to mine. Since there is such a large area of primeval forest, it means that there is still plenty of rainfall, so it's not surprising that there are rivers. Zheng and I were both happy and worried. The good thing is that if there is a river, we can replenish our water supply. The concern is that the ecological environment near the river is certainly quite different from that in the primeval forest. Could there be some insurmountable danger? With these thoughts in mind, I returned to the tent without waking Lu Yiyao and drifted off to sleep. The next day, after a night's rest, everyone was in much better condition, and we continued on our way. In the afternoon, when we climbed over a small hill and saw the scene before us, we were all stunned. A rushing river flows at the foot of the hill. The river water wasn't exactly murky, but the current was extremely fast. Most importantly, the river is quite wide, estimated to be over 30 meters. The riverbanks are covered with a thick layer of pebbles, and the flat area is quite wide. What to do? Zheng said with a grim expression. Now, when we encounter a river, we no longer feel joy, because this river is blocking our way to the shore. Let's follow this path and see if we can find a source, or perhaps we've found a narrower area. I said with an extremely solemn expression, because who knows what might be in the river. So we walked upstream along the river for a day. But what disappointed me even more was that the further upstream I went, the faster the river flowed. The source and the narrowest point are nowhere to be found. If you want to get to the island, there is only one way left, to force your way across the river. Let's find a place to stay first. Let's get a feel for the situation on the river, I said helplessly. The others naturally had no objections. We didn't dare set up our tents on the riverbank, so we eventually found a relatively flat spot on a small hillside and settled down there temporarily. As darkness fell, everyone gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Tomorrow, Lu Wu, the two of you, and I will go to the river to check the situation. Everyone else stay here and be careful. I pointed to the two people next to Lu Wu and said. The people I pointed at all changed their expressions, but dared not say anything. If the river is shallow, we can wade across, but if it's a little deep, we'll have to build a raft or a wooden bridge to cross. Zheng suddenly said, a raft won't work. The current is too fast. A raft could easily break or be swept away. I shook my head. Chapter 78 Mutant Leeches. Actually, whether it's a raft or a wooden bridge, it's not a big problem. We lack everything here, except timber. Most importantly, are there any dangerous animals in the river? Therefore, we've discussed how to cross the river, but haven't reached a conclusion. Ultimately, we can only make a real decision after tomorrow's exploration. No one could get a good night's sleep that night. Everyone is praying that this river is just an ordinary river. The next morning, when everyone met, they found that everyone had dark circles under their eyes, but no one was in the mood to make fun of each other. With Lu Wu and me, the four of us stepped onto the riverbank for the first time. The wet pebbles, when stepped on, don't hurt your feet at all. Instead, they feel like a foot massage, which is very comfortable. Even I wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. The four of us slowly moved to the riverbank. Even though we were still some distance apart, the rushing river made us feel the power of nature. Lu Wu, use a stick to probe inside and see how deep it is. Lu Wu picked up the tree branch that was at least 10 meters long and stretched it into the river. The force of the river's impact nearly caused Lu Wu to lose his grip on the tree branch. Seeing this, I quickly grabbed him and started measuring myself, without letting Lu Wu do it. As the portion of the branch that dipped into the water grew longer and longer, my complexion grew increasingly grim. They went in 6 or 7 meters, but showed no sign of trying to reach the bottom. We can't just wade through it. But to my relief, the branch was in the water and nothing touched it. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. I turned my head, and my face immediately turned ashen. I saw a burly man who had come with me with a brown creature, no longer than a thumb, stuck to his face. Take it down right now. I quickly shouted, put down the branch, and ran towards the person. But as soon as I took my first step, the brown creature's head suddenly tilted back. Immediately afterwards, a black, needle-like sharp object pierced the man's cheek. I cursed inwardly and sped up even more. Ah! Screams continued to ring out. The man's body deflated at a visible speed, like a balloon being emptied. The brown creature pressed against his face was rapidly expanding. In just 2 seconds, it swelled from the size of a thumb to the size of a watermelon. Bang! The brown creature exploded, and what came out was all bright red blood. The next moment, the man collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. At this moment, blood was splattered all over my face, hair, and clothes. Combined with my ashen face, it looked extremely ferocious, yet terrifying. I walked over to the man, reached out, and checked his nose. He wasn't breathing. What the hell is that? Faced with this bizarre scene, Lu Wu and his companion trembled. I had no mood to comfort them. I looked at the corpse and touched it with my hand. The skin at the entrance was so dry it felt like touching tree bark. I pressed it with my fingernail. It was hard, and there was no blood inside. Suddenly, I turned around and heard another scream. On Lu Wu's hand, there was also a similar brown creature. "Take it down right away." I practically yelled those words. Having learned from past mistakes and having been on guard beforehand, Lu Wu reacted much faster. He hurriedly tried to grab it, but failed on his first attempt. It wasn't until the second attempt that they managed to catch it before it could extend its probe. I was just about to tell Lu Wu to keep the thing safe, but Lu Wu was already so frightened that he didn't care about anything else. He just threw them on the ground and stepped on them. I turned back and said to Lu Wu, "Move your foot. Be careful. Don't die without even knowing why." With a sob in his voice, Lu Wu said, "Brother Du, let's go. It's too dangerous here." Seeing how terrified Lu Wu was, I knew he would only be a burden if he stayed, so I nodded and said, "You two should leave now." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Wu and the other man scrambled up the slope in a panic, slipped, and fell to the ground in a sorry state. I pretended not to see it, and began to observe the brown creature that Lu Wu had stomped to death. It looks so much like a leech. But the blood color is wrong. It's green, and leeches don't have those weird probes. As I was wondering, I suddenly felt a wet sensation on my face. I touched it with my hand, and my heart skipped a beat. The brown creature was stuck to my face. I quickly reached out to grab it, but it was slippery, like catching a loach. If I wasn't careful, it would easily slip through my fingers. I had to squeeze hard to break it off. I looked at the brown creature I was holding in my hand, and was about to examine it closely when I felt that slippery sensation on my face again. Damn it! How did we get here without me even noticing? I squeezed it again, and the brown creature came off. I quickly backed away. This is far too dangerous. One wrong move, and all the blood in your body will be drained, and you will die. When I retreated to the slope, the great river was still as usual. Apart from the corpse left on the ground, it was as if we had never been here at all. But my heart was filled with chill. When I returned to the temporary camp, the atmosphere there was already somewhat abnormal. Most people kept their heads down and remained silent. "Du Yuan, are you all right?" Lu Yao ran up to me and said worriedly. I shook my head. "It's nothing, it's not my blood." When I glanced at Lu Wu and saw him huddled to the side, trembling, with several footprints on his body, I knew what had happened. As expected, Gao Zhang said with a gloomy face, "Lu Wu is scared out of his wits. I just kicked him a few times." I held out my hand and showed Gao Zhang the brown creature I was clutching tightly. "It's this," Gao Zhang blurted out, "leech." This brown creature does look very much like a leech, but in terms of danger and other characteristics, it is very different from a leech. But I nodded. To be precise, they are mutated leeches. Gao Zhang understood what I meant when he saw that I admitted it. If it were leeches, the panic caused by Lu Wu might be much less. After all, panic often stems from the unknown. I walked up to the dejected group and calmly said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. This thing isn't as dangerous as you think." Chapter 79 Controversy. On the way back, I specifically tested the abilities of this mutated leech. As it turns out, leeches are not entirely undefendable. As long as a person's skin is not exposed and there is clothing between them, the mutated leeches cannot attach themselves to them. Its strength lies in its terrifying blood-sucking ability and its ability to attach itself to a person's skin without them noticing. To make my argument more convincing, I even did a practice run. The fear among the people lessened somewhat, and the temporary camp was no longer as terrifying and deathly silent as before. Yes, since there's a way to deal with it, there's nothing to be afraid of. Gao Zhang agreed. One leech is nothing to worry about, but what if there are other dangers? Suddenly, someone asked in a panic. I looked at the person who spoke. It was a mistress brought by a businessman attending a wedding. This mistress was pretty and had a good figure, But at this moment, her beautiful little face was pale with shock. I didn't answer immediately, but glanced at the others, whose reactions were all similar. Their faces screamed fear. Even if there's danger, are we just going to cross the river? Are you going to spend the rest of your life living in fear on this deserted island? Of course, it's very possible that your life will be very short. I said it firmly and emphatically. But even if we risk our lives to cross the river and reach the island, will we be rescued? Will anyone come to our aid? Another person said, their voice trembling with tears. This is a problem I can't solve. I don't know if anyone will come to our rescue. But there is still a glimmer of hope, isn't there? What's wrong with taking a gamble for that glimmer of hope? After a pause, I said in a deep voice, besides, I still have Gaozheng. Won't we do our best to protect you? Finally, no one spoke. But I can see that people's hearts have fallen apart. The last breath that had sustained them as they braved the dangers to make their way to the island's shore was gone. The sound of crying gradually rose. Many people started criticizing Gu Lingbo and Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan acted as if she hadn't heard these foul words. Her eyes were vacant, staring blankly at a stone on the ground, like a stone, devoid of any life. Gaozheng gave me a wink, and I understood what he meant. We walked together to a spot a short distance away. What do we do now? Gaozheng sighed. He never imagined things would turn out this way. A leech has thrown everyone's morale into turmoil. In fact, the appearance of leeches was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. The real reason is that after being stranded on the deserted island, the ever-present danger caused the tension in their hearts to snap. Let's rest for a while. Once they've thought it through carefully, they'll know what to do. I shook my head helplessly. But to my surprise, when evening came, about 10 people suggested turning back the way they came. This also includes Lu Wu. Faced with my piercing gaze, Lu Wu surprisingly did not look away. Brother Du, it's not that I'm a coward. If I go back to the shelter, at least I can live a few more days. I really don't want to die like this. Lu Wu said, forcing himself to speak. I snorted coldly, knowing that Lu Wu was terrified by what happened during the day, but so what? A shelter? It's just a temporary place to survive. How many days can you really live there? A hint of sarcasm played on my lips. Lu Wu remained silent and said nothing more. My gaze passed past Lu Wu and landed on the people behind him. Do you all think the same way? Those people, men and women, none of them dared to look me in the eye. Gaozheng was furious. You bunch of idiots. Do you know that if Du Yuan hadn't led you, would you have been able to get back to the shelter? The dangers along the way would have killed you. Thump. Lu Wu immediately knelt down, and then all 10 or so people knelt down in front of me as well. Brother Du, please take us back. I will never forget your great kindness. I will repay you however you wish. Just say the word. Lu Wu said, weeping bitterly, while the women behind him began to take off their coats. Enough! I roared, and the ground shook Lu Wu and the others, making them tremble. Lu Wu's fear of me was ingrained in his very bones. Upon hearing my roar, he immediately stopped crying. Those who want to leave can leave. I won't force you to stay, but if you want me to take you back, I'm sorry, I don't have time right now. At this point, I was furious. Of all the people in the team, only Lu Yiyao and Gaozheng really caught my attention. The others were not really on my mind. The only reason I've been protecting them is because of Gaozheng, and because of a sliver of kindness in my heart. But right now, I need to get to the island shore as fast as I can. So how can I have time to go through the hassle of sending people back? There's no need to get angry with them. Gaozheng seemed heartbroken as well, and he tried to comfort me. I shook my head and gave Lu Wu a disgusted look. You can leave whenever you want tomorrow. I couldn't be bothered with them anymore and prepared to go back to my tent to rest. But at that moment, a voice filled with hatred rang out. Du Yuan, do you think you have a choice? I looked toward the direction from which the sound came. Zhang Yan held a military knife in her hand, which was pressed against Lu Yiyao's fair neck. Lu Yiyao, however, leaned limply against Zhang Yan. I don't know what happened, but I know without even thinking that Zhang Yan most likely drugged Lu Yiyao. Otherwise, given Lu Yiyao's strength, Zhang Yan would not have been able to kidnap her. Zhang Yan, what are you doing? My expression tightened, and I felt deeply regretful. During this time, I have been observing Zhang Yan and have noticed that she has not shown any abnormalities. Besides, even I wouldn't be able to easily defeat Lu Yiyao now. Therefore, I had already let my guard down around Zhang Yan. But to my surprise, Zhang Yan didn't target me. Instead, she attacked Lu Yao. I stared intently at Lu Yao, and seeing the self-reproach in her eyes, I shook my head slightly. What am I supposed to do? Haha, what else could I possibly do? Zhang Yan laughed wildly, like a mad woman, until tears streamed down her face. She gave another bitter laugh. Do you want? Take us back. Or you can wait to collect the corpse of this delicate beauty, Lu Yao. As she spoke, Zhang Yan applied pressure with her hand, and a thin line of blood immediately appeared on Lu Yao's neck. Upon hearing this request, I instinctively looked at Lu Wu. Lu Wu forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Brother Du, it wasn't me. I don't know what happened. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 80 The Death of Zhang Yan. Lu Wu wouldn't dare to do that, nor would he. Even if you use Lu Yao to threaten me and force me to compromise, what happens after that? If I rescue Lu Yao, then Lu Wu will face my revenge. Lu Wu wasn't stupid. He naturally understood this. Therefore, this was nothing more than a carefully planned scheme by Zhang Yan alone. I even think that Zhang Yan didn't want me to send her back to the shelter. She just wanted to get revenge on me. Once I understood this, I became even more anxious. But I know that no matter how anxious I am, I must not show the slightest bit of urgency on the surface. Zhang Yan, release Lu Yao, and I can pretend this never happened. I could only try to calm Zhang Yan down, to prevent her from hurting Lu Yao in her agitation. Didn't it happen? Then do you on. Tell me, can you pretend that nothing ever happened between Gulingbo and me? Zhang Yan smiled sadly, her eyes filled with tears. Do you think it's possible? I said in a deep voice. I could answer yes, but that would be a lie, one that even I wouldn't believe, let alone Zhang Yan. Although Gulingbo is dead, some things, once they've happened, are gone forever, and it's impossible to go back to the way things were. Yes, it's impossible. Everything is impossible. Do you on? Do you know what I've been through these past few days? Gulingbo made me use my body to please Lu Wu. Lu Wu bullied me. He bullied me too. Everyone bullied me. Zhang Yan pointed her finger at Lu Wu and the other men. Those she called out were all incredibly guilty. I've wanted to die for a long time, do you on? I'm in this situation because of you. You ruined my life. Zhang Yan completely dropped her pretense. She removed the dagger from Lu Yao's neck, raised her hand high, and plunged it towards Lu Yao's heart. Yao Yao. My expression changed instantly. I didn't care about anything else and swung the axe out with the hand that was already at my waist. At this moment, I was still some distance from Zhang Yan. Even if the axe flew over, Lu Yao would have already been killed by Zhang Yan. Just as my eyes were wide with shock, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yan. It's Xiao Haizi. Little Blackie bit Zhang Yan's arm, and with a snap, Zhang Yan's hand holding the military knife was bitten in two. The moment Xiao Haizi appeared, I started running over. As soon as I arrived, I kicked Zhang Yan in the stomach without hesitation and quickly pulled Lu Yao into my arms. Yao Yao, are you alright? How are you feeling? I asked anxiously. Lu Yao opened her mouth slightly, her voice soft and weak. I'm fine. I just can't muster any strength. I felt much more relaxed. I carried Lu Yao into the tent and had Gao Zheng stand guard at the tent entrance before walking up to the seriously injured Zhang Yan. The way I looked at Zhang Yan seemed to have two flames burning inside me. I hate it. He regretted not eliminating Zhang Yan because he hadn't taken her seriously, or because he still harbored even the slightest affection for her. I can't explain this myself. But now I know that Zhang Yan is doomed to die. One incident like today is enough. It absolutely cannot happen a second time. After all, if it weren't for Xiao Haizi, I would have felt guilty and remorseful for the rest of my life. What drug did you give Lu Yao? I asked coldly. Zhang Yan's severed arm was still bleeding, but she laughed. Drug? I don't have any medicine. I just gave her a fruit. Don't worry, Lu Yao will be fine. She'll be back to normal in a day at most. I was quite surprised by Zhang Yan's answer. I had thought she would stick to her story and not say anything. Du Yuan, I'm so glad you're talking to me. You haven't even given me a second glance these past few days. I never imagined I'd have to rely on another woman to threaten you before you'd speak to me. Zhang Yan coughed violently, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The way Zhang Yin looked at me was exactly the same as the way I looked at her when we first started dating, and our relationship was passionate. But I remained calm and composed. Is there anything else you want to say? Ha. Do you want? Are you trying to kill me? Come on. Zhang Yin pointed at me with her other intact finger and said, You're a coward. I've treated you like this, and you still don't dare to kill me? Do you want? Just give me a quick death. I bent down, pulled out my military knife from my boot, stepped forward, and with a single, clean, and decisive strike, without the slightest hesitation. Do you want? If you had been so brave earlier, how could I have ended up with Gu Lingbo? Do you want? I hate you. Even as a ghost, I will never forgive you. It was you who pushed me to Gu Lingbo. Zhang Yan's voice gradually weakened, and towards the end, it was just a soft murmur. I pulled my sword from her chest, turned around, and walked up to Xiao Haizi, saying softly, Xiao Haizi, thank you this time. I don't know what the outcome would have been without Xiao Haizi. Its previous shortcomings, such as being greedy for life, cowardly, and lazy, no longer seemed so important. To my surprise, just as I was about to pet the bear's head, little Blackie shuddered, quickly took 2 steps back, and tripped over a tree branch on the ground. What a hopeless case. I cursed viciously. I picked up Xiao Haizi and walked towards the tent. Gao Zheng sighed and said, If you're upset, let it out. Don't bottle it up inside, it'll hurt you. I was stunned. I never expected that this seemingly rough and carefree man would have such a sensitive side and see through my true feelings. I forced a smile and said, It's okay. Gao Zheng didn't say anything, patted my shoulder, and then walked away. He went to dispose of Zhang Yan's body. I stood at the tent entrance, watching Gao Zheng dig a hole and bury Zhang Yan's body. I felt a pang of sadness. I killed the woman I once loved with my own hands. Even though this woman betrayed me, tried to kill me, and was willing to do anything to get revenge on me. But just as I said, humans are inherently a combination of contradictions, and I am not at ease. On the contrary, it was extremely heavy. Lu Wu, you can leave tomorrow, but I won't see you off. I then noticed that Lu Wu and the others were kneeling on the ground, speaking calmly. Oh. Lu Wu was taken aback, then quickly said, We're not leaving, brother Du. We believe you have the ability to protect us. At this moment, Lu Wu was extremely annoyed. He never expected that I would kill my ex-girlfriend so easily. In Lu Wu's eyes, I became the epitome of ruthlessness. I didn't expect Lu Wu's attitude to change so dramatically because of this incident, but I didn't take it to heart. Whatever you want. After saying that, I crawled into the tent. Chapter 81, Building a Wooden Bridge. Inside the tent, looking at Lu Yao lying there motionless, I was filled with guilt. You put Zhang Yan. Lu Yao only ate a fruit with effects similar to cartilage softening powder, but her hearing was naturally unaffected. She heard everything that was happening outside. Yes, Yao, I'm sorry. I sat on the ground and held Lu Yao in my arms. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have eaten what Zhang Yan gave me. I'm sorry, Du Yuan, for putting you in such a difficult position. Instead, Lu Yao apologized to me. I asked, puzzled, why would you eat the fruit Zhang Yan gave you? This is something I really can't understand. After all, Lu Yao was well aware of the relationship between Zhang Yan and me. Lu Yao's eyes flickered, and she said, She came to apologize to me, and she was extremely sincere. Plus, I know what happened to her, so I feel some sympathy for her. I sighed. It turned out that Zhang Yan had taken advantage of Lu Yao's kindness. It's all right, Yao. I won't let you have such a dangerous experience again. You should rest now. I laid Lu Yao down flat, covered her with clothes, and leaned close to her, speaking softly to her. A short while later, Lu Yao fell asleep. After coaxing Lu Yao to sleep, I quietly came out of the tent, intending to talk to Gao Zheng about crossing the river. What I didn't know was that after I left, Lu Yao opened her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Outside, Lu Wu and Gao Zheng were on night watch. When they saw me come out, Lu Wu hurriedly stood up and put on a fawning smile. Brother Du, why did you come out? Gao Zheng and I are here, so don't worry. Lu Wu said ingratiatingly. I couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention, and instead asked Gao Zheng, What are your thoughts on crossing the river? Gao Zheng replied without hesitation. Of all the methods, the safest and most time-saving is to build a wooden bridge. It doesn't need to be fancy. Just use wood to build a bridge across both banks. Gao Zheng is right. Building a raft is too dangerous. Taking a detour would take too long. Okay, we'll do as you say. I'll take some men to cut down the trees tomorrow. But the wooden bridge still needs to be built on higher ground. Otherwise it won't be safe if something jumps out of the river. After saying that, I looked at Lu Wu again. I'll pretend that what happened today never happened. Lu Wu's eyes immediately lit up, even brighter than his bald head. He hunched over and said, "Brother Du, don't worry, I made a mistake once, but I definitely won't do it again. I promise to follow your lead from now on, and do whatever you ask." I waved my hand to interrupt Lu Wu, preventing him from continuing his flattery. "You said this only once. Don't think I don't know what's going on. These people were all instigated by you." I stared at Lu Wu intently until he lowered his head, unable to meet my gaze, before I looked away. "Old Gao, you keep watch for now. I'll take over for the second half of the night." Gao Zheng wanted to refuse, but seeing my determined look, he had no choice but to nod. As I walked back to the tent, my eyes glanced at Zhang Yan's grave out of the corner of my eye, then quickly looked away. Early the next morning, I took Lu Wu and a few others to the forest to cut down trees. The trees used to build the wooden bridge should ideally be as wide as possible, but we didn't have suitable tree-cutting tools, only fire axes, so we had to use tall but thin trees instead. By noon, we had cut down 9 trees in total, which was barely enough to build the bridge. After resting for a while, I took them to the riverbank. To prevent mutated leeches, we were armed from head to toe, not daring to expose any skin. Our plan is to build a sturdy platform on each side of the river, and then place the trees, which are bound together with vines, on the platforms. This gives us the height of the bridge. Even if there is any danger in the river, it is unlikely to threaten the people on the bridge. But then another problem arose. The wooden platform on this side is easy to build, but someone has to go over to build the one on the other side of the river. And that's something I can do all by myself. Brother Du, please be careful. Be safe. Lu Wu carefully wrapped the rope tightly around my waist, but his eyes kept glancing towards the opposite bank of the river. "You guys go back. Lao Gao, Yao Yao, you two can stay here. This rope is my last line of defense. If something happens to me in the river, as long as the rope doesn't break, Gao Zheng and the others can pull me ashore." How could I possibly entrust such an important matter to Lu Wu? As expected, after hearing my words, Lu Wu's expression became somewhat unnatural, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He led his group back to the temporary camp. On the riverbank, only Gao Zheng, Lu Yeyao, and I remained. "Brother, don't force it. Even if we can't cross this river, it's not a big deal. With your abilities, we can survive even on a deserted island," Gao Zheng solemnly instructed. I smiled and nodded. Lu Yeyao didn't say anything more. She had already said everything she needed to say this morning after she recovered. "I'm leaving." I waved my hand, picked up the wooden platform with one hand, and walked towards the river. This wooden platform isn't actually very heavy, only about 400 or 500 pounds. Of course, this is not heavy, relative to me. But once I got into the water, the buoyancy and impact of the water itself increased the weight of the wooden platform by at least 3 times. Seeing that I was about to be swept away, I had no choice but to let go of the wooden platform. My mood was extremely heavy after such a failed first step. Gao Zheng and Lu Yeyao, who were on the shore, both frowned upon seeing this scene. This is only the force of the water flow, and it's already this difficult. What if there's something else inside? Gao Zheng said with deep concern. After all, this river is more than 30 meters wide. What are you saying? Lu Yeyao said with dissatisfaction, glaring fiercely at Gao Zheng. Gao Zheng realized his grammatical error and quickly spat 3 times before apologizing to Lu Yeyao. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I'm not one to make slips of the tongue easily. Du Yuan is always lucky and will be fine." Of course, I couldn't hear these words from the river. Otherwise, I would definitely give Gao Zheng a good scolding for being a jinx. And things really turned out exactly as Gao Zheng had predicted. Chapter 82, A Horrifying Experience on the River Part 1. I'm a very good swimmer. I developed that skill from catching fish and shrimp in the river when I was little. Otherwise, even if I were strong, I wouldn't dare to force my way across this river. When I felt the tether to my right foot, I immediately realized that I had tripped over some seaweed. I took a deep breath and submerged in the water. Just as I had imagined, several clumps of seaweed-like plants were tightly tangling my right foot. I stomped my foot hard, but it had no effect. Damn it! After cursing under my breath, I twisted my body and reached towards the water plants, trying to untangle them. The next moment, as soon as my hand touched the water plants, they seemed to have a spirit and tightly wrapped around my left hand. No matter how hard I pulled, I couldn't break free. The danger posed by these aquatic plants has far exceeded my expectations. If I really can't break free, I'll suffocate and die from lack of oxygen sooner or later. I quickly pulled out my military knife from my boot and started cutting the water plants. But this was in the water, which greatly affected my movements, and the water was constantly hitting my body. In addition, the seaweed seemed very slippery, and the first time I used my military knife, I not only failed to cut it, but my right hand also got tangled in the seaweed. Oh no! I knew how bad the situation was, but with my hands and one foot tied, I couldn't do anything useful for the time being. Just then, a small green snake suddenly swam towards me from among the water plants. This little snake isn't a bamboo viper, but it looks very similar, except that its body has some red and white colors in addition to green. Generally speaking, the more vibrant the color of a snake, the more potent its venom. As the snake slithered rapidly toward me, its tongue flicking, I was as anxious as an ant on a hot plate. These water plants must be broken. My left foot, the only one that wasn't restricted, was kicking hard in the water. I even stepped on those clumps of water plants. However, having anticipated this, I managed to pull my foot out a split second before it got tangled, using the force of the water flow. At that moment, the snake was less than 10 centimeters away from me. It's as if it's right in front of me. I shook my head, trying to move the surrounding water to wash the snake away. Although the effect was not obvious, it was still somewhat effective. The snake was pushed onto my stomach. I could even see clearly the two sharp fangs in the snake's mouth. What to do? Just as I was getting anxious, the current suddenly became even stronger, and the snake was washed onto my face again. I could only watch helplessly as it slipped into my clothes through the collar. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have taken off the mask made of clothes when I entered the water. But at times like this, saying such things is completely useless. I could feel the snake slowly moving down my chest. Before long, it passed through my stomach and swam to the inside of my thigh. Almost simultaneously, my thigh felt like it had been bitten by a mosquito. I knew perfectly well that it wasn't a mosquito, it was the snake. Fortunately, the snake didn't bite my skin, since I had eaten the tough fruit. Another one. The snake seemed frustrated by its failure, and tried to bite several more times, but failed each time. Knowing this, I suppressed my unease and stopped paying attention to it, instead turning my gaze back to the clumps of water plants. It was only then that I realized the reason my left foot wasn't restrained was mainly because there weren't enough aquatic plants. Those clumps of water plants bound my hands and right foot. That was my limit. If I could free up some space to bind my left foot, I would be able to free my hands and right foot. So, I had a sudden inspiration and instead stretched my left foot toward the water plants. But this time, I didn't use all my strength to break free. Instead, I gradually increased my strength. This seems to have created some illusions for the aquatic plants. It thought that with a little more help, it could completely bind my left foot. Gradually, the water plants binding my hands became less and less. When I had a premonition, I exerted force with all four limbs at the same time, catching the water plants off guard. My hands and feet were pulled out of the water plants. Having finally achieved this, I dared not linger. I kicked hard with both legs to create distance between myself and the water plants. Damn it! I cursed again. Although I managed to break free, I still suffered considerable losses. The Nepalese kukri that was snatched from Wu was swept away by the current before it could be put away. I reached into my pants again and grabbed the little snake that was still persistently biting me, and took it out. Go to hell. I was furious, so I squeezed the snake so hard that it turned into a pulp and was washed away by the water. Only after I had done all that did I begin to float upwards. When I breathed fresh air again, I felt incredibly relaxed. Do you on? It's do you on. When Lu Yao saw me peek out, she shouted loudly. She was extremely worried during the time I disappeared underwater. If Gao Zheng hadn't stopped her, Lu Yao would have already jumped into the river to look for me. "Don't worry, I'm fine," I shouted, then stopped talking and swam back to the other side. At this point, I had only swum less than 5 meters across the river, which was over 30 meters wide. There was still a long way to go. The further you swim into the middle of the river, the faster the current becomes. When we got to the very middle, even I couldn't resist it, and I was swept downstream quite a bit. My two arms, like propellers, kept splashing in the water, barely managing to maintain my forward speed. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and when I was only 2 or 3 meters away from the opposite bank, I suddenly heard Lu Yao's shouts. "Do you want? Run! Run!" I paused for a moment, looking at Lu Yao standing on the opposite platform. Although I had some doubts, I knew that Lu Yao wouldn't make baseless accusations or say anything random. I immediately gave up resisting and let my body be swept downstream by the force of the water. The instant I was swept away, less than a meter from where I had been, a gaping maw emerged from the water. The rows of sharp teeth in his mouth were enough to send chills down one's spine. It's a crocodile. I didn't have time to think about why there were crocodiles in this environment. I slapped the water hard with both hands, trying to swim as fast as possible. After its first attack failed, the crocodile no longer concealed its movements and chased after me. Chapter 83: A Horrifying Experience on the River Part 2. Crocodiles have short but powerful limbs, and their speed can be extremely fast when they suddenly burst into motion. And its long, pointed snout has an incredibly powerful bite. Even if I ate the toughness fruit, I would be seriously injured if I were bitten. If we were on land, I'm confident I could outrun a crocodile with my speed and strength. But now that I'm in the water, both my speed and strength are greatly affected. But crocodiles are different. They are amphibians by nature, and both water and land are their home turf. I could only desperately swim downstream. Just as the crocodile was about to catch up with me, the rope tightly tied around my waist to ensure my safety became my biggest obstacle. It pulled me back, preventing me from further distancing myself from the crocodile. I really wanted to shout to Lu Yao on the shore, "Quickly loosen the rope." Although Gao Zheng and Lu Yao realized this and quickly let go, it was too late. The crocodile bit my left arm. Its sharp and powerful jaws easily snapped my arm into its mouth, and those sharp teeth seemed to pierce through my tough skin without any resistance. Blood gushed out, turning the already somewhat murky river water a bright red. Immediately afterwards, the crocodile bit my arm and skillfully dragged me underwater. Despite my best efforts to stop them, we were in the water, and I had nowhere to grab hold. I was immediately dragged into the water. The excruciating pain in my left arm made me want to scream. It hurt so much. I feel like my whole arm is about to break. The immense tearing force is like when we're eating roast chicken and forcefully tear the chicken leg off the chicken. As I continued to sink, the water pressure made my eardrums feel extremely constricted. I actually have a rough idea of how long I can hold my breath. Under such strenuous exercise conditions, it should absolutely not exceed 2 minutes. In other words, I have to deal with the crocodile within 2 minutes and float to the surface for some fresh air. Otherwise, even if I wasn't killed by the crocodile, I would have suffocated from lack of oxygen. What to do? Despite the extreme danger, I remained absolutely rational. Just like solving a calculus problem, my brain was racing, trying to find the answer. Suddenly, the crocodile tightened its grip, and this time, its teeth pierced through my left hand. Damn it! Seeing that my left hand was about to be ruined, my eyes suddenly turned red, and I don't know where the ferocity came from, but I actually rolled over and lay on the back of the crocodile. I took the axe from my waist and began chopping at the crocodile's back with my right hand. The problem is that the obstruction of the water flow alone could reduce my strength by nearly half, and crocodiles are also tough and thick-skinned. In fact, my attack did not cause any fatal damage to it. On the contrary, under the influence of my strength, we sank faster and faster. The crocodile's deep yellow eyes rolled upwards, and a pair of cold, green pupils glanced at me, as if mocking me. At this moment, my mind was also a little foggy. I know this is a reminder that I don't have enough oxygen in my body. I exhaled a breath of air, and the gas created a series of small bubbles in the water. Click! It was a barely audible sound, but I heard it, Or perhaps I felt it. The bone in my left arm had broken. Damn it. Dot. I cursed inwardly, stopped using my right hand, and swung the fire axe directly at the crocodile's mouth. Bang. The sound of the impact in the water was much lower. Although my strength has been greatly affected, it is still greater than the full strength of a normal adult male. This is like someone having $1,000, spending $500, and having $500 left. But what if they had $100 million? Even if you use half of it, there will still be plenty left. With that slash from me, a deep wound appeared on the crocodile's mouth. It hurts too, and this time, the grip on my hand loosened, so I quickly pulled my left hand out. The crocodile's sharp teeth grazed my left hand, leaving behind horrifying and very long wounds. My left hand is temporarily incapacitated, but at least it's been pulled out of the crocodile's mouth, which makes me much less wary. While I was at it, I used my right hand to shove the head of the axe vertically into the crocodile's mouth. As the crocodile's upper and lower jaws collided, the sharp blade of the fire axe gushed blood from its upper jaw. The crocodile's body thrashed and spun violently in the water, like a blender, making the already murky river water even more turbid. I gripped the crocodile's body tightly with my feet, while my right hand continued to pull the axe, widening the wound in the crocodile's mouth. And the crocodile seemed quite clever, quickly opening its mouth. But I reacted faster, and taking advantage of the opening, I chopped the crocodile down below its mouth with my axe. Files. The sound of an axe clashing with crocodile teeth echoed from the water, sounding somewhat muffled. With a slash, blood also flowed from the crocodile's lower mouth. The injured crocodile carried me as we fled through the water. But I won't let such a good opportunity pass me by. Besides, if I run now, the crocodile will catch up and cause trouble. I must kill this crocodile. I took out my axe and started chopping at the crocodile's back. 1-2. Although crocodiles are known for their thick skin and tough flesh, they couldn't withstand my hacking. Soon, I had hacked the crocodile's back until it was a bloody mess. The blood that flowed up with the water was both fishy and foul-smelling. Gradually, as I chopped, the crocodile's strength to move decreased. When I brought my axe down hard again, the crocodile finally stopped moving, its eyes tightly closed. Damn it, he's finally dead. Before I could even feel relieved, a wave of dizziness washed over me, a sign that the oxygen was about to run out. I quickly waved my arms and tried to float upwards. When I surfaced and breathed in the fresh air, every pore in my body seemed to be cheering. I glanced around and saw Lu Yeyao and the others on the other side, running anxiously toward me. I was less than 3 meters from the shore at that moment. I swam a few strokes and quickly got ashore. Soaked to the bone and with my left hand injured, I simply collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. "Do you on? How are you?" Lu Yao's shouts came from the other side, much of them drowned out by the sound of the flowing river, but I could still hear them very clearly. A bright smile appeared on my pale face. He's alive. Chapter 84, Crossing the River. Hearing that I could still joke, Lu Yao and Gao Zheng's tightly gripped hearts relaxed. After resting for a while, I prepared to build a wooden bridge here. But the wooden platform had long been washed away by the water, and they had to cut down trees here again. The only axe I had was lost in the water during the life or death struggle. In this situation of extreme scarcity of supplies, especially weapons, I felt a pang of regret. Damn it! We should have brought up that crocodile's carcass too, and made belts and shoes from its skin. I muttered to myself, and after resting enough and regaining some strength, I got up and walked towards the riverbank, squeezing out a few mutated leeches that took the opportunity to fly onto my face. After coming up from the riverbank, there was a small hill similar to the one Lu Yao and the others had come from, but the scenery below the hill was completely different. They are separated only by a river. One side of the river is a primeval forest, while the other side has hardly any tall trees to be seen, and the ground is covered with thorns. Generally speaking, this is a very rare occurrence. But then I thought, aren't there plenty of strange things happening on this deserted island? If something like the power fruit can appear, what is this? However, a problem arose. There weren't many trees, which meant I couldn't find suitable trees to build the platform. It seems we have no choice but to let them do it. I sighed and turned back to walk towards the riverbank. Old Gao, have someone quickly make a wooden platform and send it over so we can all cross the river before dark. To make sure Gao Zheng could hear me, I practically yelled at the top of my lungs. Gao Zheng, on the other side, was stunned for a moment, then shouted, "Send it? How do we send it?" I pointed to the rope that was still tightly tied around my waist and said, "I'll tie the other end of the rope to a stone and throw it over. Then you guys use this rope to tie the wooden platform, and I'll pull it over." Gao Zheng slapped his forehead and chuckled sheepishly. "Your Du Yuan is not only strong, but he's also smarter than me." Lu Yao blushed. Although everyone knows about my relationship with her, knowing is one thing. Using your Du Yuan is another. It's all because of a girl's shyness. I picked up a relatively large stone from the ground, pulled the other end of the rope out of the water, tied it, and threw the stone forcefully to the other side of the river. Gao Zheng and the others didn't keep me waiting long. After all, there was still plenty of timber left, so there was no need to spend time cutting down trees. The wooden platform was brought over. When they saw me arrive at Lu Wu's place on the other side of the river, they were also filled with shock. Although my left hand was severely injured, my right hand had enough strength. Seeing that it was getting dark, I sped up. It took about half an hour to build the wooden platform steadily. Then Gao Zheng and others on the other side worked together to put the wooden bridge that had already been built on it, and I helped on this side. The wooden bridge was quickly built. The bridge is more than 3 meters above the water, which is considered a very safe height. The women at the camp had already packed their things and started crossing the river. As I crossed the bridge, I stood on it like a taut bow, cautiously observing my surroundings. I finally breathed a sigh of relief after the last person had crossed the river. Nothing unexpected happened, and the mutated leeches seemed to only appear on the riverbank. However, everyone was wrapped up tightly, so it was unlikely that any problems would occur. It was just getting dark, which was pretty much in line with my plan. The group left the riverbank in an orderly manner, spent an hour tidying up in the thorny forest, and began to set up a temporary camp. By the time everything was arranged, it was completely dark. Gao Zheng arranged for someone to prepare some simple food for dinner. After this meal, there will be absolutely no food left, Gao Zheng said with a wry smile. Actually, there wasn't much food to begin with. Fortunately, the majority of the group were women, so their consumption was low. All of their food was less than what the few of us men ate. It's all right. We're less than 30 kilometers from the beach. We should be there in a day or two. Although the river delayed us for 2 or 3 days, this was the best we could do. Gao Zheng glanced at me with concern. I understand what he means. He's just worried that even if they get to the beach, there won't be any rescue. Despite my worries, I definitely want to go to the beach. I didn't talk much with Gao Zheng. After we finished eating, I went back to the tent with Lu Yao. There are currently over 30 people in the team, but only 8 tents. Apart from Lu Yao and me, who each had a hat, everyone else, including Gao Zheng, was crammed together with Lu Wu and a few other big men. This can be considered a special treatment I received after making a huge contribution to the team. Inside the tent, the night was already deep, but Lu Yao was not sleepy at all. Although she had great faith in my self-healing abilities, she was still terrified and turned pale when she saw the horrifying scar on my left hand. Seeing Lu Yao carefully bandaging my wound with strips of cloth, I quickly stopped her. "It's all right, don't waste the cloth. My hand will be fine in a few days," I said with a smile. Lu Yao sniffled, her eyes reddening. She said guiltily, "Du Yuan, it's my fault. I almost killed you today." Seeing Lu Yao's self-reproachful expression, I knew she was referring to the fact that I forgot to loosen the rope when I was being chased by the crocodile. At that time, she was only concerned about my safety, and besides, Lu Yao didn't know this. "It's not your fault. I promise you. I will take better care of myself from now on," I said solemnly. Lu Yao nodded obediently, then nestled against my chest. "Ah!" Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise. "Even in this state, you still..." "What's wrong?" "What? You look down on me," I said, dissatisfied. "Snap. What is it now?" Lu Yao asked. I chuckled sheepishly and swatted the mosquito on my face. "It's nothing." After a night, I felt refreshed and invigorated. In addition, my left hand injury has healed a lot, and we're not far from the coast anymore, so my mood has improved. However, this feeling didn't last long, as Gao Zheng arrived with an anxious face. "Something's happened." My heart tightened, and I hurriedly asked, What happened? Come with me. Led by Gao Zheng, I arrived at a tent. At this moment, the area outside the tent was crowded with people, who all made way for me when they saw me coming. I lifted the tent flap and peeked inside. 5 women were crammed into the tent. At this moment, they were all pale, sweat beading on their foreheads, trembling, and muttering incoherently. At that moment, I couldn't care less about the difference between men and women. I bent down and measured their foreheads with my hand. I have a fever. Chapter 85 Poisonous Insects. It's not surprising to have a fever. During this period, quite a few people in the team also fell ill. After all, they had traveled a long distance, were exhausted, and had food shortages. The nights were also damp, so it was not uncommon for them to catch a cold or fever. Strangely, 5 people in one tent simultaneously developed high fevers and fell into a coma, and there were no warning signs yesterday. The illness came on very suddenly. I retreated from the tent with a cold expression. Gao Zheng quickly asked, "How is it? Have you figured out what the problem is?" I shook my head. Gao Zheng sighed. If only Dr. Du were still here. He paused, then lowered his voice. "Du Yuan, do you think it might be?" Gao Zheng didn't say those 3 words aloud, but I knew what he wanted to say. He couldn't cause panic among the people. "I need to check this carefully," I said seriously. Not only Gao Zheng, but even Lu Yiyao was stunned. The way she looked at me was a little strange. I quickly explained, "Don't worry, I really didn't mean anything by it. I'm just worried that their condition might be contagious, and as for my health, well, you know what I mean." Lu Yiyao turned her face away. Although she knew that what I said was right and that it was for everyone's good, she still felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of having to examine 5 women, all of whom were young and beautiful. But Lu Yiyao didn't say anything. She wasn't the kind of person who would make a fuss unreasonably. After scattering Lu Wu and the others, I went into the tent alone. "Excuse me." I whispered an apology and began the inspection. Although I kept telling myself it was just a checkup, as a normal person, I still had the expected reactions. But to my relief, I quickly figured out the reason. As long as it's not an infectious disease. I breathed a sigh of relief. Before me, on the woman's shoulder, on her fair skin, was a black bump, and inside that bump was a worm. The other 4 people, although they had insects in different places, all had them, which further confirmed my conjecture. I quickly came out of the tent and ordered, "Quickly start a fire. Boil some water." Someone immediately took care of these tasks. Gao Zheng asked, "How's the situation? Have you found anything?" I nodded and explained, "It's a tick." Ticks. Upon hearing those 2 words, both Gao Zheng and Lu Yiyao's expressions changed. And I added, "It's not white." "That's good." Gao Zheng's furrowed brows relaxed considerably. Gao Zheng naturally knew exactly what ticks were. Tick is the scientific name, but many people are familiar with its common name, grass tick. These insects are very small, even smaller than ladybugs, but they are all the same color. Their specialty is to quietly burrow into human skin and then cause disease. Ticks come in many varieties, with the white tick, also known as the soft-bodied tick, being the most terrifying. It can cause inflammation and even paralysis. If bitten by a white tick, especially in this environment, there is a high chance of death. Lu Yiyao was clearly less familiar with ticks than Gao Zheng, and she asked, "Then why are you boiling water and starting the fire?" Fearing a misunderstanding, I explained further. Once a tick burrows into the skin, it's very difficult to remove. I had to cut off that small piece of skin. The water I boiled was to sterilize the knife. Lu Yao didn't speak for a moment, but after 2 seconds she said, "Then I can come too." I was taken aback. Although I knew Lu Yao made this request out of jealousy, I still insisted on asking, "Are you sure you can do it?" Lu Yao was taken aback by my question. After all, it involved 5 lives. "Let me tell you, if you dare to move your eyes, I won't let you off tonight," Lu Yao said fiercely in my ear. I quickly nodded and promised. I did this to save people. Lu Yao rolled her eyes at me. I gave an awkward smile, but then said seriously to the others, "Everyone, check yourselves to see if you've been bitten by ticks. If you have, and the bite isn't deep, you can burn it with fire. But if it's deep, then you'll have to cut the skin off." Upon hearing my words, everyone returned to their tents and began checking each other. After the water boiled, I sterilized the general's knife with a high-temperature fire. After I had done all that, I went into the tent. About 10 minutes later, I came out with the ticks wrapped in a strip of cloth and casually threw them into the fire. At this moment, there was a shallow knife mark on my wrist. There was no other way. There were no medications available, so I had to use my blood. To be honest, I was quite surprised that my blood could have such an effect. But I know that these changes are all due to the fruits I ate. Are there any other types of fruit? This thought suddenly popped into my head. At the same time, I thought of the animals and plants I had encountered since arriving on the deserted island. The giant python, the wolf king, the tree that traded its fruit for my blood, and little Blackie, all of these possess a certain level of intelligence. Could other plants and animals besides Xiao Haizi have also developed intelligence after eating mysterious things like fruits? Could there be something even more intelligent? All of this is unknown to me. Hey, why think so much? If it really exists, maybe we'll meet someday. I shook my head, trying to banish these strange thoughts from my mind. Fortunately, apart from the 5 women, none of the others were bitten by ticks. But this meant we lost another day. We didn't set off again until the next day. This time, we were much more cautious because no one knew whether we might be killed by something insignificant. But we are not far from the sea, and sometimes we can even smell the salty smell of the sea in the wind. Finally, on the 4th day, after we climbed over a high mountain and walked through a crevice, the ocean appeared before us. Just then, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sunset shone on the beach, making each grain of sand look like a piece of gold, sparkling and shining. It's so beautiful. Lu Yao's eyes narrowed into crescent moons because of her smile. I chimed in, "It really is beautiful." This wasn't the first time I'd seen the ocean, but it was the happiest I'd ever been to see it. Whether it's the past or the future, it's all about this moment. But seeing how impatient everyone around me was, I rationally said, "Everyone, don't rush. Lu Wu, take some men to the beach and check if there's any danger." Chapter 86 Bonfire Party. There is no danger on the beach. This is something that Gao Zheng and I have both confirmed. After enduring countless hardships and having to be cautious at all times, the people finally arrived at their destination, and their suppressed emotions were released like a flood. Some of them knelt on the ground, carefully scooping up grains of sand with their hands, and wept silently. Some of them lay on the beach, rolling around on the ground. Some people even rushed to the edge of the tide and started playing around with each other. At that moment, Lu Yao gently rested her head on my shoulder, smiling softly in the afterglow of the setting sun. Even Gao Zheng broke into a big smile. After venting their frustrations, everyone tacitly began to work. Some set up tents, while Lu Wu and his group processed the prey they had caught over the past few days, and others gathered firewood. There are no wild beasts around here, and with me here, it's perfectly safe. For everyone here, this moment is probably the safest they've felt since arriving on the deserted island. Night fell quickly. A humid sea breeze gently blows, and the sound of waves rolling in the sea makes the atmosphere even more pleasant. We sat on the beach, surrounding the 3 bonfires in the very center. At this moment, we all quietly enjoyed the rare tranquility. As the flames flickered, someone burst into tears, but it was a cry of joy. Once I'm saved, I'm going to find a good place and have a good fucking day. No, a day is too short, a month. Lu Wu suddenly shouted loudly, drawing scornful looks from the crowd. But his words resonated with many. A woman sitting across from me suddenly stood up and screamed, "I'm going to confess to my crush as soon as I get back." What the hell is rejection? I've been through death before. What's rejection? The crowd cheered, and Lu Wu laughed smugly. "Little sister, you're right. So what if you get rejected? Come to your brother, and I'll make sure you take off." After saying that, Lu Wu realized the inappropriateness of his words, glanced at me sullenly, and when he saw that I was not angry, his pale face regained a little color. "Fuck you, you bald bastard. Don't think I don't know you've been spying on me a lot lately." The woman, who looked to be only in her early 20s, pointed at Lu Wu's shiny bald head and laughed, which drew laughter from the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, another long sigh rang out. A woman in her 30s said, "I envy your age. You dare to love and hate." I remember this woman. I recall that at the wedding, she seemed to have come with an old man in his 60s. Once the floodgates were opened, everyone had gone through life and death together, and in such an environment and atmosphere, many things that they wouldn't normally dare to say came out. I was deeply moved when I heard that. Suddenly, I noticed that Gao Zheng was in a very low mood. "Old Gao, what's wrong?" I teased. Gao Zheng raised his head, his eyes red and brimming with tears. In my mind, Gao Zheng has always been a tough guy. This is the first time I've seen him like this, and I'm a little stunned. Perhaps sensing my confusion, Gao Zheng forced a smile. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about my brothers. I wish they were still alive." The brothers Gao Zheng mentioned were all people with whom he had shared life or death experiences. That time, apart from Gao Zheng, whom I saved, everyone else died from the attack of the man-eating tree, and their remains were never recovered. Seeing Gao Zheng's genuine sadness, I didn't know what to say to comfort him. To put it mildly, this is disrespectful to Gao Zheng and his dead brothers. If I say anything too harsh, it will only make Gao Zheng feel worse. "Gao Zheng, do your brothers still have families?" Lu Yayao, lying in my arms, suddenly spoke. Gao Zheng was taken aback, then replied without hesitation, "Yes. Except for the seventh brother, who is an orphan, the others all have families and relatives, especially the fifth brother, whose son is less than 2 months old." At this point, Gao Zheng finally couldn't stop his tears from flowing. "Then you should live on even more and take good care of your brothers' families. Don't you think so?" Lu Yayao spoke softly again. Lu Yayao's words were like a heavy hammer blow to Gao Zheng's heart, making him suddenly realize the truth. Gao Zheng wiped away his tears, but this time his smile was genuine and not forced. "You're right. There are still many people waiting for me to take care of. I must live well." Gao Zheng's words were resounding and powerful. Seeing Gao Zheng emerge from his grief made me feel much better. "Yao Yao, I didn't expect you to be so amazing," I praised. But Lu Yao simply tilted her head back, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at me. "So, do you on? What will you do after you leave here?" I've never thought about this question before. But actually, you don't need to think about it. The answer is already there. I'll go home first and tell my parents I'm back alive. Then I'll find a job, work hard, save money, buy a big house in the city, and then bring my parents to live with me. Then, we'll go on a food spree. You know, the food we've been eating these past few days has been absolutely awful. I wouldn't eat it if it weren't for survival. After speaking so much in one breath, I paused for a few seconds, my mind flashing back to my parents' weathered faces. "Huh? That's it." Lu Yao's voice carried a hint of annoyance and disappointment. I knew perfectly well why. I reached out and gently stroked Lu Yao's high, straight nose. "What do you think? Let me tell you, I'm going to work hard to earn money and buy a 3-bedroom apartment. 1 room is our room, 1 is our child's room, and the other is for my parents." Lu Yao laughed upon hearing this, but immediately turned her head away. "Who wants to have a child with you?" I exclaimed, "Huh?" and said with a half-smile, "That's not what you said last night." Lu Yao blushed, broke free from my embrace, and ran towards the tent, feeling shy. I glanced at the people gathered around the campfire, and at Lu Yao's beautiful figure, and sighed inwardly. I wish we could all leave this deserted island alive. I turned around, looking at the bright moon over the sea, my back to everyone, and the worries that had been hidden in my heart resurfaced. Will anyone come to our rescue? I muttered to myself. Chapter 87 Despair. That night, everyone slept exceptionally soundly. When they woke up the next day, all the fatigue from the long journey had been swept away. After a simple meal, Gao Zheng led his men to set up eye-catching signs so that they would be spotted immediately if a plane flew by, while I led my men to collect seawater in buckets. "Brother Du, I know there's salt in seawater, but can you really get salt by just boiling water like that?" Lu Wu scratched his bald head and said. I glanced at him and said, "This is called distillation. Salt is a necessity." By then, we had long since run out of salt. If a person goes without salt for a long time, they will lose their strength, which is why I came up with the idea of distilling salt from seawater. The salt obtained in this way has many impurities, but it's good enough to have salt to eat. So who cares about all that? After consuming an unknown amount of wood, a thin layer of salt finally formed at the bottom of our 3 water jugs. I touched it with my hand. It was salty and bitter, but it definitely contained salt. "Okay, Let's do it this way and continue. I pretended not to see Lu Wu's miserable face, and after saying that, I walked towards Gao Zheng and the others. Actually, given our current conditions, it's not easy to create any particularly eye-catching sign. We could simply use tree branches to make an SOS sign on the ground, and then place that large piece of cloth made of red clothing on the beach. After doing all this, all we can do is wait. In the first week, with no trace of anything, we could still tell ourselves to wait patiently. The second week still hadn't seen anything, and many people started to get anxious. But after the third week and a month, no rescue had arrived. The people in the camp were all in despair. This is a completely different group of people compared to the bonfire party a month ago. Everyone was dejected and listless. I'm also very disappointed. But I was mentally prepared for this situation long ago. It's unclear who started it, but everyone began swearing and cursing, and some even sobbed quietly. Stop crying. I stood in the center of the camp and shouted in a booming voice, and everyone looked at me. Even if we've been abandoned, does that mean we have to abandon ourselves? So what if there's no rescue? Does that mean we can't survive on this deserted island? I didn't expect my words to be particularly impactful. I just wanted to rekindle their hope for life, but the effect was minimal. As despair spread through the camp, Gao Zheng and I were at a loss as to how to solve this thorny problem. The feeling of having hope, only to have that hope dashed, is unbearable. Gao Zheng sighed. I frowned. We can't just let things continue like this, can we? You know Lu Wu and the others are too lazy to even bother with boiling salt. Then what do you suggest we do? If there were cigarettes available, Gao Zheng would definitely be smoking one after another right now. Do you think there will be any rescue? I suddenly asked. Gao Zheng shook his head. The golden period for rescue has long passed. There isn't one now, and there certainly won't be one in the future. Maybe our families have already held a memorial service for us. Gao Zheng's joke wasn't funny, but his thoughts were almost the same as mine. Then let's go? Let's go back, I said in a deep voice. Gao Zheng was taken aback. Go back? Go back where? The previous shelter? Du Yuan. Although the atmosphere in the camp is not good, the beach is still safe, at least safer than the shelter. Even if there is no rescue, we can still use this as a shelter, right? I said, annoyed. You're right, the beach is indeed safer than before, but haven't you noticed? It's getting harder and harder for us to get food. Gao Zheng's performance was very disappointing. He was completely unlike the Gao Zheng I knew before. I continued. When we first came here, it was easy for us to catch prey as soon as we entered the forest, but after only a month, there has been no trace of prey. I went out yesterday morning and didn't come back until last night, but I only caught 2 rabbits. Gao Zheng was taken aback, but then asked, can we eat fish? I sneered. Why can't we eat fish? But do we dare go into the sea? Gao Zheng remained silent. Actually, I understand Gao Zheng. He had finally found a goal in life again, but in the blink of an eye, that goal lost its possibility of success. Then let's go back as you said. After a long silence, Gao Zheng slowly nodded. However, when I told the people in the camp about my decision, apart from Lu Yao and Gao Zheng, not a single one agreed. Even Lu Wu, who had always been terrified of me, blushed and objected. Brother Du, I'm not going back. I gave him a cold look and repeated what I had said to Gao Zheng. But Lu Wu still objected. That's still better than going back to the shelter. It's not easy to hunt there, so let's go deeper into the area. We're bound to catch some prey. Actually, what Lu Wu said wasn't without reason, but that was just one of the reasons I wanted to go back. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I dare not imagine what the camp would look like when disappointment turns into despair. Besides, is a beach always safe? Although more than a month has passed, and there have only been occasional encounters with venomous snakes and insects, I still have a lingering sense of unease. After all, on this deserted island, the greatest danger often comes when we are least prepared. Seeing that no one understood me, I didn't bother to explain further and simply said, since you're not willing to leave, then I'll leave on my own. Sure enough, they were all stunned when I finished speaking. Du Yuan, you can't leave. What will we do if you leave? Suddenly someone shouted angrily. Others chimed in. Du Yuan, leaving is letting everyone down. Are you even human? How could you abandon us? If that were the case, not only would Lu Yao and I be furious, But even Gao Zheng would be enraged. What is Du Yuan's relationship with you? Why can't he leave? Gao Zheng's gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over everyone in the camp. What relationship? We're all human beings. Are you just going to stand by and watch us be left unprotected? Du Yuan, how can you lack even the most basic morals? To Gao Zheng's, and even my surprise, someone actually said such a thing, and yet she did it with such self-righteousness. The person speaking was the same young woman who had sighed at the bonfire party. You have the right to talk about basic morality? Where was your morality when you were a mistress, breaking up other people's families? Lu Yao finally couldn't hold back and said coldly, words are like knives, each one piercing the heart. Chapter 88 Return. Human nature has both good and evil. After arriving on the deserted island, I experienced betrayal by a close friend, but also met an upright person like Gao Zheng. But at times like these, I can't help but recall a quote from a famous writer. I don't remember the exact words, but the gist was, I've never hesitated to assume the worst about people, but I never imagined that people could be this shameless. I smiled and stopped Lu Yao from arguing for me any further. Why say so much? Let's pack our things and leave. Lu Yao's face turned red with anger. When she heard what I said, she nodded and went back to her tent to pack her things. But I looked at Gao Zheng and asked, do you still want to follow them? Gao Zheng was also utterly disappointed and shook his head. I'll follow you, as long as you don't mind. I punched Gao Zheng on the shoulder. What are you saying? I turned to face the people in the camp, but my tone was icy cold. Gao Zheng and I are leaving. Those of you who want to come with us can come, and those who don't want to leave can stay here. After a pause, I added, but there's something I need to make clear to you. Neither I nor Gao Zheng owe you anything. Helping you is a favor, not helping you is my right. After saying that, I ignored their reactions and headed towards the tent. After I left, Gao Zheng sighed in disappointment and quickly followed me, while those left behind in the camp stood there bewildered. They've gotten used to having Gao Zheng and me do the most dangerous things, and they've gotten used to living under our protection. But one day, when Gao Zheng and I stopped protecting them, they panicked. And those who were just opposing me have started fighting amongst themselves again. Why say so much? If Du Yuan wants to leave, we'll just go with him. What if we make him angry? Yeah, weren't you one of the most vehement opponents just now? Now you're making sarcastic remarks? What a load of rubbish. Who are you calling a scoundrel? Whoever answers first, that's who. I never expected that they would start fighting after I left. Standing in the tent, watching Lu Yao bustling about with her graceful figure, I felt a pang of unease. Sorry, I said softly. Lu Yao turned around, looked at me, and smiled brightly. What are you apologizing for? It's not your fault that there was no rescue. I shook my head and started packing, without saying much. Actually, there's not much to pack, just some clothes. After I finished packing, I carried 2 more bags of salt on my back. In the past month or so, this salt may be the only thing we've gained. 2 bags of salt, if used sparingly, will be enough for Lu Yao and me to eat for a year. After stepping out of the tent, the people in the camp made a decision. They were all ready and waiting for me. I didn't say anything. I took Lu Yao, Xiao Haizi, and Gao Zheng, and the 4 of us walked into the bushes, embarking on our journey back. After what happened before, cracks have appeared in the team, and they are cracks that cannot be healed. It took us almost a month to get here. On the way back, I knew the way well, and since I didn't wait for anyone, only about 10 days had passed by the time we got back to the shelter. Looking at the women behind me, so exhausted they could barely keep their eyes open, I thought to myself, sure enough, people are driven to their limits. Although I had been away for more than 40 days, the shelter had not changed much, except for some traces left by wild animals. When they left, the burned-down forest was a scene of utter devastation. But this also has some advantages. At least the field of vision is much wider, and there's no need to worry about any wild animals hiding in the forest. Are you tired? Go and rest. Looking at the indescribable weariness in Lu Yao's eyes, I asked gently. Lu Yao shook her head. It's okay, I can manage. You take Lu Wu and the others to cut down some trees and build a few wooden sheds. I nodded, took Lu Yao back to her original wooden shed, and then led Lu Wu and the others to cut down trees. In that forest destroyed by fire, The charred corpses of the long-beaked monsters could be seen everywhere. Having fought the long-beaked monsters once, I know their weaknesses and have nothing to worry about anymore. This is an important reason why I dare to return to the sanctuary. Brother Du, I'm sorry about that. You know, I really meant it back then. This is the first time in recent times that I've given Lu Wu a chance to speak, and he will naturally apologize. I just gave him a cold glance and said, "Hurry up and set up the wooden shed." Lu Wu nodded quickly. I have always been wary of Lu Wu. After all, I know what kind of person he is. To put it nicely, he's a fence-sitter. To be more precise, he's a traitor. If I ever find myself in danger, Lu Wu will definitely be the one to finish me off. And so, we stayed in the shelter again. After realizing they couldn't escape the deserted island, the people in the shelter became much more casual in many ways, and some women even developed unusual relationships with Lu Wu and his companions. I saw it all, but I didn't say anything. It was each person's choice, and I had nothing to say. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 2 weeks, the shelter has been peaceful and safe, with no wild animals attacking it, and the long-beaked monsters nowhere to be seen. This makes me somewhat unwilling to stay here like this. Are you going out? Gao Zheng was extremely surprised to hear my words. Yes, I know roughly what the situation is in the west, but I'm still confused about the other directions. I want to go out and take a look. Actually, I didn't reveal the real reason. It wasn't that I didn't trust Gao Zheng, but rather that the fewer people who know about certain things, the safer it is. I want to go out and see if there are any other fruits. I have a vague feeling that whether we can leave the deserted island may depend on whether the island itself provides an opportunity. This is your decision, and I can't interfere, do you on? I only have one thing to say. Be careful. Gao Zheng seemed to have noticed my insincerity, but he didn't press me for details. Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. While I'm gone, the shelter will have to rely on you. I patted Gao Zhengdi on the shoulder and said. Soon, news spread that Lu Yayao and I were leaving. At first, everyone thought I was going to give up on them, but Gao Zheng's repeated explanations calmed them down. The next day, Lu Yayao and I left the shelter under everyone's watchful eyes. Chapter 89 Army Ants. Leaving the shelter and heading north, you'll still be in a primeval forest. But the forests here are much denser, the ground is much muddier and damper, and there are poisonous snakes and insects everywhere. I'm alright. Most poisonous insects and snakes can't even break my skin. But Lu Yao was in trouble. She was caught off guard at first, and almost got bitten. Later, Lu Yao simply wrapped herself up completely with clothes, leaving only her eyes exposed. But the weather was hot and humid, and after walking all day, she was soaked in sweat. I feel so awful. Inside the tent, Lu Yao held a handkerchief made of T-shorts, wiping the sweat from her body, frowning and looking extremely disgusted. I didn't tease her. Originally, I didn't want Lu Yao to come with me on this adventure, but she insisted on coming, so I couldn't refuse. Drink more flame fruit. I took a flame fruit out of my backpack and handed it to her. She took it and started drinking it. Where's little Blackie? He hasn't been feeling well these past few days. I hope he doesn't get sick. Even after finishing her drink, Lu Yao still seemed unsatisfied. I laughed and said, Don't worry, it's healthier than you are. I brought 2 tents with me this time, and Xiao Haizi stayed in the tent not far away. As for Lu Yao's discomfort, it was actually just that it was too hot, and Xiao Haizi had a poor appetite and didn't eat much. Lu Yao rolled her eyes at me, took off her heavy coat, and started eating the jerky. Looking at her adorable appearance, I was about to make a joke when my expression suddenly changed. The earth is trembling. Quick, get dressed. I'm going out to see what's going on. I quickly got up, stepped out of the tent, and looked toward the direction from which the trembling sound was coming. There, a group of animals were seen fleeing in panic. What unsettled me was that among the animals were wolves and hyenas, but also wild boars and rabbits. The predator and prey are fleeing together. I knew there must be some danger behind it that could make the predator temporarily forget its hunting instincts. And this danger is very likely to exceed all the dangers I have encountered before. I felt a chill run down my spine. He hurried back into the tent, saying, We can't stay here. We have to leave. I quickly packed up the tent and prepared to go to Xiao Haizi's place. I lifted the curtain, but there was no trace of Xiao Haizi inside. This discovery made me extremely nervous. Although Xiao Haizi is still afraid of death, he hasn't abandoned us and run away for a long time. In many cases, it even provides advance warnings for me and Lu Yao. Therefore, this danger may very well be even more dangerous than the one involving the giant python. After packing up the tent and putting it in my backpack, I picked up Lu Yao and started running. After I had been running for a while, I suddenly heard a rustling sound behind me. When I looked back, the hairs on my entire body stood on end. On the ground, there was an endless layer of bright red, and all of this bright red was actually ants. I recognized what it was immediately. Damn it! How did I run into army ants? I cursed under my breath. Seeing the seriousness in my expression, Lu Yao asked, "What are army ants?" For most people, army ants are an unfamiliar term. They might say, "It's just ants. What's so scary about it?" That's right, ants aren't scary. Imagine millions of ants, fighting like soldiers in battle, under unified command. Isn't that terrifying? Most importantly, army ants can secrete a liquid similar to an anesthetic. Once bitten, as the number of army ants increases, you can only watch helplessly as your entire body is covered by them. After hearing my brief introduction, Lu Yao felt a deep sense of fear. She already suffers from trypophobia, and the thought of being covered by army ants makes her tremble. My legs felt like they were powered by motors, running incredibly fast. Every now and then I would look back and hate myself for not being able to go any faster. However, as I watched the distance between myself and the army ants slowly increase, I felt a little more at ease. But that's all. The animals that had previously fled have now been caught by the army ants. As I watched them covered in a layer of bright red, their bodies stiff as they lay on the ground, I suddenly felt a sense of empathy. Boom! Towering trees were snapped in half by army ants, falling to the ground and splashing mud and water everywhere. I could only run forward. I had no other choice. Because no matter which direction they run, they are still within the marching range of the army ants. If I were to spread out laterally, I'm afraid they would catch up with me before I even got out of their marching range. Yao, look around and see if there's a cave or anything like that. We have to find a place to hide. Otherwise, we'll be caught. Running at full speed for a long time has left my legs feeling slightly sore. I know that if this continues, I won't be able to run anymore. The only solution is to find a place to hide. Can't we climb a tree? Only after asking the question did Lu Yao realize how foolish it was. Before I could even shake my head, when I lifted my foot and stepped on the ground, I felt completely overwhelmed. It's like when it rains, it pours. I actually ran into the swamp. As I watched my feet slowly sink deeper into the ground, I casually tossed Lu Yao onto the hard surface. "Do you on?" Lu Yao got up from the ground and looked at my knees, which were already sinking into the swamp, with constant fear. I forced a smile. "Stop screaming. Quickly find a branch to pull me out." Under my smile, Lu Yao retained a little rationality and began searching for tree branches on the ground. But the ground was covered with dead leaves, and even the dead branches couldn't withstand the weight. In desperation, Lu Yao thought of climbing a tree, but despite her strength, how could she possibly climb a tree? I tried several times, but I just couldn't climb up. And then, the army ants got closer and closer. I was extremely anxious, but I dared not try again with Lu Yao. Yao, don't worry about me. You should go now," I shouted loudly, but in my mind I was constantly calculating how long it would take for the army ants to get here at their speed. "No, do you on? I won't leave. I want to stay with you." Lu Yao ran towards me crying, as if she wanted to sink into a swamp with me. "Stupid woman." I cursed and lied again, saying, "You should run. Don't worry, I'm actually safe in the swamp. The army ants won't come. Find a place to hide first, and come back to save me when the army ants are gone." Chapter 90: Accidentally Entering a Herd of Beasts. Lu Yao is pure and kind, but she's not stupid. How could she not know that I was lying? She knelt at the edge of the swamp, trying to reach out and pull me up, but she was too far away. At this moment, the army ants were less than 100 meters away from us, and half of my waist had already sunk in. In a moment of desperation, a brilliant idea flashed into my mind. Yao, hurry up, take the tin out of the bag, quick." I urged him hurriedly, while also wishing I could see that even without branches, the tent was long enough. Only I have something to rely on. With Lu Yao's power, she can definitely pull me out. Yes, a tent. The despair in Lu Yao's eyes turned into hope. She quickly took off her backpack, but in her haste, she couldn't even find the zipper, and tears welled up in her eyes. Don't panic. We still have time. I dared not move rashly, for fear that I would hasten my descent into this predicament. With my reassurance, Lu Yao finally managed to take out the tent, pinched one corner, and threw the tent into the swamp. It's still just a little bit short. I lunged forward without thinking and finally managed to grab another corner of the tent. Yao Yao, push harder. Lu Yao used all her strength at this moment. Her face turned red, but it had a great effect. Like pulling up a radish, I was slowly pulled out of the swamp. Faster. Seeing that the army ants were less than 10 meters away from us, and that I still had my legs stuck, Lu Yao shouted and suddenly increased her strength, pulling me out in one go. There was no time for me to worry about anything else. I swept Lu Yao into my arms and ran off on my own two legs. Although I was afraid of accidentally entering the swamp again, I didn't slow down much and gradually increased the distance between myself and the army ants. I don't know how long I ran, but when my legs felt as heavy as lead, I looked back and there was no trace of the army ants left. Call. I slowly slowed down and exhaled a breath of stale air. But when I actually stopped, my legs went weak, and I ended up kneeling on the ground with Lu Yao in my arms. Do you on? How is he? Lu Yao got out of my arms and reached out to help me up. I quickly stopped her, lay down on the ground, panting heavily. And it's all right, we escaped. Of all the dangers I've encountered, army ants weren't the most dangerous, but they posed the strongest threat. Once you got stuck, it was almost impossible to survive. After resting for a while, my strength recovered a lot. Although my strength and defense are very strong now, my stamina is lacking. This time, I discovered another weakness of mine. I suddenly had a whimsical thought. Could there be some mysterious fruit on the deserted island that could increase stamina? Du Yuan, we have nothing left now. Lu Yao said sadly. In our haste to escape, we left behind all the tents, blankets, and other belongings we had brought from the shelter. Even my weapons consisted only of the Nepalese kukri I hid in my boots and the military-style bayonet strapped to my back. I waved my hand and smiled. Compared to our lives, those things are nothing. As I sat up from the ground, just as I was about to look around, the earth trembled once again. My face turned ashen. Could it be the army ants making noise again? Within seconds, from the nearby forest, all sorts of large wild animals were running for their lives. There are tigers, bears, gorillas, and elephants. This scene is similar to what we've encountered before, except the animals are a bit stronger. We can't stay here. The army ants must be coming again. I grabbed Lu Yao and started running forward. After running for about 10 minutes, I suddenly realized something was wrong. The terrain was gradually decreasing, and the direction I was running, as well as the direction the wild animals were running, seemed different, but they were all heading towards the low-lying area in the middle. I had a bad feeling, but it was impossible to retreat now. Even if there were no army ants behind me, I still wouldn't be able to avoid those ferocious beasts. I could only carry Lu Yao on my back and run towards the low-lying area. Roar! This low-lying area wasn't very spacious to begin with, and once all the wild animals ran into it, the space suddenly became crowded. I thought that hiding in the bushes would keep me from being discovered, but the wild animals all rushed towards us. This is truly a situation where one is caught between a rock and a hard place. With nowhere to retreat, I could only protect Lu Yao behind me. Be careful, we have to find a way to break out, or we'll die here. No sooner had I finished speaking than a tiger pounced on me. My first instinct was to dodge, but if I did, I would expose Lu Yao. So I had no choice but to bite the bullet and face the tiger's blow. I had the military dagger firmly in my hand. I blocked it with my arm and slashed with my other hand with the military knife, leaving a deep wound on the tiger's cheek. Suddenly, a violent sense of crisis rose in my heart. Instinctively, I leaned my upper body forward. A wolf flew past me from behind. If I hadn't leaned forward, its sharp teeth would have pierced my neck. Yao Yao, run. I deflected the attacks from the tiger and the giant wolf, but this also created an opening. I grabbed Lu Yao's hand, and squeezed through the gap, running towards higher ground. Faced with life and death, my potential was unleashed to its fullest extent. At first, Lu Yao could keep up with me, but after a while, she couldn't keep up at all and almost fell down. I had no choice but to pick Lu Yao up. When we reached a relatively high position, we heard roars of beasts behind us. When I looked back, I saw the wild beasts in the depression fighting each other, attacking indiscriminately. What on earth is going on? Where are the army ants? I was completely bewildered by this situation, but I didn't have time to think about it. All I could do was desperately hug Lu Yao and run. Finally, the terrain became flat, and I could clearly see that the crimson ground in the distance was like a tide, slowly receding. That's strange. These army ants don't seem to be trying to eat these wild beasts. Instead, they seem to be trying to herd them together and make them fight each other. Lu Yao's words reminded me. That's right, that's exactly it. My gaze towards the depression deepened, and I had a feeling that perhaps this was a way for the deserted island to maintain its ecological balance. Army ants, on the other hand, act as the sharpest weapon in this process. Could it be that the queen of these army ants, like little Blackie, has developed some of the intelligence of humans? I was utterly horrified. Chapter 91: Encountering a Giant Python Again. Of course, this is just my speculation, and there is no evidence to prove that this is true. After the army ants had completely retreated, I determined my direction and headed north again. However, I am much more cautious than before. In short, it's about stability. After walking for most of the day, and with nightfall approaching, I found a small cave, cleared away the several venomous snakes that were coiled inside, and began to build a simple shelter. This deserted island is full of dangers and caves. If we hadn't found this cave, I don't know how we would have survived tonight. Lu Yao's smile revealed her relief. But this relief came quickly. Thinking of Xiao Haizi, who had disappeared without a trace, Lu Yao sighed. Do you think something might have happened to Xiao Haizi? I was actually a little worried. After spending so much time together, we were bound to develop feelings for each other, and Xiao Haizi had indeed helped me a lot. However, what I said was, with its cowardly and afraid of death attitude, how could it possibly get into trouble? It ran away before the danger even arrived. Lu Yao knew that my words were just to comfort her, but after listening to them, she had to admit that what I said made sense, but she couldn't get rid of the worry in her eyes. Have something to eat. Luckily, we encountered a few ground squirrels on the way, otherwise Lu Yao and I would have gone hungry tonight. Lu Yao was so hungry that her back was pressed against her front. She took the meat and started eating it, ignoring how hot it was. It's very damp in this cave. I'm worried that Lu Yao will catch a cold if we don't light a fire at night. But lighting a fire, even inside a cave, could easily attract the attention of wild animals. Just as I was hesitating about whether or not to light the fire, Lu Yao suddenly screamed and dropped the ground mouse in her hand. Do you on? With trembling fingers, Lu Yao pointed in the direction of the cave entrance. When I looked back, I was just as shocked as Lu Yao. At the entrance of the cave, a huge python was slowly crawling into the cave. This giant python was even thicker than the one I encountered at the plain before. It was about as thick as an extra-large bucket. Its scales were jet black, yet gleamed with a metallic sheen. What horrified me most was that a bulge had appeared on the streamlined head of this giant python. When I was little, I heard that snakes can actually transform into dragons, and the first step is to grow horns on their heads and become a dragon. I have never believed such a claim. How could such a thing possibly happen? But after seeing this giant python, my opinion began to waver violently. Hiss! The giant python flicked its tongue, its cold eyes appearing terrifying in the darkness. Although the cave entrance was large, it was blocked by the giant python. Given our size, Lu Yao and I were left with no way to pass through. How could I possibly encounter something like this? My scalp tingled, and for a moment I didn't know what to do. I held Lu Yao tightly behind me. The giant python's body was already a third of the way in when it suddenly raised its head and held it high. The next moment, the giant python opened its ferocious mouth and lunged at me. Its two fangs were longer than the military dagger in my hand. I pushed Lu Yao away, and then a tremendous force bit down on my waist. Before I could react, The giant python had already bitten me and left the cave. "Do you on?" Lu Yao called my name anxiously from behind. The python's fangs pierced my skin, injecting venom into it, and my body began to stiffen. I used almost all my strength to shout into the cave, "Don't come out. I'll be fine." This was just a comforting remark from me. The giant python carried me, moving swiftly through the forest. My head felt heavier and heavier, and a strong drowsiness washed over me, making it hard for me to keep my eyes open. When I smelled a foul stench, the python threw me to the ground and then lashed my chest with its tail. That immense force broke all my ribs. My body, however, was embedded in the soil. Cough, cough. I coughed violently, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The giant python, however, extended its tongue and licked away the blood I spat out, mouthful by mouthful. I still had the strength to break free from the mud, but I dared not, for fear the python would whip me again. I forced my eyes open and found myself inside a huge hole. About 10 meters away from me, 3 eggs, each the size of a baby, were neatly stacked there. How could that be? My eyes widened. How could I not recognize these 3 eggs? Although the eggshell seemed much more transparent than when I saw it from the plane, the shape of the embryo inside could be vaguely seen. If the egg is the same egg, then is this giant python the same giant python as before? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The giant python in the plane, whose head was already half collapsed, wasn't even as thick as this one. Could they be a male and a female? As if to verify my idea, at this moment, another giant python crawled into the cave, its half-collapsed head exactly the same as the one in my memory. Damn it! I wanted to curse out loud. One giant python was already hard enough for me to handle. 2? How could I possibly withstand that? The giant python that came in behind me slowly crawled to my side, raised its head, and its tongue flicked across my face. I endured the fear that came from the depths of my soul and remained completely still. Last time, I managed to escape from the giant python's mouth. But this time, I know it's going to be difficult. Judging from the python's appearance, it didn't seem to have any intention of killing me, so my fear lessened considerably. Instead, I started to focus on the 3 snake eggs. It seems that this time, my hope of escape lies with these 3 eggs again. I thought to myself. Originally, there was a mysterious little tree next to these 3 snake eggs. Later, I ate the mysterious little tree, and the giant python took me away because it wanted me to replace the mysterious little tree. Since that's the case, as long as I wait patiently, I'm sure I'll find an opportunity. My thoughts drifted back to Lu Yao. She watched helplessly as I was taken away by the giant python, and she must have been frantic with worry. Perhaps, just like last time, she would follow the trail left by the python to find me. Yao Yao, please don't come. Looking at these 2 terrifying giant pythons, I prayed in my heart. Chapter 92 Battle. This is the 3rd day since I was captured by the giant python. My injuries have almost healed, but the chance to escape has never come. 2 giant pythons. One goes out to hunt for food every day, while the other stays in the cave to watch me. I tried to probe, but as soon as I made the slightest movement, the seemingly sleeping python would immediately wake up and lock its gaze on my every move with its dark yellow eyes. We can't wait any longer. In 3 days, Yao Yao must have followed the tracks left by the giant python to this area. Once she discovers this cave, it will be dangerous. I don't want Lu Yao to come, but I know it's just my imagination. If there are no opportunities, then I will create them. Today, what remains in the cave is the slightly smaller giant python from before. Although it wasn't as threatening as the other one, perhaps it was because I had escaped from it once. This giant python is very alert. Its bucket-like snake body curled up, leaving a gap in the middle, and I was placed inside that gap. The 3 snake eggs are on the outside of the snake's body. Damn it! I must kill these 2 snakes and make a pot of snake soup when I get the chance. I thought fiercely. I spent a lot of time observing this giant python over the past 3 days. Its scales are jet black and look extremely hard. Even if I used a military spike, I probably wouldn't be able to pierce them, and even if I did, it wouldn't do any damage. But there is one exception, the right side of the python's head. The right side of this giant python's head was clearly smashed by something. Although I don't know what it ate to recover, I can tell that although it seems to have recovered very well, that is actually its most vulnerable spot. At that moment, Its head was about 3 meters away from me, not very far. But given my situation, it would take me more than a second to get close enough to stab it with a military-style dagger. However, I have tested it, and the python was able to bind me with its body in a second. Those extra tenths of a second could decide my life or death. I slowly stood up, and the giant python suddenly woke up, raised its head to look at me, and its body slowly began to move. This is the moment. With my left hand moving swiftly, I drew my Nepalese kukri from my waist and smashed it towards the 3 eggs. Sure enough, the moment the saber was drawn, the snake's body shrank rapidly like a rubber band. However, the python's movements were slightly slower than when I had tried to probe it before, because it had diverted some attention to the eggs. Seeing this, I leaped onto the ground, my body hunched over, and while in the air, I pulled out a military-style dagger from my boot and thrust it with all my might toward the giant python's head. The next moment, the giant python suddenly turned its head, a hint of disdain flashing in its dark yellow eyes. When I saw this, I knew something terrible had happened, but my body was still flying in the air and I didn't have time to stop. Bang! The python's tail moved with lightning speed, leaving a black afterimage in the air, before striking my back and slamming me into the ground. There were some small pebbles on the ground in the cave. If I had landed on my back, the situation would have been better, but I was face down. Those stones, which were not originally sharp, became sharp because of the relative speed at which I was struck by the giant python. They pierced my tough skin and stuck on my face like pockmarks. I could feel that my nose was broken, and my whole face was a bloody mess. But it's not over yet. The whooshing sound in my ears made me instinctively roll onto the ground. There was another loud bang where I had been lying, and the python's tail smashed into the ground, creating a small crater. If it had hit me that time, I would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Hiss! I looked up and was facing the python's forked tongue. It opened its ferocious mouth and lunged to bite my head. Let's give it our all. I stopped dodging and just took a small step back, allowing the python to bite half of my body. The immense biting force shattered my recently healed ribs into tiny pieces. A warm sensation welled up in my throat. Cough, cough. I spat a mouthful of blood onto the giant python's right eye, turning its dark yellow pupil crimson. The giant python shook its head, trying to shake off the blood, and I shook my head in the air as well. But this is the opportunity I've been looking for. My long-prepared offensive has finally arrived. He used every ounce of strength in his left hand to grip the military-style dagger tightly and plunge it fiercely into the right side of the giant python's head. The moment the military-grade spike touched the giant python's scales, a tremendous force was transmitted through the spike to my hand, causing my hand to tremble and almost slip from my grasp. Click! The spearhead that Gao Zheng had always regarded as the most important weapon was shattered at the tip by this single blow. This alone shows how much effort I put in. Furthermore, consider how hard the python's scales are. I firmly believe that even ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate them. My first attack failed, but I was prepared. Raise your hand, a second time. Clang. Like the sound of hammering iron, crisp and resonant. White marks have been left on the scales on the right side of the python's head. The third time, let's do it again. Like a madman, I kept smashing the giant python's head with all my might, again and again. I don't know how much time passed, but when I felt that my left hand could no longer hold the bayonet, my consciousness became a little clearer. My face was already covered in blood. The giant python had half of its head shattered, revealing its white brain matter. Dead, I murmured. By this time, the python had long since stopped biting me, and I was standing up. But just as I was about to check if the python was alive or dead, and I was about to lift my foot, I found that my foot was no longer under my control. Half of my stomach was torn off by the giant python, and all my internal organs were exposed to the air. Hiss! I gasped, the pain contorting my face as I collapsed to the ground. Even though I am very confident in my self-healing ability, I dare not say that I can fully recover from such a serious injury. Moreover, I am not out of danger. That even thicker, more terrifying python might return at any time. If I stay here, I'm doomed. But right now, I have absolutely no ability to leave. Am I really going to die here? I realized that the larger python was most likely the husband of the dead python. When he comes back, I'm sure I'll be dead. A wave of despair washed over me, and just then, I inadvertently noticed 3 snake eggs neatly arranged over there. Damn it! Even if I die, I won't let you get away with this. A sense of malevolence, I don't know where it came from, made me slowly crawl towards the 3 snake eggs on the ground. Chapter 93 Snake Egg. The pebbles were piercing my internal organs. The pain was unlike anything I had ever experienced before, as if someone were cutting my flesh piece by piece. I think even if he were to be executed by slow slicing, that would be about it, right? But I didn't give up. With the mindset that I would rather die than let the python get away with it, I stubbornly kept crawling. With each step I crawled forward, the ground was stained red, and the fuel was my blood, my fresh blood. What should have been a distance of 2 or 3 meters felt like a marathon. When I finally reached the finish line, I couldn't even lift my hand. If you can't do it with your hands, then use your head. I pushed forward with all my might, but the eggshell wasn't as hard as I had imagined. It was like a paper window, and I pierced it in an instant. A thick, pale yellow liquid flowed down my head and onto the ground. I tilted my head, opened my mouth, and drank greedily, as if drinking water from a tap. The egg white of the snake egg had a strong, fishy smell, but I didn't think much of it and kept drinking it. Why isn't it working at all? I'm about to despair. I had hoped that the snake egg might help heal my injuries, since it had been sitting next to the mysterious little tree for so long. But now, snake eggs seemed to be just like ordinary food, only good for filling one's stomach. Soon, I finished the entire snake egg, including the yolk. I wanted to smash the second egg, but I really didn't have the strength at all. I could feel my body temperature slowly dropping, my breathing becoming increasingly difficult, and I could barely keep my eyes open. Has the injury exceeded my body's ability to heal? I couldn't even manage a bitter smile. Waiting to die? I don't know how much time passed. Just as I was about to drift off to sleep from exhaustion, I suddenly heard an anxious shout. "Do you on?" It was Lu Yao's voice. I tried to open my eyes, but it felt like my eyelids weren't mine anymore. They wouldn't obey me. Then I felt like my body was being lifted up. Is this not a dream? Yao Yao really came. With my last thought, I fainted. When I woke up again, I found myself completely bound with strips of cloth, looking just like a mummy, unable to even move my head. Where's this? My eyes darted around, and all I could see were what looked like wooden sheds, and the ground beneath me was soft, probably covered with a layer of dead leaves. Not dead. I came to my senses and realized it really wasn't a dream. But where was Lu Yao? I tried to shout, but it felt like something was blocking my throat, and I couldn't make a sound at all. And so, I lay there with my eyes open, unable to move an inch. I heard footsteps when I counted to more than 2,300. "Do you on? You're awake? That's wonderful." Lu Yao's pretty face was full of surprise, and in her hand, she was holding a headless wild rabbit. I opened my mouth, trying to speak, but with all my might I could only manage a few syllables like ah, oh, or eh. Lu Yao seemed to understand what I was trying to say, and burst into tears of joy, saying, "Don't worry, we're on our way back to the shelter, and it's very safe around here. Once you're a little better, we'll head straight back to the shelter." I looked at Lu Yao, and she saw the confusion in my eyes. She then explained, "After you were taken away by the giant python that day, I followed it, but I wasn't fast enough for the python. It took me 3 days to find you. When I got there, you had already killed a giant python, but you were unconscious. I was afraid there was still danger there, so I carried you away." My eyes rolled downwards. "It's probably a throat or lung injury. It's normal that you can't speak for a while. You'll be fine in a few days." Lu Yao wiped away her tears. She put the rabbit aside, walked to a corner, and took out a wooden bowl filled with egg soup. "This is all you can eat for the next few days." Lu Yao squatted down beside me and slowly fed me. Although the egg was already cooked, I could still tell at first bite that it was egg soup made from snake eggs. "The flavor is too strong." After I finished drinking, Lu Yao said, "I saw there were 2 snake eggs left, so I took them with me. Luckily I had this thought. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to feed you these past few days." After saying that, Lu Yao smiled again, picked up the wild rabbit from the ground, and walked outside. However, she walked with a limp. I was filled with anxiety and wanted to ask Lu Yao what was wrong, but I couldn't speak and could only worry helplessly. 2 more days passed. My injury isn't healing as quickly as I'd hoped. Although it's better than before, I can still barely move my hands and feet. I don't know what happened. Even if the injury was beyond my body's healing ability, it's been several days, so it's impossible for it to be only slightly better, right? More importantly, I still can't speak. Seeing that I was feeling a little better, Lu Yao began to carry me back to the shelter. 3 days later, Gao Zheng looked at me, who was seriously injured, and his face turned pale with fright. He quickly took me from Lu Yao's arms and asked worriedly, "What happened?" Lu Yao sighed and recounted my encounter with the giant python. Gao Zheng didn't say much. He carried me to the wooden shed and put me down, but then winked at Lu Yao, and the two of them went out. Watching this scene, although I didn't know what Gao Zheng was going to say to Lu Yao, I could roughly guess. Just now, when I came back, Lu Wu and the others saw it too, and I saw the fierce glint in their eyes. As expected, Gao Zheng and Lu Yao were discussing just that. Du Yuan is injured like this, unable to move or speak. Lu Wu and his gang will definitely have wicked ideas. Gao Zheng shook his head, not knowing. Lu Yao snorted coldly, "Them? They don't even deserve it." Don't be fooled by how respectful Lu Wu and the others were when Du Yuan was around, not daring to harbor any ill intentions. That was because Du Yuan instilled too much fear in them. Now, they outnumbered me, and I couldn't control them all by myself, and there were so many women in the shelter. Gao Zheng sighed, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. If Lu Wu and his gang really do something bad, I will protect you even if it costs me my life." Gao Zheng was unaware that Lu Yao had also eaten the power fruit, but the determination in his eyes warmed Lu Yao's heart. It is in times of crisis that true character is revealed. "Thank you, Brother Gao." Lu Yao then understood why she had valued Gao Zheng so much before. Chapter 94: Lu Wu's Conspiracy. It was already dark. Inside the tent, Lu Wu and his men were talking in hushed tones. "Brother Wu, Du Yuan has only been gone a few days, and he's already injured like this. This deserted island is too dangerous." "Exactly. If someone as powerful as Du Yuan were in our shoes, we'd be dead in no time. I think we should just stay safely in the shelter. Those women won't be able to hold out, and might even try to get close to us." Hearing his underlings' spineless words, Lu Wu was furious. He scolded them in a low voice. "I didn't call you here to chat. What are you all babbling about? Just listen to me." Once his underlings quieted down, Lu Wu cleared his throat. "See? Du Yuan is badly injured. It's our turn to take charge of the shelter." "Brother Wu, what do you mean?" someone asked, puzzled. Lu Wu cursed himself inwardly as an idiot, then cleared his mind and said, "If we take out Du Yuan, Gao Zheng won't be a match for us. Then all those beauties will be at our mercy. Why wait?" To Lu Wu's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, his underlings shook their heads vigorously. "You can't do that. Du Yuan alone can take on all of us. You're just asking for trouble." "Yes, maybe Du Yuan wasn't injured at all. He was just faking it to test us." "Brother Lu Wu, did you take a shower in the wrong position yesterday? Did you lose your mind?" Lu Wu's face was as black as coal. He roared, "Are you all pigs?" This. Halfway through his sentence, Lu Wu realized he had spoken too loudly and quickly lowered his voice. What kind of man doesn't take advantage of such a good opportunity? No matter how Lu Wu tried to persuade them, his underlings were as stubborn as nails and refused to fight alongside him. Lu Wu knew that Du Yuan had left an indelible mark on the hearts of his underlings. "Get out of my way. Don't get in my way." Lu Wu waved his hand impatiently. The people inside the tent disappeared in the blink of an eye. After things calmed down, Lu Wu was filled with doubt again. But when he thought of the Wolf King who died at Du Yuan's hands and the strength he had shown a few days ago, he couldn't help but shudder. With the weather fluctuating between cloudy and sunny, Lu Wu simply couldn't make up his mind. "How about we try that plan?" Thinking of what he had witnessed while hunting a few days ago, Lu Wu suddenly felt confident again. But Lu Wu never expected that his loyal but somewhat timid underlings would take a long detour after leaving his tent and end up in my wooden shed. "Is Lu Wu really going to attack us?" Lu Yao said coldly. The traitorous underlings nodded decisively, their smiles almost fawning, and said to me, who was lying on the bed, "Boss Du, we would never dare to lie. Lu Wu's matter has nothing to do with us. We will always be your loyal underlings. Lu Yao glanced at me, waved her hand, and said, I know. You can go now. The traitorous underlings nodded repeatedly, and after leaving the wooden shed, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Judging from Du Yuan's condition, could he really be seriously injured? Why bother with all that? Are you stupid? If Brother Wu fails, it has nothing to do with us. If Brother Wu wins, we'll be fine for the sake of our years of brotherhood. A rough-looking man with a dark face, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Meanwhile, inside the wooden shed, Lu Yao looked at me with a worried expression, but not because of Lu Wu. Du Yuan, are you feeling better? Lu Yao asked gently. I shook my head with difficulty. After arriving in the wilderness, getting injured became commonplace for me. However, after consuming that mysterious little tree, my self-healing ability made most injuries just a matter of time. But this time, even if the injury was too severe, and several days have passed, it shouldn't be like this now, unable to speak or move on its own. Given this unusual situation, I suspect it's very likely related to the 3 snake eggs I ate. What exactly is wrong with the snake eggs? I recalled the ferocious appearance of the 2 giant pythons and the small tree next to the snake eggs. My thoughts gradually began to wander. The next day, Gao Zheng came to the wooden shed to find me early in the morning, and he looked very unwell. Lu Wu is missing, Gao Zheng said angrily. Lying in bed, I frowned. I know that although Lu Wu may seem physically strong but lacking in strategy, he is not a fool. His sudden disappearance poses a greater threat than staying in the shelter. Lu Wu must be plotting something. I was about to signal to Lu Yao with my eyes that she shouldn't worry when suddenly, my body felt like it was being burned by scorching flames on a barbecue grill. Du Yuan, what's wrong? Lu Yao was so shocked that her face turned pale, and she rushed over. But the moment her hand touched my clothes, she recoiled as if electrocuted, feeling uncomfortable. It's so hot. Before I could finish speaking, small flames appeared on my clothes. What exactly happened? I felt so uncomfortable, I wished I could crawl into a refrigerator. Gao Zheng reacted quickly. The moment he noticed the abnormality, he picked up the wooden basin in the corner and poured the water inside onto me. But when the water was less than 10 centimeters away from me, it turned into a mist. The temperature is too high. Oh, I couldn't help but let out a howl. Lu Yao was extremely anxious, but she didn't know what to do. After all, she was just a pampered young lady who had lived in a privileged environment for a long time. Although we went through a lot during this period, it was all under my protection. Quick, get more water. I was in so much pain that I was actually able to speak. But at that moment, I was in no mood to celebrate. I watched helplessly as the flames burned my clothes, sending plumes of black smoke billowing out. But as soon as Gao Zheng went out to get me water, the burning sensation suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, I felt as if I were in the cold winter, with a biting wind making me shiver. One moment it's fire, the next it's ice. It's like being in a world of ice and fire. I have never encountered such a situation before, and even with my willpower, it is difficult to endure and persevere. Boom. As if I had been run over by a train, I could feel all the bones in my body breaking at that moment. A sharp pain struck, and my head felt like it was going to explode. I couldn't hold back any longer and yelled it out, the sound echoing throughout the entire shelter. The next second, everything went black before my eyes, and I passed out. All that remained was Lu Yao, her face streaked with tears, holding me in her arms. Du Yuan, what's wrong? Du Yuan, say something. Don't scare me. Du Yuan. Chapter 95, All Missing. I woke up in pain. My whole body aches and hurts, as if a million needles are pricking me. I tried to get up, and then I got up easily. Apart from the pain, I was no different from when I was normal. What happened? How long have I been unconscious? Where is Lu Yao? A series of questions arose, and I got out of bed, enduring the pain as I walked outside the wooden shed. As soon as I came out, I saw Lu Yao's beautiful figure. She was fanning the fire there. As I got closer, I discovered that the pot on the fire was full of black paste. Yao, what are you doing? The smell made me feel nauseous. Lu Yao turned her head blankly, saw me, and her dull eyes instantly lit up. She practically jumped up and threw herself into my arms. Wah, Du Yuan, You scared me to death. Lu Yao's shoulders trembled. Sensing Lu Yao's excitement and surprise, I felt a little better and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm due you on." Lu Yao cried for a long time before she calmed down. To change the subject, I quickly asked, "What are you brewing?" "It stinks." Lu Yao wiped away her tears and glared at me with her red eyes. "It's all because of you. Gao Zheng said that the soup made from these herbs would make you feel better. You have no idea. During the 2 days you were unconscious, your body was so hot you could fry an egg on it 1 minute, and so cold you could use it as a refrigerator the next." My lips twitched slightly. I glanced into the pot, thinking to myself that this was clearly paste, not soup. But despite my inner grumbling, I said, "You've worked hard these past few days. By the way, where are Gao Zheng and the others?" "They've all gone out to find medicinal herbs for you." Lu Yao's tone softened. Hearing this, I felt a warmth in my heart, but then I said, "It's so dangerous outside. I hope nothing will happen to them." "Don't worry, they haven't gone far, and they've been like this for the past 2 days without any problems. I estimate they'll all be back soon." Lu Yao shook her head. But as night fell, Gao Zheng and his men showed no sign of returning. "We can't wait any longer. We have to go out and find them right away," I said anxiously. Gao Zheng is a reliable person. He naturally knows how dangerous it would be to lead the people in the shelter through the dark. He hasn't come back yet. Something must have happened to him. I dare not think about what Gao Zheng and the others will go through, but if something really happens to them, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Without further ado, I searched the shelter and found another axe, then left with Lu Yao. "Where do they usually look for herbs?" I asked. Lu Yao pointed to a small hill to the left of the shelter. "It's over there. That should be the way." Under the setting sun, the small hillside looked as if it were wearing a golden coat, extremely eye-catching. 10 minutes later, Lu Yao and I crossed the hillside, where we found ourselves in a flat meadow. At this moment, the grass was a mess, covered with footprints. However, there was no sign of Gao Zheng or anyone else. "Follow the footprints." After checking, I found the direction Gao Zheng and the others had left in. I didn't show it on my face, but I was extremely anxious inside. The footprints on the ground were messy, yet concentrated. If Gao Zheng and his group were not in danger while searching for herbs here, their footsteps should have been scattered. What puzzles me is that there are no footprints or traces left by wild animals on the ground. What on earth happened? I followed the footprints for about an hour, and it was completely dark by then. Even I didn't dare to keep up the speed I had been going. The footprints ended in front of a cave. This cave is huge, at least the biggest cave I've seen since arriving on the deserted island. The entrance is a full 5 meters long and 3 meters high. Did Gao Zheng and the others go into the cave? I frowned and thought to myself, but I couldn't figure out what Gao Zheng and the others had gone through. I stood at the entrance of the cave and looked inside. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see the bottom of the cave. However, I still couldn't see Gao Zheng and the others. I shouted Gao Zheng's name loudly inside, but there was no echo or response. This means that the cave may be much deeper than I expected. "Do you on? Shall we go in?" Lu Yao was a little worried, and seeing such a strange cave, she was clearly a little scared. I said in a deep voice, "There's a high chance that Gao Zheng and the others have gone into this cave. Yao, no matter what, we have to go in." Although Lu Yao was scared, she simply nodded. I walked ahead, and Lu Yao tugged at my sleeve as we slowly made our way into the cave. After taking only a couple of steps inside, my face turned grim. There was a bloody smell in the air. I looked around, and although there was no blood nearby, I could smell the stench of blood even from this distance. My heart sank to the bottom. It's highly likely that Gao Zheng and his group have encountered an accident, and there have been casualties. I wonder how Xiao Haizi is doing. Perhaps trying to distract herself from her fear by talking about something else. Lu Yao suddenly sighed. "That cowardly coward won't get into any trouble. Let's wait for him to come looking for us." I turned around and forced a smile. I never worry about Xiao Haizi's safety. After all, it can smell danger from a great distance. At that moment, all I could think about was what would happen to Gao Zheng and the others. The deeper you go into the cave, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. However, the depth of this cave far exceeded my expectations. Although Lu Yao and I weren't moving fast. We could still walk at least a kilometer in about 10 minutes, but we still couldn't see the end of the cave. Perhaps, to be precise, this is not a cave, but a tunnel. A man-made tunnel? Impossible. Even with current human technology, digging such a tunnel would be no easy feat, let alone on a deserted island. Could it be natural? I looked up at the rock walls on both sides of the cave again, feeling both surprised and frightened. The rock walls on both sides were relatively flat, with few bumps or unevenness. Most importantly, some rocks have neat, straight cross-sections, whereas natural rocks would have irregular cross-sections. The last answer is one I dare not think about. I simply cannot imagine what kind of animal or animal group could create such a huge cave. The image of the whole drilling monster that died at my hands came to mind involuntarily. No, impossible. Even if 10,000 cave drilling monsters worked together, they couldn't have created such a huge hole. I immediately rejected the idea. How the cave was formed remains a mystery, lingering in my mind. Chapter 96 Black Monster. The cave is 5 meters wide. This eerie cave gave me a feeling of being pierced by a cone. The further I went in, the wider the cave became. The opening we came in through was the tip of a cone. Previously, sunlight could still penetrate a little, but now, the deep cave is pitch black. Even with my night vision, I could only barely see within a range of about 2 meters around me. Not to mention Lu Yayao. She could only walk by clinging tightly to the hem of my clothes. I became increasingly worried about Gao Zheng and the others' safety. The panicked footprints scattered all reminded me that Gao Zheng and his group had entered the cave. Yao Yao, be careful. I noticed the specks of blood on the ground and quickly pointed them out. Du Yuan, why do you think Gao Zheng and the others came here? Lu Yayao asked timidly. I sighed inwardly. The fact that Gao Zheng and his group were willing to enter such a deep cave, which looked extremely dangerous, meant that there must be even greater dangers ahead. Sizzle. I think I stepped on something. I moved my foot and bent down to look. I saw a sharp wolf tooth. The tooth, which was originally yellow, was covered with a thin layer of dark red scab. How can there be a single wolf fang? Just as doubt began to creep into my mind, I heard a howl that seemed to come from the depths of a terrifying abyss. The sound was chilling, like teeth grinding against bones. I immediately took the axe from my waist, and with my other hand I shielded Lu Yao behind me, watching warily into the darkness from which the howling sound came from. The whistling sound only lasted once, and then it seemed as if something was walking towards us. Its footsteps were barely audible, like the rustling sound of our feet on fallen leaves when we walk through a primeval forest. Du Yuan, what is that thing? Lu Yao's trembling little hand tugged at my clothes. I saw it too. Not far in front of me, 2 objects, about the size of light bulbs, were emitting a bright green light and were swaying. This reminds me of the eyes of that giant python. Only the colors are different, one is green and the other is yellow. Meow? With a low growl, the green light bulb seemed to be equipped with an engine, and it quickly took off, leaving a green streak in the darkness. In less than a second, the green light was right in front of me, and I finally saw what it was. A pair of eyes, green eyes. The owner of those eyes was an animal I had never seen before. Its fur was shiny black, like black leather shoes that had been polished. It has a pair of short, pointed ears that stand upright on its head, 2 long, pale gray, bewitching blood-red lines on its forehead, and a mouth below its eyes that is so small that it seems unable to contain its sharp teeth. Its limbs are slender, and its entire body is less than 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters high, but its tail is nearly a meter long. As I was observing it, it flew to my chest and waved one of its front paws. But as soon as the claw was extended, a small row of long, sharp nails suddenly emerged from the flesh. I instinctively raised the axe in my hand and held it horizontally in front of my chest, trying to block it, but its claws showed no sign of retracting. Sizzle. To my surprise, its claws were so hard that they sparked when they were used to cut across the axe. As it stretched out its other claw toward my face, I knew that if I got scratched, at least half of my face would be torn off. I pulled Lu Yao back 2 steps, but before I could regain my footing, a whooshing sound rang out. I saw its tail, which had been standing tall, lash out horizontally and hit my chest. A tremendous force struck, sending both Lu Yao and the other person flying. Their bodies hovered in the air for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, I reacted very quickly just before landing and pulled Lu Yao into my arms, using my body as a cushion. Uffed. My throat itched, and I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The feeling was like being hit by a big truck. The pain was so intense that my gums bled from clenching my teeth. "Do you on? Are you all right?" Lu Yao quickly climbed out of my arms. But the next second, it's here again. Its tail lashed out again, aiming for Lu Yao's back. I immediately pulled Lu Yao down from her half-standing position, hugged her, and rolled her around on the ground. And where we had just fallen, its tail had actually carved a long, narrow dent in the ground that was a full 5 centimeters deep. What the hell is that monster? I quickly stood up, pulled Lu Yao up, and ran towards the cave entrance. Rescue Gaozheng? We must first save our own lives before we can possibly rescue Gaozheng. Moreover, I just realized that this terrifying black animal is not stupid. It has seen clearly that Lu Yao is the weaker one between the two of us, and it even uses Lu Yao to drag me down. If it were just me alone, I might be able to put up a good fight against it, but with Lu Yao on the side, I was naturally at a disadvantage. I picked Lu Yao up and ran as fast as I could, but she chased after me closely, always trailing me by 2 meters. After discovering this, my apprehension grew even stronger. I could tell that it wasn't that it couldn't catch up with me, but rather that it was deliberately maintaining this distance. Cat chasing mouse. Damn it, they're treating us like toys. I thought to myself through gritted teeth. Brush. Another whooshing sound, and its tail lashed my back. The force was just right, not too much, not too little, but enough to make me stagger a few steps and fall to the ground while I was holding Lu Yao. The instant I landed, I released one hand, braced myself with the other, and then gently placed Lu Yao on the ground before leaping up and turning around. It stopped too, its green eyes revealing disdain and mockery. "Yao Yao, you leave the cave first and wait for me outside." I didn't turn around. "No, do you on, I want to go with you." Lu Yao was so anxious that tears were almost coming out. I knew what Lu Yao had misunderstood. It's not what you think. The two of us together are definitely no match for it. If you leave, I won't have any worries, and I might even be able to defeat it. As I spoke, I also thought regretfully that although Lu Yao had eaten the power fruit, she only possessed great strength. After rescuing Gaozheng this time, I must train her properly. After all, at this moment, Lu Yao was like someone giving a gun to a newborn baby. The gun was useful and powerful, but the problem was that the baby didn't know how to use it. Chapter 97 One-on-One Duel. After hearing my explanation, Lu Yao stopped crying abruptly and asked with a suspicious tone, "Really?" I stared at it intently, but it seemed completely unconcerned, its whip-like tail swaying casually. "I'm not lying to you, let's go." I still didn't turn around. Lu Yao got up from the ground, seemingly believing it, but not quite, and walked towards the cave entrance. And then it moved again. With ghostly speed, he pushed off the ground with all 4 limbs. His whole body flew up, then flew over the cave wall, bypassed me, and chased after Lu Yao. My heart sank. This black monster's intelligence far exceeded my expectations. It actually pulled this trick. I immediately turned around and chased after them. But its tail spun in the air, and then it suddenly turned around, easily wrapping its tail around my neck. Damn it, I've been tricked. I was the real target all along. This is a cunning monster. I was surprised. This was the first time I had ever used the word cunning to describe these monsters. Its tail was slowly retracting, and my neck was being tightly constricted, making it difficult to breathe. But the monster was almost 90 centimeters away from me, and I couldn't attack its body for the time being. I glanced at Lu Yao out of the corner of my eye. The commotion we were making wasn't too loud, and since Lu Yao is blind, she didn't know I was in danger. Breathing is becoming increasingly difficult. I reached out and grabbed its tail in my hand. The surface feels cool to the touch, like touching a piece of ice. I gripped the tail tightly and tried to pull it back, but it was too slippery, and I couldn't muster much strength. At this point, the feeling of suffocation became increasingly pronounced. I wanted to bend down and pull the thorns out of my boot, but right now, I can't even bend down. Its tail was wrapped too tightly. If I crouch down and expose myself at an angle, I believe it can snap my neck with its tail. What to do? I racked my brains anxiously, but I couldn't come up with any good solutions at all. This black monster's intelligence, speed, and attack methods were all things I hadn't anticipated. However, there's one more thing that I didn't expect. 3 full minutes have passed since I couldn't breathe, but my brain doesn't feel the slightest bit oxygen deprived. For ordinary people, holding their breath for even a minute is very uncomfortable. Even for me in the past, I would feel dizzy if I didn't breathe for 2 minutes. I don't know why I've been able to hold on for so long. I didn't have time to think about it. Under normal circumstances, I would definitely have noticed another detail. Its tail. It actually lashed my chest several times, but my ribs, which are prone to breaking, showed no signs of breaking. They only hurt a little. 2 more minutes passed. The inability to breathe didn't pose a fatal threat to me. At most, it just made me feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing the hint of doubt in its green eyes, I had a flash of inspiration, relaxed, and all the muscles in my body stopped working. My body went limp. I slowly fell down, and sure enough, the force on its tail lessened considerably, and eventually it completely let go. With a thud, I fell to the ground, motionless, holding my breath, lying there like a corpse. However, my ears were on edge, relying on my hearing to perceive every movement. Light footsteps. They're here. It walked up to my corpse, and although it was a little more relaxed than before, it still maintained the most basic vigilance. Its tail gently swept over my corpse. This is a test. I remained unaffected and indifferent. Time passed slowly, and it seemed as if it had finally confirmed my death, then moved to my neck and opened its mouth. A foul, fishy smell wafted into my nostrils, so pungent it almost gave me away. Meow? Its head moved, slowly approaching my neck. Just as its sharp teeth touched the skin on my neck, I suddenly looked up, used my head as a weapon, and slammed it hard into its head. Immediately afterwards, I reached through the middle of its body with one hand and grabbed it. With his other hand, he swiftly drew out the military-style dagger, rolled to the side, and stabbed it in the back. The tip of the military dagger in my hand was crushed quite a bit when we fought the giant python last time. After returning to the shelter, Gao Zheng painstakingly sharpened the dagger again. Although it's not as good as before, it's not much different. If I succeed in this stab, at the very least I will pierce a bloody hole in its back. But in the end, I was still disappointed. Its most bizarre feature was its tail, which reacted very quickly by wrapping around my hand, leaving the thorns hanging on its back. Although it was only a centimeter away, it was ultimately impossible to stab him. However, I was prepared for this outcome. I stood up again and kicked out hard, almost breaking my toes. And it was kicked away by my foot. But its tail didn't loosen. After flying less than 50 centimeters, it stopped in the air, turned around, and reached out with its claw to grab me. You won't let go? You're asking for it. I roared and crouched down to dodge the grab. My right hand, which was entangled by its tail, was used to swing in the air like a sledgehammer, slamming it hard to the ground. Oh woo! It roared, and the tail that had been wrapped around my right hand finally loosened, and then withdrew. It distanced itself from me, stopped there, gave me a chilling look with its green eyes, and then ran away without looking back. I took a step to chase after it, but then I felt it was inappropriate. I didn't know what the situation was like inside the cave, and it might be dangerous to act rashly. There's a saying that goes, skill breeds daring. But being daring and being cautious are not mutually exclusive. If I weren't brave, I wouldn't have pretended to be dead to lure it closer to me, and I wouldn't have found such a good opening. Never mind, let's go check on Lu Yao first. Make sure she's not in any danger. I turned around and started running back towards the cave entrance. Because I had walked this route before, and because I was worried about Lu Yao, I unconsciously quickened my pace. However, when I arrived at the cave entrance, besides Lu Yao, I also saw someone I never expected. Lu Wu, what do you want to do? I shouted loudly. Chapter 98, The Whole Story. At the entrance of the cave, Lu Yao's face turned bright red with anger. In front of her, Lu Wu held an axe, a malicious smile on his face. His bald head made him look particularly sleazy. Oh. Hearing my voice, Lu Wu turned around blankly. His hand trembled so much that he almost dropped the axe he was holding. Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise. Do you on, you're out? I responded and walked forward. For every step I took forward, Lu Wu took a step back. Finally, he tripped over something and fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Wu's fear of me is ingrained in his very bones. But he also loathed this fear, which is why he took advantage of my serious injury to do something sneaky. Seeing me standing before him as usual, Lu Wu dared not harbor any ulterior motives. A fawning and ingratiating smile spread across his pockmarked face. Brother, you're all right. That's what he said, but what Lu Wu was really thinking was, that damn Du Yuan was really just pretending to be seriously injured to test me. Damn it, how did I fall for it? Lu Wu couldn't help but recall the words his loyal underlings had said to him in the tent that night, and he felt extremely annoyed. But Lu Wu quickly realized that what he had done today was very secretive, and no one knew about it except for Gao Zheng and others. Yes, Du Yuan definitely doesn't know. Lu Wu steadied himself, stood up, and laughed. I was just joking with my sister-in-law. I mainly thought it was too dangerous for her to be here alone, so I wanted to take her to a safer place. Lu Wu believed he had explained himself well, since apart from a somewhat lewd smile, he hadn't uttered any vulgar words. Little did Lu Wu know that his loyal underlings had long since become traitors. Although I don't know exactly what happened to Gao Zheng and the others, Lu Wu's coincidental appearance at the cave entrance must be related to this matter. Oh, really? You mean well. I gave Lu Yao a look and slowly walked towards Lu Wu, my bald head already beaded with sweat. Brother Du, you're too kind. It's all I should do. I had bad intentions back then, but you still put aside your prejudices and accepted me. Later, you even protected me. Brother Du, you have such a kind heart. Before the word good could be uttered, Lu Wu let out a scream. I kicked him in the knee, causing Lu Wu to kneel on both knees. I kicked him in the chest again, forcefully slamming Lu Wu to the ground. I looked down at Lu Wu with a sharp, piercing gaze, like a knife. Tell me, what exactly did you do? Why did Gao Zheng and the others enter this cave? Did you know about this cave beforehand? With each additional word I spoke, Lu Wu's face grew paler, whether from fear or pain, I couldn't tell. His eyes darted away, avoiding my gaze, and he stammered. Brother Du, what are you saying? I don't understand a single word. Gao and Gao Zheng are people I admire. How could I possibly lay a hand on them? Faced with Lu Wu's sophistry, I snorted coldly, took the axe from my waist, squatted down, pressed Lu Wu's hand down forcefully, and gestured with the axe on it. I'll count to 3. If you still don't say it, Lu Wu, you'll only have one hand from now on. I coldly began to count. 3. Lu Wu gritted his teeth, still hesitating, unsure whether he should stand his ground. If I don't tell, my hand might be cut off. But if he spoke up, Lu Wu knew that with Du Yuan's personality, he would realize that he had made a huge mistake by trying to outsmart Du Yuan, and his life might be in danger. 1. I skipped to number 2 and chopped down with the axe. Lu Wu immediately screamed, his crotch getting wet with fear. I frowned and said sarcastically, Are you wailing? This is just a test. If you still don't tell, next time it won't be so simple. Lu Wu turned his head and saw that the axe had stuck straight into the ground along his ear. I didn't just cut off her hand. After all, Lu Yao was still there, and I couldn't make it too bloody. Tell me. Brother Du, I really didn't mean it. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. I completely broke down Lu Wu's psychological defenses, and he told me everything in detail. A few days ago, when Lu Wu was hunting with a few of his men, they were attacked by a herd of wild boars and fled in panic, only to discover this strange cave. At that time, Lu Wu and his group did not venture deep into the area. They returned to the shelter as soon as the wild boar herd left. However, Lu Wu, who seemed carefree, was actually quite thoughtful. He keenly realized that the cave was actually quite wide, and a herd of wild boars could easily enter. However, after they entered the cave, the wild boar herd not only did not come in, but stopped a long distance away, as if they were afraid and dared not move forward. Lu Wu speculated that the cave must be very dangerous. Later, after I returned seriously injured, Lu Wu's ulterior motives resurfaced. He wanted to get rid of me and Gao Zheng, but he lacked the ability to do so. Therefore, Lu Wu easily made the connection to this cave. In Lu Wu's plan, He could take advantage of Gao Zheng and the others coming out to gather herbs for me to lure the wild boars out to attack Gao Zheng, and then suddenly jump out to play the role of savior, leading Gao Zheng to the cave and using the dangers inside the cave to get rid of Gao Zheng. Unexpectedly, the wild boars that dared not enter the cave last time actually chased them into the cave this time and kept chasing them for a long time. Lu Wu himself and Gao Zheng also went deep into the cave. Later, he encountered the black monster that I had fought one-on-one. The wild boars ran away, but Gao Zheng was captured by the black monster. He cleverly pretended to be dead and escaped. Then he took the opportunity to sneak out. After escaping, fearing that Gao Zheng would come out alive, she turned back, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Yao. After hearing this, I frowned. There was no other reason than that many details were not right. According to you, only you and Gao Zheng entered the cave? Where are the others? I asked coldly. Lu Wu's shiny bald head was covered in cold sweat. He swallowed hard and said, I have a fruit that can lure wild boars. I told Gao Zheng that if the two of us went to lure the wild boars away, the others would be fine. As he spoke, Lu Wu took out a translucent white fruit from his person. I took it and saw that it had a unique fragrance, so I decided to trust Lu Wu for the time being. After all, Lu Wu only wanted to get rid of Gao Zheng and me. Lu Wu considered all the women in the shelter as his own, and he certainly wouldn't harm them. But then I asked, there's another thing. You're no match for Gao Zheng, so why do you think you can come out of the cave alive while Gao Zheng will die inside? Chapter 99, Re-entering the cave. My question is actually the most crucial part of Lu Wu's plan. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu lowered his head and gave a bitter laugh. Inside the cave, there is a small tunnel. As long as I sneak in, Gao Zheng won't be able to catch me, and that tunnel will allow me to get out of the cave quickly. Then, I'll block the entrance to the cave and the tunnel entrance. Even if Gao Zheng wants to get out, he won't be able to. He'll just have to go deep into the cave and die inside. These details are the deciding factors, and Lu Wu understands this, which is why he withheld a lot of information just now. However, under my persistent questioning, he had no choice but to reveal it. So, to put it simply, the whole plan was this. Lu Wu wanted to take advantage of Gao Zheng's ignorance that wild boars wouldn't chase him into the cave, so that Gao Zheng and he would go deep into the cave. Then, he would take the opportunity to escape from the tunnel, seal the cave entrance and the tunnel entrance, and prevent Gao Zheng from leaving the cave and causing him to die inside. In fact, Lu Wu's plan could have succeeded, but an unexpected event occurred. A herd of wild boars entered the cave. After hearing this, I was furious and prepared to kill Lu Wu, but then I thought it was unnecessary, as Lu Wu still had some use. Lu Wu, you've got quite the scheme. I sneered, ripped off Lu Wu's coat, tore it into long strips, and used them to tie his hands. Yao Yao, let's go back to the shelter first and see if they've gone back yet, I said, turning my head. Lu Yao naturally had no objections. I hurried along with Lu Wu, and the three of us rushed towards the shelter, practically running, because Gao Zheng's fate was uncertain, and I had to hurry. Soon, we returned to the shelter. Sure enough, those people returned to the shelter, and when they saw us come back, they all smiled brightly with delight. I didn't have time to pay attention to them. I turned to Lu Yao and said, I'm going back into the cave to rescue Gao Zheng. I'm leaving the shelter to you. Lu Yao looked worried and was about to say that she wanted to come with me, but she hesitated when she thought of how she had been a burden earlier. Of course I knew what Lu Yao was thinking, and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm leaving the shelter in your care. Although Lu Yao is very strong after eating the power fruit, she doesn't know how to fight. Just in case, I threatened the few remaining men in the shelter, those traitors, saying, You all better put away your little schemes. Even if you have any, wait until I'm dead. Otherwise, if I come back alive, you're all dead for sure. Don't even think about doing bad things while I'm gone, and then escaping the shelter. Trust me, without my protection, you wouldn't survive 3 days wandering around on this deserted island. Understand, faced with my blunt threat, the traitors' eyelids twitched, but they still smiled and said, Brother Du, we're not those kinds of people. Don't worry, we'll definitely protect everyone. I didn't say much. I just punched Lu Wu in the chest and said, Come on, let's go into the cave together. Lu Wu immediately wore a bitter expression, But he also understood that his life was in my hands, so there was naturally no room for resistance. I gave Lu Yao a few more instructions, then took Lu Wu and ran towards the cave. Soon, I arrived at the cave entrance again. I loosened the cloth binding Lu Wu and said, "Stay 2 meters in front of me. If you can get out of this cave alive, I'll let it go. But if you try to escape, you know what the consequences will be." Lu Wu nodded cautiously, but reluctantly walked into the cave. After going deep into the cave for about 10 minutes, Lu Wu pointed out the small tunnel, which wasn't actually that small, but it was not easy to find. "Did you prepare something to seal the tunnel entrance beforehand?" I asked. Lu Wu nodded with difficulty, "A big rock." I gave him a cold glance and didn't say anything. Since Lu Wu escaped from here, it's clear that he has sealed off the tunnel entrance. "Keep going," I snapped. Lu Wu walked in front, serving his bait. I followed behind, and after about half an hour, we arrived at the place where we had encountered the black monster earlier. Although there was no longer any trace of the black monster, our speed suddenly slowed down. "Have you been inside?" I asked. Lu Wu shook his head vigorously. I didn't say much, but cautiously urged Lu Wu to keep walking forward. Lu Wu also knows his current situation. No matter how much I urge him, he just can't pick up the pace. I'm anxious and wish I could kill Lu Wu. But reason tells me that Lu Wu can't die yet. With him in front of me, I'll at least have some buffer if I encounter danger. Keep walking forward. The cave shrank again, gradually becoming narrower. I could sense it, though not very obviously, but we were actually going downhill. After walking through this narrow path, the view suddenly opened up again. I stared at the scene before me, speechless with astonishment. Walking out of there felt like stepping into another world. Here, the land is vast and flat, like a plain, with pebbles scattered everywhere. What surprised me most was that the places I had walked through before were all pitch black. But here, I don't know where the light source comes from. Although it's not very bright, it's like moonlight shining here, and I can see it vaguely. I looked up and saw some kind of ore about 20 meters away on the cave ceiling, glistening with the moonlight. Underground, there is a hidden world. If I suspected that the previous caves were man-made, I have no doubt about this one. Only the power of nature could create such a magnificent underground cave. Where did this light come from? Lu Wu muttered to himself. I ignored him and started searching the vicinity. On the way here, there were no small tunnels like the ones Lu Wu had encountered before. If Gao Zheng was indeed captured by that black monster, this could only be his final destination. Sure enough, I found traces in a place not far away. Actually, it was bloodstains. Follow the bloodstains. I immediately urged them on. There was light here, and it was so spacious that it didn't make much difference whether Lu Wu walked in front or behind, so I didn't force him anymore. After all, Lu Wu wouldn't dare wander around alone in such a strange place. He could only rely on me. "Brother Du, don't leave me out." Lu Wu chased after us, shouting, and then glanced blankly at the spot where we had just come down. He desperately wanted to go back from there, but he also knew that if he dared to go that way, Du Yuan would definitely kill him immediately. Chapter 100 Rock Serpent. We are currently underground. That cave was actually a passage connecting the underground and the surface. Generally, places like this can only be found in karst terrain. But I know that this deserted island could not possibly be a karst landscape. The pebbles on the ground are not limestone. Although this thing that defies my understanding has happened again, I am not surprised. When abnormal things happen more often, you stop finding them strange. As I followed the bloodstains, my anxiety grew. Because the bloodstains were increasing, and some of them had even congealed. "Gao Zheng, you must hold on and wait for me," I shouted in my heart, and Gao Zheng's dark face involuntarily flashed through my mind. "Brother Du, wait for me. Wait for me," Lu Wu shouted from behind. I looked back and my face turned cold. Why wasn't this guy the one who was captured by that black monster? "Come on, follow me," I said coldly. Lu Wu was on the verge of tears. He was already running at full speed, but his speed was nowhere near my speed. In a short time, he had fallen 200 or 300 meters behind me. "Du Yuan, don't give me a chance, or I'll definitely kill you." Lu Wu was thinking bitterly when he suddenly felt as if something was tangled around his feet. Looking down, he was completely stunned and motionless. "Brother Du, save me. Save me." Hearing Lu Wu's cries for help, I turned around. Behind him, within a 10-meter radius around Lu Wu, there were countless pale gray snakes. These snakes are almost invisible unless you look closely. Their color is almost exactly the same as the color of the rocks on the ground. How could that be? I was stunned as I watched Lu Wu's legs get entangled by snakes that were the same color as the rocks. I just passed by the spot where Lu Wu is parked, and nothing happened there. The next second, when I saw a snake emerge from a hole in the ground, I immediately understood where these snakes came from. Brother Du, save me. Save me. Please. Lu Wu was so anxious he almost cried. Emotionally speaking, I didn't want to help Lu Wu at all, but since we were in an environment with unknown dangers, having another person could sometimes help share some of the risks. I stopped, turned around, and ran towards Lu Wu. Although there are many of these snakes, they are all very small. The largest one is no more than half a meter long, and the smallest is about the size of a pin. No matter how many of these snakes there are, they pose no threat to me. They probably can't even get through my skin's defenses. If I'm fast enough, I can pull Lu Wu out of the snake swarm. To my surprise, as soon as I stepped into the snake swarm, the snakes fled as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Some fled in all directions, while others crawled directly into the ground through the hole. In less than a second, all the snakes vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. What's going on? Are these snakes afraid of me? I was completely confused when I suddenly remembered the 2 giant pythons and the snake eggs I had eaten. I had a hunch that the snake's behavior was likely due to the snake eggs I had eaten. I wasn't slow to react. I recalled some changes in myself, such as my ribs seeming to be stronger and the time I could hold my breath for much longer. I'm sure these changes happened after eating the snake eggs. Tick-tock. The sound of water droplets falling woke me up. I raised an eyebrow, wondering where the dripping sound was coming from. I looked around before finally frowning. Lu Wu was so scared he wet himself again. Is there something wrong with your thing? Smelling the urine, I said irritably and turned to leave. Lu Wu's face flushed red. Even his bald head seemed to turn red. He wanted to say something to explain, but he didn't know what to say. How shameful. I ignored Lu Wu and kept running forward. The faster I go, the higher the chances of Gao Zheng surviving. After running for about 10 minutes, the underground area became wider and wider, and it was basically no different from the plains on the surface, with small hills rising and falling from time to time. However, there were no weeds or other plants on the ground here. At this moment, the bloodstains finally disappeared. Why is it gone? I stood where the bloodstains had disappeared and looked around. Several huge rocks lay quietly on the ground, which was somewhat uneven. Apart from that, nothing could block my view. The trail to Gao Zheng ended there. Click, click. A voice suddenly reached my ears. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a rock that was at least 2 meters high and 1 meter long and wide. I walked over cautiously, and when I was still some distance away from the boulder, suddenly, the boulder scattered like powder. What the hell? I waved my hand, scattering the powder. After all the powder had dispersed, several snakes, exactly the same ones that had previously wrapped around Lu Wu, fell to the ground. Upon seeing me, they fled in terror. I'm so confused. I muttered something to myself and went over to take a look. After all, it is extremely strange that such a huge rock would turn into powder. I reached out and grabbed a handful of powder from the ground. It looked just like chalk dust. Could it be related to these snakes? I tried to guess. Oh well. A familiar voice rang in my ears, and the hairs on my body immediately stood on end. It's that black monster. What puzzled me was that the sound was coming from above. I looked up, and there was the cave ceiling. A black monster with glowing green eyes had a tail tightly wrapped around a stone pillar, and between the pillar and the tail, a person was tied up. Gao Zheng! I exclaimed. We've finally found Gao Zheng. But it seems that Gao Zheng's situation is worse than I imagined. One of his thighs was severed at the root, while the other thigh was a bloody mess. Do you on run? Run. Don't worry about me. It's dangerous here. Gao Zheng's voice was hoarse, as if he had used all his strength to shout it out. Gao Zheng, don't be afraid. Wait for me. I'm coming to save you. I shouted back. As I was pondering how to get to the top of the cave, the space around me suddenly lit up with green light. I looked up and saw countless black monsters on the cave ceiling, and the green light came from their eyes. Chapter 101 Breakthrough. The problem now is no longer whether we can rescue Gaozhong, but whether we can survive. A height of over 20 meters is nothing more than a light jump for these black monsters, and they land on the ground unharmed. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, a group of black monsters appeared before me. But these are a bit different from the ones I fought before. They are smaller, and their tails are shorter. What the hell is this thing? I felt a chill run down my spine. These black monsters actually look a bit like cats. To be precise, if we had to categorize them, they would belong to the feline family. However, as far as I know, there is no such species among felines. Oh well. A black monster pounced at me. Although it was fast, it was clearly slower than the one I was fighting. I've gained some experience dealing with these monsters. Their strongest weapon isn't their claws or sharp teeth, but their eerie tail. Sure enough, it used the same attack method as last time. First, it used its claws to attract my attention, and then it tried to wrap its tail around my neck when I wasn't paying attention. I won't make the same mistake twice. I chopped the tail with the axe, and with a clang, the force of the impact from the axe made my hand tremble, but the tail was split in two. A pitiful scream rang out, and the black monster that had been attacking me lunged at me like a madman. Go to hell. I roared and kicked it hard in the back, sending it flying into the horde of black monsters. The moment it landed, the surrounding black monsters swarmed forward and, right in front of me, began to devour their own kind. Smack, smack. The sounds of flesh being devoured continued, and my face turned ashen. Brother Do, what do we do now? Lu Wu was trembling all over. I don't know if it was because I'd told him once or twice, or because we were out of stock, but this time Lu Wu didn't wet himself in fear. At this moment, Lu Wu wished he could slap himself twice. He deeply regretted his actions. Couldn't he have just stayed in the shelter and lived a normal life? He insisted on having thoughts he shouldn't have, which led him to this predicament. What do you think? I also loathe this culprit to the extreme. In this situation, I myself am not even sure I will survive, let alone Lu Wu. Lu Wu's voice was trembling with tears as he said, Brother Do, as long as you get me out of here alive, I promise I will always be loyal to you and never dare to have any bad intentions again. I pursed my lips, ignored him, and looked up at Gaozhong again. What do we do? I frowned, trying to find a sliver of hope in this life or death situation. I looked around. Although it was a flat area, my surroundings were occupied by black monsters. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed into my mind. I looked at the black monsters that were devouring their own kind. There was already some chaos in that area. Could we use this to our advantage? Create chaos among the entire black monster horde, and then I can escape. As for rescuing Gaozhong, I no longer had that thought. When you yourself are not even sure you can survive, thinking about saving Gaozhong is undoubtedly a reckless act, a suicide mission. If I survive, there might still be a sliver of hope. Looking at the countless black monsters, I knew that if I wanted to create widespread chaos, the number of black monsters I would have to kill would be considerable. At the very least, it should be 100. So, in Lu Wu's eyes, I looked like I was scared out of my wits, and actually rushed towards the black monsters. Lu Wu's eyes darted around, and he laid down on the ground, pretending to be dead. I had already charged into the black monster, holding a military dagger in my left hand and a fire axe in my right. These black monsters seemed somewhat puzzled by my actions, but that didn't stop them from attacking me. Suddenly, 3 or 4 tails wrapped around me. I only have 2 hands, enough to handle 2 of them, but the other 2 are binding me. My actions began to be greatly affected. Damn it! I cursed angrily, unleashing the full power of my muscles. I spun around rapidly, causing the black monster to spin in the air as well. My hands moved like machines, constantly repeating the chopping motion. A series of screams rang out, and my body was covered in blood, some of mine, but mostly from these black monsters. I was blinded by rage. After some time, I suddenly found that my stress had lessened considerably. When I regained consciousness, I found myself surrounded by mountains of corpses. Beside the corpses, black monsters devoured the flesh and blood of their own kind, making smacking sounds. Damn it! I seem to get injured more often than I eat. I smiled helplessly. My muscles were swollen and sore, and any movement caused a tearing pain. I know this is a side effect of using muscle strength to its limit. When I looked again, I saw that the bayonet in my hand was broken and less than half of it remained. The axe blade was curled up and had many nicks and serrations. But I finally managed to seize that sliver of hope. I endured the pain and started running out of the encirclement. But as soon as I took a step, a black light flashed and a ghostly figure blocked my way. It was that black monster that kidnapped Gao Zheng and then attacked me and Lu Yiyao in the cave passage. And it appears to be the leader of this group of black monsters. Oh well, it roared at me, and in its voice, I could hear a trace of human emotion anger. As soon as the roar was heard, the black monsters that were eager to devour their kind stopped what they were doing and surrounded me and it in the center. Seeing this scene, my heart sank to the bottom. At this point, while I wouldn't say I was completely powerless, I certainly didn't have much fighting ability left. Looks like I'm really going to die here today. I gave a bitter smile. I came back to the cave to rescue Gao Zheng, but now not only have I failed to rescue him, I'm also going to lose myself. It's truly a case of losing both wife and army. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lu Wu, and my hatred for him intensified. If it weren't for Lu Wu, none of this would have happened. Stand up. If you keep pretending to be dead, I'll really make you a dead man, I said coldly, my voice already laced with murderous intent. Chapter 102, A Glimmer of Hope. Upon hearing my murderous voice, Lu Wu stood up, filled with fear. The scene of me slaying those black monsters, although he didn't see it because he was pretending to be dead, still shows that there were so many black monster corpses. Brother Du, don't kill me, Lu Wu cried out. I was a little curious as to why those black monsters didn't attack Lu Wu just now. I wondered if they were disgusted by the smell of urine on Lu Wu. Get over here, I yelled. Although Lu Wu was reluctant, he still struggled to move his legs toward me. Suddenly, a translucent fruit fell out of Lu Wu's pocket. The moment the fruit fell, the black monsters erupted like boiling water. They rushed toward the fruit, even the leader of the black monsters. In just 2 seconds, the group of black monsters was in complete chaos. Lu Wu was startled and quickly took out 2 more translucent fruits from his pocket and threw them into the distance. The black monsters, like cats that had smelled fish, ran towards where the fruits had flown. On the way, they began to kill each other. The chaos I created by killing so many black monsters is nothing compared to these 3 fruits. But seeing this scene, I didn't have time to think about why. I rushed to Gao Zheng's feet and shouted, "Quick, let go, jump down, I'll catch you." Gao Zheng, who had been holding on for so long, was already in a very difficult state. Seeing this, he naturally let go, and his body fell from the sky. Just as he was about to hit the ground, I grabbed him and hugged him tightly. The immense impact caused my body to lean forward, but I still managed to catch Gao Zheng. Seeing that Gao Zheng's legs were basically useless, I didn't have time to say anything to him. Lu Wu had only thrown out 3 fruits, which would soon be snatched up by the black monsters. I must escape while they are in disarray. But then, the black monsters blocked the way I had come from. I didn't dare take the risk of going that way, so I had no choice but to carry Gao Zheng and run forward as fast as I could. When Lu Wu saw me running away, he immediately followed. "Do you still have that kind of fruit?" I asked, raising my voice. Lu Wu said with a worried look, "No more, Brother Du. Didn't I give you one before?" If my hands were empty, I would definitely slap my forehead, wondering how I could have forgotten. Our movements also alerted the leader of the black monsters. He stopped in his tracks, rushing to grab the translucent fruit, and stood there looking at us with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. It seemed to be hesitating whether to chase after us or to fight for the fruit. Gradually, it seemed to waver, let out a low growl, and actually chased after us. "Go steal the fruit. Why are you chasing me? Do you think I'm more attractive to you than to the fruit?" I gritted my teeth and said, holding Gao Zheng with one hand, while taking out the translucent fruit I had gotten from Lu Wu earlier from my pocket with the other and throwing it behind me. I have a strong control over my power, and I threw the fruit directly into the mouth of the black monster leader. This time, it finally stopped. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they didn't chase after us. I ran with all my might, and only when the black monster behind me disappeared without a trace did I finally stop, put Gao Zheng on the ground, and sat down on the ground myself, panting heavily. To my surprise, Lu Wu didn't fall behind. Perhaps this is the potential unleashed by his will to survive. However, Lu Wu also looked bad at this moment. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, his lips were bluish-black, and his eyes were bulging out. Lu Wu is exhausted. Gao Zheng suddenly spoke, his voice weak. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Wu staggered and fell to the ground with a loud thud. So what if he's dead? I said, annoyed. Although the translucent fruit that Lu Wu brought out could be said to have saved our lives, the things we are going through are all caused by Lu Wu. How are you? Can you still hold on? Do you want me to bleed you out? I looked at Gao Zheng's thighs, a hint of reluctance in my eyes. Gao Zheng gave a bitter laugh. Your blood might be able to heal, but do you expect it to make my severed leg grow back? I shook my head and didn't say anything. Gao Zheng suddenly said, why don't you save Lu Wu? I frowned, about to say to Gao Zheng, are you overreacting with your sense of justice again? But seeing his dim eyes, I nodded as if possessed. I walked up to Lu Wu, turned him over, and instinctively reached for the military knife in his boot, only to find nothing. Then he realized that all the weapons had been left behind. I searched Lu Wu's body for a while and found a small Swiss Army knife. I opened it and gently cut my wrist, and blood immediately gushed out. Put your wrist near Lu Wu's mouth and let the blood flow into his mouth. To my surprise, although the cut I made wasn't big, it healed completely after only a few drops of blood. Such a strong self-healing ability. I was shocked. Only now do I truly appreciate the immense benefits those 3 snake eggs brought me. It wasn't for nothing that I suffered for those few days. Just as I was about to make another cut, Lu Wu slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, he naturally understood what had happened, and his eyes were filled with complex emotions. Gao Zheng asked me to save you, Lu Wu. Do you feel ashamed? I said calmly. Lu Wu turned his head to look at Gao Zheng, whose legs were both broken, pursed his lips, said nothing, then stood up, walked to the side and sat down, his head down. I snorted coldly, but didn't let Lu Wu say anything to express his gratitude. Gratitude isn't something you can express with words. Where did you get that translucent fruit? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a bit awkward, Gao Zheng spoke up again. Lu Wu glanced at Gao Zheng and said in a deep voice, I saw it a few days ago when I went hunting. At that time, those wild boars were fighting desperately for these fruits. 5 fruits happened to fall at my feet, so I picked them up. 5. I frowned. Lu Wu nodded. I think the fruit that can drive the wild boars crazy must be extraordinary. I ate one back then, but apart from tasting slightly better, it didn't do anything useful. After listening, Gao Zheng glanced at me and saw me nod slightly, confirming that Lu Wu was not lying. To be honest, I was a little disappointed. I thought this fruit was the same as the power fruit, and I was hoping to find it to treat Gao Zheng. Chapter 103 Dark River. After resting for a while, my strength recovered considerably. Gao Zheng lay on the ground with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. What surprised me was that during this time, Lu Wu sat there quietly, motionless, like a stone. Let's go? I stood up, ready to carry Gao Zheng on my back. Should we go back? Things there probably aren't over yet. Gao Zheng opened his eyes and asked in confusion. We'll stay far away. If it's over, we'll go out. If it's not over, we'll wait. I explained. Gao Zheng nodded and reached out to climb onto my back. They started walking back, with Lu Wu following behind. We ran as fast as we could when we were escaping, almost at full speed, so we were much slower on the way back. It took us almost an hour to get back to where we started. To my surprise, the flat ground over there was completely empty. There wasn't a trace of the black monsters, nor even their corpses, and the blood that should have covered the ground was nowhere to be found. If it weren't for the military knife and bayonet lying on the ground, I would have doubted whether I had found the wrong one. Be careful, something's strange. I frowned and spoke cautiously. This situation, occurring less than 3 hours after we left, inevitably raises suspicions. Gao Zheng's expression also turned serious. We hid behind a large rock and waited quietly for about 10 minutes, during which nothing unexpected happened. I'll go take a look, Lu Wu suddenly said. Gao Zheng and I were both taken aback and looked at Lu Wu. What is certain is that something is wrong over there, but whether there is any danger remains to be seen. Lu Wu went to investigate, thus taking on a risk. It wouldn't be surprising if Gao Zheng and I brought it up. But Lu Wu found it strange. As I was wondering if Lu Wu was plotting something, Gao Zheng said, "Then be careful." Lu Wu nodded to us, got up, walked out from behind the rock, and slowly crept towards that direction. "Old Gao, what happened to Lu Wu?" Gao Zheng shook his head, interrupting my question. He said, "Du Yuan, you need to understand that humans are very complex creatures. Just because someone is a bad person doesn't mean that everything they do is bad." I agree with Gao Zheng's words, and I also think that Lu Wu may have been changed somewhat by Gao Zheng's act of repaying evil with kindness, but I think about it more deeply. After all, of the three of us, Gao Zheng is crippled, so only Lu Wu and I are capable of investigating. If I were to investigate, I would die there. Without my protection, Lu Wu and the others would also surely perish. Gao Zheng and I watched Lu Wu's movements warily. He wasn't walking fast, but very steadily. We were less than 500 meters away from there, but it took Lu Wu almost 30 minutes to walk there. Especially when he walked onto that rocky land where the battle had taken place, he moved almost like a tortoise. 10 more minutes passed. Lu Wu carefully inspected the items, then turned around and waved to us, indicating that there were no problems. Gao Zheng and I both breathed a sigh of relief. Although we didn't know what happened to those black monsters after we left, it was enough that there was no danger. "Let's get out of here. It's too dangerous." I bent down, ready to carry Gao Zheng on my back. However, Gao Zheng shoved me aside and exclaimed, "Something's happened." I immediately turned around and saw a huge python behind Lu Wu. Unlike the two giant pythons I had seen before, this python had white scales all over its body. White snakes are extremely rare and are said to be produced due to genetic mutations. As for the white python, I've never heard of it in all my years of life. And this giant white python was even more terrifying. Big. It's too big. Its body is as thick as a heavy truck, and its length is even more astonishing, at least 50 or 60 meters. At this moment, it was slowly approaching Lu Wu, its bright red forked tongue constantly probing. Lu Wu had also realized that danger was approaching him. He turned around slowly, like a statue, and upon seeing the white python, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Boom! The white python's tail lashed out, striking Lu Wu and sending him flying. Lu Wufei was flying from the direction we were coming from. I don't know how much strength the white python used, but seeing Lu Wu soar high into the air, I can roughly guess. Bang! Lu Wu fell to the ground, and his blood began to flow. But I could see that Lu Wu did not die immediately. His fingers were still moving. I was hesitating whether to go and save Lu Wu when the white python suddenly raised its head high and looked in our direction. "Oh no, we've been discovered." I had a bad feeling and wanted to carry Gao Zheng away. But the white python was so fast it was almost blurry. It covered the 500-meter distance in less than 5 seconds and reached my side. "Is this even a snake?" I cursed viciously, wondering if I was incompatible with snakes, since I kept encountering these terrifying giant pythons. Boom! The white python thrashed its tail again, smashing the boulder we were hiding into pieces. One of the stones flew towards us, and I quickly knocked it away. The boulder is gone. We were face to face with the giant white python. The python stretched its streamlined head toward us, first flicking its tongue at me, then at Gao Zheng, swaying from side to side, and finally looking at me. Could it be that this giant python is a friend of the other two? Did it discover that I ate the snake eggs and came looking for trouble? I had a wild thought. The white python extended its tongue once more, less than 10 centimeters from me, moving in front of me. Faced with such a massive and incredibly fast creature, I knew I had absolutely no chance of survival. It was at this moment that I saw a trace of confusion, or rather, doubt, in the dark yellow eyes of the white python. The next second, the giant python stretched out its tail and coiled around me. Unlike the feeling of being coiled by a giant python before, this time, the white python didn't seem to be using much force. Immediately afterwards, the white python carried me and moved quickly. I tried to break free, but the python used more and more force as I struggled, so I gave up. Fortunately, the giant python did not attack Gao Zheng. "Old Gao, be careful!" I shouted loudly until Gao Zheng's figure disappeared from my sight. Gao Zheng, who was left behind, was extremely anxious. However, he had lost one leg and the other was broken, so he couldn't move at all and could only watch helplessly as I was taken away by the giant python. Du Yuan, you must live. After Gao Zheng clasped his hands together and finished praying for me, he crawled on the ground toward Lu Wu. Chapter 104 Golden Fruit. Gao Zheng's figure gradually disappeared from my pupils. The white python moved very fast, and the surrounding scenery became blurred. I was tightly coiled by the white python's tail. As the tail thrashed violently, my stomach churned and I felt like vomiting, even though I hadn't eaten much that day. The white snake scales scraped against the back of my hand, but they didn't feel rough at all. Instead, they were incredibly smooth and cool. Looking at its streamlined head, I suddenly had a feeling that this white python didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. The way it looked at me wasn't so violent. There was a rare hint of gentleness in its eyes. I don't know if this is just my imagination, but faced with such a massive python, I knew that I had no power to fight back. This underground world is much larger than I imagined. At the speed of a giant python, I have moved at least 50 kilometers in the past half hour. But the boundaries of the underground world remain unseen. After nearly another hour, the python led me into a cave and finally stopped. It gently placed me on the ground with its tail, its body wriggling, its head turning towards me, flicking its tongue, and rubbing against my face. The cave wasn't very large. The python's body occupied 2/3 of the space. If I want to escape, I must cross the giant python to reach the cave entrance. The snake's warm tongue smeared my face with a sticky liquid that smelled fishy and foul. I suppressed my fear and nausea and dared not move, afraid that the giant python would misunderstand. I was constantly on edge, which was a huge mental torment. Hiss! The python made some noise, then turned its head and slowly moved towards the outside of the cave. Are you leaving? My eyes lit up. Not long after, the white python indeed left the cave, but to my disappointment, it brought a huge rock from somewhere and blocked the cave entrance completely. The cave was pitch black, but that wasn't a problem for me. I rushed to the cave entrance, touched the boulder, and my heart sank. This is a piece of granite. Even with a hammer, I can't break it. Moreover, apart from a Swiss Army knife I took from Lu Wu, I had no other weapons. They left without even closing the door, leaving us no way to make a living. I sighed and slumped to the ground. I don't understand what the giant python is going to do to me. This unknown danger is the most terrifying. I leaned against the rock, my mind wandering. One moment I wondered how worried Lu Yao would be about me. The next I wondered if Gao Zheng and the others would survive. And then I wondered what I would experience next. As I was thinking, a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I was so exhausted that I fell asleep leaning against a rock, until the giant python returned and moved the stone blocking the cave entrance. I suddenly woke up with a start, bracing myself on the ground with one hand to avoid falling backward. I immediately stood up, turned around, and backed away, carefully watching it. To my surprise, the giant python opened its mouth and spat out a large clump of soil, and among that black soil was a small tree. This little tree is exactly the same as the mysterious little tree I saw next to the 3 snake eggs in the plane wreckage. Even though we were at least a meter apart, every pore on my body seemed to radiate joyful cheers, and the fatigue in my body and mind instantly vanished. Where did this come from? I suppressed my excitement and thought to myself. The next moment, the white python's tail suddenly rose and slid down vertically, creating 2 shallow pits about half a meter deep in the ground. It then used its tail to sweep the soil wrapped around the mysterious sapling into the pits. Then it wrapped me up with its tail, stuck me in like planting vegetables, swept the soil around my body, and pressed it down. What the hell are they trying to do? I muttered to myself. What does this giant white python take me for? Hiss! The giant python flicked its tongue in front of me, and then, as if by magic, spat out a golden fruit. It used its forked tongue to push the golden fruit on the ground in front of me. What is this? Is it for me to eat? I tentatively picked it up with my hand, and seeing that the python did not stop me, I held the fruit in front of my eyes and looked at it carefully. This fruit looks like a large mango. It's soft and will dent when you press it lightly, but the skin is very tough. I tried to scratch it with my fingernail, but I couldn't. Hiss! The python's head stretched out in front of me, and I could smell the faint metallic scent of blood from its mouth, and I could also see its dark yellow eyes. Are you really going to make me eat this? I paused for a moment, wiped the fruit on my clothes to remove the sticky liquid, and took a bite. The fruit's originally tough skin melted instantly, like sugar, and the pulp inside turned into liquid, flowing into my mouth. It tastes good, I muttered to myself. The next second, my face turned bright red, and I couldn't help but scream, "Ah, ah, ah." At that moment, the juice felt like a knife, slicing down my throat and flowing into my stomach. I've drunk baijiu with an alcohol content of over 60 degrees and homemade spirits, but the fiery sensation they brought was less than 1/10 of this fruit juice. The burning sensation continued. At that moment, my internal organs felt warm and cozy, as if I were lying on the lawn basking in the sun on a spring afternoon. It hurts, but it's also pleasurable. Suddenly, my throat became incredibly itchy. I kept pinching and pushing my Adam's apple with my hands, which made me feel a little better. Puff! My throat felt hot, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. My head felt like it was about to explode, throbbing and throbbing. I finally couldn't bear the torment any longer and fainted. The giant python, however, extended its tongue and licked up the blood I had spat on the ground, bit by bit. I don't know how much time passed, but when I woke up, the giant python was no longer in the cave, but there were still huge rocks blocking the entrance. Memories of the time before I fell into a coma came flooding back like a tidal wave. What exactly was the fruit that the giant python made me eat? Could it be something with special functions like the power fruit? As I thought about this, I began to examine my own body. This examination left me stunned. On each of my arms, a vein 5 millimeters wide appeared, running from my shoulder down my arm to my palm. Golden liquid lay tightly inside the blood vessels. What the hell happened? I exclaimed in surprise, my brows furrowing, but when I looked again, the 2 blood vessels had vanished, as if they had never been there at all. Chapter 105 Misunderstanding. I checked again, and those 2 blood vessels never reappeared. Aside from that, I found that I felt like I had inexhaustible energy. I pushed myself out of the shallow pit with both hands, walked to the boulder at the entrance of the cave, and began to push. And I managed to move that rock, which weighed 2 or 3 tons, just a tiny bit. Am I even human now? Even the strongest person in the Guinness World Records isn't as strong as me, is he? I muttered to myself. I don't know yet whether those strong men are as strong as me, but I'm certain that my explosive power far surpasses theirs. My body, though not particularly imposing, contains immense power. Just then, the stone at the entrance of the cave was suddenly moved away. Immediately afterwards, the white python appeared in front of me. Seeing that I had run out of the pit, the python seemed a little unhappy and used its tail to send me back. This time, the white python gave me another golden fruit, exactly the same as the last one. Without further hesitation, I took a bite, and that familiar fiery sensation returned. I fainted again. 5 or 6 days passed in a row, and the white python would go out every day and bring me back a golden fruit. 2 or 3 times, the python's scales seemed to fall off, making it look injured. Finally, when I felt my strength stop increasing, the python seemed to realize it and stopped going out, instead staying in its cave to guard me every day. Could it be that I was just seeing things that day? Or is there really no golden vein on my arm? Otherwise, why haven't I seen it in the past few days? Looking at the giant white python coiled beside me, I thought to myself. After a few days, I figured out its attitude towards me. Not only was it not malicious, but the way it looked at me reminded me of my parents' smiles every time I came home from university. Although I know this feeling is strange, the python has indeed been quite nice to me. After pondering this for several days, I also have a guess no. It's very likely to be true. They were all those 3 snake eggs. The earliest abnormality was after I ate those 3 snake eggs. My self-healing ability was severely limited, and I only returned to normal after being in excruciating pain. After that, my bones seemed to have become harder. In the cave, the black monster's full force pull failed to break my ribs. Then, the rock snakes fled in panic when they saw me. Finally, there's the python's attitude towards me. At this point, I was 90% certain that having eaten the 3 snake eggs, I seemed to have been mistaken for one of the same kind by the white python, or more accurately, possibly its offspring. It was a misunderstanding, but for me, the outcome of this misunderstanding was not bad. Right now, the only thing I'm thinking about is how to get away from the python. Although it doesn't harm me, it has severely restricted my movements. For the past few days, I haven't even been able to get out of the shallow pit. 5 or 6 days have passed. Gao Zheng and the others are either dead or have returned to the shelter. Lu Yao must be worried sick about me since she hasn't seen me come back. I sighed inwardly. While I was thinking about these things, I kept looking at the mysterious little tree next to me, but I didn't notice that the giant python's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Rumble. The earth trembled, and I staggered from the shaking. The giant python quickly moved to the cave entrance, its massive body completely blocking the entrance without leaving a single gap. What happened? Was it an earthquake? I quickly struggled out of the shallow hole. This time, the python didn't force me to go back, or rather, it simply didn't care about me at all. After spending a few days with the giant python, I became a little braver. I touched the entrance to the cave and patted the python's scales. The python seemed to understand my meaning, and its body moved slightly, leaving me a gap. I looked out through the crack. Outside the cave entrance, on a flat area about 5 kilometers away, a group of strange black animals were running wildly. It was another kind of animal that I had never seen before. They are the size of warhorses, walk on all fours, and have only a short tail less than 30 centimeters long. Their heads resemble those of rhinoceroses, with 2 curved black fangs in front of their mouths. They are not long, about 10 centimeters, but they are not short either. Seeing this unfamiliar animal again, I was no longer surprised. In the short time we've been on this deserted island, how many times has this happened? What bothered me was that this group of strange animals seemed to be running towards us. They were very fast. In less than a minute, they were only about a kilometer away from us. Then they stopped, and each of them kicked backward with their hind hooves, as if they were gathering strength. The white python turned its head, glanced at me, and with a flick of its tail, pulled me back into the cave. You're quite measured in your actions, aren't you? I was not injured when I fell to the ground. While I was flying through the air, the white python had already left the cave and blocked it with huge rocks. Next, I couldn't see what was happening outside, and the earth was shaking more and more violently. I couldn't even stand up if I didn't hold onto the cave wall. Outside, mournful cries could be heard intermittently. Could it be that these things are really after the giant python? Listening to the noises outside, I couldn't help but start guessing. Boom. It felt like something hit the soil next to the hole, and I was almost knocked over. Immediately afterwards, my expression changed, and dirt started falling from my head. When I looked up, I saw a huge crack spreading out from the middle of the cave ceiling. The cave is about to collapse. Damn it. Destroying the world. I knew the situation was bad. If the cave collapsed, I might not be crushed to death, but I would definitely be buried inside. But under the immense pressure of the rock and soil, I would be crushed to death. I quickly ran towards the cave entrance, but after taking just one step, I turned back, pulled out the mysterious little tree, grabbed it haphazardly, and stuffed it into my clothes. With my current strength, I should be able to move this rock, right? I reached out and pushed hard, and the boulder moved a little bit, while the cave behind me began to collapse from the inside. Oh no, we're running out of time. My heart sank, and all the strength in my muscles was unleashed, but the speed at which the boulder moved was far slower than the speed at which the cave collapsed. Just as I was getting anxious, a powerful force came from the boulder. Then, just when this piece of paper was about to kill me, it was pushed away. Chapter 106: The Power of the Giant Python. The white python, its body wrapped around the boulder, slowly carried it away, appearing to be struggling. Seeing this scene, my heart skipped a beat. Although the boulder was huge, it was just a piece of cake for the giant python. How could it be struggling so much? When I looked closely, I saw that many of the white scales on the python's body had fallen off, and it was bleeding bright red blood. Just as the boulder was completely moved, the python's tail reached inward, wrapped around me, and gently pulled me out of the cave. Holy crap! After I saw the situation outside clearly, I blurted it out. The carcasses of wild beasts that looked like both wild horses and rhinoceroses were piled up on the flat ground outside the cave, as if they were about to form a small mountain. Although there were quite a few wild animals, with so many dead, they were no longer as fearless and brave as before. They stayed far away from the cave, but did not leave. I knew the white python was strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. Thinking back to this period of time, when my life was completely in the python's hands, I still feel lingering fear. Ode. I was placed on the ground by the giant python, and it raised its tail and pointed behind it. You want me to leave? I was stunned. The python couldn't speak, but I had a feeling that it meant for me to leave. I tentatively took a few steps in the direction the giant python was pointing, then looked back and saw the python's dark yellow eyes staring at me with urgency in them. When the wild beasts beside me saw that I was leaving, their eyes turned bloodshot and they began to pant heavily, their previous fear vanishing without a trace. Their hind hooves were constantly pawing at the ground. Are these things because of my arrival? Could they be related to those golden fruits? I thought to myself, and after confirming that the giant python was indeed telling me to leave, I no longer hesitated. My legs seemed to have motors installed, and I started running quickly. Roar! I hadn't run far when I heard deafening roars of beasts behind me. I turned around and saw those wild animals chasing after me like madmen. The giant white python blocked their way, shutting them out one by one. I dared not delay any longer. Although these beasts were not particularly strong individually, their sheer numbers would cause a qualitative change. If I get caught, I'll most likely be killed. I kept running and running. I was surprised to find that my endurance seemed to have improved a lot. In the past, I would have been exhausted long ago after running for this long. But now, even though I'm starving, I don't feel hungry at all after taking a bite, and I still feel very relaxed. I don't know how long I ran, but when the roars of beasts behind me stopped, I slowly came to a stop. I hope there's no danger now. After confirming it several times, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what followed was unease. Will the white python be all right? Actually, I knew in my heart that the python meant me no harm. On the contrary, it was quite nice to me. Even though I'm not sure if those golden fruits are the same as the power fruits, one thing goes without saying, golden fruits are definitely extremely precious. But these past few days, the python has fed me quite a bit. I shook my head and muttered to myself, it's so strong, it'll definitely be fine. What I'm worried about is whether Gao Zheng is still alive. I looked around and saw a flat, open space, nothing special. Where am I? And which way do I get to the place where the giant python took me? I lost my way. This underground world is unlike the surface, where you can tell which way is north, south, east, or west by the direction of the sun and the branches of trees. Boom. Just as I was hesitating about which way to go, a loud bang suddenly came from about a kilometer behind me. I quickly turned around to look. There, like a long black dragon, the white python was dragged along by those black beasts, some biting with their mouths, others simply with their limbs tightly wrapped around the python. The giant python rolled around, and patches of blood flowed down the ground. Boom, boom, boom. I watched as the giant python desperately tried to shake off the black beast on its back, and each loud thud was the sound of the black beast being thrown off and hitting the ground. I don't know what words to use to describe the shock I felt at this scene, nor do I know whether to marvel at the wonder of nature or the power of the giant python. I stood there, staring blankly, like a child seeing their favorite toy for the first time, unable to look away or move my feet. As the frequency of the rumbling gradually decreased, the black beast on the python's body was almost gone. At this moment, the giant python seemed to have lost all its strength and lay on the ground, not moving. Its pristine white scales were now stained with a thick layer of bright red blood, making it look incredibly ferocious. I don't know where I got the courage, but I took a step and walked towards the giant python. Along the way, I avoided the carcasses of wild animals and stood in front of the python's head. Its dull yellow eyes gradually lost their vibrancy, and I could feel the python's life force slowly fading away. Are you going to die? I suddenly asked. The python's streamlined head moved, as if in response to me. Like courage, a strange sadness welled up in my heart, and my nose even stung. After I came to my senses, the python struggled to raise its head, its tongue probing in front of my pocket. Why am I sad? My heart was filled with nothing but astonishment. Seeing the giant python's actions, I was stunned for a moment. I reached into my pocket and felt around before I remembered that I had put the mysterious little tree there. Can this sapling save you? I asked tentatively. The python seemed to understand me. It nodded its head slightly, then lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. I stared at the giant white python, my eyes filled with ambiguity. I originally intended to leave this mysterious little tree to Gao Zheng, provided that Gao Zheng was still alive. Judging from the python's actions, it wanted the mysterious sapling. Should we give it to it or not? I hesitated. If it were those two giant pythons I encountered before, I wouldn't even hesitate to give them to them. I might even have gone up and finished them off. This white python, though somewhat rough with me, has never harmed me and has always been quite nice to me. Suddenly, the python's dark yellow eyes began to dim completely, and it looked like it was about to die. I gritted my teeth, squatted down, and placed the mysterious sapling in front of it. Maybe he can become another helper for me, just like Xiao Haizi? I forcefully pried open the python's mouth and threw the entire mysterious sapling inside. The next second, as I expected, the mysterious sapling worked just as it had. The python's bleeding wounds stopped immediately. Its injuries are healing rapidly. About a minute later, the white python suddenly opened its eyes, and its massive body moved swiftly, coiling into a circle that surrounded me. Chapter 107 Return. The python lowered its head, looking down at me, its forked tongue constantly darting out of its mouth. Hey, really? She really is a cold-blooded animal, turning on you like that? The python's eerie gaze made me quite uneasy as I spoke. The next moment, the giant python lashed out with its tail, wrapped around me, and quickly moved back the way it came. As the surrounding scenery blurred and faded away, I felt that the giant python was still the same as before, and my unease lessened considerably. But the thought of being taken to an unknown place again made me very unhappy. Hey, brother python, what exactly do you want to do to me? I don't know if you're male or female, but I'm not Su Xian. I shouted it out loud. The giant python suddenly stopped and turned to look at me. I suddenly felt like I was facing a little black snake, and I thought to myself, could this giant python really understand what I'm saying? The thought, once it appeared, wouldn't go away, so I tentatively asked, could you take me back? To the place where you met me? I have a friend there. The giant python's massive head swayed slightly, then its body turned, changing direction, and it began to move rapidly again. It can really understand what I'm saying. I was surprised, and at the same time a little pleased. After all, the python seemed to be treating me quite well. If I had such a powerful helper on a deserted island, wouldn't I be able to rest easy? An hour later, the giant python brought me back to the spot where we had been. There was no trace of Gao Zheng and Lu Wu left. Only a pool of blood remained on the ground. I couldn't tell whether I should be happy or frustrated. The fact that Gao Zheng's body was not found may represent further uncertainty. The giant python looked over. I said, my friend is missing. Can you lead me there? The python shook its head, then lay down, and I climbed on top of it, holding on tightly with both hands. With my guidance, we soon arrived at the entrance to that deep cave. Why aren't you going in? The python put me down, shook its head, and refused to go into the cave no matter what I said. Forget it. I've already obtained 4 golden fruits this time. It would be too greedy to make the giant python my helper as well. I sighed, took a deep look at the giant python, and then crawled into the cave. The light suddenly dimmed considerably, and I heard a moving sound outside the cave. I knew the giant python had left. About half an hour later, when that glimmer of light appeared in my eyes, I was finally back on the ground. The long-awaited fresh air carried the clean scent of rain, and the ground was damp. I hurried toward the shelter. Along the way, I ran wildly, with a touch of longing for Lu Yiyao and a hint of anticipation for Gao Zheng and the others. But when I returned to the shelter, I was completely stunned, or rather, dumbfounded. That small hillside was originally our shelter, but now it's a ruin. The wooden fence outside and the 3 wooden sheds inside have been burned to charcoal. What's wrong? I immediately rushed into the shelter and ran around like a madman, trying to find Lu Yiyao's whereabouts. But to my disappointment, Lu Yiyao wasn't there. There were only 2 corpses in the shelter. I recognized the 2 dead men as Lu Wu's underlings, the same 2 who had come to inform on me. Their bodies bore only one fatal wound. a gaping hole in their chests, piercing their hearts. Not a wild beast. I immediately came to this conclusion. Judging from the wound, it looked like a sharp spear had pierced through it. But I couldn't help but wonder, where did the spear come from in the shelter? Our weapons were either fire axes or military knives. I patiently searched the ruins of the shelter and found some clues. First of all, the shelter was empty of supplies, which means that Lu Yiyao and the others did not leave suddenly. Otherwise, they would not have had time to pack up. Secondly, there were many men's footprints on the ground. Could it be that Lu Wu's other henchmen got the wrong idea because I haven't returned? I made a guess, but I dismissed the idea as soon as it came to mind. Putting aside whether Lu Wu's underlings had the ability, even if they really could, there was no need to burn down the shelter, right? In the dangerous environment of a deserted island, finding a relatively safe shelter like this is not an easy thing. Aren't they comfortable staying here? Of course, it's also possible that they left the shelter because they were worried that I would come back alive and be found by them. However, this possibility is extremely slim. Just as I was pondering what had happened in the shelter, a very soft and delicate sound reached my ears. Is anyone there? I quickly ran towards the direction the sound came from, which was inside the large wooden shed in the middle. I went inside and heard what sounded like someone calling for help from under a charred wooden board. If it weren't for my keen hearing, I probably wouldn't have been able to hear it at all. I quickly lifted the wooden board, and inside the narrow hole, there lay a little girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old. Lu Shiyu. I called out the little girl's name. Having lived together in the shelter for so long, I know most of them and can call them by name. Lu Shiyu is the daughter of a friend of Gu Lingbo's father, who died in a plane crash. At this moment, the little girl's face was deathly pale, her long eyelashes trembled incessantly, as if she were having a nightmare, and she was saying incoherent, unintelligible words. I reached out and touched Lu Shiyu's forehead. It was burning hot. She had a fever. In the cramped cave, the air was not circulating, and when the shelter was burned down, she must have been exposed to smoke again. It's a miracle that she survived with only a fever. To find out what happened in the shelter, Lu Shiyu absolutely cannot be harmed. I carried Lu Shiyu out of the cave, carried her to an open area outside, and laid her flat. My blood should be useful, right? I thought uncertainly that Gao Zheng did drink my blood to detoxify, but this was a fever after all, so I wasn't sure. I brought my finger to my mouth and bit it hard. It didn't break. I did it again and again, until I felt like my fingers were about to be bitten off by my teeth, before the skin on my fingertips finally broke a little and a trickle of blood flowed out. It's a pity that all the weapons were left in the underground world, otherwise it would have been much easier to cut with a military knife. I said regretfully. Chapter 108 Savage. I pinched Lu Shiyu's chin with my hand, made her open her mouth, put my bleeding finger to her lips, and squeezed out a drop of blood. Tick-tock. My blood flowed into Lu Shiyu's mouth, and fearing that one drop wouldn't be enough, I added a few more drops before I felt a little more at ease and waited for the results. Fortunately, my blood did not disappoint me once again. Just over 10 minutes later, Lu Shiyu's fever had subsided. Although her face was still a little pale, at least she was no longer talking nonsense. After waiting a while, Lu Shiyu slowly opened her eyes. When she saw me beside her, she screamed and then threw herself into my arms, crying loudly. Brother, do you on? Why are you only just getting back? Lu Shiyu's tears and snot soaked my clothes. Although I was eager to know what had happened, I knew I had to wait until she finished crying and calmed down. Don't be afraid. I'm back. You're safe. I gently comforted Lu Shiyu in a tender tone. After she cried for a while, although she was still sobbing, she was finally able to speak normally. I quickly asked, what happened at the shelter? A flicker of fear crossed Lu Shiyu's red eyes. Her voice trembled as she said, there were people, a lot of people. They rushed in, carrying wooden spears. Heir Lu and Uncle Li tried to stop them, but they were stabbed to death. The two Lius and Uncle Li that Lu Shiyu mentioned were the two people who died in front of the shelter. Hearing this, I was taken aback. This is a deserted island. Where did all these people come from? Of the people on the plane, some died and some were injured, and now only those in the shelter remain. I initially suspected that Lu Shiyu was scared out of her wits, but after she described what those people looked like, The hairs on my body stood on end. There were more than 30 people, each over 2 meters tall. They were very ugly, with black beards all over their faces and long teeth like wolf fangs. They were very strong. Sister Yao Yao wanted to save Uncle Li, but one of them hit her with a spear and knocked her unconscious. Although Lu Shiyu's narration was intermittent, the logic was very clear. I finally realized that we weren't the only humans on this deserted island. Or rather, the deserted island itself is inhabited. No, to be precise, they should be called savages. And then what happened? What happened to your sister Lu Yao and the others? I asked hurriedly. To my disappointment, Lu Shiyu simply shook her head. I don't know. My aunt told me to hide in the hole in the ground, and I don't know what happened after that. Lu Shiyu was about to cry again, but at that moment, I was extremely anxious and had no mind to comfort her. If what Lu Shiyu said is true, then Lu Yao and the others are undoubtedly in great danger. I scooped Lu Shiyu up and ran out of the shelter. Although she didn't understand what I wanted to do, she obediently didn't ask. I searched around outside and finally found a set of footprints. It's a pity that it rained and washed away all these footprints. Otherwise, I would have found them much sooner. As I thought this, my feet moved incredibly fast, and I ran in the direction the footprints pointed. According to Lu Shiyu, the incident at the shelter didn't happen long ago, at most a morning. If I arrive in time, I might be able to reduce the danger to Lu Yao and the others. Along the way, although I was carefully observing the traces on the ground, I was also wondering how strong these savages on the deserted island really were. Lu Yao ate the power fruit, and for some reason, her power surprised even me. Although Lu Yao doesn't know how to use her power properly, her combat strength is not weak. And what about the fighting strength of those savages who could easily subdue Lu Yao? Finally, the footprints led me to the front of a valley. Are we inside? I put Lu Shiyu down from under my arm and took her to a secluded patch of grass, saying, "Little Shiyu, stay here and don't wander off or move around, okay?" The grass was very tall. As long as Lu Shiyu didn't move around too much and just lay quietly inside, even I would have a hard time spotting her. Although Lu Shiyu was very scared, she obediently nodded and laid down in the grass. After settling Lu Shiyu in, I leaned against the rocks at the valley's exit and slowly made my way inside. As I went deeper, I smelled the aroma of barbecue, and my unease grew. The valley was much larger than I had imagined, about the size of a dozen football fields put together, and the valley was surrounded by weeds that were more than a meter tall. In the middle of the valley, there is a series of simple dwellings built with tree branches, similar to the temporary shelter I built back then, only almost twice the size. Through the crack, I could see the people inside the dwelling. My first thought was, ugly, even uglier than Lu Shiyu described. Those savages were all over 2 meters tall, with brownish-yellow hair on their heads, and their faces, like those of monkeys, were also covered in long, brownish-yellow hair, revealing only a pair of narrow eyes, a flat nose, and very high cheekbones. But their mouths are very big, and inside them are sharp teeth, especially 2 very long canine teeth that protrude even when they close their mouths. They were simply wrapped in a few pieces of animal skin, barely covering their vital parts. I hunched over, my eyes searching the savage's dwelling. Then, I finally saw Lu Yao and the others. None of them died, but their hands were tightly bound by vines, especially Lu Yao, whose hands and ankles were bound. In front of Lu Yao and the others, the few remaining men in the shelter had all been stripped naked, their hands and feet tied to a stick about the thickness of a fist. What are they trying to do? I thought to myself. The next second, I got the answer. A burly savage lifted a stick in each hand. With the people on either side of him, the total weight was at least 300 pounds, but the savage did it with ease, as if he were holding 2 toothpicks. The savage led the 2 men to a pile of firewood. On either side of the firewood were 2 racks. The savage gently placed them down, and the scene transformed into a whole roasted lamb. This time, however, it's people being roasted. Seeing this scene, my scalp tingled. Did these savages actually treat Lu Yao and the others as food? The 2 people being roasted by the fire let out heart-wrenching screams. Although I don't have much affection for Lu Wu's underlings, I can't just stand by and watch them be roasted to death like food. Chapter 109, A Formidable Opponent. I've decided to step in and save them. But I'm not a reckless fool. Before I make a move, I need to find out exactly how many savages are here. I ignored the screams of the two men and kept scanning the savage camp. Soon, I had a general idea of what was going on here. There are only 9 savages in my sight. That's far fewer than the number Luciu mentioned. It seems the others are either sleeping in their dwellings or out hunting. I do not know the exact number. Of the 9 people whose location I identified, 2 were lying outside their residence on the other side, and 4 were forming a circle to my northeast. I don't know what they were doing. The remaining 3 were all in front of the firewood. I took a deep breath, bent down like a cheetah, pushed off the ground with my hind legs, and shot out like an arrow. I was only a little over 100 meters away from the firewood. At my speed, 5 seconds would be enough. The moment I rushed out, all eyes were drawn to me. "Do you on? It's do you on. We're saved," a woman screamed. My face darkened, and I thought to myself, "Call me Mom, you stupid woman." My original plan was to suddenly rush out and catch the wildling off guard. But because of this useless teammate's antics, the wildling reacted much faster than I expected. Besides the 3 savages who had already stood up with spears in front of the firewood, the other 6 were also charging towards me. 50 meters. A savage picked up a spear and threw it at me. I quickly dodged it and heard the sound of earth breaking. That spear, made of some unknown material, was incredibly hard, piercing a deep hole in the rock beneath it. In that moment, I had already rushed to the firewood. "Catch!" I yelled, grabbed the sticks binding the 2 men with both hands, and swung them forcefully towards Lu Yao. However, just as I finished doing all this, I suddenly felt a tremendous impact on my back. I turned my head and saw a savage holding a spear slapping me on the back. The spear didn't break, nor did my spine, but the force of the impact slammed me to the ground. What incredible strength! I rolled on the ground to avoid the savage's spear, then leaped up like a carp, deeply shocked. These savages, though not as strong as me, are about the same strength. Because of this delay, 9 savages were now standing in front of me. Fortunately, there were only these 9 savages in this valley. Roar! A savage looked up and made a sound like a beast's roar, which made me frown. I suddenly realized that perhaps they just look like humans, but they are not actually human at all. "Do you on?" I heard Lu Yao's shouts from behind. I took 2 steps back, slightly increasing the distance between myself and the savages, and quickly glanced back. Lu Yao and the others huddled together in fear. "I'm fine," I replied. "The other savages have all gone out and will be back soon." Lu Yao reminded her again. Upon hearing the word soon, my expression became even more serious. Roar! The 9 savages attacked me. Their attacks, though seemingly chaotic, were actually quite methodical. Their moves, though crude, blocked all my escape routes, forcing me to take them head-on. I grabbed the nearest spear and pulled hard. The savage seemed to have not expected me to be so strong. He was pulled to the ground by me, and when he let go, I snatched the spear from him. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged through me. Instinctively, I twisted to the side, and then a burning sensation came from my waist. A spear pierced through my clothes and grazed the skin on my waist. Actually, my skin is quite tough now, and ordinary weapons can't break through my defenses at all. But this spear is made of special material, and with the help of the barbarian's strength, it's extremely fast. I leaned back with a backhand motion, thrusting my spear backward, and pierced through a savage who was about to take the opportunity to ambush me. To my surprise, the savage whose stomach I had pierced, despite his seemingly severe injuries, was gripping my spear tightly with both hands. Ignoring his own wounds, he quickly retreated. Caught off guard, I was pulled and thrown to the ground, my body being dragged up. "Damn it!" I cursed, and quickly released the spear from my hand. After all, it would be very dangerous if I were dragged on the ground and lost control. After releasing the weapon I had so painstakingly seized, I quickly stood up, bent my knees slightly, and with a burst of strength in my calf muscles, I jumped up and kicked a savage who was about to attack me in the head. I didn't hold back at all with that kick, and the savage's head was kicked off and fell to the ground. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, splattering all over me. The next second, another unexpected event occurred. The headless savage, who was clearly on the verge of death, strangely raised his hand and grabbed my foot tightly, causing my upper body to fall heavily to the ground. What the hell is that? I cursed under my breath and kicked my legs as hard as I could, but the headless savage's hands were like a pair of pliers, clamping down on my feet. Taking advantage of this moment, a savage put down his spear and rushed towards me in 2 or 3 steps, grabbing at my chest with his large hands, using fists instead of spears. I was startled. I knew how powerful the spear was. The savage wasn't stupid. Why would he abandon the spear and use his fists instead? Did he trust his fists more? I tried to dodge, but my feet were entangled, which greatly reduced my agility. In the end, I was still hit in the chest by the savage's fist. Instantly, it felt like I'd been run over by a car. I could feel that at least 2 of my ribs were broken. The intense pain almost made me faint. The power of the savage's fist far exceeded my expectations. You know, ever since I ate the snake egg and the golden fruit, even the black monster in that cave couldn't break my ribs. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, and just then, the savage came crashing down with 2 more punches. I knew clearly in my heart that if I were hit again, all my ribs would probably be broken. Go to hell. At that moment, the muscles in my waist activated, and my legs carried the headless savage corpse directly towards the fist. Chapter 110 Escape. Bang! The headless savage's corpse was smashed into pieces like an overripe watermelon by those powerful fists, and various internal organs and bloodstains were splattered all over my face. But I didn't have time to clear it. The savage's fists were only slightly hindered before they came crashing down on my head again. I braced myself on the ground with one hand and rolled twice to dodge the punch. But just as I was about to stand up, the savage kicked me hard in the waist. Pulled by this tremendous force, my body rolled around on the ground like a tire many times. Damn it! I cursed him. That kick would have killed an ordinary person, and although I survived, I was seriously injured. I staggered to my feet, my right hand on my waist, my shoulders uneven. At this moment, the remaining 8 savages had gathered together, their faces covered in brown hair, all showing a hint of surprise. I think they were probably surprised that I hadn't died. After only a few brief encounters, I had a preliminary assessment of the strength of these savages. I can kill 2 or fewer with only minor injuries. But the more there are, the greater the price I will have to pay, not to mention now, there are still 8 left. I know that I am no match for them now, not to mention that more savages may return at any time. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and glanced at Lu Yao out of the corner of my eye. This is the only way. I thought helplessly and started running at full speed toward Lu Yao. The 8 savages were taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening and chased after me, but they were still a little slower than me. A few seconds later, I rushed to Lu Yao and, under everyone's expectant gaze, hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. In this situation, my only option is to quickly eliminate these savages so that I can leave with everyone. The problem is, I can't do that yet. I can only bring 1 person at most. That person must be Lu Yao." I reached out and hugged Lu Yao tightly, then ran in the opposite direction from the savage. "Do you on? What do we do? That's a dead end." Lu Yao's tone was full of worry. "There is only one entrance to this valley. If I want to leave from that entrance, I have to get past the 8 savages blocking my way." I put one arm around Lu Yao and quickly untied the vines binding her with the other, replying, "Wait a minute, I'll distract these savages while you slip away. Oh, and Lu Shiyu is hiding in the bushes outside. Remember to take her with you." Upon hearing my words, Lu Yao hurriedly shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by my slightly stern words. "Stop joking. It's much easier for me to leave alone than to take you with me." Lu Yao fell silent. I glanced back. The savages were still some distance away. "Yao Yao, watch out." Before I could finish speaking, I quickly changed direction and rushed to the left. Due to inertia, Lu Yao almost flew out of my arms. To the left are the dwellings of the savages. For these enormous savages, those dwellings that shelter them from the wind and rain would instead become obstacles in their pursuit of me. However, I underestimated the intelligence of these savages. They split into 2 factions almost without thinking. One group continued to chase me, while the other group stopped and threw their spears. As a result, In order to dodge the spears, my attention will inevitably be diverted, and my speed will not be as fast as before. The distance between me and the savage is rapidly shrinking. Damn, that's incredibly cunning. I cursed under my breath and simply stopped, letting Lu Yao get out of my arms. At this point, we were not far from the exit. Yao Yao, when I fight those savages later, you must seize the opportunity to run away immediately. Don't worry about me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I whispered my instructions quickly. Although Lu Yao strongly resisted my choice, she also understood that this was the only thing we could do now. Du Yuan, you must be young. Before Lu Yao could finish speaking, I was pulled away. Where she had just been standing, a spear was stuck in the ground, its shaft still trembling slightly. I reached out and pulled Lu Yao behind me. Before I could comfort her, I pulled the spear out of the ground, bent slightly, and charged towards the savage like an arrow. Seeing this, Lu Yao followed closely behind me. Roar! Seeing me charge, the savages seemed to be on steroids, pounding their chests with their fists and their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. I was very fast, and in less than 2 seconds I was less than 10 meters away from them. I suddenly stopped, grabbed the spear in my hand, and threw it away. The moment the spear flew out, I yelled at Lu Yao, "Watch out!" After saying that, I charged forward with the spear. The savage standing at the front reacted quickly when he saw the spear coming. He took a step forward and, incredibly audaciously, tried to grab the spear with his hand. Seeing this, I sneered inwardly. When I threw the spear, I used almost all my strength. As expected, although the savage grabbed the spear, the force of the spear pulled his arm up, and then his entire body was dragged to the ground. I naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity slip by. With a light leap, I landed in front of the savage and slammed my fists down hard. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive punches, I smashed the savage's entire face into the ground, but my situation also became precarious. While I was killing this savage, the remaining 7 savages surrounded me. However, being surrounded by enemies, I was not alarmed but rather delighted. All the savages turned their fire on me. Lu Yao suddenly sped up and ran past the savages, heading towards the entrance. The savages immediately noticed Lu Yao's actions, and one of them prepared to withdraw from my encirclement. But how could I let him have his way? You want to leave? Stay here. I pulled the spear from the savage's hand at my feet, held it in my right hand, and launched an attack on him. After I chased him like that, the savage dared not retreat. After all, turning your back on me is the most foolish thing to do. At this moment, when I was surrounded, the importance of weapons became apparent. I held a spear and faced off against the savages at a distance of about 2 meters. Seeing that I had killed 2 of their companions, these savages realized how terrifying I was. They adopted a cautious and apprehensive hunting posture, staring at me with cold eyes. Chapter 1:11 Outbreak. Suddenly, a savage launched the first attack. The other savages followed closely behind, and the 7 of them surrounded me in a circle. As for me, I only have a spear. A group fight, is that it? I know that tactic like the back of my hand. I sneered and charged at the nearest savage, spear in hand. When I was a kid, I got into a lot of gang fights, so I naturally understand the true meaning of gang fights. I am alone, facing 7 savages. I cannot be afraid in the slightest, nor can I scatter my strength. I need to focus on one person and cripple or kill that savage first. That's the most effective way. I raised my spear and thrust it into the chest of the nearest savage. He quickly turned to dodge, which was exactly what I expected. I changed my thrust to a sweep, and the tip of the spear slammed towards the savage's head. At that moment, a savage rushed up to me, grabbed me by the waist with both hands. But it was too late. The tip of my spear sliced across the savage's face as if I were cutting flesh with a knife. His face was split in 2 by his nose, and it was covered in blood. The savage instinctively covered his face with his hands. But when he grabbed, he ended up grabbing one of his own eyeballs, looking incredibly ferocious. Another savage has been taken care of, leaving only 6. But I encountered the most dangerous moment since I had fought the savage. The savage, who was wrapped around my waist, lifted me up with his arms as if he were hugging a tree. The other savages grabbed my hands and my feet, respectively. I was completely under control. The restraints on my limbs made me realize that leaving was impossible. I turned my head and saw Lu Yao less than 10 meters from the exit, and a relieved smile appeared on my face. Damn it! If you want me dead, you won't get away with it either. I yelled and waved my arms and legs in the air, struggling incessantly. My strength is indeed much greater than that of these savages. Even though I am suspended in the air and cannot gain any leverage, I can still shake these savages so much that they can't even stand up straight just by relying on the strength of my muscles. But the savages were like leeches. No matter how much I struggled, they held onto my hands and feet tightly, preventing me from breaking free. No! A heart-wrenching scream came from not far away. I turned my head and saw Lu Yao squatting on the ground, burying her face in her hands and crying uncontrollably. Go! Go quickly! I warned. I know that if I don't act harshly at this moment, Lu Yao will definitely come back. But to my surprise, Lu Yao, who had always listened to me, chose to refuse when I faced a life or death crisis. She ran towards me. My eyes were wide and round, filled with bright red blood vessels. Go! Let's go! I used all my strength to try to get Lu Yao to leave, but no matter how much I cursed or yelled, Lu Yao remained unmoved. The savages began to pull on my limbs with all their might. I could feel the enormous pulling force, and the phrase torn apart by 5 horses flashed through my mind. I groaned, enduring the pain in my limbs. Am I really going to die here today? I thought to myself instinctively. Click! The sound of bones breaking rang out. My right arm had been broken by 2 savages working together. Because of the pain, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on my forehead, but that wasn't what I was most worried about. Lu Yao rushed to my side, crying and calling my name. She raised her small fist and smashed it down on a savage. Lu Yao was quite strong, but she didn't know how to use it properly. Before her fist could even hit the savage, he kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying backward. Stupid woman! Stupid woman! I roared angrily. This is an opportunity one worked so hard to create, and she just wasted it. But while I said that, I felt incredibly sorry for him. You bastards! I was absolutely furious. Just then, a surge of heat suddenly rushed through my mind and limbs. Immediately afterwards, the blood in my body seemed to boil and churn in my veins. I cried out, it hurt so much. It felt like countless needles were pricking my body, and blood seeped from the pores of my skin. Tick-tock. Soon, I became a blood-soaked person, covered in blood from head to toe. But at the same time, I felt that I was full of power. With a casual wave of my hand, the 2 savages who had been clinging tightly to my arm and leaving me helpless were easily tossed into the air. Although my consciousness was somewhat blurred due to the pain, upon seeing this scene, even though I didn't know where the power within me came from, I immediately made the best choice. My unbroken arm was free, and I punched the savage who was grabbing my thigh right on the head. The next moment, to my surprise, the savage's skull caved in under my punch. I pulled my fist back, and it was covered with some brain matter that was enough to make anyone vomit. In less than a second, both savages were dead at my hands. The remaining savages looked at me with deep fear and confusion in their eyes. They couldn't understand why I, who had just been almost killed, suddenly possessed such great power. Roar! I don't know which savage led the way, but after a low growl, several savages released my body and fled towards the entrance. Caught off guard, I lost the support of the savages and fell to the ground. Actually, I didn't fall very hard, but that pain was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Combined with the pain in my skin, I almost collapsed. Do you on? In the distance, Lu Yao shakily got up from the bushes. When she saw my ferocious appearance, her face turned deathly pale. No, don't come any closer. I gritted my teeth and stopped Lu Yao from moving, enduring the pain. Then, I struggled to my feet. The fleeing savages had taken advantage of this time to get within 10 meters of me. They must be killed. I don't know how much longer I can stay conscious. If I don't deal with these savages before I pass out, there will be endless trouble. I bent down and made a sprinting motion, but to my surprise, I was so fast that I was almost inhuman. I was like a bullet fired from a gun, catching up with those savages in a second. Go to hell. Before I could even think about why my body had changed like this, my fists, like hammers, smashed the two savages in front of me to death. Chapter 112 Massacre. The other savages were terrified when they saw me, who looked like the Grim Reaper. They stopped in their tracks, then knelt down with a thud, their hands clasped together as if begging for mercy. This is the weak submitting to the strong. But I didn't let them off the hook. I threw several more punches, cracking their skulls one by one. Red and white brain matter splattered all over me, and with my skin looking like a blood gourd, at that moment, I looked as ferocious as a serial killer from a horror novel. My gaze swept lightly over the bound men. They were all trembling with fear and dared not meet my eyes. "Do you on?" Lu Yao's voice, trembling with sobs, came through the room. In her eyes, there was no fear like in the others, only worry. Lu Yao pursed her lips and lunged at me. When she was still 2 meters away, I raised my hand and said, "Don't come any closer. I'm dirty." Lu Yao seemed not to hear me at all, and threw herself into my arms, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. I was just about to push Lu Yao away when my head started spinning and everything went black. "Stop crying, let's go." After saying that, I fainted. I had a very long dream. I dreamt of a giant white python, and I myself became a giant golden python. When I realized it was a dream, I woke up with a start, opened my eyes, and was met with an absolutely beautiful face. "Yao Yao." I called out softly, and Lu Yao's eyes immediately reddened. She asked in a trembling voice, "Do you on? You're awake?" I raised my hand and sat up, only to find myself lying in a crevice in a mountainside. The other people in the shelter kept their distance from us, and they all looked a little nervous when they saw me wake up. What's wrong with them? I was taken aback for a moment, then asked. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yao revealed a mocking smile. "You've scared the crap out of me." I was startled again, recalling what had happened before I lost consciousness. I gave a helpless, bitter smile, but remained silent. Back then, I think any normal person would be scared. Only when Lu Yao's heart was completely devoted to me did she dare to approach me. Wild man, covered in blood, I looked more ferocious and terrifying than a savage. "Where am I? What happened after I lost consciousness?" I asked in a low voice. "Lu Yao, after you passed out, I untied the vines binding them, then left the valley, and that's how I found this place." Cuckoo. Just as I was about to speak, my stomach rumbled, and Lu Yao quickly grabbed a roasted wild rabbit from the side. I didn't stand on ceremony. Although the rabbit was cold and tasted terrible, I still finished it in a few bites. To my surprise, my hunger did not decrease much. "Is there anything else?" I asked again. Lu Yao said in surprise, "Although there isn't much rabbit meat, it should still be 2 or 3 pounds. Do you on? When did you develop such a large appetite?" As she spoke, Lu Yao stood up and reached into the campfire beside her a couple of times, pulling out a roasted potato and handing it to me. "Potatoes? Where did you get them? How come there are potatoes here?" I asked in great surprise. Lu Yao smiled and said, "The savages have some, but not many. After everyone ate, this is the only one left." I didn't ask any more questions and quickly finished the potatoes, but the hunger in my stomach didn't lessen at all. It was clear that everyone had run out of food. "I'm going out hunting." I was about to stand up, but my whole body felt weak and I had no strength at all. If Lu Yao hadn't been supporting me, I probably would have fallen. "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" Lu Yao asked worriedly. I forced a smile and nodded, but deep down I knew it had nothing to do with hunger. Even if I'm starving, I could still have so little strength. But right now, I feel like a pool that has been drained of water. I have no power at all. It must be related to the abnormality that occurred on my body when I fought the savages. I thought it to myself, but didn't say it aloud. Then I'll have them go out and find something to eat. Lu Yao turned around and said to the people over there, "You too, go out and catch a wild rabbit and pick some fruit." All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men got up and walked out of the narrow gap. My gaze swept across the crowd, but I couldn't find Lu Shiyu. "Yao Yao, where is Lu Shiyu?" Lu Yao's delicate body trembled, and she looked into my eyes with a hint of self-reproach. She was captured by savages. "How could this be?" I exclaimed. Lu Yao was almost in tears. "When you fainted, I just wanted to take you away. After we got some distance out of the valley, I remembered what you told me. But when I went back, the savages had already found us and were hiding. My face darkened, but I didn't want to blame Lu Yao. In that situation, Lu Yao was definitely only thinking about me. She couldn't possibly care about anyone else. The reason I frowned was because I was thinking about the possible fate that Lu Xiu might suffer. I hope she's still alive. I sighed. Actually, my first thought was to save Lu Xiu. But then I thought, given my current situation, let alone saving people, it's questionable whether I can even get out of this predicament on my own. I'm sorry, Duyuan. It's all my fault. Lu Yao burst into tears. Lu Yao was kind-hearted to begin with, but this time, due to her negligence, she was very likely to cause the death of a young girl in the prime of her life. She was the one who felt the most distressed. I quickly comforted you. It's not your fault, it's all my fault. I wish I had come back sooner. Lu Yao's tears streamed down her face like pearls. She choked out. Where are Gao Zheng and Lu Wu? Why didn't they come back with you? I sighed and shook my head. In fact, from the moment I learned that Gao Zheng and Lu Wu had not returned to the shelter, I had already mentally prepared myself for them to die in the underground world. But I still felt bad when Lu Yao mentioned them. Lu Wu is all right. He's dead, so be it. But Gao Zheng is a brother who has been through countless dangers with me. Old Gao, good luck. I hope you're still alive. I prayed in my heart. Duyuan, what exactly did you experience in that deep cave? Lu Yao asked in fear. Her question sparked a thought in my mind. Could the abnormalities I experienced while fighting the savages be related to what I went through in the underground world? I remembered the dream I had while I was unconscious, and I hurriedly said to Lu Yao, Quick, roll up my sleeves. Although Lu Yao didn't understand, she still did as instructed. When my sleeves were rolled up, both Lu Yao and I were stunned. Chapter 113 Golden Dragon Arm. A gold stripe, as thick as a baby's arm, runs from my triceps all the way down to my wrist. I was so surprised I didn't know what to say. Lu Yao leaned closer to take a look and exclaimed in surprise, Duyuan, it's a snake. I was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked over carefully. Actually, I only glanced at it briefly before, but this time, I carefully observed it from the top down to the wrist. No, it's not a snake. To be precise, it's a dragon, a golden dragon. If it is a snake, there will be no horn-like protrusions on the head where the gold stripes are located. Quick, the other arm. I said urgently. Lu Yao quickly rolled up the sleeve of my other arm, and there it was, another golden dragon. Duyuan, what exactly is going on? Lu Yao asked, her mouth slightly agape. I shook my head. How could I possibly explain such a bizarre thing? However, I subconsciously recalled the 2 golden veins that appeared on me after I ate the golden fruit. At first I thought I was seeing things, but now I realize I wasn't. Duyuan, you don't still have any on you, do you? Lu Yao quickly checked me over, but only on my arms were there 2 golden dragon stripes. Damn it. When I was a kid, I watched martial arts dramas, and they had the Qilin arm. I guess this is called the golden dragon arm. I thought to myself with a touch of self-deprecation, mainly because these 2 golden dragons didn't seem to be harmful to my body. Connecting my experiences in the underground world with the unusual events during the battle with the savages, I came up with a bold guess. The few golden fruits that the white python fed me might be the culprit that created these 2 golden dragons. The reason why I was covered in blood but my fighting power increased dramatically was probably because of these 2 golden dragons. So, this golden dragon will grant me powerful combat abilities at specific times. I'm guessing, but it's just guessing. There's no evidence whatsoever. Seeing Lu Yao's worried expression, I recounted my experiences in the underground world and my speculations. Of course, the thrilling and bloody parts were naturally hidden. Even so, Lu Yao was still feeling very uneasy. After a moment of silence, she said, Duyuan, will you teach me how to fight? Seeing the somewhat heavy atmosphere, I was about to say that I would take care of the adventure and hunting, and you would take care of being beautiful, but seeing Lu Yao's sincere and unyielding gaze, I nodded. Good. Lu Yao smiled when she heard me agree. Not long after, the 2 men who had just gone hunting returned, and to my surprise, they were carrying a wild boar. You 2 killed him? I asked in surprise. These 2 men, the ones who were almost roasted and eaten by the savages that day, joined our team along with Lu Wu. Upon hearing my question, they both shook their heads vigorously. Brother Do, stop teasing us. How can we compare to you? We found this wild boar. They immediately recounted their encounter with the wild boar, describing it in a vivid and detailed manner, leaving me completely stunned. They were indeed scavenging nearby when a wild boar happened to pass by, and a huge rock rolled down from the mountain, crushing and killing the boar. You two are really lucky, I joked with a smile. The thin young man gave a fawning smile. Brother Do, you flatter me. It was just bad luck for that wild boar. Of all the rocks that rolled down the mountain, the biggest one just happened to hit it. What? My heart skipped a beat, and the smile on my face immediately vanished. A lot of rocks rolled down the mountain. What happened? Explain yourself quickly. The thin young man was startled by me and immediately panicked, stammering. Why yes, Brother Do. I really wouldn't dare to lie to you. It's just that a lot of rocks fell down from the mountain. Which mountain? I asked hurriedly. This is the place we're in. Upon hearing this answer, my face turned ashen, and I roared, Run! Get out of here right now. As I spoke, I gestured for Lu Yao to help me up, and also asked her to lift the wild boar up. The others in the shelter, though unaware of what had happened, were used to obeying my orders. Therefore, without any hesitation, they all stood up immediately and ran out through the gap. Hurry! Hurry up! I urged her from Lu Yao's back. After Lu Yao and I, who were at the very back, left the narrow passage, a rumbling sound came from the mountain. When I looked back, I saw that half of the mountainside had collapsed and slid down. Faster! This is a landslide. Without me even reminding them, everyone was putting all their effort into running away. Boom! A massive mudslide crashed to the ground like a flood, completely blocking the narrow passage where we had just stopped. If we hadn't come out, we would definitely be trapped inside. Thankfully, it was a close call, I said, still shaken. At this moment, the sky was overcast and dark clouds were gathering, and it looked like it was about to rain, but we had nowhere to stay. Let's cut down some tree branches and build some makeshift shelters. I gestured for Lu Yao to put me down, lean me against the tree, and gave instructions to everyone. Soon, under my guidance, 6 makeshift shelters were set up. Lu Yao and I were alone in a shelter, and the wild boar had been roasted. Outside, a torrential downpour began. Eating the gamey-smelling wild boar meat helped me regain a lot of my strength. Du Yuan, how come you have such a big appetite? Lu Yao asked in astonishment. I swallowed the bloody flesh in one gulp, shook my head, and said, It's probably because I was too hungry. But even I don't believe this reason. Although the wild boar wasn't big, it still weighed at least 200 pounds. In the short period of time just now, I ate about 30 kilograms of meat. Could it be related to the 2 golden dragon patterns on your body? Lu Yao wondered. I was taken aback, thought for a moment, and nodded. I'm pretty sure it's true. I don't know if it's good or bad. Lu Yao said leisurely. I smiled and said, Of course it's good. If this hadn't happened, I wouldn't have been able to kill those savages. Chapter 114 Night Raid on the Savages' Den. It was raining heavily. In the makeshift shelter, after the madness, peace returned. After eating half a wild boar, I not only regained my strength, but I even felt that my strength had increased significantly compared to before. Du Yuan, what are you thinking about? Seeing me sitting there in a daze, Lu Yao spoke in a languid voice with a hint of allure. I shook my head and said, I wasn't thinking about anything. Actually, I was hesitating about whether or not to go to the savages' dwelling and rescue Lu Shiyu. If I had that kind of ability, I definitely wouldn't hesitate. But the problem is, I don't know how many savages live in that valley, and I dare not take that risk. Lu Yao grabbed my arm. The gold stripes on it were dazzling. She said in an almost pleading tone, Du Yuan, please don't go, okay? I gave a wry smile. As expected, I couldn't hide it from her. I pulled Lu Yao into my arms and asked, Yao, what do you think about using the places where those savages live as shelters for us? Lu Yao was taken aback. After frowning and thinking for a moment, she said, That valley is high on all sides, so there won't be any falling rocks. It also has only one entrance and a large space inside. It is indeed quite suitable. Hearing Lu Yao's analysis, I laughed and said, It just so happens that our shelter has already been burned down. I only got halfway through my sentence, But Lu Yao understood what I meant. She quickly covered my mouth and said, "Do you want? Can't we go back and rebuild it after it's burned down? Why do we have to take this risk?" I gently moved Lu Yao's small hand away. "Because that place is more suitable. Don't worry. I'm not a reckless person. I won't go to my death. I've set my sights on the valley where the savages live. If we could use that place as our shelter, our safety would increase significantly, but the problems I face are also very serious. What to do with the wild men? Actually, I had a plan in mind. If I can go to the underworld and summon the white python for help, how could a mere few dozen savages possibly stop me? But before that, I need to check again to see if that valley is worth the risk. Furthermore, with Lu Xiu being captured by the savages, I finally made a decision. I turned my head to look outside. The rain was still falling, but it had gradually subsided. It would probably clear up soon. "I want to go to the valley again," I said firmly, looking at Lu Yao with the most resolute gaze. She gazed at me intently for a long time before letting out a soft sigh and saying, "Do you on? You are stubborn to the core." Lu Yao definitely didn't want me to take the risk, but in the end she still chose to support me. Faced with such a beautiful and understanding Lu Yao, I only regret that I was bad at Chinese in school and that I had too few words of praise in my mind. "Thank you." I held Lu Yao's small hand and said gently. Lu Yao didn't reply. She pulled her small hand out, fumbled in her boot for a while, and then pulled out a military knife and handed it to me. "Where did it come from?" I asked in surprise. Weapons like military knives are rare to begin with. I lost one in the underground world, and all the supplies in the shelter were looted by the savages, so I was quite surprised. When the savages came, I secretly hid one. But now this is the only one we have left, so you'd better cherish it. Lu Yao rolled her eyes. "I'll leave as soon as the rain stops." Lu Yao nodded and leaned on my shoulder. The two of us sat in the makeshift shelter, watching the raindrops, the size of peanuts, hit the ground and create ripples. Soon, the rain stopped, and the rare moment of tranquility vanished in an instant. I stepped out of the shelter, smiled at Lu Yao who was standing there, waved, and plunged into the dense jungle. My departure left everyone somewhat bewildered. They didn't know what I was doing and could only look at Lu Yao with curious eyes. However, the obedient Lu Yao in front of me only glanced coldly at everyone before returning to the shelter. Traveling through a primeval forest after the rain is actually a terrible experience. One wrong step and you'll step into a puddle and get covered in mud. Unfortunately, such a commotion is quite significant and could easily attract the attention of venomous snakes and insects. But this time, to my surprise, many of the venomous snakes were actually planning to attack me. But once they got a little closer to me, they all seemed to have encountered their natural enemy and fled in panic. "Are snakes afraid of me these days?" I muttered something to myself and continued on my way. It took me about 2 hours, and as it was getting dark, I finally arrived at the valley. I lay prone in the grass, peering through the entrance to observe the situation inside. Because the entrance was very narrow, my vision was actually very poor, and I could only see a very small part of it. Lu Xiu happens to be in this part. She was tightly bound by vines, a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth, lying on her side on the ground, her eyes filled with helplessness and panic, her whole body trembling. What's going on? They've been captured for so long. How can they still be this terrified? I was a little confused for a moment. I'll go in and save her after it's completely dark. The night is actually the best time for me to move around. I lay quietly in the grass, waiting for night to fall. But when that moment actually came, and I saw 2 burly savages emerge from the valley and lie down on either side of the entrance, I felt terrible. Damn it. They even arranged for their companions to keep watch at night. How can these savages be so organized? I cursed under my breath, but in my mind I was thinking about how to handle this unexpected situation. 2 mere savages are not a difficult task for me to eliminate. The real difficulty lies in how I can eliminate these 2 savages without the savages inside discovering me. After observing for more than an hour, I have a rough estimate of the number of wild men. There are at least 50 or so. If I'm surrounded, I'm definitely no match for them. What do we do? I remained absolutely calm, racking my brains for a solution. If I had 2 military knives, this would be simple. The problem is, I only have 1 weapon. I can kill 1 savage in an instant, But what about the other savage? Yes, we must separate them. I waited a while longer, wondering if the two savages would doze off or if someone would walk away to urinate, but none of that happened. Chapter 1:15 Rescue. If there's no opportunity, then create one. After waiting for almost another hour, until the noise in the valley stopped, I crawled forward and slowly approached the entrance. When we were only about 10 meters apart, I carefully took out my military knife, picked up a large clump of dirt from the ground, held it in my hand, and then gently tossed it to the side. The commotion wasn't too big, but it was noticed by the savages at the entrance. In my field of vision, two savages stood up alertly and exchanged a glance. But to my surprise, the two savages walked towards me together. Damn it, this is way too cautious. It's making things harder for me. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. My original plan was to lure only one savage over, quickly eliminate him, and then use my sword as a throwing knife to kill the other savage. But now, the plan has been disrupted once again. As I watched the two savages get closer and closer, all the muscles in my body tensed up, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. I could hear the savage breathing, and that's when it happened. I sprang up from the ground like a spring, pushed off with my legs, and flew towards the savage on the left. Almost simultaneously, I threw my saber at the savage on my right. Killing them is not difficult. What's remarkable is that killing them doesn't even make them cry out. This was also a severe test for me. To my slight relief, the two savages were clearly startled by my sudden appearance. Although they were stunned for less than half a second, that was enough. The saber plunged into the throat of the savage on the right, and because it carried my immense strength, it pierced through his throat. Unfortunately, I miscalculated by a little bit. Otherwise, the saber should have cut his head off directly. The savage on the right instinctively covered his throat, trying to shout, but after 2 shouts, he couldn't make a sound. The savage on the left reacted faster. He glanced at his companion, then immediately raised his head and opened his mouth, as if to warn the savages in the valley. However, it was too late. I flew to him, cupped his cheeks in my hands, and twisted his neck with force, snapping it. I immediately reached out again, braced myself on the ground to reduce some of the force, and gently pulled the savage's corpse to the ground. Phew, it worked. I lay in the grass and let out a long breath. Although everything that just happened lasted less than 2 seconds from start to finish, those were undoubtedly the most thrilling 2 seconds. If I make any mistake and the savages successfully warn me, my objective for tonight will fail, and I will likely be hunted down by hordes of savages. After carefully disposing of the 2 savage corpses, 3 minutes had passed before I cautiously made my way along the mountainside from the entrance. Passing through the narrow entrance, I took in the entire valley. The densely packed dwellings of the savages contained about the same number of savages as I had estimated. Although I didn't count them precisely, there were no fewer than 50. At this moment, most of the savages were lying on the ground around a campfire, with only a few dancing and gesturing as if celebrating something. After I entered through the entrance, I moved to the left and crawled down into the grass, which was more than a meter deep. I slowly made my way toward Lu Shiyu's location. It's not that far away. While I was observing the wild people, I was thinking about how to get Lu Shiyu out of there. She was just a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Although she had the cover of the bushes, if she kept crawling on the ground, she might accidentally make a noise. Just take her and run? I quickly dismissed the idea. Wild men aren't stupid. If they noticed the commotion here, wouldn't they give chase? It's the middle of the night on this deserted island, and I'm with a little girl, with people chasing us. The dangers involved are obvious. Damn it. If all else fails, I'll crawl on the ground with her in my arms. This method is the safest, but also the slowest, and it might cause some unexpected problems. But this method is also the most suitable for me at the moment. Soon, I climbed up to Lu Shiyu and threw a small stone at her head. Lu Shiyu's big eyes darted around, and she saw me. She immediately became excited, and tears welled up in her eyes. I made a shushing gesture to signal Lu Shiyu to stop talking nonsense. Immediately afterwards, I took out my military knife and cut all the vines binding her. Wait, I'll carry you and crawl on the ground. Don't make a sound or be afraid. Your brother will get you out of here, okay? I said in a low voice. Lu Shiyu pursed her lips and nodded gently. I reached out, slipped my hand under her waist, lifted Lu Xiu slightly, and then moved her to my side. I was afraid Lu Xiu wouldn't understand, so I explained again. Listen, you know push-ups, right? I'm going to use push-ups to crawl out later. There's still some distance between me and the ground, right? That's for you. You grab my neck or back with your hands and hold on tight, so you don't fall. That way I can carry you out, understand? Lu Xiu paused for a moment, a blush rising to her face, before nodding. I put my hands on the ground and did a push-up, letting Lu Xiu crawl in. When the girl wrapped her small hands around my neck, rested her head on my shoulder, wrapped her legs around my back, and pressed her body tightly against my chest, I realized that this posture seemed somewhat inappropriate. But now is not the time to worry about such things. I am like a wild beast, crawling on all fours, using the grass as cover, slowly making my way towards the entrance. I kept turning my head to look towards the savages, afraid they might discover something. Snort. A soft groan rang in my ear, startling me. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xiu's soft voice came. Brother Du Yuan, I'm sorry, it was your thing that pricked me. I looked down and realized that when I was crawling, I had accidentally cut Lu Xiu's clothes with the tip of the military knife I was holding. I'm sorry, but you have to hold back and not make a sound, okay? I said softly. Lu Xiu was very well behaved. She remained quiet until we reached the exit, which was next to the stone next to the entrance. Attention! The most crucial moment had arrived. I bent down slightly, got up from the ground, grabbed Lu Xiu with one hand, and squeezed into the narrow entrance passage. Chapter 116 Returning to the Underground World. I don't know if I overestimated the savages' vigilance, or if they were engrossed in their dance, or if they thought their companions were guarding the entrance, but there was no movement behind me until I ran out of the entrance passage. But I still didn't dare to relax, and I ran outside with Lu Xiu as fast as I could. After running for more than 10 minutes, I stopped when I looked back and was finally sure that no savages were chasing me. Phew, we're safe. I let out a long breath and put Lu Xiu down from my arms. Lu Xiu, who had been suppressing her emotions, finally couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into my arms, sobbing softly. Don't cry. It's all right. Don't worry, you're safe now. All I can offer in these words is a futile attempt at consolation. But the awkward thing is that Lu Xiu is a girl after all. I was fine when she was in danger before, but now I feel a little uncomfortable. After crying for a while, Lu Xiu realized this and pulled away from my arms as if she had been electrocuted, her eyes and face red. I scratched my head and said, I didn't mean to. Lu Xiu gave a soft hum, in a voice barely above a whisper, clutching the hem of her clothes, and remained silent with her head down. Come on, I'll take you back. So I took Lu Xiu back to the makeshift shelter. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yayao, who hadn't been able to sleep, immediately ran out of the makeshift shelter. Seeing that I was safe and sound, and that Lu Xiu had been successfully rescued, she breathed a long sigh of relief. The others were also awakened, and upon seeing this scene, they all showed joy on their faces. It's quite late, you should go and get some rest, I said to Lu Xiu as I turned to her. The little girl nodded and walked over to the others, remaining silent despite their concern and well wishes. But everyone just thought Lu Xiu had just escaped death and didn't take it to heart. Lu Yayao, however, looked at me suspiciously and asked, How did you rescue them? Tell me everything, without hiding any details. I scratched my head and recounted the embarrassing scene. Lu Yayao's face immediately fell, and she said coldly, Du Yuan, didn't you eat enough tonight? I quickly tried to make a joke and beg for mercy. Lu Yayao burst out laughing. She squinted at me, extended her index finger, and beckoned to me. This night was another turbulent one. The next day, feeling refreshed, I emerged from the tripod made of branches and wood, wandered around the forest for a while, and hunted down a large wild boar. Cooking is something I'm obviously not qualified to do. Soon, the fragrant wild boar meat was served to Lu Yayao and me. I gulped down the grilled meat and mumbled, It feels a bit guilty to have so few people missing. So much happened at the shelter in just a few days. Lu Wu and Gao Zheng went missing, their shelter was burned down, and the two men died at the hands of savages. When are you going to that underground world? Lu Yao tore off a small piece of meat, stuffed it into her mouth, and slowly chewed and swallowed. When eating, Lu Yiao's elegance is enough to outshine 99.9% of the women in the world. Let's get you settled first. After breakfast, I led everyone on a journey to find a temporary shelter. Finally, I found them a secluded cave and helped them build a shelter. With Lu Yiao reluctant to leave, I went to the underground world alone. This time, I went to the underworld with two purposes. First, let's see if we can get the help of the white python to kill those savages and seize that valley as our long-term refuge. Secondly, I need to find Gao Zheng again. I don't believe that Gao Zheng would die so easily. After passing through that narrow passage, I entered the underground world once again. The traces left by the white python when it moved are still there. I searched around the area again, but I couldn't find any traces left by Gao Zheng and the others. So, regardless of whether Gao Zheng and the others are dead or not, they haven't left this underground world. I'm not sure if there's only one exit here, but that's all I can think of for now. Let's head that way first. I haven't been gone long, so the giant python might still be in the direction of that cave. I thought to myself. Holding my military knife, I moved cautiously. This isn't my first time in the underground world. I'm passing by the place where I met Gao Zheng and that group of black monsters. I paused briefly, and by then the bloodstains left by Gao Zheng and Lu Wu had already disappeared. Sigh, the chances aren't great. Let's find the giant python first. Soon, I found the cave I had visited before, and to my delight, the white python was still nearby. Hey, brother python, it's been a few days. I greeted them with a smile. The white python raised its head, a hint of surprise flashing in its dark yellow eyes. It slowly moved in front of me, wrapped its tail around me, and lifted me into the air to the same height as its head. I cut to the chase and stated my purpose. Brother python, I've come to you today to ask for your help. Could you come with me and help me take down some savages? After I finished speaking, I looked expectantly at the giant python, hoping to see it nod. To my disappointment, the python not only didn't nod, but shook its head instead. You disagree? Although I was mentally prepared, I still found it hard to accept this response. The python put me down, and its tail gestured on the ground, drawing a large circle. I don't understand what it means. It drew another tree. Circle, tree. A thought flashed through my mind. You mean, you can't leave this underground world? The python's streamlined head nodded in the air. I see. I didn't doubt whether the python was lying to me, because it had no reason to deceive me. I shrugged and said helplessly, All right then. By the way, brother python, have you seen my two companions? One of them was almost killed by your snake tail. The python understood again, and it shook its head. My two objectives in the underground world both ended in failure, and I felt a sense of frustration. Suddenly, the giant python stretched its head right in front of me, which startled me. I only realized what was happening after I saw it probe my arm with its tongue. I ripped off my shirt, revealing the golden dragon markings on my arms, and asked, Is this caused by those golden fruits you fed me? The giant python did not answer, but turned and moved into the cave. Chapter 117 The Secret of the Golden Fruit. The cave behind the giant python had been destroyed in the battle, but somehow the python not only repaired it, but also seemed to have expanded it considerably. I watched the giant python enter the cave and then quickly emerge from it, a twig in its mouth. On the branch, however, were 3 golden fruits that I had eaten. The python threw the branch at my feet. I picked it up and asked, For me? The python nodded. I picked 3 fruits, intending to put them in my pocket and give one to Lu Yiyao as well, but the python's tongue rested on my hand. I immediately understood what the python meant. It wanted me to eat it in front of it. I held the golden fruit, examined it for a while, and then ate all 3 fruits in a few bites. The same heat as before, but perhaps I've developed an immunity to it? This time it didn't hurt, and I didn't faint. To my astonishment, after I ate the golden fruit, the stripes on my 2 arms glowed with a dazzling golden light. This is absolutely unbelievable. But that's not all. Golden light shone on the giant python, which looked as if it were an old drunkard enjoying fine wine. And I still noticed the bump on its head, even though it was growing very slowly. I was so shocked I couldn't speak. Only after the light dimmed did the giant python return to normal. I quickly looked down at my arm. Originally, The stripes on my arm were just a rough draft. But now, it is much more refined, and the horns on the dragon's head are more obvious. My mind is filled with a million questions. What exactly is this golden fruit? In the past, I might have categorized it as something like a power fruit. But now, I have a gut feeling that, in terms of effectiveness, the golden fruit is definitely much stronger than the power fruit, and so on. Now is the perfect time for me to uncover the secrets of the golden fruit. I gathered my thoughts and asked, Brother Python, this golden fruit also has a good effect on you, right? Can it accelerate your growth? The giant python nodded. I asked again, what about me? Will the golden fruit within me grant me power at specific times, such as when I encounter mortal danger? As I continued to ask questions, even when the python was expressing something I didn't quite understand. But I have already uncovered many of the secrets of the golden fruit. First, the golden fruit can indeed unleash my potential, allowing me to unleash 3 to 4 times my usual strength and speed in times of crisis. However, aside from side effects such as unconsciousness and hunger, it is unclear whether there are any other side effects. Secondly, if I can obtain enough golden fruits, some strange change may occur in my body, but even the giant python doesn't know exactly what kind. Third, the number of golden fruits is extremely rare. The few I ate were found by the giant python after a long search. Golden fruits can also be found on the ground. After learning about the golden fruit, it somewhat made up for the wasted effort I had put in this time. The giant python seemed to be falling asleep and didn't even try to see me off. When I left the underground world and returned to the surface, my feelings were actually quite complicated. This deserted island has so many amazing things about it. Various animals I've never heard of before, and various fruits that can modify the human body. Most importantly, it's astonishing that such a wonderful island hadn't been found even with today's advanced satellite technology. I had a vague feeling that because of the plane crash, Lu Yao and I were likely caught in a huge secret vortex. Not long after, I reunited with Lu Yao. Seeing that I had returned alone, Lu Yao knew that I had probably done something futile, and she gently comforted me with a few words. At times like this, I really want to voice my suspicions, but after thinking about it, I ultimately don't dare to. So what do we do now? Lu Yao asked. She meant that since I couldn't get any help, should I still attack the savages? Yes, if we could have a shelter like that, our safety would be greatly improved. We can't just give up like this. My stance remains firm. Lu Yao waved in that direction, and Lu Shiyu quickly ran over. She looked very unnatural when she faced me. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. Lu Yao rolled her eyes at me. Xiaoyu stayed there the longest, so she knows more than we do. You can ask her. I suddenly realized what was going on, looked at Lu Shiyu, and asked with a smile, I know you definitely don't want to recall those experiences, but I won't force you. Lu Shiyu blushed and whispered, I do. I was taken aback, and for the first time, I looked at this girl who was not yet 16 years old very seriously. After a few seconds of silence, I nodded. Okay, if my question makes you uncomfortable, you have to tell me right away. Lu Shiyu nodded. I asked the first question. When I went to rescue you that day, you had actually been captured for a long time. Even if you were scared, you should have calmed down by now. But when I saw you, you were trembling all over. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Shiyu's previously rosy complexion turned deathly pale, as if she were a sheet of paper. Her voice trembled as she replied, Those savages, they're eating the savages you killed. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yao and I turned extremely pale. If it's a wild animal cannibalizing its own kind, that's not very rare. But these savages not only possess a certain level of intelligence, but they also resemble humans so much, and besides, they have food. That means there's only one reason. Eating the flesh and blood of their own kind is a perfectly normal thing for those savages. Lu Yao quickly comforted Lu Shiyu, and after the latter calmed down a bit, I asked again, Are there any leaders or anything like that among these savages? Lu Shiyu tilted her head and thought for a while before replying uncertainly, It seems so. I saw a savage who was much shorter than the other savages, but they seemed to be afraid of him. When they were eating, the short savage always ate first. I asked her several more questions, but Lu Shiyu was just a little girl and was terrified. She had no time to observe. Her subsequent answer did not provide any useful information. After Lu Shiyu left, I sat on the ground and began to think. Chapter 1:18 Brainstorming. I was determined to take that valley, but hundreds of savages became an obstacle in my way. I thought about it from afternoon to evening, and although I still haven't come up with an effective solution, one thing is clear. We can't use brute force. We have to outsmart them. Still thinking about it? Stop thinking about it, and come eat something. Lu Yao walked in from outside, carrying 2 pieces of roasted wild boar meat in her hand. I forced a smile and said, "Yes." I took the roasted meat and was about to take a bite when I frowned. The wild boar meat wasn't cooked through at all. There was still blood in the meat. "I like my barbecue cooked," Lu Yao quickly explained. "There's no other way. It's been raining a lot these past few days, and the dead tree stumps they went out to collect were all wet, so it's hard to start a fire." I nodded, forcing myself to swallow the meat in my mouth despite the strong smell of blood. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into my mind. Fire. Oh right, how could I have forgotten about that? Throughout history, weren't so many battles where the weak defeated the strong turned around by fire? Putting aside everything else, just take the Battle of Red Cliffs as an example. Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang set a great fire, causing Chao Mengde to fail at the last moment. Using fire to outsmart the enemy, isn't that a good idea? Haha Yao Yao, you're such a sweetheart. I put the roasted meat on the ground, pulled Lu Yao into my arms, and gave her a light peck on the forehead. Lu Yao was completely confused by me. What's wrong? It's not even evening yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I chuckled, released Lu Yao, and said excitedly, "Fire. The fire you just mentioned has given me a solution to deal with the savages." Lu Yao was stunned for a moment. "No way, you don't mean you want to burn down Savage Valley? That's not realistic, is it? Savage Valley is so big, where would we get so many flammable things? That's not realistic." Lu Yao's reminder was like a bucket of cold water poured on me. I gradually calmed down and thought about it for a long time. I had to admit that burning down the Savage Valley was simple to talk about, but very difficult to actually do. But how difficult it is to confront the savages head-on. "You're right, we face many obstacles," I said in a deep voice. "First, due to the recent rainy weather, we have been unable to find enough flammable materials, such as tree branches. Secondly, even if we had it, how would we burn it? Savage Valley is so big. What methods would we use to set it ablaze? Third, and this is the most crucial point, the Savage Valley is not an enclosed space. It has an exit. The savages aren't stupid. They won't escape. It's okay, as long as we do our best. There's always a way to solve these problems." Lu Yao seemed unwilling to see me disappointed and offered a word of comfort. I looked up at Lu Yao and said with a smile, "Yes, you're right. There are so many people in the shelter. If we all work together, we'll eventually find a way to solve the problem." "Then let's call a meeting together," Lu Yao asked tentatively. "Certainly." Soon, everyone in the shelter gathered together. The narrow space we are in now is not very wide. We are all sitting close together, almost filling the entire space. After hearing my idea, everyone was silent for a while before Lu Shiyu timidly raised her hand. "Brother Du Yuan, isn't our place fine? Why do we need to go looking for trouble with the savages?" Lu Shiyu's experience in the Savage Valley was nothing short of a nightmare for the young girl. Having finally been rescued by me, she naturally refused to have any further contact with the savages. However, Lu Shiyu's thoughts were the same as those of many people present. My gaze swept over the crowd, and many people dared not meet my eyes. I shook my head and sighed inwardly. These people were hiding in the crevices of the mountain, and I was responsible for finding food for them. Although the living conditions were terrible, they dared not take the risk. I cleared my throat and began to recount the cruel reality without holding back. "Xiaoyu, you're wrong. You're all wrong. I know what you're thinking. We're staying here. Even though we don't have enough to eat or sleep in, at least we won't die, right? Going to cause trouble for the savages might just kill us. Why make things difficult for ourselves?" Although my tone and wording were not harsh, every point I made hit their most selfish thoughts. Some people lowered their heads guiltily. I continued, "This time when we go to Savage Valley, there's a high chance someone will die, and I won't hide that from you. But have you ever thought about it? We can live in this cramped space for a short time, but what about in the long run? Look around, isn't it narrow? When we sleep at night, The distance between us is less than 10 centimeters, right? Isn't it damp? I'm fine staying in a place like this for a long time, but can you bunch of weak women handle it? Won't you get sick? Do you have any medicine? You've all experienced landslides, right? My geography knowledge isn't great, but over the past few days, you've all noticed, haven't you? Is this crevice stable? It might just disappear one day, right? Isn't it dangerous here? In the narrow crevice, only my voice rang out, each word distinct and resounding. That's right, listen to Brother Do. Brother Do would never harm us. If he would harm us, why would he keep protecting us? A hoarse voice interrupted me. Although the sound wasn't pleasant, it was, in my opinion, the most beautiful sound at that moment. Although the majority of people shared Lu Shiyu's thoughts, there were still some who wanted to seize Savage Valley. Under the encouragement of these people, everyone's ideas gradually came together. Seeing this scene, I smiled and exchanged a glance with Lu Yayao. We could both see the smile in each other's eyes. Okay, now that everyone has reached a consensus, let's discuss how to do this. Actually, there are many other points I haven't mentioned, such as food and water, but there's no need to bring them up now. I will present the 3 biggest problems in the burning of the Savage Valley. As for fuel, it seems there's a way to solve it. When the weather gets better, there will be more dry branches. Besides, didn't we bring 2 big barrels of fuel out of the plane? That should be quite useful. A middle-aged woman wearing glasses said tentatively, "Fuel." My eyes lit up. If there was fuel, the problem of fuel would be much easier. Sure enough, 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge liang, and I can't help but feel a little proud. I vaguely remember that I brought fuel with me. Where did the fuel go now? I pressed. The woman with glasses replied, "I was in the shelter at the time, and then the savages took me away with them." Chapter 119 Preparations. In Savage Valley? I was taken aback when I heard that answer. If that's the case, then a new problem arises. Most wild men wouldn't recognize fuel, so wouldn't they destroy it? Even if it wasn't destroyed, the fuel is still in Savage Valley. Am I supposed to launch another night raid on Savage Valley? Yes, I saw it. That dwarf savage moved the barrels of fuel into his dwelling. Lu Shiyu suddenly said. I pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, if we still have fuel, then the first and second problems will be easy to solve. However, we still need to be prepared for a backup plan. The middle-aged woman with glasses continued my sentence, saying, if we don't have fuel, we can actually collect enough dry branches. I looked at the terrain around Savage Valley. It's high, but not steep. We can easily climb up there and throw the lit branches down. Of course, the effect might not be very good. But if we had fuel, combined with these burning branches, the effect would be twice as good. The middle-aged woman's 2 speeches were both to the point, and although they were only at the theoretical level, they were still very good. All right, I'll take care of the fuel. One last question. If the valley catches fire, the savages will definitely flee. What should we do then? The Savage Valley must be occupied, but the savages must also be dealt with. If they escape, we will face the constant threat of savages. I actually have some rough ideas about this issue, and I'm bringing them up to see if anyone can add their own insights. Sure enough, as soon as I finished speaking, someone immediately started adding bricks and tiles. But these bricks are rotten bricks, and these tiles are broken tiles. Lu Wu's 2 traitorous henchmen said indignantly, Brother Do, don't worry. As soon as those savages rush out, I'll chase them away. I definitely won't let them leave. I glared at the 2 of them, annoyed. Drive them away? What makes you think you can drive them away? I'm no match for over 100 savages. You think you can drive them back after you were stripped naked and almost roasted and eaten? After I exposed the 2 traitors for the most embarrassing moment of their lives, they backed away. Damn it. Could it be that these 2 idiots are trying to lighten the mood because the atmosphere is a bit tense? I muttered something to myself and was about to voice my thoughts when someone else spoke up. Brother Do, there's actually a solution to this. We can seal off the entrance. This idea coincided with my own. I glanced at the person who spoke. He was Lu Wu's underling, a skinny man with goat eyes. How do we seal it off? I asked casually. Goat Eyes chuckled. I'm from the northeast. My dad and grandpa were both hunters in the mountains. Although I didn't follow in my father's footsteps, I'm still good at setting traps and such. Tell me more, I said, intrigued. Seeing my expression, the goat excitedly said, Brother Do, you're definitely going to go into the valley again, right? We'll definitely have to deal with the savages outside the entrance first. After you go in, we'll set a trap outside the entrance. The savages won't notice anything when they come out. And then, Goat Eyes rattled off all the hunting knowledge he had learned from home, including extremely cruel methods. I frowned as I listened, but I had no choice but to nod repeatedly. All right, you'll be in charge of this area with your team. With a wave of my hand, I finalized the plan. Goat-Eyed nodded hastily, but then hesitated to speak. Just say what you have to say. What time is it? Stop being so coy. I said this somewhat irritably, though I was also a little relieved inside. In the past, I was the one taking care of these people, but looking at it today, they are finally being of some use. Brother Do, our plan this time looks pretty good, but whether it succeeds depends entirely on you. What if? Goat-Eyed only said half of what he meant, but I understood what he meant. Without fuel, or if I hadn't managed to retrieve it from the savages, it would all have been a joke. At that time, even I myself will be in danger due to the savages' attack. Goat Eyes just wanted to remind me once again of the risks involved. No need to say more. Risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. If we can successfully deal with the savages this time and obtain Savage Valley, our life on the deserted island will be much safer. I said it with absolute certainty. After discussing some details with everyone, it got late, and since there was no rush, I told everyone to go and rest. But I know that no one will be able to sleep tonight. Sure enough, when they woke up the next day, many people had dark circles under their eyes, but they didn't look tired at all. 2 more days passed, and the rain finally stopped, and the sun came out. We began preparations for burning down the Savage Valley. This time, everyone in the shelter is doing their part. Finally, we feel like a team, I said with a smile. Lu Yao nodded in agreement. Yes, but 90% of this team are women. Do Yuan, have you noticed that the way they look at you is a little strange, like they want to eat you up? This is a life or death question. I reacted very quickly and replied, no way, you've squeezed me dry. They won't get any even if they want to. Lu Yao blushed and reached out to pinch my waist. 3 days later, everything was ready. The dry branches were transported up the mountain, and all the traps were ready. All that was left was to set them at the entrance of Savage Valley. When night fell, at my command, everyone left the narrow passage and headed towards Savage Valley. When we were about 500 meters away, we stopped. According to the plan, you will continue forward in half an hour. If I fail to take care of the savages guarding the entrance, turn back immediately. Understand? Clear. They spoke in unison, but their voices were very soft. I nodded, pulled Lu Yao into my arms, and whispered, after I leave, you're in charge here. I haven't been idle these past few days either. I've taught Lu Yao a lot of combat techniques. Although she didn't learn very quickly, her combat power, combined with her own strength, was not to be underestimated. She just hadn't experienced the baptism of blood. Du Yuan, you must be careful. We can live without the shelter of Savage Valley, but we absolutely cannot live without you. Lu Yao pressed herself against my chest and murmured softly. I pushed her away from my arms, gently stroked her upturned nose, and laughed. Don't worry, you'll never be a widow. Chapter 120 Burning Down the Savage Valley Part 1. Under everyone's gaze, I walked alone towards Savage Valley. Just like last time, I used the grass for cover, crawled on the ground, and slowly made my way towards the entrance. However, there was one more savage guarding the entrance, and all 3 savages were holding a spear. Damn it! I cursed under my breath. Wasn't this just making things harder for me? But then I thought about it, and it made sense. The savages aren't stupid. Last time I caused such a big commotion, they'll definitely strengthen their defenses. What to do? I frowned as I thought about it. 3 savages? I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. It's too difficult to kill them all at once without them making a sound. Not to mention, they also had spears. I've witnessed the power of this spear before, and I don't know what kind of wood the shaft is made of, but it's extremely tough and hard to break. Moreover, the spearhead had been shaved into the shape of a spearhead by the savages. Even if I were stabbed like that, I would be stabbed with a bloody hole. I lay prone in the grass, thinking of a solution while observing the 3 savages and the movements in the valley. I only had half an hour left. Lu Yao and the others will definitely arrive in half an hour. If the 3 savages are not dealt with, The noise they make while walking will surely alert the savages. Time passed slowly, and when I counted to 1200, 20 minutes had passed. The three savages were like statues, not revealing the slightest flaw. We can't wait any longer. The method from last time is not suitable now. Even if I were to use the same trick again, what if the three savages didn't come together? If only two come, even if I can kill them, I only have a military knife and can't kill the third one. That way, I'll be discovered. So, I decided to take the risk. Fortunately, the grass was very tall, and the noise I made while crawling on the ground was not loud, so the three savages did not notice me. I planned to use the bushes to climb to the far left, go around in a circle, and then follow the mountainside to find the entrance, but this was very risky. If something went wrong, the savages would find out. Soon, I successfully clung to the mountainside. I carefully felt my way forward, each step fraught with great risk. At this moment, my attention was focused on the peak. However, when I was about 5 meters away from the savages at the entrance, I suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, it felt like something fell from above my head. I looked up and my face turned ashen. A rock the size of an adult's fist was hurtling toward my head. Damn it, I cursed. Hiding is not an option, nor is staying put. Either way, the noise will attract the savages. Suddenly, I saw a small crack in the mountainside, shaped like a groove. A thought flashed through my mind, and I grabbed the edges of the rocks behind me with both hands. With a push, I nimbly climbed up like a monkey and squeezed my body into the crack. Bang! The small stone hit the ground and made a sound. I tilted my head and saw that the three savages immediately stood up and gripped their spears. Two of them, without any hesitation, walked towards the spot where I had just been standing. You can't see me. You can't see me. I silently repeated it to myself. As luck would have it, the two savages looked at the ground and realized it was a stone that had fallen. They looked up at it. But I hid in the crack, and under the cover of night, they didn't find me. Pretty, I gasped inwardly, too afraid to even breathe a sigh of relief. After the two savages returned to the entrance, I waited for several dozen seconds before quietly walking down through the crack. The entrance to Savage Valley is actually fan-shaped, and I finally reached the boundary of this fan shape. On the other side of the wall lived the savages. The movements must be quick. They must be precise. There can be no mistakes. I silently repeated the order in my mind, gripped my military knife, and prepared to strike. At this point, the positions where the three savages were sitting were actually quite significant. The one sitting in the middle faced the entrance directly, while the other two savages sat on the left and right. These three had a clear view of the entire area outside the entrance. I raised my hand, threw my military knife, and shot it at the savage sitting on the far right. Let's deal with him first. The other two savages are facing away from me, so they won't be able to react as quickly. Uffed. The blade of the military knife was almost entirely embedded in the head of the savage on the right. A look of confusion remained in his eyes, and he died without knowing what had happened. His two companions, startled by the sudden turn of events, turned and looked at me, gripping their spears. The moment they saw me, they all opened their mouths, as if to warn their companions inside. I charged forward like a bullet to the savage on the far left, and swung my right hand with all my might, smashing it into his head. His head exploded like a watermelon. Despite my already very fast speed, the savage in the middle had already roared out the first syllable. Damn it! I cursed under my breath. Those three savages were indeed difficult to deal with, but given the current situation, I had no choice but to continue. Before the savage could utter a second syllable, I delivered a flying kick to his chest, sending him flying. When I kicked him, I could feel my bones breaking. Before the savage could land, I rushed to his side, caught his body, grabbed his head with both hands, and twisted it hard, severing his last vestige of life. Although I easily dealt with the three savages, I wasn't actually relieved. On the contrary, I was extremely worried. I did my best, but I still managed to get a savage to make a sound. What to do? I didn't panic. I remained absolutely calm. I arranged the three savage corpses in the positions where they had been sitting, then leaned against the wall and didn't leave, because I could already hear footsteps. Roar. A few low growls came from the other side of the entrance. I don't know if the savages have a language, but if they do, this is definitely it. Although I can't understand it, I can roughly guess what it means, something like what happened. At that moment, in my calm state, I suddenly remembered the low growls I heard when I first fought the savages, but I didn't know what they meant. The footsteps grew closer, indicating they had likely entered the passage. In desperation, I imitated the roar of a savage and roared a few times. The entrance suddenly fell silent. But my heart was pounding very fast. Success or failure hinged on this moment. The footsteps in the passage stopped, the savage roared again, and the footsteps resumed, but I could tell that the savage seemed to have left. Chapter 1:21 Burning Down the Savage Valley Part 2. Have they left? I let out a long breath, and my tense mind immediately relaxed a lot. I never imagined that my sudden inspiration would resolve such a huge crisis. See, this is the benefit of mastering another foreign language. I was in a great mood, and even made fun of myself. After waiting for about 5 more minutes and confirming that no savages were coming from the valley, I pulled my sword out of the savage's head on the right and recalled what had just happened. That's about it. Yao Yao and the others are coming soon. I didn't deal with the savage corpse at the entrance. Instead, I quietly walked towards Lu Yao and the others. Soon, I met Lu Yao and her group who had arrived in a hurry. Was it successful? Lu Yao looked me over and, seeing that I wasn't injured, asked anxiously. I held up 2 fingers in a victory sign and said, "The savages at the entrance have been dealt with, but none have been found inside. Proceed as planned." Immediately, the crowd split into 2 groups. Led by Lin Xiaojing, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, a group climbed to the top and set it on fire. The other group, led by Godai Zhaoshi, was preparing to set up traps. "How long will it take you to get up there?" I asked again. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaojing replied, 15 minutes at full strength. I'll go in 15 minutes. I have no problem. Although the mountain isn't very high, 15 minutes isn't slow for a group of women like this. The division of labor has begun. Setting up traps requires utmost care and must be done discreetly, which naturally slows down the process considerably, but half an hour is still sufficient. I could wait until the traps are set before going in, but that would be risky. After all, the longer it takes, the more likely the savages will discover that their companions at the entrance are already dead. 15 minutes later, I crawled back into the entrance passage. The situation in the valley was similar to when I last came. Most of the savages were asleep, and only a few were still dancing around the campfire. After searching through the densely packed dwellings of the wild men, I finally found the dwelling of the short wild man that Lu Xiu had mentioned. This is very likely the dwelling of the dwarf chieftain. It's actually quite easy to find. It's different from the surrounding dwellings, being much larger and more luxurious. Of course, this luxury is only relative. It just uses a lot of leaves. In my eyes, it can't even compare to a tent. The luxury dwelling is right in the middle of all the savage dwellings, which means I have to walk through half of the savage dwellings to get there. Let's get started. I gritted my teeth and cursed under my breath. I first crawled on my belly in the grass, then slowly crawled to the edge of the savage's dwelling. In fact, these savage dwellings were both an obstacle and a help to me. They can conceal my figure well, but the savages inside could discover my presence at any time. I hunched over and slowly walked over there. Suddenly, I felt like I bumped into something. I looked down and my face turned pale. It was a wild man's foot. I don't know when it happened, but it was very likely just now, when the wild man sleeping in the dwelling stretched it out. I turned my head and looked into the dwelling next door. The savage whose foot I had stepped on seemed very unhappy, but showed no signs of waking up, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. I carefully lifted my foot and continued to feel my way in that direction. About 10 minutes later, the savage chieftain's dwelling was just one place away from mine. But I'm becoming more and more cautious. To become the leader of such a powerful savage tribe, his fighting strength must far exceed my imagination, and I cannot afford to be careless in the slightest. It'll be soon. I took a deep breath and was just about to take a step when the hairs on my body stood on end. Danger! I gasped inwardly. Although I didn't know where the danger came from, I bent down almost instinctively. The next second, a black machete grazed my scalp and cut off a lot of my hair. But I was secretly overjoyed. If my reaction had been even 0.01 seconds slower, It wouldn't have been my hair that was cut off, but my upper body. The crisis is not over yet. The sound of a machete being swung rang out again. I instinctively lay flat on the ground, rolled twice to dodge the attack, and immediately stood up. Less than 2 meters in front of me stood a savage with explosive muscles, holding a black machete and looking at me with a mocking expression. This wild man was different from any other wild man I had ever seen before. He was shorter, but he looked more like a wild man than a wild man, and his body hair wasn't as long. That must be the savage leader. How terrifying. I was shocked, but my eyes were drawn to the machete in his hand. This is a real metal weapon. Where did it come from? I'm puzzled by this, but I don't have time to be puzzled. The savage leader, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, roared, and the savage camp seemed to come alive. One by one, the savages woke up and came out of their dwellings, surrounding me in the very center. Damn it! My face turned ashen. Something terrible had happened. There must be at least 100 savages around. If I could win by fighting head-on, I wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to devise the plan to burn down the savage valley. I knew I was no match for them, so I looked toward the savage chieftain's dwelling. The 2 times I rolled on the ground earlier happened to land me right in front of the leader's residence. I glanced inside out of the corner of my eye and saw the metal drum containing fuel sitting there, its lid already open. The fuel is still there. For me, this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Without thinking much, I turned and rushed into the residence, but after only 2 steps, a long spear shot out and blocked my way. If I hadn't stopped in time, the spear would have pierced my body through the waist. My action seemed to have revealed my purpose. The savage leader roared, and immediately 5 or 6 savages blocked my way in front of his dwelling. This is really difficult. The savage chieftain's intelligence has once again thwarted my plans. But I'm here to steal fuel, not to confront the savages head-on. I had already anticipated this scenario. I looked up and shouted at the sky, "Set it on fire!" My loud voice completely shattered the tranquility of the deserted island in the dark night, and the echo continued to reverberate through the valley. Set fire! Set fire! Immediately afterwards, burning dry branches fell from the sky above the valley. Chapter 122 Burning the Savage Valley Part 3. There were more than a dozen people who followed Lin Shaojing up the mountain to set the fire. At my command, they used all their strength to throw burning dry branches into the valley. Although these few dead branches are nothing compared to the area of the entire valley, the impact they had on the wild people was unparalleled. The savages who had been surrounding me aggressively just moments before suddenly fled in terror. No matter how much their leader roared, it was to no avail. The savages' dwellings were made of wood, and they were set ablaze by a spark. Savage Valley was a scene of utter devastation. Pretty. If the situation allowed, I would have loved to clench my fists and jump up in celebration, but the savage leader kept his eyes fixed on me. But if you want to set the entire savage on fire, this is far from enough. Thinking of this, my eyes involuntarily drifted towards the barrel of fuel. Roar! When the savage chieftain saw that his subordinates were not obeying his orders, he roared several times, and the flames reflected in his eyes were just like his anger. Hearing that chilling roar, my heart skipped a beat. The next second, the savage leader, wielding his large black cleaver, leaped up from the spot and pounced on me. The speed was so fast, it was like teleportation. The black cleaver, like the scythe of death, slashed down at me. Damn it, that's amazing. Despite my precautions, the savage leader's speed still far exceeded my expectations. I quickly dodged, and the machete grazed my left shoulder. The wind and waves created by the cutting were like being blown by a hairdryer, and all my hair was swept to the right. Roar! The savage leader roared again, and before his machete even hit the ground, he changed his slash to a slap. The immense force of the slap landed on my left arm, sending me flying backward. I heard a cracking sound. The bone in my left arm was broken. I crashed to the ground, but there was no time for me to wail, as the savage chieftain caught up with me again. Bang! 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 The savage leader kept hacking at me as I lay on the ground. In this critical moment, my potential was unleashed to the fullest. All my muscles were taut, and every movement I made on the ground was extremely dangerous. If I'm even slightly slow, either my leg or my hand will be cut off. We can't continue to defend ourselves passively like this. I gritted my teeth and thought about it. Suddenly, as the savage leader swung his sword down again, I was about to use my hands to move myself backward when I bumped into a hard sheet of iron. I don't need to look back to know it's that barrel of fuel. Heaven is helping me. I twisted my upper body to the side, grabbed the edge of the iron bucket with my right hand, and swung it hard, and the iron bucket containing fuel was fitted with a black machete. Under the black machete, the fuel barrel was cleaved in two like tofu, the fuel spraying out and splashing all over the savage chieftain before flowing onto the ground. Go to hell. Upon seeing this, I immediately took out a lighter from my pocket, lit it, and threw it at the savage leader. He was busy wiping the fuel off his face with his hands and didn't care about this. When the lighter was less than 5 centimeters from the savage leader, all the fuel on his body was ignited. In less than a second, the savage leader was engulfed in flames. The savage chieftain howled and rolled on the ground in pain. I was thinking of finishing him off, but after smelling the fuel on my body, I decisively gave up the idea. I quickly stood up, picked up half of the iron bucket, scooped up a large bowl of water from the ground, and rushed out. Outside, the savages were still panicked, but they had begun to put out the fire in an organized manner. When they saw me come out, they were both stunned, as was their leader who was rolling on the ground. Burn! I yelled and swung the bucket hard, and the half of the iron bucket in my hand fell to the ground like rain. The flames, which were barely noticeable just moments before, suddenly ignited upon contact with the fuel. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. I looked up and shouted, "Continue." Seeing that the area of fuel spilled on the ground was getting wider and wider, I took off running towards the exit. A savage tried to chase me, but after hesitating for a moment, he turned back to fight the fire. I rushed into the entrance passage with almost no resistance. "It's me. It's me." I shouted to prevent Lu Yeyao and the others outside from mistaking the creatures that had run out as savages and setting a trap. "Don't move. It's due you on." I breathed a sigh of relief when Lu Yeyao's sweet shout rang out. The moment I burst out of the passage, I immediately ran along the left side of the mountain. I couldn't go in the middle. The ground was full of all sorts of traps. Soon, I returned to the crowd, and Lu Yeyao quickly took out a towel made from clothes and helped me wipe the fuel off my body. When she saw my powerless left arm, her eyes reddened slightly. "It's nothing, it's just a broken bone." As soon as I said that, even I was a little surprised. When did a broken bone become just a minor injury for me? "Are you hurt anywhere else?" Lu Yeyao asked worriedly. I laughed and said, "No." As the valley grew brighter, I shouted, "Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. This is it." Everyone's answers were loud and clear. About 2 minutes later, the first savage escaped, but before he could even catch his breath after running out of the entrance, he saw a huge log flying towards him from the front. Roar? The savage's roar was tinged with confusion, and the next moment, the giant log slammed directly into his chest. I could see that the savage's chest was caved in, and he was clearly not going to survive. It's a pity the wood is a bit too thin, otherwise this impact would have turned this savage into mincemeat. Zhao Shi, with his goat-like eyes, called for people to pull the wood back with vines, saying with regret. I chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "We don't have an axe, so it's already quite an achievement that we were able to cut down a tree like this." Zhao Shi nodded. Things have progressed to this point, which is generally within the plan. Wild men kept running out, but those who walked in front were always killed by collisions. Even those who managed to escape the passage fell into the traps set by Zhao Shi and were hung up. And every savage who was hung up had a stone that I threw with all my might on his forehead. The fire in Savage Valley burned for half the night. When the fire was finally about to go out, I led Lu Yeyao and the others inside. Seeing that there were no more wild men in the Wild Man Valley, everyone was overjoyed. Our efforts had not been in vain, and this Savage Valley will become another relatively safe haven for us on the deserted island. "Do you on? We did it." Lu Yeyao nestled into my arms, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 123, A New Beginning. Night had fallen. Despite everyone's high spirits and eagerness to conquer Savage Valley in one fell swoop, wishing they could use it as a sanctuary right now. But unlike me, they don't have night vision. Left with no other choice, they had to return to the makeshift shelter in the crevice and come back the next day when it was light. After returning to the crevice, someone started clamoring to name our new shelter, which was called Savage Valley. Although I wasn't particularly interested in it, seeing the expectant looks in everyone's eyes, I thought about it seriously and said, "What do you think of the name Hope Valley?" That valley is not only our future shelter, but also the source of our hope for survival on the deserted island. Hope Valley, Lu Yao murmured, then nodded heavily. Everyone understood what I meant. After a round of cheers, the name Hope Valley was approved by almost unanimous vote. And this night, many people are destined to suffer from insomnia. Go to sleep. Seeing that Lu Yao had also become one of the people suffering from insomnia, I gently patted her back. Lu Yao turned over, her eyes bright as she looked at me, and asked softly, "Do you on? How much longer do you think we can live?" Lu Yao had a privileged life since childhood, and her life had been smooth sailing. However, ever since her plane crashed and she was stranded on a deserted island, she has been in danger every day. Despite my constant protection, my heart has never truly found peace. I smiled and reassured them. "You'll live to die. I'm here for you. Don't be afraid. How could we die before our son grows up?" Lu Yao blushed and said coquettishly, "Who wants to have your child?" After saying that, Lu Yao snuggled into my arms. A violent storm raged all night. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, everyone woke up. Although many had dark circles under their eyes were filled with excitement. "I'm sure you can't wait any longer. Let's go." I smiled and led everyone towards Savage Valley, which is now Hope Valley, where there were still a lot of things to take care of. Upon arriving at Hope Valley, many people were so frightened that their faces changed color, and some delicate women even nearly vomited. Although there was light from the flames last night, it was still not as clear as during the day. In Hope Valley, dozens of savage corpses were burned to a crisp, like charcoal. If it were a wild animal, it might not seem like anything, but these corpses were almost indistinguishable from human figures. "Let's begin," I said in a deep voice, and took the lead in pulling up a corpse and dragging it out of the valley. Seeing me do this, the others suppressed their fear and unease and followed suit. About half an hour later, all the savage corpses in Hope Valley were dragged out. "Zhao Shi, take a few men to dig a pit. Remember to keep it far from the entrance. Bury these savage corpses properly so as not to attract any wild animals. After you've done all that, go and cut some wood to build a temporary tent," I reminded him. Zhao Shi nodded and led 2 men outside. As for the rest of the people, I instructed them, "Everyone, don't just stand around. First clean up all the grass in the valley." I entered Hope Valley 3 times and was able to achieve my goal each time because of the cover provided by these bushes. But now, these bushes have naturally become the first place I need to eliminate. Isn't this a classic case of crossing the river and then burning the bridge? I chuckled to myself, then pulled Lu Yao along and began to take stock of the supplies left behind by the savages. The supplies left behind by the savages were divided into 2 parts. One piece was what they owned, not much, just some dried meat, much of which was charred from last night's fire, and some weapons. The spear, made of a special kind of wood, was somehow made so that the wood could repel fire. But most importantly, it was the savage leader's black machete. I picked up the machete from the ground, and I was taken aback. Although the machete wasn't very long, it was quite heavy in the hand, weighing nearly 70 or 80 pounds. I swung the knife casually without feeling any strain, but I was surprised by what metal it was made of, not iron. The other piece of supplies, which the savages had taken from us, has now been returned to its rightful owner. But flammable items like clothes and tents had all turned to ashes, leaving only some axes and iron buckets. "Looks like we'll have to wear animal skins from now on," I said to Lu Yao, turning my head. Lu Yao pouted and rolled her eyes at me. "I'm not wearing it." By the time we finished dealing with things in Hope Valley, it was already afternoon. The sun was setting, but our new life on the deserted island was just beginning. Zhao Shi and his group built a total of 11 makeshift shelters, and their living conditions had undoubtedly improved significantly compared to a few days ago. But that's far from enough. The valley is very large, but the ground is also very damp. If we want to live here long term, we still need to build wooden houses. I looked at everyone and said, Zhao Shi was silent for a moment, then said, "The wooden houses can be built, but with our numbers, we need at least 3. 2 small ones and 1 large one. This will take at least half a month." I waved my hand dismissively. Time is not a problem. With the accommodation problem solved, all that's left is food. With our numbers, 100 pounds of meat a day is more than enough, but eating only meat every day is not good for our health. Does anyone know a lot about plants? Can you find some edible plants like cabbage? I asked again. Soon, more people raised their hands. Lin Xiaojing pursed her lips and said, "I can give it a try, but I've seen a lot of plants on the deserted island, so the chances aren't very high." "Let's give it a try," I said helplessly. Next, the most important issue is the water source. As a shelter, Hope Valley is good in every way, except that there is no water source nearby. The previous shelter at least had a small mountain spring behind it. That's enough for today. Tomorrow I'll look around and see if I can find a water source. But we can't put all our hopes on this. Doesn't it rain a lot on this deserted island? Zhao Shi, put the cabin project aside for a day and make some buckets tomorrow to collect water. Unlike the previous shelter, where we were still hoping to leave the deserted island, we kept things as simple as possible. However, the possibility of leaving is almost non-existent. We want to make Hope Valley a place where we can live peacefully on the deserted island. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. I turned my head to look at the entrance passage. We need to add a door there. Chapter 124, Searching for Water. A wide entrance passage has its advantages, and a narrow one has its advantages as well. For example, Zhao Shi and I have built a sturdy gate for Hope Valley using very little gravel and wood. After all that was done, night had already fallen. The wooden house wasn't finished yet, so Lu Yayao and I had to sleep in the simple accommodation for the night. "Are you going to find a water source by yourself tomorrow?" Every time I went out alone, it was torture for Lu Yayao, who was constantly worried about my safety. But after going out with me a few times, she realized that she would often become a burden to me. "Okay, it's all right. I won't go far from Hope Valley. If there really isn't a water source nearby, we'll try to find a way to dig a well. Even if I do find a water source, it will be of little use if it's far from Hope Valley. Then let's just dig a well, and you don't need to go out." Lu Yayao's eyes lit up. I sighed and ruffled her hair. "Do you think digging a well is so easy? We don't have the tools, and we don't know where to dig to get water. This is just a last resort." Upon hearing this, Lu Yayao realized how ridiculous her mistake had been. She stuck out her tongue, looking incredibly cute, which made my heart flutter. "By the way, although it seems unlikely that there will be any problems in the team right now, you should still be on guard while I'm away." I reminded him. These days, Zhao Shi and his team have indeed performed well, but given what they've done in the past, I can't be 100% at ease with them. "Don't worry about me. I'll take good care of this family," Lu Yayao said playfully, but her mood turned somber a second later. "I wonder how Xiao Haizi is doing." I thought Lu Yayao was homesick and missing her family, but I never expected that she was worried about that silly bear, Xiao Haizi. I couldn't help but laugh. That coward has no other skills, but he's number one at being afraid of death. Don't worry, he might just find his way back on his own, just like before. Lu Yayao thought about it and realized it made sense. She was about to ask me if she could look for Xiao Haizi while she was at it when she looked up and met my intense gaze. "What are you doing? Stop fooling around. You have to go out tomorrow. Save your energy." It rained heavily that night. The next day, feeling refreshed, I left Hope Valley and went out to find a water source. When we were traveling to the west coast, we encountered a river along the way, and the leeches and crocodiles there left a very deep impression on me. I clearly remember that as I walked westward, the terrain gradually rose, and the river flowed from northwest to southeast, although it's possible that its course changed along the way for some reason. But undoubtedly, I have a better chance of success if I choose to search for water in the southeast direction. After walking southeast for nearly 2 hours after leaving Hope Valley, I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I confirmed that the terrain in this direction was indeed descending. In that case, if nothing unexpected happens, that river must flow from northwest to southeast. I've already walked 50 kilometers, and now I need to go perpendicular to the southeast direction, which means I need to go northeast or southwest to find that river. I felt a surge of excitement. My intuition told me that we weren't far from the water source. When I changed direction and headed southwest, I was surprised to find that the scenery around me began to change again. It seems that the line from southwest to northeast is a dividing zone. Above it is a dense primeval forest, while below it is a different scene, with less lush trees and a wider variety of species. I looked around and saw trees that I couldn't name, but that looked similar to pine trees. They were tall and straight, with narrow, long leaves, some of which were even like needles. That's strange. I was surprised. This situation was completely abnormal. But since arriving on the deserted island, I've seen many strange things, so after a brief moment of surprise, I returned to normal, only becoming more cautious. Splash. Although the sound was extremely faint, I still heard it clearly. There was no mistake. It was the sound of flowing water. I was so excited that I couldn't wait to fly there right away. Then, just as I took another step, I suddenly had a very bad feeling. The next second, a gust of wind blew, and the branches of the trees swayed and shook. Immediately afterwards, the needle-like leaves on the branches fell off on their own, shooting towards me like short swords. The space was densely packed with tree needles, which seemed to fill the entire space in front of me. At that moment, I suddenly had a feeling that I had returned to an ancient battlefield, as a suicide soldier at the forefront, facing arrows shot by all the enemy archers. What the hell? Without thinking about why, I took off running, but the moment I turned around, I felt a chill run down my spine. Behind me, there were tree branches everywhere. These branches, like human arms, were reaching out and grabbing at me. At this moment, I finally understood that the trees around me must be man-eating trees, just not the same species as those I had seen before. Damn it! I was careless. Danger lies both in front and behind. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, I gritted my teeth, took the black machete that I had taken from the savage leader from my back, gripped it tightly with both hands, the muscles in my hands bulging, almost tearing my clothes. Get out of here! I roared, gripped the machete tightly, and swung it wildly, chopping down the branches in front of me one by one. But this was just a drop in the ocean. More and more branches remained uncut. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air came from behind me. I couldn't care less about the branches anymore and immediately turned around. The tree needles were less than half a meter away from me. I picked up the black machete, held it horizontally in front of my chest, and swung it around with my elbow as the center. I managed to block most of the tree needles, but some still managed to break through my defenses and pierce my skin. It hurts. I grimaced as I pulled out a few tree needles, finally experiencing the pain of being pricked by needles in a certain TV drama that always airs during summer vacation. My outer skin is very tough, but the tree needles are very fast, and their hardness is also quite good, so they penetrated to a depth of nearly 1 centimeter. I pulled out the needles from the tree while chopping off branches. But as I continued to move, I suddenly realized that the tree needles were very likely poisonous. At that moment, my vision went black and my head spun. What I couldn't see was that my skin had an eerie, waxy yellow hue. Chapter 125: Man Eating Trees and Squirrels. Damn it, I've been infected. I was filled with remorse, and I wasn't even sure if I was blaming myself for being careless or blaming the man-eating tree for being so shameless as to actually poison me. But I knew I couldn't linger here any longer. I had to leave immediately, or I didn't know what kind of danger awaited me. I bit my lip hard, drawing blood, trying to use the pain to stay awake. My legs started running, but at a much slower pace than usual. But just when you manage to escape the attack range of one man-eating tree branch, you'll find yourself in the attack range of another tree. Looking at the countless man-eating trees in front of me, I felt almost desperate. We can't give up. We can't give up. I kept reminding myself to maintain my movements with the last bit of consciousness I had left. Towards the end, I was running almost entirely out of my desire to survive. Thump! Caught off guard, I tripped over a branch of the man-eating tree and fell to the ground. My whole body felt limp, and I could barely stand up. And those branches took the opportunity to entangle me. My neck, arms, waist, legs, every part of my body was entangled in tree branches. At this moment, I felt as if I were back in the moment when I was entangled by the giant python, except that these branches were not as strong as the python. The branches that were wrapped around me slowly lifted me upwards. I got closer and closer to the trunk of the man-eating tree. When I was less than 10 meters away, a squirrel appeared in my blurry vision. No, to be precise, that wasn't a squirrel. It has a body size almost identical to a squirrel, with the same tail and claws, but its eyes take up a much smaller proportion of its face, and its pupils are grayish-white without pupils. The most chilling thing is that it has a set of neat, white, sharp teeth in its mouth. Squeak. When it saw me, this squirrel-like monster ground its upper and lower teeth together, making a piercing squeaking sound that easily evoked fear. Call out. With a light leap from the branch, its entire body soared into the air, and then it landed on me. Roll. I cursed and struggled with the last bit of strength in my body, trying to shake it off. But its foreclaws were like nails, firmly attached to the branch, and it remained steady no matter how I moved. Squeak. It gnawed its teeth again, and after walking up the branch to where my head was, it pushed off with its hind legs, and its upper body actually stood up like a human. I could see a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes. Then, it opened its mouth and bit into the flesh on my face. Tear. The intense pain brought me back to my senses. But it hurt so much that my face was contorted in pain. But this movement immediately aggravated the wound on my face. A large piece of flesh was torn off my left cheek. It looked like it was chewing on something with its mouth full of blood. My fear reached a new level. No matter how strong I am still just a person. How can one not be terrified when watching a monster devour the flesh and blood from one's face? Am I going to die here today? I don't want to die. But now, the poison in that branch is like a muscle relaxant. I have no strength left in my body, not even enough to take someone down with me, let alone escape. Tear. Another bite, and my vision was filled with crimson. I could feel the blood on my face slowly flowing down my neck. No, I can't die. I can't die. Lu Yao is still waiting for me. I can't let her down. I have to leave this deserted island alive. I can't die. My heart is screaming. Suddenly, a surge of heat welled up in my lower abdomen. Immediately afterwards, the heat spread to my limbs and internal organs. It felt tingly and numb, like an electric shock. At that moment, the squirrel-like monster once again extended its sharp teeth to bite. This time, however, it changed direction and tried to eat the flesh on my right cheek. However, when it was only 2 centimeters away from my right cheek, its scarlet eyes suddenly turned gray again. Immediately afterwards, all the brown fur on its body stood on end. The tail, almost as long as the body, swung in the air in an instant. Squeak. It pushed off with its legs and prepared to run. However, just as it took to the air, a hand shot out like lightning and grabbed its tail. Trying to run? Dream on. My voice rang out through gritted teeth. At this moment, the sallow complexion on my skin completely disappeared, replaced by an abnormal flush, just like a cooked crayfish. With my left hand, I gripped the tail of the beast that had devoured my flesh, while with my right hand I slapped the head that it was turning to bite me. Go to hell. I took the opportunity to grab its head again, pulling it outwards with both hands, using all my strength at that moment without reservation. The next second, this squirrel-like beast was torn in two by me, and blood and entrails gushed out before my eyes. I casually tossed the dead beast's carcass aside. The branch that was entangled with me was extremely angry, and the force binding me increased rapidly, as if it wanted to tear me apart. But my hands had already broken free. I grabbed the branches and pulled hard, breaking them cleanly, and I fell from the sky. Bang! I jumped up immediately after falling to the ground, ran to the side, picked up the black machete, swung it with both hands, cutting down countless tree branches, and ran back in the direction I had come from with all my might. I don't know how much time passed, but the branches of the man-eating tree behind me disappeared without a trace. But I didn't stop. Instead, I found a narrow cave, killed the wild dogs hiding inside, and then blocked the entrance with branches and stones before I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it! I finally survived. I was panting heavily, but I couldn't even lift my eyelids. I was only holding on by sheer willpower. I leaned against the cave wall behind me, my eyelids drooping as I turned my head to look at my left arm. He rolled up the sleeves there, and the golden dragon stripes on his left arm were now bright red. Thank you so much, Brother Python. I grinned, then could no longer hold on. My head lolled to the side, and I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 126, Taking a Detour. When I woke up, the dead wild dogs in the cave were already rotting. The nauseating stench of decay made me furrow my brow. How long was I unconscious? I asked myself in a low voice, and touched my face. The wound had healed completely, and the newly grown flesh was incredibly smooth and tender, without any itching sensation. My beard is long and thick. Judging by the length of the beard, it's probably been about 4 or 5 days. I stood up from the ground, picked up the black machete, quickly picked up the rotting wild dog carcass, and threw it out of the cave. After going back and forth several times and throwing the wild dog carcasses out, the stench in the cave lessened considerably. Although there was still some, it was at least bearable. Back in the cave, I sat down and began to examine my body. Apart from intense hunger, his injuries had healed. I looked at my arms and saw the golden stripes return to their original color, and I felt incredibly relieved. In that dangerous moment, if it weren't for the torrent of energy that surged forth from those 2 golden stripes, giving me renewed strength, I would most likely have died in the mouth of that squirrel. So, these golden stripes can grant me power in dangerous situations, but at the cost of being unconscious for several days? I pondered this to myself. I stared at the gold stripes for a while longer, and then suddenly noticed that the protrusion on the stripes, where the head was, seemed to have grown a little longer. I recalled the moment the golden stripes first appeared on my body and exclaimed in amazement, could it be that every time I use the power of the stripes, these protruding horns will grow a little longer? But what will happen if I use it too much? At that moment, I desperately wanted to return to the underground world and ask the white python. I pondered for a long time before my stomach growled from hunger, pulling me back from my reverie. Forget it, don't think about it too much. We'll have a chance to ask the white python eventually. Let's find some food first, or we might starve to death instead of dying in the jaws of a wild beast. My mood wasn't affected. In fact, I could even make fun of myself. Stepping out of the cave, the sky outside was a hazy gray. I've been out for so many days. Lu Yao must have been worried sick about me. I frowned as I thought to myself, but I had no intention of going back immediately. The water source is right there, so at the very least we need to pinpoint its location and find a reasonably safe route to it. That would make sense. I searched outside for a while, hunted a wild rabbit, and found some fire fruits. After returning to the cave, I roasted and ate them, rested for a while, and then set off again to find water after the sky had fully brightened. The path I took a few days ago was definitely not safe. There are man-eating trees there, and going there would have been suicide. Therefore, I have to take a different approach. I had heard the sound of flowing water before. After thinking for a while and determining the approximate location of the river, I avoided the direction of the man-eating tree and headed towards it from the other side. After walking for about half an hour, the sound of flowing water became clearer and clearer, and I felt a surge of excitement. If there really is a river, then it's not far from Hope Valley, and we can accept that. Finally, after passing through a dense forest, I came to see a wide river. The river is at least 100 meters wide, with clear and rapid water. You can see the pebbles at the bottom, and fish can be seen jumping on the surface from time to time. I quickly surveyed my surroundings. On both sides of the river were flat and wide riverbanks, beyond which lay forests. There shouldn't be any danger on the riverbank. It's all about the river itself. I thought to myself, and took a step forward, walking towards the other side of the river. Just then, a croaking sound came from beneath my feet. I looked down and saw an ugly toad clinging to my ankle, staring at me with its bright green eyes. This toad is so ugly, I muttered with a laugh. But the next second, the smile on my face froze instantly, as the toad stretched out its long tongue and wrapped it around my entire ankle. Immediately afterwards, many fleshy barbs suddenly sprouted from its tongue. They looked ferocious but weren't dangerous. However, these barbs were like nails and actually pierced directly into my boot. I felt a stinging and burning sensation on the skin of my ankle. Roll! I cursed angrily, then stepped on the toad with my other foot, crushing it into a pulp with a little force. Its tongue, which had been wrapped around my ankle, naturally loosened its grip. I kicked the toad, now a bloody mess, aside, looked down, and saw the countless tiny holes in my boots. I felt inexplicably frustrated. On a deserted island, leather boots are a very important resource. A good pair of leather boots can keep you away from many poisonous insects from under the thick layer of dead leaves. But there weren't many leather boots in the entire Hope Valley, and even fewer that fit me. Damn it, these boots are ruined. Does this mean I'll have to go barefoot from now on? I cursed angrily and took off my boots. Although there was no broken skin or bleeding on my ankle, it was covered with tiny red dots. Is that a toad from District 1? It's so powerful. I muttered to myself, and after confirming that I was all right, I put on my boots and continued walking towards the river, only this time with even greater caution. Then came the croaking of toads. I turned my head and looked, and the hairs on my body stood on end in horror. Behind me, I saw the riverbank covered with a layer of brown, muddy material, filled with countless toads. So many. I was taken aback. Before I could finish speaking, toads kicked off with their hind legs and flew towards me. In midair, the tongues in their mouths sprang out like springs, some as long as 3 or 4 meters, others nearly 7 or 8 meters. It's hard to imagine that such a long tongue could be hidden inside the mouth of a tiny toad. I took the black machete from behind my back, held it in one hand, and slashed at the toad tongues. Click, click. Every time I swing my knife, I can cut down a large number of them, but there are still too many toads for me to kill. Even the tongues of many toads became entangled in my black machete. The power of a single toad is insignificant to me, but when they accumulate, the power of the toads is not small, and my sword swing has been greatly affected. Damn it! Faced with the endless swarms of toads, I felt somewhat helpless and didn't understand why they were attacking me. At that moment, I realized that it was impossible to kill all these toads. I grabbed the black machete and ran into the forest. There was no need to get entangled with the toads. When the toads saw me leave the riverbank, except for a few that didn't have time to retract their tongues, the rest stopped. Chapter 1:27 Riverside Vines. As soon as I stepped off the riverbank, these toads, who seemed to have a mortal enemy of mine, immediately stopped and then leisurely walked back, as if nothing had happened. It'll be harder to chase me down once I leave the riverbank. I pondered this for a while, and after repeating the experiment several times, I finally confirmed a fact. These toads seem to regard the riverbank as their own territory, not to be violated. As soon as I enter the riverbank area, they will actively attack me. But if I don't go in, even if I smash a toad to death with a stone outside, nothing will happen. Damn it! I cursed viciously. The place I'm in now was originally an excellent spot to fetch water, but these toads have taken over the entire riverbank for several kilometers, so I have no choice but to give up here. Although the toads posed no fatal threat to me, their presence made it unlikely that I would be able to successfully fetch water. So I walked along the riverbank downstream. About 10 minutes later, the banks of the river were no longer riverbeds, but instead steep and towering mountains. I stood up there and looked down. It was about 5 or 6 meters high, which isn't very tall, only about 1 floor. I turned around and looked around. The flat land was covered with only lush green weeds and some low trees. There was nothing to obstruct my view, and I could see at a glance whether there was any danger around me. Yes, right here. We can use vines to lower the wooden bucket down to fetch water, I said with a smile, involuntarily recalling the scene of drawing well water when I was a child living in the countryside. Having determined the location for fetching water, I was in high spirits and couldn't help humming a little tune as I prepared to return to Hope Valley to share this good news with Lu Yao and the others. However, in the instant I turned around, a thin, green vine, as thin as a shoelace, stretched out from the steep cliff face and quickly spread along the ground towards my ankle. Upon hearing the noise, I immediately turned around and reacted very quickly, swiftly grabbing the black machete and slashing at the vines. With a clang, the vines were pressed into the soil by the immense force of the black cleaver. To my surprise, it didn't break. So hard. I frowned and said, I didn't hold back just now. I used almost all my strength. Let alone a small vine. Even a huge piece of granite would have been dented by me. This shows that this vine, which resembles a shoelace, is actually harder than granite. But that wasn't the only thing that surprised me. After I pressed the vine into the soil, It only paused for less than a second before it sprouted out from under the knife again, even faster than before. Caught off guard, it wrapped around my ankle. A tremendous binding force came over me, and I could feel the pressure on the bones in my ankle. The next second, my expression changed. From the mountainsides on both sides of the river, at least 60 or 70 similar vines emerged and headed towards me. Not good. I let out a low growl, raised my knife, and slashed down again, but the vines, apart from trembling, showed no sign of breaking. At that moment, I realized that it was impossible to cut the vines. As the other vines got closer and closer to me, I turned and ran. But my left ankle was bound, and the vines on it were like a tug of war with me, using all their strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vines rose up from the ground and wrapped around my legs, hands, and neck. Basically, any part of my body that could be gripped by vines was entangled by them. Immediately afterwards, a force that nearly drove me to despair pulled me to the riverbank through the vines. Fuck you. Just as I was about to fall into the river, I screamed, my eyes wide as bells, veins bulging on my forehead, and I used all my strength to try to break free. A warm current surged from his two arms and began to flow to other parts of his body. With the blessing of the golden stripes, my power increased exponentially. I struggled, and the vines loosened a bit, tearing my flesh into pieces. Oh! I threw my head back and let out a long howl, and the vines on my body suddenly snapped off. Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief, more vines sprouted up and entangled me once again. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like something in the river, and a feeling that sent chills down my spine arose in my heart. I instinctively wanted to turn around, but my neck was wrapped around my neck, so I couldn't turn my head at all. These vines have a stronger binding force, and it takes more time to break them. Just as I was about to break free, the pulling force from the vines increased significantly, and I was immediately dragged into the river. The moment I entered the water, the vines on my body all retracted as if they were afraid of water. The icy river water soaked my clothes, and before I knew it, I had drunk a few mouthfuls of it. It was icy cold and sweet. The taste is not bad. Lu Yao should like it. The thought popped into my head inexplicably, and even I was a little surprised. At a time like this, how could I have the mind to think about such nonsense? The river isn't deep. It only comes up to my chest at most. I struggled a couple of times to steady myself, and just as I was about to stand up, a dark shadow leaped out from under the water and pounced on me. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Upon seeing the face of that dark figure, I blurted out. The shadowy figure was very small, about the size of a newborn baby, and had eyes and a mouth, but no nose. On its cheeks, next to its mouth, are gills like those of a fish. Its limbs are very short, but inexplicably thick. I instinctively tried to slash it with my knife, but before I could make a move, it flew directly onto my hand. Its legs stepped on my shoulders, its hands grabbed my head, and it opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and started to bite at my skull. My vision was obstructed, and I could smell the blood. I quickly put down the knife and reached out to grab it. But its fur is extremely soft and feels like that of a loach. My hand slipped, and I quickly reached out to grab its paw. Ah! Before I could catch it, a large chunk of my scalp was bitten off. The fresh pain made me cry out, but my movements didn't slow down at all. I grabbed its neck, trying to pull it down, but its soft fur had very little friction, so I couldn't get any leverage and started pinching instead of grabbing. Uffed! I snapped its neck, and the stench of its flesh and blood stained my hand. Chapter 128 Coma. However, my danger was not over yet. Its neck was broken, but its limbs were still strong. Its head just rolled off my shoulder and into the water. Instantly, the once clear river was stained red with blood. Click! To my surprise, even though its head was broken, it still had the strength to bite my calf again while it was in the water. Damn it! I cursed angrily, bent down, grabbed its skull, and pulled hard, ripping its head out. A large chunk of muscle was also torn off my calf. I immediately reached out and broke off its limbs, grabbed its body, and took it down. When I looked at it in my hand, I was shocked and quickly threw it away with all my might. A bizarre scene unfolded. As its corpse flew into the distance, the vines that had just disappeared reappeared and caught its body steadily. But this was not for protection. The vines, like demons reincarnated, pierced the corpse with their sharp points, sucking blood, turning the originally green vines into a bewitching blood red. This scene gave me goosebumps. No, we have to get out of this hellhole right away. We should just stick to digging the well and put in the effort. I muttered something under my breath and started swimming in the river. Actually, in terms of distance alone, climbing up the mountain to get ashore would be the fastest way, but I was worried that the vines would attack me, so I had no choice but to head upstream. Once I reach the riverbank, I can go ashore. At most, I'll be attacked by the toads, but there won't be any real danger of death. Although I was swimming upstream, the river was not turbulent, and it wasn't too strenuous to swim. But before I could swim very far, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my leg. I looked back and saw a group of small fish that had come attracted by the smell of blood, clinging tightly to the wound on my calf. The fish's mouth opened and closed intermittently, clearly devouring my flesh and blood. Roll! I kicked hard, scattering the fish. I don't know if it was because of excessive blood loss or the aftereffects of triggering the golden stripes, but my head was spinning and I felt like all my strength had been drained. No, we need to speed things up. But as soon as that thought popped into my head, I couldn't hold on any longer. My eyelids lifted, and I fainted. Hope Valley. After a day of hard work, the wooden house was taking shape. It looked like she would be able to move into a warm house in a few days, and Lu Yiao's mood was filled with joy. When Du Yuan comes back, he'll be shocked. He'll never expect us to be so efficient. Lu Yiao's eyes were filled with sweetness. Lu Yiao raised her head and glanced at the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun had gilded the entire sky with a pinkish hue. Du Yuan should be back soon. I'll go outside to meet him. Lu Yiao walked briskly towards the exit passage, pushed open the door that had been set up less than a day ago, and walked to the exit, her eyes constantly looking into the depths of the jungle. But as darkness fell, Lu Yiao still hadn't seen Du Yuan. The smile on her face had vanished, replaced by deep worry. Yes, he should be back soon. Lu Yiao murmured, forcing a smile. One night passed. Lu Yiao waited at the exit all night without closing her eyes. The people in Hope Valley all know that Du Yuan didn't come back yesterday, but none of them have taken it to heart. It was normal for Du Yuan to stay away from the first shelter for several days at a time. Miss Lu, you haven't slept all night. Would you like to go and rest? Don't worry, Mr. Du Yuan will be fine. He's so strong. That middle-aged woman with glasses, Lin Xiaojing advised. Lu Yiao stubbornly shook her head. I'm going to wait for him here. Lin Xiaojing was taken aback, but couldn't help recalling her past romantic experiences. She gave a self-deprecating smile. You go and rest first. We'll stay here and keep watch for you. Don't worry, I'll wake you up as soon as Mr. Du Yuan returns. Lu Yiao still shook her head. He promised me he'd be back in a day? He must have encountered some danger. No, I have to go find Du Yuan. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yiao was already preparing to rush out. Lin Xiaojing quickly grabbed Lu Yiao's hand, but she didn't expect Lu Yiao to be so strong that Lin Xiaojing was pulled down and fell to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yiao turned around, helped Lin Xiaojing up, and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Lin. Lin Xiaojing suppressed her shock, patted the dirt off her clothes, and shook her head, saying, even if you want to go find Du Yuan, you need to rest properly first. Besides, it's so dangerous here. Aren't you afraid to go out alone? Lu Yiao thought about it and realized it made sense. She had waited all night and was already feeling quite exhausted. But now, whenever she closes her eyes, all she sees is Du Yuan going through all sorts of dangers. Hey, is someone over there? Lin Xiaojing said with delight, pointing towards the depths of the jungle, where faint figures could be seen trembling. Lu Yiao hurried to greet her, but as she got closer, her initial joy vanished like smoke. What are you doing here? Lu Yiao asked, annoyed. In the jungle, Zhao Shi, with his goat-like eyes, was pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling. He swallowed hard, but the words stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. Zhao Shi, what's wrong? Lin Xiaojing also hurriedly asked. Zhao Shi stretched out his finger, pointing deeper into the jungle, and said in a trembling voice, There are snakes. Lu Yiao said irritably, We're on this deserted island, are there no snakes? The next second, Lu Yao realized how terribly wrong she had been when a giant python appeared in her field of vision. Driven by instinct, Lu Yao was terrified, but when the snake got a little closer, she realized that the python was seriously injured, with blood seeping from under its scales. Its scales are pure white. A giant white python. The four words popped into Lu Yao's mind subconsciously. Could this be the giant python Du Yuan mentioned? Less than 2 seconds later, the giant python moved in front of Lu Yao. This made Lu Yao and her 2 companions, who had originally planned to escape, suddenly hesitate to make any rash moves. The giant python extended its tongue in front of Lu Yao, a hint of sadness in its eyes. It spat out a golden fruit from its mouth and threw it in front of Lu Yao. You want me to pass this on to Du Yuan? Although the giant python didn't speak, Lu Yao understood. To everyone's surprise, the giant python simply shook its head, raised its tail, and with a clang, threw down a black cleaver. It's Du Yuan's knife? How did it end up here with you? Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 129 Awakening. Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Yao's mind, a chaotic jumble. But in the end, all the images were reduced to just one sentence. Du Yuan is in trouble. Lu Yao clearly remembered what I had said. The white giant python could only stay in that underground world, but this time it actually came out. Looking at the blood on the white python's scales, Lu Yao immediately understood that this was the price the python had to pay for coming to the ground. It's very heavy. But why would the giant python risk such severe injuries to come to the ground, and even bring back a black machete? I admire Lu Yao's intelligence. Based solely on these clues, she pieced together the entire story. Although we don't know why, the white python must have sensed Du Yuan's situation. Did it come to the ground to save Du Yuan? But judging from the result, it must have failed. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lu Yao trembled and almost fainted, but Lin Xiaojing quickly supported her. Fine. Lu Yao waved her hand, walked up to the giant python, and said, Can you take me to see it? The giant python shook its head, turned its body, and quickly disappeared from Lu Yao's sight. The giant python arrived and left in less than 2 seconds. Lin Xiaojing and Zhao Shi exchanged a glance, both able to sense the fear in each other's eyes. They were intelligent people, and they naturally noticed Lu Yao's unusual behavior. There was only one reason that could make Lu Yao act like this. Du Yuan is in trouble. At this moment, both Lin Xiaojing and Zhao Shi couldn't help but think that the sky over Hope Valley had collapsed. Lu Yao suppressed the urge to burst into tears, picked up the golden fruit and black machete from the ground, turned around, and said without any emotion, Go back. Soon, in Hope Valley, despair was etched on everyone's face. This was their 3rd day at Hope Valley. I don't know anything about Hope Valley. At this moment, I woke up from my drowsiness, moved my fingers, and gradually regained consciousness. I opened my eyes and was met with the midday sun, which stung my eyes. I turned my head away, avoided the view, and then stood up. His injuries have healed, but his strength has not yet fully recovered. Based on this, I can roughly determine the duration of the coma. He was in a coma for 2 days, thankfully, much shorter than the last time. I rubbed my still throbbing head before taking in my surroundings. But when I took a closer look, I was completely stunned. Where is this? I exclaimed in surprise. There were no rivers around me, but rather a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. I still clearly remember what happened before I lost consciousness. Even if I was swept away by the river, I shouldn't have been swept this far, right? Even the river has vanished? All of this is simply too unbelievable. Even though I've encountered many things on the desert island that I've never seen before, there are still things that cannot be explained by science. But this time, I still can't quite accept it. Could it have been washed ashore by the river and then brought here by something? Although this possibility is very small, it is the only situation that barely fits my understanding. Coo, coo, coo. My stomach is growling. Forget it. There's no point in worrying about this now. Let's fill our stomachs first, and then decide on our direction to get back to Hope Valley. I put my doubts aside and began searching for food in the primeval forest. After searching for about half an hour, apart from finding some fruits similar to the flame fruit, I hadn't even seen a single living creature. Poisonous snakes and insects seemed to have vanished without a trace. This unusual situation made my heart jump again. Something unusual must be going on. I became increasingly cautious. After walking for a while, I suddenly saw a row of footprints on the ground, human footprints. Most of these footprints are about the same size as mine, but some are smaller and look like the footprints of women and children. How? How could there be human footprints? I thought to myself with suspicion. If you say they were savages, the savages I've met were all tall and strong, and their footprints wouldn't be this small. But if you say they were people from Hope Valley who came here, I can't believe it. Even if you added up all the men on the plane, you wouldn't have this many men's footprints. Suddenly, a completely unfamiliar word popped into my mind. Natives. Could there really be natives on this deserted island? I wondered, and carefully followed the footprints. After I followed the footprints and climbed up a small, steep slope, I was once again stunned by the scene before me. I rubbed my eyes hard, thinking I was hallucinating. But when I opened my eyes again, the same scene appeared. Damn it! Am I dreaming? I pinched my thigh hard, and it hurt. It wasn't a dream. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Below the steep slope is a flat area the size of 6 or 7 football fields. The flat ground was covered with dense tree stumps, and the felled trees were used to build small wooden houses. In the very center of the flat ground, a huge wreckage of an airplane lay silently on the ground. People would occasionally come out of those wooden houses. They were all normal humans, just like me. It's just that some people have a different skin color than me. Hey, there's someone over there. Suddenly, a clear and resonant voice rang out. I looked over and saw a fair-skinned woman standing in front of a wooden house, exclaiming in surprise. Then she shouted it again in a different language. Immediately, everyone inside the wooden house came out. I've been found out. Hey, who are you? Where did you come from? Why are you in this damn place? A burly white man called out in English. When I was in school, my English wasn't very good, but I could still understand these simple conversations. I lightly leaped down the steep slope and walked towards the wooden houses. Where are you from? Were you also in a plane crash? I answered in not-so-fluent English. Unexpectedly, when I was about 10 meters away from the wooden house in the open space, the white man who had just asked me the question suddenly pulled out a small pistol from his waist and aimed it at me. Don't move. Answer my question, the white man said coldly. I was taken aback, not expecting a firearm to appear. I stopped and said, I mean no harm. Put the gun away. Chapter 130, Another Bunch of Beasts. No. Answer my question first. The white man continued to point the gun at me. Didn't I tell you? I was stranded here after a plane crash. I said cautiously. At that moment, another white man walked over and gave me a disdainful look. Why waste words with this yellow-skinned monkey? Tie him up first, let him get used to our rules, and then we can use him as a dog after he's tamed. After the white man finished speaking, he waved to the others. 2 more white men walked towards me, carrying ropes. Due to the severity of my injuries, my current strength is only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. It will probably take at least a few days for me to fully recover. So I didn't resist and let them tie me up. This is military-grade nylon rope, which is very strong. I tried a few times but couldn't break free. However, if I regain half of my strength, I will be able to break free from this rope. 2 white men then took me to a house and tied me to a stake. I didn't even know what these people did, and I was arrested by them. It was really frustrating, and I felt a nameless anger inside me. I looked into the cell. There were 2 tree stumps inside, and 5 or 6 Asian men like me were tied to them. They looked haggard and had clearly suffered a lot of torture. There were about a dozen white men in total. They seemed to be the owners of the place, and each of them was carrying a weapon. People of Asian and black descent did not have weapons. Especially the women, who were only dressed in the simplest clothes, were busy in the camp. It's either cooking or cleaning. After the white man left, a girl of Asian descent, like me, walked in. She was only wearing underwear, and her body had many bruises, as if she had been beaten. I saw her carefully walk up to me, feed me water from the water bottle, and occasionally glance around warily, her eyes filled with deep fear. After drinking the water, I felt much better, and then I looked at the girl. Thank you, I said gratefully. You're welcome. Be careful here. Those white people, they're not human, they'll kill people randomly, the girl said. Then why are you still here? Why don't you leave? I asked, puzzled. It's more dangerous outside. We have no other choice but to stay here. Although we are often beaten and even humiliated, at least we are still alive. The girl's tone was filled with despair and helplessness. Next, this girl named Lin Xiaoyu told me about the team's rules. It turns out that this was a predominantly white team. They had several pistols, and although they didn't have many bullets, they were enough to intimidate everyone. Other Chinese, black people, and Koreans, etc., were all their slaves. The men have to do the hardest, most tiring, and most dangerous work every day. The women, on the other hand, had to serve the white men, otherwise they would have no food to eat. No matter how well they were served, these white people would find all sorts of reasons not to give them food. For example, right now, Lin Xiaoyu hasn't eaten all day and is only surviving on water. Damn it, I am furious. I never expected these white pigs to go so far. They are simply beasts in human form. Xiaoyu, let me go after dark. I'll take you to my camp, where everyone is equal. I promise you won't be bullied. I looked directly into Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. Will you go? A deep fear flashed in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. Clearly, she had done this before, but had been tortured terribly. Yes, I promise to get you out of here alive. I said firmly, because I have that confidence. The injuries on his body are healing rapidly, which should be related to the various fruits and snake eggs he ate. I believe that by nightfall I will have recovered more than half of my strength. Lin Xiaoyu stared at me and finally nodded. I believe you. I'll come find you again when it gets dark. After saying this, Lin Xiaoyu walked out of the cell. She would seize even the 1% chance. Because she hadn't eaten anything all day. She was outside the cell, picking up litter from the ground and eating it, mostly bones and scraps left over from the white people's meals. She was starving. Just then, a group of white people walked towards them, followed by 5 or 6 Asians. The white men were all talking and laughing loudly, while the Asians all had their heads drooping and were carrying their prey on their backs. Lin Xiaoyu? This slut has finally gone wild, actually coming to the prison cell to find a man. A white man swung his hand and slapped him across the face. The white man was already tall, and this slap sent Lin Xiaoyu spinning around before she fell to the ground. Jack, that was a really good slap. It made him spin around in place. Ha ha ha, great. These bastards deserve to be beaten. They won't behave unless they are beaten. The white people laughed and joked, not treating Lin Xiaoyu as one of their own at all. Human evil is fully manifested in them. Several other white men rushed up and kicked Lin Xiaoyu, sending her rolling several times on the spot, her body covered in trash. But Lin Xiaoyu could only curl up and silently endure it. I was furious and wanted to break free of the ropes right now and kill these beasts. However, the pistols they carried on their hips were a real bummer. This girl has good patience, which has piqued my interest. Tom, help me hold her down. I need to show her what I'm capable of. After the white man named Jack finished speaking, he immediately started unzipping his pants. Several white men came over, pinned Lin Xiaoyu down on her limbs, and wore unrestrained smiles on their faces. Lin Xiaoyu turned pale with fright, struggling violently as she looked at the group of beasts with terrified eyes. Finally, she turned her head and looked at me with pleading eyes. I feel like my heart is being torn apart. The beastly behavior of these white people was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It ignited my anger. Moreover, my strength has now recovered to about 50–60%, thanks to the snake egg, which has given me even faster recovery capabilities. I silently broke free of the ropes, and then slowly moved my body inch by inch in front of those white men. The scoundrel named Jack was already on top of Lin Xiaoyu, preparing to make further moves. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. I'll smash the door open with one punch. The fist continued with undiminished force, striking Jack on the head and causing him to bleed profusely. Oh no, that yellow-skinned pig has broken free. The white men did not take out their guns. In their view, bullets are extremely precious, and they will not use firearms unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, they charged at me with military knives in hand. I hoisted Lin Xiaoyu onto my shoulder, kicked one of the white men away, and then dashed out of the cell at top speed, fleeing towards the outside of the camp. Go after them. I ran incredibly fast, feeling the wind whistling past my ears. The sound of chaotic footsteps of white people could be heard from behind. Bang! A bullet grazed my scalp, startling me so much that I increased my speed even further. Chapter 131 The counterattack begins. Don't waste bullets. He's carrying someone. He can't run very far. The white people continued to chase after me. I carried Lin Xiaoyu, jumped down the hillside, and continued running towards Hope Valley. But the group of white men were very familiar with the surrounding terrain, and before long, they suddenly appeared from the side and blocked my way. When I turned around, 5 more white men appeared behind me. Run? Where to run? A white man carrying a long knife walked towards me. Without wasting any words, I rushed straight into the dense forest next to me. Damn it, I won't let you get away this time. The white man had barely finished speaking when I heard a gunshot. Immediately afterwards, I felt as if something had bitten my back, and soon after, a warm liquid flowed down. I was shot, but I couldn't stop, so I jumped into the man-eating bushes from last time in no time. A multitude of man-eating trees, like a horde of demons dancing wildly, tried to entangle me. But my body moved nimbly inside the man-eating trees, dodging their attacks. Behind them, a white man lost his footing and also fell in head first. But he wasn't so lucky. He was instantly entangled by the man-eating tree, and with a forceful pull from the 2 branches, it was torn in 2. This horrific scene deeply shocked the other white people, who quickly stopped in their tracks. Quick, take a detour. Several white people began to take a detour. I escaped the territory of the man-eating tree, and my back felt a burning pain. Big brother, you escaped by yourself. Take me with you. They will catch up with you sooner or later, Lin Xiaoyu cried out. She saw all of this. She was very touched that I didn't abandon her even in such a critical moment. Shut up. I told you, I would get you out of here alive, I said firmly. Lin Xiaoyu stopped talking and sobbed softly on my shoulder. Having escaped the territory of the man-eating tree, this is now the territory of the man-eating toads, who still occupy the riverbank. The road ahead was blocked, and pursuers were closing in from behind. Without hesitation, I ran to the left. The woods were much thinner there, but at least there was no major danger. Ha ha, I caught him. As soon as I climbed up a hill, a white man blocked my way. It seemed they had taken a shortcut. At that moment, he was aiming a pistol at me. There were hurried footsteps behind the white man. Other white men were rushing over. I made a quick decision and turned to run to the right. The white man raised his gun, but hesitated for a moment and didn't fire. After running about a mile to the right, I was dumbfounded again. 5 white men with guns were waiting for me there. When I looked back, those same white men from before were walking over from behind, their faces showing a perverted smile. Now, I only have one option: to rush into the toad's territory and jump into the river as quickly as possible, because their bullets can hit me at any time in open areas. But before that, I have to kill one of them to weaken them. Thinking of this, I suddenly accelerated and slammed the white man who first spotted me into the riverbank. I then took Lin Xiaoyu and jumped directly into the river. The white man seemed to know how dangerous the man-eating toad was. He thrashed about in the river, letting out a series of screams. Help! Help! Help me! He was covered by a dense swarm of man-eating toads, and a large amount of blood spread across the river surface. There were so many man-eating toads that he was almost instantly killed. I was submerged 3 or 4 meters underwater, desperately trying to swim downstream. Behind me, a large number of man-eating toads were biting my tail tightly, and no matter how fast I went, I couldn't shake them off, because fresh blood kept oozing from the wound on my back. Just then, Lin Xiaoyu on my shoulder began to struggle. She couldn't hold her breath as well as I could, and after a minute underwater, she couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't care less about that now, so I just gave her a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. With this oxygen, Lin Xiaoyu can hold on a little longer. I used all my strength to dive downstream. After some effort, the man-eating toads that had been biting my tail all returned. I quickly rushed out of the water and took deep breaths of fresh air. At this point, I was more than a mile away from those white men. Their pistols didn't have that range, so all they could do was keep yelling and cursing at me from the hillside. Finally, I shook off my pursuers, and my confidence returned. White pigs on the hillside, remember this, your countdown has begun. 1 white pig will die every day. Enjoy your remaining time. After I said that, The white people on the hillside seemed very angry, and some of them even jumped up and down in anger. After a while, they actually started taking a detour again, thinking of coming downstream to intercept me. But this time, I wasn't too panicked. The counterattack begins now. If the white people wanted to take a detour to intercept me, they would have to travel at least 3 or 4 miles more, giving me ample time to set a trap for them. Thinking of this, I walked up to the riverbank and looked at a big tree at the edge. Go and stay up in the big tree. No matter what happens, don't scream, understand? I said this solemnly to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu nodded quickly. After placing Lin Xiaoyu on the big tree, I casually tore off a tree snake from the side and let its blood drip down the riverbank into the depths of the forest. After walking about 30 meters, I saw a swamp ahead. So I dripped the snake's blood into the swamp and then placed the corpse aside. Beside the swamp stood a crooked banyan tree. After a slight hesitation, I moved a large rock weighing 70 or 80 pounds onto the tree just above the swamp. Then a vine was tied to the stone, positioning it on the verge of falling. After doing all that, I carried the snake carcass forward and splattered the blood on other places. Actually, I could use my own blood, but the wound on my back has already healed, and I'm afraid I'll have to cut it open again next time I need to remove the bullet. About half an hour later, a group of white people followed the trail of blood. This yellow-skinned pig has wounds. If we follow the trail of blood, we can easily find it. As soon as a white man finished speaking, he stepped into the swamp. His 2 thighs were instantly sucked in. Oh no, pull me out of here. Another white man quickly stepped forward to pull him out, and he instinctively grabbed the vine hanging down from the tree. The vines were tied to the boulder on the tree, which fell from the sky and hit him directly on the shoulder. 2 white men were simultaneously thrown into the swamp, with only their heads sticking out. Moreover, even if they were saved from being hit by such a heavy rock, they wouldn't be able to be properly treated. Now, only 8 white people remain. Chapter 132 Death Countdown. It was that yellow-skinned pig who set this trap. A white man spoke, looking around with a terrified expression, while simultaneously drawing a pistol from his waist. What should we do, Jack? Should we still go after him? Another white man asked. They had killed many people of Asian and black descent, but it was the death of their own people that caused them psychological shock. What do you think? How dare a lowly animal kill one of our own kind? I must avenge them. After Jack finished speaking, he bypassed the swamp and continued tracking the blood. Lower animals. It seems they really consider themselves the masters of this deserted island. After they left, I walked out of the dense forest next to me and casually dragged the 2 dead men out of the swamp. Of the 2 white men, only one had a handgun. I took the pistol out, and there were only 2 bullets inside, which disappointed me. Actually, these 2 weren't quite dead yet. They could still blink when I pulled them out. I casually tossed him back into the swamp. Just then, a large-bellied ironhead appeared from the bushes next to me. It was facing me, in an attack stance. I moved with lightning speed and grabbed its vital spot. After doing all that, I suddenly shouted at the sky. You white pigs, I'm here, come and get me. I had barely finished speaking when a bullet came flying through the dense forest and nearly hit me. I turned and ran, with 8 white men chasing after me. I ran behind a big tree, spotted the white man chasing me the most, and threw the branding iron at him. Oh! Bang! The white man screamed and fired a shot at the man with the hot iron head. But he missed the branding iron tip and it got wrapped around his neck. I had just grabbed his vital spot, and he was holding back his anger. So he bit him on the face. Ah, a poisonous snake, a poisonous snake. The white man screamed, his voice trembling with fear, like a young girl's. I kept running and fled into the distance. The white beast who was just chasing me so brazenly no longer dares to pursue me so openly. I've been bitten by a poisonous snake. What should I do? Am I going to die? The white man asked in terror. At some point, Lin Xiaoyu's terrified expression also appeared on his face, giving him a real taste of what it was like. You coward, aren't you just a branding iron? Hand over the dagger. The one speaking was their leader, Jack. Jack then sliced off the white man's face with a single stroke. How are you feeling? Much better now, right? Jack asked, holding the blood-stained dagger. I'm fine, find my ass. The white man whose face had been slashed was so angry he wanted to curse. He had thought Jack had some good ideas. He had barely finished cursing when his eyes started rolling back. The toxicity of the branding iron tip had long since seeped into the nerves in his face and entered his brain. Jack, he's dying. Shall we carry him back? A white man asked, his voice trembling slightly. No need. He's beyond saving. Let's continue chasing that yellow-skinned pig. I'm going to skin him alive today. Jack was a ruthless man. All the other white men were afraid of him, but he alone maintained his fighting spirit. The other white men, however, had lost their morale. The deaths of 3 companions dealt a heavy blow to their mental health. At that moment, I was forcefully bending a small tree about the thickness of an arm and then tying its branches to another large tree. After doing all that, I stood on one side of the big tree and shouted into the distance, "You white pigs, I'm right here. Come and die if you dare." This time, I waited a long time. The white people have seen how powerful I am, and now they are much more careful. The remaining 7 white men formed a battle formation. Jack walked in the middle and slowly moved closer to me. "Don't get close to him, just shoot him," Jack said decisively. I had anticipated this move, and the instant they raised their guns, I hid behind a big tree. 2 white men quickly veered around to my left. This was the opportunity one had been waiting for. I ripped the rope binding the sapling. The resilient sapling bounced back instantly, with a force of at least 1,000 pounds. The 2 white men were instantly thrown 5 or 6 meters by the impact, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. When they landed on the ground, they were like mushy mush, unable to move. The attack just now shattered their internal organs, and it seemed they were doomed. At that moment, I stood behind the big tree, revealing half of my body, coldly watching the last 5 people. "I'm right here, come and catch me," I shouted. The same words, but to white people, had a completely different meaning. Actually, there are no more traps here. But half the white people were dead, so even without the traps, they didn't dare come over. No, he's the devil. We have to run. Yes, this guy is a devil. There were 12 of us, and now there are only 5 left. I don't want to die yet. The 2 white men spoke timidly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jack's face. Jack's face was flushed red with anger. "Go back." Jack uttered a single word through gritted teeth, then turned and walked away. I emerged from behind the big tree and shouted at them. "It's too late to go back now. I've already said it. The countdown has begun." After I finished speaking, I continued running towards the riverbank. To leave this dense forest, they must walk along the riverbank. Because I had such a strong impact on them in the dense forest, they were terrified of me. Therefore, I judged that they would definitely walk on the riverbank next. I ran as fast as I could to the upstream position, where there was a road that they could only take back, and I decided to ambush them there. Thinking of this, I caught a dart frog, and then poked it in the back with a few finger-length thorns, so that the thorns would be covered with the dart frog's poison. I just saw it clearly. All those white people were barefoot. Because they were walking on a deserted island, their shoes had long since worn out, so they had to walk barefoot. I stuck these poisonous thorns upside down into the soil. They planted over 100 thorns in total, completely blocking the road, and then covered the thorns with some decaying leaves. After doing all that, I hid in a bush nearby and waited quietly. It slowly got dark. At that moment, 5 figures appeared on the riverbank, walking dejectedly toward me. I knew the opportunity had arrived. "Jack, this is all your fault. When Chris blames you, you'll have to take the blame. We lost 7 brothers this time, and you'll be fully responsible." A white man was still complaining. "If you say another word, I won't hesitate to sacrifice 8 more, Jack said fiercely. The white man finally shut his mouth. By this time, they were already climbing up the hillside. Once they reached the top, 1 or even 2 of them would inevitably step on the poisonous thorns. Chapter 133. Go back and deliver a message to Chris. Jack was the first to hit the jackpot. He stepped on a poisonous stinger. Oh! Jack's body slumped forward, and his hands naturally braced themselves on the ground in front of him. Little did he know that the area within a 3 or 4 meter radius in front of him was filled with poisonous thorns. This time, what was originally a single leg injury turned into injuries to both hands. "Oh no, there's a trap here too. Quick, pull me out." The 4 people behind him quickly pulled Jack up and helped him remove the poisonous thorn from his hand. Are you all right?" A white man asked timidly. I feel that I have lost all feeling in my hands and right foot. This thorn is poisonous, Jack said in a terrified voice for the first time. The white man, who had just been intimidated by him, suddenly had an idea. It's just a poisonous stinger, it didn't hit any vital organs. After saying this, the white man drew his military knife and said to the others, "Hold his hands and feet down." Jack was startled and quickly asked, "What do you want to do?" Before he could finish speaking, the white man swiftly brought down his knife, severing one of Jack's hands. Don't cut off my hand," Jack screamed in agony. "No way, you'll be finished if the poison gas attacks your heart." But after the white man finished speaking, he quickly chopped off the man's other hand and right foot. "How are you feeling? Are you feeling better now?" The white man, carrying a blood-stained military knife, asked. "I'll F your mother." Jack was bleeding from all 3 limbs and cursed angrily. I hid in the bushes nearby and watched these beasts' behavior. I never expected them to be so cruel to their own people. "Jack, how can you swear? I'm saving you," the white man said. He had just been intimidated by Jack, and severing Jack's 3 limbs was, in a way, somewhat of a form of revenge. "Save me? Let me tell you, Chris is my comrade in arms, my brother. If he knew you guys were the ones who broke my limbs, he would definitely shoot you all dead." Jack was blinded by anger and said those words under the circumstances. The other 4 turned pale, seemingly terrified of Chris. But immediately, their faces darkened. "He's beyond saving," the white man said. The other 3 white men nodded, lifted Jack on his stinger, and let go. Jack was suddenly covered in poisonous spikes. This is similar to a neurotoxin. It may take 3 or 4 days for a person to die after being poisoned. Jack was completely immobilized and could only glare furiously at the 4 white men. The white men were so terrified that they dared not return to the hillside. So they went back to the riverbank to discuss something, but the discussion eventually turned into an argument. To my astonishment, the 4 men knelt on the riverbank, facing the dense forest. "Sir, we were wrong. We offended you. Please let us go back." "Yes, we were blind. Please stop chasing us." After the 4 finished speaking, they threw their pistols at their feet and made a gesture of surrender. But I had already made up my mind, and hiding in the bushes, I shouted, "In view of your sincere repentance." As I said this, I saw a look of joy on the faces of all 4 of them. "I'll give you a choice of how to die. Me do it, or you commit suicide?" I finally finished the second half of my speech. Upon hearing this, the 4 men on the riverbank lost their patience. They immediately picked up their pistols and fired 5 or 6 shots in my direction. But the bullets were blocked by the dense trees, so they were just wasting bullets. They didn't have many bullets to begin with, and they ran out after firing a dozen or so shots. Only then did I slowly emerge from the bushes on the hillside and walk towards them step by step. When the 4 people saw me, they kept backing away. I didn't hold back and charged straight at them, killing them both with a single punch. A white man mustered his courage, swung his saber in a circle, and tried to retaliate. But I threw another punch, sending the military knife flying into the air, and his head was deformed from the blow. At this point, only one person remained. He nervously aimed his pistol at me, his whole body trembling as if he had an epileptic seizure. I calmly walked over, gently took the gun from his hand, and then gave him a cold look. "Go back and tell Chris that his time to die is coming. It could be tomorrow, it could be a week from now, but at the latest, it will be half a month. I will personally kill those beasts." I looked at the last white man and said coldly, Are you going to let me go?" The white man was overjoyed. "Yes." After saying that, I chopped off both of his arms with 2 strokes. "Oh." The white man was writhing on the ground in pain. "You said you would let me go." "Yes, but you only need 2 feet to walk, so there's no need to keep your hands." After I finished speaking, I collected all their pistols and checked the others. There were only 20 bullets and 4 pistols in total. I did this to keep Chris and his men living in constant fear, to exhaust their mental energy so they wouldn't have time to prey on the women in the camp. At that moment, I ran quickly toward Lin Xiaoyu, but when I got close to the tree, I found that she had already fallen at the base of the tree. Her face turned black. She appeared to have been poisoned. There was also half a mushroom plant that hadn't been eaten next to her. "Xiaoyu." I gently shook her. Lin Xiaoyu opened her eyes and mumbled as if in a dream, "I'm so hungry." I sighed. She had eaten poisonous fungi, and it seemed that only my blood could detoxify her. Thinking of this, I picked up my military knife and gently cut my wrist. The incredibly sharp military knife didn't even cut my skin. Left with no other choice, I could only use 80% of my strength. The blood finally started flowing. When I was cutting my wrist just now, it felt like I was cutting through tough shark skin. It seems my defenses are already quite formidable. After drinking my blood, Lin Xiaoyu slowly woke up, and even her complexion became a little rosier. Brother Du, is your blood really that powerful? Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly. Yes. After I finished speaking, I carried her on my back. It felt like there was a thorn pricking inside my back, which made me very uncomfortable. It must be that bullet causing the problem in the muscle. But I have to put it in a safe place before I take it out. Lin Xiaoyu admires me very much. You can tell from her bright, sparkling eyes. I carried Lin Xiaoyu on my back and started running towards Hope Valley. But after only a few hundred meters, I frowned. The terrain seems to have changed somewhat. I remember that uphill spot just now only had a few weeds, but now it's become a knee-high thicket of grass. Xiaoyu, did you memorize the terrain when you came down? I turned around and asked. Chapter 134, The Mysterious Purple Fruit. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback, then quickly shook her head, looking completely bewildered. She was running for her life. How could she have been in the mood to remember the surrounding terrain? Moreover, people who live in cities for a long time simply don't know how to tell directions in the wild. Left with no other choice, I could only force myself to charge in one direction. I used to hunt in the mountains, and I know that if you get lost, just walk in one direction and you'll always find your way out. And so, I carried Lin Xiaoyu on my back and pulled her along as we walked quickly. However, my idea was a little naive. In this vast primeval forest, towering trees can be seen everywhere. Every time I encountered a few large trees, I had to go around them, but after going around and around, I became confused. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Xiaoyu and I found ourselves back in the same place. Lin Xiaoyu and I both sighed at the same time. This seems similar to the phenomenon of being trapped in a maze in rural areas, where people can walk back and forth on a road all night. But the term ghost wall is just a mysterious thing that uncultured people have given to it. Having received a science and technology education, I know that being lost in a maze is simply a hallucination caused by a person's mental weakness. Although I just dealt with Jack and his gang, I was severely exhausted both mentally and physically. Needless to say, Lin Xiaoyu was even more so. She was already starving, and then she was poisoned. Although my blood cured her, she was still severely mentally exhausted. Let's sit here and take a nap, I said to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu was completely obedient to me, so she quickly nodded in agreement and leaned her head against my chest. Feeling the warmth and softness of her body in my arms, I held her close and slowly closed my eyes. I don't know how much time passed, but it was already midnight when I slowly opened my eyes. After regaining my energy, I started to have some fantasies when I looked at Lin Xiaoyu again, because she was only wearing a pair of underwear and no shirt. I'm a grown man full of vigor, and I almost lost control in this situation. Thankfully, the bruises on her body dispelled my unhealthy thoughts. Xiaoyu, wake up. I gently shook Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu slowly woke up, her face still a little dazed, looking like she hadn't woken up properly. Let's head back now, I said with pity. I'll listen to you, Brother Du. Lin Xiaoyu stood up, but her legs went weak. All I could do was carry her on my back and walk away into the distance. Sure enough, once I felt better, the hallucinations disappeared, and the familiar jungle reappeared before my eyes. The area ahead was the territory of the man-eating toads, and I managed to avoid any serious danger by taking a detour. Just then, a dark forest I had never seen before appeared in front of me. The forest was full of all kinds of fungi, and these fungi were emitting colorful light. Some snakes darted among the fungi, dazzling me with their movements. I have never seen such a beautiful sight before. This dark forest is like a bustling city. The light emitted by fungi is like the neon lights in a city. A strange fragrance wafted into my nose, making me dizzy. Turning my head to look at Lin Xiaoyu, I saw that her eyes had also become unfocused. She actually got off my back and walked into the forest full of fungi. I was startled. We had just experienced hallucinations. Could these fungi also cause us to hallucinate? Thinking of this, I quickly followed behind Lin Xiaoyu. Almost the instant we entered the forest, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly turned around, her previously dazed eyes turning fierce, and she picked up a stone and threw it at me. What are you doing? Are you crazy? I quickly grabbed Lin Xiaoyu. I originally thought I could stop her with just a fraction of my strength. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Xiaoyu's strength seemed to have increased several times over. It felt like I'd been hit on the head without warning. Oh. I grunted, staggered back a few steps, and looked up at Lin Xiaoyu. She continued charging towards me, looking extremely fierce. Oh no, she's been bewitched by something. Without thinking twice, I used all my strength to finally grab Lin Xiaoyu's wrist and forcibly take the stone from her hand. Get out of here. I picked Lin Xiaoyu up in my arms, but she stubbornly tried to bite me with her teeth. Even I, who don't believe in ghosts and gods, was terrified at this moment. Could it be that ghosts and gods really exist in this world? I dared not think any further. I just wanted to pull her out of this forest full of fungi as quickly as possible. But to my surprise, the moment I turned around, I was dumbfounded. The area behind me, which was previously free of fungi, was now covered with shimmering fungi, instantly blocking my escape route. The colorful fungi shimmered and stretched into the distance, with no end in sight. I was so angry I jumped up and down. Damn it! You think you can trap me in an illusion? After saying that, I grabbed a vine and tied Lin Xiaoyu up tightly, then carried her and charged off in a certain direction. Lin Xiaoyu was controlled because she was too weak. But I'm different. I'm stronger, but I still feel dizzy. After running about 200 meters into the dark forest, a huge fungus suddenly appeared in front of me, as tall as two people, and its light was even more dazzling. I felt as if my head had been hit by a heavy hammer, and I almost fainted. However, I was holding back my anger, and I forced myself to resist its control and walked up to it. The king of fungi seemed to come to life, spraying large amounts of green liquid towards me. I shifted my body slightly, grabbed its stem directly, and pulled with all my might. Wow, wow, wow. I seemed to hear a piercing cry of a baby, and then I ripped the giant fungus off. At the same time, a fruit emitting a purple glow was pulled out of the soil. The fruit seemed to have a halo around it, making it look dreamlike. At the same time, Lin Xiaoyu stopped struggling on my shoulder, as if she had recovered. I frowned and ate the purple fruit directly. The instant I ate it, I felt as if my head had been hit by a heavy hammer, as if something had exploded in my brain. At the same time, the explosive force extended into my eyes. Yeah! I screamed a few times and threw Lin Xiaoyu to the ground. About 10 minutes later, I felt the tearing sensation in my head disappear, and my eyes felt clear and cool. Brother Do. A timid voice rang out. I quickly turned around to look. Lin Xiaoyu was still tied up, but she had regained her senses. I quickly went over and untied her ropes. Lin Xiaoyu looked into my eyes and suddenly took a step back. Brother Do, why are your eyes emitting a purple light? Lin Xiaoyu asked. I also felt very strange. The moment my eyes met Lin Xiaoyu's, I had a weird feeling. I can control her. Yes, that's the feeling. Thinking about this, my gaze towards Lin Xiaoyu became intriguing. Xiaoyu, kiss me. After I said that, I couldn't help but blush. However, to my surprise, Lin Xiaoyu actually kissed me. Well, little Rain. Having done something wrong, I left the dark forest with Lin Xiaoyu, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. Unexpectedly, after passing through here, we were not far from Hope Valley. This time there really wasn't any danger. Because at times, I feel I can control my gaze to veer off course and nip danger in the bud. However, this kind of turning is very mentally taxing. After spending the whole night, Lin Xiaoyu and I reached the entrance of the valley, but I paused and put Lin Xiaoyu down. Chapter 135 The Rebellion of Hope Valley. Xiaoyu, you stay here. I'll go in and scout ahead. After saying that, I quickly slipped into Hope Valley. It's been almost a week since I last left Hope Valley, and I don't know what changes have occurred there. Without my presence, have those with wicked intentions been exposed? I quickly sneaked into Lu Yao's tent. But at this moment, a large number of people had gathered in her tent, all with somber faces. My heart warmed. It must be because I hadn't been back for a week that these people were worried about my safety, which is why they all gathered in Lu Yao's tent. But then it dawned on me, and a surge of anger rose within me. Lu Wu's 3 henchmen each held a repeating crossbow, pointing it at Lu Yao. The others were half squatting on the ground, as if they had been threatened or coerced by me. Gao Zheng, whose legs were crippled, was glaring angrily at Lu Wu's 3 lackeys. The leader was none other than Zhao Shi, the goat-eyed man I thought had improved. I didn't expect that he would be unable to restrain himself after I had only been gone for a week. Human nature. Especially when he looked at Lu Yao, his gaze became somewhat unrestrained. This makes me feel a little disheartened. Damn it. I desperately went outside to help them find water, but they wouldn't even protect my loved one. Lu Wu's 3 henchmen must die. Zhao Shi, if you have any problems, come at me. Release Lu Yao and the others. Gao Zheng had somehow returned to Hope Valley without anyone noticing. However, his legs were crippled. What about Lu Wu? Zhao Shi turned around and gave Gao Zheng a disdainful look with his goat-like eyes. Coming after you? You're a piece of trash now, and you still want to protect them? Just stay put. Today I'll let you see for yourself how I'll destroy your brother's girlfriend. After Zhao Shi finished speaking, the other 2 lackeys burst out laughing. Lu Yao was so angry that her face turned red. I finally couldn't hold back any longer, and rushed into the tent in a flash, snapping the neck of one of the henchmen with lightning speed. His broken neck turned towards me, and he finally saw my face clearly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Another henchman cried out in alarm and quickly aimed his crossbow at me. Puff! The crossbow bolt struck my chest, but it bounced off to the side in a strange way, leaving only a faint mark on my skin. The lackey was finally dumbfounded. He dropped his crossbow to the ground and knelt down in front of me, his knees buckling. Spare me, brother, do spare me. Just then, Zhao Shi's goat-like eyes darted around, and he suddenly rushed behind Gao Zheng, pointing a military knife at Gao Zheng's neck. Let me and my brother go, or I will kill your brother Gao Zheng. Zhao Shi said, lacking confidence. Gao Zheng used to be a strong man. Although his legs were crippled, he still had his pride. To be held hostage by a villain was worse than being killed. Gao Zheng and I exchanged a glance, then walked up to the lackey and looked down at him. I went out to find water for you. I forgave you for what you did. I treated you like human beings, and how have you repaid me? I asked coldly. The lackey had nothing to say. He glanced at Gao Zheng, then at me, and emboldened by some unknown source, shouted, Do you on? Don't be so smug. Your brother Gao Zheng is also in the hands of my brother Zhao Shi. If you kill me, your brother will die too. Upon hearing this, I didn't hesitate and punched him on the head. The lackey's eyes rolled back, and he died instantly on the spot. After I finished doing that, I turned around and looked at Zhao Shi with bloodthirsty eyes. When Zhao Shi's dagger fell to the ground, he never expected that I would disregard Gao Zheng's life and death and suddenly kill him. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm an animal. I'm a beast. You can torture me however you want. Just please spare my life. As Zhao Shi spoke, he slapped himself in the face. I ignored him, pushed Gao Zheng over to me, and then untied Lu Yao's rope. My movements were methodical and unhurried, but the slow movements carried a sense of impending doom, making it impossible for Zhao Shi to breathe. Death is not scary. Waiting for death is scary. Ah Yuan, you're finally back. Tears welled up in Lu Yao's eyes, tears of joy. I gently patted her head and then patted Gao Zheng's shoulder, but I remained silent, my face terribly gloomy. The others also looked pleased and greeted me. I ignored them for the time being and turned my gaze to Zhao Shi. Kill me if you want. Stop torturing my nerves. Zhao Shi pounced on me and grabbed my leg like a shrew. I kicked him, sending him flying. But Zhao Shi was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he was delighted because he had an emotional release and might not have to kill him. Tie him up. I'll need him later. After I finished speaking, several men who had been tortured by him came over and tied Zhao Shi up tightly. In the meantime, some people will naturally take the opportunity to settle old scores or grudges. A Yuan, why keep him alive? Just kill him. He's a threat, Lu Yao said. But I didn't answer her question about that. There's a bullet lodged in my back. You need to get it out first, I said to Lu Yao. Tears streamed down Lu Yao's face. She hadn't expected me to suffer so much pain. She gently rubbed my face with her hand. The others also seemed to have tears in their eyes. Brother Du, we've been in a terrible state while you were gone. Nobody dared to go hunting, and we've run out of water. There's a tiny water source in the cave, but it only drips 2 jugs of water a day. A middle-aged woman said. Even these 2 jugs of water are controlled by Zhao Shi and his 3 bastards. We can only take a small sip each day to keep ourselves alive. The more I heard this, the deeper my brow furrowed. We absolutely cannot let Zhao Shi die so easily. Lu Yao started removing the bullets from me. I didn't feel much pain when the bullet was removed. At that moment, the bullet was removed from my back, and I groaned in pain. Lu Yao quickly covered me with her clothes. As for anti-inflammatory treatment, that's out of the question. With my physical condition, the wound will heal within minutes once the bullet is removed. Oh right, there's a little girl outside, Yao. I rescued her along the way. She's right outside Hope Valley. Send someone to bring her back. I said to Lu Yao. A short while later, Lin Xiaoyu was brought back. She was initially quite frightened when she saw the people of Hope Valley. However, when she noticed the same fear in the eyes of the group, she calmed down. I didn't tell anyone else about the white beast. Life is already hard enough. I don't think it's necessary to scare them further and make them live in fear. Everyone, next, we need to set up defenses around Hope Valley and dig deep traps. Wild beasts are certainly scary, but we also need to guard against some outsiders with ulterior motives. As I said this, I glanced at Zhao Shi, who was tied up in the corner. Chapter 136, Deploying Defenses. Okay, I'll do as Brother Du says. But how should this trap be set? Yes, how should we set up the defenses? The people of Hope Valley were mostly ordinary people in society, protected by the law, and they had no idea how to set up defenses. I sighed helplessly, as if none of these people could help me at all. I could only look to Gao Zheng for help. Gao Zheng, please help me. I have limited energy. I said helplessly. Gao Zheng nodded, but he didn't make much eye contact with me. He seemed to have changed. I'll teach them how to dig traps and set up defenses, so you don't need to worry about it, Gao Zheng said. I nodded in satisfaction, then opened a small bag behind me, inside which were 4 pistols and 20 bullets. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. I found this on the road. I still didn't mention the white man's atrocities. I only said that I found the guns. Great, with a gun, everything will be much easier. A young man said happily. I don't think so. There are only 20 bullets, so I have to hand the gun over to someone who knows how to use it. At this point, I looked at the others. Do any of you know how to use a gun? I asked. Don't worry, Brother Du, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run, right? I've played CF for 5 years, after all. A boy thumped his chest loudly. Everyone else couldn't help but laugh, but they laughed very restrainedly. I was the only one who didn't laugh. Instead, I coldly said, we'll talk about it later. Everyone else, please leave. Yi Yao and Xiao Yu, please stay, I said to everyone. The group of people now obeyed my every command, so they quickly left the tent. In the blink of an eye, only the 3 of us were left in the tent. Xiaoyu, you should tell Ye Yao, I said to Lin Xiaoyu next to me. Lin Xiaoyu looked at me, then at Lu Yao. She finally realized that Lu Yao and I were the real leaders of Hope Valley. So she told them about the white camp. She couldn't help but cry whenever she talked about how the white beasts tortured her. Lu Yao was both shocked and angry upon hearing this, and finally hugged Lin Xiaoyu in her arms, gently comforting her. Ah Yuan, if those white men are well trained, we should avoid them. Hope Valley has just been built, and we can't afford to lose any more lives. Lu Yao said worriedly. I agree with Sister Lu. Peace is hard won. I think we should just live our own lives. Lin Xiaoyu also said. Okay, that's what I was thinking too, but just in case, we still need to strengthen our defenses. We should double the number of people on night watch and place more stones on the cliff tops on both sides of the valley entrance. I could only say helplessly. That kind of thing would instill fear in anyone. Not to mention Lin Xiaoyu's age. By the way, there's no need to tell anyone else about the white people. They're already living in fear, and if we add the threat from the white people on top of that, I'm afraid they'll have a mental breakdown. I said to Lu Yao and Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's gaze towards me changed. She never expected that I, who had killed 11 people in the dense forest, would have such a kind and gentle side. Okay, Yuan. Yes, Brother Du. Lin Xiaoyu also affectionately called me Brother Du. I glanced at the few bullets left. These things were scarce, so they definitely had to be entrusted to someone reliable. The people I can think of right now are myself, Lu Yeyao, and Gao Zheng. But we still need a brave, resourceful, and trustworthy person to take the final shot. Yao, what happened while I was away? I asked. Lu Yao recalled. The most serious thing was that those 3 bastards, Zhao Shi, seized the water source and rebelled. It seems like nothing else particularly happened. Oh, and when Aunt Chun was sick, a guy named Wu Fan risked going out to collect herbs and was even scratched by wild animals. Oh, my eyes lit up. According to Lu Yeyao, that Wu Fan could be cultivated into a trusted confidant. After all, Gao Zheng's legs are broken, so there's very little he can do to help me in the future. Bring that Wu Fan in. A short while later, Wu Fan was called in. Upon closer inspection, I vaguely recognized him. He was probably close to 30 years old, but he was big and burly, and most importantly, he had a pair of cross-eyed eyes. Even when he looks at people normally, it feels like he's about to fight you. However, after looking at me for 2 seconds, he lowered his head. Since eating that purple fruit, I feel that my spirit is much stronger than before, and my eyes carry an indescribable sense of pressure. You must be Wu Fan? I asked. Yes, Brother Du. Although he was older than me, he still called me brother. On a deserted island without laws or moral constraints, the strong are respected. I've heard about your story from Yao. Thank you for helping Aunt Chen. This shows that you are a person with a strong sense of justice, so I've decided to give you one of the 4 pistols to use. I said it casually. Brother Du, you flatter me. The Aunt Chen that Yao mentioned is my mother. If I don't save her, who will? Who knew Wu Fan would be so straightforward? I'm now in a bind, and I'm forced to add to his glory. That also proves you're a filial son. You can have the pistol. As I spoke, I took out my pistol, but only gave him 2 bullets, because Lu Yeyao and I definitely needed to take more bullets. After Wu Fan got the pistol and bullets, he excitedly picked them up and played with them, and accidentally pointed the gun at me. This made my face darken. Remember this. Even if you're out of bullets, never point a gun at your own people. Make this a habit, understand? I emphasized my words. Wu Fan then realized what was happening and quickly aimed his gun at the ground. All right, from now on you are the leader of the night watch. You will lead at least 4 men on watch every night. Now that you have a gun, you must take on the corresponding responsibilities. If any accidents happen at night, I will hold you responsible. I said in a chilling tone. Yes. Wu Fan quickly straightened his expression and left the tent. Yao, arrange accommodation for Xiaoyu, and get her some food too. She's been starving for ages. I said to Lu Yeyao. After that, there wasn't much else to do. It was just a matter of digging traps and setting up defenses. This process is very lengthy, taking at least several weeks. However, things weren't so easy in the white people's camp. After the white man with both hands severed told their leader Chris about my feat of killing 11 people, the entire white camp was thrown into panic. They were terrified that I would suddenly appear in secret. So for the past 3 or 4 days, they haven't been eating or sleeping well, their spirits are low, and they've lost the will to torment those women. But Chris wasn't one to wait. He called a few white men into his tent, and they discussed things for half the night before the men hurriedly left with their weapons. Chapter 137. The white-skinned beast comes to the door. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. I overestimated this group's sense of crisis. Their defenses were loosely laid out, and some of the traps were so obvious that they probably couldn't even fool wild animals, let alone humans. Brother Du, these are the fruits I picked for you on the mountain. They're so sweet. Lin Xiaoyu has emerged from the gloom and returned to being an innocent and carefree little girl. But she wasn't entirely naive. She knew to cling to me, her leader, and would occasionally pick some wild fruit for me. I glanced cautiously at Lu Yeyao beside me, and only after seeing that she didn't seem jealous did I take the wild fruit. As for Gao Zheng, he did not accept the pistol I gave him. In his words, it would be a waste for him to have a gun because his legs were broken. This made me feel uneasy, and I wondered if there was some fruit on this deserted island that could help my limbs regenerate. As for Wu Fan, he has now become the 4th in command in Hope Valley, second only to me, Lu Yeyao, and Gao Zheng. But he is also a grateful person. He knows that his current position is entirely due to my support, so when he chats with his subordinates, He always calls me Brother Do. In the past 2 weeks, my body, mind, and all aspects have recovered to their peak condition, and it's time for me to go out and guide them to the water source. Wu Fun, get ready, call 2 brothers. I'll show you the way, I said to Wu Fun. Okay, Brother Do. Wu Fun excitedly began selecting personnel. I then turned to Lu Yao and Gao Zheng and said, Yao, Brother Gao, when I leave, I hope you 2 will be in charge of things in the valley. When anything happens, make decisions together. The 2 nodded slightly. Lu Yao gently nestled into my arms. Every time she went out, it meant a life or death situation, so it's no wonder Lu Yao was worried. After comforting Lu Yao, I led Wu Fun and the other 2 to the edge of Hope Valley. 5 large pits have been dug at the edge, and the bottom of the pits is covered with bamboo sticks. The mountains surrounding the valley were also piled with stones, and 2 guards stood on the mountains, wearing green leaf hats, waving gently at me. Set off. After I finished speaking, I led the way out of Hope Valley. Just after we had walked for half an hour and turned a small bend, we suddenly froze. Suddenly, a group of white people appeared in front of the 4 of us. I vaguely remember the leader. Wasn't he one of those beasts? Oh no, it's those bastards. I had barely finished speaking when the group of white men opened fire. Fortunately, they drew their guns hastily, and their bullets were inaccurate. I pulled Wu Fun and the others to hide around the corner, and then drew my gun and fired. Unexpectedly, they attacked me instead of me provoking them. Brother Do, who are they? Why are they attacking us? A teenager was trembling with fear. He had only ever seen gunfights in movies in his entire life. Don't ask anymore. They're just bad guys, the kind who would kill people. I can only offer a brief explanation. How did they find Hope Valley? My sister is in the valley. What should I do? I need to go back and tell my sister. After the boy finished speaking, he got up and ran away without my permission. A bullet struck him precisely in the back of the head, and the boy died instantly. Damn it, don't show your face. I practically yelled it out. Brother Do, what should we do? Wu asked angrily as he turned the corner. A million curses ran through my mind. The white people discovering Valley of Hope is the last thing I wanted to see. Because if even one of them goes back, Hope Valley will be constantly harassed. Moreover, I don't know how many weapons the white people actually have. Good, so this is their headquarters. We've finally found it. A white man was laughing unrestrainedly at the corner. Great, they must have a lot of women in their base camp, while the women in our camp are basically worn out. It's a good time to change them. Haha, this is going to be fun. Those white people seem to be deliberately trying to provoke me. Wu Fenrin, true to his name, was the first to be enraged. He suddenly stood up from his bunker, ready to raise his gun and fire. Bang! A bullet struck him squarely in the chest. Wu Fun! I shouted and caught Wu Fun as he fell. He had a small hole in his chest, but a large crater in his back, and it seemed he was going to die. Unexpectedly, among this group of white people was a sharpshooter. We're doomed. Brother Do. Wu Fun managed to utter a single sentence, at which point a large amount of blood spilled from his mouth. Say no more, brother. I quickly tried to cover Wu Fun's wound, but it wouldn't stay closed. I'm failing. Please take care of my mother. Wu died immediately after speaking. I glanced back and saw that only one boy was still following behind me. 4 people came out, and 2 of them died in the blink of an eye. Human life is so fragile in the face of bullets. I suppressed my grief and said to the surviving boy, just stay here and don't move. The boy was terrified and lay prone on the ground, afraid of exposing himself to the white man's gun. At that moment, I slowly closed my eyes. 3 seconds later, my eyes opened again. In my vision, space seemed to have undergone an inexplicable distortion. My gaze seemed to have a mind of its own, and it turned a corner and went straight away. Finally, I saw those white beasts. There were 9 of them in total. The leader was a man with a receding hairline, about 40 years old, and a pistol in each hand. The other white people also carried guns. Moreover, their positioning was very strategic. They were clearly more formidable than the 11 white men I killed last time. I memorized their positions, picked up a stone, and threw it out of the cover. Bang! The moment the stone flew out of cover, I saw the Mediterranean man raise his hand and fire a shot, shattering the stone into pieces. He didn't even aim, yet he hit the moving rock so accurately. His marksmanship is terrifying. Even if I now possess the ability to bend my gaze, I fear that the moment I show myself, I will still be doomed. My face turned pale, and I turned to look at the boy. You, throw stones out of the bunker to distract them, I said to the boy. But the boy kept shaking his head, his whole body trembling like a sieve. He was terrified. Left with no other choice, I could only grip the gun in my right hand and throw the stone with my left. As expected, the stone was shattered instantly. But I took advantage of the moment when the sharpshooter was hitting the rock to pop out and hit a white man with a single shot. That yellow-skinned monkey is cheating. How despicable. The sound of white people shouting and cursing came from around the corner. Chapter 138: The Sharpshooter Among White People. I fired a shot randomly, but I didn't hit the sharpshooter. I only hit an ordinary white man, and it seems I didn't hit any vital organs. At this moment, I also took Wu Fun's pistol bullets into my hand, giving me a total of 9 bullets. Even if I kill a white man with every bullet, that won't be enough. Don't worry about it. We have plenty of guns, just push them over. The one who spoke was the sharpshooter with the Mediterranean hairstyle. His voice was very deep. I was startled and quickly gave the boy a wink. What are you all standing there for? Crawl back this way quick. The boy didn't listen to me at all. He just kept covering his head with his hands. Left with no other choice, I pressed my body tightly against the ground and retreated towards Hope Valley. The sound of footsteps became chaotic. The group of white men, taking advantage of their numbers, finally made it past the bend. I heard a gunshot behind me. The boy must be dead. Hey, that kid is crawling. Look at the marks on the ground. A white man's voice reached my ears. I was startled, and, no longer caring about crawling on the ground, I stood up and ran. 5 gunshots rang out from behind. Several bullets flew past my body, almost hitting me. But one of the bullets hit me squarely in the back. It must have been fired by a sharpshooter. Fortunately, he was using a handgun. The bullet only entered my muscle and did not damage my internal organs. I felt the wind whistling past my ears, and soon I was rushing into Hope Valley. Quickly, the enemy is coming. I shouted to the 2 men on guard duty at the top of the mountain. When I rushed into Hope Valley, everyone was awakened. They emerged from their tents and looked out into the valley. Damn it! Get some cover, they have guns. I yelled. Everyone was shocked and scrambled to find stones and tree stumps as cover. At this point, the 9 white men had reached the edge of Hope Valley. One of them had his arm dangling over his shoulder. He must be the one I hit. I nervously glanced at the mountaintop and then at the white people outside the valley. As soon as these white men stepped onto the edge of the valley, the boulders and logs on the mountain could deal them a fatal blow. The sharpshooter, skilled and daring, walked at the very front. I silently prayed in my heart, walk faster, even faster. The sharpshooter finally reached the edge of the valley and was about to step into the log trap. However, at that moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked around at the terrain with a puzzled expression. Such a person clearly has spent years fighting on the edge of life and death and possesses an extraordinary intuition for danger. At that moment, however, he suddenly took a step back. You 2 go first. That guy shooed the 2 white men ahead of him. Just then, the 2 men on the mountaintop cut the rope with a knife, and a large number of boulders and logs fell down. 2 white men died on the spot, but my face turned ashen. These 2 idiots. Didn't they know to wait until a few more people walked into the trap before starting the log roll? Only 2 have been killed so far. What about the remaining 7? The sharpshooter then cautiously retreated 5 or 6 steps, raised his hand, and fired 2 shots at the mountaintop. Although only the heads of the 2 people on the mountaintop were visible, they were still accurately shot in the head and rolled down the mountain, which was tens of meters high. Oh no, what should I do? They are terrifying. We're not going to survive. The cries of men and women rang out. The group of white people understood perfectly, and their faces lit up with joy. Haha, that's great. There really are women, and they're young. I want to line them up and play with them. I hung them upside down to play with them. All sorts of foul language poured out of the white man's mouth, making the women of Hope Valley even more frightened. I can easily take down the other white men, but that sharpshooter is a bit of a problem. He doesn't give me a chance to show myself at all. Since a direct confrontation won't work, I can think of other ways. White brothers outside, please don't hurt us, we can help you. I shouted from inside the bunker. Ha ha ha, chickened out now? Judging from your appearance, you're that yellow-skinned monkey who killed 11 of my brothers, right? The sharpshooter asked from outside the valley. Yes, it's me, but I'm backing down now. I just hope you won't hurt my people. I continued speaking from my hiding place. Since I can't match that sharpshooter's marksmanship, if they capture me, I can easily take him down in close combat. But you must give me a chance to get close. The group of white people started discussing things in English. After a moment, the sharpshooter said, "All right, then come out with your hands raised." I hesitated for a moment, then tucked the pistol into my trouser leg, slowly stood up from the cover, and raised my hands high. The sharpshooter is carrying a pistol. If he doesn't keep his word, he might injure me at most, but he won't kill me. Now, slowly walk towards me. The sharpshooter said. Lu Yao was shocked and tried to rush over to stop me, but I stopped her with a look. I slowly walked towards the group of white people. You're smart enough to just walk over here slowly. The group of white men, holding pistols, stared at me brazenly, occasionally casting greedy glances at Hope Valley. Soon, I was only a dozen meters away from that sharpshooter. At this point, I spoke up. Brother, may I ask how many people you brought this time? Huh? Why are you asking this? The sharpshooter looked displeased. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to count your numbers and prepare tents for you. You'll be spending the night in Hope Valley. I tried to explain. Because I need to find out their background. In case there are still white people lurking in the shadows, if even one white person escapes back, he will expose the location of Hope Valley. There are only 7 of us left. That's what a white man said impatiently. The sharpshooter's expression changed slightly, and he glared fiercely at the white man. Charlie, who told you to be so talkative? The sharpshooter gave the white man a stern reprimand. Now, I'm only about 7 or 8 meters away from that sharpshooter. But his marksmanship is fast and accurate, and I'm only about 50–60% sure I can take him down. To be absolutely certain, I need to walk another 3 or 4 meters. At this moment, everyone in Hope Valley was looking at me with worry, not knowing what I was planning. Stop. Just as I was about to continue approaching the sharpshooter, he suddenly spoke. My expression changed, and my heart skipped a beat. Take off all your clothes and pants. I need to check if you have any weapons. The sharpshooter's voice continued to come. I was completely dumbfounded. This is outrageous. What are you standing there for? Take it off, a white man yelled. Left with no other choice, I could only slowly take off my coat. Charlie, go closer and keep an eye on him, the sharpshooter said again. Oh, the guy named Charlie was clearly unhappy. Tom, even though you're the second in command in the camp, you can't just make me do dangerous things, can you? Charlie quit. Chapter 139 The Counter-Pursuit begins. Charlie, I think you've misunderstood. This isn't a suggestion, it's an order. The sharpshooter named Tom said, his tone becoming somewhat unfriendly. I was secretly delighted, knowing this was an opportunity, a chance for me to get closer to Tom. While the two of them were staring at each other, I unconsciously moved forward about half a meter. Hey you yellow-skinned monkey, what do you want? To my surprise, Tom was so alert that he noticed my unusual behavior immediately. I want to fuck your mother. At that moment, I no longer cared and charged at Tom like a cannonball. Bang! I felt something bite my chest, and warm liquid flowed out. But at the same time, I also knocked Tom flying. As soon as his body was thrown into the air, I grabbed his wrist to keep him from getting too far away from me. With a forceful squeeze of his 5 fingers, Tom's right hand snapped instantly. I didn't let up, and continued to hold his left hand. With another twist, I broke his left hand as well. You're a sharpshooter, right? Now you don't have either of your hands. After I finished speaking, I used Tom as a shield and coldly looked at the remaining 6 white men. Don't shoot, or he'll die. I said coldly, but I didn't have much confidence in my heart. Just then, a white man stepped forward. It was Charlie. Tom is done for. Don't hold back, just shoot. After Charlie finished speaking, he raised his pistol. But the other white people hesitated. Tom was so angry he almost vomited blood, yelling, Charlie, I'm the second in command in the camp. How dare you kill me? Charlie spread his hands, feigning innocence. Tom has now heroically sacrificed himself. I will definitely go back and tell Chris to give you a grand funeral. After Charlie finished speaking, he raised his hand and fired a shot. My pupils contracted, and I used Tom as a shield, charging towards Charlie. Charlie's expression changed, and he fired at me as he retreated. After firing 5 shots in quick succession, his pistol made a series of clicks as it emptied, indicating that it was out of bullets. I didn't let the opportunity slip by, and rushed over to grab Charlie by the neck. His neck was as easy as a stick to my powerful strength, and was easily snapped. After doing all that, I lifted the 2 corpses and threw them at the remaining 5. The corpses already weighed between 100 and 200 pounds, and with the added strength from me, 2 of them were sent flying and died on the spot. Now, only 3 people remain. They had never seen anyone as tough as me before. Although they had guns, they were terrified. Oh no, this is a ghost, a demon. We have to run and go back to tell Chris. The 3 fled in panic. The people in Hope Valley, having witnessed everything I had done, couldn't help but burst into cheers. Lu Yao led the charge towards me, her face covered in tears. "Ah Yuan, let me bandage your wound." Lu Yao arrived in front of me very quickly, but I shook my head and picked up the 2 pistols. "You all stay here. Those 3 people must be dealt with, otherwise there will be endless trouble in the future." After I finished speaking, I broke free from Lu Yao's hand and chased after the 3 white men who had fled. After turning the corner, I saw the corpses of Wu Fun and the other 2. Then came the sound of hurried, fleeing footsteps. Those 3 white men were terrified. "Hey, you yellow-skinned guy behind me. Big brother, we won't hurt you anymore. Please go back." A white man with an injured arm lagged behind, shouting as he ran. Too late. I raised my hand and fired a shot. The bullet hit his thigh. "Get out of here." The white man was furious. He fell to the ground and fired 3 shots at me, but due to his panic, none of them hit me. I walked up to him methodically and stepped on his wrist. The white man quickly raised his other hand. "Big brother, don't kill me. It'll benefit you if you don't kill me. I know Chris's armory is." Before the white man could finish speaking, I shot him in the head. "You don't need to tell me. I'll go find it myself." Looking up, I saw that the other 2 white men had already disappeared. What surprised me was that they didn't take the old road, but instead ran into a large thicket of thorns. The bramble bushes here are all 2 or 3 meters tall, forming a maze-like structure. It will be very difficult for me to find the 2 of them. Just then, a gunshot rang out in the distance. I felt a jolt in my shoulder. I'd been shot. I quickly turned around and saw 2 more white men behind me. It turned out they really had a backup plan. That guy named Charlie was completely fooling me, and even the sharpshooter Tom was just playing along. I never expected that white people would be so cunning. My face immediately turned ugly. It wasn't that they were afraid of being killed, but rather that they didn't know how many accomplices they had in secret. If just one person goes back, Hope Valley will turn into Despair Valley, or even Death Valley. Those 2 had probably already witnessed my prowess. After firing 1 shot, they continued to hide behind the rock, not daring to show their faces. I gave a cold laugh, enduring the pain in my body, and turned my gaze away. Sure enough, the 2 guys were lying behind the rock, one half squatting and the other half kneeling. I aimed my pistol at the spot where they were about to peek out and walked over step by step. The man who was kneeling heard my footsteps, took a deep breath, and prepared to pop out and shoot. A murderous glint flashed across my face, and half a second before his head was about to pop out, I fired the shot. Bang! His head seemed to be specifically designed to catch my bullets. I blew his head off. With the added advantage of improved visibility, I also became a sharpshooter. The other guy was so scared he peed his pants. He went from half squatting to lying face down on the ground, but none of that escaped my sharp eyes. I walked over step by step and aimed the gun at his head. Finally, I saw him directly, and he saw me too. We both raised our guns at the same time, but unfortunately, I had the advantage. Bang! After killing the second person, I took all their pistols and continued walking into the thicket of thorns. This place is like a maze, but it is surrounded by high mountains, somewhat like a very small basin. After taking only a few steps, I turned back and climbed to higher ground. The thicket of thorns wasn't growing very thick. I only needed to be on high ground to have a clear view of the entire small basin, and then they would have nowhere to hide. Don't be fooled by how much fun I'm having killing. My body is actually enduring immense pain. The bullets inside my muscles felt like thorns in my flesh, causing me to expend a great deal of physical and mental energy with every movement. I finally climbed to the top of the mountain and surveyed the entire thicket of thorns. Sure enough, I spotted a furtive figure. He was hiding behind a thicket of thorns, cautiously watching my former spot. But where is the other person? I need to find two people at the same time before I can fire, otherwise I might scare the other person away. Chapter 140. The chase is underway. Thinking of this, I closed my eyes briefly, then opened them again. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through my head. Using the ability to bend one's gaze places a tremendous strain on the mind. This must be the side effect. After scanning the entire small basin, I still couldn't find the last person. Not good. I had just finished saying that when a gunshot rang out from the high mountain opposite me. The bullet hit me squarely in the chest. Oh. I grunted and quickly rolled away, hiding behind a big tree. This time I was shot in the heart, but thankfully he was far away from me, and it was a handgun bullet that didn't go through my muscles. I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling my strength rapidly draining away. If I don't take down these two enemies within an hour, I'll faint. The situation was extremely critical, so I quickly rolled down the other side of the hillside and ran in a roundabout way to the back of the thorn bushes. That guy has moved to a different spot and is no longer lying in ambush in the same thicket of thorns. He hid among 3 bushes of thorns, keeping his eyes fixed on the exit. I forced myself to endure the mental strain and fired a shot into the thicket of thorns. The bullet pierced through the thorn bushes and struck him squarely in the head. Even after he died, his eyes remained wide open, as if he couldn't believe he was dead. Now, only that person on the mountain remains. In order to avoid being hit, I had to run in a zigzag pattern towards the top of the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out from the mountaintop, followed by the clicking of empty chambers. He must be out of bullets. With that, I felt reassured and quickly chased after the white man. The white man was also an expert jungle runner, and I kept a distance of 30 or 40 meters from him. If we were in an open area, I could easily catch up with him, but unfortunately the terrain here is too complicated, with towering trees blocking the way from time to time. Just then, my expression shifted, as if I had thought of something. Last time, all 12 of them were defeated by me. How could they possibly send only 11 this time? Could it be? Thinking of this, I quickly and cautiously looked around at the surrounding mountains. Wrong. I quickly started walking in a zigzag pattern. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. I don't know how many people were hiding in the shadows. It seems I guessed right, but this isn't good for me because I can't catch them all at once. The 3 gunshots just now came from 3 sources, one from the dense forest in the low-lying area, one from the high mountain on the right, and one from directly in front. Thinking of this, I quickly crawled towards the high mountain. Once I've dealt with the enemies on the high ground, I can then deal with the enemies in the low-lying areas from my superior position. I had only climbed halfway up when I saw a white man hiding behind a huge rock. He is blind in one eye and missing half of his ear. If my vision hadn't been able to bend, I would never have noticed him. But he was clever. Instead of peeking out and shooting at me directly, he raised his gun and fired wildly in my direction. Now I dared not make any rash moves. Because I had already suffered several gunshot wounds, coupled with the depletion of my mental energy, another injury would mean fainting, and fainting would mean death. Just then, a non-venomous grass snake slithered past me. On a sudden impulse, I grabbed the grass snake and shouted towards the boulder, "White pig, here's a king cobra for you." After saying that, I gave it a hard flick, and the grass snake landed precisely behind the rock. Ah! Bang bang. The white man fell for it, jumping up from behind the rock as if his backside was on fire, and even fired 2 shots. I had been waiting for this opportunity, and I resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! That guy got his head blown off by a single shot. After doing all that, I walked up to the man, only to find that he was holding an old rifle. This gave me a lingering fear. If I had been hit by that rifle, I probably would have been killed. So I picked up my rifle and began scanning the low-lying area from left to right. The 2 men fired a shot and then fell silent. I even suspect they've already escaped. No, we can't let them escape. With that thought in mind, I grabbed my rifle and charged forward, taking 5 steps forward and 2 steps back. This footwork makes it impossible for hidden gunmen to discern my walking patterns. However, I still miscalculated. I had only walked 50 meters downhill when I felt something pressing against the back of my head. You yellow-skinned monkey, I won't kill you. I'll capture you alive and take you back to torture you slowly. The voice behind said coldly. My heart sank, because the white man who had just run away was in front of me, and he turned back, pointing a gun at me as well. Even if I can dodge the shot from behind, I can't dodge the shot from the front. Mock, stop wasting time talking to him, just kill him. He's dangerous. The white man looked at me and said in horror, because he had witnessed my prowess firsthand, but the gunmen behind him were probably lying in ambush along the way and didn't know how powerful I was. All right then, whatever you say. I heard the sound of fingers pulling triggers behind me, and there seemed to be a squeaking sound of the cartridge turning. At the critical moment, I ducked my head with all my might. Bang! I felt a strong gust of wind blow over my head, and the bullet parted my hair in the middle, burning away the wisp of hair in the middle of my head. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare. I quickly turned around, ready to deal with the enemies behind me first. But I miscalculated. The fact that the guy behind me could point a gun at the back of my head without me even noticing is a testament to his skill. The instant I turned around, he also retreated 3 or 4 meters. This guy was a lean white man with bulging muscles all over his body. He was holding a revolver in his right hand and was about to fire a second shot at me. I quickly ducked down and rolled on the ground, trying to get closer to him. However, he continued to retreat, bullets flying around me. Kid, you're still too green to get close to me. The white man seemed to be able to read my mind. Left with no other choice, I could only continue to exert my strength and charge towards him. As for the white man in front of me, he fled the scene as soon as he saw that I was free, completely ignoring his teammates. Every time I approached the white man, he would take a few steps back and then leisurely load his revolver. This really infuriated me. How about that? You can't catch me, can you? However, this time, he had barely finished speaking when he realized that there was a small hill behind him, and he lost his footing. He lost his balance and fell straight down the hillside. I cautiously approached the hillside and looked down at the area below. It was only 5 or 6 meters above the ground, so no one could possibly fall to their death, but he was very unlucky. Below the hillside was a man-eating swamp. Half of his body was already inside, his eyes darting left and right, too afraid to move at all. I went down the hillside and hid under a big tree, ready to confirm his death. Brother, give me a hand. I'll follow you from now on. I'm a special forces soldier. The white man quickly said. In the face of life and death, the issue of stance seems so powerless. The beginning after chapter 141. I neither nodded nor shook my head, but instead walked cautiously toward him and extended my hand to him. Overjoyed, the guy quickly reached out his hand to me. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I know all of Chris's secrets, and I will tell you them one by one later. I didn't waste any words with him. I took the revolver from his hand and examined it. There are still 3 bullets inside. Brother, now, you can pull me up. The white man seemed to have realized something. His voice trembled violently. I didn't waste any words with him. I leaped into the air, stomped on his head, and ran down into the swamp. There's one more person I need to deal with. Only the white man's eyes were visible above the swamp. Bubbles were still coming out of his nostrils, and his eyes were filled with extreme terror. About half a mile after leaving the swamp, I felt my whole body trembling violently, and my brain and kidneys were throbbing with needle-like pain. This is a sign that the lamp is about to run out of fuel. However, if the last enemy is not dealt with, Hope Valley will never have peace. 1 step, 2 steps. I finally couldn't hold on any longer and plopped down on the rock. Never mind. We'll talk about it when we get back. I found a wooden stick to use as a crutch and walked with difficulty toward Hope Valley. As the sun was about to set, I finally arrived at the edge of Hope Valley. Lu Yao and everyone in the valley were waiting for me there. Upon seeing me return, Lu Yao burst into tears of joy. She, along with Lu Shiyu and Lin Xiaoyu, helped me back to the tent in Hope Valley. Yao, tell everyone to hide and not stay in Hope Valley, because one enemy has already gone back. As soon as I finished speaking, everything went black and I fainted. I don't know how much time passed before I finally woke up. The bullets had been removed from his body, and his wounds had been treated. How long was I unconscious? I asked Lu Yao, who was sitting next to me. Ah, you're awake. Lu Yao tried to hug me, but I pushed her away. This wasn't the time for sweet nothings. A little over a day, Lu Yao said. So where are we now? I had a keen sense that this was not Hope Valley. Don't worry, we've already set up camp 10 miles behind Hope Valley as you instructed. It's just that there's no water source here, and no place to take shelter from the rain, Lu Yao said. I checked my mental and physical strength, and it was about 80–90% recovered. It seems that the random fruits I ate before had an effect. All right, call everyone over. I need to discuss our counterattack strategy. Soon, everyone came into my tent. Gao Zheng sat in his wheelchair, looking thoughtful. The others looked on with terror, as if they could be frightened by the sudden appearance of an ant. After all, they had become like frightened birds. At the front was Aunt Chun, who looked much more haggard because her son, Wu Fun, had died. Everyone, we can't just keep backing down. Those white men have already discovered us, especially knowing that we have a lot of women here, so they won't let us go. We must fight back, I said in a deep voice. But no one answered me. They were all terrified. Don't be afraid. Those white people are nothing special, and I also confiscated a lot of their weapons. I pointed to a pile of handguns and a rifle next to me. Sure enough, a few young people started to get restless. In their view, white people are scary because they have guns. Okay, I support Brother Du, a teenager stepped forward. I think I can do it too, to kill those white beasts. Another young man stepped forward. Then, most of the young people stood up and expressed their support for me. But I didn't show much joy on my face, because there was one most important person who hadn't spoken yet. Thinking about this, I looked at Gao Zheng and asked, Gao Zheng, what's your opinion? Gao Zheng was somewhat embarrassed and helpless. Brother, it's not that I don't support you, but most of those white people are Europeans and Americans. They don't have gun restrictions there, so they are much more skilled at using firearms than we are in China. If you really go to the white people's camp to fight back, you may not come back, and you will lose a few more lives. After Gao Zheng finished speaking, he didn't dare to look me in the eye. My face instantly fell. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but every time I ask him about his relationship with Lu Wu, he always gives vague answers. This time, although his reasons were plausible, he was, after all, a security guard by training, and his self-defense was too professional. We can't keep hiding forever, can we? I sighed and said somewhat listlessly. Yeah, what's the point of just hiding? A young man said. Yes, it's not the theft itself that's scary, it's the thief's eye on us. We can't live in constant fear, otherwise this torment alone will wear us down. This time, the speaker was a young man who was 2 or 3 years older than me. Most others also agreed with my statement. However, a small number of people agree with Gao Zheng's statement. Most of them were middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s, and there were also a few elderly men among them. As people get older, they naturally lose their competitive spirit and can't withstand much hardship. But my supporters are a group of young people in their 20s, both men and women. No, they have firearms there. Even if we compromise, what if they discover us? How can we defend ourselves? It would be better to launch a surprise attack and at least take their firearms. I shook my head and looked at Gao Zheng with a serious expression. Yes, Brother Du is right. I've been wanting to get a real gun to play with for a long time. A young man couldn't help but agree. I think Brother Du is right. It's better to die a spectacular death than to live a life of timidity. Another young man echoed my words. At this moment, Zhao Shi, who was tied up in the corner, also spoke up. I support Brother Du's actions. However, he was slapped in the face by a young man as soon as he finished speaking. Shut up. Gao Zheng's brows remained furrowed. After a long pause, he said, I still stand by my opinion, but I can't stop you. If you want to do it, then do it. But you'll have to take responsibility for the consequences. I was slightly taken aback when I heard this. Gao Zheng seems to have changed completely. Not only has his personality changed, but even his attitude towards me has changed. Could it be because I disregarded his life and killed his lackey a while ago? Still, all right, Gao Zheng. Although we have disagreements on this, you will always be my brother. As I spoke, I gazed into Gao Zheng's eyes. Gao Zheng didn't look me in the eye like he used to. His lips twitched slightly, a mixture of self-mockery and helplessness. This made me feel inexplicably guilty. Am I overthinking this? Good, I said sincerely. Next, I began to rest in the new, makeshift camp to allow my body to recover to its peak condition. But around noon, one of the young men returned covered in blood. "It's terrible, Brother Do. We've run into a white man again. My brother was shot and killed by him." Wah. Chapter 142, Various Aspects of Camp Life. I frowned and sighed deeply. What's meant to happen will happen eventually. You've all seen it. We've already withdrawn from Hope Valley, but they've still come knocking on our door. I said to everyone. The older people remained silent, while the younger people were all filled with righteous indignation. "Brother Do, let's fight," a young man said. I didn't say anything, but glanced at Gaozhong. Gaozhong said, "Brother, you're right. I didn't think it through. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll have everyone hide here." I nodded heavily. The quality of an army is more important than its quantity. On the fourth day, I set off with 3 men. One of them was Zhao Shi, and each of them was holding a pistol, but there were only 2 bullets left. But I'm different. I have 14 bullets. Since we are going to take action, we must act before the enemy, keep them outside Hope Valley, and ideally bring the war to the white men's camp. With the help of my various abilities, I made my way to the foot of the white camp without any major incidents. The 4 of us lay down side by side in the grass, looking at the scattered dots in the white camp. The mission is to first locate their armory, take what you can, burn what you can't, then gradually wipe out these white bastards, and finally, rescue our compatriots inside, understand? After I finished speaking, the 3 of them quickly nodded. Zhao Shi was so grateful that he said to me, "Thank you so much, Brother Do, for being so understanding. I promise I will be loyal to you from now on." After listening to Zhao Shi's words, I remained expressionless and pointed to the front of the camp, which was the most dangerous position. "Zhao Shi, head in this direction. That's the safest place." I said that on purpose. "Okay, Brother Do." Zhao Shi nodded, picked up his pistol, and started climbing up the slope. Meanwhile, I and 2 others climbed up into the white people's camp from 3 other directions. I went up from directly behind to the back of the camp. This is a cell. There's a crack in the back of the cell, which I made by crashing into it. Inside the cell, a white man was hanging an Asian man up, holding a dagger and brandishing it at his body. After a moment's thought, I avoided that cell. Lights were lit in every cell, and various scenes of white people torturing Asians were displayed. But I forced myself to be patient and tried my best to find their armory first. At that moment, in the cell in front of me, a white man was binding a young girl in a spread eagle position, using a branch to hold a red-hot stone and placing it on the girl's sensitive areas. The girl screamed in terror, but her screams were not so loud in the camp because the whole camp was filled with screams. "I'm going to mark you. You're my one and only." After the white man finished speaking, he held the red-hot stone out towards the girl. I finally lost my temper, rushed into the cell, grabbed the white man by the neck, and shoved the red-hot stone in his hand into his mouth. A puff of white smoke rose from his mouth, accompanied by the smell of burnt flesh and blood. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The white man made a mmm sound. With a forceful pull of 2 fingers, I tore his throat open again. When the girl saw me come in, she stopped struggling and looked at me with pleading eyes. I untied her ropes and made a shushing gesture. "If you want to live, find a place to hide and don't make a sound," I said. The girl nodded hastily in fear and shrank into the shadows of the cell. Her figure is so thin it's heartbreaking. It must be because she doesn't eat enough. After dealing with the white man, I went to the other rooms. I was originally planning to go to the armory first, but the behavior of those white beasts made me unable to hold back. In another cell, a woman was bound in a spread eagle position, her legs bound in a cruel way into a split. Meanwhile, a white-skinned beast, holding a venomous snake in his hand, walked towards the woman's thigh with a perverted smile on his face. Darling, although I don't have that ability, I can use something else to replace it." The white-skinned beast, holding a snake, approached the girl step by step. It turns out he was a dead eunuch. Lacking the ability himself, he resorted to other methods to torment women. It was simply, I was so angry that I couldn't control myself. I quietly walked into the cell, came up behind that white beast, grabbed his neck, and made him unable to scream. At the same time, I snatched the snake from his hand. "You beast, today I'll show you how a snake crawls through a hole." After saying that, I shoved the snake's head into the mouth of the white-skinned beast. The snake burrowed into any hole it could find and went straight for the throat of the white-skinned beast. The beast made a dying sound, but couldn't utter a sound. He could only desperately scratch his neck, as the snake had blocked his trachea. He died in less than 2 minutes. The snake crawled out of his stomach again, covered in sticky saliva. I looked at the woman who was tied up in a split, then casually cut her ropes with a knife and took out the fruit that was stuffed in her mouth. If you don't want to die, hide in a corner and don't make a sound, understand? I said. The woman glanced at me, but her eyes were strange. There was neither fear nor gratitude, only an indescribable feeling. I was stunned. What? Help! Someone has broken in. To my astonishment, the woman actually shouted loudly. I was so angry I almost vomited blood. I chopped her in the neck with a chop, then dragged her and the white man's corpse under the bed, where I hid myself. A moment later, the sound of lazy footsteps came from outside. I looked out from under the bed and saw a large, bare foot. Judging from the skin of the foot, it belonged to a white person. That incompetent man Ruby is always coming up with new tricks. It's so annoying. The white man muttered something to himself and then left the cell. I breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at the unconscious woman beside me. This woman, did she get her way with these white guys? And now she's repaying kindness with enmity? So I dragged her out again and tied her to the bed using the old method. Leaving the memory behind, I looked around at other places. In the very center of the white camp stood a house made entirely of wood, which looked rather sturdy. There were even people guarding the outside of this house, so I concluded that this was very likely their armory. Thinking of this, I quickly wiped the dirt on my face, disguised myself as an enslaved Asian in the camp, and walked unsteadily toward the white man. The white man spotted me quickly, a sinister grin spreading across his face. In the middle of the night, instead of sleeping, you come here to get tortured by me? As he spoke, the white man took a red-hot military knife from the stove next to him. Without saying a word, I covered his mouth and grabbed his wrist, the force compelling him to slit his own throat. I dragged the white man's body into the shadows and quietly opened the door to the cabin. This wooden house seems to be a suite, with an outer room and an inner room. I guessed right. Inside the outer room was a half-open wooden box containing about 100 rounds of gleaming yellow bullets. It might not be enough for fighting, but it's a lifesaver for me. Chapter 143 Stalemate. I quickly emptied the bullets from the box into a canvas bag and prepared to leave. Just then, a strong gust of wind came from behind. I took a step forward and immediately turned around. My eyes slowly opened wider. There was a European or American woman, at least 1.75 meters tall, with a slender figure and a strong build. Most importantly, she was wearing nothing at all except a pair of tall boots. It seems she's also part of the armory. But because it happened so suddenly, she only had time to put on her boots. Put the bullets down. The woman spoke in Chinese. After a brief moment of impulse, I regained my senses. This woman must die. Otherwise, all she would have to do was shout, and my ambush plan would have failed. So I threw the bullet and crashed into it like a cannonball. The white woman never expected that I would dare to make the first move. But she was also a master. At the crucial moment, she wrapped her legs around my neck and grabbed my right hand, coiling herself around me like a python. She seems to be a Brazilian jiu-jitsu expert, but unfortunately she ran into me. With a forceful punch of my right hand, I smashed her thigh open, and with the same force, I smashed her head as well. This tall, beautiful white woman instantly collapsed softly into my arms. I wasn't sure if she was dead, but I didn't have time to kill her right now, so I grabbed the ammunition pouch and headed outside. They had walked less than 20 meters when 2 gunshots suddenly rang out directly in front of the camp. Then, all the white people were alarmed. They all ran out shirtless, each carrying a gun. I quickly shrank into the shadows. A short while later, 2 white men escorted Zhao Shi to the fire. He came up from the front, making him the easiest to spot, which was exactly what I expected. "Boss Chris, this is the guy. He was lurking around down the slope with our gun," a white man said to another bearded man. When I saw this bearded white man, my pupils inexplicably contracted, and I felt the hairs on my body stand on end. His build and facial features were no different from those of a normal white person. The only difference was that his pupils were bright yellow, just like the pupils of a tiger. Moreover, the aura emanating from him gave me a very dangerous feeling. After a brief moment of panic, Zhao Shi regained his confidence. If you know what's good for you, release me. My elder brother has already infiltrated your camp, and he can easily wipe you all out. Hearing this in the dark, I was so angry I almost vomited blood. This guy has completely confessed without being asked. Oh, your eldest brother, is that Du Yuan who killed 11 of my brothers? Chris asked. His voice was deep, giving the impression that he was very strong. Yes. Zhao Shi was completely stunned. Thank you. After Chris finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhao Shi's head. Bang! Zhao Shi's skull was actually crushed by his grab. My goal has finally been achieved, but making Zhao Shi die was even more worthwhile. After doing all that, Chris said to the others, hurry everyone to the middle of the camp, and then we'll search the entire camp. Chris had just finished speaking when he suddenly frowned and looked in my direction. Then, he walked step by step toward the armory. I let out a long sigh. What was bound to happen had finally happened. So, I also rose from the shadows, ready to confront him head-on. However, I immediately sat back down, because Chris went into the armory and didn't see me in the shadows next to it. Just half a minute later, Chris came out carrying a woman. Who hurt my Linda? Chris asked in a deep voice, his tone carrying a calm that seemed to precede an explosion. Everyone trembled with fear. The Asians and blacks were so terrified that they knelt on the ground. Even the white people lowered their heads. I finally understand. This guy ruled this place with violence. Look, Tom is dead too, right there in the shadows. A white man suddenly stepped into the shadows and dragged out the body of the white man I had just killed. Chris looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the shadows where I was. Come out. I see you. Chris stared straight at me in the firelight, his bright yellow pupils particularly frightening. After thinking about it, I decided to step out of the shadows without hesitation. The other white men all pointed their guns at me. Put down your weapons. Chris said in a low voice. Did you hurt my Linda? Chris asked coldly. That's right. I was even prepared to kill you. After saying that, I lunged forward and punched Chris in the head. Unexpectedly, he was very agile and dodged my punch at the crucial moment. The other white men put their guns away and looked at me with expectant eyes as I fought. This is going to be good. He actually dared to fight Chris in close combat. He won't last 3 moves, Just as one of the white men finished speaking, I had already exchanged a punch with Chris. I took 4 steps back, and Chris took 5 steps back. He was indeed very strong. 10 ordinary people would not be a match for him. Unfortunately, he encountered me at the peak of my life. That's interesting. Chris's words caused him to hunch his fist behind his back. I felt terrible too. It felt like my finger bones were about to explode. I didn't say anything, but just stared coldly at Chris and his gang of lackeys. Your abilities are on a completely different level from those yellow-skinned pigs. How about it? Join us, and I'll treat you like one of my own. To my utter surprise, Chris actually wanted to recruit me. If I hadn't witnessed their beastly behavior, I might have joined forces with them. But now, I'm sorry, I have no intention of associating with beasts. I looked straight at Chris and said without any mercy, Boss, this yellow-skinned pig doesn't know what's good for him. Let me shoot him dead. After a white man finished speaking, he raised his pistol. That's right, this guy is Du Yuan. He's quite strong. If we don't kill him now, we'll be in deep trouble once he goes back. Another white man also said so. Chris rubbed his fist, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head. Brother, you should think about it again. Actually, we are not as vicious as you think. There's no point in considering it. Since you're not going to make a move, I won't either. But there's something I need to make clear to you. I said solemnly. Speak. Chris shrugged indifferently. Can we keep to ourselves and your camp from now on? I asked. I asked this question out of desperation, mainly to lower their guard. Can. I was surprised that Chris agreed so readily, which made me a little suspicious. Okay. After saying that, I ran quickly backwards, my canvas bag rattling as it was filled with bullets. Oh no, he stole our bullets. A white man shouted. Chapter 144 The Cunning Chris. Brother Du Yuan, that's not fair of you. Leave the bullets with me. Chris's voice came from behind. But I didn't care about that, and quickly ran towards the edge of the camp. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets hit me from behind, but luckily I was quick enough to dodge them in 2 moves. Grab him, don't let him escape, and seal off the area around the camp. Chris was furious. At that moment, I hid next to a wooden stake and took off my shirt. My skin changed, and its color blended in with the wood stake. This is the main function of fruit color change. 2 white men with handguns walked past me without even seeing me. I was secretly delighted. This was exactly the effect I wanted. Once they've searched the entire camp and haven't found me, they'll definitely lower their guard, and then I can leave smoothly with the bullets. These white pigs are indeed formidable, but without bullets, they're like toothless tigers. Putting aside whether I would take their lives, the Asians and blacks they enslave would give them a major headache. Have you seen him? I didn't see it. That's strange. He was heading in this direction just now. Did he fly or disappear into the ground? 5 more white men walked past me. Just as I was secretly pleased with myself, my pupils suddenly contracted. Beside me, a hunting dog stared straight at me, its tongue lolling out, drops of saliva dripping from it. Did they bring it off the plane? Or were they domesticated after arriving on the desert island? I didn't have time to think too much. I quickly picked up a stone and nervously stared at the hunting dog. Although my body can blend into its surroundings like a chameleon, my scent remains unchanged. The hounds are my biggest threat now. The 5 white men were about 10 meters in front of me, while the hound was only 5 or 6 meters away. Suddenly, the hunting dog stretched its head forward. This is the prelude to an imminent bark. I'm sorry. I smashed a rock on the dog's head with all my might. With my current strength, plus a full force strike, that stone is no less than a bullet. Oh whoa, the hunting dog died on the spot. However, at the same time, the 5 white men in front noticed the unusual situation behind them and quickly turned around. Oh no, my Danny, he killed my Danny. A white man rushed over, holding the hound's carcass, his face filled with grief and indignation. Oh my God, look what he used to kill Danny. It was a rock. One of the white men quickly noticed the weapon that had killed the hound. The 5 white men quickly formed a square, back to back, and looked around. However, their attention was mainly focused on the roof and high places, and they didn't notice that I was actually 4 or 5 meters away from them. I breathed a slight sigh of relief, realizing they couldn't see me. But immediately, my heart jumped into my throat again. Chris led a large group of white men as they approached from a distance. My disguise is probably more than enough to fool ordinary white people. But I've seen Chris before. Even when he was hiding in the shadows and disguised, Chris could still see him easily. In the end, Chris walked up to me. He first looked at the dead hunting dog on the ground, and then at the location of the dog's injury. Fortunately, this guy had his back to me the whole time, proving that he hadn't noticed the danger behind him. This made my expression change. The only person I was wary of in the entire camp was Chris. If I risk taking him out now, I'll at most get shot twice, which would result in serious injury, but there's also a chance I'll get a headshot with a pistol. Is this risk worth taking? I slowly raised the pistol and aimed it at the back of Chris's head. Just as I was about to pull the trigger, Chris suddenly swung his hand and fired a shot behind him. I felt a jolt in my chest, and I almost couldn't breathe. His shot hit me squarely in the chest. Damn it. It turns out that the cunning Chris had already discovered me, but he didn't expose me. Instead, he suddenly fired when I was secretly feeling lucky. The other white men then noticed me and started shooting at my location. I quickly swayed my body, mobilizing every cell in my body, and rushed straight to one of the white men. Oh, fuck. That white man just fired 3 shots at me, but none of them hit me. Upon seeing me approach, he could only utter a curse in despair. But I didn't kill him. Instead, I grabbed him by the neck and used him as a shield. Don't come any closer, or else. Bang. Before I could finish speaking, Chris raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting the white man directly in the heart. Why are you still working so hard for him? Look how he treats you. I ran forward while shouting at the group of white people. Yellow-skinned pigs, don't try to divide us. It's useless. Do you really think they're stupid? Chris said in a deep voice from behind. His tone naturally carried a sense of authority, making it impossible for anyone to feel any resistance. Several bullets flew past my scalp, almost blowing my head off. Having been on this deserted island for so long, I've encountered all sorts of crises, but never one as dangerous as today. In my panic, I ran into their armory. As soon as I arrived at the armory, a bullet flew right past my ear. Standing in front of me was a naked woman, Linda. I never expected she was still in the armory. Although the bullet didn't hit me directly, the strong wind it generated made my ears bleed and ring. Die! I rushed over and kicked Linda's gun away, then placed my fingers directly on her slender neck. Just as I was about to make my move, Chris had already rushed into the armory. No, 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 don't kill her, don't kill her. For the first time, Chris's tone revealed fear. It seems that this woman named Linda is very important to him. You say you won't kill me, but I'm going to kill you anyway. I said that on purpose to test how much Linda meant to Chris. No, no, no. As long as you don't kill her, I'll let you go. Chris couldn't help but take a step back and throw the pistol on the ground. I think I figured it out. For Chris, Linda is probably like a wife, and a wife with whom he has a very deep affection. All right, I'll take the bullets with me. I quickly added more to my bet. Upon hearing this, the group of white lackeys behind him became unhappy. Boss, we can't let him take the bullets. Bullets are our lifeline. Without bullets, how can we intimidate those slaves? Yes, boss. Don't forget those people on the island. They are our biggest threat. If we don't have bullets, they could easily raze our camp to the ground. Chapter 145, each with their own ulterior motives. Chris frowned deeply. Brother, do you on? How about this? We split the bullets in half. Chris looked at Linda and then at me. Good. I readily agreed. I don't have any advantage right now, so it's best not to push people too far. With that in mind, I took off the canvas bag on my back, poured half of the bullets onto the ground, and left the other half inside the bag. We've reached an agreement. Can you release my Linda now? I keep my word. If you release him, I'll let you take half of the bullets with you. Chris spoke in a very deep voice, giving the impression that he was very trustworthy. No, your woman still needs to escort me to the edge of the camp. Once we're there, I'll release her. But don't try any tricks. With my strength, even if I take 2 bullets, I can still wipe out half of you. After I finished speaking, I looked at Chris. All right, you go first. So, I took Linda hostage and slowly walked towards the edge of the camp. As we approached the edge, suddenly, several white men walked up behind us. Then I saw the other 2 brothers who had come with me to raid the white camp. Both of them are teenagers. However, at this moment, their hands were already tied behind their backs, and they were kneeling on the ground with bruises and swelling on their faces. Chris smiled. Brother, do you on? Now I have 2 more bargaining chips, so I want you to leave the rest of your bullets behind. My face looked grim. These 2 teenagers were my 2 biggest supporters at the time. If I disregarded their lives, what difference would I make from these white-skinned beasts? Brother, save me, save me. I'm still young, I don't want to die. A boy knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. However, the other boy's behavior was completely the opposite. Brother, don't worry about me. Just do what you should do, but please take care of my sister for me. I remember this boy's name was Young-jun, and his sister's name was Young-li. Young-jun, are you crazy? If you want to die, you die? I don't want to die with you. Brother, save me. The boy, named Li Chong, cried out. I remember he also said he had played Crossfire for 5 years. After a moment's hesitation, I said to Chris, it's impossible to give you all the remaining bullets, but I can exchange them in terms of quantity. Young-jun is worth 20 bullets, and Li Chong is worth 2 bullets. As soon as I finished speaking, Li Chong immediately objected. Brother, why am I only worth 2 bullets? I've been playing CF for 5 years, and my marksmanship is the best. I'm more valuable than Young-jun. Li Chong said. I was about to speak when Chris took over the conversation. Because you are afraid of death and have no sense of collective honor and shame, you deserve to die. So I've thought it through. Since Young-jun is worth 20 bullets, I'll hand him over to you. As for this guy, he's only worth 2 bullets. He can stay and help me with the work. I don't need those 2 bullets. Upon hearing Chris's words, Li Chong collapsed to the ground. My face remained expressionless, because the crisis was not yet over. I have no intention of wasting my time on any exchange. This is just a delaying tactic. My main objective is to get them safely out of the white camp. Young-jun, come here and take 20 bullets from my bag for Mr. Chris. I can do 3 things at once. While talking to Young-jun and holding Linda hostage, he was also observing the terrain of the entire camp to facilitate his escape. Now, I need time to do calculations for the entire camp. Yang Jun raised his hands and walked up to me, counted out 20 bullets from his canvas bag, and tossed them to Chris. Li Chong immediately panicked. Brother Du, you can't abandon me. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll increase it to 5 bullets. Chris seemed a little distracted. He kept glancing behind me as if waiting for something. 5 bullets are too few. Can you add a few more? Chris asked. Then 6 bullets it is, no more than that. Only 1 more bullet. That's not good. Add a few more. Chris seemed to be stalling for time, which made me suspicious. I quickly said to Yang Jun, point your gun at Linda. To everyone's surprise, Yang Jun simply shrugged and made a helpless expression. Brother Du, we just infiltrated the camp, and we were captured alive without firing a single shot. They even confiscated our pistols. I sighed in disappointment. Gao Zheng is right. These white people are born knowing how to use guns. They've been trained with bullets. Meanwhile, these people in China have never even seen a gun. Tactically speaking, Hope Valley's group was no match for the white men. I was the only one holding the line. Then just find any weapon that can kill someone, I said impatiently. Yang Jun quickly picked up a sharp branch from the ground. Originally, I was the only one holding Linda hostage, but now there's another person. Chris tensed up. Brother Du Yuan, you are not on the same level as them at all. I think you should join the ranks of the strong. Chris is still trying to sow discord. What worries me most is that when he was talking to me, his eyes seemed to be looking behind me the whole time. I was just about to turn around and check what was behind me. Suddenly, I felt Linda's hips begin to sway slowly like a water snake, gently rubbing against my lower abdomen. I wasn't wearing a shirt to disguise myself, while Linda wasn't wearing any clothes at all. Whether in China or abroad, Linda is a top-tier beauty in terms of both figure and looks. Now that she's given me close-up contact, no man could resist her. Not to mention a young man like me, full of vigor and vitality. However, a sliver of clarity remained in my mind. Don't move, or don't blame me for being ruthless, I whispered in Linda's ear. She didn't do this because she was interested in me. We both knew that. Her purpose was simply to distract me. Sure enough, Linda didn't dare to move. But I could still feel a slight tremor in her hips, which made me completely lose control. The tense atmosphere was filled with the scent of hormones. I quickly glanced at Chris and saw that his fists were clenched and his eyes were burning with jealousy. If this continues, I'm afraid Chris will lose control of himself. With so many bullets coming at me, even if I manage to escape unscathed, Yang Jun will definitely not be spared. Yang Jun, bring me the broken mirror pieces over there. After getting the mirror shards, I placed them in front of me and looked at them from behind, using them as a rear-view mirror. Just as I expected, there were shadowy figures behind me, hiding who knows how many assassins. Chapter 146 Exchange. Chris never intended to let me go in the first place. The reason he's been dragging things out with me until now is that he's planning to have a few skilled shooters flank around and snipe me. Walk. I took Linda hostage and headed towards the center of the camp. Yang Jun stood close behind me, keeping watch for any dangers behind me. As long as I change my position, those assassins who painstakingly sneak around to the rear become nothing more than decorations. If they want to continue surrounding me, it will take them some time, which gives me a chance to catch my breath. Chris's face turned even uglier, becoming as black as the bottom of a pot. He also understood that his woman was desperately trying to seduce him. But the longer I delayed, the longer he was cuckolded, and it's no wonder he looked so unhappy. This time, I leaned my back against the wreckage of the plane. The plane wreckage was much sturdier than the wooden house. I believe that even if the assassins behind them had sniper rifles, they wouldn't have been able to penetrate the plane wreckage. Bring over a few yellow-skinned monkeys. Chris's eye twitched, and he gave an order to the white man next to him. Soon, a dozen or so people of the same skin color as me were brought over and made to kneel in a row in front of Chris. Bang, bang, bang. Chris fired 3 shots, killing the 3 Chinese men instantly. I originally thought that Chris would call these people over to discuss terms with me first. To my utter surprise, this guy killed 3 people in one fell swoop. Release Linda right now, or I will slaughter all your people in front of you, Chris said grimly. He has been blinded by jealousy. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm the anger in my chest. As long as you genuinely want to let us leave, and don't try any underhanded tricks. I'm willing to let Linda go," I said coldly, trying to remain rational. However, Chris raised his hand and fired 3 more shots, and 3 more Chinese people fell in front of me. They were already kneeling on the ground, being very careful, but they still couldn't escape their fate. "Fuck your mother." I couldn't hold back any longer and aimed the pistol directly at Linda's ear. Bang! Oh! Linda screamed in agony as half of her ear was knocked off. Not only that, the bullet pierced Linda's ear and struck a white man in the distance. The white man was shot in the chest and died instantly. The other white men no longer dared to stand casually to the side and all sought cover. This guy was just here to make a cameo appearance, but he ended up as cannon fodder. Chris was so angry that his eyes turned red. "If you continue to indiscriminately kill innocent people, the next shot will be." As I spoke, the muzzle of the gun slowly slid across Linda's body, finally aiming at her chest and pressing it against one of her breasts. "Darling, save me, don't let him do this to me," Linda shouted, her voice trembling with tears. "Oh, don't worry, baby. I will save you, even if it costs me my life," Chris replied as if he had lost his soul. It seems he loves Linda very much. "Well, Mr. Chris, my patience is limited," I urged, but my tone was calm. "The more adversity we face, the less we should panic." Chris glanced at Linda with pity before turning his fierce gaze to me. "Do you want? You've won for now, get out of here. But I won't fall for it a second time. Come on, what if you have a sharpshooter lying in ambush? Now I want you to call all the white men out here and gather them in my sight." "What?" Chris stepped forward angrily. I was startled and quickly pressed the pistol against one of Linda's breasts, tightening my grip. Chris, no, don't come any closer." Linda's scream was like a bucket of cold water poured over Chris's head. "Okay, newbie, go and call everyone here," Chris said dejectedly. "Everyone?" Newbie gave Chris a strange look. "Yes, do I need to say it again?" Chris said angrily. After about 5 minutes, I finally got a clear picture of the strength of the entire white camp. Their numbers numbered as many as 70 or 80. Some of them were even wearing camouflage made of leaves and had their faces painted with camouflage. As for weapons, they were mostly pistols, with only 2 guys carrying rifles. I nodded in satisfaction and continued to Chris, "Hopefully this is all of them. If a white woman suddenly appears from the shadows later, I will not hesitate to shoot her." Chris didn't speak, but looked at me with a gloomy gaze. My heart skipped a beat, and I said to Yang Jun and Li Jun, "Li Chong, you scout ahead. Yang Jun, you cover the rear." Yang Jun and Li Chong instantly shielded me in the middle, while I held Linda, who was bleeding profusely, in my hand. We quickly reached the edge of the camp. There are definitely no more white people lurking in the shadows. If there were any real murderous intent, I could sense it. Now, all I need to do is jump down this hillside, and I'll be in the wild. Even if Chris tries to take me down, I'm confident I can escape unscathed. At that moment, I suddenly thought of the slaves in the camp. They don't know whose children they are, whose fathers they are, or whose husbands they are, yet they have become slaves to white beasts. Since we've already offended Chris, we might as well go all the way. "Chris, we've reached an agreement now." Chris breathed a slight sigh of relief. Linda hesitated for a moment, then seemed ready to join Chris. "But," I suddenly added a sentence, "I also want to add a supplementary agreement, which is to exchange all the slaves in your camp for Linda." After I finished speaking my last sentence, Chris couldn't hold back any longer. "Oh, fuck Squid, you untrustworthy yellow-skinned monkey, ha." When Chris gets angry, he's like a lion, making you want to run away involuntarily. Sure enough, Li Chong had already run back 5 or 6 meters. Although Yang Jun was also terrified, he still held me tightly in front of him. Linda was even more decisive. She rolled her eyes, let out a seductive, "Oh," and fainted from anger. The other white men were also enraged, and all pointed their guns at me. Oh no, I went a bit too far. So I quickly said, "Haha, I was just kidding. How about this? I'll trade Linda for 10 men and 10 women. I had to lower my expectations. "Dream. Boss Chris, just shoot him." "Yes, he won't keep his word." A group of white people started shouting. Chris looked up at the sky, exhaled a long breath, and then lowered his head to ponder for a while. Chapter 147, Linda's Death. "Okay, I agree." Chris seemed to have made a great decision and finally nodded in agreement. But I always felt that this guy agreed too hastily. Didn't he even try to persuade him? All right, then bring all the Asians and blacks to the edge, and I'll pick them, I said. No, you don't have the right to choose. I can only give you the slaves I don't need. I need to keep the rest to build ships. When Chris mentioned ships, I felt a slight surge of joy. If there really were shipbuilding engineers among this group, that would be perfect. Once they've almost finished building the ship, I'll come and collect what's already there. All right, then you can choose 10 men and 10 women to come over. I compromised. I'm not trying to be a saint, but Hope Valley needs more manpower. Otherwise, I can't manage on my own. Moreover, the people who come might even know Chris's secret. Chris nodded and then walked back to the camp. About 10 minutes later, Chris came out with 10 men and 10 women. Of these 10 men, about half were elderly or infirm, and one of them was a teenager. But the other half is in the prime of life, probably around 20 or 30 years old, and most importantly, has a good mental state. I estimate that these are newly captured slaves. As for the woman, there was only one who was quite pretty, but her features were very defined, and she didn't look like a person of Asian descent. She looked more like someone of mixed race. The rest were all old women, and they all looked pale and sickly. Okay, deal, come here. I waved to the group of people. Chris looked at me then, and then reached out his hand to me. Now, can you give Linda back to me? When he finished speaking, all the white men put their hands on their guns, looking threatening. After a slight hesitation, I said to Yang Jun and Li Chong, you two, take them and walk to the back. I will catch up with you in 10 minutes. I have my own reasons for doing this. Everyone else will hold me back. If I'm the only one left, even if these white people want to turn against me, I can still get away unscathed. Because I am now in the wild. Okay, brother Du Yangjun, what are you waiting for? Let's get going, otherwise, if those white white people turn on us, we could be beaten to death, Li Chong said quickly. But Yang Jun gave him a disdainful look. You take them and leave, head towards Hope Valley. I'll stay here and fight alongside Brother Du. Unexpectedly, Yang Jun is very loyal. Thank you, Xiao Jun, but there's no need. You go with Li Chong and don't be reckless. This is my order. I said it casually. Yang Jun finally gave up and led his group away into the distance. Chris crossed his arms, a chilling murderous intent hidden in his eyes. I continued to hold Linda hostage and waited where I was. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Do you on, is it ready? Chris asked. I didn't want to cause any more trouble, so I took Linda hostage and walked to a corner, ready to kick her back. Suddenly, Linda turned around, holding a slender dagger in her hand, and stabbed it viciously towards my neck. Puff! The dagger sliced through my neck, and blood spurted out instantly. Oh! Enraged, I raised my hand and fired a shot. Bang! No! Chris screamed in agony behind him. Linda's chest was covered in bright red blood, which was flowing out in large quantities. I covered my neck and quickly ran away. Chris rushed to Linda and hugged her tightly. Linda, my Linda. Chris frantically tried to cover Linda's wound, but blood kept gushing out. How could you be so foolish? Chris's voice still carried a hint of blame, but even more so, heartbreak. Honey, he smashed my ear, so I'm going to. As Linda finished speaking, her pupils slowly dilated, and then she kicked her legs and died. The group of white men then rushed over and surrounded Chris, waiting for instructions. Boss, give me 20 brothers, and I guarantee I'll capture Du Yuan alive. I don't need 20. Give me 5 brothers, and I can make him wish he were dead. A group of white people offered hindsight advice. Chris didn't say anything, but picked Linda up and carried her towards the camp. After running 3 or 4 miles, I felt my strength waning. Linda wasn't wearing any clothes just now, so where was her dagger hidden? Moreover, this dagger is strange. Why can't I stop bleeding? Normally, my injuries heal in a very short time. But this time was different. She must have poisoned the dagger. At this point, I could no longer hold on. Just then, I suddenly noticed a plant in the bushes. It was reddish-brown with many sharp thorns on its stems and branches. The base of the thorns was wide and flat, and the thorns on the twigs were straight and vigorous. Could this be bamboo leaf pepper? I quickly grabbed it and climbed up a big tree to hide. Then they shaped a leaf into a trumpet and used it to catch my blood. There were messy footprints under the tree, belonging to Yang Jun and his group. I can't keep up with them yet, because I have to stay behind to set traps and kill all the pursuers. With this in mind, I crushed the bamboo leaf pepper and placed it on the wound. A surge of heat instantly came from the wound. The sap from the leaves of the Chinese pepper has a blood-clotting effect. In addition, due to my own physical condition, the bleeding gradually decreased. Looking up again, I saw a bird's nest about 3 meters away from me. I quickly climbed up a little, and to my surprise, there were 3 more bird eggs covered in spots in the nest. I am very weak and hungry right now, so I quickly cracked the bird eggs and drank the liquid raw, which will at least give me some protein. Just then, footsteps came from under the tree. 5 white men were running barefoot, carrying guns. They appeared to be the pursuers. Is Chris crazy? He only sent the 5 of us. A white man ran while complaining. The boss must have his reasons for doing this. Let's just do as he says. That's what the white guy in the lead said. Have plans. I think he's planning to use us as cannon fodder. I quietly slid down from the tree and followed behind the 5 people. People's physical condition cannot be generalized. Among the 5 white people, one was the weakest and therefore the slowest. He was about 4 or 5 meters away from the nearest white person. I quickly and quietly followed behind him. There was a corner ahead, and the 4 white men had already run past the corner, leaving only 1 white man behind. I'd been waiting for this opportunity. I rushed over, grabbed his neck, and twisted it hard. The white man died instantly. After doing all that, I threw his body into the bushes and then squatted down next to it. Just 1 minute later, the 4 white men returned. Did that guy go back by himself? I don't think so. His health is too poor. He must have fallen behind us. Let's go back and look for him again, another white man said. Soon after, they saw the body in the grass. My God, was he bitten by a poisonous snake? No, look at the marks on the ground. He was killed and dragged into the bushes. The white leader was insightful. He quickly and correctly analyzed the situation. Chapter 148, Obtaining the Golden Fruit Again. But sometimes, telling the truth isn't necessarily a good thing. The other 3 white men turned deathly pale instantly, their bodies trembling. It must have been Du Yuan who did it. He must have some extraordinary skills to kill more than 20 of our brothers. Let's go back. I agree, Chris sent us here to die. The white man in the lead fell silent and instead looked around. Do you think that Du Yuan might be spying on us from nearby? Upon hearing this, the other 3 jumped up reflexively, ready to draw their guns. I didn't give them a chance. Bang, 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 bang. At close range, and due to the surprise attack, all 4 white men were killed. Although I wasted 4 bullets, I also confiscated all of their bullets, a total of 20. After doing all that, I continued to lie in ambush next to the corpse. In my estimation, Chris couldn't have only sent 5 people. There must be assassins lurking in the shadows. This time, I waited from night until dawn, but the assassin in the shadows never appeared. This left me completely baffled. What on earth is Chris up to? Forget it, let's go home. I slung the gun into the canvas bag on my back and walked quickly toward Hope Valley. However, after walking less than 5 miles, a brightly colored tiger appeared in front of them. This tiger is 3 or 4 times larger than an average tiger, weighing over a ton. It's estimated that bullets wouldn't have any effect on it, and I am currently in a weakened state. The tiger turned around and pointed its pair of yellowish-brown pupils at me. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly climbed up the big tree next to me. But I miscalculated. When the tiger saw me climbing the tree, it swooped down and quickly climbed to a height of more than 10 meters, surpassing me. Damn it! I quickly jumped down from the tree and ran into the jungle. The tiger kept following me, but it didn't kill me. This puzzled me, so I quickly looked at its belly. Its belly was round, indicating that it had eaten something. My eyes lit up and an idea came to me. Since it's trying to play a trick on me, I won't hold back. So I changed direction and ran in the direction of the man-eating tree I used to see. The tiger followed me at a leisurely pace. Just then, a soft rebuke came from afar. Upon hearing the sound, the tiger quickly ran behind a thicket of bushes. A little while later, the tiger came out again, but this time a girl was riding on its back. The girl's skin was unbelievably white, but she was dressed in animal skins, and a string of bells hung on her white ankles. Who are you? I stood still and asked cautiously. The girl glanced at me and said a string of words I couldn't understand. It was neither English nor Chinese, nor any language I knew. But her voice is very pleasant, soft and sweet, somewhat like the voice of a girl from an island nation. Indigenous people? I asked another question. When the girl saw my simple and honest face, she couldn't help but let out a string of silvery laughter. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face. People love beautiful things, and this beautiful woman was almost perfect in my mind. Little sister, you're all alone out there. Why don't you come back to Hope Valley with me? I can protect you, I said, feeling a little guilty. If others can tame giant tigers, it's really hard to say who will protect whom in this situation. The girl didn't say anything more, but pointed behind the bushes, as if asking me to go there. Without thinking much, I simply followed them. Behind the bushes, there was a small tree with pale golden leaves that looked very precious. What surprised me most was that 3 golden fruits were growing on the branches of that little golden tree. The giant tiger beneath her couldn't help but stick out its tongue when it saw the golden fruit, looking utterly drooling. The golden fruit was similar to the golden fruit the white python had given me. It seemed to be the same variety. The girl jumped down from the giant tiger, her snow-white feet landing on the mud, seemingly spotless, giving off an otherworldly feeling. She walked up to me, and a fragrant breeze immediately wafted over me. Yes, this fragrance is somewhat like the scent of a virgin, giving one a sweet feeling. The girl pointed to the 3 golden fruits at me and uttered a string of soft, sweet words. Did I send you to pick that golden fruit? I asked. The girl nodded, her expression seemingly anxious. But I'm not a child. If those golden fruits were really that easy to pick, why didn't she do it herself? However, this golden fruit is also very important to me, and I'm going to give it a try no matter what. So I took a step forward and cautiously approached the golden fruit. After walking 10 meters, I stopped. The golden fruit tree was about 10 meters away from me, but even after I walked 10 meters closer to it, it was still about 10 meters away. No wonder. So this thing has hallucinogenic properties. I muttered to myself, then closed and opened my eyes. A faint purple light appeared in my pupils. At that moment, I finally saw it clearly. I thought I walked 10 meters, but the footprints on the ground show that I was just stepping in place and almost made a small crater in the ground. With that in mind, I took another step forward. It was a success. I quickly continued walking forward. The golden fruit emitted a meaty and milky aroma, and I reached out and picked one of the fruits. At that very moment, the golden fruit tree began to wither at an alarming rate. I was startled and quickly picked another fruit. The last fruit shrank dramatically, becoming the size of a fingernail, and eventually withered away along with the entire tree. I felt a little disappointed and regretful. If I had known this thing was already sentient, I should have acted faster. I've heard elders say that 1,000-year-old ginseng can communicate with spirits, and it seems that this golden fruit has a similar function. With the 2 fruits in my hand, the illusion around me vanished, and I stepped forward to the girl. The girl glanced at me, then at the fruit in my hand, looking like she wanted to speak, but was too shy to. I understood what she meant, hesitated for a moment, and then handed her the other fruit. One for you, one for me. I spoke while gesturing. The girl took the fruit with a happy expression. She took a bite herself first, and then fed the other half to the giant tiger. The giant tiger had been craving it for a long time, and with a roar it swallowed it whole, its aura slowly rising. I was startled. This beast, would it eat my fruit too? So I quickly swallowed the golden fruit with a gulp. Just like last time, the golden fruit transformed into a warm current, flowing through my limbs and bones before finally settling deep within my body. The girl mounted the tiger's back again, gave me a meaningful look, and then quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Chapter 149, Going Home. I shook my head. This girl doesn't seem to be a typical Caucasian, because although her skin is fair, it's very moisturized and has a radiant glow. They don't look like people of Asian descent, nor like people of European descent. They must be natives of this deserted island. But in my mind, aren't indigenous people always dark-skinned? Perhaps she was an anomaly among the natives. Never mind, it's time to go home. After eating the golden fruit, both my physical strength and mental state returned to their peak, and I strode towards Hope Valley with great speed. Around noon, I arrived at Hope Valley, but it was deserted. So I exerted my strength again and headed towards the back of Hope Valley, where our hidden camp was located. As I approached the camp, I switched from running to stealth. Since experiencing a series of events, I have changed completely and become more cautious. The atmosphere in the camp was lively, and Li Chong was being protected by a group of newcomers. The beautiful woman, in particular, leaned her body gently against Li Chong's arm. Brother Chong, Boss Du only took you and Yang Jun to the White Camp last time. You must be one of his confidants, right? The beautiful woman said. I think so. How could someone who isn't a trusted confidant follow the boss? Several men chimed in. Li Chong was taken aback. A trusted confidant? Yes, you must be the second son of Hope Valley. The mixed-race beauty continued. As she spoke, she looked at Li Chong with sparkling eyes. As for being the second oldest, I wouldn't dare accept that title. But speaking of my relationship with Brother Du in private. Back when I first went to Southeast Asia with Brother Du to sell goods, the boss there invited us to a bar for drinks. I said something wrong, and someone pointed 2 guns at my head and forced me to drink a whole bottle of whiskey. In the end, Brother Du helped me finish it, but it got even worse after I finished it. We were then pointed at 4 guns. Guess what they forced us to drink? Urine. Li Chong had already climbed onto a rock and was giving a speech from his elevated position, while the people below stared at him with tired eyes. Yang Jun couldn't help but cover his ears. I shook my head inwardly. Li Chong was a coward who loved to show off. He was utterly useless. However, this shows that there is no danger in the camp. I straightened my clothes a little and walked in from the edge. Brother Du is back. Yang Jun was the first to spot me. Li Chong was startled and slipped, falling face first onto the rock. Okay, notify everyone to have a meeting in the big tent. Our crisis is not over yet, I said to Yang Jun. Yes, Brother Du. Before long, everyone in Hope Valley gathered in my large tent, and Lu Yao nestled gently beside me. Gao Zheng remained seated in his wheelchair, looking preoccupied. As for the others, Yang Jun was full of admiration for me, while Li Chong looked down at his toes. Among the newcomers, the elderly and the weak looked around cautiously, appearing somewhat frightened. Only a few able-bodied men were already arm in arm with the natives of Hope Valley, acting as if they were old friends. Gentlemen, although we were lucky enough to get bullets from the White Camp this time, there are too many of them, at least 70 or 80, and they also have firearms. So next, we need to set up defenses in this camp, preferably by surrounding it, and then design traps and mechanisms. At this point, I looked at everyone. Who among you knows how to set traps and mechanisms? I asked. As soon as I finished speaking, 2 people raised their hands. They were Asians I had just rescued from the White Camp. Very good, what are your names? I asked. My name is Guopong, and his name is Chun En. The 2 introduced themselves. All right, I'll leave the trap to you. I nodded solemnly to the 2 of them, but I still felt a little strange. Why would Chris give me these 2 things that can set traps and mechanisms? Wouldn't it be better for him to keep it himself? But I don't have time to speculate about Chris's thoughts right now. Brother Gaozheng, do you have anything to say? I turned my head and looked at Gaozheng again. Gaozheng shook his head. You can make the decision. I'm already disabled, what else can I say? My expression darkened. Gaozheng seemed to have completely changed. He appeared somewhat self-destructive. But this is not surprising. Most men would end up like this if both legs were severed. Yao, what about you? I asked Lu Yao again. It seems we're running low on food. We need to send someone out hunting, Lu Yao said. Okay. After the meeting, I'll go hunting, I said. No need. Brother Du, you're our boss now. How can you do everything yourself? How about this? Today Chen En, Yang Jun, and I will go hunting to lighten your load. The speaker was Guopong, who had just joined the team. His words made me feel a little awkward, because after all this time, he was the first person to take the initiative to help me share the burden. It seems Guopong is a man who knows how to handle things. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Guopong. After I finished speaking, I looked at the others. Feel free to voice any opinions you may have. Let's brainstorm together. I'm just temporarily acting as your leader, not a dictator. As soon as I said that, everyone laughed easily. Over time, my authority has become deeply ingrained in people's minds, making them more afraid of me than respectful. The elderly and infirm, especially the newly joined ones, wore knowing smiles. All right, Yang Jun, You take Guopeng and Chun in hunting, and the rest of you go set up defenses. Yi Yao, Xiaoyu, Li Chong, and Gao Zheng, you stay here. A group of people immediately left the large tent. Now, only the core members of the team and the newly joined core members remain in the tent. Although Li Chong was afraid of death, he did manage to break into the white camp with me, which temporarily established his small position in my mind. He has other uses. I opened the canvas bag and poured out the bullets inside. Who do you think should be given these weapons? People who are more trustworthy, I asked. Li Chong's eyes darted around, and he quickly stepped forward. Brother Du, I think Su Yin is someone we can rely on. Su Yin? Who is that? I asked back. That's the mixed race girl who just joined us. As Li Chong said this, his face flushed slightly, revealing that he had taken a liking to her. I instantly understood, but I didn't say anything. They are newcomers, after all, and their character and values still need to be tested over time. I'm referring to the original inhabitants of Hope Valley, not the newcomers. I said it casually. Chapter 150, The Traitor Emerges. Next, I spent about half an hour deciding on 12 people who could carry guns. They are all native inhabitants of Hope Valley, so there are no issues with their loyalty. After finishing this task, I left the tent and began inspecting the defenses outside. The newly arrived elderly and weak are of no use at all, and the original inhabitants of Hope Valley are still in the early stages of setting traps. I had to provide guidance to each of them individually. The pit is deep enough, but we still need to stick sharpened bamboo skewers into it. Also, the branches used to cover the pit can't be too thin, otherwise even a rabbit could destroy the trap. The branches should be able to bear at least 50 pounds, enough to make an adult fall in instantly, but some small animals could run over them without damaging the trap. In addition, the grass covering it must be fresh and the same color as the surrounding grass. Otherwise, the enemy can tell from the color that there has been human intervention. The others should not stand by and watch, because you will trample the grass next to the trap, which will also alert the enemy. After all that lecturing, I was exhausted. Just then, terrified screams came from afar. Oh no! Oh no! Yang Jun, he's been bitten by a poisonous snake. Chen In and Guopeng ran in from outside the camp. I was startled and ran out of the camp without saying a word. Less than 200 meters from the campsite, I saw Yang Jun lying in the grass, his eyes already rolled back. I quickly grabbed Yang Jun's hand. His limbs were already stiff. These are clearly signs that would only appear if someone had been dead for more than 2 hours. But Guopeng and Chun In only just came back to inform me now. Why didn't you come back to tell me immediately? I turned my head and stared at Guopeng and Chun In. We didn't spot him at the time. Guopeng said nervously. Yes, we had just split up when he was bitten, but after walking a while, we realized he hadn't followed, so Guopeng and I turned back and found his body, Chen In said. I sighed inwardly and closed Yang Jun's eyes. Brother. Wah! Yang Li rushed over and hugged Yang Jun's body tightly. I let out a long sigh. Yang Jun performed exceptionally well in the white camp, and I originally intended to groom him as Gao Zheng's successor, but I never expected this. Just then, I suddenly looked down at the ground. 5 or 6 meters behind Yang Jun, there was a patch of grass that had been flattened, as if something had struggled there. From that spot, there was a drag mark that led all the way to Yang Jun's body. Could it be? Was Yang Jun killed first, and then dragged to this place? A sudden thought popped into my head, and I glanced at Guopeng and Chun In again, almost inadvertently. Yang Li, please accept my condolences. The dead cannot be brought back to life, I said softly. But Yang Li suddenly slapped my hand away, seemingly filled with anger. I felt a pang of guilt. She must be blaming me for arranging for Yang Jun to go hunting. At this moment, I turned my attention to the others. Although Yang Jun sacrificed himself for everyone, the hunting must continue because we need to eat. So, Lin Dong, Guopeng, and Chun In will go hunting next, I said. Lin Dong quickly stepped forward. He was also one of the people I trusted. By the way, take this pistol. It has 5 bullets in it. I handed the pistol to Lin Dong again. Lin Dong was very excited to receive the pistol and kept playing with it in his hand. Everyone come and help carry Yang Jun's body back and give him a proper burial, I said to the others. A group of people rushed over to help. They are usually the first to step forward for tasks that are not dangerous. Are you on? Let's go back too. Lu Yao came over and tugged at my hand. No rush, you go back first. I still have some things to take care of, I said. Lu Yao glanced at me, then obediently returned to the camp. I stood there, looked at the scene of Yang Jun's death again, and then looked into the distance. Lin Dong and the other two had been gone for 10 minutes, so I tiptoed and crept towards them. It took another 10 minutes before I could finally vaguely see the backs of the three people. Lin Dong excitedly played with the pistol, completely oblivious to the hunting. Guopeng and Chun In lagged behind him, walking 2 steps behind. The two seemed to be talking to Lin Dong, but their voices were very low. Brother Lin Dong, you are truly a handsome and talented man. And so brave too. You should be the second in command in the camp, right? The speaker was Guopeng. Second in command? No. The second in command should be Sister Lu. By the way, Gao Zheng can also be considered the second in command. Lin Dong said frankly. Gao Zheng, is that the man who lost both legs? Is he also the second in command? This time it was Chun In who spoke. Yes. Lin Dong was playing with a pistol today, not thinking much about it at all. But my heart slowly sank. Brother Lin Dong, actually, the first time I saw you, I felt that you were destined for great things. What is Lu Yao? She's just a woman. Guopeng said it casually. Lin Dong refused to listen this time. He tucked the gun into his waistband and stared at Guopeng. Please don't speak ill of Sister Lu. She is genuinely doing this for our own good. In my sight, Guopeng paused for a moment, as if he had been stunned. But immediately, he burst into laughter again. Haha, Brother Lin, as expected of Brother Du's hand-picked gunman, you are indeed loyal. While Guopeng was speaking, he quietly nodded to Chun In. Chun In suddenly stepped forward and covered Lin Dong's mouth and nose with his hand. Guopeng rushed over and grabbed Lin Dong's hands. Ugh. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, and Lin Dong was pinned to the ground, unable to move at all. I narrowed my eyes and rushed over quickly. Guopeng and Chun In were committing the crime when they suddenly heard footsteps behind them. Looking up, the two were instantly terrified. No. The two stood up at the same time and ran away. I didn't hold back. I caught up with them in 3 steps, punched each of them, and broke one of their legs. The 2 of them collapsed to the ground instantly, but even so, they crawled on the ground, trying to escape my position. Lin Dong had recovered by this time. He was a bit of a simpleton and still didn't know what had happened. Brother Du, why are they covering my mouth? And why are they covering it so tightly? Lin Dong asked honestly. Because you have bad breath. After I finished speaking jokingly, I stepped on Guopeng's back. Tell me why? I asked coldly. Chapter 151, The Bewitching Power of Nature. Because of Lin Dong, he disrespected you. He called you a bad guy and a tyrant. Guopeng spouted nonsense and turned the tables on Lin Dong. Enraged, Lin Dong rushed over and kicked him. Guopeng, you despicable person, it was clearly you who just now. I stopped Lin Dong just as he was about to finish speaking. I want to hear the truth. If you tell the truth, I will spare your life, because we are compatriots after all, and I will not kill my own compatriots. Lin Dong can testify to this for me, I said blankly. Guopeng fell silent, his small eyes darting left and right as if weighing his options. But Chun In couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Du, do you mean what you say? If we tell the truth, will you really spare our lives? I didn't speak, but nodded slowly. Chun In. Guopeng couldn't help but sternly rebuke him. But Chun In had already spoken it out loud. Actually, we were sent by Boss Chris to infiltrate your camp. Our goal is to find your exact location and familiarize ourselves with your terrain. Then Boss Chris will send his men to wipe you all out. Chun In finished speaking quickly and then looked at me expectantly. Guopeng squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted in pain. He was clearly more intelligent than Chun In. Yes, thank you for your kind reminder. After saying that, I took out my pistol, loaded the bullets, and handed it to Lin Dong next to me. Lin Dong, kill them, I said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong was taken aback at first, and then nodded resolutely. Chun In cried out, Boss Du, you promised to spare our lives. Guopeng clenched his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut. I'm sparing your lives, but what follows is a personal feud between Lin Dong and you. After I finished speaking, I turned my back. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out. I finally got rid of the traitor, and I breathed a long sigh of relief. Let's go back, I said to Lin Dong. Okay, Brother Du. Lin Dong put away his pistol. I started walking forward, and Lin Dong followed behind me. Lin Dong is a bit simple-minded, and I'm slightly worried about him. By the way, Lin Dong, when you get back, don't say that we killed those 2, so as not to cause panic among the new recruits. I said to Lin Dong as we walked. Yes, Brother Du, Lin Dong said honestly. As we were about to head back, a few deer ran out. I killed them and dragged them back into the camp. When they saw us return from hunting, everyone in the camp was excited, and it seemed that no one cared why Guopeng and Chun and hadn't come back. Even the newcomers who came back with Guopeng and the others didn't seem to mention the 2 of them. This left me completely baffled. Newcomers should know each other to some extent, right? Shouldn't they at least ask about each other's backgrounds? Tonight's meal is venison. Some of the more skilled women are grilling the meat on the side, while the men are chatting and laughing around the fire. Li Chong, in particular, has been getting very close to Su Yin lately. Su Yin would occasionally glance at Li Chong with sparkling eyes, which Li Chong found quite enjoyable. The elderly and weak gradually opened up and integrated with the people in the camp. But they didn't know that this was the calm before the storm. Yao, come in with me for a moment. I waved to Lu Yao, who was grilling meat in the distance. Lu Yao and I went into the tent. What is it you on? Lu Yao asked. I first opened the tent and looked around to make sure no one was there before pulling the tent up. Guopeng and Chun In are spies sent by those white beasts. Their goal is to infiltrate our ranks and then wipe out all our people, I said seriously. Oh. Lu Yao gently covered her mouth. That doesn't make sense. They're all Asian, so why are they helping those white beasts? Lu Yao asked curiously. I don't understand this either, but they were definitely sent by Chris, who is white, so I suspect that there might be spies mixed in with this group of newcomers. No, not just possibly, there definitely are. After I finished speaking, I looked out through the gaps in the tent. Putting aside the others, that mixed-race woman Su Yin is definitely a spy, I continued. Then why keep her around? Why not get rid of her? As Lu Yao spoke, she pulled out her gun. But I held Lu Yao's shoulder. No, it's too easy to do it this way. We're always on the defensive. Since they've sent an inside agent into our camp to find out what's going on, let's turn the tables on them. What does turning the tables mean? Lu Yao asked. Chris's goal is nothing more than to avenge his woman and then capture all the people in our valley and enslave them. In that case, let's let them come. At worst, we can just repeat the burning of the savage valley. After I finished speaking, I looked at Lu Yao. You mean, we should use fire after all the white people have entered the valley? Lu Yao lowered her voice considerably, afraid that others would hear her. Yes, but we have no fuel, so I took a group of trusted men back to Hope Valley, dug a row of pits on the mountain, put wood in the pits, and made charcoal. When the enemy comes, we will dump all the charcoal from the pits on the mountain. That's a temperature of several thousand degrees. Those white beasts will be lucky to escape with their skins intact. As for moving back to Hope Valley, I'll have to wait until I've finished processing the charcoal before going back, so as not to alert the enemy. I said slowly. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, Lu Yao said softly. Outside the tent, beside the campfire, Gao Zheng sat alone in his wheelchair. Since losing both legs, he felt like a useless person with no value whatsoever. You must be Brother Gao. I've heard so much about you. Back in the day, you were someone even Boss Du respected. A young man walked over. He was one of the people rescued from the white camp. Gao Zheng raised an eyebrow. What is it? Haha, it's nothing. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chen Kai. Actually, my grandfather was also disabled in both legs, so I feel a bit of a connection with you. Chen Kai was very skilled with words, and he immediately won Gao Zheng's favor. Because he sold his deceased grandfather. But it doesn't matter. My grandfather was very powerful when he was alive. Thousands of people listened to him. Chen Kai continued. Gao Zheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Because my grandfather told me that those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Throughout history, those who have achieved great things have mostly relied on their brains, not their legs. So, Brother Gao, although you are disabled, with your leadership skills, you can still be the top leader. At this point, Chun Kai added in a low voice. Besides, a person only has a few decades of life. If you don't enjoy the beautiful women around you, you're wasting your precious youth. Moreover, we're on a deserted island, and we don't even know when we'll die. When he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Shiyu and the other girls in the camp. Gao Zheng sneered and asked directly, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Haha, it's nothing. It's nothing. We were just chatting casually." Chun Kai quickly laughed. Chapter 152 Ambush. A casual chat is fine, but what you're saying goes a bit too far. What do you mean by top leader? Let me tell you, Du Yuan is my brother, and he is the one who truly deserves the title of top leader. Gao Zheng said. He's not stupid. How could he not see that Chun Kai's intentions were impure? Chun Kai was slightly taken aback, then laughed and said, "That's a must. I didn't mean any disrespect to Brother Du, but you have to think about yourself too. You can't always rely on others. As the saying goes, he can take care of you in the beginning, but do you expect him to take care of you for the rest of your life?" After hearing Chun Kai's words, Gao Zheng slumped down completely. He's a smart man, and of course he understands human nature. No one will take care of you for a lifetime. Even biological children will experience psychological changes over time when they encounter parents who are bedridden for many years. Even a chronically ill parent will find no filial piety at their bedside, let alone someone on a deserted island. By this time, I had already stepped out of the tent. Since I was going to carry out the plan, I had to do it as soon as possible. Li Chong, Chu Jin, Xiao Shi. I randomly selected 12 people to come in, and they were all men. When I called their names, they all straightened their chests. Wherever there are people, there is a world of its own. The fact that I singled out these 10 people is enough to make them look down on everyone else. But I didn't notice that Gao Zheng, who was standing by the fire, looked gloomy when I didn't call his name. This subtle expression was keenly noticed by Chun Kai, who was standing next to Gao Zheng. "Brother Du, what do you want us to do here?" Chu Jin asked. He was the tallest man in the entire camp, 1.9 meters tall, but as thin as a bamboo pole. "Now, pack your bags and don't say goodbye to your relatives and friends. I need the 12 of you to come with me on a secret mission. During the mission, you are not allowed to contact anyone outside the community, understand?" I said seriously. Li Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he asked cautiously, "Brother Du, is this mission dangerous? Are we going to the white people's camp again?" I sighed inwardly, somewhat regretting calling Li Chong in. "No." I said it bluntly. Not only Li Chong, but also the people next to him breathed a sigh of relief. After saying that, I said to Lu Yeyao, "I'm leaving the camp to you. You can make your own decisions if anything happens. Also, keep an eye on those newcomers and don't let them leave the camp. Otherwise, I'm worried they'll go back to those white-skinned beasts and report to them ahead of time." I said this while whispering in Lu Yao's ear. Lu Yao quickly took my arm, just like a wife trying to persuade her husband to stay before he leaves. "It's all right. If you encounter any difficulties that you can't handle, just discuss them with Gao Zheng," I said. Lu Yao then realized what was happening and quickly asked, "Should we also tell Gao Zheng about you taking 12 people out with you?" I hesitated for a moment. Everyone else turned to look at me. Since it's a secret mission, there's no need to tell him. Besides, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. After I finished speaking, I began to distribute the tools in the tent to the 12 people. I've seen all the changes in Gao Zheng before and after, so it's best not to tell him about this plan for now. After getting my tools ready, I cut a slit in the back of the tent. "Set off." I waved my hand and led the way forward. Lu Yao nestled beside the tent, looking at me with a helpless expression. This pained me, but I suppressed my personal feelings and continued moving towards Hope Valley. This campsite is only 10 miles away from Hope Valley. So after walking for about 2 or 3 hours, our group of 13 arrived at Hope Valley. "Brother Du, you only gave us hoes and picks. What are they for? Are they for clearing land?" Chu Jin asked. I didn't say anything, and continued to look for a way, climbing up the high mountains surrounding Hope Valley. After reaching the high mountain location, I roughly calculated the terrain. This is like a canyon, but it's big in the middle and small at the entrances on both sides. To wipe out the white attackers, the first step is to seal off the exits on both sides. Now, start digging pits at the exit. These pits will be connected to each other, surrounding the entire Hope Valley. The remaining 3 come with me to cut down trees. Even now, I haven't told them my purpose. They just need to do as I say. Once everything is done, I will naturally tell them my purpose. A group of people started working in silence. I chopped all the trees into small pieces and threw them into the pit. I placed a large rock at the edge of the pit. These stones act as a switch. Once the stones are pushed aside, the glowing red charcoal in the pit will pour down, burying everyone in Hope Valley alive. But this task cannot be completed in a day or 2. I can only try to speed it up as much as possible, because I don't know if those traitors went back to report. If a traitor returns, I must immediately stop digging the hole and start taking action. Time flies, and about a week has passed in the blink of an eye. More than 40 pits of varying sizes have been dug on the high mountains surrounding Hope Valley, each containing about 1 or 2 tons of charcoal. These charcoal pieces don't appear to be warm from above, but if you use a stick to turn over the charcoal on top, a burst of high temperature will hit you. Li Chong once accidentally turned the charcoal too far apart, and now his eyebrows and beard have turned into curly hair. Brother Du, is that enough? Li Chong couldn't help but ask. No, dig a little more holes. After I finished speaking, I continued digging a hole in the middle of Hope Valley. Just then, I suddenly saw a figure appear at the entrance of Hope Valley. I quickly waved to everyone. Everyone lie down and don't make a sound. But Li Chong recognized the man below. Brother Du, isn't that Ma Dong? He's one of us. I glared at Li Chong, and he quickly covered his mouth. Brother Du, Brother Du. At the entrance to Hope Valley, Ma Dong was already calling my name loudly. I hesitated for a moment, then slid down the hillside from the side, and quietly arrived behind Ma Dong. What's up? I asked from behind Ma Dong. Oh. Ma Dong was startled and instinctively grabbed a wooden stick. You scare me to death, Brother Du. How did you suddenly appear behind me? Ma Dong touched his crotch. It felt a little wet. What is it? I asked again. Sister Lu wants you to go back. She said it's important, Ma Dong said. I was taken aback. Could it be that those traitors were starting to lose their composure? Okay, you go ahead first, I'll be right there. After dismissing Ma Dong, I went up to the hillside and looked at my 12 men. You will lie in ambush on the mountaintop, adding large pieces of wood to the fire pit from time to time. Remember, it must be large pieces of wood. Don't let anyone discover you. Remember, anyone. Understand? I said in a deep voice. Yes. Clear. Okay. Okay. A variety of responses rang out. Chapter 153, Making Trouble While I'm Not Around. However, while I'm away, I'll have to choose a leader for you all. You all have to listen to the leader, and you're not allowed to run around or expose your disguises. After I finished speaking, I glanced at the group of people. Li Chong straightened his tattered clothes and stepped forward as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Li Chong believed that among this group, only he and I had been to the White Camp, so he was the only one who could be the leader. In the past, he wouldn't have had this thought. But after spending time with Su Yin and being unable to resist her praise, Li Chong's confidence returned. Chu Jin, from now on you're the boss. Keep them in check. If anyone dares to disobey, tell me later, and I'll have their head chopped off. I said seriously. In chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary. I must emphasize this point. Yes. Chu Jin quickly stepped forward. Brother Du, but I. Li Chong stammered as he stepped forward. You have a question? I gave Li Chong a murderous look. No, that's all. Li Chong shrank back again. That's good. After saying that, I quickly slid down the hillside and caught up with Ma Dong an hour later. This startled Ma Dong again. It was visibly that his crotch was completely wet. Ma Dong, what urgent matter did Yi Yao call me back for this time? I asked. Sister Lu wouldn't say, but I suspect it's related to those newcomers. Sister Lu told them not to go hunting, but they insisted, saying they wanted to contribute something. In my opinion, this time, Sister Lu might have been a little lacking. Under my intense gaze, Ma Dong swallowed the rest of his words. Soon, we arrived at the edge of Hope Valley, where Lu Yao seemed to be holding a meeting with them. I had been working outside for a week, and my face was so blackened by the smoke that most people wouldn't recognize me at first glance. So I squeezed into the crowd to see what Lu Yao was saying. Sister Lu, we respect Boss Du very much, but we don't have any food. You can't just stop us from going out hunting, can you? The person speaking was Chen Kai, whom I had rescued from the white camp. Lu Yao's ability to control people was still limited, and coupled with the fact that men naturally looked down on women, most men showed displeasure on their faces. "No, I can't let you take such a risk," Lu Yao said firmly. "Thank you for your concern, Sister Lu, but it's completely unnecessary." Chen Kai continued. Moreover, his gaze and actions had become somewhat presumptuous, showing no regard for Lu Yao whatsoever. "Who says it's unnecessary? With Brother Du gone, Sister Lu is the one in charge here. The one speaking is Lin Xiaoyu, whom I rescued." "Yes, that's right. Lu Xiu, that little girl," also sided with Lu Yao. At this moment, another person spoke up. He was also someone I had exchanged from the white camp. "Sister Lu, no matter what you say today, we have to go hunting today because I need to eat meat. We can't eat wild fruit every day. If this goes on, my mouth will get so bland." Although this guy wasn't tall, he was as stocky as a cannonball. Lu Yao's face tightened. "No, this is what Du Yuan instructed before he left. Are you going to go against Du Yuan's wishes?" Upon hearing this, the entire crowd fell silent. I felt a little relieved. It seemed that although I was gone, my influence still lingered and deterred them. After all, these newcomers have all witnessed my methods. It's not that I'm disrespecting Boss Du, but he's been gone for 7 days. He probably didn't anticipate the food crisis. He can't possibly let us all starve to death. The guy who looked like a cannonball continued. Chen Kai's eyes darted around, and he added fuel to the fire. "I think Brother Gao Zheng also has a say in the camp. Shouldn't we ask for his opinion at this time?" Brush. All eyes were on Gao Zheng's face. At this moment, Ma Dong quietly asked from behind, "Brother Du, aren't we going out now?" "No rush. Let's take another look," I said in a low voice, because I wanted to see everyone's changes. Gao Zheng looked troubled. "Everyone, I've already crippled both my legs. Yi Yao has her own reasons, because she has to carry out my brother Du Yuan's orders. Although my brother Du Yuan's orders may be outdated, we'll all go hungry if we don't hunt." After hearing Gao Zheng's words, I narrowed my eyes and looked at the others. Chen Kai nodded to Gao Zheng with a smile, and the man who looked like a cannonball also smiled at Gao Zheng. Su Yin stepped forward and placed her fingers on Gao Zheng's shoulder. Now, not only the newcomers, but even the indigenous people started to speak up. "Sister Lu, we really are going out hunting. We can't rely on Brother Du for everything, can we?" "Yes, Xiao Lu. Xiao Du is a person after all. As his girlfriend, you should think about him and let Chen Kai go hunting outside." Even Aunt Chen spoke up. "It still won't work. In any case, you can't go hunting, but the others can. Lu Yao is still a timid woman, and now she's completely flustered." Chen Kai and the guy next to him exchanged a glance, and Chen Kai pointed to his own nose. "Why? Why won't we be allowed to go hunting?" Chen Kai asked curiously. Hiding in the crowd, my heart skipped a beat, and I knew I was in trouble. After Lu Yao said those words, Chen Kai would definitely guess that I had already figured out their undercover identities. I could no longer hide, so I strode to the center. Brother Du is back. That's great. Xiao Du, you're finally back. Brother Du, it's me. It's Xiu. Brother Du, I picked lots of fruit for you when you come back." A group of people looked at me excitedly. The girls' eyes sparkled, and the men's gazes were full of respect. Chen Kai and the cannonball quietly took 2 steps back, with an awkward smile on their faces. Su Yin casually withdrew her hands from Gao Zheng's shoulders and then stared at me with alluring eyes. "Ah Yuan, you're finally back." Lu Yao walked up to me, looking like she had found her pillar of support. They insisted on going out hunting and wouldn't listen to me. Lu Yao, who had been the mistress of the house, instantly transformed into a child tattling to me. I gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Gao Zheng sat in the chair with his head slightly lowered, but his face showed an indescribable reserve. He did not greet me or even say a word of concern. "Boss Du, you've come back just in time. Sister Lu is worried about our safety and won't let us go hunting, but we're almost out of food. As a man in the camp, I feel it's my responsibility to help everyone prepare food." Chen Kai steeled himself and walked up to me, but he was no longer as brazen as before. Chapter 154: Li Chong's Ambitious Desire. I didn't say anything, just gave him a cold look, and then looked at Gao Zheng. "Brother Gao, what do you think?" I asked. Gaozheng finally raised his head and looked me straight in the eye. I sensed a change in his eyes, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Brother Du Yuan, Chen Kai is right. As a camp leader, you have to plan everything carefully. You haven't been back for 7 days. Have you thought about our food problem? Gaozheng asked. Before I could speak, Lu Yao spoke first. Brother Gao, how could you question a Yuan? Yes, Brother Gao. Brother Du has made too many sacrifices for us. This time it was Lin Xiaoyu who spoke. But I waved my hand, interrupting Lin Xiaoyu. Brother Gao is right. It's time to go hunting. And this gentleman, is he Brother Chen Kai? I turned around and looked directly at Chen Kai. Yeah. Under my intense gaze, Chen Kai's expression and movements became somewhat unnatural. All right, you can go hunting this time. Take this brother with you too. I pointed to the guy next to Chen Kai, who looked like a cannonball. Just then, Su Yin also raised her hand. Brother Du, I also want to go hunting. I sighed. Without a doubt, these 3 undercover agents were trying to go out and discuss their next move. Good. I readily agreed. The camp returned to its former harmony. As long as the food crisis was resolved, everyone was a loving family again. Yao, let's go back. I took Lu Yao's hand. But at that moment, Gao Zheng called out to me from his wheelchair. Etc. I slowly turned my head and calmly looked at Gao Zheng. Brother Gao, is there anything else? I asked, my face no longer showing the enthusiasm it once did. Brother Du Yuan, what exactly did you do during your week-long trip? You're hiding more and more things from me now. Do you think I'm completely useless now that my legs are broken? Gao Zheng asked. His question made me feel uncomfortable. Indeed, he has broken both legs and is not very useful, but can I say such hurtful things? No, Brother Gao, let me explain. But Gao Zheng waved his hand and said, no need to explain. I understand it in my heart. That's just human nature, haha. After Gao Zheng finished speaking, he pushed his wheelchair away. Yuan, let's go back. Lu Yao tugged at me. As soon as Lu Yao and I entered the tent, I said, Yao, I still have things to take care of. After I finished speaking, I left from behind the tent without lingering and followed Chen Kai and the other 2 at a distance. With my current skills, even if I'm only 10 meters away from them, they won't notice me at all. After walking about a mile from the camp, the 3 of them gathered together. Chen Kai went even further, reaching his hand into Su Yan's chest and kneading it wantonly. Su Yan was not frightened at all. On the contrary, she seemed to be enjoying it. I squinted, just as I expected. So, have you scouted the terrain thoroughly? Chen Kai asked as he kneaded the skin. We've found out. Su Yan was breathing heavily when she spoke, which made it a little hard for me to bear. That woman is really slutty. All right, big guy, go back through Hope Valley now and inform Boss Chris. Also, give him this map, which marks all the traps around the camp. Chen Kai stretched out a hand and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. The big guy he was referring to was that guy with a build as solid as a cannonball. Okay, Kai. After the big guy finished speaking, he grabbed the map and ran towards Hope Valley. After the big guy left, Chen Kai couldn't wait to push Su Yin down into the bushes. I lost interest in watching any further and instead followed closely behind the big guy. To everyone's surprise, this big guy was quite skilled. He not only ran incredibly fast, but he could also easily evade venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. I had to use half my strength to sneak up behind him without him noticing. Above Hope Valley, Chu Jin and 12 others, wearing hats made of wild grass, were lying in ambush on the mountaintop. Li Chong was the most restless. He liked to lie in front of everyone to show off his physical differences. Chong, don't move around, or we'll get caught. Chu Jin couldn't help but say something, but he was still somewhat wary of Li Chong. What are you afraid of? Brother Du is making a fuss over nothing. We're on the mountaintop, and the enemy doesn't have any planes. How could they possibly spot us? Li Chong said indifferently. Chu Jin sighed deeply and said nothing more. Just then, they saw a man running into the entrance of Hope Valley. It was Big Guy. Hey, I recognize that person. I rescued him with Brother Du back then. Li Chong quickly glanced downstairs, seemingly preparing to get up. Chong, Brother Du said we can't let anyone find out about us. Chu Jin quickly tugged at Li Chong. You're so long-winded. Do you really think that just because Brother Du made you the leader, you're above me? You know, Brother Du and I went through life or death situations together in the White Camp. We're brothers who've been through thick and thin together. If there are any problems later, I'll take responsibility. After Li Chong finished speaking, he resolutely stood up and waved to the big guy below. Hey buddy, do you still recognize me? Li Chong shouted from the top of the mountain. The big guy below was startled and quickly stopped, looking up at Li Chong. What? Don't you remember I was the one who saved you? Li Chong took a step forward, looking pretentious. At this moment, I had reached the edge of the valley and was looking at Li Chong with angry eyes. Oh, what are you doing here? The big guy rolled his eyes and asked. Of course we'll dig a fire pit here. When those white-skinned beasts come over, I'll dump all the charcoal in the fire pit and roast the white-skinned pigs. Li Chong laughed. I was at the mouth of the valley, so angry I almost spat blood. The big guy stopped talking and stood frozen in the middle of Hope Valley. What are you still standing there for? Weren't you sent by Brother Du to find us? Li Chong asked. Yeah. The big guy quickly followed up on Li Chong's words, because he couldn't say that he had gone to the white camp to report a message, could he? Then come up. By the way, Chu Jin and Xiao Shi are here. I have to say, Brother Du is really something. He didn't notice Sen Su Yan. I miss her so much. As Li Chong spoke, he seemed to be preparing to walk down the mountain. Of course, the big guy wouldn't meet up with Li Chong. He had important things to do. No need, Brother Chong, you can stay up there. Boss Du wants me to go to a spot a little ahead of Hope Valley and see if the white pigs have come over yet. After the big guy finished speaking, he continued walking forward. Okay, bye-bye. Li Chong waved to the big guy. I glanced at Li Chong on the mountaintop with a gloomy look and continued to stealthily follow behind the big guy. The big guy went even faster this time, and I also went all out. 5 kilometers out of Hope Valley, I saw him sitting by a puddle drinking water. Hi. I greeted the big guy. Chapter 155 Preparations Before the Slaughter. The big guy jumped up reflexively. When he saw it was me, his face instantly turned ashen. Even a fool would understand why I followed him. Boss Du, it's you. As soon as the big guy finished speaking, he sped away. I didn't hold back and fired a shot. Bang! Gunshots echoed far and wide through the dense forest. After killing the big guy, I found the map in his pocket. Wow, the map is drawn very clearly. It shows where the mountains are, where the tents are, and where the traps are. It's drawn to scale and very clearly. After burying the large body and cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground, I strolled back leisurely. We soon arrived at Hope Valley. Moreover, I stood right in the middle of Hope Valley. This time, Li Chong learned his lesson and didn't stand on the mountaintop waving at me. But I'm no longer going to let him off the hook. After we reached the top of the mountain, Chu Jin remained lying on the ground and waved to me. Li Chong stared intently at the valley entrance, appearing completely devoted to his duty. Chu Jin, has anyone been disobedient lately? I asked casually. Chu Jin looked at Li Chong, then at me. No. I shook my head in disappointment. Chu Jin didn't want to offend anyone because he believed that even if Li Chong disobeyed, he wouldn't kill him, since Li Chong and he had been through thick and thin together. Yes, after you left, Brother Du, only 2 rabbits passed by Hope Valley, and not a single ghost appeared. Seeing that Chu Jin hadn't exposed him, Li Chong breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly echoed her sentiments. Not bad. I looked at Li Chong and nodded slightly. Brother Du, it's all right. We've been through thick and thin together before, so I can manage this. Li Chong quickly smiled. The murderous intent in my eyes slowly disappeared. Indeed, although Li Chong was afraid of death, he did infiltrate a white camp with me. That task is best suited for him. Whether we live or die, it's up to fate. Li Chong, I have an important task for you, I said. What is it? Please tell me. Li Chong stood up instantly, puffed out his chest, and gave Chu Jin a smug look. As you said, we have a good relationship in private. This time, I hope you will step forward and act as bait. As soon as I said that, Li Chong was so frightened that he immediately lay back down on the ground. What? You don't want to? I asked coldly, glancing at the charcoal in the pit. Okay, I'm willing, Li Chong said with a mournful face. Great, but let's not use it as bait now. Let's wait a couple of days. After saying this, I left Hope Valley, glancing at Chu Jin with disappointment as I went. Soon, I returned to the camp, where a group of men, women, and children were gathered around a fire, roasting 2 deer, which I heard were hunted down by Chun Kai and his men. But Chun Kai didn't show any joy. Instead, he walked up to me with a mournful face and said, "I'm sorry, boss do, big guy?" He accidentally fell into the river and drowned while catching deer. I felt nothing after hearing Chun Kai's lie, but I still couldn't resist teasing him. "Oh, death is the greatest tragedy. Let's go out now and retrieve his body so he can at least be laid to rest." I said that on purpose. There were a lot of crocodiles in the river at the time, and he may have been eaten by them. Chun Kai quickly covered up the lie. "Then let's just forget about it." After I finished speaking, I suddenly waved to everyone. Everyone else followed my lead, stopped their activities, and looked at me. "Friends, it's not a good idea for us to stay here any longer, so I've made a plan. Tomorrow morning, we'll go back to Hope Valley." These words caused an uproar, but the ordinary people were only in a state of shock. Only Chun Kai and Su Yan's expressions changed drastically. "Boss Du, this isn't good. Hope Valley isn't safe right now," Chun Kai quickly said. I stared at Chun Kai until he lowered his head. "Then we'll listen to the boss." Chun Kai could only say with a grim expression. Gao Zheng sat in his wheelchair, rhythmically tapping the armrests with his fingers. "Brother Du Yuan, you need to give me a reason for returning to Hope Valley, right?" Gao Zheng spoke up at this moment. Only he dared to question me. "All right, I'll give you a reason. We can't hide from the white people for long, and this camp is too far from the water source. If we stay here for a long time, more people will get sick if it rains. We can't all fall ill before the white people even come to our door. Is that reason enough?" After I finished speaking, I looked at Gao Zheng. Gao Zheng met my gaze without flinching, but in the end, he lowered his head and remained silent. "No objections, it's settled then. Everyone will return to Hope Valley tomorrow." After saying that, I took Lu Yao back to the tent. Outside, Su Yin and Chun Kai walked to the edge of the camp. After discussing it for a while, Chun Kai quietly left the camp and ran desperately towards the white camp. All of this was already under my surveillance. But this time, I didn't stop him. I let him bring all the white pigs over. Nothing happened that night. The next day, everyone, young and old, set off towards Hope Valley. We set off in the morning and arrived at Hope Valley before noon. Build thatched huts and dig traps. I issued 2 orders and summoned several trustworthy people. Above Hope Valley, Chu Jin and his group strictly followed my orders and did not show themselves even when they were around acquaintances. When Li Chong saw me this time, he didn't rush out to greet me. With me around, Li Chong became much more obedient. The charcoal piled up on the mountaintop must have weighed at least tens of tons, enough to completely cover the entire valley, in my estimation. "Everyone, prepare some dry thatch. Don't set up tents. Build all the houses with thatch." I gave the order loudly. The more thatch there is in the valley, the bigger the fire will be. Any white-skinned beast that enters will surely die. Throughout the day, at least 40 thatched huts were erected in Hope Valley, with walls and foundations made of wood. Midway through, several older people came over to advise me, saying that building entirely with wood could easily cause a fire, but I casually brushed them off. Build 2 more thatched huts on both sides of the valley, and make 2 wooden doors out of wood. I continued to give commands. Thatched huts were built on both sides of the valley to block the retreat of the white-skinned beasts and trap them inside. It got dark quickly, and the group of people were exhausted, so they decided to rest in the newly built thatched hut. "Everyone come out. No one is allowed to rest in Hope Valley." I gave the order loudly. Then, a group of tired people walked out indignantly, and their occasional glances at me carried a hint of anger. Chapter 156. They're here. But I can't worry about that now, because I calculated that it would take Chun Kai about half a day to run back to the white camp from here. It will take him most of the day to return with the white-skinned beast. Therefore, I estimate that the white-skinned beast will likely arrive at Hope Valley around midnight tonight. "Brother Du, is there anything else?" A young man couldn't help but ask. "Of course something's wrong. Everyone, climb up to the top of the valley from here." After saying that, I pointed to the path leading up the mountain, which was the mountaintop where Chu Jin, Li Chong, and the others were lying in ambush. So the group of people quickly did as instructed. Only Su Yin seemed somewhat uneasy, glancing around in confusion from time to time. After a group of people went up the mountain, they used ropes to hoist Gao Zheng's wheelchair up. At this point, only Su Yin and I remained at the foot of the mountain. Miss Su, let me personally escort you upstairs. After I finished speaking, I reached out my hand to Su Yin. Su Yin seemed to sense the impending crisis as well. The allure in her eyes was gone. Instead, she reached out her hand, trembling. Once everyone reached the summit, Su Yan's face instantly turned pale. Because she discovered Chu Jin and his men lying in ambush there, as well as dozens of large pits filled with glowing charcoal. Does everyone see the charcoal in this big pit? I said to everyone. Everyone nodded silently, as if they understood something. Now you all understand why I set up so many thatched huts at the bottom of the valley, right? I asked. I understand. Brother Du wants to repeat the burning of Savage Valley. Lu Shiyu quickly said. I smiled and nodded, then gently patted her little head. But what if that white beast doesn't show up for a long time? Are we just going to hide on the mountaintop forever? Lu Shiyu asked in confusion. I smiled slightly and glanced at Su Yan casually. Don't worry, they'll be here soon. Su Yan's face was deathly pale, and she gave me an awkward smile. That's great. Boss, you're so brilliant. I can't wait to see this white pig turn into a roast pig. Li Chong couldn't help but jump up. The moment I saw Li Chong, I felt a pang of discomfort. Chong, you are actually the person I value most. After hearing my words, Li Chong puffed out his chest again. However, our plan has a flaw. If the white people come to the entrance of Hope Valley and find it empty, they will definitely not be fooled. At that time, your importance will become apparent. At this point, even the fool understood. You mean, you want me to go down there? Li Chong pointed to his nose. Yes, and you'll be exposing your body to the enemy's line of sight. It's a very dangerous mission. Don't you like Su Yin? She'll be your girlfriend from now on. I promise you two will be together forever. I said slowly. After a slight hesitation, Li Chong nodded resolutely. Okay, I'll do it. So, Li Chong went down the mountain alone and stood at the edge of Hope Valley. From now on, everyone will be disguised and will not make a sound. Even if you fart, you must shut it up. Even if a poisonous snake comes near you, you are not allowed to scream. Even if your back is on fire, you must cover your mouth. If anyone lets me down tonight, one word, death, and they will die by my hand. When I said this, I was not polite at all, and I looked at everyone with a murderous gaze, including Gao Zheng. Indeed, tonight is very important to me. If successful, the white-skinned beasts will be completely wiped out, and we will have no worries about the future. If we fail, those white-skinned beasts will become even more cautious, and with this shift in power, we will surely be worn down. Boo-boo. A loud fart slowly escaped. One of the young men quickly covered his buttocks. But I didn't laugh, and no one else dared to laugh either. All right, everyone lie down. This is the final push. After saying that, everyone immediately laid down in the grass. Just then, a cold wind blew by, and the wild grass on the mountaintop began to sway and undulate. I suddenly looked up at the sky. Damn it. No way. The wind gradually picked up. Hope Valley wasn't entirely populated by young, strong men. Some of the older ones began to cough uncontrollably. Su Yin, come lie down next to me, I said to Su Yin, who was in the distance. Su Yin hesitated for a moment, then leaned down next to me, and I put one hand on her back. Wait a moment, the white pig will be passing by below. You absolutely mustn't cough loudly. Do you understand what I mean? I asked. Yes, don't worry, I would never do that, and I don't have a cough. Su Yin looked at me nervously. She's a smart woman. She's already realized what's going on. That's good. Look here, how many meters is it from the valley floor? I continued to ask. About 40 meters. Su Yin said timidly. If someone fell here, what do you think would happen? I asked. Brother do I. Su Yin was speechless. I kept my hand on her back. All right, that's all. Just don't mess things up. After saying that, I stopped talking and nervously looked at the sky, silently praying in my heart. Please, please don't let it rain. Time passed slowly, and soon it was around midnight. The wind was getting stronger, a sign that a heavy rain was about to fall. Li Chong was holding a spear and pacing back and forth at the entrance of Hope Valley. Another hour passed, and I suddenly had a change of heart, turning my gaze to the distance. Just now, in the direction of the valley entrance, the world seemed to have quieted down. Before, you could hear some insects chirping and birds singing, but now you can't. This suggests that something must have reached the entrance to Hope Valley, and it must have come stealthily. Li Chong was holding a spear, looking towards the front of Hope Valley. Cough, cough. Nearby, an old man couldn't help but cough, but he immediately covered his mouth. At the exit, a dozen torches were lit, and a white man appeared in the firelight. I vaguely remember him. He seems to have a high social standing among white people, but he's not Chris. This made my heart sink slightly. If the main force that comes this time isn't the whites, the trap I painstakingly dug won't work. Once the first white person appeared, there was a second and a third. Soon, a large group of white people appeared at the mouth of the valley. Even if they aren't the main white force, I estimate they've all arrived by now. Li Chong saw them immediately, and he quickly shrank back, preparing to retreat into Hope Valley. But it was too late. An arrow shot accurately from a distance, pinning him to a wooden stake. Li Chong struggled briefly, then remained still. He died a worthy death. Chapter 157 Burning Hope Valley. Several people on the mountaintop couldn't help but cover their mouths, looking like they wanted to scream. At this moment, I finally saw the main character. Chris emerged from the shadows, stood on a large rock, scanned the entire Hope Valley, and then pointed at one of the people. The white man immediately and reluctantly began to climb up the mountain where I was. Hateful. I cursed inwardly, thinking that Chris was too cunning and wouldn't fall for it. Once that white man gets up the mountain, he'll discover us lurking on the summit, as well as the large pits set up all around. I glanced at Su Yin beside me, and without warning, I struck her on the neck with a chop. After knocking Su Yin unconscious, I crawled forward in the direction the white man was heading up the mountain. That white man was very skilled at climbing, comparable to some of the top rock climbing enthusiasts. Just as he was about to climb the mountain, he spotted me. At that moment, he had his hands dangling over the rocks, his feet teetering on the ground, and he looked at me with terrified eyes. Without saying a word, I grabbed his neck, lifted him up, and with a forceful pull of my fingers, the white beast died instantly. After doing all that, I took off his clothes, put them on myself, and then lowered my head and waved downwards. Splash, splash, splash. A jumble of footsteps sounded, and the white-skinned beasts finally abandoned their vigilance and charged into Hope Valley in a mighty procession. Chris was the most cunning. He was the last one to arrive. After dozens of white men entered the valley, he hesitated before stepping into the valley, his sharp eyes scanning left and right from time to time. Oh no, there's no one here. There's no one in my room either. Me too. In my sight, Chris turned his body around and prepared to run out of the valley. But I had already stood up and used a stick to pry open the stones at the edge of the fire pit. Boom. Several tons of glowing red charcoal poured down from the fire pit, like a waterfall of lava, cascading down 3,000 feet. The entrance to Hope Valley was instantly set ablaze, and the raging fire illuminated an area of hundreds of meters in radius. Chris slammed on the brakes and sped off towards the other side of the valley. But on the other hand, Chu Jin had already made his move when I did. Several more tons of glowing charcoal were poured down, igniting the other side of Hope Valley. The fire quickly spread, and Chris and his group were like pigs trapped in a fiery prison, frantically pacing around inside. Ugh, damn it, damn it. You yellow-skinned monkey, if you've got the guts, come down and fight me one-on-one. What kind of nonsense is this? Bang, bang, bang. Some white men started firing at the top of the hill, but everyone ducked back down, and they ran out of bullets. Both exits of Hope Valley were engulfed in flames, leaving only the middle section untouched. Unless they can fly up like birds, they will all die. At this moment, I stood in the middle, holding a wooden stick, looking down at Chris and the others in the valley. You white-skinned beasts. You have committed countless evil deeds, and today is your death day. After I said that, I pushed away one of the fire pits in the middle. First came the sound of stones hitting the ground, followed by countless glowing red charcoal pieces. The moment the charcoal touched the thatched roof, it burst into flames. Keep in mind that when all this charcoal is gathered together, the temperature reaches at least several thousand degrees Celsius, and it will ignite anything it touches, including a person. The others also stood up and, following my example, pushed aside the stones at the edge of the fire pit, causing a large amount of charcoal to fall down. Ugh. It hurts so much. Help, help. Do you on? Please spare me. The strong winds whipped the fire, spreading it throughout Hope Valley. The crackling of burning branches, the screams of the white man, Chris's roar, and the explosions of bullets all raged together. The towering flames illuminated an area of several thousand meters as if it were daytime. Hope Valley has become a living hell. Some people standing on the mountaintop turned their heads away instantly, looking as if they couldn't bear to watch any longer. Suyin had woken up from her coma and was looking thoughtfully at the tragic scene in Hope Valley. "Ah, Brother Du, it's me. It's me, Chen Kai. Help me up, pull me up." I squinted and saw a figure rushing out of the fire, its whole body engulfed in flames, reaching out its hands to grab me. I didn't say anything, but looked at Suyin next to me. Even standing atop a mountain over 40 meters high, the fire was still scorching hot, forcing me to step back and cover my face with my hands. "That's awesome. We won, huh? We won't have to hide anymore. Brother Du is awesome. Brother Du is awesome." A group of young people, their hormones ignited, roared and screamed on the mountaintop. Rumble. Just then, a muffled clap of thunder sounded from the horizon. My expression changed, and I looked down at Hope Valley. The Hope Valley covers a very large area, and the fire did not completely cover it. At least 1/3 of the area remained safe. Not good. My expression changed, and I immediately raised my pistol. "Quickly, everyone shoot those white beasts down there," I shouted, enduring the intense heat, searching for Chris amidst the flames. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out on the mountaintop. At the same time, raindrops the size of soybeans fell from the sky, turning into a rustling sound in an instant. The fire began to sway precariously in the torrential rain. "No. Damn you, God. When did you have to send rain?" A group of people began to roar at the sky. Rain in tropical rainforests is usually torrential. The torrential rain poured down from the sky, extinguishing the floodwaters at the 2 exits of Hope Valley. A group of burned white people were desperately trying to escape towards the exit. Although they were not burned to death, most of them suffered extensive burns, and even if they returned, they would not escape dying from infection. But what about Chris? Our main concern is Chris. If he doesn't die, we're in for a rough time. All armed men, come with me down here and hunt down those white bastards. Don't let a single one escape." I shouted and braved the heavy rain to climb down from the mountaintop. A young man was following behind, but he accidentally slipped and fell from the mountainside, hitting Chu Jin in the process. The two fell from a height of tens of meters at the same time, their fates unknown. 2 people come down and take care of them. The rest of you don't need to worry about them. Just follow me and chase after them," I shouted. The heavy rain significantly reduced the volume of my voice. Meanwhile, the strong winds caused the surrounding trees to sway from side to side, as if demons were dancing wildly. Now, only 10 people are left following me. Although there were many of those white bastards who escaped, all their bullets were burned out, and they had no firearms at all. Chapter 158 Man-Eating Crabs. I had only run 100 meters forward when I saw one of the white-skinned pigs, whose entire body was covered in burns. Bang! I raised my hand and fired a shot, relieving him of his pain. "Keep chasing." I kept running forward without stopping, gradually widening the distance between myself and the 10 henchmen behind me. After running for about 10 more meters, I suddenly felt goosebumps all over my body. Suddenly, a gray-black monster lunged at me, its sharp claws piercing my back. "Oh!" I roared in anger, grabbed its neck, and tried to pull it off my back. But this thing's claws were very stubborn. When I pulled hard, they actually tore a small piece of skin off my back. Ugh! Hateful! I pointed the pistol behind me and fired a shot. I finally killed that thing, but even so, its claws remained embedded in my flesh. I knew time was of the essence and there was no time to take it down, so I carried its body on my back and rushed toward the white man's position. Ahead, a person entirely in black appeared, trembling as they walked through the torrential rain. 80% of his skin was burned. Even if he escaped back, he wouldn't survive. I didn't waste a bullet. I rushed over and broke his spine with a single punch. Looking back, he saw his 10 henchmen running from around the corner. But in the torrential rain, They couldn't even tell which way to go. If I kill Chris here, we'll be greeted with a joyous feast when we return. If I fail, we'll be met with constant fear. My words seemed to have some effect, and the people behind me quickened their pace. Just then, I felt a sharp pain in my foot, as if I had been bitten by something. You know, my skin is incredibly tough now, so how could it be bitten? Was it a venomous snake? However, when I looked down, I found the ground covered with countless crabs. They are about the size of a palm, with orange-red backs and a pair of ferocious claws. I quickly looked around. These crabs emerged from the low-lying areas, their numbers as vast as a sea, and they moved incredibly fast. Damn it, you guys are blocking the way too, huh? I kicked 5 or 6 crabs away, but more crabs filled the empty space beneath my feet. At that moment, I felt pain in my foot again. These crabs are not like normal crabs. When they pinch someone, it causes a burning pain. Even with my extraordinary physical abilities, I still experience this pain. What would it be like for an ordinary person? Thinking of this, I quickly turned around to look. The crab army had already surrounded Xiao Shi and his companions. Haha, great. Let's catch a few and take them home to eat crab roe. A boy exclaimed happily. Are you stupid? They're coming for us. Xiao Shi couldn't help but shout and shoot at the crab. It would have been better if he hadn't fired the shot. But the moment he did, the crabs went berserk and pounced on them. This isn't right. These aren't ordinary crabs, a boy cried out. I was startled and quickly looked at the small hillside next to me. Hurry up. Uphill. After saying that, I quickly jumped up the small hill. But the 10 people behind me weren't as skilled as I was. Only 8 of them managed to climb the hillside with difficulty, while the other 2 were surrounded by mutated crabs. After a short scream, 2 skeletons, completely gnawed away, were left behind. Only then did they realize how formidable these crabs were. These crabs seemed to have tasted human flesh, for the leader of the group changed direction and began crawling back towards the hillside. They moved like an army in formation, and in the blink of an eye, my eyes were filled with an orange-red ocean. This color is entirely from the back of a mutated crab. Brother Do, what do we do? Xiao Shi, holding his gun, asked in a trembling voice. I looked at the small hillside. There were only 2 small trees on it, not even as thick as my arm. Climb the tree. After I finished speaking, I took the lead and climbed one of the small trees. Little Stone followed closely behind and climbed up the same small tree. The sapling was already thin, and now, bearing the weight of 2 people, it would creak and groan instantly. Meanwhile, 3 people climbed onto the other small tree, causing the upper part of the tree to sway instantly, about to be bent over. But there are still 4 people below who haven't gone up. The crab army was already close at hand, and they didn't care about anything else, so they jumped straight up the small tree. No, don't come up, the tree is going to break. I don't care about any of that. Do you want me to feed the crabs? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man climbing the tree instantly fell to the ground. Damn it! Abu, you actually dared to fire a gun? Bang bang bang. Before the crab army even arrived, they were already in disarray. Stop! Stop! Don't kill yourselves! I shouted as loudly as I could. But they didn't care about that anymore. They started shooting at close range, and soon only Xiao Shi and I were left. Damn it, you idiot, you idiot. I was so angry I cursed, but there was nothing I could do. In the face of crisis, most people think about self-preservation, and only a few are willing to sacrifice themselves for righteousness. Brother Do, look over there is a small hill. You can use the rebound force of this tree and your jumping ability to fly over there. Xiao Shi said from below me. And what about you? I asked. I'm not going to live anyway, but I can use my flesh to buy you a little time. I hope you seize this opportunity. Xiao Shi said sadly. Are you fucking out of your mind? If we're going to leave, we'll leave together. I said loudly. No, Xiao Shi said, pointing to his stomach with one finger. His abdomen was covered in blood, apparently from being accidentally injured by those cowards during their shooting exchange. Xiao Shi. I let out a long sigh. Brother Do, if you can leave this deserted island, could you go to Shijia village, Shaoshan city, Hunan province, find my wife Li Xiaoli, and tell her how I died? Xiao Shi said. Why are you saying all this? We can leave together. My voice was filled with helplessness. Brother Do, promise me. Xiao Shi said weakly. Okay, I promise you. After hearing my words, Xiaoshi let go of his hands and landed directly in the densely packed mutated crabs. Xiaoshi. I closed my eyes tightly to calm myself down before turning my gaze to the distant hillside. The mutant crabs have started climbing trees. Their feet are like sharp knives, making climbing trees a breeze for them. I then started shaking the sapling vigorously. The sapling was quite resilient and began to sway back and forth. When the sapling was shaking the most, I finally let go with both hands and stomped hard on the sapling with my feet. I felt the wind whistling in my ears, and I felt like a bird flying towards the opposite hillside. When my feet touched the ground, I rolled over to dissipate the force of my forward momentum. But immediately, my face turned pale again. Those mutated crabs seemed to have intelligence. They changed formation and crawled towards the small hill where I was now, immediately forming an encirclement. Chapter 159. The Giant Tiger Girl Saves Us. Damn it! I let out a long sigh, then leaped into the air and stomped on one of the crabs. The crab was instantly crushed by the foot, but more crabs crawled toward me. I felt a series of sharp pains in my feet, and my legs were instantly covered in blood. Some crabs even leaped onto me with great effort. Ugh! I couldn't help but let out a series of roars. If this continues, even if I eat countless fruits, I will turn into a pile of bones. Just then, I felt a surge of heat in my arm. The golden dragon arm was starting to work. I felt that my feet didn't hurt as much anymore, so I quickly stepped on the crabs and ran away into the distance. I don't know how long we ran. There were just so many orange crabs. I even got a pinch on the face. It felt like my skin was going to be ripped off. My neck was also clamped 2 or 3 times, and blood instantly covered my entire body. The worst part was that a crab actually tried to pinch my crotch. I quickly covered my crotch. Just then, I heard a rustling sound behind me, moving very fast. I quickly turned around and saw a giant white python soaring towards me. With each wriggle of its body, countless crabs are crushed. But it was also suffering, its body covered in various wounds, and its white body was stained crimson with blood. Brother Python. I was overjoyed. But seeing the white python's miserable state, I felt another pang of heartache. This is the price it came at. The white python finally rushed in front of me. Without saying a word, I prepared to jump onto its head and escape. Unable to break its skin with their claws, the orange crabs began to spit out clumps of liquid from their mouths. The liquid landed on the snake's skin, instantly causing the white python's skin to smoke. The white python convulsed in pain, but still managed to escape into the distance with great difficulty. However, after walking for more than 1,000 meters, the two of us, one human and one python, still couldn't escape the mutated crab's attack range. I have no idea where they came from, and their numbers are terrifying. They are even more terrifying than army ants. The white python comes from the underground world, and it is bound to suffer immense pain from that. At this moment, the pain intensified. It's ignoring me now, rolling around frantically among the crab army, looking like it's about to be devoured. Brother Python, you should leave. My eyes welled up with tears. But the white python continued to roll around frantically among the crabs, seemingly trying to buy me a chance to escape. But where can I escape to? I desperately tried to tear the crabs off my body, but more crabs pounced on me. Just then, I heard a ringing sound from my left. A giant, multicolored tiger charged at me, with a young girl riding on its back. The sound came from the bells on the girl's ankles. The tiger's skin was very thick. The crab couldn't break through the giant tiger's defenses at all. Moreover, it runs very fast, and before the crab can attack, it is crushed. The giant tiger quickly arrived in front of me, and the girl reached out her hand to me. Now I was desperate, so I reached out, and, with the girl's help, climbed onto the tiger's back. Brother Python, run. I'm safe now. I rode on the tiger's back and shouted back at the white python. The white python, already possessing spiritual insight, quickly adjusted its posture and swam away at a rapid speed into the distance. I finally felt relieved, but the pain from my wounds was excruciating, and I almost fainted. But I can't faint yet, because there were so many of these mutated crabs. They were heading straight for Hope Valley. Oh no, Yi Yao and the others. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly shook the girl in front of me. Little sister, please help me. I have a friend who needs to be saved. But the girl couldn't understand what I was saying. The giant tiger has excellent balance. The mountain road was rugged, but the giant tiger traversed the mountains and valleys as if walking on flat ground. After running for an unknown amount of time, Shihu finally climbed a high mountain. This mountain is the tallest I have ever seen. Half of it has already disappeared into the clouds. The downpour had long since stopped, but there was no sound of any animals around. The giant tiger placed me and the girl on the ground, stood on the mountainside, and let out a huge roar. Centered on it, all the animals scattered and fled. "Little sister, please let it take me back," I said loudly. But the girl couldn't understand me. She went into a cave, the bells on her feet ringing out melodiously. I quickly stood up and looked behind the giant peak, my eyes slowly widening. Behind the giant peak lies a vast tropical rainforest, with a winding river stretching like a giant python into the depths of the rainforest before disappearing into the clouds. Most importantly, I also saw smoke rising from chimneys along the riverbank. A little while later, she picked a few flowers, crushed them, and applied them to my wound. But immediately, her eyes widened. Because most of my wounds have healed on their own, I don't need any medication. The girl was beautiful, and the fragrance of her virginity was even more intoxicating. But I sat at the cave entrance with my head drooping, looking anxiously into the distance. There are so many things I need to do. Once Chris returns to his camp, he will surely ravage, or even destroy, the remaining men. And Lu Yao and the others above Hope Valley also need my help to save them, or at least I need to go and give them a heads up. Hey, can't you understand me? I want to go back to where we were. I finally couldn't hold back and yelled at the girl. The girl froze on the spot, her eyes filled with fear and grievance. But the giant tiger wasn't going to let me off the hook. It strode right up to me with its kingly gait, its massive head only 10 centimeters from my face. Hiss! My heart jumped into my throat. The girl quickly waved at the giant tiger and said something soft and sweet. The giant tiger then left, but lay down about 5 meters away from me, staring at me menacingly. I sighed deeply, stood up, and ran back based on my memory. The girl glanced at me from behind, but didn't stop me. After running back, I realized how far the giant tiger had run, at least 200 kilometers, with 7 or 8 mountains in between. Grass. Left with no other choice, I could only try to run as fast as I could. I encountered various dangers along the way, but none were as dangerous as the crabs. I avoided them if I could, and if I couldn't avoid them, I forced my way through. As dawn approached, I finally returned to Hope Valley. The place was already a mess, littered with charred corpses, but most of them were white. Yao, brother Gao. I shouted in the valley. But no one answered me. My heart sank, and I quickly climbed to a higher position on the mountain. There were messy footsteps and several dead, mutated crabs. Yao. I continued shouting, scanning the entire mountainside. Still, no one answered me. This made my face gradually turn ugly. Thankfully, there were no human corpses on the mountaintop, which put my mind at ease a little. So I descended the mountain from the other side of Hope Valley and headed towards the old campsite. Chapter 160: The Ugliness of the Retreat. When they arrived at the old camp, Lu Yao and the others were not there either. I shouted at the top of my lungs, but still no one answered me. Yao, where have you been? Come out quickly. Exhausted and sleepy, I slowly curled up next to a rock, hugged my arms, and drifted off to sleep. I don't know how much time passed before I slowly opened my eyes, a desperate hunger rising in my stomach. I never knew hunger could be so terrible. I almost fainted again. With that in mind, I quickly set off on my journey to find food. 2 hours later, I put the whole deer on the fire and roasted it. This time, I ate the whole deer clean before the suffocating hunger in my stomach finally disappeared. It was already noon, so I quickly searched for Lu Yao in other directions. As evening approached, I searched the entire area within a radius of several kilometers, but still couldn't find them. A terrible thought popped into my head. Could it be? Those crabs eat everything, and they've already. I dared not think any further and forced myself to shake the thought out of my head. Chris. It was only then that I realized there was another major threat I needed to address. Even if Chris and his group escape, they will inevitably suffer severe burns. When a person is in a fit of rage, They are likely to do extreme things, and I am very worried about the Asians in the white camps. Now it's time to save them. With that in mind, I ran toward the white camp. At this moment, Lu Wu, who had previously disappeared, was walking in the dense forest. Behind him followed a large group of people from Hope Valley, including Lu Yao. Lu Wu, did a Yuan really send you to pick us up? Lu Yao asked, still worried. Lu Wu disappeared and then reappeared, claiming it was on Du Yuan's orders. The veracity of his words is questionable. Of course it's true. Brother Du just found a great place, more suitable for long-term living than Hope Valley, but he was injured, so he sent me to pick you up. Lu Wu laughed, noting that even his bald head was now covered with sparse hair. Lu Yao was skeptical, but she still followed Lu Wu. After all, there are still so many injured people. By this time, I had reached the edge of the white men's camp. But there was no sound at all in the white camp. I found it strange and quickly sneaked into the white man's camp. The moment I entered the camp, I quickly covered my mouth, my eyes burning with rage. Corpses everywhere, some Asian, some black. Some were hung from wooden stakes, and some were hanged at the doorway. A swarm of flies buzzed around, and occasionally a child could be seen. Brute. I couldn't help but curse. These white men knew I was coming, so they moved their camp beforehand, but they killed the slaves in the camp. It was absolutely despicable. At my feet was an Asian woman who was naked and covered in wounds. In particular, her sensitive areas were torn apart by white men in a perverse manner. Chris, don't let me catch you. I began searching the entire camp for signs of their retreat. Sure enough, they were heading towards the coastline. Have they built a large ship? My expression changed, and I quickly followed the footprints. I had walked less than 100 meters when I felt my foot move and my ankle was bound by something. Not good. The powerful pulling force lifted me into the air, and I was suspended upside down. A short while later, 2 white men with burns on their bodies emerged from behind the big tree. Great, we've got this guy. Ha ha hiss. A white man with burns on his face laughed, which aggravated his burns. Kill him quickly. This guy is dangerous. As they spoke, the 2 white men simultaneously pulled out their pistols. I was startled, and with a sudden exertion of my waist, I plummeted downwards. Boom. I pulled the rope and landed with a thud in front of the 2 of them. The 2 white men, holding handguns, were instantly terrified and even forgot to fire. Where is Chris? I asked coldly. No, I don't know. Bang. I smashed his head in, then turned my bloodshot eyes to another white man. Where? I really don't know. Bang. After killing the 2 white beasts, I stood still, because I don't know if there are any more traps or mechanisms ahead. Besides, Chris and his men have rifles, so my chances of winning if I rush in are very low. Never mind, let's find Yi Yao first. After saying that, I returned to the white camp. Just then, I heard a series of banging sounds coming from inside the plane, as if something was hitting the wreckage. I quickly pulled out my gun and cautiously approached the plane wreckage. Inside the wreckage, there was a man with a full beard, with a chicken bone piercing through his nostrils. He must be at least 2.5 meters tall, exuding a beastly aura, with a mouth full of yellow teeth and yellow fingernails that are at least 10 centimeters long. It seems they must be natives. Seeing that he didn't make any attacking gestures, I breathed a sigh of relief and pulled off his rope. Allah Sojiye. When the native saw me, he said a string of words that I couldn't understand. What? I frowned. Come with me. I tugged at the native's arm. The native was initially a little scared, but after seeing that I meant him no harm, he followed me. His stomach had shrunk considerably, indicating he hadn't eaten for several days. But as soon as I stepped out of the plane wreckage, I witnessed a horrific scene. The native man walked right up to a corpse, grabbed its leg, and started gnawing on it. Vomit. I couldn't help but gag. This is way too damn zombie-like. I quickly picked him up, kicked him in the butt, and rushed towards Hope Valley. This native was thin and bony, but the skin on the soles of his feet was very thick, allowing him to run much faster than the average person. About 5 or 6 miles from the white camp, I suddenly looked up at the sky. A huge mountain eagle flew over from a distance. It was many times larger than the eagle I had ever seen before, with a wingspan of at least 5 or 6 meters. Moreover, its target is the 2 of us. But I wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, I was pleasantly surprised. The natives had already disappeared into the bushes and kept waving at me, signaling me to go in too. Surprisingly, the local natives are so terrified of these giant eagles. Indeed, one thing can overcome another. But I didn't do as instructed. Instead, I looked up at the eagle in the sky. Chirp. The eagle seemed a little confused as to why I hadn't run away, and let out a noisy screech. It was getting closer and closer to me, and soon it was only 5 meters away. I had been waiting for this opportunity. I leaped into the air and, with a move called rabbit fighting eagle, grabbed its 2 claws that seemed to be made of steel. The eagle was terrified and struggled desperately with its 2 claws, leaving 2 deep, bloody scratches on my shoulder. I endured the pain and climbed up its claws, soon reaching its wings. The eagle was terrified and began to shake violently from side to side in the air, trying to throw me off. But I didn't care about any of that. I grabbed the feather and wouldn't let go. Finally, I grabbed its neck and dodged its peck aimed directly at me. Chapter 161, Riding an Eagle to Find Yao. This eagle was enormous. Even with my weight on it, it still couldn't fly. From my vantage point, I saw the native emerge from the bushes, staring at me in shock in the sky. Now, I am at least 4, 5, or 6 meters above the ground, and my ears are filled with the howling wind. The eagle struggled to twist its neck, still trying to throw me off. But I won't give him another chance. With a powerful leap, I wrapped my legs around its neck and grabbed its crest. White clouds flashed past my feet, and it felt as if I were standing on the ground, giving me a sense of supreme power. Lu Yao has also disappeared, which has given me a sense of fearlessness. Even when I was thousands of meters in the air, I still didn't feel afraid. But trouble is brewing. I want to ride this mountain eagle to find Lu Yao, but I need to learn how to control its direction. What should I do? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The eagle let out a long, unwilling howl. It was, after all, the king of the air, yet now it was being ridden by a mere ground creature like me. How could it not be furious? But I had already clung tightly to its neck, and no matter how it soared through the air, it couldn't shake me off. Suddenly, I thought of a solution. I remember riding a horse before. If you wanted the horse to run in a certain direction, you would turn its face towards that direction. I quickly grabbed the eagle's crest and twisted its bird face to the left. The eagle let out an angry roar, but due to habit, it actually flew to the left. Fly to the right, you bastard. After I finished speaking, I twisted its crown to the right. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The eagle was furious. It tilted its head and tried to peck my hand, and it didn't fly in my direction. I ripped off a large patch of feathers from its neck, causing the eagle to tremble in pain and nearly crash its plane. Fly to the right, you bastard. I turned its head to the right again. After feeling the pain, the eagle finally became a little more obedient and flew to the right. Ha ha, yow, I'm here. I rode the mountain eagle and flew towards Hope Valley. Various animals on the ground flashed past my feet. Some fled in panic, while others gazed at the moon like celestial dogs. Awesome, awesome, so awesome. I couldn't help but shout, and I made up my mind that after I'd flown enough, I would find a way to tie it up and make it my mount, which would make traveling much more convenient in the future. At this moment, Hope Valley was already below me. I quickly looked around Hope Valley, hoping to find Lu Yao and the others. As for how to control the mountain eagle, it was to keep turning its face to the right, forcing it to circle and spin above Hope Valley. Fly that way. Unable to find Lu Yao, I continued flying in a certain direction. The sky is boundless, soaring thousands of miles. I finally experienced that feeling. The air is quite thin at high altitudes, and if this continues for a long time, I'm afraid I'll suffer from oxygen deficiency. In the blink of an eye, I flew more than 100 kilometers in a certain direction. Upon closer inspection, I saw a group of black dots, about the size of ants, slowly moving forward. Lower your standards a bit. I can only communicate with the mountain eagle using language, because I don't know how to control its descent. The eagle seemed to understand what I said, but it immediately took flight and soared into the clouds. Damn it, I'll make you descend. I plucked another handful of feathers from its neck. Now, it looks like a vulture, with no feathers around its neck. If it blends into a flock of vultures, it may not be recognized. The eagle, in pain, finally began to fall slowly, perhaps because it was running out of strength. Yi Yao, Yi Yao. I shouted at the mountain eagle's neck. Sure enough, the group stopped, and all looked up at the sky. Are you on? It was Lu Yao's voice. That's great. Yi Yao, it's me. I'm in heaven. I kept waving at Lu Yao. I'm only a few dozen meters above the ground now, and I can already see Lu Yao's worried face. Watch out. Don't fall. The eagle was only a dozen meters off the ground, but I didn't know how to control it to land accurately, so I performed a fancy flight in front of Lu Yao and the others. Finally, I punched the eagle on the head, making it land in the most primitive way. The moment I landed, I still refused to get off its neck. Yi Yao. Quick, have someone bring me a vine. I need to tie it up. I waved to Lu Yao and her group. A moment later, Lin Dong came over, holding a rattan cane in his hand. I quickly took it and tied it tightly around the eagle's neck, then tied the other end of the vine to a big tree. After doing all that, I hugged Lu Yao tightly. Are you on? Just as Lu Yao was about to say some sweet nothings, Lin Dong suddenly jumped between the two of us. Great, Brother Du is back. We have someone to rely on again, but I don't know where we should go next. Lin Dong asked. Lu Yao quickly separated from me, feeling embarrassed. Of course we should go back to Hope Valley. The white people have already retreated, so Hope Valley is no longer in danger. I said with a displeased look. But didn't Lu Wu say you found a better camp? Lin Dong asked curiously. I frowned and looked at Lu Yao. Lu Wu is back. Yes. He said you were the one who asked us to come here, Lu Yao said. Lu Wu, come out quickly, Brother Du is back. Lin Dong quickly called out to those behind him, but no one answered. I quickly followed a few steps behind and observed the entire group. Lu Wu had already fled. That bastard. Before, there might have been nothing we could do about him, but now I have Shandiao. Thinking of this, I looked at the mountain eagle in the distance and said to Lu Yao, don't worry, I can easily catch up with him by riding the mountain eagle. After I finished speaking, I ran quickly toward the mountain eagle. When the eagle saw me approaching, it flapped its wings in fright, but it was bound by vines and could not fly at all. I flipped over and was riding on the mountain eagle. However, the eagle struggled several times but couldn't fly at all. It seemed that carrying me had exhausted its strength. Left with no other choice, I jumped off its neck and grabbed the vine around its neck. All right, let Lu Wu live a few more days. Let's go back to Hope Valley first. After saying that, I tugged hard on the rope, leading the arrogant eagle behind me like a horse. The eagle was a bit resistant at first, but after I plucked a few of its feathers, it calmed down. Hope Valley wasn't far from here. After about 5 or 6 hours, we finally arrived at Hope Valley. But the place is now a pile of ashes, and many things need to be rebuilt. After I tied up the eagle, I said to everyone, I don't need to say anything more about what to do next, right? Let's get started. A group of people quickly got to work. Unlike the deathly silence last time, this time, everyone had smiles on their faces. Yi Yao, come with me for a moment. Where is Su Yen? I asked, because I only just realized that Su Yen is gone. Isn't she in the group? Lu Yao quickly looked around. No need to look anymore. She must have taken the opportunity to escape, but it doesn't matter. She's a weak woman. She won't survive long in the wild, I said. If she goes back to the white camp, we'll be in trouble again, Lu Yao said. Chapter 162, The Pursuit of Lu Wu. Don't worry about that. The white people have all fled the camp. Besides, those white bastards are all burned and won't recover for months. Tomorrow, I'll ride the mountain eagle to find them, and once I find them, I'll kill them all. After I finished speaking, I noticed that Lu Yao was looking at me in horror. This startled me. How could I say such a thing in front of my lover? The group set up the tents and started building with some wood to at least provide shelter from the wind and rain. I gently placed my hand on Lu Yao's shoulder and looked at her tenderly. Yi Yao, you have no idea how worried I was when I couldn't find you, I said affectionately. Yes, I can feel it. Lu Yao blushed and gently closed her eyes. I licked my lips, ready to kiss him. Great. We're going to throw a big feast tonight to celebrate last night's victory. A discordant voice rang out between me and Lu Yao. It was Lin Dong. I quickly let go of Lu Yao and looked at him with an impatient expression. Then let's go prepare the prey, I said irritably. Hunting is too much trouble these days. That big bird looks pretty good. How about we have bird meat tonight? Lin Dong stared at the mountain eagle in the distance. No, it will be my mount from now on. No one is allowed to hurt it. We must take care of it, look after it, and feed it. I said seriously. After experiencing the feeling of being a trapeze artist, I couldn't resist the urge to try it. Besides, we'll need it to find traces of white people tomorrow. All right, then we'll have to go hunting, but right now, it seems like only the two of us are capable of hunting, Lin Dong said. I rolled my eyes and could only lead Lin Dong away into the distance. Half an hour later, I dragged 2 deer back, and Lin Dong carried a rabbit back. This is the difference in strength. Lin Dong is only capable of hunting rabbits. That night, a bonfire was lit in the middle of Hope Valley, and a group of people gathered around it to eat meat heartily, with smiles on everyone's faces. After so long, we finally have a stable life. At least we are safe on the deserted island for the time being. If only we had some wine. Lin Dong couldn't help but say. When I think of alcohol, I suddenly think of some primitive way of brewing wine. I do have a way of brewing wine, I suddenly said to everyone. A group of people looked at me expectantly. I continued, that's fruit wine, but you have to make it in a ceramic jar. Then you pick some sour wild fruits, chew them, and spit them into the jar. Saliva contains an enzyme that allows the fruit to ferment in a humid environment. This can completely replace yeast, and you can enjoy fragrant fruit wine in 7 days. After I said that, everyone's faces turned dark. Wine made from saliva sounds disgusting. Brother Do, I'm afraid I can't drink this anymore. I also feel like I can't drink it. I feel a bit nauseous. Ugh, I'm going to vomit. Lu Shiyu couldn't help but gag. But at this moment, Lu Yiao's expression changed, and she said, if we can make fruit wine, then we can refine alcohol. Aren't we short of fuel? If we can extract the alcohol from the fruit wine, we can make some things that can start a fire quickly. Like last time when we dealt with the white people, we didn't need to dig so many fire pits on the mountain. But how is alcohol extracted from wine? I asked. It's very simple. That is, use distillation, because alcohol is lighter than water, and distillation can purify the alcohol. Lu Yao acted like an expert. Good. I clapped my hands and said, from now on, the task of purifying alcohol will be yours. The others nodded in agreement. With alcohol, they could light firewood even on rainy days. Next came eating meat and chatting. Lin Dong is a bit of a simpleton. People with his personality like him like younger girls, like Lu Shiyu. He walked up to Lu Shiyu, looking shy and embarrassed. Sister Shiyu, I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. We've been through thick and thin together since we arrived on this deserted island. I wonder if you would be my girlfriend. Lu Shiyu frowned and slapped him across the face. Roll. With 5 finger marks on his face, Lin Dong approached Lin Xiaoyu again. Little you, the day Brother Du brought you back, I was immediately touched by your pitiful appearance. I don't know. Get away from me. Lin Xiaoyu raised her leg and kicked him. She had just escaped from a white camp and had an innate fear of strange men. Lin Dong left Lin Xiaoyu's territory with a footprint on his face. Oofed. Ha ha ha. Lu Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. A faint smile appeared on my face. After the white man was defeated, the atmosphere in Hope Valley became cheerful. At that moment, I looked back at the mountain eagle tethered outside the valley. This thing was originally the king of the sky, but now it has become my mount. Should I use a combination of kindness and severity to subdue it? With that in mind, I carried a large piece of venison to the mountain eagle. You've done a great service by helping me find Yao, so this piece of meat is a reward for you. I didn't care whether it understood or not, and threw the venison in front of it. Having been hungry for several meals, the eagle swallowed the venison whole. I nodded in satisfaction and sat back down by the fire. The night passed quickly. The next day arrived, and my first thought wasn't to cause trouble for the white man, but to catch Lu Wu first, so that the guy wouldn't keep haunting me. Yao, while I'm away, you all stay in Hope Valley, and have a guard stand above the valley. I said to Lu Yao. Lu Yao said obediently, and even tidied my messy hair. I nodded in satisfaction and looked at everyone. Gao Zheng remained seated in his wheelchair, seemingly preoccupied with something on his mind. I walked up to the eagle and flipped myself onto its neck. Goodbye. I waved to everyone in Hope Valley. The eagle took a few running steps on the ground, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. And this time, it didn't try to shake me off, it flew very steadily the whole time. Have I tamed it? I was overjoyed and controlled the mountain eagle's head to circle around the place where I first encountered Lu Yiyao and the others. Lu Wu, after all, only has 2 legs, so he certainly can't run very far. The only problem is that the woods here are too dense. If Lu Wu is hiding in the woods, I might not be able to find him. After flying for about half an hour, I was already more than 100 kilometers away from Hope Valley. Just then, I saw a huge cave appear at the foot of a mountain. This cave is at least 50 meters high, and there's a small black dot at the entrance that looks a bit like a person. Chapter 163 Bat Poison. Lu Wu. My face darkened, and I quickly steered the eagle downwards. The closer they got to the cave entrance, the bigger the black dot became. It turned out to be a wild boar. Perfect, we can go hunting while we're looking for Lu Wu. I controlled the mountain eagle and charged towards the wild boar. The wild boar was rooting in the soil with its snout when it saw a large black shadow swooping down from the sky. Without saying a word, it let out a howl and fled into the cave. Run? Where do you think you're going? I controlled the mountain eagle and followed it into the cave. This cave is enormous, but it's not a straight line. Many stalactites hang upside down from the ceiling, and water droplets drip slowly from time to time. At that moment, I smelled a foul odor in my nose, and it was very pungent. What is that? I frowned, preparing to first control the eagle to fly out of the cave. Just then, a crackling sound came from deep within the cave, as if tens of thousands of people were clapping. My expression changed, and I quickly took control of the eagle, trying to leave as fast as possible. But it was too late. Splash! Thousands of bats flew out of the cave, and in an instant, they covered the eagle's entire body. Moreover, these guys have sharp teeth and a tenacious bite. Once they bite a mountain eagle, they won't let go. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mountain eagle let out a series of mournful howls, but it could not shake off the bats. I was startled and quickly removed the bats from the eagle's body, then crushed them with my bare hands. A large number of bats circled around, like dark clouds enveloping the mountain eagle, making it difficult for it to even flap its wings. I quickly pulled out my pistol and fired continuously in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. Several bats were killed and fell helplessly to the ground. But the number of these hairy beasts was too large, and I had to use all my strength to ride the mountain eagle out of the cave. The bats relentlessly pursued it, clinging to the eagle's body like a persistent leech. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mountain eagle's mournful howl seemed to have weakened considerably. Damn it! These beasts don't attack me, they target the mountain eagles, because they know I'm not someone to mess with. In the end, the eagle escaped the bats' attack because it could fly to high places where the air was thin and the bats couldn't stay there for long. I looked at the eagle sitting down with a pang of sympathy. There were still a few bats stuck to its rear end, and I couldn't help but get them off. The originally balanced flight mode has turned into fancy aerial somersaults. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly controlled it to land on the ground. Fortunately, we were already quite close to Hope Valley, so I decided to walk with it on the ground. This time, the mountain eagle lost at least several dozen kilograms of blood, and he was walking unsteadily. Brother Eagle, keep it up. I'll get you some fresh meat when we get to Hope Valley. I kept encouraging it, regardless of whether it understood or not. Every few steps, the eagle would squat down to rest, its eyes constantly rolling back in its head. I had to slow down and wait for it to stand up. After a 2-hour journey, Shan Diao and I finally arrived at Hope Valley. But the mountain eagle plopped down in the valley and withered away. This breaks my heart. It gave me a taste of flying through the clouds. I can't let it die like this. Quick, let's go hunting. It needs to eat. It just had a lot of blood sucked from it. Although the group didn't understand what I was saying, they still quickly did as I said. As it was getting dark, the eagle had eaten 5 or 6 rabbits and a pheasant. It seemed to have recovered somewhat, but it was still a bit listless and lacked any energy. The people at Hope Valley also heard about my experience with the mountain eagle. At this moment, Gaozheng slowly spoke up. It shouldn't be just a matter of losing blood. If it really was bitten by so many bats, it might have been poisoned by bats. Then, what should we do? I asked. Gao Zheng looked at me, paused for a moment, and said with a complicated expression, "For highly poisonous substances, there must be an antidote within 7 steps. You just need to go back to the bat cave to find it. It could be bat guano, or it could be something else." "No, if the bats are poisonous, wouldn't a yuan be in great danger?" Lu Yao quickly grabbed my arm. Gao Zheng looked up at the sky and stopped talking. "Yes, it's not worth it for a beast," Lin Xiaoyu added. I glanced at the listless eagle in the distance, weighed the situation in my mind for a moment, and nodded resolutely. "This eagle is of great use to us. Whether it is used to deal with the white man or Lu Wu, it is an indispensable air superiority force. I must save it. But that cave smells terrible. It must have accumulated a lot of marsh gas. Starting tomorrow, we'll make fruit wine and distill alcohol. Then I'll take the alcohol over there and blow up the bat cave." The group of people quickly nodded. The next morning, regardless of gender, anyone who could still move went to pick wild fruits. Around noon, everyone brought back a large bag of fruit. Lu Yao distinguished these fruits and excluded those that were unsuitable for winemaking. Then, we had to find all the jars and other items in Hope Valley. Everyone chewed the wild fruit together, spat it into a jar, and then placed it in a dark place to ferment. I would go over to check on the mountain eagle from time to time. Its body was getting weaker and weaker. If we didn't hurry, it probably wouldn't last more than a week. This is only because of its large size. If it were an ordinary small bird, it would have been poisoned to death long ago. For days later, the fruit wine finally fermented successfully, and a faint aroma of wine could be smelled when the jar was opened. Lu Yao poured the fruit wine out and put it into the pot. Place a piece of pure cotton clothing or underwear on top of the pot, anything that can filter out the alcohol. Then, when water boils under the pot, the alcohol is naturally evaporated and absorbed by the pure cotton items. I then extracted the alcohol absorbed from these cotton items and placed them into some special containers. On the 5th day, I set off alone, carrying 3 large jars. Target, bat cave. This time, I'll burn those beasts to the ground. Bats usually hunt at night and rest in caves during the day, so I waited until noon to go there. I set off in the morning, traversing mountains and valleys, and finally arrived at the cave entrance just as it was getting dark. The bats were already flying out one by one, preparing to go out and forage for food. This further solidified my resolve to save Shandiao. Last time, riding the mountain eagle, I flew here in less than an hour, but it would take a whole day to walk here. The speed is incomparable. I didn't act rashly, but instead lay down under a big tree next to the cave and waited for noon the next day. Why not in the morning? I have my own ideas, because in the morning, the bats have just returned, and they'll definitely want to play around for a while before going to sleep. Just like people, after a long day of work, it's impossible to go straight to sleep when you get home. But by noon, I believe all the bats will be asleep, which will be the best time for me to make my move. Chapter 164, Entering the Bat Cave Alone. It's nighttime now, and I can hear rustling sounds all around me. They must be snakes and rats. I forced my eyes closed to conserve my energy. Occasionally, a few bats would fly around above my head, but I didn't chase them away to avoid alerting them. Suddenly, a crucial question came to mind. If the bat cave is filled with methane gas, and I light a fire inside, there's a high chance of a huge explosion. Wouldn't I be blown up too? I couldn't sleep anymore, so I sat up from the floor and started racking my brains. After spending 2 or 3 hours, I finally came up with a feasible solution. Soon, it was the next morning. I first cut some branches, then lit a fire next to the cave, burned the wood into charcoal, and then covered the charcoal with a layer of ash. Above the charcoal, I found some dry firewood and hung it above the charcoal with a rope. Above that is the alcohol container. After the preparations were completed, there were no more bats outside. They had all flown back into the cave. "You hairy beast, I'm here." After saying that, I carried only a time delay ignition device, made from an alcohol barrel, and walked step by step into the cave. The cave smelled terrible. The stench was overwhelming. Moreover, once you enter the cave 100 meters in, it becomes pitch black for ordinary people. Fortunately, I have night vision, which allows me to see about 10 meters in radius. The further you go in, the stronger the smell becomes. I couldn't help but cover my mouth and cough softly. At the edge of the cave, 2 or 3 bats were hanging upside down, in hibernation mode, and they did not notice me. I know that if I walk a few dozen meters further ahead, I'll reach the area where the bats gather, because the ground is covered in sticky bat droppings. Gaozheng once said that there is always an antidote within 7 steps for highly poisonous substances, but he was not sure if it was bat droppings. So I decided to explore the entire bat cave to see if there was anything else particularly special. I didn't even intend to let the bat droppings under my feet go to waste. I just picked up some and put them in my canvas bag. By this time, I had gone deep into the bat cave, where there were countless bats overhead, and occasionally a clump of bat droppings would fall onto my shoulder. Vomit! I couldn't help it and gagged. The bats overhead caused an instant commotion. This startled me so much that I quickly covered my mouth, afraid of making even the slightest sound. After the bats calmed down, I continued to look at the entire bat cave. The space here is very large, at least tens of thousands of square meters, and the height is over 10 meters. There are many pits and bumps all around, making it look like it was artificially created. Just then, my expression suddenly changed. I gasped and almost dropped the alcohol container in my hand. You should know that this alcohol barrel is a delayed ignition device that I made. If it falls to the ground, the entire cave will experience a methane explosion. It wasn't for any other reason than that I saw a figure about 7 or 8 meters away from me, also hanging upside down above the cave. Although I have night vision, in such a dark environment, I could only make out a rough outline of a human figure. He was hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling, like an old man wearing a cloak, with his hands clasped under his stomach, his body swaying back and forth. After a brief moment of panic, I regained my composure and walked step by step toward the humanoid silhouette. Bat droppings kept falling from above, and the bats would make a racket at the slightest sound. I really wanted to turn around and run away, but I knew that once something had started, it couldn't be left unfinished. Finally, I slowly approached the humanoid silhouette, and its facial features gradually became clearer in my vision. To be precise, he is indeed a person. His face and body were exactly like a human's. The only difference was his body, which looked like a dried mummy, completely devoid of moisture. I have a rough idea that this is the food the bat caught, or it could be an adventurer. The cave was filled with bat guano. With each step I took, it almost reached my knees. After scanning the entire cave, I found that there was no special antidote. But these bats must die. Perhaps their corpses might be the antidote. With that in mind, I slung my gear over my shoulder and slowly climbed toward the top of the cave. There's a protruding rock there, just the right spot to hang the alcohol barrel. After hanging the alcohol barrel, I slowly slid down from it, trying not to disturb the bats. My delayed ignition device has a specific setting technique. The bats are all resting now, so the ignition device won't light. However, once the bats go out to forage, the wind generated by their wings turns the charcoal into a flame, which then ignites the dry wood on top. The dry firewood would then burn the alcohol barrel, which would ignite the methane gas inside, ultimately leading to a massive explosion. I tiptoed out of the bat cave. Just then, a green light suddenly appeared behind me. I quickly turned around and saw a green plant glowing in the dark in the middle of the bat droppings. 2 green fruits were hanging from the branches of the plant. A mutated fruit. I was overjoyed. This must be the antidote within 7 steps. So I turned around and walked back. This time, however, the bats inside the cave became noisy. They seemed quite interested in the 2 fruits, looking eager to try them out. This startled me. Once these bats flap their wings and fly around, it will immediately trigger a chain reaction, eventually leading to a massive explosion. I must finish picking the fruit and run away immediately. I cannot afford to waste a single second. With that in mind, I quickened my pace a little. However, this time when I quickened my pace, I only heard a cracking sound under my feet. I crushed an animal's skull with my right foot. Gagaga. The 2 bats closest to me immediately sounded an alarm. Damn it. At that moment, I no longer cared about concealing myself. I accelerated and rushed to the green plant. With lightning speed, I picked 2 fruits and then turned and ran towards the outside of the cave. When I had run about 20 meters, a dozen or so bats were the first to react, flapping their wings and chasing after me. The other bats were fast asleep so their reaction was a little slower, but they quickly triggered a chain reaction. As the number of bats increased, they flapped their wings more and more frequently, and a gentle breeze slowly arose throughout the bat cave. As I ran quickly, I knew in my heart that the charcoal in the container was slowly being fanned red by the breeze, and would soon ignite the dry grass hanging on it. I gritted my teeth and increased my speed to another level. Gaga 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 gaga. A large number of bats were startled and chased after me. The terrain inside this cave is very complex, but these bats are very fast. Not only are they fast, but they are also able to nimbly avoid all sorts of obstacles. The cave entrance was only about 100 meters away from me. I just needed to push harder to escape the bat cave. But the bats behind were faster. There were 2 or 3 large bats, which were even walking alongside me. This time, I used every ounce of strength I had. Chapter 165 Black-Haired Monster. Once they catch up with me, I'll be sucked dry without a doubt, just like that dried-up corpse in the cave. At that moment, I felt as if the whole world had fallen silent for a fraction of a second. Then came a loud bang. The earth seemed to tremble. At the entrance of the cave, a large amount of rubble fell from above. Not good. Those bats were able to skillfully avoid falling stones. Because they can emit ultrasonic waves, they can easily avoid obstacles in front of them, and their neural reaction speed is far superior to that of humans. But I wasn't so lucky. A rock weighing over 20 kilograms hit my back, causing me to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as I nimbly dodged a 100-pound rock in front of me, I was hit on the shoulder again. A shock wave spread from the depths of the cave, pushing me towards the cave entrance and sending me flying. Although the shock wave helped me a lot, I felt like my internal organs were shaken. Gaga 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 gaga. A large number of bats fled from the cave at breakneck speed, but it was too late. With a loud rumble, a large ball of flame was propelled out from the depths of the cave at great speed. Wherever it passed, all the bats were instantly vaporized. The temperature that could vaporize a bat must be terrifying, at least tens of thousands of degrees. I endured the tearing sensation in my internal organs and rushed to the edge of the cave, then jumped directly into a small puddle. The moment I jumped in, I landed face down at the bottom of the puddle, completely submerging my body in the water. A huge ball of fire burst out of the cave, instantly destroying everything inside. The water in the puddle boiled instantly. I don't know how much time passed before I finally managed to stand up slowly from the puddle. I remember when I first jumped into this puddle, it was at least 2 meters deep. But now when I stand up, the water in the puddle only comes up to my knees. This shows just how terrifying the temperature of that flame was. The surrounding trees were all burned to charcoal. The once lush forest, centered around the cave, has been completely transformed into desert within a mile radius. I quickly looked into my arms, and the mutated green fruit was still lying quietly in my arms, not burned. This made me breathe a long sigh of relief. Although it was a difficult journey, at least there were some rewards. Puff! I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was only then that I noticed my skin, which looked like it had been scalded, with one shiny bubble after another appearing on it. But with my powerful recovery ability, these bright bubbles are disappearing one by one, and my skin is slowly returning to normal. Suddenly, a potentially disastrous question popped into my head. Yes, that's Chris. I fought Chris back then, and his strength was about the same as mine. With such immense power, wouldn't his burns heal very quickly? The thought that Chris might have recovered made it impossible for me to stay calm. I wasn't particularly afraid of the various monsters and mutated plants that appeared on the deserted island, because those things are territorial. If you don't provoke them, they won't provoke you either. But humans are different. Humans hold grudges. Especially that Chris. I killed his woman and almost wiped out his entire army. With his strength, if he were to launch a sneak attack on Hope Valley while I was away, the consequences would be unimaginable. I quickly swallowed a green fruit. After the green fruit entered my stomach, I felt as if my lungs were filled with air. In addition, some changes have occurred in my mind. Namely, my nerves have become more sensitive. I had no interest in experiencing those things right now. Instead, I quickly picked up a few bat carcasses from the edge of the valley and, despite my serious injuries, ran towards Hope Valley. This time I was seriously injured. My internal organs were damaged by the shockwave. So, every 100 or 2 meters I walked, I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. But I know this is a sign that the internal injury is slowly healing. If I don't vomit blood, then it would be serious. The blood that comes out is stagnant blood from the internal organs. Because of my serious injuries, it got dark after I had walked less than 20 miles. Walking in the jungle at night is extremely dangerous, especially since I'm constantly spitting blood, which will trigger a chain of food in the jungle. So I found a leaf to make a container, then climbed up a big banyan tree to rest, planning to get up and continue my journey the next morning. The moon is very round tonight, and it seems to be only a few dozen meters above my head, as if I could touch it. It was already past midnight, and the sounds of various birds fluttering and the eerie cooing of owls echoed through the jungle. Just then, I suddenly opened my eyes. I heard the sound of trees being felled coming from directly in front of me, as if some enormous creature was walking in my direction. A moment later, I breathed a long sigh of relief as a jungle elephant was running at high speed. But immediately, my heart jumped into my throat again, because behind that jungle elephant were countless dark shadows. Some of these dark figures were already clinging to its back, while others were hanging from its hind legs. Could it be a lion? In my memory, the only animals capable of preying on elephants are lion prides. Soon, I realized I was wrong. When I got closer, I realized that the shadowy figures looked like people, but were much shorter, probably no more than 1.2 meters tall, like 10-year-old children. They are covered in black fur, have very long fingers, very large bellies, and very slender limbs. It's somewhat similar to the old society, where people ate clay because they couldn't get enough to eat. Because they cannot digest guanine clay, their bellies are very large. The lack of nutrients in guanine soil resulted in their limbs being extremely thin. However, these monsters have an amazing jumping ability. They can jump 3 or 4 meters high and land directly on the back of the jungle elephant. I quickly shrank back, trying my best not to expose my body. Because these monsters were so ferocious, they began to devour the jungle elephant alive, even before it was dead, by climbing onto its back. There was even a monster that crawled directly into the rear of a jungle elephant and emerged from its belly shortly afterward. Vomit. I quickly covered my mouth, afraid that I would vomit blood. The elephant finally succumbed to the immense pain, its massive body crashing to the ground with a final, defiant roar. Where would be a bad place for it to fall? It happened to fall right under the big banyan tree, allowing me to witness this bloody scene. I felt a churning in my stomach, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of my mouth. I couldn't control it at all. Puff. I quickly covered my mouth with both hands, but a few drops of blood still dripped down between my fingers. One of the drops landed right on the head of the black-haired monster. Chapter 166 Lu Wu appears. The black-haired monster quickly touched the top of its head, then slowly raised its head and looked up at the banyan tree. And what's more, its eyes are green. From its eyes, I finally understood what ferocity meant, and a soul-chilling resentment. I quickly pulled my head back, no longer daring to look it in the eye. If I weren't injured, I certainly wouldn't be afraid of these monsters. At my speed, I can easily leave them behind. But things are different now. I might not be able to outrun them, given their jumping ability. There were probably more than 40 of these black-haired monsters. It only took them about an hour to eat the elephant almost completely. Some of the uneaten offal was hanging directly on their bodies, some even on their heads, as if they were playing around. Let's go as soon as we've finished eating. Let's go. I prayed silently in my heart because I was afraid that I would bleed again in a moment. But this time I was unlucky. What I feared most came to pass. After the group of black-haired monsters finished eating, they actually lay down under the tree, seemingly preparing to spend the night there. I was so angry I was cursing under my breath, but there was nothing I could do. This is truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. Puff. In my anxiety and anger, I couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. But this time I learned my lesson and sprayed it into a container made of leaves. But the container is about to be filled with blood. It was only then that I realized these black-haired monsters seemed vaguely familiar. I remember on the night Hope Valley burned down, before I encountered the man eating crabs, a black-haired monster rode on my back. Its claws were very sharp, and it even tore off a small piece of skin from my back. Yes, that's it. At that time, only one monster caused me so much damage. If all 40-odd monsters had attacked me at once, even at my peak, I probably would have had to flee in panic. I carefully observed this group of black-haired monsters. Among the 40 of them, it seemed that 5 or 6 monsters had a long bamboo pole on their backs. It's called a bamboo pole, but it's not made of bamboo. It looks more like it's made of palm tree roots, and it's similar to a blowpipe. Damn it, do these things even know how to use tools? Add to that their fearless nature and sharp claws and teeth, and they're practically invincible. Just as I thought of this, my stomach churned again, a sign that I was about to vomit blood again. This time, I forced the blood I spat out into my mouth, and with a fierce determination, I swallowed it back. However, the blood returning to my stomach aggravated my urge to vomit. Wow! This time, I spat the blood directly into the container, and the container was instantly filled. I was startled, gritted my teeth, and took the leaf container and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. This might be the most disgusting thing I've ever done, but I tried to imagine the blood as milk, so at least I didn't feel the urge to vomit. Just then, a squirrel hopped and skipped over from the branch. Isn't this the same squirrel we saw on the man-eating tree last time? How did you end up here? The squirrel saw me too, and immediately bared its sharp teeth and charged at me. I looked at the black-furred monster under the tree, then at the squirrel, and I was utterly speechless with despair. This is practically taking advantage of my illness to kill me. In my extreme anger, my brain's neural reaction speed seemed to increase significantly, and with a single reach, I actually caught the agile squirrel. This gave me a surge of joy. I grabbed the squirrel and pressed its head into the container filled with my blood. Give me a drink, share my burden. Visibly, the belly of this large squirrel was slowly swelling up. Meanwhile, my tiny movements did not escape the ears of the black monster under the tree. Several of the strongest, black-haired monsters had raised their heads and were looking strangely at the tree branches. I was startled. I looked at the squirrel that had already drunk half a pound of blood and threw it down from the tree. The black-haired monsters were initially startled, but when they saw it was a little squirrel, they started squeaking and screaming as if they were very angry. When the squirrel fell, it was terrified. In mid-air, it used its tail to nimbly change direction, preparing to dart into the bushes to escape. At this moment, the strongest black-haired monster stood up. It quickly ran forward 2 steps and put the blowpipe on its back directly into its mouth. A sound of autumn. The squirrel fell from mid-air instantly and lay motionless on the ground. I quickly squinted my eyes. There was a finger-length blowpipe stuck in the squirrel's belly. Holy crap! It really is a blowpipe. A group of black-haired monsters rushed over instantly and tore the fat squirrel apart. These black-haired monsters seemed to be not only ferocious, but also violent. What the hell did I do to deserve this? It just so happens that he encountered this terrible thing when he was seriously injured. The black-haired monsters weren't satisfied after finishing the squirrel. Their hormones were running high. They actually engaged in group sex right under my tree. All sorts of disgusting images were collected in my mind. Based on their movements, I was able to discern that the largest black-haired monsters were actually female. The male black-haired monsters, on the other hand, were not as tall as the females and were relatively much more sleazy. Just as the games of these black-haired monsters were coming to an end, my expression suddenly changed. Just now, I heard footsteps coming from behind the big tree. Moreover, I'm absolutely certain it was the sound of human footsteps. However, I had no intention of reminding them. They are not related to me, so why should I remind them? Finally, I saw a group of people. There were probably 5 or 6 of them, and one of them was an old acquaintance of mine. It was Lu Wu, whose head was already covered in hair. This gave me a surge of joy, a sense of vengeful pleasure. Let Lu Wu fend for himself. He won't die if he doesn't court death. However, the other people's attire seemed to be from hundreds of years different. There were 4 people, and although their clothes were very tattered, I could still tell that they came from the modern era. However, I am certain that 3 of them are definitely not from civilized society, because they wore earrings made of various animal bones inside their ears, and a string of wild beast teeth hung around their necks. Could they be indigenous people? At this moment, the group of people had already walked up to the group of black-haired monsters. However, something completely unexpected happened. I originally thought that these black-haired monsters would attack anything they caught. But when the group of black-haired monsters saw the group of people, they all stood up and behaved themselves like elementary school students. One of the natives, whose neck was covered in teeth, stepped forward and uttered a string of words I couldn't understand. The group of black-haired monsters immediately scattered and left. Chapter 167 Doubts Abound. Hiding in the tree, I became even more puzzled. Could these black-haired monsters be the pets of the natives? If that's the case, these natives are terrifying. But why did they get involved with Lu Wu again? One of the refined-looking middle-aged men spoke a few words in the local language with the native, then turned to Lu Wu and asked, "Are you sure?" "Confirmed. Since that guy is going to the Bat Cave to get the antidote, this is the shortest route. Going anywhere else would be too roundabout." Lu Wu said. I, perched in the tree, was instantly thrown into a panic. The guy he was talking about seemed to be referring to me. Most importantly, how did he know I would come to the Bat Cave to retrieve the antidote? Who told him? A series of questions popped into my mind. The refined-looking middle-aged man under the tree nodded. Is that guy really that scary? Lu Wu said, he is really terrifying. He has the highest fighting power in the entire valley. Once we take him down, the rest will be the old, weak, women and children. In particular, there are two beautiful women. I have been thinking about them for a long time. I can give one of them to you. As for the others, they can help us with the work and serve us. A lewd grin spread across the refined-looking middle-aged man's face. Why do we each have one? Wouldn't it be better to play together? All right, whatever you say. In my opinion, given the massive explosion inside the Bat Cave, that guy might have been killed. If all else fails, shall we head to Hope Valley now? The sounds faded into the distance, and I could no longer hear what they were saying afterward. A bead of cold sweat rolled down my forehead. Oh no, Lu Wu must have planted a traitor in Hope Valley. Otherwise, how would he know I came out to retrieve the antidote? Now that I am seriously injured, if I go to Hope Valley now, I might not be able to rescue anyone, and I might end up losing everything. No. I quickly slid down from the tree and stumbled as I ran towards Hope Valley. I may not save others, but I must rescue Lu Yeyao within my power. As for the others, perhaps, I'm not capable enough. After walking for about 10 kilometers, the sky gradually brightened. I was already seriously injured, and after not sleeping all night, my speed is now no different from that of an ordinary person. Based on my estimate, I am currently about 8 hours away from Hope Valley. However, considering my severe injuries, it might take me an entire day to reach Hope Valley. If only Brother Eagle were here. I sighed and could only make a walking stick out of a tree branch to continue on my way. On a certain coastline, a large ship is slowly taking shape. There were at least 100 people busy on the beach. However, more than 20 of them were covered in black soot and wounds, and they were holding bamboo sticks in their hands. The others worked like cattle and horses, constantly on the job. Anyone who was even slightly slow would be lashed out with the bamboo sticks in their hands, leaving a bloody welt on their body. Boss Chris, let's head back now that the ship is built, and let's not cause any more trouble. A white man walked up to Chris. The Chris we know today no longer has that handsome mustache. He had multiple burns on his face and body, but he recovered quickly. Chris didn't speak, but instead looked with hatred into the depths of the deserted island. By the way, boss, once the ship is built, those slaves will be useless. To prevent them from retaliating against us in civilized society, my idea is to... As the white man finished speaking, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Don't rush. There's a grudge I must avenge. I'm going to capture him alive, cut off pieces of his flesh, pierce his mouth with a fishhook, and hang him in the sea to attract sharks. Chris said through gritted teeth. Inside Hope Valley, harmony as always. Only Lu Yeyao looked unwell. Brother Gao. Finally, Lu Yeyao walked up to Gao Zheng. What's up? Yuan has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? And you must have felt the explosion that day, right? Could it be that Yuan detonated the swamp gas inside the Bat Cave, causing the explosion? If so, wouldn't he also? Lu Yao stopped there, not daring to continue. Probably not. Gao Zheng said in a detached tone. Brother Gao? Yuan is your brother. He's always treated you like an older brother. Do you know something? When Lu Yeyao said this, she looked directly into Gao Zheng's eyes. I'm just a cripple. What could I possibly know? Gao Zheng said indifferently. No, you just know. After saying this, Lu Yao got up and walked towards the edge of Hope Valley. Right now, I'm only about 5 or 6 meters away from Hope Valley. Although my injuries are serious, my body is gradually recovering. Midway through, I shot 2 deer and ate them all in one go. My strength has now recovered to about 80%. The closer I got to Hope Valley, the more uneasy I felt. So instead of taking the easy paths, I insisted on traversing mountains and valleys and venturing into the forests. In short, I'll avoid taking the easiest routes. Now that Lu Wu and his men know I'm going back to Hope Valley, they might set a trap for me on the way. One key element of setting a trap is placing it in an easy-to-walk area. I'll deliberately avoid the path he thinks I'll take. It's now noon on the 3rd day, and I can finally see Hope Valley in the distance. Wisps of smoke rose from inside. The eagle I had tied up was still squatting on the ground, seemingly not dead yet. However, I did not venture into the valley rashly. After waiting for about half an hour, Ma Dong came out of the valley with 2 pieces of fresh meat and fed them to the mountain eagle. He was humming a little tune as he walked, looking very relaxed and carefree. I finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked straight out of the woods. Brother Dudu, you're finally back. Ma Dong was startled. It was visibly a little wet in his crotch area. Hopefully nothing happened in the valley. No, but Brother Du, next time you come out, could you please not come out from the back? Good. As long as nothing bad happens in Hope Valley, everything is fine. It's time to move to a new location. We can't stay in Hope Valley. We need to find a place that's easy to defend and difficult to attack, preferably one that avoids those black-haired monsters. Oh, a joyful cry rang out, and I felt my body go limp as Lu Yao threw herself into my arms. Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Shiyu, who were standing next to me, also saw me. Brother Du, you're finally back. I nodded and said to Lu Yao and the others, have everyone gather together, take the simple things with you, and just throw away the heavier things. Let's move to a new location. Chapter 168 Relocation of Positions. A group of people suddenly and inexplicably got busy. Although they didn't know what I meant by those words, everything I did over the years, whether it was burning down Savage Valley or Hope Valley, was for my own purposes, and I succeeded in doing so. Therefore, they obeyed my orders unconditionally, even if they didn't know why they had to move positions. While they were busy, I sat beside them, carefully observing everyone's expressions. Among this group, at least one person was an undercover agent planted by Lu Wuan. If things go wrong, there could be 2, 3, or even more. Ah Yuan, that giant eagle's energy has been getting worse lately. It might be dying soon, Lu Yao suddenly said. This gave me a chilling feeling. I almost forgot. The main purpose of this perilous trek to the Bat Cave to retrieve the antidote was to save this mountain eagle. But I still had some selfish motives. I ate one of the green fruits, and I was going to give the other one to Lu Yao. Of course, I would only give this green fruit to Lu Yao if bat droppings or bat carcasses could cure the poison of the mountain eagle. If only this green fruit can cure its poison, then there's nothing we can do. I first fed the eagle bat droppings, but it just shook its head away. I tried feeding it dead bats, but the eagle still wouldn't eat them. Left with no other choice, I carefully took out the green fruit and fed it to it. Sure enough, after it ate the green fruit, its feathers became glossy and smooth, and its eyes regained some vitality. You're really something. I sighed and patted the eagle's head. Even if it eats the green fruit, it won't recover immediately. So from now on, I can only lead it by the hand. After half an hour of effort, Lu Yao and her group finally finished packing and arrived at the entrance of the valley. Set off. After saying that, I took the mountain eagle's hand and led the way. As of now, I don't know where to settle down, but I'm definitely leaving Hope Valley. The danger on Lu Wu's side is imminent, and if Chris also has the ability to recover, he will arrive immediately. After thinking for a long time, I remembered the giant peak that the girl riding a tiger had led me to last time. There's a cave on the summit. It should be big enough to accommodate all these people temporarily. The only problem is that Hope Valley is at least several hundred kilometers away from that giant peak, and I don't think it will take at least a week to get there. Ah Yuan, you look terrible. Why don't you take a rest? Lu Yao looked at me with concern. Indeed, I haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. No rush, let's walk a little further ahead, I said. At this moment, Gao Zheng spoke up. Du Yuan, Where are we going? I'll let you know when we get there, I said casually. You'll tell us when you arrive? That doesn't seem right. We're entrusting our lives to you. You should at least let us know what's going on, right? Gao Zheng also said calmly. Everyone fell silent and stared at me. At this moment, Yang Li also stepped forward. Do you on? You should listen to Brother Gao and tell us about our next itinerary. Because your thinking alone is definitely not as meticulous as the thinking of all of us. If you make a wrong judgment, we will all suffer. Yang Li's tone carried a hint of resentment. She secretly hated herself for causing her brother's death due to her boss's misconduct. You're entrusting your life to me. I gave a cold laugh and stared straight at Gao Zheng. Do you know what I've sacrificed for the safety of Hope Valley, for the safety of everyone? I drink the blood I vomit. I was seriously injured in the methane explosion. I almost lost my life 5 or 6 times because of you. Do I owe you anything, or do I owe you anything? If you want to leave, then leave quickly. I don't have the energy or the obligation to serve you big shots. I have done more than enough to take care of you all this time. With each word I spoke, the group of people lowered their heads by an inch. The crowd was silent for a few seconds before Yang Li finally spoke up. But you have to let us live with a little more clarity. Her tone softened slightly. Let me tell you the truth. Hope Valley is about to be hit by a group of enemies, possibly 2 groups. No matter which group comes, I can escape unscathed. But what about you? Guilt flashed across everyone's face. Because I'm right, with my abilities, I can roam freely on a deserted island. All right, Xiao Du. Actually, Xiao Gao and Xiao Li just want to figure out our route, but we trust you. Let's continue following you now. This time it was Aunt Chun who spoke, and she didn't blame herself for Wu Fin's death. I'm quite satisfied with this aspect. Let's keep going. The group continued onward. Lin Dong was very diligent throughout the journey, often helping everyone carry things, and taking special care of the young girls such as Lu Xiyu and Lin Xiaoyu. They had only traveled a little over 40 li in a single day when the column could go no further. The younger ones still had some energy left, but the older ones sat on the ground rubbing their feet, looking pained. I sighed helplessly. At this snail's pace, it will take at least 10 days to reach that giant peak. This is all under the premise that there is no rain or danger. Hey, Yuan, are we going to camp here? Lu Yao looked up and asked me. After a slight hesitation, I nodded and said, let's camp here, preferably in an open area, because some carnivores like to ambush, and the closer we get to the jungle, the more dangerous it is. So, the group started setting up tents again. Lin Dong, who was in the distance, rolled his eyes, and, seeing that no one was around, threw Lu Shiyu's tent into the tall grass. Oh dear, Shiyu, it looks like your tent just fell off the cliff. Looks like we'll only have 1 tent left for the 2 of us tonight, Lin Dong said. I've seen through his little tricks long ago, and I'm too lazy to bother with this nonsense now. Lu Xiyu was stunned. Her eyes widened, and it seemed like there were tears glistening in them. Sister Xiyu, you and I will sleep in the same tent tonight. Yang Li walked over. Lin Dong was instantly dumbfounded. Hey, but I'm cold all alone at night, Lin Dong said helplessly. Roll. Yang Li slapped him across the face. This time, no one laughed, because everyone was in a heavy mood. The older folks had backaches, and even setting up a tent was a struggle. I waved to Lin Dong, and Lin Dong quickly ran over. Brother Du, what's up? You seem to have a lot of energy, so why don't you help all the elderly people set up their tents? Huh? What? Lin Dong stood rooted to the spot. What? Do you have any questions? I gave him a cold look. No. Lin Dong was like a defeated rooster, left with no choice but to do volunteer work. Puffed ha ha ha. Yang Li was the first to laugh. The others joined in the laughter. But my expression changed, and I quickly pressed my hands down, saying, Don't laugh so loudly, or the enemy will hear us. Where did the enemy come from? Lu Xiyu asked. What if there are wild animals if there are no enemies? I said. Lu Xiyu quickly covered her mouth. The atmosphere in the camp was a little more cheerful, at least it wasn't as lifeless as before. Chapter 169, The Incongruous Yang Li. Because Gao Zheng had a conflict with me earlier, everyone looked at each other, and no one went to set up a tent for him. He struggled to roll his wheelchair, trying to do it himself. Unfortunately, with both legs broken, he simply didn't have the ability. I gave him a cold look and turned away. After the tent was set up, Lu Yao, and I slept inside it. The others also went to sleep one after another. I hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. I fell asleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. I've never slept so soundly before. I don't know how long I slept, but I slowly opened my eyes. It must be the early hours of the morning now, and I can still hear faint sounds coming from outside the tent. So, I gently moved Lu Yao's snow-white arm away and slowly walked out of the tent. Everyone was asleep, but Gao Zheng was still struggling to set up the tent, which he spent the whole night doing. I looked up at the sky, then looked down at Gao Zheng. This person has always been there for me through thick and thin. Thinking of this, I walked up to Gao Zheng, snatched the tent from his hand, and quickly set it up for him. Gao Zheng sat in a wheelchair, his once straight back now appearing hunched over. Without his legs, it seemed he couldn't do anything. "Let me push you into the tent." I sighed and pushed Gao Zheng into the tent. Gao Zheng lowered his head and remained silent, his thoughts unknown. After a long pause, Gao Zheng finally said, "Brother, is something the matter?" I asked. That's all." Gao Zheng gave me a complicated look, then lowered his head again. I gave him a meaningful look, left the tent, climbed a tree, and looked around. There was no immediate danger, so I jumped down from the tree and walked to Lin Dong's tent, which was right next to Lu Shiyu's and Yang Li's tent. "Brother Du, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Lin Dong rubbed his eyes. "Get up, it's time to cook for everyone," I said. After I finished speaking, I checked the other tents. Just as I was inspecting Aunt Chen's tent, I suddenly frowned, because there was a foul smell coming from the tent. The moment the tent was opened, all that could be seen inside was blood, with only a pile of mangled flesh scattered around. Hiss. I tried to calm myself down, made sure the tent was securely covered, and then looked at the other tents. Fortunately, this didn't happen in the other tents. No doubt about it, Aunt Chun, she must have been secretly eaten by some animal in the middle of the night. It's also my fault. I didn't arrange for someone to keep watch last night. But I was so tired last night that I fell asleep before I could even arrange for someone to keep watch. The number of men in the camp is dwindling, almost to single digits, with the elderly and infirm making up more than 90%. An hour later, everyone was up and greeting each other. "Everyone, hurry up. After breakfast, let's continue." After I finished speaking, I picked up a piece of meat and started gnawing on it. Aunt Chin's death had a significant impact on me, but I don't plan to tell them to avoid causing panic. Everyone started eating breakfast, but Yang Li was counting heads. After counting for a while, she took a piece of roasted meat and walked towards Aunt Chin's tent. I was startled and quickly stepped in front of her. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Aunt Chin probably hasn't gotten up yet. She's probably too tired from yesterday. I'll bring her some food," Yang Li said. "No need. I've already sent the food," I said. Yang Li hesitated for a moment, but still did not disobey my order and continued to sit by the fire. But her eyes kept glancing at Aunt Chin's tent. After breakfast, I said to everyone, "Okay, it's about time. Let's continue on our way." A group of people were roused again in a lazy and disorganized manner. The older ones, in particular, looked pained. "Yao, you and Lin Dong lead everyone forward. I'll bring up the rear," I said to Lu Yao. "Okay, be careful then." Lu Yao tidied my hair, which filled me with a sweet feeling. The group slowly began to move, leaving me alone at the very back. But Yang Li was also at the back of the group, occasionally glancing at the last tent with a questioning look. "What's wrong? Aren't you keeping up with the group?" I asked. "No, Aunt Chun, it seems she's not in the line," Yang Li said. "That's none of your business. Just keep up with the group. I just want to kick her away." But Yang Li's stubbornness kicked in. "No, I need to see Aunt Chun." As she spoke, she suddenly and quickly lifted the tent flap. Vomit. As soon as she opened it, Yang Li couldn't help but vomit. I sighed, walked over to her, and gently patted her back. "Aunt Chun, what happened to her?" Yang Li asked. I didn't say anything, but shook my head, because I didn't know what had eaten Aunt Chun either. "Thank you, Yang Li. You are a very responsible girl. Only you are still looking after Aunt Chun. But I hope you will not tell anyone else about this, so as not to cause panic." I spoke in a low voice, hoping to calm him down. Yang Li hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a grim expression. She was quite resilient and didn't cry. If it were Lu Shiyu, she would probably be crying from fright by now. "Let's keep going." After I finished speaking, I walked side by side with Yang Li at the very back. Now it's just the two of us. Can you tell me where we should go? Yang Li asked. My heart skipped a beat, and my expression changed slightly. Could she be the traitor? You seem very interested in our itinerary? I asked, my tone devoid of any emotion. Of course, otherwise we wouldn't even know how we died. Yang Li said, her eyes filled with righteousness. I hesitated again. Yang Li doesn't seem like a mole at all. Moreover, she was just concerned about Aunt Chin's life or death. If she were truly an inside agent, she certainly wouldn't have done this. Actually, there is a cave about 200 kilometers away from here, and it is very safe there. As I spoke, I pointed my finger into the distance. Of course, it's in a different direction. 200 kilometers. Yang Li exclaimed in shock. If you're in a city with highways, 200 kilometers is nothing. But this is a jungle. There's no path at all. The people in front have to keep clearing away with things in hand. That is to say, 200 kilometers in the jungle is equivalent to 800 kilometers in the city. I can tell you definitively that Lu Wu has his eye on us, and he has also brought in powerful allies. I may not be a match for him, so I have no choice but to continue making you migrate. As I said this, I looked directly into Yang Li's eyes, observing her reaction. She was clearly frightened and involuntarily shrank back. Lu Wu's ruthlessness had deeply penetrated her heart. This is a normal change when a person encounters something they fear. Let's hurry up then. Next, Yang Li became my assistant, constantly urging everyone on and occasionally helping the elderly and weak carry things. Chapter 170 The Black-Haired Monster Attacks. I didn't even tell Lu Yao about this, but I inexplicably told Yang Li, which made me feel a little strange. After eating the green fruit, the mountain eagle's body gradually recovered, and it was at least able to walk normally again. I believe it won't be long before it can carry me flying high in the sky again. Lu Wu, once Shan Jiao recovers, you'll see how powerful I am. I looked behind me and muttered to myself. The next day, the group had only walked less than 20 miles when it got dark. This left me somewhat helpless, because physical strength is gradually depleted, and I fear that by the third day, they might not even have covered 15 li. After I arranged for everyone to set up camp, I took another look at the mountain eagle. It can now flap its wings on the ground. But I didn't let my guard down. I kept it tied up with a rope so that if it ran away, I would lose another important helper. We are now about 40 miles away from Hope Valley. I think it's time to tell everyone about Lu Wu and Chris, so they won't hold a grudge against me. Everyone, come here for a moment. I waved to everyone. A group of people sat wearily around the fire, especially the older ones, who covered their feet with their hands. Their shoes were long worn out, and most of them walked barefoot, occasionally stepping on sharp spikes, so some people's feet were in a terrible state. Everyone, Lu Wu already knows we're in Hope Valley, and he's even brought in powerful allies. Even I might not be a match for him. One more thing, Chris and his group were indeed burned by the fire, but you should know that there are all kinds of strange fruits on this deserted island, and there may be fruits that can quickly restore health. So I am worried that the fire did not harm Chris's students, but only killed his manpower. When I said this, panic broke out throughout the camp. What can we do? Chris is so ruthless, he'll definitely retaliate. Yes, we killed so many of his people, he definitely won't let us go. Oh my God, I'm so tired. The people speaking were all elderly and weak people rescued from Chris's camp, so their undercover identities have been largely ruled out, but I still have to be careful. Panic is a disease that can spread rapidly among people. Seeing this group of people start to give up on themselves, I even regretted telling them these bad things now. But reality doesn't allow me not to tell. Otherwise, once people's hearts are scattered, it will be difficult to reunite them. Don't panic, everyone. This is just my guess. Besides, the white-skinned beasts are severely weakened. Even if they want to retaliate, they shouldn't be able to do so quickly. The further we go from Hope Valley, the lower their chances of finding us. I quickly reassured everyone. The crowd's emotions have calmed down somewhat, but they could break down if even the slightest unexpected event occurs. After all, just walking has exhausted their energy. If they were to live in constant fear, many of them would probably collapse. Lin Dong lost interest in provoking the little girl and instead sat quietly to the side. Ma Dong then ran to the stream to wash his pants. This guy is very timid. From what I understand, he seems to have kidney problems too. He wets his pants when he gets scared. One more thing. I need to arrange for 4 people to keep watch tonight, in pairs. I hope everyone will volunteer. After I finished speaking, I looked at everyone. To my disappointment, not a single person stood up. Left with no other option, I had to call out names. Lin Dong, Zhang Qian. Just as I finished speaking, Yang Li raised her hand. I'm willing to keep watch. I nodded approvingly. All right, with me included, the 4 of us will keep watch, I said. Then let's include me. Lu Yao stepped forward as well. No need, you can keep watch tomorrow night. I gently stroked Lu Yao's hair. Soon, all those who weren't keeping watch went back to sleep. Only the 4 of us remained on night watch. Lin Dong and Zhang Qian are in the same group. Zhang Qian is relatively steady, while Lin Dong is more outgoing. Their personalities complement each other perfectly. Yang Li and I are in the same group. Although it's called keeping watch, nothing usually happens, but I still can't let my guard down. At that moment, Yang Li and I were hiding in a tree, acting as lookouts. Brother Du, what do you think ate Aunt Chen? Yang Li asked. Don't dwell on these things. The dead can't be brought back to life. I sighed. Don't misunderstand. I want to find out whether Aunt Chen was eaten by an animal or killed by a person. Yang Li said. I frowned and asked, why do you suspect it was murder? Yang Li continued, because last time, wasn't there a spy sent by Chris? I suspect that the spies in our camp haven't been completely eliminated yet, and someone deliberately killed Aunt Chen. I shook my head with a wry smile. This girl is too suspicious. First, if he was going to kill someone, why not someone important? Like a young man. Second, what was his motive for killing Aunt Chen? I laughed. For example, Aunt Chen really supports you. Yang Li said. My brow furrowed, as if I had thought of something. Aunt Chen said a kind word for me during the day, but she died that night. Why was it her who had to die? Could it be that someone was dissatisfied with my leadership and unable to deal with me? They killed Andy to vent their anger? Okay, I've got it. After I finished speaking, I began to ponder. That's actually quite possible. If it really is a person, then we must find out his motive for killing Aunt Chen, otherwise I won't be able to sleep well in the future. Just then, I suddenly heard a rustling sound from behind, as if something was approaching. Yang Li heard it too, and she quickly turned around to look behind her, but immediately covered her mouth. I saw a group of black-haired monsters slithering through the jungle. They were the same ones I had encountered the other day. There seemed to be 2 more figures following behind them. Oh no! Call for help. As soon as I finished speaking, Yang Li started shouting at the camp. Everyone get up! Everyone get up! A monster is coming! The once quiet campsite was thrown into chaos by sleepiness, and some people ran out without wearing clothes. But instead of fighting the monster, they turned and ran. Several guys, like headless flies, actually charged towards the black-haired monster. Damn it, run that way! I yelled from the tree. As soon as I shouted that, I felt a sharp pain in my back, as if something was stuck in my flesh. Oh! Yang Li also screamed and fell straight down the tree. I quickly reached out and lifted Yang Li back up the tree. Looking down, I saw 2 black-haired monsters holding blowpipes. Hateful. I pulled out my pistol and fired 2 shots at the 2 monsters. However, the 2 black-haired monsters were very agile, and only one of their 2 shots was effective. Quickly take out the red-hot sticks from the fire and fight them. I shouted down. I vaguely saw Lu Yao come out of the tent and pick up the wooden stick first. Lin Dong and Zhang Qian also picked up the burning wooden sticks. With these 3 leading the way, the others who had already run dozens of meters also turned back, each holding a torch. Chapter 171 Resentful Monkey? I quickly looked down and saw that the black-haired monsters seemed to have chickened out and were standing still in the jungle. This made me secretly pleased. It seems they are bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. So, I jumped down from the tree with Yang Li in my arms. Yang Li, cheer up and fight them off first. As soon as I finished speaking, Yang Li collapsed to the ground, her face turning bruised. Oh no, their blowpipes are poisonous. Everyone, lie low and find cover. I had barely finished speaking when an old man was shot in the eye and collapsed to the ground without even letting out a scream. Lin Dong could no longer hold back and drew his gun to fire into the dark jungle. The others sought shelter from the rocks. Don't shoot. Bullets are precious. I shouted to Lin Dong. But Lin Dong was already terrified and suffered a mental breakdown. Bang, 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 bang. Click. Lin Dong didn't recover until he ran out of bullets. I quickly dragged Yang Li behind a rock, then used a knife to forcefully cut open her wrist and fed her my blood. After just a few drops of blood were injected, Yang Li's body twitched slightly, which meant that the blood had been used to detoxify her. Thinking of this, I walked towards the old man in the distance. Just then, I felt a heat in my brain, as if my sensitive nerves had caught something, and I instinctively swerved to the left. Bang! A powerful impact struck my armpit and ribs. This was definitely not fired from a pistol, nor could a rifle have such power. I quickly rolled backward and hid behind the rock again. However, I lost feeling in one of my hands. The neural response I just experienced was very strange. It seemed to allow me to react in a fraction of a second. This saved me from a direct hit to the chest, but I was injured in my armpit and under my ribs. Yuan. Lu Yao hid behind another rock, seemingly about to run towards me. Don't come any closer, don't. I shouted at the top of my lungs. At the same time, I tore open the clothes at my chest. All I could see was a bloody mess under my ribs. Even the ribs inside were clearly visible. Puff, puff, puff. I coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt my strength rapidly draining away. The enemy has shotguns. At that moment, a shout came from the dark jungle. Lu Wu, you son of a bitch, we only have 3 shotgun shells left, and you actually wasted them on him? They were speaking Chinese, so it seems that Lu Wu was the one who fired the shot just now. Chiu Hu, don't worry about these things. You don't know how powerful that bastard Du Yuan is. Wasting a bullet on him is totally worth it. After Lu Wu finished speaking, he shouted in my direction. Ha! Du Yuan, I've been waiting for this day for so long. How about it? Aren't you happy? I was so angry I couldn't speak, and my strength had almost completely dissipated. It would take at least a week to recover. He didn't dare to speak, ha ha ha. Another voice rang out. At that moment, I tried to focus my attention on my eyes, using the ability of my gaze to curve and look into the dark jungle. Lu Wu and his group were seen hiding behind a large tree with a shotgun in his hand. Beside him were 3 people of Asian descent. Hateful. I quickly raised one hand and fired 3 shots into the jungle, intending to deter them from making any rash moves. Brother Du, what do we do next? Lin Dong asked. Damn it, what else can we do? If they dare to come out, we'll open fire immediately. I shouted. But we're running low on bullets. Lin Dong shouted, and even Lu Wu and the others in the jungle heard it. Puff. I coughed up another mouthful of blood. Who the hell told you to fire randomly just now? And don't let the enemy know our strength or weakness. I shouted, trying to suppress my anger. At that moment, Lu Wu's laughter echoed from the jungle. Ha ha, I already know your strengths and weaknesses. Your companion is truly clever. After he finished speaking, he said to his kind behind the big tree. Chiu Hu, the opportunity has come. Notify those natives to release the vengeful monkeys and force them to come out of their shelters. I heard Lu Wu's words clearly. The vengeful monkeys, could they be those black-haired monsters? If that thing really comes out, I'm afraid. Then I heard Chiu Hu and the other natives speaking in their native language. But the natives seemed to be arguing with him. I was startled. I couldn't take the risk. Quickly, everyone grab whatever can stop bullets and retreat to the hillside. I shouted. Lu Yao was the first to stand up. She didn't care about anything else and ran straight towards me. No, don't come any closer. It's dangerous. However, after I called out a few times, Lu Yao was not in any danger, and Lu Wu did not shoot her. Yuan, let me help you upstairs. Lu Yao had already taken my arm. Everyone move out of the bunker. I shouted. Everyone in the camp was terrified and none of them dared to show their faces. Do you want to die? Now I'll count to 3, and everyone run towards the mountainside. I continued to shout, and couldn't help but vomit half a pound of blood. The situation was extremely critical. No, my legs are too weak, Ma Dong cried from afar. I was so angry I almost couldn't catch my breath. If your legs are weak, then so be it. Everyone else, listen to my orders. I'm going to start counting. 3, 2. As I counted, I mustered my last bit of energy and forced my vision to curve, looking toward Lu Wu behind the bunker. I saw Lu Wu listening to my counting and sticking out the muzzle of his gun. 1. After I finished counting to the last number, I threw a stone out. Bang! The rock was smashed, and a large amount of rubble was scattered everywhere. About 30 or 40 people stood up, but most of them were a step behind, clearly cowards who feared death. But I didn't care about anything else and led everyone to run towards the mountainside. Suddenly, I realized something. When my gaze shifted just now, I only saw Lu Wu and one native. Where were the others? Thinking of this, I looked up towards the mountainside. Sure enough, several shadowy figures crept furtively toward the hillside. I raised my hand and fired a shot. Ouch! A dark figure rolled straight down the mountain. I raised my hand and fired another shot, and the other shadowy figures quickly fled towards the foot of the mountain. Looking back, most of the people in the camp had already run towards the mountainside. Strangely, the vengeful monkeys didn't blow poison needles, and Lu Wu didn't fire a shot. It seems he intends to capture the others alive and only kill me. Soon, I climbed to the halfway point of the mountain. There were about 20 people who came up with me. Ma Dong was also struggling to climb up the mountainside, but his legs were already weak and his pants were soaked. Oh no, where's Brother Gao? Lu Yao asked quickly. I narrowed my eyes and scanned the entire camp. Gao Zheng was not in the camp. I already have a general idea in my mind. Let's take care of the others first. As soon as I finished speaking, a burning pain shot through my chest again. At that moment, a commotion suddenly came from the jungle, and a large number of black-haired monsters emerged, even more than last time. I was startled and prepared to aim and fire at them. But now I can only move one hand. The other hand has lost all feeling. Oh no, they've kidnapped Yang Li, Lin Dong said from the side. For resentful monkeys lifted Yang Li up and ran into the jungle. And they're weird, they only pick the young ones. For the old and weak, they would simply rip open their bellies with a single claw. I slowly closed my eyes. Because I am powerless to save them, I can barely take care of myself. Brother Du, are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Lin Dong asked. I didn't say anything, but simply lay down halfway up the mountain. Just then, a chirping noise suddenly came from down the mountain. I quickly opened my eyes and nervously looked down the mountain. I've tied the mountain eagle to a tree, and it's currently surrounded by 5 or 6 resentful monkeys. But it was no pushover either. With a pair of claws as sharp as steel, it killed the 2 vengeful monkeys on the spot. No, we have to let it go. With that thought in mind, I mustered my last bit of energy and fired 3 shots at the ground below. I killed a vengeful monkey, and I also broke the rope that was tying up the mountain eagle. Freed from the ropes, the mountain eagle spread its wings and ran away like an ostrich, its speed terrifying. It is not yet able to fly. It will have to wait until it is fully recovered. After doing all that, I could barely hold the gun. Lin Dong, you guys take your guns and stand guard here. If the people down the mountain try to rush up, fire back. I fainted right after I said that. Chapter 172 Trapped on the Mountain. I don't know how much time passed before I slowly opened my eyes. Yuan, you're awake. Lu Yao looked at me with surprise. I frowned and looked around. Are Lu Wu and the others still down the mountain? Yes, they're still down the mountain. He even caught those who didn't make it halfway up, Lu Yao said nervously. How many people do we have left? I continued to ask, and it seemed that the wound under my ribs didn't hurt as much anymore. There are less than 30 left. It's all thanks to our guns that they didn't charge in, Lu Yao said. I quickly got up and looked towards the foot of the mountain. It's morning now, which means I was unconscious for about a night. Lu Wu and his men were still hiding in the jungle, while at the place where we had previously set up camp, there were several corpses, all of them the bodies of the old and weak. As for the others, they all disappeared. Even Yang Li, who was poisoned, has disappeared. Thinking of this, I turned back and asked, are you sure Lu Wu and the others are still in the woods? Sure. This time it was Lin Dong who spoke, and he was holding a gun in his hand. I nodded and then asked, are there any food or water sources halfway up the mountain? There is some grass snakes, but no water, Lin Dong said honestly. My heart sank slowly. Lu Wu and his team's strategy was similar to besieging a city. The trees on this hillside are not lush, and we will need a lot of water once the sun comes out. I've already seen through Lu Wu's sinister intentions. But what he didn't know was that my body's recovery ability far exceeded his imagination. So far, the wound under my ribs has healed about 50–60%, and I estimate it will be fully recovered by nightfall today. At that time, Lu Wu and his group's nightmare will begin. What should we do if there is no water source? Lu Shiyu suddenly asked. Yes, even without food, we can last for a day or two, but without water, we can't last even a day. Lin Xiaoyu also said. The more than 20 people hiding halfway up the mountain panicked immediately. Don't worry, it might rain today. Lu Yao's statement was far-fetched. At this moment, a bald middle-aged man stepped forward and said, Xiao Lu, the weather today is clearly sunny. How could it possibly rain? Do we have any other ideas? Lu Yao stopped talking and looked at me. A Yuan, what should we do? Lu Yao asked. It's okay. Everyone try to talk less and keep your mouths full of saliva. If you're really thirsty, just put some tinder leaves in your mouth. I can only tell the truth. Upon hearing this, a plump woman in her 30s couldn't help but jump up. How can that be? How long can we last like that? 1 day, 2 days? Can we even last 3 days? Another middle-aged man stepped forward. It seemed he and the fat woman were husband and wife. He said, Yes, if Lu Wu were to besiege us at the foot of the mountain for 10 or 15 days, we would die of thirst. Oh my God, I don't want to die. Honey, I can see that Lu Wu is only targeting Du Yuan. Why don't we go to Lu Wu's side? The fat woman said without any hesitation. The middle-aged man quickly nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao became furious. Don't you know Lu Wu's character? I'm afraid if you go to his place, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Being alive is worse than death. It's better to live a miserable life than to die of thirst. Honey, what do you think? The fat woman asked. I felt a surge of anger rising within me, but I didn't lash out. If I were to have an outburst now, I would likely lose my composure, which is exactly what Lu Wu wants to see. Not to mention, there are ungrateful people everywhere. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, Wife, let's wait a bit. I heard Lu Wu is a lecherous man. I'm scared if you're so beautiful. This middle-aged man is clearly lying through his teeth. I feel like vomiting just looking at that fat woman, but this middle-aged man treats her like a treasure. All right then, let's wait until tonight. If it doesn't rain, I'll have no choice but to go down and seek refuge with Lu Wu. After the fat woman finished speaking, she sat down on the ground, completely disregarding me, which shows her low emotional intelligence. The atmosphere became oppressive. The 20-odd people who were originally on my side kept glancing hesitantly down the mountain, looking eager to try. This fat woman. It distorted everyone's thinking. Everyone, please save your urine as well. I continued to say to everyone. The fat woman objected again, saying, What? You want us to drink urine? I'd rather die than drink that disgusting stuff. My fists slowly clenched. If this damned woman tries to undermine morale again, I will show no mercy. Fortunately, most people nodded. But Lu Wu, who lives down the mountain, overheard our conversation. He laughed loudly in the dense forest. Ha ha! Du Yuan, look at your good teammates. Your time to die is coming. I don't believe you can stay on the mountain for long. I checked my injuries. I've recovered about 60% now, and I'll probably be 90% recovered by nightfall. Then, the first person I'll kill is Lu Wu. Even if I am seriously injured by the vengeful monkey, I will not hesitate. Lu Wu, don't get too cocky, you'll be crying later, I retorted from the hillside. If Lu Wu is allowed to bark continuously at the foot of the mountain, it may disturb other people. Me cry? Ha ha ha. Du Yuan, it seems you still can't tell the situation from the surface. After Lu Wu finished speaking, he shouted up the mountain again. Everyone, this is entirely a personal feud between me and Du Yuan, and it has nothing to do with you. As long as you surrender, I guarantee your safety. If you want to eat and drink well here, kill Du Yuan now. Just what I feared most happened. Lu Wu actually managed to sow discord. Thinking of this, I grabbed a stone and threw it at Lu Wu with all my might. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A commotion erupted in the dense forest. It seemed Lu Wu had missed his target, but had hit a group of resentful monkeys instead. A surge of joy welled up inside me, as if I had come up with a solution. Everyone, pick up the stones next to you and throw them down here. As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Shiyu picked up a rock that was disproportionate to her size, but after only moving it a couple of times, she cried out, "Ouch!" and hit her foot. "Don't take any stones that are too big, just take the right size," I quickly said. So, the stone was immediately thrown into the dense forest below the mountain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. "Hey, which bastard is it? Let's move away from each other." The people in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain were instantly covered in bumps and bruises. I saw that the trees in the dense forest were swaying, and Lu Wu and the others must have retreated several dozen meters. "Stop! Don't throw any more stones. They've already retreated far away." I quickly stopped everyone. "Brother Du, what do we do next? Should we run now?" Ma Dong asked. I looked at the terrain below the mountain. Apart from a few high mountains, the terrain was relatively flat. My legs couldn't outrun the monkey at all. "No need, just hold on a little longer. I have a plan," I said to everyone. The group calmed down a bit, and even the fat woman became much more obedient. She seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Lu Wu's voice came from down the mountain again. We are now far from the foot of the mountain. As long as we surround you, you won't be able to escape either, huh?" The smiles of those who had just seen hope gradually faded. Chapter 173, Temptation with Water. "Honey, Lu Wu is right. Let's go down the mountain," the fat woman said. "Sigh? At this point, there's no other way." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the two quickly raised their hands and walked down the mountain. "Brother Wu, it's us. We've come to surrender. Please don't kill us," the fat woman shouted. I glanced at the others and said coldly, "If anyone still wants to go with them, they can leave now, but just don't regret it later." The others looked at each other, but no one said anything. Lu Yao spoke up at this moment. "Many of you should know Lu Wu's character. You'll definitely be tortured by him if you go down there. You'd better decide what to do." The others didn't go down the mountain. They hesitated and lay down halfway up the mountain, but they were still somewhat eager to go. Only then did I look down the mountain. The fat woman and her husband had reached the foot of the mountain and were walking into the dense forest. However, Lu Wu said, "Stand still and take off all your clothes." The fat woman was instantly dumbfounded. "Isn't that inappropriate? I'm a woman. I still have to live like a human being. Damn it, if you don't take off your clothes, how will anyone know if you're carrying a weapon? Besides, with your build, you're just a lump of flesh if you take your clothes off. I'm not interested." As soon as Lu Wu said this, the fat woman's husband immediately flew into a rage. "Lu Wu, you bastard. Honey, let's go back up the mountain. It's better over at Brother Du's place." No sooner had the middle-aged man finished speaking than 5 or 6 vengeful monkeys rushed out of the dense forest and surrounded them instantly. What followed was a horrific scene. "Eat it alive. Brother Du Yuan, please save me. We know we were wrong." "No. Xiao Du, shoot these things." The screams of a man and a woman lasted for about 5 minutes before slowly fading away. "Vomit." Ma Dong was the first to not be able to hold back and immediately vomited. Lu Shiyu also vomited with a whoosh. Let alone them. Even I felt like vomiting when I saw this scene. It was just too bloody and disgusting. At this point, I said to the others on the mountain, "You all see? This is what happens to those who seek refuge with Lu Wu. Does anyone else still want to go?" "Brother Du, I never actually planned to go and join Lu Wu," Ma Dong quickly said. "I think Lu Wu is a beast. I've said it before, Lu Wu is unreliable. Brother Du is much more reliable." This time, it was the bald, middle-aged man who spoke. I distinctly remember that he didn't behave like this before. But I don't need to argue with him. I've already seen through their true nature. Whether they live or die, I'll leave it to fate. I don't care anymore. Next, Lu Wu tried to incite others at the foot of the mountain, but no one dared to come down. Time passed slowly, and soon it was noon. A group of people lay under the blazing sun, their mouths parched, constantly licking their lips. "I'm so thirsty," Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, her eyes completely devoid of any moisture. "Me too. I wish we had a pot of water right now," Lu Shiyu said. Lin Dong quickly chimed in, saying, "How could one pot of water be enough? If there were a river right now, I could drink the water level down." I didn't say a word, but tried to press my tongue against the roof of my mouth to make my mouth produce saliva. However, the consequence of doing this is that the brain is easily fatigued. Another hour passed before the bald middle-aged man finally couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly went behind the weeds and came back after a while. Hey, why does your breath smell like urine? A woman quickly moved aside and looked at the bald man with disgust. The others seemed to have figured something out, and every now and then, someone would hide behind the bushes. At this point, Lu Yao was also starting to feel the strain. Are you thirsty too? I asked. No, I'm not thirsty, Lu Yao quickly denied. Let's hang in there a little longer, I said with a sigh. Lu Shiyu couldn't take it anymore. She looked around and then looked at me with pleading eyes. She blushed and said, I don't have a container. I instantly realized that if I wanted to drink my own urine, I first needed a container. At this moment, Lin Dong stood up. Use mine. As he spoke, he placed a container made of a large rolled-up leaf in front of Lu Shiyu. Ugh, get out of here. Lu Shiyu finally snapped. I frowned and quickly pressed my hands down. Don't stand up, or you'll get shot. After I finished speaking, I picked another leaf, made it into a funnel shape, and handed it to Lu Shiyu. Pinch the bottom closed, and the water won't leak out, I told Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu's face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment, like a red apple. By the way, just moisten your lips. Don't actually drink it, otherwise you'll vomit and lose even more water. I reminded Lu Shiyu again. Lu Yao, who was standing next to me, couldn't stand it anymore and pinched me hard. I gave an awkward smile and said, Yao, if you're thirsty, you don't need a container. I can use a more direct method. Lu Yao? What direct way? Lu Yao looked at me strangely. I didn't say anything, but looked down at my crotch and then at Lu Yao's mouth. You're going to die? Ouch. Ouch. Be gentle. My injury hasn't healed yet. Lu Yao then withdrew her two slender fingers. It was already around 2 p.m., the time when the sun was at its hottest, and there was no shade halfway up the mountain. The group of people were unbearably hot and extremely thirsty. I'm so thirsty. The bald middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. I'm thirsty too, but I have to endure it. Just then, Lu Wu walked out from about 300 meters away from me. From that position, bullets simply cannot reach. Lu Wu took a pot of water and gulped it down in front of everyone. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and poured the excess water onto his head. Listen up, people on the mountain. Anyone who wants water, come down. The first 3 to come down will become leaders in our camp. Lu Wu shouted loudly from 300 meters away. Lu Yao was furious and raised her hand to fire a shot. Bang! The bullets couldn't even reach beyond 300 meters. Lu Wu shrank back slightly, then burst into laughter again. It's no use. Hurry up and come down. The first 3 get special treatment. Lu Wu continued to tempt them. Don't fall for it, everyone. Lu Wu is up to no good, I quickly said. But this time, I couldn't control the situation either. Yes, Lu Wu did have ill intentions, but he only targeted you. We have nothing to do with each other. I'm going down the mountain now. Whether I live or die, I'll accept it. After the bald middle-aged man finished speaking, he raised his hands high and rolled down the mountain. Lu Wu, who was in the distance, laughed loudly. Very good. Go into the dense forest. From now on, you'll be one of our own. There will be people there to provide you with water. The bald middle-aged man quickly disappeared into the dense forest. A little while later, he came out again, carrying a kettle in his hand. See that, Lu Wu? Brother Wu really gave me water. If you want some water, hurry up and come down. The balding middle-aged man spoke while gulping down a drink. A series of smacking sounds suddenly came from the mountain. Chapter 174 Strong Attack. I was extremely anxious. If this continues, perhaps even the few of us who are left will have to leave the mountain. Then, only Lu Yao and I will be left on the mountain. The sun will set in 3 or 4 hours. It won't be so hot after nightfall. Everyone must hang in there, otherwise all our previous efforts will be in vain. I shouted it out to everyone. The bald man at the foot of the mountain heard my words and gave a cold laugh. He said, Friends, don't listen to Do You On. Brother Wu has water and food here. Why should we follow him and starve? Besides, even if we manage to get through today, what about tomorrow? Even if you manage to escape Brother Wu's clutches today, you'll be living on the run forever. Why not switch sides now? Maybe if Brother Wu is in a good mood, he'll make you small leaders in the camp, and you'll never have to worry about food and drink. I was so angry I almost vomited blood. That bald guy deserves to die. Lin Dong, what are you standing there for? Shoot him. I ordered Lin Dong, who was standing next to me. After hearing my words, Lin Dong hesitantly raised his pistol. The bald man at the foot of the mountain quickly hid behind a big tree. He continued speaking from behind the tree. Lin Dong, if you shoot me now, you won't even have a chance to surrender. Think about it. His words hit the nail on the head. Lin Dong glanced at me cautiously, but ultimately did not fire. Brother Du, I'm sorry, but I need to have an escape route. If I shoot now, Lu Wu won't tolerate me anymore. I really don't want to die. Lin Dong said pitifully. I let out a long sigh. It seems that I have to do something to gain their trust. For example, killing Lu Wu. I used to think that the idea that in ancient times, a general could be defeated and a city captured just by talking was absurd. But now, I finally understand what it means to win hearts and minds, rather than conquering cities. Don't panic, everyone. I'll climb to the top of the mountain and find something to drink. After saying that, I carefully began to climb towards the top of the mountain. This mountain is very short, only about 20 meters high. We were halfway up the mountain, about 10 meters from the foot of the mountain. So there are still many places on this mountain that I haven't explored yet, and maybe I can find wild fruits or something. As I approached the summit, I finally spotted a prickly pear. This plant naturally prefers to grow in relatively dry places on mountains. Although it cannot quench thirst, it does contain some moisture. Without saying a word, I chopped down the entire thorny plant and uprooted it, then dragged it backwards towards the mountainside. Great, there really is fruit. Lu Yao was overjoyed and quickly came over to help. Although she was dying of thirst, she didn't just grab and eat them. Instead, she picked the prickly berries and shared them with everyone on the mountain. Great, great, this will at least soothe my throat. Give me some, give me some. Ouch, a thorn pricked me. It's so delicious, but it's too sweet. A group of people were frantically picking thorns from the brambles, not caring that their hands were pricked and bleeding. After everyone had eaten the prickly pear, Lu Yao picked a handful of prickly pears and held them in her hand. But she didn't eat them herself. Instead, she walked up to me and fed them to me one by one. She has completely placed me in her heart. Yao, you should eat too. I spoke with concern and fed her the prickly. Everyone else had a smile on their face, but I was the only one who didn't smile. Because I know that although this prickly pear plant was relatively large, it was unlikely that it would last until dark. Don't eat so fast, everyone. Use it sparingly. But nobody paid any attention to me. They didn't care about anything else now. They were all gathered around that thorny plant, eating it like zombies. Damn it, can you guys stop being so zombie-like? Isn't anyone on guard behind the mountain? I couldn't help but yell, but the crowd still ignored me. When extremely thirsty, a person's instinct is to drink water, and everything else will be automatically ignored by the brain. Just then, I heard a local language coming from the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Sogalala. This made me frown. Although I couldn't understand the indigenous language of these people, I could sense it from their tone of voice. The way he spoke, Sogalala, was powerful and resolute, as if a general were issuing an order. There were only a few indigenous people at the foot of the mountain, so who was he giving orders to? It couldn't possibly be an order given to Lu Wu and those people from the modern world, could it? Therefore, there is only one possibility. He was giving orders to those vengeful monkeys that looked like they had crawled out of hell. I was startled and quickly crawled on my stomach toward the back of the mountain. The trees behind the mountain were even denser, and I could only see some branches swaying gently, clearly indicating that something was slowly walking down from the mountaintop. Oh no, everyone, hurry to the back mountain and get the stones ready. Those vengeful monkeys are about to attack. My voice was extremely dry. A group of young men followed behind me. Each of them held a stone in their hand, their weary eyes gazing down at the dense forest below. I looked around and saw a rock weighing 300 or 400 pounds right in front of me. Without saying a word, I pushed it down. The stones rolled down the mountainside with a thunderous roar, their force astounding. As the stone rolled into the dense forest, the shrieks of the ravenous monkeys could be heard. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I thought to myself, even if the rock didn't hit the monkeys, it must have had a psychological impact on them, and they would never dare to rush to the top of the mountain again. But I was wrong. Those resentful marquises were not afraid at all, because as long as they received their master's orders, their nature was to be fearless and undaunted. More than 40 vengeful monkeys emerged from the dense forest and rushed quickly toward the mountaintop. The others were instantly dumbfounded, holding their stones and even forgetting to throw them down. What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and throw stones at them. If this thing comes up, it will definitely eat you alive. The others then realized what was happening and quickly threw the stones down the mountain. I, on the other hand, picked out the stones that were as big as millstones and threw them down the mountain. These resentful monkeys were indeed fearless, but after our efforts, 10 of them died instantly. One of the young men accidentally got a poison needle stuck in his neck. Chapter 175, A Test of Humanity. Amin was stabbed in the neck with a poison needle, and the poison instantly entered his brain, leaving him beyond saving. Even if I were to use my own blood to save him now, it probably wouldn't work. From the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, the anxious voices of the natives could be heard. Sokalala. The once fearless monkeys suddenly retreated in a flurry. It seems that although they are fierce, they cannot afford this price. Then came the voice of the man named Xiu. He was also speaking to the native in the local language, and they seemed to be arguing. The indigenous people aren't stupid. These monstrous monkeys aren't easy to raise, so they don't want to spend too much money. I breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly walked up to the young man named Amin. His eyes are now white and his lips are black. He's beyond saving. Brother Du, he's dead, Lin Dong said from the side, his voice trembling with sobs. Place him in a shady place. Try to keep the body from decomposing. The rest of you, half of you stay behind to keep watch. The rest of you come with me to the front to keep watch. After I finished speaking, I led the 3 people to the front. I'm heartbroken because one of my comrades died, but what can I do? Should I just cry my heart out? Impossible. As their leader, one must always remain strong. If you're not strong yourself, what will other people think? I'm afraid they'll break up very soon. For ordinary people, breaking up the group means going to Lu Wu's camp to work like slaves. But for me, it means death. For Lu Yayao, it could very well be a humiliation, or even something worse than a humiliation. The sun is slowly setting in the west. In just over an hour, it will be dark. I checked my injuries, and they're about 70–80% healed now. After dark, I'll rest for another hour or 2, and I estimate I'll be fully recovered. However, to return to peak condition, one needs sufficient food and water. But it doesn't matter. Even if I recover to 100%, I can still sneak into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain and capture the leader first. First, kill Lu Wu, then wipe out all the natives and that guy named Xiu. Once those resentful monkeys are leaderless, they will naturally scatter and flee. At that moment, Lu Wu's voice came from down the mountain again. He shouted loudly, "Listen up, people on the mountain. I'm giving you 10 minutes. Surrender within 10 minutes, or after 10 minutes. Even if you want to surrender, I won't give you that chance. Did you see those vengeful monkeys just now? They'll devour you alive." Lu Wu also knew that he couldn't surround the entire mountain after dark, so he put pressure on us before sunset. Don't listen to him. The sun is about to set. The longer we drag this out, the better it will be for negotiations. If you surrender without even daring to fight, he won't respect you. Even if you surrender, you'll be tortured and forced to work like slaves for him. I said to everyone on the mountain. Everyone had blank expressions, their tired eyes fixed on the foot of the mountain, and it was impossible to tell what they were thinking. This made my heart skip a beat. A middle-aged man, as if possessed, was seen climbing down the mountain. As he climbed, he shouted, "I don't care about anything else. I have to get down the mountain. I need to drink water. I need to eat meat." Me too. I want to drink water. I want to eat meat. 2 more people followed behind him, one of whom was a young man, who was my new recruit. I sighed and closed my eyes in anguish. At that moment, Lindong suddenly walked up to me. He said, "Don't worry, Brother Du. I've always supported you, and I know you're a good person. So, what I'm suggesting is that I pretend to surrender, but actually infiltrate their camp. What do you think?" I opened my eyes and stared blankly at Lindong. Unexpectedly, this simpleton turned out to be so smart at a crucial moment. Human hearts are unpredictable. Whether he's genuinely going undercover or intends to surrender and have his cake and eat it too, it's hard to say. If I fall, it means he has truly surrendered. If I hadn't fallen, he would have been the real undercover agent. At that time, Lin Dong will be able to advance or retreat at will. All the fancy stuff is fake. Only true strength is real. Okay, go ahead. I said it bluntly, without any emotion. Yes, brother do. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he raised his hands and slowly walked down the mountain. Brother Wu, I'm down here, I surrender. At this point, everyone was filled with despair, and 2 more people headed down the mountain. My relationship with Lu Wu is like that of 2 companies. If my stock keeps declining, it will continue to decline until it eventually causes an avalanche effect. As long as Lu Wu's stock price keeps rising, it will keep rising because they can appreciate in value after buying it. But for me, buying it will result in a loss. I turned my head and saw that there were originally 20 or 30 people, but now there were only a dozen or so left. They don't actually mean they're loyal supporters of me. Half of them probably don't believe in Lu Wu's character. If Lu Wu had been replaced by anyone else, they probably would have surrendered without hesitation. That's just how I see it. Watching so many people head towards Lu Wu's camp, I felt a tremendous sense of frustration, like a defeated rooster. But I must remain tough. If I am not strong, the remaining people will slowly leave, and then I will have nothing left. Ha. That's right. Come down quickly. We have food and drinks here. That bald man has completely become Lu Wu's lackey, and is now helping Lu Wu recruit soldiers. Those who came down the mountain did indeed get food and drink. Moreover, they stood at the foot of the mountain without any restraint, eating and drinking while showing off to the people halfway up the mountain. Gurgle. Lin Xiaoyu, who was lying next to me, started having a stomach rumbling. We spent a whole day and night on this mountainside, and they only ate 1 meal of wild raspberries. No wonder they're starving now. Don't worry, brother Du, you saved my life. I will always stand by your side. Although Lin Xiaoyu was hungry, she told me very firmly. I nodded silently, a bitter smile on my face, because I felt that her tone wasn't very firm when she said that. If anyone still wants to go and join Lu Wu, go now, but don't regret it later. I turned to the others and said it in a rather what's-the-use manner. The quality of an army is more important than its quantity. Today they will face one of the most severe tests of humanity, a test of life and death. Chapter 176 Flanking Sneak Attack. At this moment, I felt that my physical strength had been fully restored. At this point, I could easily go down and kill Lu Wu. Unless Lu Wu is hiding among the horde of resentful monkeys and carrying a shotgun. The remaining people, hearing how firm my tone was, stopped surrendering and obediently laid down on the mountainside. Very good. You guys made the right bet. After I finished speaking, I leaned close to Lu Yao's ear and whispered a few words to her before heading towards the back of the mountain. The sun finally set, but there was no sound of birds flapping their wings to hunt for food, because there was a group of resentful monkeys at the foot of the mountain. All the animals within a radius of more than a kilometer were scared away. Lu Yao glanced at the sky, then at the dark jungle below, and ordered everyone, pick up the stones and smash them down the mountain. A group of people, exhausted, threw stones down the mountain. However, this attack had no power at all. The stones could only roll down the hillside. The people below only need to move 50 meters away from the mountain, and these stones will be completely useless. Even this weak attack did somewhat distract Lu Wu and his group. They stood 50 meters away, hands on their hips, laughing loudly. Ha. Look, your choice was wise. That bastard Du Yuan is already struggling in his death throes. Lu Wu laughed heartily from a distance. Brother Wu is amazing. Actually, we've disliked Du Yuan for a long time, but luckily Brother Wu came to our rescue in time. The bald man was flattering him from the side. Exactly. Why should he be our leader? I think Brother Wu is much more capable than him. I think following Brother Wu is the wise thing to do. If we follow Du Yuan, we'll be exhausted sooner or later. Look, my feet are covered in blisters. After hearing what you all said, I think Du Yuan is a really vicious person. Last time he did something so cruel, he actually burned down Hope Valley. Just think about it. Burning those people alive. How twisted and cruel must this person be? Fortunately, Brother Wu appeared in time, and made us realize our mistakes. A group of people shamelessly flattered her, and Lu Yao, who was halfway up the mountain, almost cried from anger. Even Lu Xiyu and Lin Xiaoyu glared angrily at the group of people down the mountain. Lin Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but speak up. Don't slander Brother Du like that. He's not that kind of person. If it weren't for him, you would all be dead long ago. Lu Xiyu quickly chimed in, saying, That's right, a bunch of ungrateful bastards. I've been following Brother Du for a long time. He's a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. If it weren't for him, we would have been killed by those people from Savage Valley long ago. Lu Yao quickly stopped the two girls. All right, don't argue with them about this useless stuff, you bunch of ingrates. While Lu Yao and the others launched their attack from the front, I took the opportunity to slip down from the back of the mountain and hide in a thicket of bushes. Those shameless words all drilled into my ears. But my face no longer showed anger, only indifference. Human nature is the most vulnerable to test. In just one day, all those who were originally loyal followers became Lu Wu's men, and then they turned against me in an instant. At this moment, 5 meters away from me, there is a resentful monkey. It was holding a stone and grinding its teeth incessantly. It's not completely dark yet, and I can see its face clearly. Hiss! I gasped. This face was exactly like a child's, except it had a bit more black hair than a human face. This suddenly reminded me that the person had called these resentful monkeys resentful children, but the words monkey and child are easily homophones, so it seems I misheard. At that moment, the vengeful monkey suddenly raised its head and glanced at where I was hiding. Then, he crawled towards me on all fours, his nose twitching incessantly. Like a hunting dog, it seemed to be able to smell my scent. Although my body can blend into the surrounding environment like a chameleon, my scent will not change, and what I fear most is encountering hunting dogs. But if this vengeful monkey also has the sense of smell of a hunting dog, then I'm in danger, and it's very likely that what started as a sneak attack will turn into a full-scale assault. That time, the vengeful monkey got closer and closer to me, and soon it was only a meter away. It sniffed me with its nose, and then opened its mouth to reveal a row of fangs, as if it was about to scream. My pupils contracted, and I reached out and grabbed its neck, pulling it into my arms while placing my other hand on its chest. Surprisingly, it's incredibly elastic. This vengeful monkey was actually female, and its physical structure was exactly the same as a woman's, except for its appearance. But I am, after all, a human being, and I would never show mercy to such a monster. I tightened my grip, and its throat snapped instantly. I gently placed its body in the bushes, glanced at Lu Wu in the distance, and started running away. Because there was a large group of resentful monkeys between me and Lu Wu, I had to take a longer route and outflank Lu Wu from behind to launch a surprise attack. If you go straight ahead, you're very likely to be spotted by these sharp-nosed monkeys. Lu Wu seems to have a shotgun, plus dozens of vengeful monkeys. At that time, even if I'm made of iron, how many nails can I drive? The group of traitors at the foot of the mountain are still relentlessly listing my numerous misdeeds. In their words, my previous efforts to find water for them were now seen as having ulterior motives and trying to win people over. Helping them hunt was then interpreted as wanting to turn them into one's own slaves. All sorts of ugly halos were hurled at me. At this moment, I had already quietly circled around to Lu Wu's back. I saw a bald head with a green stubble, swaying back and forth in front of me. He was accompanied by 2 people from modern times and 2 natives. Lu Wu, you'd better die. I yelled and pounced on him from behind. To my utter surprise, Lu Wu reacted incredibly quickly. At the crucial moment, he turned around and threw a punch at me. Thud. Crack. Oh. Lu Wu let out a scream, and his right hand immediately went limp and fell to his shoulder. I used all my strength in that punch just now. However, I could also sense that Lu Wu must have eaten some kind of mutated fruit. Otherwise, my punch just now would not only have broken his arm, but could have killed him with a single blow. The group of people who were just chatting and laughing suddenly changed their expressions. The 2 natives opened their mouths as if to give orders to the vengeful monkey in the distance. With 1 punch and 1 kick, I killed 2 natives instantly. Chapter 177, The Traitor's Embarrassment. Just then, The Asian man to my left didn't retreat. Instead, he kicked me in the head. In an instant, a gust of wind swept over us. I feel that his strength is at least 5 or 6 times that of a normal person. No wonder he dared to be so confident and take the initiative to attack me. Without being polite, I stretched out my right hand and blocked it forcefully, pushing my body forward. The Asian man stumbled back more than 10 steps, his back snapping against a small tree. Don't fight him head on. He's due you on. Run. Lu Wu's voice came from dozens of meters away. Clearly, he had already run away in advance. The Asian man who had attacked me earlier changed his expression and, like me, limped away into the dense forest. Run? Run to where? Without saying a word, I chased after the Asian man. Although he was lame in one leg, he was still faster than the average person. Unfortunately for him, he ran into me and could only blame his bad luck. It only took me 5 seconds to catch up with him and smash his head in with one punch. Just then, I heard a gunshot from the side. Something seemed to have been stimulated in my mind, and my nerves reacted at an accelerated pace in 0.01 seconds, causing my head to tilt to the side. A bullet whizzed past my side and snapped a small tree in two. Bang! Another shot rang out, and as I tilted my head, another bullet whizzed past my side. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets kept being fired. My body reacted instantly the moment the sound rang out, and all 7 bullets missed their mark. As I dodged the bullets, I walked into a bush and pushed aside the leaves. I saw a man of Asian descent, his hands trembling as he gripped a pistol, looking at me with terrified eyes. You are the devil. The Asian man stammered. Yes. I punched his head and blew it off. By the time that was wasted, Lu Wu and the other Asian man had long since disappeared without a trace. If I were to pursue Lu Wu now, there's a chance I might catch up. But I'm more worried about Lu Yao. What if those vengeful monkeys attack them when I'm not around? So I ran quickly towards the foot of the mountain. Those traitors were originally gathered in this location. But just now, after hearing the gunshot and Lu Wu's scream, they all quickly hid in the dense forest. To my surprise, the vengeful monkeys did not rush towards the mountainside, nor did they attack me. Could it be that I killed the native who killed it, and without the native's command, these vengeful monkeys scattered and fled? Forget it, I don't care anymore. Yi Yao, come down the mountain, it's safe down there now. I waved to the hillside. Ah, that's great, that's great. Brother Du, you're amazing. A group of people ran down from the mountainside in surprise. Lu Yao immediately threw herself into my arms and buried her head tightly in my chest. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the dense forest, and the group of traitors from before emerged from within, looking embarrassed. They stood in front of me, all with their heads bowed. There were a few cunning old foxes who even tried to sneak around from behind me and blend into the crowd on my mountain. What they didn't know was that after eating all sorts of fruits, I could remember their faces very clearly. I remember clearly who betrayed me and who stayed by my side. Even if they managed to sneak in, it won't make a difference. Moreover, it's not just me who can remember people. I can remember other people too. Hey, you bastard, you were just talking bad about Brother Du a moment ago. How come you're suddenly hanging around here? Do you think I don't know you? Get out of here. Hey bro, what brings you back again? And why did you suddenly appear behind me? Were you trying to sneak in? Shoo, 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 keep it down, don't let anyone hear. A variety of noisy sounds arose. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly jumped out. He said happily, Great, Brother Du, I found out when I was undercover that they have more than 30 of those monkeys in total, and their numbers are probably between 4 and 10 people. I narrowed my eyes and gave him a cold glance. Lin Xiaoyu, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Isn't that obvious? 30-something. How many is it? Between 4 and 10 people. With your abilities, you're supposed to be an undercover agent? I think you're just... Lin Xiaoyu was about to say something, but I waved my hand to interrupt her. All right, Lin Dong. You truly are my top-notch undercover agent. But now we're thirsty and hungry. You should know what to do, right? Hearing my words, Lin Dong nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, saying, I know. You guys, come with me quickly, Brother Du and the others are hungry. 2 hours later, everyone sat around the fire. They ate meat and drank water, their faces beaming with happiness. Several people drank too quickly and choked on their lungs, resulting in another bout of violent coughing. Don't panic, don't panic. Everyone will get some. There's plenty to go around today, I quickly said. The bald, middle-aged man who betrayed me first quickly put on a fawning smile and said, Yes, yes, plenty to eat. If that's not enough, I can go and get you some game right now. Water is also available. If you want fruit, I'll go and pick some figs to help you digest. As he spoke, he looked at me with a restrained gaze, as if afraid I would lose my temper. However, there's no need for me to yell at them right now, because I no longer consider him one of our own, but he is still indispensable for us to make our beds, set up our tents, hunt, and fetch water. Moreover, if I were to drive away or execute all these traitors, how many of my men would I have left? But it doesn't matter. I've memorized the faces of all those who betrayed me, and I also remembered all those who stayed with me until the very end. What surprised me the most was that Ma Dong, the most timid of them all, didn't betray me at the crucial moment, which surprised and delighted me. However, I suspect that he was too scared to climb down the mountain because his legs were too weak. After eating and drinking to our heart's content, the moon was already high in the sky. Set off, I continued to issue orders. Xiaodu, where do we go now? A middle-aged man stood up with a limp, looking exhausted, and asked. His feet were so badly mangled that he couldn't walk at all. No matter where you go, you have to keep moving forward, I said calmly. But we can't walk anymore. We haven't had a proper rest for a day and a night. Can we rest for a few hours first? The middle-aged man said. Not only him, but everyone else looked at me with expectant eyes. They were exhausted and desperately needed rest. I can tell you definitively that since Lu Wu has colluded with the local natives, he might already be leading a large force of reinforcements this way. If you want to stay, I won't stop you, but your fate will be. At this point, my meaning is self-evident. Chapter 178, The Perfect Camp. Everyone's face turned pale again, including the group of traitors in front. Their previous betrayals were, in fact, out of necessity. If it were a fair choice, they would certainly prefer to stand on my side. No need to say more, let's go. Lin Xiaoyu was the first to stand up. What else could anyone say? They could only drag their weary bodies forward. Several people had such severe foot injuries that they were even prepared to walk upside down or crawl on the ground. I sighed helplessly and casually chopped off a tree branch. You two are lying on the tree branch. If you have any sense, you should know what to do, right? At that moment, many of the traitors turned their gazes away, like those of sled dogs. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept that. Of course, there are also those who are shameless. A middle-aged man, while making excuses, lay down on the sled. I raised an eyebrow. Have you no shame? I was talking about the two of them. Didn't you say I had ulterior motives before? Why are you following me now? This middle-aged man was one of the traitors. Upon hearing my words, the middle-aged man, his face flushed, tumbled off the sled. The other two middle-aged men immediately straightened their backs and sat on the sled. The two men, sitting on the sled, didn't forget to give the traitor a good whack. One of them said, You old fool, you're really blind. You actually followed Lu Wu. Now you know who the good guys are, right? Another person said, How dare you follow us and come up to help us pull the sleds? The person standing in the correct position trembled instantly. The traitor hung his head like a defeated rooster. The main force continued onward, encountering several venomous snakes along the way, but we managed to avoid them without serious injury. Occasionally, you might encounter a pack of wild dogs, but these dogs are no match for firearms. Lin Dong fired a single shot, and they tucked their tails between their legs and ran away. I can't go on anymore. I can't walk anymore. The bald, middle-aged man plopped down on the ground, looking at his bloodied and mangled feet. But I showed him no respect whatsoever. Keep moving forward. If you can't go any further, stay here. So the main force continued its advance. The bald, middle-aged man looked at the dark forest and couldn't help but urinate. He gritted his teeth and made a firm decision, crawling on the ground like a dog. He would surely die if he didn't stick with the main force. Even if Lu Wu doesn't kill them, they'll be eaten by the wild beasts in the jungle. At that moment, I suddenly frowned and quickly climbed up a big tree next to me. Once I reached the top of the tree, I looked back. 5 or 6 miles behind, birds were startled, and flew away. It was obvious that something was biting our tails as we moved forward, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. I made a guess, and it must be those resentful monkeys. Luwu may also be mixed in with them, or they may be a new group of resentful monkeys brought by the indigenous people. I quickly climbed down the tree and said to Lu Yao, "You guys continue forward, I'll cover the rear." Although Lu Yao was a little reluctant, she didn't say much in this critical moment and led everyone to run away quickly. I stayed where I was, bending the two saplings and tying the branches to the two big trees. If an enemy comes chasing after them, the branches of these two small trees will loosen, sending the enemy flying. It may only kill 1 or 2 people and not cause any real damage to the enemy, but it can deter pursuers and prevent them from chasing recklessly and blatantly. After setting up the trap, I walked a few dozen meters further ahead and looked at a small hill next to me. On the top of the hill, there is a large rock weighing 400 or 500 pounds. The rock was right at the edge of the mountain. I quickly climbed up and pushed the rock as close to the edge as possible, making it look like it was about to fall, and then I found a stick to wedge it in place. A vine was tied to the top of the stick. I kept pulling that vine down to the lower position. Whenever someone passes by, it will tug at that vine. Once the vines tear off the stick, the boulder on the mountain will roll down. After setting the traps, I kept walking forward and set up 5 or 6 more simple traps. These traps, of course, are ineffective against professional hunters. However, it has an unexpected effect on those who are eager to catch up with me. After I finished, I caught up with the main group and led them forward. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose. Could it be? I was instinctively on guard, but when I saw the simple-minded head that was sticking out, I immediately laughed. That idiot actually found it. It was Xiao Haizi. You abandoned others to achieve your own success, and now you know how to come back. The little black cat rushed over and started rubbing against me, so I couldn't help but slap it. Bringing it back made Lu Yao happy for quite a while. Tragically, before long, Xiao Haizi had become the team's main labor force. Lu Yao hung all the heavier items around its neck, using it as a supply core. When Xiao Haizi arrived, he was rolling around on the ground, refusing to cooperate. However, Lu Yao directly slipped the heavy objects over its 4 feet and secured them firmly to its back. Left with no other choice, it had to accept the fact that it had become a supply unit. After walking about a mile further, I heard the pitiful screams of the monkeys behind me, along with the angry roars of several humans. Clearly, my trap worked. Just then, I heard the sound of rushing water coming from ahead, so I quickly ran a few dozen meters ahead. In front of me is a waterfall that is more than 20 meters high. The waterfall isn't very big. The water flows down from a high mountain. The mountain is very steep on all sides, and there is only one narrow path leading up to it. Everyone, hurry up the mountain. I quickly waved to the people behind me. If you want to rest, this is the perfect place. This mountain is steep on all sides, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. If a person is standing on the mountaintop, the only way for those below to rush up is through a narrow path. When the time comes, all we need to do is stand guard, and they will be unable to break through. The most important thing is, there is a water source on this mountain. The others seemed to hear the footsteps of pursuers behind them as well, and ignoring the blisters on their feet, they all scrambled and crawled up the mountain. I was the last one to go up the mountain. After climbing the mountain, we discovered that there was actually a cave halfway up the mountain. There appeared to be signs of human activity outside the cave. However, judging from the degree of weathering around the cave, it must have been uninhabited for at least 10 or 20 years, and we just happened to find a lucky break. With water on the mountain and steep slopes on all sides, this is the perfect place for human habitation. It's not surprising that people used to live here. Those who are seriously injured, go to the stream to wash your feet clean, then find some things to bandage your wounds. The rest of you who have shoes, come with me to the path. After I finished speaking, those who had betrayed me in the past became very active. Even without shoes, they ran over on their own initiative, as if they wanted to atone for their crimes. But that's perfect. It saves me the trouble of dealing with them. Let's leave 4 men to ambush above the path, prepare more stones, and pile up all the scattered stones from other places above the path to be ready. After I finished speaking, I looked at the others and said, "The rest of you, come with me to patrol around this mountain. See if there are any trails leading up the mountain, and check for any potential dangers. For example, we need to nip any poisonous snakes or wild beasts in the bud. Finally, we need to check if there are any enemies quietly climbing the mountain. If there are, just smash them to death with stones. Don't be polite. If there are too many people climbing the mountain, call the police immediately, and we will all defend together. Chapter 179. Waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. A group of people quickly agreed. Yes. Okay, brother Do. A jumble of noises arose. Then let's get started. After I finished speaking, I left 4 reliable men to guard the path above. The others were divided into 3 teams of 3 people each, for a total of 9 people, and began patrolling the entire mountainside. As I can see, the mountain is very steep on all sides, and the lowest step is more than 10 meters above the ground. It would take humans a little while to climb up. It's quite possible that halfway up, one will fall and become unable to take care of oneself. Occasionally, you can spot a wild rabbit or a roe deer, which serves as a good supplement to your food supply. A surge of excitement welled up inside me. It seemed I didn't need to go to that giant mountain. Setting up camp right here was also a good option. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it has water, prey, and everything else. So why should I go to that giant peak? I might as well stay here. All right, everyone's tired. Tomorrow, we'll go up to the top of the mountain again for a patrol. Today, each of our 3 teams will patrol for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the second team will take over. There must be no interruption. If anyone falls asleep in the middle, they must wake up the others. If anyone tries to cheat or slack off and I catch them, I'll throw them down the mountain. I spoke fiercely to the remaining 8 people. Don't worry, we will definitely do our duty. Brother Do, that doesn't exist. The 8 people quickly answered me in a panic. I nodded, arranged for a patrol team, and then led the remaining 5 people back to the stream. Yes, this is a stream, water flowing down from the high mountains. It must be formed by rainwater falling on the mountains over the years, and then being filtered through the soil. The stream flows down and forms a small waterfall. Everyone wore a smile, soaking their feet in the stream, while some even drank water directly from the upstream creek. A Yuan, come here. Lu Yao smiled and waved to me. I walked over. Let me wipe you down. You're so dirty, Lu Yao said gently. Okay, I nodded. By the way, has anyone sent anyone in to investigate the cave? I suddenly asked. Don't worry, Xiao Haizi has already gone into the cave, Lu Yao said with a smile. After a while, I saw little Blackie stagger out of the cave and stand upright in front of me. I quickly untied the baggage tied to it, and then it ran down to the stream to drink water, except it drank our foot-washing water. Comfortable humming could be heard from time to time in the crowd. This stream is so refreshing. You bastard, don't go upstream to wash your feet, okay? I'm drinking water. So, you want us to drink your foot bath water? Excuse me, everyone, I need to take off all my clothes and go take a shower. At that moment, I noticed that little girl Lu Xiyu had quietly run upstream. I saw her squatting in the water, taking advantage of the cover of night, doing something I couldn't tell. However, with my night vision function, I could clearly see that a stream of yellow water suddenly appeared in the originally clear stream. This little girl, why didn't you go into the bushes to relieve yourself? If anyone else had done this, I would have turned on them long ago. But this little girl is different. After all, she has never betrayed me, and she's so cute and pitiful. Don't let your guard down, everyone. I suspect that Lu Wu's gang is only a mile or 2 away from us. So after you've soaked your feet, sit on the edge and have some stones ready around you. We can give them a stone rain when the time comes. I said to everyone. The group of people immediately tensed up, and their laughter and chatter vanished in an instant. Don't be too afraid. This mountaintop is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Lu Wu and his men can't get up here. Besides, we also have firearms. I don't want to add any more mental stress to these people. They've already suffered enough. Everyone shrank to the edge, lying prone in the grass, with only one eye showing, to observe down the mountain. I, on the other hand, am lurking above the path. After waiting for about 2 or 3 hours, I was the first to hear footsteps. Actually, the pursuers should only be a few miles away from me, and if I'm not mistaken, it should take them 2 or 3 hours to get there. The main reason is that the traps I set along the way have terrified them, which is why they are moving as slowly as snails. I've already told everyone to keep quiet, even to shut up any farts. They carried out my orders perfectly. The entire hillside was completely silent except for the rustling of the wind through the grass. Finally, the first person came into my sight. But I was somewhat disappointed because, judging from his clothing, he was clearly an indigenous person, not one of those people from modern times. The native man walked along, observing the footprints on the ground, and slowly he arrived at the bottom of the waterfall. In the blink of an eye, he turned his gaze to where I was. You wouldn't believe it. This must be a master tracker among the natives. The native suddenly took a few steps back and quickly ran back. As he ran, he covered his mouth with both hands, mimicking a bird's call. Coo 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 coo. Without a doubt, although he hadn't spotted us, he had already guessed that we were likely lying in ambush halfway up the mountain. So he used bird calls to warn the people behind him to stop the pursuit, fearing they might fall into my trap again. Brother Do, it seems these barbarians are quite clever. They actually knew we were lying in ambush here. Lin Dong, who was lying next to me, said, Nonsense, they are local natives. They must know there is a mountain here suitable for human habitation. So it is only natural that they suspect we are lying in ambush here. I said coldly. I still can't get over Lin Dong's previous behavior, which was tantamount to betrayal. What if they surround us, but don't attack? Lin Xiaoyu asked from the side. Then let them keep surrounding it. With the size of this mountain and the lack of water and prey, I'm not afraid even if they surround it for 10 years, I said gently. My attitude towards Lin Dong and Lin Xiaoyu is completely different. Those who had betrayed me suddenly started darting around, as if they were plotting something else. Since that native went back, we've been waiting for 3 or 4 hours, but no one else has come. They have either already gone back, or they are lying in ambush far away from us. Lin Xiaoyu was so sleepy that she had fallen asleep on my shoulder an hour earlier. The rest of you can stay put and sleep. Just leave 2 or 3 people to keep watch. If any enemies come, wake the others up immediately. After I finished speaking, I slowly closed my eyes and rested my chin on Lin Xiaoyu's chubby little head. Chapter 180 The Lingering Ghost. I slept for at least 8 hours. When she opened her eyes, everyone else was asleep, and only Lu Yayao was keeping watch. I felt a pang of heartache, and quickly knelt down next to Lu Yayao. Didn't you sleep at all last night? I asked. I took a short nap in between, Lu Yayao said gently. Did anything happen last night? A few monkeys came from a distance, but they went back after being 100 or 200 meters away from us. I know that Lu Yayao was referring to that group of resentful monkeys. All right, you can go to sleep now. I'll take care of things here. After I finished speaking, I gently tapped Lu Yao's forehead. After doing all that, I patrolled the entire hillside and woke up all the patrolling men. When they saw it was me, they were all terrified. Because I told them yesterday that if anyone tries to cheat or shirk their duty, I'll throw them down the mountain. Brother Do, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Brother Do, we won't do it again next time, just this once. The patrolling animals up there looked at me with fear. Continue patrolling now, I said in a low voice. The 3 patrolmen quickly went off to patrol the surrounding area, while I had other things to do. This mountain is at least 50 meters high and is divided into steps. We are currently on the first step, and the second step is above us. I need to check where this stream originates. Are there any dangerous plants or animals on the mountain? After climbing the second set of steps, the trees and weeds here became much sparser and looked somewhat withered and yellow. However, I found 3 fruit trees here that look a bit like wild persimmons. I picked one and tasted it. It was slightly sweet, so it shouldn't be poisonous. When I stepped barefoot on the ground, the earth felt a little warm. Could it be because the sun was out? Without thinking much about it, I climbed up the 3rd step. The trees are even sparser here, and occasionally there are densely packed small holes near the cracks in the rocks, which I suspect are snake holes. After half an hour of effort, I finally reached the top of the mountain. To my utter surprise, there was a small pool of water at the top of the mountain. Moreover, steam was rising from the pool. Turns out this is a hot spring. I tested the water temperature, and it was around 30 degrees Celsius. It would be better if it were winter, then we could come here to soak in the hot springs, but it's summer now. No, hot springs are usually found in volcanic craters. Could this mountain be a volcano? My expression changed slightly, but I quickly regained my composure. Because most volcanoes in the world are extinct, and only a few are active. And even if it's an active volcano, our luck can't be this bad, right? It just so happens that the volcano is erupting right now. Overall, it's pretty good. I washed my face in the hot spring and scrubbed off the dirt on my body. Suddenly, it occurred to me that this is the source of the stream. Would it be too rude of me to take a bath here? It would be like making the people below drink my bathwater. So I walked down the mountain and picked some fruit on the second step. Everyone else was awakened by the sun and sought refuge in the shade. The trees on this first step are still lush and green, and there are many trees that can be used to provide shade. Even if the trees can't be used for shade, there's still a cave. Yao, share these fruits with everyone. I handed the fruit over to Lu Yao to distribute, since she was practically the boss's wife. Just then, I saw a head pop up about 100 meters down the mountain. When I looked at him, he immediately looked away. I gave a cold laugh, a faint purple light flashing in my eyes. I felt the space around me distort, and when I looked straight ahead, it turned 90 degrees. Two natives were seen hiding behind a rock, with bird bones piercing their nostrils and earrings in their earlobes. What caught my eye most was that they wore necklaces made of teeth around their necks and bracelets made of teeth on their wrists. The two natives spoke in some kind of gibberish, then quietly left. I narrowed my eyes and used a large amount of mental energy again, almost making me faint. After my line of sight turned a corner, it extended another 20 or 30 meters forward, directly into the jungle behind. In the jungle, at least 100 resentful monkeys were lurking. The moment I saw this group of resentful monkeys, I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my head and quickly looked away. I sat down on the ground with my hands covering my head. It seems that with my current mental strength, it is still too difficult for me to change my perspective a second time. But if I find a few more green fruits, I might be able to easily change my gaze a second time. Yuan, what's wrong? Lu Yao tossed the fruit aside and immediately came over to support me. Brother Du, are you alright? Lin Xiaoyu also came over and helped me up. It took me half a minute to recover. Then I rubbed my throbbing head and said with a pained expression, "It's okay. It's okay. Tell everyone not to relax, because there are at least 100 vengeful monkeys waiting for us in the jungle in the distance." Upon hearing my words, the person next to me changed their expression. They were terrified of this ferocious animal. Don't be too scared, there are only a little over 100 of them. We need to be on high ground, so they can't rush up. I quickly tried to calm the troops down. What I feared most was fear, because fear is contagious. I don't want these people to cower in fear and then be threatened by their subordinates. But we can't just keep defending, can we? They're always down there. They're always a threat to us. Lin Dong said hesitantly. Seeing this guy makes me angry. That's true. How about we sneak down here tonight and catch him off guard? I patted Lin Dong on the shoulder, which almost scared him to death. Just the two of us. Lin Dong asked in alarm. It's not about the quantity of soldiers, but their quality. 2 are enough, I said seriously. What weapons should we bring? Lin Dong continued to ask. What weapons do we need? The two of us are going to launch a sneak attack, not to wipe out the vengeful monkeys. The main thing is to ambush them every now and then. Otherwise, it would be too comfortable for them to surround us down the mountain. If we don't make things difficult for them, they can run rampant and act with impunity down there. After hearing what I said, Lin Dong finally understood. He shook his head and said, Then let's focus on dealing with those natives. Those vengeful monkeys seem to be commanded by the natives. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, catch the king first. Damn it. Do you even need to tell me that? I slapped him on the back of the head. Chapter 181 Going Down the Mountain to Poach. Soon it was afternoon. I arranged for a few people to go hunting, but although the first tier of the mountain was densely wooded, there were no large animals. They only caught a few wild rabbits. Compared to our group of dozens of people, these few wild rabbits are just a small treat. I sent a few more people hunting, but after searching the entire mountain, they didn't find any large animals to eat. So I started distributing the food. Those who are loyal to me, I will give them the best meat. As for those who betrayed me, I will give them their internal organs, bones, and even intestines. Brother Du, Eating rabbit intestines is disgusting, isn't it? Someone who had betrayed me walked over. Eat it or not, it's up to you. If you don't want it, give it to someone else, I said coldly. The traitor immediately shrank back. At this moment, the bald man said from the side, "No, we have to arrange for someone to go down the mountain to hunt. Otherwise, how can we get enough to drink just water?" I glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "All right then, this glorious task is entrusted to you." Brother do, but I don't know how to hunt, and there are so many monkeys down the mountain. What if they eat me?" The bald man was dumbfounded. At that moment, a wisp of smoke rose from a dense forest somewhere at the foot of the mountain, presumably from the group of natives eating. My stomach was growling with hunger. "Forget it. I'll sneak down from the back, and you guys wait for me at the back of the mountain. After I hunt the prey, you'll use a rope to pull it up." After I finished speaking, I quickly headed towards the back of the mountain. A group of starving people quickly followed behind me. When I arrived at the back of the mountain, I first surveyed the terrain at the foot of the mountain from a high vantage point, and also took advantage of the ability of my line of sight to curve. Sure enough, there was no ambush at the back of the mountain. "I'm going down first," I said to the person behind me. Lu Yao quickly gave me a hug. "Ah Yuan, you must be careful. I can't live without you," Lu Yao said affectionately. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. With my current strength, even if I encounter an ambush, I can escape unscathed." I gently stroked Lu Yao's head. Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Shiyu, who were standing nearby, also said, "Brother Du, come back if you can't catch any prey. We eat very little. Your safety is our top priority." I nodded and quietly slid down the mountain. This mountain is a steep slope of about 90 degrees, but its height of 20 meters is not difficult for me. The forest at the foot of the mountain is very dense. The first thing I did when I got down was to hide in a clump of grass and look around. Several grass snakes were hanging upside down on the branches. I casually pulled them down, snapped their necks, and threw them high up the mountain. After we finished doing all that, we began to venture deeper into the forest. I had only walked about 100 meters when I saw a fawn leisurely grazing. Judging by its weight, it probably weighed over 40 kilograms. I quickly crept over, ready to capture it alive. However, the fawn was very alert. I had only taken 5 or 6 steps toward it when it immediately ran away into the distance. Damn it! I quickly chased after him. At my current speed, that little deer simply couldn't outrun me in the jungle. Just as they were about to catch it, 5 or 6 dark figures suddenly pounced out from the side and pinned the fawn to the ground. Holy crap! I gasped and quickly hid behind a big tree. At first there were only a few dark figures, but gradually the number of dark figures increased to dozens. These dark shadows are the vengeful monkeys. The fawn was devoured, skin and all, in an instant. These vengeful monkeys, still not full after eating the deer, turned their green eyes to look around. 2 resentful monkeys even walked towards my hiding place. I was startled and quickly grabbed a branch of the big tree, climbing up the tree in a few strides. Once I got up on the big tree, I immediately blended in with its color, making me indistinguishable to the average person. But those 2 resentful monkeys stood under my tree, striking a pose like celestial dogs gazing at the moon. Their noses twitched incessantly, and they made squeak, squeak, squeak sounds from their mouths. I silently muttered to myself, "Get away from me, you bunch of beasts." However, the number of resentful monkeys under the tree is increasing. There were only 2 at first, but eventually there were about a dozen. If they are allowed to gather around the big tree, they will probably accumulate more and more in the end. I made a quick decision and jumped down from the tree, intending to escape back to the mountain first. However, I underestimated the responsiveness of these resentful monkeys. They pounced on me as soon as I jumped into the air, and one of the monkeys grabbed my thigh. The sharp claws dug right into my flesh. Moreover, their claws are barbed, and once they hook into the flesh, even if I kill them, it's not so easy to pull them out. Go to hell. I swung my claw and smashed its head open. But its corpse was still tangled on my thigh, which slowed me down considerably. At that moment, 4 more resentful monkeys pounced on me. I managed to swat away 3 of them with all my might. But the last one climbed onto my back, and its claws dug directly into my shoulders. The resentful monkey wouldn't give up. It opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, and lunged at my carotid artery. Ah! Left with no other choice, I had to fire back. Bang! The gunshots echoed far and wide through the dense forest. The other vengeful monkeys continued to charge at me, while I quickly ran up the mountain. I had only run a few dozen meters when two natives appeared in front of me. They had long rows of teeth hanging around their necks and looked at me with surprised eyes. So Galala. One of the natives said something in their native language, and the monkeys became even more frenzied, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. At the same time, 7 or 8 resentful monkeys pounced on me, completely fearless of death. Now I have one on my back and one hanging from my thigh, so I walk with a limp. Even though these beasts are dead, their corpses still stubbornly cling to me. In a fit of anger, I aimed my pistol at the two natives. Bang, 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 bang. I fired 5 shots, but the two natives just crossed their arms and looked completely unconcerned. Sure enough, when I fired, a group of resentful monkeys gathered in front of the two natives, blocking their way like loyal servants protecting their master. Click, click. The sound of a gun emptying came from the chamber. With a whoosh, I drew the military knife from my waist. The monkeys kept charging at me, and I kept waving my military knife. I don't know how long we fought, but the edges of my military knife were chipped from the hot blood, and I had at least 20 or 30 wounds on my body. Chapter 182: Cruel Backlash. I could tell that the two natives initially acted as if they were just standing by and watching, but when I killed 20 or 30 of the vengeful monkeys, their expressions changed, and they began to get anxious. This shows that these vengeful monkeys are very important to them, and are likely monsters that they have cultivated with great care and effort. At that moment, I threw down the military knife in my hand, grabbed the corpse of the vengeful monkey on my back, and pulled hard. With a hiss, I heard 2 pieces of skin ripped off my shoulder, but I also threw the vengeful monkey's corpse on the ground. Then, the corpse of the vengeful monkey that was clinging to my leg was also torn off by me, and it also tore off a large piece of my skin. Those 2 blows hurt so much that my body started to convulse. Without the corpses to hinder me, my speed increased significantly. You 2 barbarians die. I shouted and leaped 6 or 7 meters into the air, like an eagle hunting a rabbit, towards the 2 natives. So Galala. The 2 natives took a step back in fear. A large number of resentful monkeys also jumped 4 or 5 meters high, trying to block me. With a loud thud, I landed in front of the 2 natives and threw a punch at them. A vengeful monkey charged forward and took a punch for him. However, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I used all my strength in that punch. The monkey's corpse flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the native's chest. The native's ribs broke instantly, and he died on the spot. The other native then became terrified and quickly turned and ran away. As he ran, he kept issuing a series of commands. These resentful monkeys went berserk, and one of them even grabbed my leg. It opened its mouth and bit my thigh, then swung its chin and tore off a piece of flesh. I convulsed in pain, but I knew the principle of capturing the leader first, so I leaped into the air again and landed with a thud in front of the native. Die, you son of a bitch. I grabbed it. But then another resentful monkey shielded him from the attack. My claws went straight through the monkey's chest and landed on the native's chest. The native retreated 7 or 8 steps, revealing 5 bloody scratch marks on his chest. I slowly withdrew my hand, and in my palm appeared a necklace made of teeth. The native had already retreated 7 or 8 steps, but strangely, after seeing me grab his tooth necklace, he instantly went berserk. I saw him spread his arms wide and rush towards me desperately, uttering a series of short, hurried words in his local dialect, clearly extremely anxious. So Galalaso, Galalaso, Galala. His voice was very short and urgent, as if something worse than death had happened. I quickly took a few steps back, watching him warily, but I was more concerned about the vengeful monkeys around me. It seems that this tooth necklace is very important to this native. Why did he charge at me when I could kill him so easily? Soon, I knew the answer. The group of resentful monkeys were now standing still. Their heads turned to the side at the same time, their green eyes fixed on the native who had previously commanded them. The terror in this native's eyes was the most terrified look I've ever seen in my life. He began to tremble all over and retreated step by step. As he slowly retreated, The horde of resentful monkeys actually followed his steps and moved forward slowly as well. Sokalala. The native continued to issue commands, but the monkeys ignored them and instead moved closer to him step by step. Two of the largest, malevolent monkeys walked over at the same time and grabbed the native's shoulders from the left and right. Other swarming monkeys also rushed forward, some grabbing hands, some grabbing heads, some grabbing hair, and some grabbing skin. With a hiss, the native was skinned alive and stood there covered in blood. But these vengeful monkeys did not kill him. Instead, they stretched out their long tongues and licked the blood seeping from his skin. The once high and mighty native commander instantly became a toy in the hands of the vengeful monkey, like a lamb to the slaughter, standing obediently in place. After licking the native's blood, they began to slowly eat him. Start with the ears, fingers, and those less important organs, eating slowly, one bite at a time. It was as if these vengeful monkeys wanted to torture the native severely, rather than kill him immediately. I couldn't help but shiver, and instinctively dropped the tooth necklace on the ground. Only then did I realize that the teeth on these necklaces were exactly the same as the teeth in the mouth of the vengeful monkey. No need to think about it. The teeth on this necklace were pulled out of the mouth of the vengeful monkey. I quietly took a few steps back, and once I seized the opportunity, I ran away towards the back of the mountain in a flash. We soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. When a group of people saw me, they quickly lowered the rope. I grabbed the rope and started climbing up quickly. A Yuan, you're injured. Lu Yao rushed over and looked at my wounds and torn skin with heartache. It's too dangerous down the mountain. We should be more careful with what we eat in the future, including snakes, rats, ants, and insects. We can't let any of these things go uneaten. After I finished speaking, I walked to the stream and washed myself. Lu Yao then began to bandage my wounds. The faces of the others instantly turned pale. They know my strength. Even I was seriously injured and had to return. If they went down there, it would be like throwing meat buns to a dog, a one-way trip with no chance of survival. We can't keep eating this stuff, can we? We'll starve to death sooner or later. We have to think of another way, right? One of the young men couldn't help but say. I nodded and said, of course we can't go on like this. Let's call everyone over and discuss it together. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. We must come up with a feasible plan before we starve to death. Soon, everyone gathered at the cave entrance. Brother Du, the visibility is too high during the day. How about we launch a surprise attack tonight? Lin Dong said cautiously from the side. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Those vengeful monkeys don't just see with their eyes, they also smell with their noses. So, we have to find something that can hide our scent. After I finished speaking, a sudden inspiration struck me. I continued, we need to figure out what smells those resentful monkeys hate the most, and then we'll put that smell on ourselves. That way, they won't be interested in us anymore. But before that, we need to capture a vengeful monkey alive to study its anatomy, what smells it likes and dislikes. Chapter 183, Preparing to Capture the Vengeful Monkey Alive. As I said this, the bald middle-aged man quickly took the lead in clapping. Brother Du is indeed wise and brave. He thought of a solution right away. However, when Brother Du goes to catch the vengeful monkey, he should bandage his body properly. Otherwise, the blood flowing from the wounds will also attract the vengeful monkey. I felt uncomfortable after hearing what the bald man said. This traitor. Now you know how to praise my wisdom and prowess? My mind raced, and I instantly came up with a plan. I said, however, I can't capture the vengeful monkey by myself alone, so I have to form a capture team. Some people will provide cover, some will keep watch, and some will capture it. We will all work together. And you will become a member of the capture team. Finally, I pointed my finger at the bald middle-aged man. The bald middle-aged man quickly shook his head from side to side and moved his body 2 or 3 meters away. But my fingers continued to follow his body movements. Brother Du, I'm getting old and my legs aren't as nimble as they used to be. Why don't you find some young and strong people to go with you? Otherwise, I'll just be a burden to you. Lin Dong would be a good example. The balding middle-aged man quickly shifted the blame to Lin Dong. I glanced at Lin Dong sideways, neither nodding nor shaking my head, looking indifferent. Lin Dong was initially startled, but his confidence returned after I didn't nod. He pointed at the bald man's nose and cursed. You traitor. Brother Du did this to let you redeem yourself. But what did you do? You actually sent me. I don't think you've ever truly reformed. When it comes to witty banter, Lin Dong is clearly no match for this bald, cunning old man. The bald man cursed. Stop calling me a traitor all the time. We're not even sure who the traitor is yet. Back then, didn't you also raise your hands and surrender to Lu Wu? You don't know anything. That's just a stopgap measure. I've already discussed it with Brother Du. I'm going to go undercover. Didn't Brother Du just praise me as a top-notch undercover agent? What a load of bull. What a load of bull. You're obviously trying to have your cake and eat it too, so you can back out as you please. If Lu Wu wins, you might just surrender. If Lu Wu loses, you'll become the mole. You've got a good plan, don't you? Do you really think we're stupid? Lin Dong's face turned bright red. He simply couldn't win an argument with this bald, middle-aged man. You old bastard, how dare you slander me? I'll beat you to death. Lin Dong rushed over and punched him, instantly turning the bald man into a panda eye. Hey, you fucking dare to lay a hand on me? Baldy wasn't one to be trifled with either. He immediately used the monkey steals the peach move, and Lin Dong let out a scream. The two men, like street thugs, began punching each other on the mountainside. The others glanced at my expression, but no one tried to break up the fight. Lu Yao stepped forward, but I stopped her. Time passed slowly, and soon an hour had gone by. I looked up at the sky. It was almost dark, time to put my arrest plan into action. Just a couple more punches, and it'll be fine. It's getting dark. We need to confirm the list of arrest team members. After saying that, I quickly looked behind me, my gaze falling entirely on those young men. Although that bald man was a terrible person, what he said was true. If I bring a bunch of old folks with frail arms and legs with me into the jungle to capture the monkey, I'm afraid they'll lose their lives before we even catch it. It's not just that they themselves lost their lives, but they also dragged the entire arrest team down with them. You, and you too. I randomly picked 5 people. These 5 people aren't all young men. After all, after so many setbacks, the team has very few young people left. Even Ma Dong, who wets his pants all the time, is considered a main laborer. The person whose name I called instantly turned pale. But can they disobey my orders? Now, the 5 of you eat something first, then go back to the cave to sleep. At dawn, I will lead you out. We'll go all out and catch a vengeful monkey to study properly. After hearing my words, the 5 of them turned pale and went to eat by the stream. After eating, they obediently went back to the cave to sleep. At this moment, I looked at Lin Dong and his companion, whose faces were bruised and swollen. They had just had a fight and had used up a lot of their energy, so they were secretly pleased. Maybe after I get into a fight, I'll stop them from joining the arrest team. I could tell what they were thinking just by looking at their smug eyes. When dealing with the wraiths, we might need a little bit of blood. Blood can attract a large number of wraiths, and we can take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. After I finished speaking, the others instinctively took a step back. I looked at Lu Yao and asked, when you killed the rabbits, did you keep any of their blood? Lu Yao shook her head. All right then, Lin Dong, and you too. You're both covered in blood anyway, so that's perfect. Don't sleep around midnight. Squeeze out as much blood as possible to use as bait for us, I said to the 2 of them. The 2 men looked at each other, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. After doing all that, I ate something and then went back to the cave to sleep. I don't know how much time had passed before Lu Yao woke me up. What, is it past midnight? I asked. Lu Yao nodded and placed the pistol bullets next to me. I woke up the remaining 4 people. Lin Dong and the bald man were still fast asleep. I rushed over and kicked them both, and they quickly woke up. Upon seeing that it was me, they immediately turned pale, picked up their military knives, and began to bleed themselves. But I was still a little worried, so I walked to the edge of the mountain and looked down into the forest at the foot of the mountain. How are you? Anything unusual? Lu Yao asked worriedly as she stood beside me. I'll go up to a higher place to take a look. After I finished speaking, I climbed up to the second step. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. However, after reaching the second set of steps, I felt that the soil here was actually a bit hot. But I didn't think much of it, and continued looking down the mountain. There seemed to be no danger in the dense forest. I even saw a fire burning about 4 or 5 miles away. Without a doubt, it must be Lu Wu and the natives resting there. After descending the mountain, I took 2 pistols and 10 bullets. Brother Du, my blood is ready. Lin Dong, his face pale, handed me a bag. Mine is ready too, and I've shed more blood than him. The weak, bald man glanced smugly at Lin Dong. The 4 arresting officers inside the cave were also fully armed and ready to follow me. No need. I still plan to go alone this time, because I've found their campsite. I said it casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong and the bald man became furious. They said, Brother Du, my blood? Yeah, we've shed so much blood, and now we're not even using it. This is such a waste. Hearing their words, I raised an eyebrow and scolded. Plans can't keep up with changes. If you think it's a waste, then drink it back. After I finished speaking, I ignored them and went to the edge of the mountain. Chapter 184 Lu Wu's Conversation. Yao, those natives are probably roasting meat by the fire. I'm thinking of trying to steal some. So you need to send someone to watch me from the edge. If any monkeys chase me when I come back, you guys should cover for me. Don't worry, Yuan. I know that without you telling me, Lu Yao said. I nodded, and then carefully reviewed the whole plan in my mind to see if there were any loopholes. I'm leaving. After saying that, I jumped off the mountain. The jungle at night appeared particularly eerie. Fortunately, I have night vision, so walking through the jungle at night is no problem for me at all. The woods at the foot of the mountain are teeming with monstrous monkeys, but they are spaced far apart and live in small groups of 3 or 5. I try not to get within 10 meters of them so that they can smell my scent. Every 10 meters or so, I would climb a tree to observe the surrounding terrain. By this time, I had already traveled 3 miles from the foot of the mountain. I only need to walk another 2 miles to reach the campfire. I climbed up another big tree. The moment I climbed the tree, my expression froze. I saw a resentful monkey about to climb down from the tree, and we ended up staring at each other. Die. My nerve reaction speed is twice that of its. I struck with lightning speed and snapped its neck. After doing all that, I carefully laid its body flat on the tree branch and covered it with leaves. As soon as I finished doing this, 2 squeak sounds came from under the tree. Several grieving monkeys were looking up at the tree in the darkness, but their squeaks were not urgent, so they were probably not alarming, but rather calling for their companions. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Will the monkey under the tree, seeing that its companion doesn't come down, come up? Squeak. It was the cry of the grieving monkey again, but the sound was a little more urgent. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sounds grew more urgent, and one of the grieving monkeys even prepared to climb a tree. All I could do was pinch myself in the throat and call out to the tree below, squeak. To my surprise, the resentful monkeys under the tree actually left. I secretly felt lucky. I tried to keep my voice as calm as possible, and I managed to get away with it. I'm such a genius. After observing the surrounding terrain, I walked a little further ahead. About 30 or 40 meters away from me, several figures were sitting around a fire. But between me and them were more than 40 resentful monkeys. Among those people, 5 were indigenous people. The other 2, one of whom was Lu Wu. At this moment, his right hand had actually recovered, and he was saying something. The person standing right next to him was a refined middle-aged man named Xiao Hu. Hey Lao Xiao, you need to get them to send out the vengeful monkey. Otherwise, are we just going to stay here indefinitely? Lu Wu said with dissatisfaction. I could only vaguely hear the sounds, and that was with my hearing being exceptionally good. Ordinary people would never be able to hear sounds from that far away. These local priests cherish the vengeful monkey so much, they're unwilling to pay a heavy price. Xiao Hu said in a muffled voice, his face looking rather unpleasant. Then you have to think of something. Both of your younger brothers died at the hands of that bastard Du Yuan. If you don't avenge them, you're not worthy of being a brother. Lu Wu continued to persuade him. You have the nerve to say that? Killing Du Yuan was necessary, but if it weren't for you, you bastard, how would my 2 brothers have died? Xiao Hu seemed to have lost his temper. You can't blame me. I told you long ago that Du Yuan was not someone to mess with, but it was your 2 younger brothers who insisted on going after him. But it's no use talking about this now. The key is to take revenge. It's a pity that the high priest of these natives is unwilling to step forward. If the high priest were to step forward, the number of vengeful monkeys could completely fill that mountain. These junior priests are too weak. Not only are the number of vengeful monkeys they can command limited, but they are also easily attacked by the vengeful monkeys. Lu Wu skillfully changed the subject. That's true. The junior priests are indeed a bit of a liability. Each of them can control a maximum of 60 vengeful monkeys, and some can only control 10. If too many vengeful monkeys die, they will suffer a backlash, Xiaohu said. Hearing this from the shadows, I was secretly delighted. No wonder the priests didn't want the vengeful monkeys to launch a direct attack. If too many vengeful monkeys died, the others would turn on their masters. If their tooth necklaces are removed, the vengeful monkeys will also turn on their owners. Since that's the case, my mind suddenly started racing. The 5 indigenous people were chatting amongst themselves, but I could tell from their tone that there was hatred in their voices. They must be blaming me for killing all 4 of their priests. Now I understand that these people with tooth necklaces around their necks are the priests among the indigenous people. No wonder he's so powerful. He can even tame such a terrifying creature as the monstrous monkey. I try to broaden my perspective. Behind the fire were the carcasses of 2 deer, whose meat weighed about 200 pounds in total. If I can steal the venison, it can at least keep the people on the mountain going for 3 or 4 days. As for killing Lu Wu now, that's probably not appropriate. Even if I could kill him, I would be surrounded by the army of vengeful monkeys, and I would be badly injured even if I didn't die. If the people on the mountain didn't have me, they would slowly starve to death. Especially those who betrayed me. They might turn the tables and torment my loved ones. With that thought in mind, I slowly began to wriggle, trying to avoid every single vengeful monkey. These monkeys have a very keen sense of smell. They start making a racket when I get close to them. My heart was in my throat the whole time, afraid of disturbing those beasts. Finally, I got close to the fire. After the 5 natives finished talking, they gave a series of commands, and a group of resentful monkeys came over and carried them to a secluded spot to rest, like emperors. Only Lu Wu and Qiu who remained by the fire. All right, brother Qiu, you must persuade them to take action no matter what. Otherwise I'm afraid things might change if this goes on for too long. After Lu Wu finished speaking, he stood up, yawned, and left. Only Qiu Hu remained beside the campfire. He glanced at the high mountain where Lu Yiyao was, then turned his hateful gaze toward the campfire. Do you on, is it? I will tear you to pieces to appease my brother's spirit in heaven. Hearing Qiu Hu's words, I felt a nameless anger rise within me. Damn it. You guys were the ones who targeted me first, but you were outmatched and died at my hands. And now you hate me? But then I thought better of it. The thinking of these beasts cannot be judged by common sense. All I want now is for him to go to sleep, so I can steal the venison. Another half-hour passed. Just when I was about to rush over and kill him, Qiu Hu finally went up to the tree to sleep. I waited another half-hour until he fell asleep before tiptoeing out and carrying the venison on my shoulder. The monkey made a loud noise. I'm not sure if they've spotted me. Soon, I disappeared into the jungle. A rustling sound came from all around. I tried my best to avoid the monstrous monkeys, even at the cost of being bitten on the shoulder by a venomous snake, and I didn't dare to get close to them. After another hour or so, I was only half a kilometer away from the foot of the mountain. 200 meters is just a blink of an eye for me. I was just about to accelerate at full speed when my expression suddenly changed. Chapter 185: The Retreat of the Vengeful Monkey. In front of me stood a dark figure. He had very broad shoulders, but a very narrow waist, like a Western gentleman in a tuxedo, and was about 1.8 meters tall. Who? I asked in a deep voice. However, that thing remained motionless and silent. I touched the pistol on my waist, but ultimately gave up and picked up a stone instead. Call. The stone struck its body accurately. However, with my current strength, I only managed to make its body sway slightly before it remained standing in place. Grass. Without saying a word, I raised my hand and fired a shot. Bang! The dark figure suddenly opened its arms. Hiss! I gasped. When it spreads its arms, a pair of wings appear behind its arms. With a flap of its wings, it flew into the dense jungle with a whoosh. The jungle is full of branches and vines, but it can skillfully avoid various obstacles and fly quickly into the distance. Just as the monster left, I heard the squeaking of the vengeful monkeys behind me. Clearly, they have spotted me. I felt a sharp pain in my back. A poison needle had pierced me, but I gritted my teeth and carried the venison up the mountain. Yao! Hurry, lower the rope down now, I shouted to the mountainside. Lu Yao was already waiting on the mountainside, with a rope hanging down like a long snake. I quickly tied the venison to the rope, and then I felt another sharp pain in my back as 2 poison needles pierced me at the same time. Aya, you damn monkey. After I tied up the venison, a vengeful monkey pounced on me. Enraged, I smashed its body to pieces with a single punch. But more resentful monkeys pounced on me. The rope was pulling the venison upward slowly. I felt the time was almost up, so I quickly ran towards the path. A dozen or so resentful monkeys were chasing after me. One of the largest monkeys suddenly leaped 6 or 7 meters high with a burst of power from its hind legs and landed directly on the venison. With one monkey taking the lead, the others joined in the effort. Those with good jumping ability grabbed the venison, while those with poor jumping ability grabbed the legs of other monkeys. More and more vengeful monkeys were attached to the venison, and the people on the mountain began to scream. Ouch, I can't pull it anymore. Hey, you guys in the back, come help pull this up. Damn it, throw something at them. Bang, bang, bang. I heard several gunshots from the mountainside, and I cursed under my breath. Don't waste bullets, don't waste bullets, I shouted. Sure enough, Lin Dong's voice came from the mountain. He said yes. Even if we kill them, their bodies will just get hooked on the venison and won't do any good. Everyone, pull them up as hard as you can. Oh no, the rope is about to break. What do we do? Upon hearing this sound, I stopped running away. Looking back, I saw that the resentful monkeys had stopped chasing me and had all laid down on the venison. Using their bodies, they formed a chain and were tug-of-war with the people on the mountain around the venison. Damn it! With a long face, I turned around helplessly. Die, you son of a bitch. I raised my hand and fired 5 or 6 shots. 5 or 6 vengeful monkey carcasses were hanging on the venison, and they still wouldn't let go. It seems that bullets have no effect on them. I had no choice but to draw my military knife and charge towards the horde of resentful monkeys. Puff, puff, puff. With 3 consecutive cuts, the chains formed by the bodies of the vengeful monkeys finally broke, but 3 or 4 more vengeful monkeys remained clinging to the venison. A local language came from the jungle. Sogalala. The monkeys became even more frenzied. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only about 20. My sword swept left and right, and 2 more resentful monkeys were killed. Quick, let's throw stones at the monkey and help brother do out. It's Lu Xiu's voice. Soon, various stones were thrown down from the mountain, some of which weighed tens of kilograms. The monkeys squealed and cried as they were hit, but they continued to attack me fearlessly. I felt a sharp pain in my back. A rock weighing over 20 pounds had hit me. Damn it, you guys better aim. I roared at the people on the mountain. The vengeful monkey left several more wounds on my body. I was injured during the day, and now the injury has been compounded. I won't be able to hold on much longer. At that moment, I felt a heat in my arm. The golden dragon arm was starting to work, and a surge of potential rose from within me. In just 1 second, I was back to my peak condition. Die. I gripped the military knife and spun it 360 degrees. The heads of the 5 resentful monkeys fell to the ground at the same time. But the other resentful monkeys still charged at me, completely oblivious to the meaning of death. Holy crap, no way. Even if I have unlimited potential now, if these resentful monkeys charge at me without regard for casualties, I will surely die. Just then, the urgent voices of the natives suddenly came from the jungle. Sogakaka. I know this should be a signal to retreat. I remember Lu Wu saying that if too many resentful monkeys die, they will turn on their masters. With that in mind, I quickly stepped forward and stopped the 2 resentful monkeys that were trying to retreat. Puff, puff. The powerful force cleaved them in 2. Ah! From the woods came the natives' terrified screams and the sound of his hurried footsteps. I saw that the entire group of vengeful monkeys rushed into the woods, including the ones hanging on the venison. Oh, Soga Soga. Then came the screams of the natives. He was attacked by the backlash. I breathed a long sigh of relief. These indigenous people actually played with such terrifying things. It was inevitable that they would suffer a backlash. As the saying goes, no one escapes the wrath of heaven. After doing all that, I plopped down on the ground, too exhausted to even walk. The venison was successfully hoisted up, but the rope drooped down again. A yuan, tie the rope around your body. It was Lu Yao's voice. I quickly did as instructed. Then, I was also hoisted up. Brother Du. When Lu Xiu saw the hideous wounds on my body, she burst into tears. Lin Xiaoyu was also crying beside her. Lu Yao remained calm. Although she felt sorry for me, she knew to have someone carry me to the stream to clean my wounds and then bandage them. While they were cleaning my wounds, the aftereffects of the golden dragon arm flared up, and I fainted. At that moment, I was unaware that hundreds of meters above my head, a giant bat was hovering on either side, with a string of saliva flowing from its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the same old mummy I had found in the cave. At the foot of the mountain, the priest who had suffered the backlash was reduced to nothing but his vital organs. The skin was peeled off, and the flesh on the arms, thighs, and buttocks was eaten, but the internal organs were left intact. Its eye blinked painfully a few times, yet it was still alive. But the monkeys ignored him and ran off in a certain direction. Lu Wu and the others had already woken up when they heard the gunshots. They gathered around the fire, looked at the missing venison, then at the footprints on the ground, and their expressions changed drastically. Let's go, Lu Wu stammered. Leave? Where to? If we leave, who will avenge my brother? Xiaohu refused. No. If he could easily infiltrate our surroundings, he could easily kill us. We might have just been on the verge of death. After Lu Wu finished speaking, he guiltily touched his neck. Upon hearing this, Xiaohu's expression changed. As Lu Wu said, if I can steal their venison, I can also steal their heads. Then let's retreat now and go back to invite the high priest over. After Xiaohu finished speaking, he communicated with several natives in their local language. Half an hour later, Lu Wu and his group retreated into the distance. Chapter 186 Undercurrents Beneath the Calm. At that moment, I dreamt that I was running with Lu Yao on a grassy field. After running until I was tired, Lu Yao pressed me to the ground and then gently unbuttoned my clothes. Then, I felt her lips roam over my body, and soon it was time for the crucial moment. I slowly opened my eyes and saw Ma Dong lying on my lap, seemingly sucking on something. I was startled and kicked him. Ouch! Ma Dong rolled around on the spot. What are you doing? I quickly put my pants on. No, Brother Du, you have too many wounds. I have to disinfect them with my saliva to prevent infection. Now there's only that little bit left in the middle of your thigh. Please, let me suck it out for you. After Ma Dong finished speaking, he crawled towards me again. Roll. After chasing Ma Dong away, I looked at the saliva stains on my thigh and felt disgusted. So I also came out of the cave, intending to wash myself in the stream. Brother Du is awake. Lin Dong quickly asked. Good afternoon, Brother Du. Baldy chimed in, not wanting to be left behind. When the others saw me, they all greeted me with smiles, looking very happy. A little confused, I asked, where are Yi Yao and the others? Oh, my sister-in-law is grilling meat for everyone. A young man said this, and addressed Lu Yao as sister-in-law. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once I was fully outside the cave, I saw Lu Yao grilling meat by the stream. The venison I brought back was being cut into strips and roasted over a fire. Upon seeing me come out, Lu Yao quickly handed over the grilling work to the others and walked briskly to me, still holding a skewer of grilled meat in her hand. You're awake. Lu Yao's face was full of smiles, and she was smiling very happily. Yeah, why are you so happy? There's still a bunch of resentful monkeys down the mountain, I said. Don't worry, the vengeful monkeys have all retreated. Lin Dong even went down the mountain and hunted a sheep just now, Lu Yao said. Oh, when I opened my eyes, I was overjoyed. Once the vengeful monkey leaves, everything will be fine, and hunting down the mountain won't be a problem anymore. But immediately, my expression changed. Although the vengeful monkey has temporarily left, we must be prepared for the worst. Let's gather our people now and hunt more to make cured meat or jerky, so that we can be prepared for any eventuality. After I finished speaking, Lu Yao seemed to have thought of something and quickly went to gather people. Ha! Lin Dong suddenly jumped out from behind me, which startled me. Brother Du is indeed a leader. He can think so far ahead. Brother Du, thank you, and thank God for giving us such a good leader. Lindong's flattery was so obvious that it made me incredibly embarrassed. Yes, yes, Brother Du is really wise and courageous. He always goes down the mountain to hunt alone, not wanting us to risk our lives. Lin Xiaoyu also spoke solemnly. At this moment, Lu Xiu also said, every time, it is Brother Du who goes down the mountain to hunt alone. Even those traitors, Brother Du is not willing to let them go down as cannon fodder. Don't you all understand now? Brother Du is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than Lu Wu. The others nodded in agreement, while those who had betrayed me lowered their heads in shame. All right, why talk about that now? Let's hunt and stock up on food first. Maybe we'll settle here permanently. I quickly interrupted the group's flattery session. The group was quickly assembled, and I led the way down the mountain. Sure enough, there wasn't a single resentful monkey at the foot of the mountain. I led them to successfully hunt 5 deer, 10 sheep, and some grouse. That night, a big fire was lit on the mountain, and everyone gathered around the fire, eating meat and drinking water heartily. It's a pity there's no wine, a middle-aged man said. It's all right. We'll just use the old method to brew the wine. Now that we're here, we should make the most of this place, Lin Xiaoyu said. Just then, a voice came from the edge of the mountain. Brother Du, there's someone who looks like they're coming towards us. I was startled, and then I was furious. We finally settled down, and now someone else is coming? Is it Lu Wu again? I asked. No, you'll see when you come over. So I came to the edge and looked down the mountain. We saw a dark figure walking towards our location step by step. My brows were furrowed tightly because the figure was clearly a woman's, and she was completely naked, without wearing any clothes. Could it be that they are also people who have been stranded on a deserted island? The night watchman asked. No matter what, let's wait until she gets closer before we talk about it. I had barely finished speaking when I saw her face clearly. She was none other than Su Yin, the girl that the deadbeat Li Chong liked, and the mole that Chris had planted in Hope Valley. It's her. I began to ponder. I really don't want to save this woman. At this moment, Lu Yao also came to my side. It's Su Yin. Lu Yao also frowned slightly. Lin Dong recognized Su Yin as well, and he immediately trembled. So, it was this traitor. Brother Du. What I meant was to bring her up the mountain to help us start fires and cook, and do things like cleaning. But I don't want to cause any more trouble. I need stability now. No, let her go, I said to Lin Dong. Lin Dong glanced at Su Yan's figure in the distance and couldn't help but swallow hard. Su Yan, is that you? You're not welcome here. You should leave, Lin Dong shouted. Su Yan immediately stopped in her tracks. In my view, Su Yan's face was pale and her eyes were vacant, as if she had suffered some severe mental blow. She was squatting on the ground, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, as if she were sobbing. Lu Yao was a woman after all, and she softened, saying, let her come up. Maybe she was just confused for a moment. Let's give her a chance, okay? If it were anyone else pleading for her, they wouldn't stand a chance, but Lu Yao is different. Lu Xiu also tugged at my sleeve and said, Brother Du, she's so pitiful. She's all alone out there. Let's help her this once. At worst, we can have her work for us. She might have been misled by Chris. We should give her a chance, Lin Xiaoyu said. These 3 women held considerable weight in my heart, and since they all pleaded for my life, I had no choice but to agree. Then let her up, but we must keep a close eye on her and not let her disrupt our peace. After I finished speaking, I returned to the campfire. A short while later, Su Yin was brought over by Lin Xiaoyu. She was wearing one of Lin Xiaoyu's clothes, which at least covered her private parts. She suddenly knelt down in front of me with a plop. Brother Du, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so foolish. Thank you for giving me this chance, Su Yin said, crying. I turned my head to the side and said calmly, if you want to thank someone, thank Yi Yao and the others. If they hadn't pleaded for you, do you think I would have let you up here? So Su Yin quickly kowtowed to Lu Yao and the other 2 women. At this moment, Lin Dong also jumped out and said, actually, I also helped you save the day just now. At this point, Lin Dong blushed. Thank you, Brother Lin Dong. I'll remember you, Su Yin said gratefully. I quickly waved my hand. Take her back to the cave and settle her in. We're having such a good time tonight. Let's not say anything that might spoil the mood. Then, the singing and dancing continued on the mountain as usual. Chapter 187 The Bat King. After that, I called over several important people. Two of the young men were highly regarded by me. They were not talkative, but they remained loyal supporters of me. Qinwei, Zhang Qian, you have always been loyal to me. Even when Lu Wu tried to tempt me with water, you did not betray me. I am very grateful to you. I spoke sincerely for the first time. Both of them are the kind of steady and honest people who don't talk much. Of course. Yes. The two of them gave me a brief response, unlike Lin Dong, who only knew how to flatter me. So from now on, Qin Wei will be in charge of guarding this camp during the day, and Zhang Qian will be in charge of night watch. I will assign 4 people to each of you. Since there are too few young people, there may be middle-aged people and women mixed in. The two of them nodded quickly after hearing what I said. We'll listen to Brother Du. I then assigned manpower to the two of them. By the way, everyone, please give your opinions. If we want to settle down here long-term, what other things should we stock up on besides food? I asked everyone. Yuan, we're running low on bullets. We can't even withstand a single gunfight. Lu Yao said with a worried expression. My mood instantly soured. Bullets are essential for survival. Without bullets, everyone in the camp except for me and Lu Yao is a complete weakling. By the way, let's make some repeating crossbows. Remember last time, didn't Lu Wu's 3 lackeys make some? I said. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Brother Du is right. Bullets are consumables. If we can manufacture a repeating crossbow, then we can use them indefinitely. I can build repeating crossbows. I used to be a structural engineer, so I'm an expert in that area. The one who spoke was actually the bald man. I was right not to kill him. All right, I'll leave the repeating crossbow to you. If you need any help, just ask your captain, Qin Wei. I said. That's right. I've already assigned Baldy to Qin Wei's command. The bald man's face drooped, and he looked somewhat unhappy. By the way, we still need to continue producing alcohol. Tomorrow, we'll take 10 people down the mountain to pick fruit, then come back to make fruit wine, and then steam the alcohol. After I finished speaking, I looked at Lu Yao. Yao, is there anything else you want to say? I asked. The others quickly chimed in. Yes, sister-in-law, you're now the second in command of our entire camp. You need to come up with some ideas too. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. The group quickly called Lu Yao sister-in-law. Lu Yao's face flushed red with embarrassment, but she was secretly delighted. Is this what it feels like to be the boss's woman? It's pretty good. My suggestion is, let's make the foothills of the surrounding mountains even steeper and pile more stones along the edges of the mountains, so that if anyone tries to launch a strong attack, we'll have the strength to fight back. Lu Yao said hesitantly. Yes, sister-in-law is right. Sister-in-law is amazing. No wonder she's Brother Du's woman. A group of people kept flattering me, but it made me feel a little disgusted. Enough. Flattery won't work. Learn from Qin Wei and Zhang Qian, do more practical work, and the masses will see clearly. After I finished speaking, the others quickly shut their mouths in embarrassment. At this moment, Su Yin suddenly walked out of the cave. Brother Du, I really did wrong you before, because someone threatened me. My parents, my sister, and several brothers are all in Chris's camp. If I don't help Chris, he'll kill my whole family. Su Yin cried. I raised an eyebrow and asked, and then? Then, I have an older brother, and his colleague is still alive, not far away. Is that all right? Can't. I refused outright, feeling like I'd been played. Su Yin risked her life to come to my camp. It turned out it was for her brother. Her brother and colleagues actually sent a woman to lead the charge, which was clearly not the behavior of men. Bringing in such people is useless. They'll likely run away faster than anyone else in a crisis. Su Yan's face immediately fell, and she staggered back to the cave. The atmosphere was a little tense, and the way other people looked at me seemed to have changed, which made me a little uncomfortable. Don't look at me like that. My camp has just settled down. I'm exhausted. I want peace. I want to rest. After I finished speaking, I lifted up my clothes. My body is covered with all sorts of wounds, big and small, all inflicted by the vengeful monkey last night. The gunshot wound under his ribs was the most gruesome. Although my body has the ability to heal itself, the sheer number of wounds has significantly reduced this ability. Everyone else fell silent. Lu Yao covered her mouth and leaned on my shoulder. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, Brother Du has done so much for us. Please remember, there are no heroes who fall from the sky, only ordinary people who step forward. Everyone lowered their heads in shame, especially those who had betrayed me in the past. All right, I don't want to get this sentimental. Everyone, go about your business, eat meat, drink water. I put the clothes down. That night, I went to the mountaintop again to scout the area. At the center of the pool on the mountaintop, a series of bubbles suddenly appeared. I tested the water temperature with my hand, and it was surprisingly over 50 degrees Celsius. Since it was cold at night anyway, I simply slept by the pond. In the middle of the night, I had another dream. I dreamt that someone was biting my thigh, and the person biting my thigh seemed to be Ma Dong. I instinctively kicked out, but suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. Startled, I quickly opened my eyes. A large black shadow suddenly rose into the air and flew into the dark night sky. Holy crap, what the hell is that? I quickly looked up at the sky. Hiss! I gasped. I've never seen such a big bat before. It's almost as big as a person. Moreover, its design seems somewhat familiar. My expression changed slightly as I thought of the figure I had encountered in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Could it be Wei Xiao? This sent a chill down my spine, and I quickly headed down the mountain. I feel unwell all over, possibly due to excessive blood loss. Back in the cave, a group of people were lying haphazardly on the ground. Lu Yao slept at the very back of the cave, along with Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Shiyu. I felt relieved and looked outside again. Zhang Qian was leading one person around the mountainside, while 3 other people were lying in ambush above the path. But I'm still a little worried. That bat is so huge, if it were to come and suck someone's blood, the consequences would be unimaginable. Given its size, it could probably suck you into a mummy in one bite. I returned to the cave, lay down next to Lu Yao, and fell asleep. I slept until noon the next day, but I still felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. As I stepped out of the cave, I glanced at the expressions on the other people's faces. They didn't look too good either. I took a deep breath and immediately started coughing violently, because I feel like there's an invisible layer of dust in the air, and every time I breathe in, my lungs feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 188, They Still Dare to Send in an Inside Spy? Just then, I suddenly heard Zhang Qian calling me. Brother Du, come and take a look. There seems to be someone ahead. I quickly moved to the edge. Sure enough, 2 people walked towards us from the foot of the mountain. They staggered, their faces were pale, and they looked exhausted. Are they Su Yan's brothers? Zhang Qian asked. I nodded slightly, confirming it was true, because one of them looked somewhat similar to Su Yan. Should we let them up? Zhang Qian continued to ask me. I hesitated for a moment, then shook my head. So Zhang Qian stood at the edge of the mountain and shouted into the distance. The 2 below, stop immediately and go back the way you came, or I'll shoot. The 2 men at the foot of the mountain indeed stopped in their tracks. But after pausing for only a few seconds, they resolutely continued walking towards the mountainside. Damn it, didn't you hear me? Stop right now. Zhang Qian emphasized his tone. However, the 2 people continued walking towards the mountainside. Zhang Qian was furious. He picked up a small stone and then looked at my face. I nodded sharply. A small stone traced a perfect parabola and landed precisely on one of the guy's shoulders. The guy immediately knelt on the ground, looking like he couldn't move. Just then, I heard footsteps behind me. Su Yan ran up to me in a few steps and knelt down with a thud. Brother Du, I beg you, those are my own brothers. They haven't eaten for days, they'll die if we don't save them. Su Yan broke down in tears as she spoke. I raised an eyebrow, ready to refuse, but at that moment, everyone else started looking at me strangely. In short, it gave me an uncomfortable feeling. I was startled, and only then did I realize my identity. I was no longer an ordinary person, but their leader. If I am so ruthless in everything I do, then if they make a mistake in the future, they will know that I will not forgive them. And wouldn't they do something extreme? All right, take them up the mountain, but keep a close watch on them. If they do anything wrong, I will kill them myself. After I finished speaking, I looked at the other people's gazes. Really, their gazes returned to normal, without the strange, unsettling feeling they had just experienced. Su Yan was overjoyed and quickly knelt down in front of me and kowtowed 3 times. Then she went down the mountain via a side path and ran towards her brother. A short while later, she returned with 2 men. What are your names? I asked. My name is Su Xiaobing, and I am Su Yan's brother. This is my colleague, Chu He. This young soldier looks refined and polite, but he speaks neither servile nor arrogant, and he was surprisingly uninhibited in front of me. On the contrary, Chu He seemed a bit timid and hesitant. Take them down to eat, then let them rest well. In the evening, they can come out to work and carry the stones from the foot of the mountain up to strengthen the defenses. I decisively issued the order. But Su Xiaobing shook his head and said, You must be Brother Du? I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we can't keep thinking about living a life of ease here. Chris has already built a big ship, and it will be completed soon. Shouldn't we try to steal his ship so we can leave this damned place? I stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. Are you teaching me how to do things? I stared into his eyes. Brother Du, I wouldn't dare again. Finally, fear appeared in Su Xiaobing's eyes. I then threw him hard onto the ground. By the way, Chris and his team built a big ship? Is the news reliable? I continued to ask. The information is reliable, but they still have some important parts that need to be made with iron, but they have no iron left. Su Xiaobing coughed a few times and got up from the ground. Everyone else gathered around, looking at me expectantly. I could tell from their eyes that they all really wanted to leave this place by boat. Forget about that big ship. I can tell you clearly that I'm not confident I can handle Chris. Besides, they have rifles. If we go there, it'll be like throwing meat buns to a dog we'll never come back. I was just saying this when something suddenly occurred to me. I looked into Su Xiaobing's eyes and asked, Wasn't Chris burned in the fire? Is he all right? Brother Du, Chris was indeed burned in the fire and is on the verge of death. Now is the best opportunity for us to launch a surprise attack. I raised an eyebrow after hearing what Su Xiaobing said. To judge whether someone is telling the truth or not, look them directly in the eyes. If he looks directly at you when he speaks, it proves that he is speaking from the heart. But just now, Su Xiaobing blinked twice in a row, and his eyes flickered. Therefore, it is clear that he was being sarcastic, and Chris really does have self-healing abilities. I glanced at Chu He and Su Yan beside me. Especially Su Yan, who was so stubborn that she turned out to be an informant again. She was truly willing to risk everything, even to the point of pulling the emperor off his horse. However, I don't need to expose their conspiracy for the time being. Chris wants to mess with me? Let him try. No matter what tricks he uses, I can turn the tables on him. For example, the burning of Hope Valley last time was actually the work of those traitors. Moreover, in my estimation, even if Chris still has some men left, there probably aren't many. I witnessed the burning of Hope Valley with my own eyes. They were almost completely wiped out. Not everyone has the same regenerative abilities as Chris. As soon as Su Xiaobing arrived at my camp, he tried to persuade me to rob that big ship. It was obvious that Chris was right next to that ship, setting a series of traps for me. I need to figure out a way to make good use of my information asymmetry. Great, the information you provided is very useful. Make him a good meal, and then take him to get some rest. I sent Su Xiaobing away, and then called Lu Yayao into the cave. After he told Lu Yayao his thoughts, Lu Yayao's expression turned ugly. If that's the case, what will we do then? Chris will keep harassing us, as will Lu Wu and those monkeys. Lu Yayao said. I sighed and said, This Chris is quite cunning. He sent an informant to tell us that they've already built a large ship, making those in the camp who want to go home restless. I'm afraid that if we encounter even the slightest difficulty in the future, they will betray me and go to Chris's side to walk into his trap. Lu Yayao immediately tensed up. She said anxiously, Then let's quickly tell them the truth. Chapter 189 Restlessness. But I shook my head. First of all, they might not believe it. Secondly, even if they know the ship is fake, they will still secretly hope it is real. It's like someone with leukemia who doesn't have money to buy medicine. Then a fake drug dealer tries to trick them by selling fake medicine for 5 yuan a bottle, claiming it's real. They'll spend the money to buy it, even though they know it's fake. But what they're buying isn't medicine. It's a kind of hope. Chris exploited people's hope. If his conspiracy fails, it will become an open conspiracy, which is almost impossible to solve. Hearing my words, Lu Yao's expression turned even uglier. Just then, Ma Dong ran in from outside the cave. Brother Du, good news, great news, your eagle is back. Upon hearing this, I was overjoyed and rushed out of the cave like a whirlwind. Outside the cave, the eagle was seen pacing back and forth halfway up the mountain. Little Blackie was standing right in front of it, standing upright, looking like a warning. "Ah, my eagle, it's back." I rushed over and grabbed his bird's head. "It seems I've tamed this big bird." Of course, it's very likely that it was grateful to me because I fed it that green fruit. After the eagle saw me, it made a few noisy calls. "Little Blackie, what are you trying to do? From now on, it's your brother. It's the Air Force, and you're the Army's supply unit, understand? Don't be so mean to your brother." I gently patted Xiao Haizi's silly head. Little Blackie then swaggered into the cave and soon came out with a deer leg, which he placed in front of the eagle. But the eagle glanced disdainfully at the deer leg on the ground and proudly raised its head. As the king of the skies, the eagle certainly wouldn't stoop to eating expired food. It usually hunts the freshest prey. I was overjoyed. With air support, Chris's schemes and tricks, and the vengeful monkeys brought by Lu Wu, are no match for them. I can monitor them from above and even wipe them out. At this moment, Lin Dong had already pulled over a rope. "Brother Du, quickly tie it up with a rope. Otherwise, if it flies away, we'll have no air power," Lin Dong said happily. I glanced at the rope in Lin Dong's hand, then at Shan Diao, and after much hesitation, I finally decided not to take it. Forget it. Since it came to me on its own initiative, it proves that it has accepted me as its friend. Tying it up with a rope is an insult to it. From now on, no one is allowed to tie it up with a rope, understand? "Yes. Okay, Brother Du. I'll listen to you, Brother Du." The group quickly agreed. At this moment, Lu Yao also walked over from beside the stream. She made a funnel out of a large leaf, filled it with water, and walked up to the eagle. The eagle was quite unceremonious. It dipped its beak into the water, then raised its head high, rolled its eyes, and began to drink. All right, everyone disperse. Don't crowd around the eagle, it'll get shy." After I finished speaking, the group scattered like birds and beasts. Only Su Xiaobing and two others showed a slight change in expression, but quickly returned to normal. It seems that this batch of traders is of much higher quality than the previous batch. "Su Xiaobing, come here for a second." I beckoned to him. "What's up, Brother Du?" Su Xiaobing asked. "You should know where Chris built the ship, right? Draw me a rough map now, and I'll ride the mountain eagle to deliver some things to them," I said with a half smile. This. Su Xiaobing was dumbfounded. "What? Don't tell me you don't know their address. That's a bit much." My eyes narrowed. I definitely know the address. But, well, I don't know if their ship has been launched yet. If it has, then maybe I won't be able to find their location. After listening to Su Xiaobing's words, I sighed and called Zhang Qian over. "Brother Zhang Qian, Su Xiaobing's memory is deteriorating a bit. He can't even remember where Chris built the ship. Use red-hot silver needles to stimulate his memory by needling acupoints. Stop the treatment when he remembers," I said to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian has been with me for so long that he can tell what I mean just by listening to my tone and looking at my expression. He swiftly drew a dagger and slowly heated it over the fire. "Brother Du, we may be out of needles. I only have a red-hot dagger here, which might be more effective," Zhang Qian said earnestly. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Su Xiaobing's forehead. I suddenly remembered, I can draw a map. Their ships couldn't have been launched so quickly. "I'll draw the map for you right now." Su Xiaobing said this, but his heart was bleeding. They originally came to set a trap for me, but look what happened. They successfully set the trap, but instead, they set a time bomb for me. In a short while, Su Xiaobing finished drawing the map. Upon closer inspection, I was amazed to discover his impressive talent for drawing. He had captured the dense forests and towering mountains with remarkable clarity. Clearly, he didn't come here to escape for his life, because those who are fleeing for their lives will not have time to observe the surrounding terrain. He traveled here sightseeing. Since you are unrighteous, then I will be unrighteous too. The three of you will come with me to Chris's camp tomorrow. However, you will walk on the ground while I fly in the sky. You will lead the way yourself, so I won't have to look at this stupid map. I called Su Yin and the other two over and said. Upon hearing my words, the three of them turned pale instantly. It was getting late, so Lu Yao picked a few red fruits and fed them to me. After we finished eating, I didn't delay and took the three of them to the mountaintop overnight. The first reason is to prevent them from escaping. Secondly, it's to prevent them from killing the mountain eagle halfway up the mountain. Now, the three of us are lying on the mountaintop, ready to sleep. Because I also need to personally look after the three of them. Just then, I felt a burning sensation in my lower abdomen, so hot that I couldn't stand it. I felt like my blood was boiling. Startled, I quickly sat up and looked at the three people who had already fallen asleep. While my whole body was burning hot, I felt that one part of my body was so hard it was practically on the verge of exploding. Snort. I couldn't help but groan, then touched my nose, and blood started flowing from it. Oh no. Could it be the 3 red fruits that Yi Yao fed me at dinner? I quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, took a few deep breaths, and barely managed to suppress the burning sensation in my lower abdomen and the erotic thoughts in my mind. It would have been better if I hadn't pressed it. The more I pressed, the stronger the rebound. I felt like there was a flame swirling inside my body, about to burst out and kill me. Just then, Su Yan, who had already gone to bed, quietly got up. She looked around and stealthily walked over to my side. Chapter 190, Riding an Eagle to Investigate the White Camp. I sat there cross-legged, eyes closed, struggling to suppress the restlessness within me. Brother Do, Brother Do. Su Yan called my name softly a few times, but when I didn't respond, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and she actually picked up a stone. Just then, I suddenly opened my eyes, and it seemed as if 2 flames were burning fiercely in them. Su Yan was startled, and with a thud, the stone fell to the ground. But she was a glamorous woman, and also a clever one, who knew how to use her advantages. Suddenly, she reached out and wrapped her arms around my neck, exhaling a breath of air that stirred my desire. I am still restraining myself. Get out of here. After hearing what I said, Su Yan not only didn't get away, but instead moved closer to me. You're a normal man. I just don't believe you don't like me. After Su Yan finished speaking, she immediately kissed me. I finally couldn't suppress the demons within me anymore and pounced on them. I don't know how much time passed before I finally slowly opened my eyes. There was another person lying next to me, and that was Su Yan. However, at this moment, her hair was blown by the wind, covering most of her pale face. I squeezed her hand. It was already cold and hard. Su Yan is dead. But is my heart truly unmoved? There might be some fluctuations. On the other side, Su Xiaobing and Chu He also woke up. Su Xiaobing spotted his sister's corpse at a glance, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. She is extremely cunning. She can remain unmoved even when her own sister dies. I carried Su Yan's body to the mountainside. Oh, how did she die? Brother Du, how did Su Yan die? I glared at them and said coldly, You brought this on yourselves by touching the wrong people. Upon hearing this, everyone silently lowered their heads again. A few people dig a hole and bury her. After a while, Su Yan's body was buried. Then I went into the cave and found Lu Yao. Yi Yao, where did you pick those 3 red fruits you gave me last night? I asked. What's wrong, Yuan? Lu Yao asked curiously, not particularly surprised by Su Yan's death. Perhaps she's already seen it all before. That fruit is used as an aphrodisiac, and its effects are extremely potent. Even my body can't withstand it. If an ordinary person ate it, they would immediately bleed to death. So strictly speaking, it's a poison. Take me there again and collect more of those red fruits. Perhaps I have other uses for them. After a while, Lu Yao and I went down the mountain and came to a stream. There were 2 or 3 of those small fruit trees, bearing about 50 or 60 of these bright red fruits. Without being polite, I picked all the red berries and put them in a bag, then took them up the mountain. After doing all that, I felt weak, my face was pale, and I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my kidneys. This is even with my physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. If an ordinary person ate this red fruit, they would definitely explode on the spot and die instantly. Su Xiaobing, Chu He, get ready and lead the way down the mountain. After I finished speaking, I flipped over and straddled the mountain eagle's neck. Their eyes darted around, clearly plotting something wicked. Oh, and remember this. Don't try anything funny or try to run away. Otherwise, I can easily catch you in midair, and you won't be able to escape. The 2 men immediately lowered their heads, like defeated roosters, and obediently led the way down the mountain. After the two of them had walked about 2 or 3 miles, I gently patted the mountain eagle on the head. The eagle let out a bird call, spread its wings, swooped forward a few steps, and then pushed off with its 2 strong claws, carrying me into the sky. "Ah Yuan, be careful." Lu Yao was watching me from below. "Brother Du, rest assured on your journey." Lin Jinan was also waving at me from below. I was completely baffled. "Brother, have a safe trip. We'll take good care of things here for you." Qin Wei and Zhang Qian also waved to me. At this moment, I was already 200 or 300 meters in the air. I controlled the mountain eagle, which hovered above Su Xiaobing and the other man. The two guys were a bit lazy and walked very slowly. "If you two keep dawdling, I'll just kill you both." I rode on the mountain eagle's neck and pulled out my pistol. The two could only quicken their pace with long faces. Mountains, rivers, basins, and dense forests flashed past beneath my feet. This time, I followed Su Xiaobing and his companion for 5 days and 5 nights, but I was the one waiting for them. If I only cared about flying, these 5 days and 5 nights could be condensed into 3 hours. We have now stopped on a hillside. This hillside is the old campsite abandoned by the white-skinned beasts. Su Xiaobing and Chu he had been walking for so long, without shoes that their feet were covered in blisters. "Brother Du, we're not far from Chris's new camp, and we're too exhausted to go any further. Even if we try to keep up with you, we'll only be a burden. I'd rather show you the way, and you can see for yourself." Chui said weakly. "Explain. I don't have time to waste with them now. Keep walking that way. It'll be over 100 miles away." After listening to Chui's words, I nodded and rode the mountain eagle in that direction. The trees here are slightly different from those on the island. Most are mangroves, coconut groves, and palm groves. A magnificent river extends from the middle of the island and flows all the way to the sea. There is an inland river here. I flew along the inland river and soon came into view a long coastline. White sand beaches, turquoise reefs, salty sea breeze, and flocks of seagulls where the sky meets the sea. At the confluence of the inland river and the coastline, a large ship of 40 or 50 tons is slowly taking shape. Its lower deck was made from airplane wreckage, while the upper deck was a simple wooden cabin. The mast is 8 or 9 meters high, with a huge sail hanging on it, fluttering in the wind. In my view, a group of people on the ship were bustling about like ants, going in and out. Near the coconut grove, a few deck chairs had been set up, and a dozen or so people were lying on them. And one of them was Chris with the rotten beard. Half of his beard was burned off, and the other half was slowly growing back. They soon saw the eagle beneath me. Several seagulls quickly took flight and fled in panic. 2 white men stood up from the deck chairs, holding long weapons, and seemed to be aiming at me. Not good. I was startled and quickly pointed the eagle's head towards the sky. The mountain eagle soared into the sky, hovering about 400 or 500 meters above the ground. Chapter 191, All the Traitors Die. Looking down again, he saw that the 2 white men had put away their long weapons. Obviously, at a height of 400 or 500 meters, even if a rifle bullet could barely reach that point, its accuracy would be greatly reduced. Their chances of hitting Zhongshan Diao were only 1 in 10,000, and that was assuming they were very good marksmen. At that moment, I saw Chris stand up as well. Perhaps they only saw the mountain eagle before, and only now have they discovered me riding on its back. Chris was the first to stand up. He took a longer weapon out of a box and aimed it at me. I saw his body tremble slightly, probably from the recoil. Then, a bullet flew past me 3 meters to my left and finally fell to the ground without moving. I didn't expect this guy to be such a good shot. I was not only 500 or 600 meters in the air, but I was also circling left and right, and he was still able to hit me so accurately. Just as I had this thought, another bullet flew over from a distance. I only heard a slight thud. A bullet flew over my head. I was startled. I don't care if this thing hits me, but please don't hit the mountain eagle. If it crashes, I'm finished. Thinking of this, I quickly rode the mountain eagle and flew into the depths of the dense forest. Soon, I flew back to the white man's old camp. Su Xiaobing and Chu he were pragmatic and didn't run away because they knew they couldn't escape. I let the mountain eagle rest for a while. It had been flying for so long. It had used up a lot of energy, and I was quite frightened too. It seems that dealing with those white beasts won't be so easy. They also had rifles in their hands. The long thing Chris pulled out was probably a sniper rifle with a longer range. That's not right. If they really had such advanced weapons, why didn't they use them when they were dealing with me before? I'm asking you too. What's with the rifles and sniper rifles Chris and his crew have? When did they find them? I looked at Su Xiaobing and Chu He. I don't know. Snap. Su Xiaobing had just said he didn't know when I slapped him so hard that all his teeth came loose. I really don't know. Snap. Hitting me won't do you any good. Snap. It seems they were found on a dilapidated ship. Su Xiaobing vomited blood as he spoke incoherently. He finally gave in. I finally figured it out and said, no wonder these remnants of the army dared to come looking for revenge. They found new equipment. Do you know where the dilapidated ship is? I continued to ask. Brother Du, stop hitting me. I really don't know. And even if I did know, they wouldn't have left the weapons there, would they? They must have taken them all. After listening to Su Xiaobing's words, I nodded and slowly withdrew my right hand. This is getting a bit tricky. Chris and his gang got new equipment, including sniper rifles. What use is air power to me? Is this mountain eagle wearing a suit of armor? I'm afraid it won't be able to fly more than 20 miles before it gets exhausted and collapses. Now that they have sniper rifles, I'll be easily shot even if I ride over on my mountain eagle. So you too. Each of you need to come up with a plan by tomorrow morning. How can we wipe out Chris and his entire army without them suffering any casualties? If you can't figure it out, you two will be wiped out first. After I said that, I lay down on a piece of wood to rest. And next to me was a human skeleton. Since these two guys were spies sent by Chris, they must know everything about Chris's weapons and equipment. It's much easier for them to come up with a solution than for me to do it myself. And I also got to relax. Soon, it was the next morning. Su Xiaobing and Chu He, with dark circles under their eyes, stared at me expectantly. Have you thought of a solution? I asked coldly, and casually drew my military knife with a whoosh and held it above their heads. I've thought of a way. It seems like there's a box of hand grenades in the hold of that ship. If Brother Du can detonate those grenades, then they'll blow up their ship and they won't be able to get back. Su Xiaobing looked at my military knife and said tremblingly. At this moment, I turned my gaze to Chuha and asked, what's your idea? Chuha was so scared he peed his pants. He said with a mournful face, Brother Du, Su Xiaobing was right. Just detonate their grenades. Once the ship is blown up, they won't be able to get back. I shook my head silently, my eyes filled with murderous intent. You copied his method and failed to complete the mission. Moreover, you traitor, as my compatriot, you aided and abetted evil and even tried to harm us. You deserve to die. After I finished speaking, I made a swift and decisive cut. After killing Chu He, Su Xiaobing's whole body trembled uncontrollably, and a large amount of yellow liquid flowed from his crotch. Brother Du, I've come up with a solution. I've done something worthwhile. Please spare my life. I shook my head and slashed again. To be a spy, you must be prepared to die. I wiped my saber clean on them, and then mounted the mountain eagle. But this time, I didn't fly towards the coastline. Because I don't intend to detonate those grenades, I want to get them. I don't want to blow up the ship either, because I want the ship more. With a boat, I can leave this deserted island. I rode the mountain eagle slowly flying back. I now have a vague plan in mind to obtain that ship and its weapons and equipment without bloodshed. In just 4 hours, I rode the mountain eagle and hovered above the camp. Lu Yayao and her group were standing below, looking at me with delighted eyes. I was away for more than 5 days this time. No wonder she was worried about me. After we reached the halfway point on the mountain, Lu Yayao threw herself into my arms and kissed me in front of everyone. She has now let go of her reserve. Little Blackie then took another piece of venison and went to the mountain eagle. This time, instead of arrogantly raising its head, the mountain eagle stared intently at Little Blackie for a moment before finally starting to eat. After that, there wasn't much else to do. It was just eating meat, drinking water, bragging, and chatting. The defenses on the mountain were almost complete, and the foot of the mountain was dug even steeper. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, I was standing on the edge of the mountain, urinating. Suddenly, a voice came from the foot of the mountain. Brother Du, can't you learn from other people? When you pee, You sway from side to side so that the pee is evenly sprayed on other people's heads. But you just poured it all on my head. Upon hearing that voice, my expression changed, and I quickly drew my pistol. Yes, that's Lu Wu's voice. When did he sneak up at the foot of the mountain? What are the patrol teams even doing? Chapter 192, Driving Monkeys to Swallow Pigs. Lu Wu, you've got the choice between heaven and hell, and now you're dead. After I finished speaking, I prepared to ride on the mountain eagle's neck. Wait. I'm here on behalf of the high priest to negotiate with you. After Lu Wu finished speaking, they slowly walked out of the dense forest. Upon closer inspection, my pupils contracted. Behind Lu Wu were a dozen or so indigenous people with colorful faces, each wearing a necklace of teeth. Deep within the dense forest, shadowy figures lurk, with countless vengeful monkeys lurking among them. Negotiation? I'll talk your mother. I raised my hand and fired a shot, but two vengeful monkeys immediately rushed over and blocked the bullet for Lu Wu. Brother Du, don't be impulsive. Our negotiations this time are actually very simple and will only benefit you. In fact, if the negotiations are successful, their high priest can even give you a ship so that you can leave this deserted island. As for me, I also want to hitch a ride. Lu Wu said with a mournful face, as if there was some hidden story. Otherwise, given his cunning nature, why would he risk coming to my territory? The moment I heard the word ship, my eyes lit up. Not only me, but everyone else on the mountain also gathered around, and the person who was about to fire put away his pistol. A middle-aged man quickly shouted, Lu Wu, you'd better tell us honestly how big their ship is. If you don't give us a 456 today, we will definitely not let you go. Lu Wu quickly shouted from below. Don't worry, the ship I saw is very, very big. It's moored at the edge of the inland river and can sail all the way to the sea. We can also modify the ship and add a steam engine, unlike them which are all manually operated. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited, their faces beaming with barely suppressed excitement. At this point, I spoke up. Then tell me about your high priest's conditions. Our high priest's condition is that you offer up the young and strong men or women in your camp, because they will be used for sacrifice. No sooner had Lu Wu finished speaking than Lin Dong raised his hand and fired a shot. Startled, Lu Wu immediately hid behind a large tree. Don't be impulsive, don't shoot. Let me explain slowly. Not only can you use people as collateral, but you can also capture larger monkeys or apes. In short, the higher the intelligence, the better, provided they are young and strong. Of course, humans are the best. Haven't many people betrayed you in the past? You can send them out. Lu Wu's words stirred up a hornet's nest. Lin Dong raised his pistol and fired 5 or 6 shots in a row until he ran out of bullets. Meanwhile, those who had betrayed me also grabbed stones and threw them down with all their might. Lu Wu, you bastard, how dare you sow discord? If I didn't see so many resentful monkeys down there, I would have come down and torn you to pieces. Brother Du, don't waste words with him. Just ride the mountain eagle and kill him. Yes, we now have air superiority. They can only passively defend on the ground, but we can fly around in the sky. Those who had betrayed me before quickly offered me advice and suggestions. I'm not stupid, of course I won't fall for it. Lu Wu, you've got a good plan. Your purpose in coming here is to sow discord, isn't it? And that huge ship you mentioned, it's probably something you made up yourself, isn't it? I said coldly. Brother Du, I swear to God, I would never lie to you. Besides, don't you have a mountain eagle? You can ride it and fly to the back of the giant mountain to see if there are any large ships moored by the river. Lu Wu's voice came from behind the tree. I could tell that Lu Wu seemed very scared. But it wasn't his fear of me. His fear must have come from somewhere else. Then, I thought carefully about what he had said. The giant mountain he mentioned must be the place the giant tiger girl took me to. Behind the giant mountain, there is indeed a vast tropical rainforest and a winding river. I remember it vividly now. There was indeed smoke rising from the edge of the river, and it seemed as if something very large was lurking in the dense forest. Perhaps that was the big ship Lu Wu was referring to. Lu Wu, you seem very scared. I suddenly said. I'm not afraid. Lu Wu said stubbornly, clearly not to his true feelings. Let me ask you, Lu Wu, were you coerced by these natives? And what about that bastard Xiao Hu? Tell him to come out too. I continued. After a moment of silence in the woods, Lu Wu's hoarse voice came through. Sigh, nothing can be hidden from you, brother Do. Because the humans who are exchanged back will be turned into vengeful monkeys. These vengeful monkeys will also grow old, get sick, and die. Once too many of these monsters die, the remaining vengeful monkeys will immediately turn on their masters. So the high priest is very anxious now and must replenish the number of vengeful monkeys in large numbers. This kind of monster can only be created by intelligent creatures who have been tortured for a long time, making them full of resentment, and then being fed several kinds of fruits. Lu Wu's words sent chills down everyone's spines, including myself. I never expected these local natives to be so cruel, taking people away and subjecting them to prolonged torture. I slowly exhaled, calming my inner turmoil. You mean, if you can't find a suitable candidate, you'll also be turned into a vengeful monkey? After hearing my words, there was silence in the woods, and Lu Wu tacitly agreed. At this moment, Lin Dong jumped out, laughing loudly, and said, Lu Wu, you bastard, you've finally met your match. Ha ha ha, brother Do. This is great. It's like heaven is helping me. Let Lu Wu reap what he sows. Those who had betrayed me in the past also jumped out and spoke up enthusiastically. That's right. Let Lu Wu suffer the consequences of his own actions. Xiao Du, I used to be a fortune teller. Lu Wu's forehead is dark. His time is coming soon. Let's let him go with the flow. After hearing what these traitors said, I really wanted to kick them all down the mountain, one by one. Okay, that's enough. I pressed down with both hands, and the mountainside fell silent instantly. Now I have absolute authority in this group. Then I said to Lu Wu, since we're both yellow-skinned, I can give you an idea. There's a group of white pigs near the coastline, where the inland river is close to the sea. They should be very intelligent, and they're all young and strong. If you sell them to the high priest, wouldn't that save your life? My idea was, to put it mildly, ill-intentioned, to use a monkey to devour a pig, or to use someone else to do one's dirty work. Moreover, although the number of these vengeful monkeys was enormous, Chris's side had ample ammunition. At that point, it will definitely be a dog-eat-dog fight, with everyone covered in fur. Chapter 193 Blood was sucked again. As for me, I only need to watch from the sidelines and wait for them to be weakened before I can reap the benefits. I value that ship very much. With that ship, I can return to civilized society. Really? Lu Wu's voice came out from behind the tree, stammering. Without saying a word, I quickly reached out my hand behind me. Someone, bring me a piece of animal hide. I need to draw a map for that bastard Lu Wu down there, so he can use it to find people. In no time, I had finished drawing the map. I have a photographic memory. I can clearly mark all the mountains, rivers, and terrain I've traversed. Furthermore, they specifically instructed Lu Wu to avoid some dangerous places, in order to prevent him from expending too much energy. Otherwise, with their small group, they might not even be able to pose a threat to Chris. After drawing the map, I simply threw the animal hides down there. A moment later, a vengeful monkey emerged, picked up the map, and ran into the dense forest. After waiting for a few minutes, Lu Wu's voice came from the woods. Thank you, brother Do. I've looked at it. This map is very realistic. You've marked the nearby mountains, rivers, and dangerous areas. These natives know the terrain, which proves you didn't lie to me. I appreciate this favor. After Lu Wu finished speaking, the sound of footsteps echoed through the woods, along with the squeaking noises of the monkeys. They retreated. I estimated the number of these resentful monkeys, and my expression changed slightly. It seems that Lu Wu came here today ostensibly to negotiate, but in reality, he brought so many resentful monkeys with him, probably to launch a full-scale attack. Fortunately, I shifted the blame to the east at the crucial moment. Otherwise, if such a large number of vengeful monkeys had attacked us, they might have suffered heavy losses, but in the end, we would definitely have been wiped out. Brother Do, what do we do? Lin Dong asked from the side. No rush. Let's wait until they're fighting like dogs before we reap the benefits. Maybe we can even salvage a boat. Then, the sky's the limit, and we can go home. My words seemed to ignite everyone's hormones, and a group of people stood halfway up the mountain, raising their hands high and letting out a series of loud braying sounds. That's enough, that's enough. Don't shout so loudly. What if there are even more powerful creatures on this island? Didn't you attract them here? I gave them a stern rebuke, and the group finally calmed down. At this moment, Lu Yao walked up to me and said, Yuan, why don't you ride this mountain eagle now and follow behind them to see how their battle is going? But I shook my head and said slowly, there's no rush at all. It will take them at least 5 days and 5 nights to get from here to the coastline. I calculated that it will only take me 4 hours to ride this eagle from here to the coastline. So let's wait 5 days. Okay, I'll listen to you. Next, I looked at the other people. I said, everyone, don't sit idle. Make more weapons and more jungle sleds. Once they're both exhausted, I'll take you all to reclaim that ship. Then, we took a boat and left this godforsaken place. One more thing, speed things up, understand? 15 jungle sleds must be built within 5 days. After hearing what I said, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Whether old or young, man or woman, they all got busy, their eyes shining. This is the light of hope. Having been stranded on a deserted island for so long, who wouldn't miss home? Who wouldn't miss their parents, children, relatives, and friends? After a busy day, I finally made about half of it. That night, I went to sleep on the mountaintop again. Because this deserted island is extremely cold at night and extremely hot during the day, the temperature difference is very large. I had another dream tonight. I dreamt that someone was sucking my thigh, and they were sucking very hard. When I woke up the next day, I didn't have any wounds on my body, but I felt dizzy. So I went down the mountain to check on the others, and they were all sleeping haphazardly everywhere. Just then, Lin Xiaoyu walked towards me. She looked at my face and showed a surprised expression. Brother Du, if you didn't sleep well, you should sleep a little longer. You look so pale, Lin Xiaoyu said, covering her mouth. I was startled and quickly walked to the stream and looked into the water. A gaunt-faced man emerged from the water. His face was as pale as if he had ground 2 pounds of flour. His eyes were dull and lifeless, and his hair hung limply on both sides. He was a completely different person from before, like a long-term opium addict. Holy crap. No way, what's going on? Is it Wei Yixiao messing with me? I touched my face, then touched my body. At that moment, I looked up and gazed at other places. The others seemed to look at me with a hint of fear in their eyes as well. Lin Dong, tell me, how do I look now? I grabbed Lin Dong and pulled him over. Lin Dong kept tilting his head back, looking at me with a terrified expression. Brother Du, as for your image, you are still as wise and powerful as ever, but you've been given a touch of the mysterious aura of a Western aristocrat vampire, which makes you even more charming. After hearing Lin Dong's words, I immediately let go of him. Then, I observed everyone's expressions. Although they still looked tired, at least they didn't look as awful as me. Damn it. You damn Wei Yixiao. Why did you have to catch me and suck my stuff? Why don't you suck other people's stuff too? Let's at least spread the costs evenly to avoid nutritional imbalances. I had only taken a few steps when I felt a sharp pain in my kidneys, a reaction caused by extreme weakness in my body. Lin Dong quickly stepped forward to support me. Brother Du, it's okay. I'll get some wild boar liver to make soup for you to replenish your blood. I pushed Lin Dong away. It was only then that I noticed that the eagle was also lying on the ground, looking completely dejected. I quickly checked its feathers. Its once glossy feathers now seemed to have lost their luster, and its eyes are half closed, occasionally rolling their eyes. At this moment, I went around to the back of the eagle and looked at its rear. A row of sharp teeth marks, like serrations, appeared on the buttocks. I touched myself again, but there were no teeth marks on my body. It seems that after Wei Yixiao sucked my blood last night, my body's self-healing ability made the teeth mark disappear. But the eagle doesn't have my self-healing ability, so it left teeth marks on its butt. Chapter 194, Tracking Lu Wu. Prepare more fresh prey for the eagle. Make sure it's well fed, as it will be of great use in 5 days. After I finished speaking, I staggered back into the cave. When Lu Yao saw me, she screamed in fright, but she immediately came over and cupped my face in her hands. What happened to your face? I'm going to explain, because I don't want Lu Yao to worry. Why does your face suddenly look so defined? You look so much more handsome than before. After Lu Yao finished speaking, I was stunned. And your complexion is so rosy? I was even more dumbfounded. Moreover, I don't know what happened. Once I returned to the cave, I felt much more energetic, unlike when I was outside, where I looked like I was about to die. How strange, could it be a ghost? I muttered to myself. At that moment, Lin Dong and Lin Xiaoyu entered the cave at the same time and saw my face. They both covered their mouths. Brother Du, what's wrong with you? You've changed again. You're so handsome now. Yeah, Brother Du, when I saw you outside the cave just now, I felt like I was seeing a ghost. But now I feel that you are even more handsome than those top young male idols in the country, and you also have a kind of indescribable charm. After hearing what the two of them said, I became even more confused. All right, stop flattering me and get things done. Hurry up and make a sled, and then bring that eagle into the cave so it can rest for a bit. Night has fallen again. This time, I held a gun in my hand and sat on the mountaintop, quietly waiting for the Bat King to arrive. That damn Bat King. It sucked so much of my blood. If I don't get rid of it all at once, it will keep sneaking back to suck my blood. Places with caves are a little better. At least it can't get in. What if we go camping in the wild in the future? Won't it start targeting me again? This time, we must solve it once and for all. Because I took a nap in the cave during the day, I was particularly energetic at night. I kept waiting and waiting. I waited all night, and the Bat King still didn't show up, which made me extremely disappointed. The next morning, I dragged my tired body back to the cave. Time flies, and 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. I rode on the mountain eagle's neck, waved to everyone, and flew towards the coastline. After flying about 100 kilometers, I felt the eagle I was sitting on start to sway from side to side, looking like it was struggling a lot. This startled me, so I quickly mounted it and landed on a hilltop. Looking up at the sun, I felt a little uncomfortable, but not as intense as yesterday. The mountain eagle was different. The whole bird was limp, lying motionless on the ground. Is the sun too strong, Brother Eagle? Let me take you down the mountain to cool off. After I finished speaking, the eagle seemed to understand me. It struggled to its feet and followed behind me. Soon we reached the foot of the mountain. This eagle miraculously regained its former glory, and its feathers became shiny and glossy at a speed visible to the naked eye. I looked at the sun in the sky, then at the eagle under the tree, and seemed to understand something. It seems this eagle has been poisoned by a strange bat toxin, which makes it very weak when flying in the sun. As for me, I felt very weak yesterday when I was under the sun. However, my body is special. After eating all sorts of fruits, it's very likely that I've expelled this toxin from my body. But the eagle is different. It has no way to eliminate this toxin. This is going to be difficult. Brother Eagle, let's rest during the day and set off at night. I patted the mountain eagle on the head. The eagle was very active in the shade, strutting around with its head held high from time to time. The nearby venomous snakes and insects were unlucky. They were dug out of the ground and eaten by it. Before you know it, evening has arrived. The eagles become even more active at night. Moreover, it hardly rests during the day and is still so active at night. Could it be that bat venom is not only harmful, but also has other benefits? Could it keep a poisoned person energized in the dark? I quickly shook my head to shake off some unrealistic fantasies and rode the giant eagle toward the coastline. The old camp, Hope Valley, the old white camp, the river vines, the man-eating trees and squirrels, the man-eating frogs all flashed past beneath my feet. I quickly reached the coastline. Unlike yesterday, the coastline was very quiet today, and there wasn't a single person to be seen on the beach. Only a fire was lit in the middle of the beach. Where did everyone else go? I circled in the dense forest about 7 or 8 miles from the large ship before landing on the ground. That's strange. It's been 5 days. Logically, Luwu should be locked in a fierce battle with the white pig by now. Why is there no sign of a fight? There are no signs of a struggle on the beach either. With a series of question marks in my mind, I patted the mountain eagle's head. Brother Eagle, you stay here. I'll go scout ahead from the ground, because it's easier to be spotted if we fly in the sky. After I finished speaking, the mountain eagle seemed to understand what I meant. So I started running quickly through the dense forest. I had only run less than a mile when I saw a water buffalo carcass on the ground, its body completely gnawed off. Judging from the way they ate, it must have been the work of a resentful monkey. I looked at the bloodstains again. The bloodstains had dried but had not turned black, proving that they had been eaten by the vengeful monkeys several hours earlier. The vengeful monkey is not far from me. I quickly became careful, keeping a cautious pace behind me. My main purpose in coming here this time is twofold. Firstly, to witness the great battle between the white-skinned pig and the vengeful monkey, and secondly, to take advantage of their battle to steal some heavy weapons such as grenades. Since it's about stealing, riding a mountain eagle wouldn't be appropriate. Just then, I suddenly thought of a solution. I walked over to the buffalo carcass and smeared its nearly dried blood on my face, trying to mimic the expression of a native. After applying the ointment, I took off my shirt, leaving only my pants on, and then pulled out all of the cow's teeth, making a tooth necklace to wear around my neck. I also made imitation decorations for the ears and nose. This tactic, of course, won't fool the natives. But I can rush out again when the natives are fighting, then they won't have time to care whether I'm real or not. After doing all that, I hid the pistol in my crotch. I'd heard of hiding grenades in my crotch before. Now I've hidden a gun in my crotch. After walking another 2 or 3 miles, I heard the squeaking of the monkeys. They seemed to be very close to here. I quickly slowed down and trailed behind them by about 30 or 40 meters. At this distance, the resentful monkey couldn't smell my scent, but I could hear the conversation between that bastard Lu Wu and Xiao Hu. Chapter 195, Jumping into the Cannibal Forest in a Panic. Do you think that bastard Du Yuan has any good intentions? Xiao Hu asked. Of course he has no good intentions. His move is simply to make us fight each other, Lu Wu said. Then why should we go? Xiao Hu said. Sai, there's no other way. If we don't go now, do you think the high priest will let us go? That old man is about to suffer a backlash. Although he didn't say the exact number, I estimate that if a few thousand more of his vengeful monkeys die, he will immediately suffer a backlash. Even if he hides thousands of miles away, he will still suffer a backlash. Lu Wu sighed and said helplessly, That's true. There was a plague in the tribe, and too many of these vengeful monkeys died. When we left, an average of more than a dozen were dying every day. With the number increasing exponentially, the high priest might have died before we even had to fight the white people, Xiao Hu said. Upon hearing Xiao Hu's words, Lu Wu immediately became happy. Now that you mention it, I've got an idea. We can buy some time and take a detour. Maybe the high priest has already suffered a backlash. Lu Wu said excitedly. Great, that's the effect I wanted. The two men instantly reached a consensus, ran over, and spoke a string of words in their local language to a dozen priests. The priests seemed a little impatient, but they still agreed. At that moment, all the resentful monkeys turned around at the same time and walked towards me. I was listening so intently that I forgot to keep my distance. Pairs of green eyes stared intently at me. Time seemed to stand still for 2 or 3 seconds. Kill him. All the resentful monkeys rushed towards me at once. Damn it. I quickly ran backwards as fast as I could. In this situation, climbing a tree was practically suicide. I could only run as fast as I could. As I ran, I shouted ahead. Brother Eagle, come and get me quickly. I didn't care whether the bandit leader understood or not. I just kept shouting. However, after a long time, the eagle did not come down to pick me up, and I had no idea where it had gone. Left with no other choice, I could only run as fast as I could. Soon, I ran past the white camp, having covered nearly 100 miles. Exhausted, I looked back and saw that the group of resentful monkeys seemed tireless. They are a little slower than me, but their advantage is that they always maintain this speed and never get tired. Lu Wu and his group of humans were actually carried by the resentful monkeys, and they didn't expend any energy at all. Ha ha. Capturing him and taking him back is a good opportunity to settle a personal score. Besides, with his strength, turning him into a vengeful monkey would be worth more than a dozen of them. Lu Wu laughed heartily from behind. In a moment of panic, I jumped straight into the man-eating tree. Because I had run over 100 miles, I was exhausted, and 2 tree branches got tangled around me. At the same time, a large number of squirrels pounced on me. With a strong pull of my arms, I managed to drag the 2 tree branches over. But more branches extended over, pulling my hands and feet apart, turning me into a mangled mess. Oh, I couldn't help but let out a loud shout. Several man-eating squirrels jumped over and opened their mouths to bite my face. Damn it, you think you're allowed to bite me? Instead, I bit the squirrel, and with a forceful bite, I snapped its head off instantly. But more man-eating squirrels pounced on me. Lu Wu was now standing at the edge of the hillside, holding a shotgun in his hand. He glanced at me, then put the gun down again. Fine, since you're doomed anyway, I won't waste this bullet. After Lu Wu finished speaking, he looked at Xiaohu next to him and continued, without him in their camp, they are just a bunch of lambs to the slaughter. We've made a fortune. Why don't we march back now? Capture all the people above. Take all the men to be turned into vengeful monkeys. And as for the women, play with them for 3 days and 3 nights until they're almost ruined, and then send them to the high priest to report. Xiaohu nodded vigorously and said, as expected of my partner, you're thinking the same thing as me. Upon hearing this, my eyes turned red, and the golden dragon mark on my arm was activated. Lu Wu, you bastard. Boom, boom, boom. I snapped 3 branches off and ran desperately in another direction. But a tree branch was still tightly wrapped around my arm, making it difficult for me to walk. As a result of the delay, even more branches came tangling around me. Every few steps I took, I had to use the power of the golden dragon arm. After expending a lot of energy, I felt a sharp pain in my brain. Don't let that bastard get away. After Lu Wu finished speaking, he fired a shot into my back. The shotgun shells were blocked by a lot of tree branches, but a few grains of iron shot still hit me. Snort. I groaned in pain, cursing Lu Wu's ancestors for 18 generations in my mind. Let's go. Take a detour. We can't let him escape. Lu Wu's voice rang out from behind. 3 more branches were wrapped around me, and I could only break free of them by brute force. On my back, there were at least 3 or 4 man-eating squirrels, leisurely eating my flesh right there on my back. I was in excruciating pain, but I didn't have time to grab them down because I needed to use all my energy to escape. Once I'm out of this cannibalistic forest, I'll be safe. The most terrifying thing in the world is listening to other animals eat your flesh. Holy shit. The pain made me unable to resist starting to curse incoherently. Moreover, I have used the golden dragon arm 10 times in a row, and its effectiveness is slowly weakening. Now, I'm only about a meter away from the cannibalistic forest, but that 1 meter of distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, preventing me from crossing it. Just as I was working my hardest, the squeaking of the monkeys started up again from the spot in front of me. At the same time, Lu Wu's footsteps slowly drew closer. He was standing on the edge of the hillside, only a meter away from me. Hee. Do you on, you bastard, you finally met your match. I'll take this opportunity to enjoy your death up close. As Lu Wu spoke, he actually squatted down. Xiaohu also squatted down next to Lu Wu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I was panting heavily, my eyes filled with exhaustion. However, I had to keep moving forward and retreat towards the middle of the cannibalistic forest. I heard Xiaohu looking at me mockingly, and he even used a stick to poke the wound on my back. TSK, TSK, TSK. This bastard is really tough. His backbones were cut, but he still managed to hold on. Xiaohu's stick pierced my wound, making it worse. I couldn't help but groan and spit out a mouthful of blood. Unexpectedly, after I vomited blood, my mental and physical strength actually improved to a new level. In scientific terms, when a person bleeds, adrenaline surges several times over, putting you in a state of heightened excitement, which can counteract the pain. Chapter 196, Out-of-Body Experience. With the exertion of my arms, the golden dragon arms unleashed its power once more. Boom, boom, boom. I snapped 3 tree branches in half. I stared at Xiaohu with bloodshot eyes. Xiaohu couldn't help but want to back away, but I didn't give him a chance. I reached out and pulled him into the cannibalistic forest. Oh, help, help, help me, Xiaohu shouted. A dozen or so tree branches suddenly appeared and entangled him. He didn't have my physical abilities, and a large number of squirrels swarmed around him, climbing onto his back and nibbling away. Oh, ho ho ho. Various strange screams came from Xiaohu's mouth. The branches that had wrapped around his limbs were pulled so hard that Xiaohu was torn apart by 5 horses, his blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Seeing this, I felt a chill run down my spine and quickly ran towards the center. But my speed is as slow as a snail. Lu Wu was so scared that he sat down on the ground. In the blink of an eye, his partner was dead. You scum, I won't give you another chance. I'll finish you off right now. As he spoke, Lu Wu aimed his shotgun at my head. If I fire, I will surely die. I stared intently at Lu Wu, and finally, slowly closed my eyes. I've accepted my fate. Lu Wu grinned maliciously and pressed his hand on the trigger. He enjoyed the exhilarating feeling of about to kill a powerful enemy. Just then, a loud bang was heard from the ground. A giant white python shot into the sky, lifting me right into the air. Lu Wu's bullet struck the white python squarely. I quickly opened my eyes and looked at the white python with a mixture of surprise and heartache. After it arrived in the world above ground, its body was covered in blood again, and it was also surrounded by a large number of man-eating trees. Meanwhile, the man-eating squirrels lay on its body and tore at it with their teeth. The white python, in pain, tilted its head back and let out a long hiss. Taking advantage of its impact, I jumped directly onto the opposite hillside. Brother Python, go back to the underground world. Don't come up again. My eyes filled with tears. The white python seemed to understand my words. It suddenly twisted its body, snapping off all the branches wrapped around it, and successfully burrowed into the ground. Lu Wu was terrified and had already run several dozen meters away. After seeing the white python disappear underground again, he turned around and pointed at me. Quickly, command the vengeful monkeys to attack Du Yuan's scum. A large number of resentful monkeys continued to charge towards me. I'm starving and incredibly sleepy right now, so I'm staggering back like a normal person. But I know that if things continue like this, I will not escape death. After running another 50 or 60 meters, I tripped over a stone. That's right. I'm so weak now that even a stone could bully me. Brother Python, I'm sorry, I've let you down. After I finished speaking, I prepared to close my eyes and await death. A large number of resentful monkeys gathered towards me from all directions, like a tide. Farewell, Yao. Just then, a chirp sound came from the sky. I suddenly opened my eyes and saw two resentful monkeys being carried into the sky. The bandit leader unexpectedly came to the rescue at the crucial moment. Puffed. The vengeful monkey fell from the sky, then bounced back up instantly. They fell from a height of tens of meters and were completely unharmed. Because their tails can swing freely in the air, controlling the direction of their fall and also dissipating the force of the fall. At the same time, I felt a tightening in my thighs and buttocks. The eagle grabbed me with its claws, but it didn't use much force. My body was lifted into the air, and I could hear the hurried voices of the natives. Sogalala. I felt a sharp pain in my buttocks, back, thighs, and chest. Poison needles had been inserted into all of them. At the same time, the mountain eagle let out a painful chirp. Clearly, the poison needle not only struck me, but also the mountain eagle. Soon, my body was hundreds of meters in the air. Countless poisonous needles flew into the sky, only to fall helplessly back down. I mustered my strength, climbed up the eagle's claws, and rode on its neck. After flying for about half an hour, the mountain eagle's body began to shake violently. Clearly unable to withstand the force, the monkey's needles were poisoned. Quickly, land on that mountain top, I said weakly. With a cry, the eagle carried me to a high mountain. I rolled right off its neck, unable to even open my eyes. But I still drew my military knife and slashed my wrist with all my might. The wound was large, but there wasn't much blood. Because I had almost lost all my blood, which was drained by the Bat King and then gnawed on by the man-eating squirrels for so long. I squeezed hard, squeezing out some blood, and smeared it on the eagle's beak. The eagle licked my blood a little before squatting down on the ground. After doing all that, I collapsed on the mountaintop. I am extremely weak right now. I'm afraid even a swarm of ants could eat me whole, and I would never wake up. In my dream, I seemed to see a group of golden butterflies fluttering and dancing. These butterflies fluttered for a while, then grabbed my body and pulled me toward the sky. I felt lighter than ever before, and a smile appeared on my face. These golden butterflies continued to exert their strength, and my consciousness continued to rise into the air. Soon, I felt as if I could fly freely in the air, just like swimming in water. But the moment my body rolled over, I saw a familiar figure. He was lying on the grass. His face was ashen and pale, his clothes were tattered, and a lot of blood was flowing from his back. No, no, don't. The person lying on the grass was myself. Sink it, you son of a bitch. I yelled, and my body sank rapidly downwards. Finally, I fell into that body. Cough, cough. I coughed weakly a few times, feeling a lot of water on my face. As I slowly opened my eyes, I saw that it was drizzling from the sky. At that moment, the mountain eagle spread its wings and used its body to shield me from the rain. I struggled to sit up and felt an excruciating pain in my back. Oh, I lay back down, and my body convulsed. Right now, I don't even need to look at my own face to know that it's deathly pale and even exudes a deathly aura. This injury was far too severe. My body's recovery ability can no longer keep up. The after effects of the golden dragon arm are the need for food and sleep, but I clearly only satisfied my need for sleep. Brother Eagle, I may be dying. When I opened my mouth, I realized that my voice was dry and hoarse, as if I hadn't spoken for decades. It seems I'm doomed this time. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the edge of the mountaintop, as if some enormous creature was walking towards me. But I didn't stand up, nor did I show any sign of fear. For me now, death is no longer painful. If I live, I will have to endure the pain in my body. Chapter 197 Capture. A giant, multicolored tiger walked up from the edge of the mountain. A young girl was riding on the back of the giant tiger. The girl saw me and quickly came over. She prepared some food next to me and slowly fed it to me. After the rain stopped, the girl gave me some more water. She put the water in a gourd. After I drank the water, I felt that the wounds on my body were scabbing over quickly. Most importantly, after drinking this water, I felt as if I could understand her language. I still feel pain all over my body. Because this injury is the most serious I've ever suffered, I estimate I won't survive without a certain amount of time. My only worry is whether Lu Yao has been attacked by Lu Wu. Thank you. Could you take me to see my friend? I said weakly. The girl looked at me and shook her head. She helped me onto the back of the giant tiger, and then I felt my body being jolted, speeding away into the distance. I felt everything go black and I fainted again. When I woke up again, I had no idea how many days had passed. I am now lying in a huge cave, filled with all sorts of bottles and jars, and filled with a strong medicinal smell. This time, I felt less pain in my body, and my energy and spirit are slowly recovering. In the middle of the cave, a huge stalactite is dripping water. A small pool has formed directly below the stalactite, but the girl was sitting in the middle of the small pond. She was taking a bath naked, with her back to me. Little sister, how many days have I been unconscious? When the girl heard me call her, she actually stood up from the pool with a splash. I felt my face flush red and my blood rush to my head. I saw everything I should have seen and everything I shouldn't have seen. In the past, in civilized society, I was very picky, even nitpicking. But this girl in front of me, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like she's perfect. You've been unconscious for 7 days. To my utter surprise, I could actually understand what this girl was saying. Thank you, but I have to go back now. Before I go back, I want to ask your name. You've saved me twice already. I said this very sincerely, without any disrespect intended, even though she wasn't wearing any clothes. I don't have a name. They all call me Tiger Girl. The girl said indifferently. Thank you, Tiger Girl. I have to leave now. At that moment, I suddenly frowned and thought of my mountain eagle. By the way, Tiger Girl, when you rescued me, did you see the eagle I was riding? Where is it now? But this time, Tiger Girl looked at me coldly without saying a word, and there seemed to be a hint of complexity in her eyes. I felt my legs go weak and I sat down on the ground, unable to move. After a while, 4 natives walked in from outside the cave. The fact that these 4 natives did not wear tooth necklaces around their necks proves that they were not native priests. What do you mean? I looked at the tiger woman warily, but she slowly turned around, looking as if she was in a difficult position. The 4 natives simply made a stretcher and carried me down the mountain. Behind the giant mountain lies a vast tropical rainforest. What are you going to do? Put me down. I called out weakly, but the natives ignored me and continued to carry me down the mountain. They were all silent, as if they were doing repetitive work. The mountain road was rugged, but these indigenous people carried me with great speed. It seems they often travel this mountain path. It took them an hour to finally carry me down to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there is a canoe with 4 oars tied to it. At this point, I had entered the tropical rainforest behind the giant mountain. The plants and animals here suddenly became lively, and the air was filled with the sounds of insects and birds. Snakes in the trees, fish in the water, and caimans disguised as dead trees on the shore. These indigenous people put me in the middle of the canoe, and then they started paddling hard, and the canoe went downstream. "What exactly do you want?" I shouted, but my voice was barely audible. I felt like I'd been given a traditional Chinese medicine for muscular dystrophy. My whole body was limp, and I couldn't muster any strength. The sounds of various animals could be heard from the dense jungle all around. Gaga gaga, wah wah wah, quack quack quack, chirp chirp chirp, roar roar roar. After paddling downstream for 7 or 8 hours, the river widened considerably, with the narrowest point being at least 200 meters wide. I looked at the shore, where wisps of smoke were rising from the jungle. The indigenous people stopped their canoe and carried me to the shore. This is a relatively flat riverbank, with dense forest behind it. Countless wooden houses have been built where the riverbank meets the dense forest. At the edge of the river, many women, children, and ordinary indigenous people were bathing in the river. They have all sorts of tattoos on their faces and bodies. Stronger indigenous people tend to have more tattoos. The thin, Aboriginal people have fewer tattoos. Women and children have the fewest tattoos, or none at all. A huge ship was moored at the edge of the river. I examined the ship closely. Its lower deck was full of modern features, with English markings, and its construction conformed to the principles of mechanics. Above the deck, however, there was a chaotic mess of haphazard construction, with one melon shed after another made of wood. I think I figured it out. This ship must have also been stranded on a deserted island. The lower half of the boat is relatively intact, but the upper half has been completely destroyed and has been roughly repaired by the natives. As soon as I saw this, I felt a tightness in my neck. A native put a rope around my neck and then led me to the shore like an animal. Hateful. The poison the tiger woman inflicted on me is waning, and my strength is slowly returning. I don't know what kind of medicine that tiger woman used on me, but no matter what kind of medicine it was, it couldn't possibly subdue me. I feel like I've regained about 10% or 20% of my strength. Give me some more time, and I'll be able to get back to my peak. At that moment, the natives on the shore made way for them. Several indigenous people with tooth necklaces around their necks walked over, followed by a dozen or 20 vengeful monkeys. These people were likely priests among the indigenous people, holding a higher status than ordinary people. One of the priestesses walked up to me. She reached out and touched my cheek, looked at my teeth, then at my eyes, and then touched my arm. Finally, she reached out and actually touched that part of me. "He can. Take him to my place." Chapter 198: The Creation Process of the Vengeful Monkey. As soon as the priestess finished speaking, the horde of vengeful monkeys approached me. My heart tightened, and I was about to unleash my fury. However, these vengeful monkeys did not come to attack me. Instead, they used their sharp claws to get stuck in my neck, arms, and waist, pushing me towards a certain place. My fists slowly relaxed. Now was not the time to unleash my fury, because I only had 20% of my strength left. Being held captive by the vengeful monkey, I am slowly observing the dwellings of the indigenous people. This area has a large population and is clearly a medium-sized indigenous tribe. I'm sure I can't escape with only 20% of my strength. I need to recover to my peak condition. On the riverbank of the tribe, there were countless boxes and cages, just like containers at the dock. But when I got close to those boxes, my eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Inside these very small boxes, one could see human beings were being imprisoned. Some are modern people, white, yellow, black, and there are also indigenous people, monkeys, and apes. Because these boxes were so small, they could only curl up into a ball and barely survive inside. Even so, there was a priest who took a red-hot iron and used it to scald their bodies. With each scald, their bodies would twitch and they would let out a muffled groan. Even without being tortured by the priests, the swarms of mosquitoes flying around them were enough to torment them while they were unable to move. Because his body was curled up, he couldn't scream loudly even if he was in a lot of pain. Because their stomachs were curled up, they couldn't make a sound. They could only groan. I blinked painfully, This was worse than death. Torture people in this way is extremely inhumane. But I clearly underestimated the cruelty of these natives. The closer they get to the shore, the more perverse and cruel the methods of torture become. I was quickly ushered into a small wooden cabin. These resentful monkeys chained my hands and feet and bound me to an iron bed in a spread eagle position. After doing all this, the vengeful monkey left the room. I waited for half an hour, and then a woman slowly walked in from outside. It was the priestess who had pulled me here earlier. The woman was probably around 30 years old and was wearing a necklace of teeth around her neck. Her lips are quite full, which seems to conform to the aesthetic standards of Europeans and Americans. However, at this moment, her sexy lips were slightly upturned, revealing a seductive smile. Especially her figure, which is the plump type, with her breasts almost bursting out. She covered her private parts with 2 green leaves, and then wrapped a fiber-like thread around her neck. Although Sue is middle-aged, it must be said that this kind of woman is more capable of arousing men's hormones. After she came in, she immediately closed the door. What do you want to do?" I asked a little nervously. But my truest thought is, do whatever you want. But this priestess wasn't so direct. She used various methods to bring my blood and energy to their peak before slowly and deliberately starting to talk to me. The next day, they took me out of the room again. But this time, my hands were tied behind my back and locked with a thick iron chain. My hands and feet were also shackled, and an iron chain was around my neck. The priestess dragged me out and led me into a forest. Here, all sorts of insults and beatings are taking place. Yes, it was a group of priests with tooth necklaces around their necks, who were wantonly beating up the group of humans, monkeys, and apes in the middle. I finally saw someone I recognized. Yes, he is my former comrade in arms, my good buddy, Gao Zheng. He remained seated in his wheelchair, a whip in his hand, aiding the priests in their tyranny and mercilessly beating the humans. I let out a long sigh and slowly closed my eyes. He finally came to this point. Please have mercy on me. Don't hit me anymore. Damn it. If you're going to kill me, just kill me. What's the point of humiliating me like this? You scum, I'll haunt you even in death. The group was beaten and crawled all over the ground, but there were still a few tough guys who kept cursing. The one who was yelling the loudest was a middle-aged man in his 30s who looked very strong. A priest walked over, holding a pair of pliers, grabbed his hair, and forced him to look up at the sky with his mouth open. The priest then inserted his pliers directly into his mouth and pulled out one of his canine teeth. Oh ho 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 ho. You bastards, I'll fuck your ancestors. The middle-aged man who had his teeth pulled let out a roar, and blood flowed from his mouth. The priest then pierced the middle of his tooth and added it to his tooth necklace. I took a deep breath and checked my strength. I've recovered about 40% of it. Squeaks could be heard from all around the grove, suggesting that countless vengeful monkeys were hiding there. If I run away now, there's only a 50% chance of success. Therefore, I must be patient. If I can be patient a little longer, and then find a way to release these people, they will scatter and flee, and these natives will no longer be able to target me. Just then, Gao Zheng also saw me. When he saw me, his eyes flickered, as if he didn't want me to see him like this. These priests kept showing me these horrific images. Among the group of people standing next to me, some of the more timid ones had already wet themselves in fear. Strangely, they didn't torture the newcomers. They just let us watch the bloody and horrific scene unfold. I estimate that they probably first intimidated this group of people psychologically, which is a form of psychological torture. A little while later, someone brought over some food. We, the new batch of prisoners, just took it and ate it. No one poisoned them, and there were no methods of torture. They just let us watch those people being tortured. But it was different for those who were being tortured. They stretched out their bloody hands to grab the food, and just as they were about to eat it, the priests rushed over and pulled out one of their teeth. We, the new prisoners, could eat, but after seeing this scene, we couldn't eat anymore. The day passed by inexplicably. I was locked back in that wooden house, and there was a bed for me to sleep in, but my limbs were still chained. After a day of recovery, I feel like I have about 80% of my strength back. The escape plan can be carried out. I have to go back and check on Lu Yayao and the others. And what's going on with that mountain eagle? Why does it always leave me at crucial moments? Chapter 199, you are still Gaozheng. With a strong pull of my hands, the chains binding me snapped open. Then I grabbed the ankle chains and yanked hard. Having regained my freedom, I quietly walked to the window. Outside, one after another, thatched huts, wooden houses, and tents were erected. Those tents were probably modern tents, but they were seized by these natives, and they used them themselves. Moreover, there were groups of indigenous people, about 2 meters tall, walking back and forth. They were probably the soldiers here. Occasionally, a priest would be mixed in among the guards, followed by a group of vengeful monkeys. I quietly slipped out of the cabin, walked up behind a native, and without warning snapped his neck. His face was painted with face paint, and he had many tattoos on his body. So I wiped the paint off his face and applied it to my own, trying to imitate the shape of his face as much as possible. As for the tattoo, there's nothing I can do. I can only put his clothes on myself. After doing all that, I took his spear and quietly walked towards the river. But there were more guards along the river. Moreover, there are 5 or 6 tall towers on the edge of this tribe. Guards also stood atop the tower. I looked at the houses along the river, and a flash of purple light crossed my eyes. Really, I strode towards the riverbank. I took down another native. Then I went around the cabin and took down the native hiding in the shadows. It turns out that they also have visible and hidden sentries here, so it can be said that they are heavily guarded. If I hadn't possessed the ability to change the direction of my vision, I would have been discovered by the hidden native when I killed the first one. There are many wooden crates here, and inside the crates are all sorts of humans who are groaning pitifully inside. I'm so hungry. Please give me something to eat. Water. Give me some water. Even urine will do. Ugh, my back is so itchy. Can someone scratch it for me? I'll even whip it for you. Some of the people in the boxes were actually my compatriots, because I could understand what they were saying. But most people spoke their local dialect, or English, or a language I couldn't understand. Just then, I suddenly heard the sound of wheels rolling on the ground from the side. I quickly stood where the native was on guard duty, only showing half of my body while hiding the rest in the shadows. A disabled person pushed a wheelchair to the pile of boxes. You bunch of pigs, you deserve it, ha ha. The speaker was none other than Gaozheng. My brows furrowed. How come I never realized Gaozheng was so cruel before? Doesn't he ever think about retribution for torturing his own kind like this? In the distance, Gaozheng continued to mock the group of people locked in the boxes. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Before long, you'll all turn into those monkeys. Ha ha ha, it's really funny to think about turning humans into monkeys. My fist clenched and unclenched repeatedly, but in the end I gave up. Right now, I just want to go home and don't want to cause any trouble. But immediately, my expression changed again. While cursing the prisoners, Gaozheng secretly fed them some water and food, and even scratched one of them's itch, all while being very careful. My lips twitched, and I couldn't help but say, "You are still Gaozheng after all." After doing all that, Gaozheng pushed his wheelchair away, cursing all the while. I quickly continued walking towards the riverbank. After walking a few steps, I noticed a note in the spot where Gaozheng had just been. I opened the note and saw 4 Chinese characters written on it. Brother, rest in peace. No need to think about it. These 4 words must have been written to me by Gaozheng. He has already discovered me. But that's not surprising. Back when his legs weren't broken, his strength was about the same as mine. Even though his legs are broken, his knowledge and eyesight are much better than the average person, so it's not surprising that he noticed me. This made me hesitate. Was it appropriate for me to just leave like this? What if Gaozheng was coerced, and he actually wanted to leave this place? Should I take him with me, even if I have to carry him back on my back? Although he wronged me, he still had some conscience. As I hesitated and became distracted, a priest suddenly appeared directly in front of me, followed by more than 30 vengeful monkeys. Hiss! I gasped, wanting to slap myself. Why did I have to get distracted? The priest clearly noticed that something was wrong with me, because all the guards here were 2 meters tall, while I was only a little taller, so I was immediately exposed. He opened his mouth as if to give orders to the resentful monkey behind him. My heart tightened. I absolutely couldn't let him give orders. Once I got entangled with these resentful monkeys, more and more would surround me. Even if I were made of iron, how many nails could I possibly hammer? The moment he opened his mouth, I rushed over and grabbed his neck. But instead of killing him, they ripped off his teeth necklace. Oh! The priest let out a desperate scream. The vengeful monkeys that were about to charge at me instantly changed direction and began to retaliate against their original owners. Ah! Soga soga soga. After doing all that, I continued rushing towards the riverbank without stopping. The priest's screams echoed throughout the tribe. Various footsteps and shouts could be heard from all around. All the indigenous people were gathering at the spot where I had just been. There was a row of dugout canoes at the edge of the riverbank. Those were my destination. As long as I hop on a canoe, I can go upstream and reach that giant mountain. First, capture that girl riding the tiger alive and interrogate her for why she did this to me. Then go home, preferably riding that giant tiger home. But I was too naive. These medium-sized tribes already have very sophisticated defense systems. With a whoosh, I managed to take 5 or 6 steps back, relying on my lightning-fast reflexes. Looking back, a huge arrow was stuck in the riverbed. This arrow was thicker and longer than a spear. It must have been similar to a ballista. At the same time, a large number of natives rushed over from their small houses on the riverbank, accompanied by a large number of vengeful monkeys. However, I was only a few dozen meters away from the canoe, and I believed they couldn't catch up with me anymore. But I was too naive. A dark figure flashed in front of me and suddenly threw a punch at me. In that critical moment, I used all my strength to punch him. With a loud bang, I involuntarily took 2 steps back. The dark figure took 7 or 8 steps back, 1 foot even stepping into the water. My pupils contracted. I knew I'd kicked a hornet's nest this time. I never expected that this indigenous tribe would have such a powerful figure. But the guy was even more surprised. His face was painted with oil paint, leaving only one eye. He was about 2 meters tall, and his muscles looked like they were cast from molten iron. Chapter 200 Canoe Battle. Clearly, this one-eyed man must be one of the strong men in the tribe, a top-notch fighter. My hasty punch just now sent him flying 7 or 8 steps back, which surprised him greatly. I didn't have time to waste with him, so I rushed over and threw another punch. This time I was prepared and ready to act, unlike before when I acted hastily. This one-eyed guy seems to care a lot about his reputation. Even though he knows he can't beat me, he still throws a punch at me. But this time, he suffered a great loss. With a snap, his arm, which looked like it had been cast in molten iron, broke instantly, and his body flew backward 2 meters. I had no time to admire my victory. Instead, I jumped into a canoe with my pants on fire and ripped off the rope. The canoe drifted downstream, which didn't match my original plan to go upstream. It's a long story, but it really only took a few seconds. When I jumped into the canoe and drifted downstream, the group of native pursuers behind me had only just reached the riverbank. I felt a sharp pain in my back, and I don't know how many poison needles had pierced me. But I can't care about that anymore. I can only force myself to endure it. The natives, of course, refused to give up and began to chase after me in their canoes. When I looked back, I saw that there were at least 20 canoes chasing me. Each canoe carries approximately 4 to 6 indigenous people. They were holding spears and bows and arrows, and they kept shooting at me. Left with no other choice, I turned my face backward and did a backflip to avoid being hit in a vital spot by the arrow. All of these natives combined were no match for me. But in the water, they had bows and arrows, and their rowing skills were superior to mine. This is my first time paddling a canoe like this, and I can't even control the direction. Oh ho ho, oh ho ho. The natives brayed like donkeys and quickly caught up with me, flanking me from both sides. One canoe even circled around to the front of me, surrounding me in the middle of the water. Damn it! My face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At that moment, I was even prepared to abandon ship. But then I looked at the group of caimans lurking on the shore and gave up the idea. My ship has nothing, while the enemy has long-range weapons that could easily kill me. Even if they can't kill me, they can at least seriously wound me, and then these natives can capture me again. As a veteran who's been in the palace twice, the locals will definitely pay me some attention. If I want to escape again, it probably won't be so easy. Call. An arrow flew from a distance, grazing my shoulder and leaving a wound in an instant. On such a small canoe, I can't jump or dodge in large ways. An ancient Chinese saying perfectly describes me. We are at their mercy, like fish on a chopping board. Oh ho ho, oh ho ho ho, oh ho ho ho. The natives' donkeys brayed more and more joyfully, louder and louder, constantly teasing me in the middle of the river. I finally couldn't hold back any longer and picked up a paddle. Damn it, go to hell. The paddle, carrying hundreds of pounds of force, was thrown towards the native who was shouting the loudest. Before the native could react, his head was smashed open. The other natives instantly went berserk and started shooting at me relentlessly. I shuddered and could only lie flat inside the canoe to keep my body from being exposed. But this doesn't pose a problem for the indigenous people. They raised their arrows high, aimed at the sky, and used the principle of parabolic trajectory. I feel like I have at least 5 or 6 arrows stuck in my back, turning me into a veritable hedgehog. After pulling the arrow out of my back, I glared angrily at the group of natives. If this continues, we'll be worn down by them sooner or later. No, I have to take the initiative. Just then, I suddenly realized that the group of natives had surrounded me with their canoes, and several of them were very close to the shore. Could I use their canoes as a springboard to jump to the shore? In the water, I'm definitely no match for them, but once we're on land, with that in mind, I quickly calculated the distance between each canoe and then simulated the route. Barbarians, I need to borrow your canoes this time. After I finished speaking, I jumped directly into the nearest canoe, because this canoe was only a few meters away from me. At such close range, I landed precisely inside their canoe. The 4 natives were taken aback at first, then quickly stabbed me with their daggers. In close combat, how could these natives be a match for me? I took down 4 kids with 1 punch each, instantly smashing their heads and throwing them into the water. The group of crocodiles that were camouflaging themselves on the riverbank immediately tore off their masks and hurriedly swam into the river. I looked at the other canoes again and then jumped off once more. There were also 4 natives in this canoe. I killed 3 of them with 3 punches, but the last native was surprisingly strong. He and I exchanged a punch. Boom. The canoe instantly shattered into pieces. The native and I fell into the water at the same time, but I broke his arm. He landed in the water and immediately attracted a large number of crocodiles. Not only crocodiles, but also piranhas as long as fingers have come to get a share of the spoils. Ah! The native screamed in agony, but then, in a fit of rage, he glared at me and swam toward me. It seems he wanted to take me down with him before he died. Someone with this kind of fighting spirit must be the leader of this group of pursuers. I was startled and quickly dove into the water. The river water was extremely murky. With my current eyesight, I could only vaguely see a few meters away. Just then, a huge black creature swept past me, and its body looked truly frightening. It must have weighed at least 5 or 6 tons. I quickly floated back to the surface. However, the wounds on my body also attracted the piranhas. Several piranhas were desperately tearing at the wound on my back. An even greater danger was approaching. Several more crocodiles lunged at me. Damn it! My chakra erupted, and I suddenly leaped out of the water, stepping on the head of one of the dead men. Using his momentum, they jumped onto another canoe. I instantly killed all the natives on that canoe and threw them into the river. Crocodiles, piranhas, and other unidentified creatures began to thrash about in the water. The blood stained this entire section of the riverbed crimson. In an instant, the river boiled.